Year 52 of Konoha. I was standing on a little wooden stool, boiling water, with an open box of instant noodles on the table, along with some primers on reading and basic knowledge. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, the current Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, living alone in this somewhat rundown two-story apartment. Just as I was busy, the door suddenly rattled. I looked back while it was Grandpa Third, Hiruzen Sarutobi, coming in. He strolled into the living room with his trademark pipe between his lips. The moment he saw this scene, I could sense a pang of discomfort deep within him. His eyes shone with both kindness and a trace of guilt. I greeted him with a cheerful smile. "Grandpa Third, you're here." He returned my greeting with a gentle smile. "Little Naruto, you're already 5 this year. Next year, you'll start at the Ninja Academy. Here's a scroll. Study it well." As he spoke, he drew from his sleeve a ninjutsu scroll bearing the Uzumaki clan's spiral crest. I fixed my eyes on it. This was something special. The exclusive chakra extraction technique of the Uzumaki clan. My eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. Grandpa Third stepped forward and affectionately ruffled my hair, then tucked this month's living expenses into the box of instant noodles, which was already stuffed with cash, and quietly took his leave. All this money was what I'd saved up over the years. Why so much? Because since I was 2.5, I'd become a true homebody. I barely left the house, only going out on empty streets at night for a little stroll. As soon as Grandpa Third left, I glanced at the money in the box, then got started on my instant noodles. While eating, I eagerly unrolled the chakra training scroll, my heart soaring with joy. After all this time, I can finally train my chakra. What stroke of luck. In my previous life, my name was Chun Ming, a penniless orphan, terminally ill and out of luck. After death, I woke up in this world of shinobi, reborn as Naruto, son of destiny. It's a strange thing, call it luck, and indeed, as long as I follow the story, I'll become one of the greatest ninjas, maybe even Hokage. I'd get everything, glory, power, and the admiration of all. But there's misfortune, too. No sooner had I arrived than both my parents died. My hope for parental love was snuffed out, and what awaited me was loneliness. Worse, people treated me like the demon fox, and I endured all kinds of cold stares and silent cruelty. The last time I left the house, at age 2, some kids threw rocks and injured my head. After that, I truly became a shut-in, but food at least was not an issue. I knew the ANBU under the Hokage's command kept constant watch nearby. There were 2 times I passed out from hunger before Grandpa Third realized this wouldn't do. From then on, he ordered the ANBU to deliver my meals every day. Maybe they were in a rush today, bringing only instant noodles and bread, but the noodles were decent, so I didn't hold it against them. It's not that I'm punishing myself living like this. I just want them to realize how important I am. I have no desire to be as pitiful as Naruto was in the original story. I unrolled the scroll and began to study it intently. Over the past 2 years, I've read so much that deciphering the contents of this scroll was a walk in the park. Right at the beginning, it explained the composition of chakra, just as I'd come to understand. Chakra is the combination of physical energy drawn from our body's 130 trillion cells and spiritual energy. The Senju and Uzumaki clans have such immense chakra reserves because their bodies are simply stronger than ordinary people's. The extraction technique Grandpa Third gave me is designed to push the Uzumaki clan's physical advantages to the absolute limit. After skimming the scroll to get the general idea, I set aside my empty cup of instant noodles and prepared to try refining chakra myself. I formed a few basic hand signs, then started to focus. And sure enough, a warm current began to flow from every part of my body toward my lower abdomen. I thought to myself, this must be chakra. It's as smooth and natural as stringing together a perfect combo. Maybe it was my half Uzumaki blood, but drawing out chakra just felt so natural, almost effortless. The chakra swirling within me sent out ripples that startled an Umbu agent perched outside on a tree, his mouth stuffed with instant noodles. The poor guy was so shocked, he spewed his noodles all over the place. He was supposed to be keeping a discreet eye on me, but in practice, he didn't try all that hard to hide. Otherwise, he wouldn't be caught eating instant noodles up in a tree. He almost shouted, "He's already managed to draw out chakra? That fast? What kind of cheat mode is this kid running?" It took me more than 10 days to do it myself. Of course, I had no clue what my watcher was thinking. As I savored the gentle flow of chakra through my meridians, a smile crept on my lips. Before I succeeded, I've been a bit anxious. It's not like transmigration happens every day. And after all, a crown prince turning into a useless one wouldn't exactly be unheard of. When I first arrived in the Naruto world, I figured I ought to get some sort of system. After all, I've been an orphan my whole life. A little help didn't seem like too much to ask. But years went by, and there was no sign of any such system or helpful notifications. Still, I couldn't really complain. I'd landed in the royal family. If I'd been reborn as a nobody without bloodline or background, I probably would have ended up as cannon fodder. I returned to my room, determined to pull an all-nighter refining chakra, a good old-fashioned cultivation binge. I was sitting cross-legged on my bed, totally focused, when suddenly two completely different voices popped into my mind. One of them demanded, "Who are you? Why are you here?" The other fired back, "I was about to ask the same thing. Why am I locked up in this cage? What is this place, anyway? You rotten Minato Namikaze. Did you seal a dog in here as well, when you were sealing me? Who are you calling a dog? I'm a wolf. Thank you very much. A real, bona fide wolf." I listened closely, utterly bewildered. What's going on? Am I just hearing things? Judging from the voices, one of them seemed to be the Nine Tails. After all, I'd caught words like that bastard Minato Namikaze and seal. But who was the other one? The Wolf King? The thought startled me so much I nearly jumped up. What the hell? Am I carrying a Wolf King inside me too? Though I burned with curiosity and desperately wanted to see what was happening inside the seal, I had absolutely no idea how to get in. All I could do was continue refining my chakra. I closed my eyes and focused on drawing out chakra. As the energy cycled to my lower abdomen, a sudden drip of water echoed. Startled, I opened my eyes, only to find myself standing before a massive cage woven together by pillars, the character for seal plastered on its center. Behind the bars, a pair of blood-red, beastly eyes glared at me with ferocity. My jaw practically hit the floor. What the? I'm in here already. Chapter 2. There's a glitch wolf in my body. Inside the seal, the Nine Tails glared at Naruto and barked, "Brat, take 2 more steps forward." Naruto, however, ignored the fox and began surveying his surroundings instead. The environment matched the seal space from the anime almost perfectly. But as Naruto turned around, he noticed a second, much smaller cage behind him. Inside, a wolf stood upright, staring straight at him. This peculiar wolf wore a patched-up cap and had a scarf wrapped around its neck. What made it even more bizarre was that its head was nearly as large as the rest of its body. And, most striking of all, its style was absurdly out of place compared to the rest of Naruto's world. What's this? Naruto gawked in disbelief at the wolf in the cage. Incredibly, it was Grey Wolf from Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. What the hell? Why is Grey Wolf inside my seal space? Grey Wolf, hearing Naruto shout his name, froze for a moment before scrambling up to the bars and shouting, "Let me out, your king demands it." Naruto paid no mind to the Nine Tails, still yelling behind him. Instead, he walked up to Grey Wolf's cage. Grey Wolf's cage was much smaller than the cavernous prison that held the Nine Tails, but it too bore the seal glyph. Naruto stepped closer, carefully scrutinizing the wolf before him. In terms of height, Grey Wolf was actually a bit taller than Naruto was now, but the most striking feature was still that oversized head atop his body. "I know you. You're Grey Wolf from Green Grassland. Why are you here?" Naruto fixed Grey Wolf with a serious, searching gaze. In his heart, Naruto could already guess. The only reason Grey Wolf was trapped here must have something to do with himself, the dimension-hopping traveler. I'd always thought I didn't have any sort of special advantage, but now it seemed my golden finger might just be this Grey Wolf standing in front of me. Though Grey Wolf looked a bit lowly, he truly was a zany inventor, and his bizarre inventions could even break through dimensions. When he heard Naruto's question, Grey Wolf shook his head and replied, "I have no idea either. Just a moment ago, I was chasing after Pleasant Goat and the others, and the next instant, poof, I ended up here." Naruto rubbed his chin, pondering how to handle this Grey Wolf who had appeared so suddenly. After all, Grey Wolf was still a wolf. There had to be some danger about him. If Naruto set him free, would Grey Wolf try to attack? That was an important question. Just as this thought crossed Naruto's mind, he suddenly froze. Wait, this is the seal space. Even if I let him out, it should be fine, right? He's not the Nine Tails, after all. The reason the Nine Tails could erode Naruto's body was mainly due to the chakra brimming with hatred and other negative emotions. And Grey Wolf? What did he have? Naruto couldn't sense a hint of chakra from him. With that in mind, Naruto decided to try freeing Grey Wolf. Grey Wolf was still clamoring, demanding to be let out, while the Nine Tails in the opposite cage was watching curiously. Naruto stepped forward, stretched up on tiptoe, and reached for the seal on the cage. Thankfully, the cage wasn't too big. If it had been any bigger, Naruto wouldn't have been able to lift the seal at all. There was a sharp tearing sound as Naruto ripped the seal away. Unlike breaking the Nine Tails seal, opening Grey Wolf's cage just required tearing off the charm. The cage swung open on its own. The instant the cage opened, a shadowy figure lunged toward Naruto. Naruto flinched when he saw this. He had expected Grey Wolf to make a move, but not quite so decisively. "Stop!" Naruto shouted, hoping his voice would intimidate Grey Wolf. while his mind raced to leave the mental space immediately. But to Naruto's surprise, the moment he spoke, Grey Wolf was instantly frozen as though someone had hit pause. Now Grey Wolf stood rooted to the spot, not moving a muscle. Only his eyes stayed in constant motion, darting around in panic. Seeing this, Naruto felt a surge of relief. He stepped up, poked Grey Wolf carefully a couple of times, and found that Grey Wolf still couldn't move at all. Naruto realized he was probably the absolute master in this place, especially over anyone released from these cages. He could control Grey Wolf 100%. "You can move now," Naruto called out, taking a few steps back and addressing Grey Wolf from a safe distance. As soon as Naruto finished speaking, Grey Wolf regained his freedom. Regaining his freedom, Grey Wolf didn't attack again, but instead looked at Naruto with a face full of wariness. Who exactly are you? Let me out of this cursed place now. I still have to go catch some sheep for my wife." Hearing this, Naruto could only shrug helplessly. "I know where this is, but as for how to get you back to green grassland, to be honest, I have no idea." Naruto was simply telling the truth. He didn't even know how Grey Wolf ended up in his own seal space, let alone how to send him back to green grassland. Seeing that Naruto didn't seem to be lying, Grey Wolf slumped down weakly on the floor. Just then, his stomach rumbled loud enough for anyone to hear. "Are you hungry?" Naruto asked. "Yes. Is there any grass around here? I'd like to eat some." Naruto was speechless. He suddenly felt a pang of pity for Grey Wolf. Even on regular days, all he ever ate was frogs and grass. If only I could send some grilled lamb ribs into the seal space. At least then, Grey Wolf could finally have a taste of real lamb. No sooner had Naruto thought this, than a grill appeared before him, along with a plate of marinated lamb ribs. Seeing these things appear out of nowhere, Naruto rubbed his eyes in disbelief. It actually worked. "And a bottle of cola, please," he thought silently. Sure enough, a bottle of cola appeared right beside the grill. "No way. My words come true here. This is amazing." Naruto was exhilarated by his power within the seal space, while Grey Wolf, drawn by the mouth-watering smell of lamb, had already come over, drooling everywhere. Naruto realized that this Grey Wolf might just be his golden ticket, so it was necessary to get on his good side. Before Grey Wolf could say anything, Naruto started grilling the lamb ribs. As the ribs sizzled and neared perfection, Grey Wolf's breathing grew heavier and more excited. "So this is lamb? It smells incredible." Each drop of fat from the roasting lamb seemed to fall right onto Grey Wolf's heart, sending him into a trance of delight. Soon, once the lamb ribs were cooked, Naruto handed a piece to Grey Wolf and grabbed one for himself to gnaw on. Chewing as he ate, Naruto glanced back at Kurama. The nine-tailed fox's nose twitched a few times, clearly drawn in by the alluring aroma. Yet when it noticed Naruto glancing in its direction, it turned its head away in a display of pride and lay back down, pretending to sleep. "What a proud little fox," Naruto couldn't help but remark with a wry smile. He understood that changing the Nine-Tails' opinion of him wasn't something that could happen overnight, so he wasn't in any rush. To be honest, ever since discovering he had the power for words to become reality, Naruto had considered releasing the Nine-Tails. But, after some careful thought, he realized such a move would practically be courting disaster. After all, the Nine-Tails had the power to corrode his mind through its chakra, a considerable problem to handle. Chapter 3. Manifestation Ability. Within the sealed space, Grey Wolf wiped away the grease from the corner of his mouth, let out a contented belch, and stared at the pile of lamb bones he'd gnawed clean. Suddenly, a wave of sadness washed over him, and he burst into tears. "Lamb really is delicious. If only my wife could have tasted it too," he sobbed. Just as Naruto was about to step up and offer some words of comfort, he noticed a light bulb suddenly appear, bright and glowing, above Grey Wolf's head. An excited Grey Wolf exclaimed, "That's it! I can invent a machine to return to green grassland." The enthusiasm in Grey Wolf's voice made Naruto pause in surprise for a second, but then he remembered. This was, after all, the very wolf who could invent dimension-crossing machines. It made sense. "Grey Wolf, before you head back to green grassland, could you give me a hand?" Naruto asked. Grey Wolf had just pulled a hammer and wrench from his hat when he heard Naruto's request. After only a brief moment's thought, he nodded in agreement. After all, this was Naruto's domain, and he depended on Naruto to keep him well fed. Grey Wolf had little choice but to agree. "All right, tell me what you need, and I'll help however I can," Grey Wolf replied. Naruto's face lit up with genuine pleasure. Granted, Naruto could have simply used his reality-shaping words within the seal to turn Grey Wolf into his loyal tool. But that wasn't what Naruto wanted. He wanted to befriend Grey Wolf. Only then, when trouble struck, could he truly count on his honest support. To show his goodwill, Naruto used his power and conjured a house right there in the sealed space. The house was filled with every comfort imaginable, and several huge refrigerators were stocked to the brim with fresh lamb. Having set this up, Naruto began to test the limits of his power within the sealed space. "Bring me an immortal cultivation manual," he commanded. "Revive Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki for me," he intoned. "Give me the complete collection of all shinobi techniques. Give me a time machine." Naruto began frantically running tests, but no matter what he tried, he couldn't conjure up anything that hadn't existed on his previous world, Earth. In the end, he materialized a computer, signaling his decision to give up on further experiments. Once the computer powered on, Naruto used his ability to manifest a collection of games on the device. However, they were all single-player games. Some he played before, others he knew only by name. Sigh. Naruto cast a longing glance at the computer and muttered to himself, "If only I could get online, I could finally play League of Legends or Dungeon Fighter again." At that moment, an idea struck him: Grey Wolf. Looking over at Grey Wolf, who was currently exploring the new house, Naruto called out, "Grey Wolf, do you think you could connect to the internet from another world?" Grey Wolf waved his paw dismissively and replied, "Isn't that exactly what I'm working on? As soon as I finish my machine to cross dimensions, getting you online will be a piece of cake." Hearing this, Naruto let out a sigh of relief. For now, he could only hope that Grey Wolf would invent his interdimensional machine sooner rather than later. After saying a quick goodbye to both Grey Wolf and the Nine Tails, Naruto prepared to leave the seal space. Cradling his conjured laptop in his arms, he silently wished he could take it back with him. But what he didn't notice was that, just as he was leaving, the caves that had once imprisoned Grey Wolf snapped shut once more, a fresh sealing talisman slapping itself across the bars. Back in Naruto's room, he was seated on his bed, hands completely empty. As it turned out, he'd been too optimistic. The computer hadn't made it out of the seal space with him. "I knew it wouldn't work," Naruto sighed in resignation. Though a little disappointed, he had to admit things were already much better than before. If he wanted to play games, he'd just have to enter the seal space. Besides, having Grey Wolf build a new computer probably wouldn't be too difficult. With that thought, Naruto began to reach out to Grey Wolf, who was busy dismantling electronics inside the seal space. It wasn't that Grey Wolf had suddenly developed a destructive streak. He simply needed spare parts for his inventions. Naruto's voice echoed in the seal space. "Grey Wolf, why don't you try using my body the way the tailed beasts do?" Nine Tails, who was also present in the seal space, heard this suggestion. The mere thought that this oddball wolf might get a step outside for some fresh air made him bristle with annoyance. Meanwhile, on the other side, Grey Wolf closed his eyes and attempted to connect his spirit with Naruto's. At the same time, Naruto, still in his room, suddenly sensed a surge of mental energy crashing into his mind. As this force entered his mind, his body began to change ever so slightly. His once soft, fair hands grew thin and almost gaunt, while his fingernails sharpened into claws. The golden hair on his head darkened to an ashen gray, and the whisker-like marks on his cheeks vanished. In their place, a scar appeared along one side of his face. "What the? Have I turned into a werewolf?" Mumbling to himself, Naruto hurried over to the bathroom mirror. But calling himself a werewolf didn't seem quite right. He still looked mostly human. Only his teeth and limbs betrayed the wolf within. Aside from these changes, Naruto could feel a burst of newfound strength surging through his body. He blinked, and in that moment his eyes took on a completely different spirit. Now it was Grey Wolf who controlled Naruto's body. "Hey, Grey Wolf, could you make a computer for me?" Grey Wolf didn't waste any time. He located a toolbox, pulled out a hammer and a wrench. With those two tools, Grey Wolf could create just about anything he set his mind to. A litany of clinks and clatters filled the room. Right before Naruto's astonished eyes, Grey Wolf had assembled a brand new laptop. But he didn't stop there. To ensure Naruto could play games, he even installed a special signal receiver in the machine. This ingenious device allowed the computer in the sealed space to connect seamlessly with the newly built laptop. With it, games from the sealed-off space could now be transmitted straight to this laptop. Don't bother asking how such a thing was possible. The truth is, Grey Wolf is a true legend who always breaks the rules. Once he finished forging the laptop with a hammer, Grey Wolf returned to the sealed space to continue his journey of creation. Naruto gazed at the sleek laptop before him, its lid stamped with a wolf's head emblem. His heart fluttered with excitement. "At last, I can finally live the true life of an otaku," he crowed with delight. No sooner had the words left his lips than the world seemed to spin, and his stomach let out a rumbling protest. "So hungry." He glanced out the window and saw the sun still shining brightly. It had only been 2 or 3 hours since breakfast. Looks like training chakra really does burn a lot of energy. While speaking, Naruto pulled some cash out of the instant noodle box, ready to head out and treat himself to a feast. Chapter 4. Naruto's Goal, a Father's Love and a Mother's Love. Just as he stepped outside, a cold wind lashed against him. Perhaps because he was a Jinchuriki, he hardly felt the bitter chill of this winter's day. At this moment, the village hidden in the leaves was deep in winter. When this winter ended, Naruto would turn 6 years old, finally the age to attend the Ninja Academy. Leaving home, Naruto made a beeline straight for Ichiraku Ramen. His stomach let out a loud growl as Naruto, clutching his rumbling belly, made his way toward the ramen shop. Naruto felt a bit frustrated. Technically, ever since he'd awakened his chakra, he ought to feel hunger. But because he'd shared a meal of roasted lamb ribs with Hui Tailang in the sealed space. Inside the seal, he truly didn't feel hungry. But in the real world, his stomach wouldn't stop protesting. After all, he wasn't some electronic device. He couldn't simply download sustenance. To Naruto, the sealed space and the real world were two completely separate realms. Only his soul, or perhaps his spirit, could enter the sealed space. He might eat there and feel full, but as soon as he returned to reality, that satiety vanished. Still, this ability seemed ideal for big eaters afraid of gaining weight. Whatever he craved, hot pot, seafood, barbecue, stir-fries, all could be savored in the sealed space. He could enjoy every flavor, and once his spirit returned to his body, his physical form was as hungry as before. As he walked along, more than a few villagers pointed and whispered as he passed. Some even glared at him with hatred and disgust in their eyes. Though he hadn't set foot outside for 2 years, the legend of the Nine-Tails Fox was still alive in the Leaf Village. Sensing the wave of emotions from those around him, Naruto felt a swell of irritation. Even so, he didn't harbor any wild notion of wiping out the entire village to retaliate. Honestly, even if Naruto did nothing at all, these fools in the leaf would eventually meet their own downfall. Just look at what happened when Pain came knocking. The chaos he brought was beyond imagining. How many morons would survive a disaster like that? Did they really think any ordinary folks could stand against Pain? When that day came, if Naruto simply stood aside, the leaf could kiss its place among the world's great hidden villages goodbye. Like every other transmigrator, Naruto had goals of his own. These weren't lofty ambitions like wiping out the Leaf Village, taking down Danzo, defeating Madara Uchiha, or collecting Kagaya Otsutsuki as a consort. Instead, all he wanted was to find a way to bring his parents back to life and experience the love of a real family. In his previous life, he had no parents at all. Now, even after crossing into this new world, to still go without parents seemed tragically unfair. Thankfully, in the world of Naruto, there were ways to bring people back from the dead. As long as Naruto grew strong enough, the possibility of reviving his parents was very real. Even without the Rinnegan or other legendary powers, wasn't there always Grey Wolf, a veritable glitch in the universe, an inventor on a whole other level? Naruto firmly believed that if anyone could invent a time machine or a cloning device, it would be Grey Wolf. He was just that absurdly capable. Asking him to make something as simple as a computer would be a waste of his talents. And so, feeling the weight of curious, wary stares, Naruto arrived at Ichiraku Ramen. Inside the shop, a few ninja were sharing laughter and conversation as they ate. But as soon as Naruto stepped in, their voices abruptly fell silent. Instead, their chopsticks picked up speed, as if finishing their noodles faster would somehow avoid his notice. Naruto understood exactly what was going on with these ninja. The ones who didn't know about Naruto's identity as a Jinchuriki were like ordinary villagers, brimming with dislike and suspicion. But with the third Hokage's edict in place, they couldn't openly show their hatred the way civilians did. All they could do was ignore him. Those who didn't know about his identity were even more cautious. They wouldn't dare get close to Naruto or act too familiar. After all, to the hidden Leaf Village, Naruto was a strategic weapon, a living nuclear bomb. Anyone who got too friendly might soon find themselves invited for tea by the ANBU. Paying no attention to the ninja, slurping their noodles with unnatural haste, Naruto strode to the counter, slapped down a 5,000 yen bill, and said, "Hey, old man, give me one bowl of every flavor of ramen you've got." "Naruto, are you sure you can finish all that? You know I can't let you waste food." Tuchi's eyes crinkled into their habitual smiling line, but his voice was firm, admonishing Naruto as any caring elder would. Seeing that familiar squint, Naruto thought to himself, no wonder he's the legendary Otsutsuki Ichiraku of the ninja world. Ichiraku's owner, Tuchi, appeared to be an ordinary ramen shop master, but in truth, he was an enigma, the most mysterious boss in the Naruto world. His real identity? husband of Kagaya Otsutsuki, biological father of the Sage of Six Paths. Hidden in Konoha, passing as a humble shopkeeper, already more than a staggering 100,000 years old. He only kept his eyes perpetually narrowed to hide those blood-red Rinnegan with 9 tomo. Of course, all of this was pure nonsense. In reality, Tucci the ramen guy was just an ordinary ramen shop owner, though his noodles were undeniably delicious. 2 years ago, Naruto was already a frequent customer here. Even during his recent reclusive days, he'd often have the ANBU bring Ichiraku's takeout for him. Speaking of takeout, Naruto couldn't help but mention the ANBU's delivery efficiency was truly impressive. With a dish like ramen, the noodles would usually get soggy if left for too long, but thanks to the sheer speed of the ANBU couriers, by the time the food reached Naruto's home, it tasted just as fresh as if it had come straight from the kitchen. Naruto looked at Tucci's squinting, smiling face and said, "Don't worry, just serve the ramen one bowl at a time. I'll finish them all. Not a single one will go to waste." Seeing Naruto's reassurance and that stack of cash he slapped onto the counter, Tucci didn't say another word and simply turned away to make the noodles. Meanwhile, as soon as he received ANBU's report that Naruto had finally stepped outside his door, the third Hokage hurried back to his office, pulled out his crystal ball, and began to monitor Naruto's movements. That rascal Naruto finally decided to go out. Muttering to himself, the third Hokage took out his pipe and drew a deep, satisfying puff. Just then, without so much as a knock, a sharp-featured, cold-eyed man strode into the office. Upon seeing the third Hokage staring intently into his crystal ball, the newcomer frowned and said, "For the Hokage of the village, isn't it disgraceful to indulge in such lowly acts?" "Danzo, is there something you want?" The third lifted his head, puzzled. Yes, the visitor was none other than Konoha's shadow, the root lurking beneath the surface, Danzo Shimura, the pot king of the village. But as for Danzo's accusations of peeping, the third's heart remained unruffled. "Peeping? Not at all. I'm simply looking out for Uzumaki Naruto's well-being, nothing more. I came here to speak with you about the Jinchuriki." Before Danzo could finish, the third Hokage's eyes grew sharp. "I will not hand Naruto over to your root." "Hiruzen, your methods are far too soft. Only by bringing him into root and letting him undergo our training will he become the pillar that protects Konoha." Danzo had coveted the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto, for a long time. He truly believed that if he could wield the power of the Jinchuriki, if he had that strength as his own, he could one day become Hokage himself. Naruto is not just a Jinchuriki, he's also Minato's child. "Danzo, you'd better give up. I've already decided what path Naruto will walk next." Seeing that the third Hokage remained stubbornly resolute, Danzo flung his sleeve in anger and strode out. At the doorway, he threw out a final remark. "Hiruzen, you'll regret this. I've heard you say that for years now. Withdraw all root agents who are monitoring Naruto. And, remember this, I am the Hokage." Chapter 5. Teaching the Brat a Lesson. Inside Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto sat alone at the counter, with more than a dozen empty bowls already stacked beside him. He gulped down the last mouthful of noodle soup, then let out a deeply satisfied burp. It really does live up to its reputation. "Naruto, aren't you worried about eating so much?" Tucci asked, glancing in concern at Naruto's bulging stomach. "Don't worry, I can handle it." With that, Naruto stood up, picked up the change that Tucci had set out for him, and left Ichiraku Ramen. After stepping out, Naruto didn't head home right away. Instead, he wandered through the streets without any particular destination. Naruto's footsteps crunched rhythmically through the snow blanketing the ground. As he walked, Naruto started to contemplate the advantages of his golden finger. First of all, he had become the Jinchuriki of Grey Wolf. Grey Wolf might not be powerful in himself, but he did possess a few abilities that almost broke the rules. The first was immortality, a common trait in comedic cartoons. The second was an almost absurd inventiveness. Anything he wanted to invent, he could make, rivaling even Doraemon in this respect. The third was his ability to enhance his own physical attributes. Granted, this boost wasn't as immense as what Kurama could offer, but in battles between genin or even shunin, it definitely gave a significant edge. He wasn't sure, though, if Grey Wolf's immortality would actually apply to himself. Other than becoming Grey Wolf's Jinchuriki, there was another change, the transformation of his sealing space. Perhaps it was because he'd traveled from another world, but the sealed space had become a sort of miniature world. Within this small world, he was like a god. Anything that had ever existed on Earth could be brought into existence by Naruto. The only drawback might be, only his mind could enter this sealed space. However, with Grey Wolf as an anomaly, Perhaps one day his body might actually appear in the sealed space. Or perhaps he could even bring something from the seal into the real world. If that ever became possible, he could manifest a nuclear bomb within the sealed space. And then, just the thought of it was exhilarating. Just as Naruto was fantasizing about one day becoming a nuclear bomb sage, a snowball smacked into his back. He turned around to see a group of kids gleefully hurling snowballs at him. They shouted as they threw, "Get the demon fox!" Naruto arched an eyebrow at the sight. He remembered these brats. Some of them were the same ones who'd hurt him 2 years ago. With that in mind, he began making his own snowball. But as he shaped it, he pressed a stone right into the center. Wrapped around the stone, this snowball was definitely no ordinary snowball. Snowballs flew at him, but Naruto didn't even try to dodge them. Instead, he took careful aim at the loudest one, and, with a flick of his wrist, sent his snowball flying straight at the kid's head. A sharp cry erupted as the snowball struck, splitting the kid's scalp and leaving him bleeding. No one had seen Naruto hide a stone in his snowball, so the kids were completely unprepared for the force of the blow. But Naruto didn't care what they thought. He crouched down, grabbed another rock, and packed it into another snowball. He hurled it again, and once more a child clutched his bleeding head and wailed uncontrollably. Naruto sneered, thinking, "You've got a problem with me? Fine. Honestly, I can't stand you lot either. But if you come at me, don't blame me for hitting back." Just then, a few parents rushed over, scolding Naruto and even threatening to go to the third Hokage with complaints. Naruto was utterly unconcerned. He knew Yambi were watching from the shadows. If these parents really went to tattle, he'd have their unruly kids and their blustering parents pay compensation instead. The parents understood this too. Naruto wasn't popular, but the third did protect him. All they could do was mutter insults behind his back. Demon Fox, as expected. No manners at all. Naruto ignored the shouting muggles and turned to head home. He'd only gone a few steps before he suddenly felt someone watching him. Naruto turned his head and caught sight of a petite figure hiding behind a tree. Although that figure slipped out of view in a flash, Naruto still caught a glimpse of those pure, white eyes. Was that Hinata? Just as Naruto was about to step forward and greet his future wife, a woman in a kimono, her own eyes bearing the unmistakable Hyuga trait, shot him a glance and, without a word, took Hinata by the hand and led her away. Naruto could only watch Hinata's departing figure, a small smile curving his lips. Back home, Naruto began his journey through a world of games. Devil May Cry 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Red Dead Redemption. Dying Light. Naruto Shippuden. Cyberpunk 2077. Sekiro. His computer housed every genre of single-player games imaginable. For more than a week afterward, Naruto remained much as he always had, rarely leaving the house. Even his meals were delivered by Anbu, who handled his takeout orders. This turn of events left the third Hokage, who thought Naruto had finally grown out of his homebody lifestyle, all the more exasperated. Still, the third took some comfort in the fact that Naruto at least continued his chakra refining practice at home. In the Hokage's office, the third took out his crystal ball and began to survey the well-being and daily life of Konoha's villagers. And while he was at it, he checked on Naruto. Lately, Naruto had started playing with a strange black box that displayed moving images. Sometimes the images showed a person fighting monsters, sometimes people facing off against each other, and, at other times, the third didn't quite understand what the box was for. But seeing how much joy it brought Naruto, he decided not to dwell on it. He had long felt he owed Naruto a debt. Originally, his intention was to let Naruto grow up safely and peacefully in Konoha, just like any ordinary child. But Danzo, seeking to obtain Naruto for himself, spread rumors throughout the village that Naruto was actually the nine-tailed fox. Though the third knew Danzo was responsible, lacking hard evidence, and ruled by increasing indecision in his old age, he had merely given Danzo a verbal warning. At first, the third believed Naruto would be consumed by darkness and grow to resent the village of Konoha. Indeed, that was Danzo's goal all along. Should Naruto fall into hatred, Danzo could convince the higher-ups to place Naruto under his direct control, reducing him to a weapon, a tool stripped of all emotion. The third Hokage bore the pressure from the higher-ups and refused to hand Naruto over. As for Naruto, he did not let the old man down. He showed no signs of turning dark, though he had started to keep himself at home, rarely going out, which left the third a little frustrated. Chapter 6. A New Seal. In the Hokage's office. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, gazed intently into the crystal orb before him, his nose twitching. Thin streams of crimson trickled from his nostrils. What in the world is Naruto doing now? How is he even getting exposed to these explosive scenes? At this very moment, The orb was displaying a group of young women clad in bikinis, wildly dancing in a club, showing off their striking figures. Though the world of the Hokage had developed some modern flair, it was still far from open enough for scenes of bikini parties and wild female revelry. Faced with this spectacle of voluptuous women, the third Hokage simply couldn't withstand it. He exhaled heavily, struggling to regain composure. No, this can't go on. Naruto is just a child. How can he be corrupted by such things? With a handkerchief, the Hokage quickly dabbed at his nosebleed, making up his mind to confiscate the device that was polluting young Naruto's mind. Meanwhile, Naruto was at home, wholly immersed in a round of GTA 5, unaware that his computer had drawn the attention of a particularly nosy observer. In fact, Naruto knew very well that the third Hokage often checked in on the village through his telescope jutsu, and he figured the old man couldn't resist monitoring his own activities either. As for his computer gaming, Naruto had a ready answer if anyone asked. He would simply say he'd invented the machine himself. Besides, the Umbu had already reported to the third Hokage. The laptop was indeed assembled by Naruto in plain view, with nothing but a hammer and a wrench. There could be no doubt. And in the ninja world, as long as it wasn't related to forbidden ninjutsu, such things rarely warranted much attention from the village authorities. In this low-tech era, only ninjutsu and personally cultivated chakra truly mattered to shinobi. Even Orochimaru, the only real scientist among the ninja, based all his research on the mysteries of chakra. Just as Naruto was thoroughly enjoying his game, the familiar voice of Grey Wolf echoed in his mind. Naruto, we're out of materials. Come to the ceiling space and restock for me. At those words, Naruto instantly set his controller aside, paused the game, and let his consciousness slip into the ceiling space. Right at that very moment, outside Naruto's house, up in a tree, two Umbu operatives, faces hidden behind animal masks, were quietly conducting a handover. Bluebird, how's Uzumaki Naruto doing? Bluebird just shrugged. Honestly, I'm not sure. Lately, he'll just sit there and stare off into space for no reason. There's no chakra disturbance either. It doesn't seem like he's meditating or training. You think, maybe he's just sitting there napping? The new arrival gave a puzzled shrug in response, not quite following. So what brings you here? It's not time for your shift yet, is it? Did Lord Hokage give you any fresh orders? On hearing Bluebird's question, the newcomer immediately replied, Oh, yes, Lord Hokage did say something. He wants us to bring Naruto's mysterious black box. Wants to check it himself, see if it poses any kind of threat to Naruto. He had no idea what dangers a laptop might present, but he did know this. The things displayed on that laptop were quite intense. Even he, a long single Umbu, felt a certain urge whenever he saw them. Thinking of the Hokage's orders, Bluebird wondered if, before handing over the black box, he could take the opportunity during the shift change to do a little research himself. Within the sealed space, no sooner had Naruto entered than he saw Grey Wolf grilling a lamb leg, with an episode of Animal Planet playing on a laptop in front of him. Naruto, want to join me for a bite? As he spoke, Grey Wolf waved the roasted leg invitingly. Naruto shook his head, and with a thought, caused all sorts of household appliances and materials to materialize. Every tool and part he knew of taking shape before his eyes. Once everything was prepared, Naruto finally turned to Grey Wolf and said, Grey Wolf, maybe you should ease up on the snacks. Any more of this, you'll turn into Burnt Wolf instead. Though only 7 days had passed, Grey Wolf had already put on a noticeable amount of weight. Waving him off, Grey Wolf replied, Don't worry, even if I gain a few pounds, one diet pill, and I'm back to normal. Naruto was momentarily speechless. All right then, you're the master of hacks and gadgets. Whatever you say goes. Turning, Naruto glanced over at the cage sealed with a talisman, asking, So, has there still been no movement from that cage? Grey Wolf shook his head. Nothing at all. In reality, Naruto had noticed the strange state of the cage a few days ago. That it could reseal itself and have its talisman reapplied most likely meant someone new was about to appear inside. Just after noticing something unusual about the cage, Grey Wolf found himself praying silently, hoping to see the figure of his wife or son appear inside. If that were the case, their family could finally reunite, and they would be able to enjoy a life with mutton on the menu every single day. After living a few days in the seal space, Grey Wolf felt it was even cozier than green pasture land. In reality, the seal space was quite spacious. Naruto had already converted most of the land into grassy fields. At this point, you could honestly call the whole area grassland. On top of that, Naruto had created small woodlands and lakes, various landscaping projects that made this the most comfortable home Grey Wolf could have ever wished for. Ignoring Grey Wolf as he gnawed on a lamb shank, Naruto walked alone to the front of the cage, trying to get a clearer look at what was inside. But no matter how hard he tried, the interior remained pitch black. Nothing like when Grey Wolf had been trapped there. Back then, you could see everything. Looks like my cheat ability isn't just limited to bringing Grey Wolf in. So, who will appear next? And how do I get the person inside the cage to materialize? Getting nowhere with the cage, Naruto made his way to the Nine Tails enclosure. The environment on that side was a world apart from where Grey Wolf lived. Over there it was dim, damp, with a thin layer of water underfoot. As for Grey Wolf's area, bathed in sunlight, lushly green, thoughtfully landscaped, like paradise in comparison. Naruto did want to improve Nine Tails' living conditions, but to his dismay, the ability he relied on, his words made reality, seemed powerless here. Nine Tails found the situation frustrating as well. Day after day, he watched that wolf devour tantalizing food right in front of him and frolic freely under the warm sun. Even though both of them were in the seal space, life over there looked nearly no different from the outside world. He longed for a change, but the Nine Tails would never give in to the whims of this brat Naruto. Who was he? The beast with the most tails and the greatest power among all tailed beasts. How could he possibly be swayed by mere food? When Naruto walked over, the proud Nine Tails did nothing to menace him. He didn't bare his claws or intimidate. Instead, he just lay there in silence. Seeing this, Naruto grinned. Let's see how long you can hold out, you Tsundere Kurama. Chapter 7. Study Materials? Naruto hadn't spoken quietly. Naturally, the Nine Tails heard every word. The moment Naruto uttered the name Kurama, the nine-tailed fox, who had been lounging inside the cage pretending to doze, instantly opened its eyes and fixed its glaring gaze on Naruto outside the bars. Kid, how did you learn my name? Kurama cared deeply about Naruto knowing his true name. Across the entire shinobi world, aside from the tailed beasts themselves, the only one who had ever known Kurama's name was the Sage of Six Paths, who had vanished long ago. So how exactly did Naruto come to know his name? This was a question that gnawed at Kurama. Naruto simply smiled, offering no answer to Kurama's question. Instead, he strolled over to Grey Wolf, who was busy roasting a leg of lamb over the fire, picked up an enormous piece, and tossed it over to Kurama. Of course, the proud fox would never accept food thrown to him by Naruto, at least not while Naruto was watching. Kurama kept his beastly eyes fixed on Naruto, hoping the boy would give him an answer. But Naruto? He simply exited the seal space. Feeling utterly played by a mere child, Kurama erupted in fury. Naruto knew Kurama would be mad, but so what? In fact, this was exactly what he wanted, to keep the proud fox guessing, to whet his appetite a little. Dealing with a stubborn fox required exactly this approach. In a few days, Naruto planned to gather both the fox and Grey Wolf to watch the entire Naruto series together. Showing Kurama the series was so he'd see things clearly. Naruto was not his enemy, but someone he could trust, a friend. Showing it to Grey Wolf was so he'd get to know the world of shinobi and understand his own predicament. When Naruto's mind returned to his body, the paused game remained on the screen before him. He checked the time on his computer and found it was already 5:30. By now, the Umbu delivery person should have brought dinner. Why isn't it here yet? No sooner had Naruto spoken than a knock sounded at the door. Thinking his meal had finally arrived, Naruto opened the door, only to find the Umbu delivery man standing empty-handed at the threshold. Being a member of the Umbu, his face was hidden by a mask, so Naruto couldn't tell what expression he wore. He just heard the slightly awkward tone as the man said, "Well, Naruto, I was suddenly assigned to an urgent mission, so I didn't manage to buy your food for you." But, as he spoke, the Umbu pulled a voucher from his cloak and continued, "This is a coupon for 10 bowls of Ichiraka ramen. With this, you can eat 10 bowls for free. And each bowl comes with an extra slice of chashu pork." Hearing the words from the AMBU, Naruto didn't say much. He simply took the meal voucher from the man's hand, then waved his own hand with a carefree smile. "All right, I'll just go have some Ichiraka ramen tonight. Go on, get to your mission then." With that, Naruto closed the door right away. Naruto held no ill will toward these AMBU operatives. Not only were they all exceptionally reliable delivery men, but there was more. Back when Naruto was still swaddled as an infant, he would occasionally catch the distant sounds of fighting outside. During those chaotic moments, he had caught mention of an organization called Root. He understood that, at the time, it was quite likely Danzo working in the shadows, plotting to whisk him away. And these ANBU, loyal to the third Hokage, had intervened and stopped him. Hence, the fierce skirmish had broken out. With the door now closed, Naruto returned to his room. After putting on his coat, he headed out. Because it was winter, by the time the clock struck 6, the sky was already tinged with darkness. Naruto set off alone toward Ichiraka Ramen. Not long after Naruto left, Bluebird, the AMBU agent who had given Naruto the meal voucher, sneaked quietly into his room. He swiftly gathered up Naruto's powered-off laptop, along with a mouse, keyboard, and other peripherals. Bluebird had not deceived Naruto. He really did have a temporary assignment from the third Hokage himself. The very purpose of this mission was to deliver Naruto's laptop to the Hokage. Inside the third Hokage's office, carrying the complete set of computer equipment, Bluebird knocked on the door, then entered the office. "Did you bring it?" The third Hokage spotted the laptop in Bluebird's arms and grinned. "Yes, Lord Hokage." As he spoke, Bluebird imitated Naruto's manner, powering up the computer. Once it booted, a cascade of colorful icons flooded the third Hokage's screen. To him, all these flashy symbols were nothing short of bewildering, a dizzying array, to say the least. The third Hokage carefully examined the icons, one by one. His gaze finally settled on a folder labeled Study Materials. Study Materials? If it's called Materials, this must be something important. As the third Hokage, he was naturally familiar with the weight that the word materials carried. Speaking as such, with Bluebird giving instructions, the Hokage used the mouse to open the Study Materials folder. Inside, a sprawling collection of video files appeared. If Naruto had been present, he'd have pleaded with the third Hokage, begged him, in fact, not to play any of those videos labeled Study Materials. Because he was afraid those videos might shock the Hokage so much he'd lose too much blood and meet an untimely end right then and there. The computer that Naruto first conjured up was actually identical to the one he had in his previous life. Before he fell ill, Naruto, of course, had amassed quite a collection of seeds. And when he brought this computer into existence, all those collections came along to this world as well. When Grey Wolf was transferring files, he didn't bother to move only the games. Instead, he transferred every single file onto the laptop he's using now. The third Hokage randomly clicked on one of the files. As the video started, a woman dressed in a kimono appeared on screen. "Is this a movie?" the young man asked with curiosity as he watched. The third Hokage pondered for a moment before replying, "I think so. This thing called a movie seems to be quite popular in the Land of Snow." Wait a minute. Could someone from the Land of Snow have made contact with Naruto? The third was deeply puzzled by the thought. If a person from another village had come into contact with their Jinchuriki, that would hardly be a trivial matter. Looks like I'll have to properly question Naruto about this tomorrow. As the third Hokage was lost in thought, the scene in the video quickly escalated into one that would make anyone's cheeks burn and heart pound. When lewd, moaning sounds suddenly erupted from the computer speakers, the third Hokage's face flushed a deep red, and, suddenly, two thin streams of blood shot from his nose. This is way too much. Seeing the Hokage fell by nothing more than a film, Bluebird hurriedly snapped shut the laptop. At that moment, Bluebird was inwardly panicking as well. If the Hokage were to die from blood loss after watching this, that would be a responsibility he simply couldn't escape. Lying on the ground, the third Hokage pressed a handkerchief to his still bleeding nose and muttered, "Just where did that brat Naruto get his hands on such indecent stuff?" As he finished speaking, the third shot a look at Bluebird. Startled by the look, Bluebird instantly dropped to one knee and declared, "Lord Hokage, I swear, no one from another village has ever made contact with Naruto, not just outsiders. Even those in the village have never been near him." Hearing Bluebird's report, the third Hokage nodded, trusting in his umbu's abilities. "Looks like I'll have to talk to Naruto myself." Bluebird breathed a sigh of relief. "That's all. You're dismissed," the third said with a wave of his hand, granting Bluebird permission to leave. The Bluebird, upon hearing this, immediately began to pack up the laptop from the table, planning to take it along. "Let me keep this here. Tomorrow I'll take it with me when I go see Naruto." "As you wish," the Bluebird responded, and with that, vanished from the Hokage's office. Once the Bluebird had left, the third Hokage finally turned the computer back on. When he opened the laptop again, the third Hokage took a deep breath, trying to steady his restless heart. But the moment the screen came alive, a barrage of vivid images hit him square in the face. The handkerchief he held over his nose was no match for the sudden gush of nosebleed, which burst through with dramatic force. Chapter 8. A Fateful Encounter, Hinata Hyuga. Ichiraku, Ramen Shop. Today, Naruto was full after just 5 bowls of ramen. It was different from last time. Back then, he just finished his very first chakra training, which had consumed a huge amount of energy. Spending all that time in the sealed space had left him utterly famished when he emerged. But this time, the hunger wasn't so intense, so 5 bowls were more than enough. Once he was done, Naruto took out a meal ticket from his pocket and handed it to Irika's uncle. "Uncle, there's still 5 bowls left on this ticket. Can I save them for next time?" Irika's uncle saw the ticket and chuckled. "Of course you can. By the way, where did you get this ticket?" I only sold it this afternoon, and here you are using it tonight. His words took Naruto by surprise. Curiosity getting the better of him, Naruto asked, "Who bought the ticket?" "It was a ninja in a mask who came this afternoon. Normally, we don't even have a 10-bowl meal ticket, but that ninja paid for 10 bowls all at once, so I made this only ticket for him." Hearing this, Naruto immediately understood what had happened. "So, it's because of the laptop? I guess when I get home, the computer will probably be gone already." Naruto had expected the laptop to be taken. Other than games, it only held a few unimportant files. He'd already deleted all the Hokage-related games long ago. But then, a sudden thought struck him. Wait, a couple terabytes worth of download files. He didn't think to delete those. Naruto shook his head hard, muttering to himself, "They must have taken my computer because of the games. The third must be looking at my games right now." While he mumbled, he silently prayed that the third Hokage wouldn't open his study materials. To someone like the third Hokage, a thing like this is just as deadly and addictive as a drug. He'd probably be unable to tear his eyes away the moment he saw it. If the third Hokage really got hooked on these videos, well, there'd be no need to wait for Orochimaru's plan to destroy the village. He'd probably have to retire early from either massive blood loss or malnutrition. There was no use dwelling on such pointless thoughts. With his stomach full, Naruto ambled leisurely toward home. Just as he was still some distance from his house, he caught a few familiar voices. "Hey, everyone look! Her eyes are white. What a freak with white eyes. Let's throw snowballs at her all together." Naruto instantly recognized those voices, the same troublesome brats he'd walloped last time, the ones who'd ended up with cracked heads after getting hit by snowballs stuffed with rocks. Looking in their direction, Naruto saw those very kids again. Two of them now sported clean-shaven heads, with scabbed-over wounds plainly visible atop their skulls. And the one being bullied by these kids? Another familiar face, Hinata Hyuga. Seeing little Hinata being picked on, Naruto simply couldn't stand idly by. "You kids, cut it out!" Naruto shouted at them decisively. The brats turned towards his voice, and when they saw it was Naruto, they yelled, "Demon Fox," and scrambled back, clutching their snowballs, ready to launch another attack at a moment's notice. Naruto, unfazed, let a cold laugh and walked straight over to Hinata. Noticing the snow in her hair, Naruto reached out to tidy it up for her, asking gently, "You're okay, right?" I'm fine," Hinata murmured, bowing her head in shyness. Witnessing this, Naruto couldn't help but shout inwardly, "So cute." Just as Naruto was about to say something else, a snowball smacked him right in the back of the head. Annoyed, Naruto spun around and spotted one of the shaved-headed kids grinning smugly at him. Seeing this bold brat, Naruto paused, reconsidering. A repeat of last time's methods didn't seem necessary today. Naruto pointed coolly at the bald culprit and his buddies, declaring, "All right, you little punks, better tell your folks to prepare your coffins." The kids stared at him, taken aback, not quite grasping what he meant. "Is that Demon Fox about to lose control and kill us all? What should we do? I don't want to die yet." "Oomph. Relax. The third Hokage is in the village. Even if the Demon Fox transforms, Lord Hokage will take him down." On the other side, the third Hokage, the one those hopeful kids were counting on, was holding his nose, pallor written all over his face as he watched the video. Question: why, when he was already this weak, would the third Hokage keep watching? Answer: because he was determined to overcome his own weaknesses. To be a ninja means enduring hardships no one else could bear. One must be willing to withstand any pain to accomplish the mission, to overcome any obstacle. A mere nosebleed is nothing to the dignified third Hokage of Konoha Village. He managed to finish the first film, then, with trembling fingers, clicked on the second movie. Barely 2 minutes in, and blood streamed from the Hokage's nose once more. This movie started right off with a rather explosive scene, catching the third Hokage completely unprepared. Let's shift the scene back to Naruto. Naruto listened to the other kids chatter and gave a dismissive smirk. "Do you really think I need to bother handling you personally?" As he spoke, Naruto pointed at Hinata, who was standing behind him, and asked, "Do you know who she is?" The ringleader piped up, "Who is she?" Naruto let out a low chuckle. "She's none other than the princess of the prestigious Hyuga clan of Konoha. And those beautiful eyes of hers? They're the emblem of the Hyuga, the Byakugan." At that very instant, as soon as Naruto mentioned her beautiful eyes, Hinata blushed, shy and flustered. Naruto didn't notice Hinata's bashful expression and pressed on, continuing to intimidate the group. "Not only did you bully her, you called her a Byakugan freak. You've insulted the entire Hyuga clan. Do you really think the Hyuga would let you off for something like this?" Naruto's words sent the kids' hearts racing, pounding in panic. Now, they were truly scared. Even as ordinary villagers, they knew there were two clans in Konoha you must never provoke, the Uchiha and the Hyuga. How could they have known that the girl with the pale eyes was actually the Hyuga princess herself, the very owner of the legendary Byakugan? If they'd known, who would dare bully her? They'd have treated her like royalty. Just as the group of mischievous kids began to panic, Naruto continued speaking. The Hyuga clan will have you killed, and your families will be driven out of Konoha. Out there, your families will have to fend for themselves with nobody to help them. No sooner had Naruto finished his ominous warning than the group of kids burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing their reaction, a mischievous grin played at the corners of Naruto's lips. But kind-hearted Hinata tugged gently at Naruto's sleeve and whispered, our Hyuga clan would never do anything that terrible. Chapter 9. The Murder Incident in the Hokage Office. The frightened children ran home in tears. Once they'd gone, Naruto turned to Hinata and offered his hand for an introduction. Muzumaki Naruto. I'm Hyuga Hinata. Hinata reached out her small hand for a soft handshake, but quickly withdrew. At the same time, her cheeks flushed a rosy red, whether from the cold or from shyness. It was hard to tell. Just as Naruto was about to suggest walking Hinata home, a hurried figure approached. Lady Hinata, how did you end up here? Sister Reiko, I was just... Hyuga Reiko, who was in charge of looking after the young heiress, knew Hinata well. She understood that with Hinata's shy nature, no real explanation would be forthcoming, so she simply chose to forego listening at all. Lady Hinata, Lord Hayashi is already looking for you. Let's go home, shall we? Hinata gave a soft in response, then glanced at Naruto and murmured another thank you before following Reiko away. Reiko spared Naruto just a passing look, but said nothing. Naruto watched Hinata's figure recede into the distance, then couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He laughed because he'd suddenly remembered an old meme from his previous life about Naruto. The savior Naruto Uzumaki, forced into marrying into Konoha's wealthy Hyuga clan, endured the cold stares of every Hyuga clansman. Not until he became the 7th Hokage did things change, when Kakashi, now the 6th, draped the Hokage's ceremonial cloak across Naruto's shoulders. With a crooked grin, Naruto would toss aside his apron, take Hinata by the hand, and leave the Hyuga estate, muttering as he went, "It's just as well not to stay in the Hyuga house." Of course, that was just the punchline of an old joke, but getting the infamous white-eyed stare from the entire Hyuga clan was all too real. When Naruto returned home, the first thing he saw was his empty desk. He chuckled and said to himself, as expected, they took the computer away. It was just a computer, and Naruto paid it no mind. With Hui Tailang armed with a hammer and a wrench, they could make as many of these computers as they liked, churning them out with an efficiency that rivaled any assembly line. Next, Naruto had to think about how to hoodwink the 3rd Hokage. As long as he could bluff his way past the 3rd, anything else that Hui Tailang whipped up would have a justified explanation. With everything settled, Naruto turned off the lights, lay down, and drifted off to sleep. Outside the window, the bluebird was momentarily stunned by Naruto's nonchalant attitude. Initially, the bluebird had braced itself, expecting to be summoned by Naruto for an interrogation. But to its surprise, Naruto simply went to sleep. This confirmed one thing for the bluebird. That laptop really meant nothing special to Naruto. Meanwhile, at the Sarutobi residence, the 3rd Hokage was, as usual, watching educational films with a thoroughly critical mindset. Just as he'd anticipated earlier, he was now somewhat immune to the most scandalous scenes. At least, he didn't get nosebleeds anymore. Though when the blood rushed to his head, he still sometimes felt his nose getting a bit warm. After thoroughly critiquing another film, the 3rd glanced at the clock and realized it was getting late. Tomorrow, he'd have to get up early to visit Naruto, to ask where on earth he got such a wretched thing. If Naruto had any more of them, he'd absolutely have to confiscate them. He couldn't let such vile items corrupt a promising youth destined to inherit the will of fire. What the 3rd Hokage didn't know, perhaps due to all that blood rushing to his head, was that he'd forgotten to turn off the lights in his office when he finished work. His good friend Danzo, a man who lived for the dream of becoming Hokage and worked tirelessly day and night, noticed the office lights still burning. That puzzled Danzo. He certainly didn't remember Hiruzen Sarutobi to be a workaholic like himself. Without so much as a knock, Danzo simply pushed the door open and strode into the office. And as the scene inside the office came into view, a stunned shock rang through Danzo's mind. The entire office was splattered with blood. His first thought was that the 3rd had been assassinated. His second thought, with a rush of excitement, was that the seat of Hokage was finally within reach. Danzo's heart pounded wildly in his chest. After all, being Hokage had been his lifelong ambition. He had always believed that the indecisive Hiruzen Sarutobi was never fit for the mantle of Hokage. Only he, Shimura Danzo, was the true and rightful candidate. Danzo did not spread the word about the possible assassination of the Hokage. Instead, his first move was to quietly send his root operatives to lurk near Kohori Yutane and Hamura Midokado, the two elders who represented Konoha's advisory council, ready to seize control of them at any moment. The reason he acted so quickly was simple. If Danzo wanted to become Hokage, those two would undoubtedly oppose him. They knew that if Danzo ever sat in the Hokage's chair, he would never be as pliant as Hiruzen Sarutobi, never letting them hold onto their power as before. Besides that, Danzo had his men watching the Konoha military police, the village's outlying defenses, as well as the barrier team. Every key department was now within his grasp, held firmly in his vice-like grip. Only after securing all these pieces did Danzo set off toward the Sarutobi clan's compound to personally confirm Hiruzen's fate. As long as Hiruzen was not within the Sarutobi compound, Danzo would have all the justification he needed to make his move. After all, if the third Hokage was missing, and the office was found awash in blood, it wouldn't matter if Hiruzen was still alive. His absence alone would be enough. By the time he returned, Konoha would already be in Danzo's hands. Danzo moved forward with several root operatives in tow, ignoring the protests and resistance from the Sarutobi clan, heading straight for Hiruzen's residence. "Lord Danzo, why have you come here to the Sarutobi compound in the middle of the night?" The speaker was a middle-aged man who bore a certain resemblance to Hiruzen Sarutobi. His name was Sarutobi Naoto, Hiruzen's younger brother. Since Hiruzen served as the third Hokage, the position of clan head had fallen to Naoto. Seeing Naoto blocking his path, Danzo's face remained impassive as he replied, "I'm here to check on Hiruzen's condition." "Hiruzen? What's happened to the third Hokage?" Naoto asked, his tone tinged with confusion. "We'll know what's happened to him once we see for ourselves," Danzo said, his words cold and direct. Without wasting any more time, he moved deeper into the compound. But before Danzo even reached Hiruzen's house, the third Hokage himself, pale-faced and weary, appeared right before him. "Danzo, what exactly are you trying to do?" At that moment, Hiruzen spoke with a hint of weakness, but it hardly mattered. This was Sarutobi ground, after all, and he had no reason to be intimidated by Danzo here. "Hiruzen, you're unharmed." Danzo's question was edged with surprise. "What could possibly have happened to me?" "Then tell me, how do you explain the blood all over your office?" Danzo's voice had turned low and menacing. Inside, Danzo was seething with frustration. He could almost taste the position of Hokage. He was on the very brink. If only Hiruzen had not appeared. At that thought, a flash of murderous intent flickered in Danzo's eyes. But soon he calmed himself. If he were to actually make a move here, even if he succeeded in killing Hiruzen Sarutobi, he would have no way to stay in Konoha any longer. Moreover, although Hiruzen Sarutobi had become somewhat indecisive, Danzo still respected his strength. Chapter 10. The third Hokage visits, asks for a custom computer on the spot. When Hiruzen Sarutobi heard about the blood in the office, he was taken aback. Of course, Hiruzen couldn't exactly confess to getting a nosebleed from watching some questionable videos. "Thank you for your concern. I'm fine." "Hiruzen, you don't look fine to me. That pale face of yours tells a different story." Danzo had also noticed something was off with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen coughed a few times and then spoke. "There was an attempted attack by a spy from another village tonight. I got a little hurt, but it's nothing serious now." "Huh? Someone actually dared to sneak into Konoha and go after you. The Hokage? What is your umbu even doing?" Sensing that Danzo was about to dig deeper, Hiruzen quickly explained, "You can't blame the umbu. Mainly, that ninja possessed a rare blood release ability. When his ambush failed, he used it to escape. That's why there was so much blood left in my office." Blood release. This was Danzo's first time hearing of such a thing. Still, anyone who could injure Hiruzen Sarutobi and get away must possess a formidable Kekkei Genkai. All right then. In that case, I'll have my unit conduct a thorough investigation. With that, Danzo left the Sarutobi compound, determined to hunt down this blood release ninja himself. If he could be recruited, that would be the best possible outcome. Seeing Danzo finally leave, Hiruzen Sarutobi breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he feared Danzo. It was just that losing his composure over some racy videos and a nosebleed was hardly dignified for the esteemed third Hokage. After Danzo left the Sarutobi estate, he gathered all his root members and began scouring the village for this supposed blood release user. Meanwhile, Naruto had no idea that a near coup had broken out in Konoha all because of the type of videos stored on his computer. Naruto himself slept soundly through the night, completely oblivious. The first thing he did after waking up was contact Grey Wolf, asking him to whip up another computer set for him. Grey Wolf didn't question Naruto's request, simply took control of Naruto's body, and began crafting a new computer using his trusty hammer and wrench. But before they could even get started, there was a knock at the door from outside. Naruto took back control of his body and opened the door, only to see the third Hokage standing there, pipe in his mouth. Behind the Hokage stood an Umbu, carefully holding a full set of laptop equipment. "Grandpa Hokage, why do you look so unwell today?" Naruto asked. Though the third Hokage didn't look as deathly pale as he had the previous night, there was still an abnormal hue to his face. It wasn't just his face. Naruto could tell his footsteps lacked their usual strength as he walked into the house. For someone as powerful as the Hokage, how could he possibly look so pale and unsteady? There could only be one explanation. The third Hokage was injured. I'm fine, Grandpa, just didn't sleep well last night," the Hokage replied with a weary smile. He settled himself at the table and motioned for the Umbu to place the laptop down. "Yesterday, Qingyao told me you've been obsessed with this gadget lately, so he brought it to me for a look. I've already had a talk with Qingyao," he continued. "Can you tell Grandpa where you got this thing?" Naruto smirked inwardly at the Hokage's attempt to blame the delivery guy Qingyao for all this. Out loud, he replied cheerfully, "It's nothing, Grandpa Third. If you want a laptop, I can make one for you." "You're saying you made this yourself?" the Hokage asked, clearly taken aback. The device's sleek exterior gave little away, but the sheer number of keys and the crispness of the screen. It was hard for the third Hokage to believe that Naruto could have made something like this. Meanwhile, Naruto, already powering up the laptop on the table, quickly noticed how it had been used. Someone had opened the study materials directory, and over a dozen short films had been watched. Further, there were dried, unclean bloodstains on the keyboard. That was all Naruto needed to see to understand what had happened. So the third wasn't injured at all. He'd just overdone at watching certain films, leaving himself thoroughly drained. "So, Naruto, do you think you could make another one of these laptops?" the Hokage asked, try to sound casual. Naruto nodded. "Of course. I can make one right here, right now." He shot another glance at the bloodstained laptop. He was certainly done with that one. Blood was unpleasant enough, but if it had been any other kind of stain, that would just be too much. Naruto called out to Grey Wolf once again. Grey Wolf took over, but since the third Hokage was present, Naruto refrained from transforming into his wolf form. Grey Wolf glanced around, casually gathered some materials, and began tinkering away. Before long, a fully assembled laptop emerged from his efforts. The third Hokage was utterly stunned by Naruto's incredible display of skill. As Naruto returned to his senses, he grinned and said, "So, what do you think, Grandpa Third? Impressive, right?" Ahem. The third Hokage cleared his throat twice to compose himself, then opened up the learning materials on the laptop and continued. "And what's all this about? These things aren't suitable for a child your age." "Oh, those? Of course, they're not for me to watch. But I made them. Everything in these videos isn't real. It's all crafted on the laptop." While speaking, Naruto suppressed his discomfort and, using the same computer, opened the special effects software. Right in front of the third Hokage, he created a short video in under 3 minutes. Although the rushed editing made the video a little rough around the edges, the third Hokage was convinced. The laptop really could be used to produce such sensational footage. Ahem. Naruto, you're still very young. It's best if you steer clear of things like this in the future. With that, the third Hokage closed the laptop, signaled the Umbu to take it, and after giving Naruto a few more words of advice, he departed from the scene. Naruto watched the Hokage's retreating figure and couldn't help but feel. This mighty leader might not live a long life, after all. The third Hokage returned to his office. He glanced at the laptop placed on his desk. At first, Naruto claimed that he had invented this laptop, but the third Hokage certainly didn't believe him. Yet when Naruto conjured a laptop out of thin air right before his eyes, the third Hokage had no choice but to believe it. After all, seeing is believing. As for Naruto's ability to create objects, the third Hokage decided not to dwell too much on it. He simply took it as one of Naruto's unique talents. The real reason was, when Naruto went about making things, there wasn't the slightest ripple of chakra. Otherwise, the third might have considered that Naruto had mastered some new jutsu called the laptop style. For the ninja world of today, as long as there's no chakra involved, it's considered safe. Chakra is the source of all instability. As for science, that simply doesn't exist here. Take the cannon invented by the hidden Cloud Village, that colossal weapon that could shatter the moon. Well, even it had to be powered by chakra. The third Hokage reached out, intending to open the laptop, but halfway there, he gave up. Thinking about his own physical condition, the third Hokage called out over his shoulder, "Akainu, go buy me 2 boxes of medicine. one for replenishing blood, the other for vitality. And remember, keep it a secret. Hearing the order, a ninja clad in ANBU garb and wearing a pale ANBU mask knelt on one knee before the third, acknowledged the command, and promptly disappeared again. Let's shift the scene back to Naruto. After the third left, Naruto resumed, transferring games onto the new laptop. Halfway through the transfer, the voice of Grey Wolf rang out in his mind. Naruto, come to the sealed space now. Hearing Grey Wolf's call, Naruto glanced at the progress bar, barely halfway done, then focused and entered the sealed space without hesitation. Inside the sealed space, unlike before, Grey Wolf wasn't gnawing on a leg of mutton. Instead, excitement radiated from him as he stared at a strange device. As soon as Naruto appeared, Grey Wolf exclaimed with uncontained joy, "This is my dimensional travel device. With this, I can finally return to green grasslands." Hearing this, a sense of indescribable loss welled up within Naruto. It was mostly because Grey Wolf had made life so much easier. Naruto had gotten a little too used to having him around. Despite the disappointment, Naruto knew better than to discourage someone devoted to home, wife, and child from returning. Congratulations, Grey Wolf. News of Grey Wolf's departure even caught the attention of the usually aloof Ninetales, who glanced curiously in their direction. Naruto, thank you for looking out for me lately. As he spoke, Grey Wolf strapped two little lambs to his back and headed straight into the dimensional portal. Upon entering, Grey Wolf wasted no time in starting up the machine. A low, persistent hum filled the air. Naruto watched as Grey Wolf, standing inside the dimensional transporter, slowly transformed into shimmering particles of light, and then, at last, vanished into the depths of the machine. Naruto couldn't help but sigh as he watched Grey Wolf disappear. He turned to Kurama and said, "Now it's just you and me again." Kurama, instead of replying, merely pointed one of his claws behind Naruto. Puzzled, Naruto glanced over his shoulder, only to see Grey Wolf standing there, cradling two little lambs in his arms, staring back at him in wide-eyed astonishment. Grey Wolf. Grey Wolf was just as bewildered. He had assumed he would be returned to his wolf fortress, but the moment he regained his senses, he found himself still trapped within the sealed space. "I failed," Grey Wolf muttered dejectedly. "No, that's not it. It's not my invention that's broken. It's this space. It's this place. This space is stopping my dimensional transporter from working." Hearing Grey Wolf mutter to himself, Naruto also glanced around. This sealed chamber was, indeed, quite different from the one in the original Naruto story, he remembered. Grey Wolf fixed his gaze on Naruto and asked, "What is this place, anyway? Why can't I travel dimensions here?" At this point, Grey Wolf's nerves were starting to fray. To Grey Wolf, Naruto was a mysterious figure, someone who seemed to know all about him, while he didn't know anything about Naruto at all. At first, Grey Wolf hadn't cared much. After all, with his invention, he could just build another dimensional transporter and get back to green pastures anytime he wished. But after witnessing his machine fail so thoroughly, Grey Wolf sensed the truth. On his own, he'd never be able to leave this place. So, he could only pin his hopes on Naruto. Faced with Grey Wolf's question, Naruto was, for a moment, unsure how to explain. "Well, since you're asking," Naruto began. He glanced over at Kurama, then continued, "I'll share with you everything I know." A dozen or so minutes later, in front of Kurama's cage, a massive screen appeared from thin air, flickering to life and playing the opening scenes of Naruto's own story. As the image of Naruto, paint bucket in hand, appeared on screen, both Kurama and Grey Wolf turned to silently regard the real Naruto, standing nearby. Naruto just shrugged, encouraging them to keep watching. Several hours slipped by. By this point, Grey Wolf was absolutely enthralled, while Kurama had fallen deep into thought. Kurama spared Naruto a glance, then turned back to the screen, where the Chunin exams arc was now unfolding. Could it be? Does this kid Naruto have the ability to foresee the future? Or perhaps, is he really someone who's traveled back from the future? The Ninetales knew nothing about time travel and such things. However, lately, Grey Wolf had been tinkering with his dimension-hopping machine, and it was from Grey Wolf's ramblings that the Ninetales had learned a good deal about traversing timelines. "Hey kid, what exactly is going on here?" For once, the proud Ninetales set his pride aside. He had to find out what was really happening. Hearing the Ninetales question, Grey Wolf also turned his curious gaze on Naruto. Naruto simply shrugged. "To be honest, I'm afraid the truth might be a bit too much for you to handle. After being sealed away by you humans for so long, what could possibly shock me anymore?" The Ninetales scoffed, full of disdain. Naruto couldn't help but grumble inwardly. "Seriously? You've been locked up for ages, and you're still so proud of it." Then he said aloud, "Once you finish watching this Naruto series, you should be able to figure out my secret, don't you think?" The Ninetales sank into deep thought as Naruto finished speaking. After a moment, he fixed a fierce stare on Naruto. "So you really are a time traveler, aren't you?" "Naruto, what the—" At that instant, a stampede of wild horses thundered through Naruto's mind. To hear the Ninetales use the term time traveler left Naruto utterly dumbfounded. Wait, does that mean the Ninetales is a time traveler too? Catching sight of Naruto's dazed expression, the Ninetales flashed a toothy grin. "I knew it. You're a traveler from the future. That's how you know everything, am I right?" "Naruto." Inside the sealed space, Naruto and the Ninetales locked eyes through the bars, each sizing up the other. The Ninetales was convinced his deduction was spot on, while Naruto sighed in secret relief. With the Ninetales' imagination running wild, tricking him would be that much easier. Naruto could have simply claimed to have come from another world, saying that in his universe, this entire place, their world, was actually an anime series, which was how he knew so much. But he couldn't bear to tell such a world-shattering truth, not even to a fox. "You guessed right. I really am from the future. So, once you've watched this entire Naruto series, you'll understand all about how the future unfolds." The Ninetales gave a small nod. Now that he understood Naruto's secret, he stopped pressing the matter and returned to watching Naruto. He wanted to see for himself what would happen in the times to come. He was also eager to find out whether the person the Sage of Six Paths had mentioned, the one who was destined to appear, would really come from the future. Now that the Ninetales' doubts were settled, Naruto turned to Grey Wolf. "Grey Wolf, watching Naruto will give you a thorough understanding of this world. Only by understanding this world can you invent a dimensional traveler powerful enough to break through this sealed space. Isn't that right?" Grey Wolf nodded, feeling that Naruto made a lot of sense. With the wolf and the fox now appeased, Naruto was ready to leave the sealed space. Seeing that Naruto was about to depart, Grey Wolf immediately stopped him. "Wait a moment." As he spoke, Grey Wolf moved behind the dimensional shuttle and removed a device from the machine, something that looked quite a bit like a router. He held it up to Naruto and said, "This is the signal receiver that can connect to other dimensions." Hearing this, Naruto's face lit up with excitement. "No way. Does this mean League of Legends, Rainbow Six, CSGO, Overwatch, DNF, all those games that need an internet connection, I can finally play them again?" Although Naruto felt a little annoyed that Grey Wolf had only just brought out the router, the thrill of being able to play online games quickly overshadowed any irritation he felt. Now, more than ever, he was glad that Grey Wolf hadn't used the dimensional shuttle to leave. Grey Wolf, though he didn't really understand what games Naruto was talking about, still nodded. "Just install this router here, and you'll be able to get online over there." It worked just like how they transferred games before. The signal could be transmitted the same way. Once the router was set up, Naruto couldn't wait to leave the sealed space. Back in the real world, Naruto glanced at the lower right corner of his computer screen and, sure enough, saw the icon showing he was connected to the internet. "Ha! I'm finally free from that dull, offline, shut-in life." A bluebird, napping in a nearby tree outside the window, was startled awake by Naruto's laughter. The bird suddenly opened its eyes wide. "That kid again? What's he up to this time?" Looking up at the sky, the bluebird realized it was about time for lunch. "Today I'll bring that kid 2 servings of grilled fish." With that, the bluebird vanished from its perch. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. During this past month, everyone in the Hokage's office had noticed that Lord Hokage's body was growing thinner by the day, for reasons unknown. Rumors were also spreading among the ninja ranks about a blood-release ninja who had infiltrated Konoha. Within 1 month, this blood-release ninja had ambushed the 3rd Hokage 4 times, escaping unscathed every time. Whenever the Umbu protective detail rushed to the scene, all they would find was blood on the ground and a visibly weakened Hokage. Because of this mysterious and elusive blood-release ninja, even Danzo hadn't had a good night's sleep for the entire month. Danzo could see the toll the attacks were taking on Hiruzen Sarutobi, but now was not the time to vie for the seat of Hokage. He had to find the blood-release ninja first, because if he became Hokage now, the next target would undoubtedly be himself. But so far, there hadn't been any trace of the blood-release ninja at all. Danzo had also dispatched his root operatives to secretly watch over Hiruzen Sarutobi, but as long as there was someone by his side, the blood-release ninja would never appear. Every time the blood-release ninja showed up was when Hiruzen Sarutobi was alone, making it all the more difficult to catch him. Meanwhile, a month's time was enough for Kurama and Grey Wolf to finish watching the entire Naruto series together. After the last episode, Kurama finally understood. Naruto was the child of prophecy foretold by the Sage of Six Paths. That's why Kurama made up his mind. He would help Naruto. Of course, proud and stubborn as always, Kurama would never admit as much. At least, not unless the situation was truly desperate, like an encounter with a formidable enemy. As for Grey Wolf, after finishing Naruto, his thoughts were far less complicated. He only had one word in mind: wait. Wait for Naruto to grow stronger, strong enough to release him from the confines of this sealed space. As long as he could regain his true body and escape this sealed dimension, he could return to the vast green fields he called home. And as for the matter of time, that wasn't a problem at all. After all, time machines exist for a reason. Of all of them, Naruto himself was having the best time this month, because he finally had internet access. The world he found himself connected to must be a parallel version of the one from his previous life. This world's internet had all the games he used to play, but when Naruto tried logging into his old accounts, they didn't exist here. What's more, Naruto was unable to reach any of his old classmates or friends through the web. Through Grey Wolf's explanation, Naruto realized that this was probably a parallel world's internet. But none of that really mattered. In his previous life, he didn't have many friends anyway. As long as he could play online games, he was content. For the entire month, Naruto was either obsessed with League of Legends or frantically leveling up in Dungeon Fighter Online. Seeing Naruto so completely absorbed in the games, even Grey Wolf and Kurama were drawn in to join him. As for how Kurama could play, naturally, he used a shadow clone. Kurama would channel a portion of his chakra through a crack in the seal, and then reform it into a miniature version of himself. Not only could this little Kurama play games, he could also run free across wide-open plains. Kurama, Grey Wolf, can't you two pick a different champion for once? One of you always plays the nine-tailed fox, the other is always the werewolf. Naruto was at a loss for words with these two. No matter what their team composition was, no matter who the enemy was, Kurama was dead set on the fox, and Grey Wolf insisted on playing the wolf. One believed the fox was the strongest, the other swore by the wolf. Just like that, Naruto, who had solo queued his way to gold rank, dropped straight to silver 5 after playing with them, and if they lost one more match, he'd be demoted to bronze. Just as Naruto was about to urge them to try a different champion, a sudden fit of coughing interrupted him. Naruto turned his head, following the sound of coughing, and saw that a shadowy figure had appeared inside the pitch-black cage, a cage that had remained deathly still for over a month. Inside the sealed space, the Ninetales, who was busily picking at his own skin, and Grey Wolf, who was intently watching a werewolf lesson, both glanced over at the cage. "Who is that? Grey Wolf, do you know him? Could it be your wife?" the Ninetales asked with a mischievous grin. "Get lost. Anyone can see that's a human male, stupid fox." Grey Wolf shot back. "Who are you calling stupid fox? Whoever replies to me, that's who." Ignoring the bickering between Kurama and Grey Wolf, Naruto approached the cage and studied the prisoner carefully. The man inside the cage returned Naruto's gaze, his face showing a mixture of confusion and wariness as he looked at both the boy and the quarreling fox and what might have been a wolf behind him. The man was powerfully built, with a head of short, steel-like, purple hair. But what stood out most was his right arm, which was completely mechanical. There was nothing delicate or artistic about the mechanical arm. Instead, it radiated sheer force and violence. Naruto recognized this man. It was none other than Zephyr, the former admiral from One Piece. Within the entire One Piece saga, Zephyr was undoubtedly one of its most tragic figures. When he was young, Zephyr was known as the admiral who never killed. Every pirate captured by his hand would be spared, merely sent to prison rather than executed. But in middle age, tragedy struck, pirates murdered his wife and child. Racked with hatred, he submitted his resignation, only to be persuaded by his superiors to stay. Still nurturing a glimmer of hope in humanity, he chose to retain his rank and remained at Navy headquarters to train new recruits. As an instructor, Zephyr helped raise generations of naval officers. Nearly every vice admiral of repute was once Zephyr's disciple. Not just the vice admirals, even the 3 admirals of the Navy themselves were shaped under his tutelage. Yet even for such a man, fate did not grant mercy. On one training voyage with his students, their ship was attacked by pirates. Of all the cadets on board, only 2 survived. Zephyr himself lost an arm. And when he finally learned that the world government had appointed the pirate who killed his students as a warlord of the sea, Zephyr's hope in the Navy and the government was forever extinguished. In utter despair, Zephyr's personality was transformed. He formed the Neo Navy and, from that point on, killed any pirate he encountered without hesitation. His journey would ultimately bring him face to face with the protagonist, Luffy. First came a fierce battle against Luffy, and then against his former student Kizaru. In the end, Zephyr met his demise at the age of 74. After reviewing Zephyr's life in his mind, Naruto introduced himself. Hello, Mr. Zephyr. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. The wolf and the fox over there are Grey Wolf and Kurama. Do you know who I am? Zephyr's deep voice echoed from within the cage. I wouldn't say I know you, but I've certainly heard of you. Zephyr gazed at Naruto and asked, Is this the world of the dead? Hearing Zephyr's question, Naruto immediately understood. This must be the Zephyr who'd battled Kizaru. In other words, as far as Zephyr was concerned, he'd already died. Realizing this, Naruto felt that Zephyr would be much easier to deal with than Grey Wolf. After all, Zephyr was already gone in the world of pirates. Here, in a sense, he'd been given a second life. One could even call it crossing over to another world. Without delay, Naruto explained Zephyr's current situation. So, I died in my own world, and then crossed over to this place. In Naruto's explanation, Grey Wolf could not help but protest. Hey, I've never died before. I know you haven't. I was talking about Mr. Zephyr. Ah, so, I've already died once, have I? Zephyr murmured under his breath. Right, Mr. Zephyr, I'll let you out now. With that, Naruto tiptoed up to tear the paper seal from the cage. Was Zephyr dangerous? In Naruto's view, Zephyr seemed even less threatening than Grey Wolf. First, Naruto wasn't some ruthless pirate. Second, he was just a kid. As the cage swung open, things unfolded just as Naruto expected. Zephyr made no sudden moves. Instead, he immediately began to survey the entire sealing space. Strangely enough, ever since Zephyr appeared, the sealed space seemed to have expanded significantly. Just when Naruto's curiosity was piqued, Zephyr spoke up. Your name's Naruto, right? Is there any wine here? Naruto hadn't expected that. Fresh out of the cage, Zephyr's first thought would be for a drink. Well, what else could you expect from someone from the pirate world? Wishing for wine was no trouble at all. In this sealed space, things were just a thought away for Naruto. In an instant, bottles of white liquor, red wine, sake, beer, and fruit wine materialized before Zephyr. Although surprise flickered across Zephyr's face at the sudden appearance of all those fine drinks, he seemed to take it in stride, grabbing the nearest bottle that caught his eye and taking a hearty swig. As he drank, he muttered to himself, I really am getting old. In the end, I even went back on my own word. I'd sworn to take out every pirate, so why? Why did I let that straw hat kid go? Listening to Zephyr's mutterings, Naruto thought, well, that's because the straw hat kid, Luffy, is the protagonist, after all. Of course, that thought was best kept to himself. At that moment, the miniature Ninetales and Grey Wolf approached Naruto's side. Ninetales poked Naruto and asked, Who is this guy? I can sense a dangerous aura coming from him. The mere fact that even the Ninetales could sense a dangerous aura from Zephyr spoke volumes about his power. Zephyr was nothing like Grey Wolf. Unlike Grey Wolf, who possessed none of those extraordinary abilities like chakra or haki, he was simply a wolf who walked upright and invented all sorts of marvelous gadgets with his hammer, a rather unimpressive figure in the eyes of the Ninetales. But Zephyr? His haki was among the very best in the pirate world, standing at the apex of that world's fierce hierarchy. Naturally, someone like him would make the Ninetales wary. Seeing that both Grey Wolf and the Ninetales wanted to learn more about Zephyr, Naruto nodded, glanced at Zephyr, who was still drinking off in a corner, and then led Grey Wolf and the Ninetales to the computer on the other side. Naruto played for them the movie One Piece film, Z. In just over an hour, the three of them had finished watching it from start to end. For Grey Wolf and Kurama, this was their first time seeing the film. Naruto, however, had watched it far too many times, both in his past life and his present one. So, is this also a glimpse of Zephyr's future? Kurama asked, frowning thoughtfully. Little Kurama's frowning face looked irresistibly cute, and Naruto couldn't help but reach over and pinch his cheek. Kurama shot an angry glare at Naruto, bared his teeth, and backed away a couple of steps. Sorry, couldn't help myself. Naruto chuckled awkwardly, rubbing the back of his head. It was an involuntary reaction. After a laugh, Naruto's expression returned to seriousness. Actually, it's not just the past and future of a shinobi world that I know. I have knowledge of many parallel universes as well. For instance, Mr. Zephyr over there comes from a world dominated by the sea, and he was once one of the strongest there. Tisk, Kurama clicked his tongue and scoffed. One of the strongest, and he still ended up defeated. Look at me, Kurama, the strongest of all tailed beasts. Have I ever been truly beaten? Naruto, you've got quite the attitude for someone who's been sealed away. Naruto retorted. Over the past month or so, Naruto realized Kurama's personality had changed quite a bit. Still as proud as ever, but now he developed a knack for witty retorts, and was even getting rather good at trading barbs. It seems that regardless of who you are, competitive games change you in the end. Nowadays, If Kurama ever met the one-tailed Shikaku and felt annoyed, he wouldn't need to bring up the number of tails anymore. He'd just unleash a barrage of biting words, leaving Shikaku utterly speechless and defeated. What a truly tragic life Zephyr's had. Grey Wolf couldn't help but sigh. At this, something suddenly occurred to him. Turning to Naruto, he asked, "Naruto, you recognized me right from the start. Does that mean you know my story too? Tell me, in the end, did I ever succeed in eating a sheep?" That question was a cruel one. Not for Naruto, but for Grey Wolf himself. Sigh. Naruto let out a heavy breath. Grey Wolf, you never got to eat a single sheep, did you? It's cruel, but that's the reality. And it truly was. The cartoon Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf was created for children, and there was simply no way the Grey Wolf would ever succeed in catching a sheep. Hearing Naruto's words, Grey Wolf looked crestfallen. Instead, the Nine Tails burst out in laughter. Ha ha! Live your whole life without ever tasting mutton? Back before I ran into that crazy Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju, I used to roam free, trampling countless sheep underfoot every single day. Upon hearing this, Grey Wolf's disappointment instantly turned to fury as he glared at Kurama. Before long, the wolf and the fox were at each other's throats once again. Thanks to Naruto's presence, neither Grey Wolf nor Kurama dared to escalate the quarrel physically. So, their battleground became League of Legends, the perfect stage for this ongoing duel. The solo matches resumed. Fox versus Wolf. Naruto was honestly getting a little bored of seeing the same showdown. Just then, as Naruto was wandering between matches, Zephyr strolled over, gripping a bottle of liquor. "I overheard your conversation just now. Tragedy, huh? I suppose my life really has been pretty tragic." With those words, Zephyr took a deep swig of his drink, then looked directly at Naruto. "So tell me, kid, why did you drag me here?" Naruto was taken aback. "Why did I bring you here? How should I know? I'm not the one who brought you here in the first place." Yet, seeing how dejected Zephyr looked, Naruto kept those thoughts to himself. Instead, he bowed deeply before Zephyr. "Master Zephyr, I hope you'll teach me. Help me train." Naruto's request caught Zephyr off guard. He'd heard such pleas countless times back at Navy headquarters. "Train you? Am I really still fit to be anyone's teacher?" His mind wandered back over his life. How he'd started off as the admiral who never killed, convinced he would be everyone's hero, and pushing himself forward with that goal in his heart. It was precisely that heroic resolve that kept him from exacting lethal justice on pirates. He understood that, under the ever more corrupt regime of the world government, many people simply couldn't survive unless they became pirates. But that hero's dream shattered the moment his wife and child died before his very eyes. He called it the end of a dream because, in that moment, a desire for vengeance against pirates was born in his heart. After that, he no longer deserved to be called the admiral who never killed. And yet, persuaded by his comrades, he decided to train a new generation of true Navy heroes. Naturally, he never tried to impose his own standards on his students. So among his disciples, there arose those like Akainu, who believed in absolute justice, those like Akiji, whose justice was laid back and languid, and those like Kizaru, whose sense of justice was elusive and ambiguous. As a teacher, he was successful, but also a failure, because he had not managed to protect his own students, allowing a ship full of them to meet untimely deaths. In the end, utterly losing faith in the world government, Zephyr's last line of tolerance and his mercy toward pirates vanished completely. It wasn't until he met Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy, that he saw there could be good people even among pirates, or perhaps, hope itself. These repeated changes, these recurring inner conflicts, made this reborn Zephyr doubt himself deeply. Was he truly a good teacher? Zephyr looked at Naruto, whose face was sincere, and waved his hand dismissively. "You should find someone else." Seeing that Zephyr had refused, Naruto understood. This Zephyr, who had stared death in the face, was no longer the man he used to be. "All right," Naruto replied, disappointment clear in his voice. He picked up the projector and started playing the complete series of Naruto once again. "This contains information about your current world, as well as what might lie ahead. Please take a look." Zephyr gave a quick nod, picked up his drink, and fell silent. Just as Naruto was about to leave the sealed space, a thought struck him. With a casual wave, several canisters of inhalers and bottles of medicine appeared in front of Zephyr. "Mr. Zephyr, these are inhalers to ease your asthma, and some specially formulated medicine for treatment." With those words, Naruto's figure faded from the sealed realm. Zephyr glanced down at the medicine, then let his gaze linger at the spot where Naruto had disappeared. At last, he gave a wry smile, took a long drink of fiery liquor, and finally fixed his eyes on the glowing screen where Naruto was playing. Elsewhere, back in his own world, Naruto took out a small, constantly vibrating device from his pocket. The vibrating alert had an image of Big Wolf's head on it. Old man third again, he muttered to himself. This gadget was one of Big Wolf's own inventions. It connected to hidden cameras around Naruto's house. Whenever the third Hokage, or any unfamiliar person, approached his home, the device in his pocket would vibrate to warn him. Not long after Naruto shut off the wolf head transmitter, he heard a knock at the door. He opened it to find the third Hokage, pipe in mouth and noticeably more gaunt than before, standing at the threshold. Naruto, Grandpa's come to visit you. Looking at him now, Naruto couldn't help but wonder if the old man would even live to witness the destruction of Konoha. The village elders had all noticed that the third Hokage had grown even thinner lately. They believed it was because of the infamous, mysterious bloodline ninja, who frequently ambushed the third Hokage, according to legend. But, in truth, only Naruto and the Bluebird looking after him truly understood what was going on. And, to be honest, the Bluebird had already bought kidney tonic and blood nutrition pills for the third several times now. Grandpa Hokage, what game do you want to learn about today? Hearing Naruto's question, the third Hokage felt a wave of embarrassment. The truth was, he'd become hopelessly addicted to those little adult movies, so much so that even his crystal ball had started collecting dust. Every now and then, he'd use it just to check up on Naruto, but when he saw Naruto staying home all day, he didn't even bother with that anymore. Now, he simply had the Bluebird give him a daily update during meal times and shift changes. Because he'd been using the computer so often, the third Hokage found himself interested in video games, too. He started trying them out, one by one. Soon enough, besides his fixation on adult videos, he'd become obsessed with a particular game, Plants vs. Zombies. Ahem. The third cleared his throat and said, "Little Naruto, I've already finished Plants vs. Zombies. Have you got any other fun games you think are suitable for me?" Naruto was at a bit of a loss hearing this. But when it came to games fit for the third Hokage, one did spring to mind. A dating sim. The only issue was, Naruto's old computer didn't actually have any dating games installed. Grandpa Hokage, well, there's a game I think you'd really enjoy. Next time I have a chance, I'll come by your office and install it for you. Hearing this, the third Hokage nodded with a smile. His life, in truth, was rather monotonous. In the past, his days were filled with paperwork, signing contracts, delegating tasks, or receiving news from other nations. His only moment of entertainment might have been peeking at the women's bathhouse through his crystal ball, or reading the books his student Jiraiya wrote, all the while pretending to be a stern critic. Now, though, his life was different. On those cold and lonesome nights, the adult movies kept him company. When he sat in his office during the day, Plants vs. Zombies was his companion. As for work, a single shadow clone was more than enough. The truth was he'd finished Plants vs. Zombies 2 days ago. Since then, he'd been playing endless mode or tending his greenhouse of virtual plants. More than half a month had passed, and the novelty had begun to wear off. That's why he'd come to Naruto for recommendations on a new game. Ring, ring, ring. The alarm clock chimed. Just then, Naruto saw the third Hokage pull a small bottle of pills and a tiny alarm clock out of his pocket. "Little Naruto, could you get Grandpa a glass of water? It's time for my medicine." He sighed. Old age is catching up with me. My body just isn't what it used to be. In the future, Konoha will have to rely on young people like you, Naruto. Where the leaves dance, the fire continues to burn. The fire will illuminate the village and help new leaves to sprout. Hearing this classic Will of Fire speech, if Naruto hadn't noticed that the medicine bottle on the table said kidney support in big letters, he might have been moved to exclaim, "I'll become Hokage one day." Naruto poured the third Hokage a glass of water and waited as the old man finished his pills. "Naruto, how's your practice going with the 3 basic techniques I gave you?" The third Hokage had come not only to visit, but also to check on Naruto's progress in his training. From a Bluebird, he'd heard that Naruto was hardworking, but no one quite knew how strong his talents actually were. After all, Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and having a Nine-Tails sealed inside him might affect the stability of his chakra. The third Hokage wanted to see for himself just how much of an impact the Nine-Tails was having on him. "You mean the 3 techniques? I've mastered them all." As soon as the words left his mouth, Naruto began to show off the 3 basic techniques. These techniques, transformation, clone, and substitution, are the foundation of all ninjutsu in the ninja world. In the original story, Naruto was notoriously terrible at these 3. Of course, the cause was the Nine-Tails sealed inside him. But now, even the Nine-Tails could only let out a helpless laugh. Nowadays, the Nine-Tails spend his days arguing with Grey Wolf, having solo duels, grinding in DNF for event loot, and teaming up with Grey Wolf to try to climb out of bronze rank, a lifelong Fox dilemma. Or, he might be feasting on roast lamb alongside Grey Wolf, washing it down with soda, savoring life's simple pleasures. Disrupting Naruto's chakra flow? Not anymore. With a soft pop, another Naruto appeared right beside him, an exact replica. In the blink of an eye, the clone turned into the third Hokage, and finally, the original Naruto dissolved into a puff of smoke and disappeared. In that smooth sequence of moves, Naruto had perfectly shown the clone technique, the transformation technique, and the substitution technique. Back at the Ninja Academy, this would definitely be enough to graduate. Watching this scene, the third Hokage thought to himself, he really is Minato, and Kushin his child. It seems the Nine Tails hardly affects him at all. Minato's seal is holding strong. With a gentle chuckle, the third Hokage praised him. Well done, Naruto. You've really gotten the hang of these basic techniques so quickly. Then the third Hokage handed Naruto a scroll. This is the Shadow Clone technique. If you have any questions, feel free to visit me at the Hokage's office. Handing the scroll to Naruto, the third Hokage was ready to take his leave. Originally, the third intended to entrust Naruto with a multi-shadow clone jutsu, a technique much more suited to him. But considering Naruto's current chakra reserves and his young age, the third abandoned the idea for now. He resolved instead to keep the technique as a graduation present for Naruto. After the Hokage departed, Naruto set about looking for a romance game suitable for LSP. Perhaps should I get the third some VR gear and a life-size doll? He mused. The thought made Naruto shake his head violently. No way. That's way overboard. If the third doesn't exercise restraint, he might not survive long enough for the Konoha collapse plan. If he were to die too soon, Danzo would seize power, and then there's no way my days would be as comfortable as they are now. In the end, Naruto opted for romance games where entertainment outweighed anything risque. He'd leave the idea of VR aside for now. With someone as crafty as Grey Wolf involved, who knows, he might actually manage to whip up a virtual experience so immersive that the third would never want to come back out. Before long, Naruto found a romance game perfect for the third Hokage. The game was called Ninja Conquest. The player's goal was to court various beautiful kunoichi. Naruto downloaded it for himself first, intending to see what the game was like. Overall, the game was quite decent, with the lady ninja each possessing their own unique charm. There appeared to be a real sense of accomplishment in winning their affection. Best of all, the game never crossed any red lines. It seemed unlikely that the third Hokage would lose himself in it. Having picked the game, Naruto got ready to head out. Today, he decided to skip ordering takeout. He still had a 5-bowl ramen voucher from a month ago. Today was the perfect time to use it. Takeout's off for today. Naruto hollered out the window. Then he got dressed and set off. He devoured a hearty meal at Ichiraka Ramen, then made his way towards the Hokage's office. As he walked, Naruto found himself puzzled. The villagers seemed to be pointing and whispering about him far less than usual. Their gossip had moved on to other topics. Did you hear? That guy codenamed Iin. Oh, I heard. He actually infiltrated Konoha. You don't think he's targeting us regular folks, do you? I doubt it. Didn't Lord Hokage say Iin is only out for the leaders of other villages? Ordinary people are safe. Already, quite a few Kage, big and small, have fallen to him. Good thing our third Hokage is the strongest in history. That Yin's tried 7 times and never succeeded. Listening to the villagers talk, Naruto couldn't help but feel a little perplexed. Invisible? Who could that be? Was there such a formidable figure in the original story? Someone who assassinated a lot of shadows. Could be Kakuzu. Naruto let out a small, amused laugh. In any case, this had nothing to do with him, so he didn't pay it much mind. He walked up to the base of the Hokage office building. Out front, there was a massive public notice board. Curiosity getting the better of him, Naruto stepped up to take a look and immediately spotted a wanted poster. The figure on the poster was blurred, but from the sharp, cunning look in their eyes, you could tell this was someone sly and ruthless. And the bounty, an eye-watering 350 million. 350 million. That's like 10 times what a sum is worth. Whoa, who the heck is this? That's insane. Muttering to himself, Naruto began to read up on this ninja's details. Blood Release Ninja, codename Invisible, has attacked the third Hokage on 7 separate occasions, each time slipping away without leaving a trace. According to the ANBU's investigation, this ninja is still hiding out in the village. Anyone with any leads, report immediately for a generous reward. A blood release ninja? Was there ever a jutsu like that in the original story? 7 assassination attempts on the third Hokage. Wait, blood. Oh, wow. Suddenly, a realization struck Naruto. Chances were, this so-called blood release ninja was none other than the third Hokage himself. Coughing up blood 7 times in a single month. No wonder the third looked so thin nowadays. Just as Naruto was mulling over how worthy of the Hokage title the old man truly was, a Chunin standing by the door to the Hokage's office approached him from behind and asked, "Hey kid, you got business here?" Naruto turned around and replied, "I'm here to see the third Hokage." Since Naruto usually kept to himself at home, he didn't have the same free access to the Hokage's office as he did in the original story. "You're here for Lord Third? All right, come with me." The Chunin gave Naruto a long, thoughtful look before leading him into the Hokage office building. "Lord Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto is here to see you." The third Hokage, in the middle of a round of Plants vs. Zombies, perked up when he heard Naruto's arrival. "Let him in," he answered at once. Naruto entered the office on his own. Inside, a shadow clone of the third was busy with paperwork, while the old man himself was seated in front of a laptop. He paused his game, turned to Naruto, and asked, "Naruto, have you finally come up with a game that suits this old man?" "Yeah." Naruto nodded eagerly, then stepped forward to the computer. He closed Plants vs. Zombies and started downloading Ninja Strategy Guide for him. The third stood behind Naruto, and at just the sight of the game's vivid cover art, he felt a rush of anticipation. He simply couldn't wait to play. "Grandpa Third, since you don't play any of these other games, I'm just going to delete them for you. There's so many games after all, they might slow down your computer." With that, not bothering to wait for the third's response, Naruto deleted all the other single-player games from the computer. A dozen minutes later, Ninja Strategy finished downloading. Seeing this, the third wasted no time. He pulled Naruto away from the computer, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he eagerly launched Ninja Strategy. "If there's nothing else, I'll head out now, Grandpa Third." At Naruto's words, the third simply waved his hand behind him, not even turning to look. A sign Naruto was free to go. Watching the third's current state, Naruto couldn't help but feel a little speechless. Come to think of it, there's so many people in the ninja world who can use electricity. If he keeps getting obsessed like this, should I take the third to get a round or two of lightning-style therapy? Kakashi's Chidori would probably do the trick. After leaving the Hokage's office, Naruto made his way home. Having just turned the third Hokage into a gaming fan, Naruto started wondering. Maybe he should try developing the entertainment industry a bit in Konoha, if not the entire ninja world. Perhaps he could single-handedly boost the gaming business. Lost in these musings, Naruto didn't notice the figures standing right ahead and walked straight into them. With a yelp, Naruto fell backwards and landed flat on the ground. He looked up and found himself staring at a table tennis paddle, or more accurately, the emblem of the Uchiha clan, which did look a lot like a paddle. The Uchiha he bumped and turned to look back at him. As the figure's face came into view, Naruto immediately recognized him. So, it was Uchiha Itachi. "Are you alright, little one?" Itachi asked, his voice gentle, breaking into a warm smile as he reached out and pulled Naruto up from the ground. Just then, Sasuke stepped out of the dango shop, holding 3 colored dango skewers, and happened to catch the scene. He and Naruto were about the same age, but, unlike in the original story, Sasuke didn't carry that air of bitterness, as if the world owed him $100. Whenever he faced Itachi, he was always smiling. But seeing his brother help a stranger up off the street, Sasuke immediately felt a pang of irritation. Honestly, if Itachi was helping anyone else, Sasuke wouldn't have minded much, but for some reason, seeing Naruto specifically made something deep inside him feel inexplicably annoyed. Naruto tilted his head and noticed Sasuke's displeased gaze as he clutched his dango. Well, isn't that second pillar himself? He's a good-looking kid, but he'd look even better in girls' clothes. As Itachi finished helping Naruto up, Sasuke walked over and offered his skewered dango to his brother. But before Itachi could take them, Naruto snatched a skewer for himself. "You knocked me down, so it's only fair you pay up with a skewer of dango, right?" As they spoke, Naruto stuffed the dango into his mouth. Sasuke, seeing this, immediately grew furious. If it weren't for Uchiha Itachi holding him back, Sasuke would have gone up and had it out with Naruto right then and there. Well, since it's come to this, why don't you take this skewer too? Itachi, with his calm temperament, wasn't bothered at all by Naruto's rather impolite behavior. Naruto watched Itachi in surprise, thinking to himself, a man so gentle, and yet he's meant to do such cruel things. This world is truly twisted. Ever perceptive, Uchiha Itachi suddenly caught a flicker of pity in Naruto's eyes, which left him somewhat puzzled, though he chose not to comment. Just as Naruto was about to introduce himself, the wolf-head pager in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Someone's broken into my place. Muttering to himself, Naruto dashed off toward home, leaving both Itachi and Sasuke behind, no longer in the mood for introductions. Once back home, the very first thing Naruto saw was the empty desk. Yet another laptop had vanished without a trace. "Oh, come on, whoever you are, Just let me know if you want a computer. Why do you always have to sneak in and steal it without saying a word? He already had a guess as to who the culprit might be, but still decided to check the cameras. Naruto pulled out his tablet from the drawer and began searching through the security footage. Before long, he saw the shadowy figure of someone sneaking into the room, grabbing the whole computer set, and leaving. Knew it, it's Umbu. No, more accurately, it's Root. Even Danzo is interested in my computers now. The thought made Naruto wonder if there'd been anything inappropriate on the drive. Maybe some study files from before, or the Naruto or Shippuden game he'd deleted ages ago. Actually, Naruto was always rather cautious. Any games, videos, manga, or literature related to Naruto, the Hokage, had long been wiped or never saved there in the first place. If Danzo had taken his computer, all he'd find would be a few single-player games. Sekiro, Dark Souls 3, Nioh 2, Dig or Die. With his computer stolen, Naruto had no choice but to ask Grey Wolf to build him another set. Unfortunately, Naruto realized things were getting awkward. He was running low on parts at home. Though it was no challenge for Grey Wolf to assemble a computer, even he couldn't create materials out of thin air. At the end of the day, you needed some components. Looking around his empty room, where even the electric kettle had disappeared, Naruto gave a resigned sigh. Quietly, he promised himself, one day, when I have the power, I'll teach that old dog Danzo a lesson, and avenge my poor electric kettle. Meanwhile, deep underground, beneath Konoha, the lair of Root, Danzo sat with his eyes closed on the throne-like chair in the underground hall, exuding the air of a shadowy king beneath the earth. A masked ninja from the Root division knelt on one knee before Danzo, cradling a laptop in his arms. Lord Danzo, this is the device that the third Hokage and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki use every day. It's called a laptop. A laptop, is it? Danzo opened his lone eye and glanced at the device in his subordinate's hands. Bring it here. Let me have a look. Lately, Danzo had been busier than ever. His days were filled to the brim. First, there was the bloodline ninja who had repeatedly attacked Hiruzen Sarutobi. Danzo was obsessed with these mysterious bloodline techniques that enabled assassination without a trace. Though the exact nature of this bloodline ability remained unclear, someone who could escape Hiruzen Sarutobi so many times was clearly a highly valuable asset. After all, Root was accustomed to handling the dirtiest, most secretive jobs. The shinobi world might appear peaceful for the moment, but skirmishes still flared up from time to time on the borders. Aside from these minor clashes, infiltration and assassination missions were commonplace. All the more reason that a ninja wielding such lethal abilities from the shadows was tremendously important to someone like Danzo, who thrived on manipulating events behind the scenes. Besides the bloodline ninja, there was another matter that weighed on Danzo's mind: the laptop Hiruzen was using every day. Their investigation revealed that not only Hiruzen Sarutobi used it, but so did Naruto Uzumaki, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. According to the reports, the laptop was supposedly just for playing games. But Danzo refused to believe that. He was certain Hiruzen Sarutobi wouldn't spend his days just playing around with a device like this. They had known each other for decades. Though Danzo never agreed with Hiruzen's ideals as Hokage, he had to admit, Hiruzen Sarutobi was a diligent and dutiful leader. Danzo found himself at a desk, instructing a Root ninja to teach him how to use the laptop. It was true that Hiruzen had forbidden further surveillance of Naruto by Root, but would Danzo obey? If he had, he wouldn't be the hidden shadow of the leaf, would he? Because of a certain bluebird's watchful presence, the Root's daily monitoring time was limited, but even so, they managed to observe how a laptop operated. Plug it in, connect the peripherals, power it on. Wait. Once the screen glowed to life, the Root ninja gestured to Danzo. Lord Danzo, each of these little icons will open up a different scene when you click on them. Next, the Root ninja began instructing Danzo in the use of the keyboard and mouse. Both the Root ninja and Danzo were quick studies, just a few demonstrations, and they had the basics down pat. Taking the mouse from his subordinate, Danzo gave one of the icons a try at random. The program he clicked on was Dark Souls 3. Following along with a new player tutorial, Danzo began to explore the game. Before long, the screen shifted to black and white. You died. Staring at the grayscale screen with its stark red letters, Danzo sank into contemplation. This game really isn't as easy as it looks. No wonder Hiruzen Sarutobi spends every day glued to his computer. This game is tough, and beating it takes tremendous perseverance, keen insight, and the ability to spot the right moment. Looks like Hiruzen may be old, but his desire to grow stronger still burns bright. To become Hokage, I'm not about to lose to you. With that declaration, Danzo restarted the game. Meanwhile, on the other side of the village, The third Hokage, nostrils slightly flared, was overtaken by a sudden sneeze. Could it be that the flower ninja from the game is thinking about me? Not to worry, I'll win her over very soon. With those words, Hiruzen Tsurutobi eagerly resumed his guide missions and continued romancing the kunoichi he'd already won over in the game. At this moment, Naruto was completely unaware that two of Konoha's greatest leaders had already fallen under the game's irresistible spell. Even if he found out, he would only shrug his shoulders. After all, it was their own fault for stealing his computer. Now he didn't even have a kettle to boil water. Determined not to waste Grey Wolf's creative talents, Naruto decided to head out and collect scrap materials today. For Grey Wolf, so long as he has the raw materials, he could hammer out anything he wanted, so hunting for junk or unwanted appliances was the perfect plan. Naruto grabbed some money from an empty instant noodle cup and stepped out the door. Leaving home, Naruto still had no intention of hiding his computer away. He simply didn't care. Anyone who wanted to steal it could go ahead. He could get as many as he needed. First, Naruto headed to Ichiraku Ramen. He traded some bills for coins with Tucci, then bought a bit of scrap from him before hurrying to the streets to call out for recyclables. Collecting scrap, broken kunai or shuriken, busted appliances, old bits of metal. Bring them to me, and I'll give you a fair price. He called out as he walked the length of the street, then picked a clear patch of ground, setting down a wooden sign he'd prepared in advance. Naruto's calls were effective. In no time, two Chunin in vests approached his stall, producing some kunai whose edges were already quite blunt. Hey kid, you buying these old kunai? Of course, bring as many as you've got. As for the price, I'll give you half what a brand new kunai is worth. Hearing this offer, both Chunin were quite tempted. After all, for a kunai that was no longer usable, this price was more than fair. If they sold them in a ninja tool shop, they'd usually be forced down to a quarter of their original value. I'm not selling anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, the two Chunin started taking out their slightly damaged kunai and shuriken. Naruto happily accepted them with a big grin. With the first deal done, those who had been watching from the sidelines quickly hurried home to bring out their unused junk to trade for money. Just then, a few familiar troublemaking kids approached, eyes wide with curiosity. Seeing these kids, Naruto's eyes lit up. Smiling slyly, he said to them, "Hey you guys, want to trade your junk for some cash?" The kids exchanged confused glances before asking, "But we don't have any junk." "You might not, but your families do. Things like old appliances, wires, light bulbs, pots, pans, all of it can bring you some money. With cash, you could buy all sorts of tasty treats. You could eat your fill of dango, as much as you want." Naruto's enticing words made the kids gulp with anticipation. "I think my family has plenty of pots and pans. If I take a few to trade, it should be fine, right?" one of the kids said, sounding unsure. Once one child took the lead, the others, motivated by dreams of endless dango, eagerly chimed in. Yeah, I think we have a lot at home too. Oh, and my family just got new air conditioners, 2 of them. I figured taking one out shouldn't be a big deal." Hearing this last suggestion, Naruto was speechless. Wait a second, those 2 air conditioners. Could this kid mean the outdoor units? If that's really the case, if he actually removes one of those, he's probably going to get his butt handed to him. No, I can't let this turn into trouble for me. Better draft up a proper agreement for these kids. With that in mind, Naruto smiled at the group and said, "Go on home and bring your stuff. I'll prepare a fair contract for you all too." Yay! And with that, the kids dashed off, practically bouncing with excitement as they set about dismantling their homes. Naruto watched them go, thinking to himself, so these are the ordinary, non-ninja kids. Their cleverness really doesn't compare. That was the truth. In the original story, the intelligence of children from civilian backgrounds really seemed to nosedive with each new one that appeared. This so-called civilian class didn't refer to kids like Sakura or Rock Lee, civilian ninjas, but rather to those from families without a single ninja and lacking any talent themselves. Children without a trace of ninja talent tended to be less bright than those who had it. These kids Naruto was sweet-talking were, on average, already 7 or 8 years old. What were ninja children doing at the age of 7 or 8? During times of war, young ninja that age would be sent into battle. Even in times of peace, they had to study diligently, preparing themselves for the possibility of war. Naruto found himself once again at Ichiraku Ramen, where he asked Tucci, the ramen master, for some paper and a pen. Returning to his seat, Naruto immediately set about drafting some contracts. It didn't take long before he finished writing several contracts. Meanwhile, a handful of rowdy kids also made their way back. There were originally 7 or 8 of these troublemakers sent home, but only 4 managed to return. Naruto could easily imagine the fate of the missing 3, likely caught by the adults and their families, their end probably not pleasant. With a smile, Naruto offered a silent prayer for those three, then turned his attention to the items the four returning kids had brought. There were quite a few pots, pans, and bowls, but besides those, the loot also included a radio and even a chandelier. The most incredible part, however, was overhearing these kids scheming about how they might haul over their family's refrigerator next time. Naruto pulled out several contracts alongside crisp bills of cash. All you have to do is put your fingerprints on these contracts, and the money is yours. Naruto wasn't trying to cheat these kids. The prices he offered were more or less fair and reasonable. The only catch was everything was being bought by weight as scrap metal. The moment the kids saw the cash, they pressed their fingerprints down without a hint of hesitation. With money in hand, they were ready to head out, but Naruto called them back. "Wait a second. I've looked after you this much. Can you help carry all this stuff back to my place?" Flush with their newfound fortune, the youngsters were happy to oblige. Before long, Naruto and his team of little helpers had hauled everything, today's entire collection, back to his home. "Thank you so much." Naruto expressed his gratitude, and the kids, pleased with both the thanks and the money, cheerfully took their leave. That very afternoon, from 4 ordinary households across Konoha village, angry shouts could be heard. Each family assumed they had been robbed. When the truth came out, the evening erupted with the wailing cries of children from those same homes. At first, the parents of these kids wanted to track Naruto down and confront him, but upon learning that their foolish kids had willingly pressed their fingerprints onto the contracts, they realized there was nothing to be done. After all, there were no laws in Konoha protecting minors. Even children, if they left their fingerprints on a contract, it was considered fully binding. Because of this, these parents' resentment toward Naruto grew ever deeper. Naruto, for his part, had no idea he'd become the target of such grudge among the ordinary villagers. And even if he did know, it wouldn't have bothered him. After all, it wasn't like they'd ever shown him any kindness before this. At that moment, Naruto was busy discussing the ways of the world with Zephyr inside his seal space. Zephyr, although he hadn't finished watching Naruto, had already gained some understanding of this strange new world. How should I put it? The darkness of this world is no less than that of the world government. When it comes to the wars between ninjas, the ones who suffer the most aren't the great ninja villages themselves, but rather the small villages struggling under their shadows, or to put it plainly, the ordinary people. "Mr. Zephyr, have you settled in all right here?" "It's not bad. If only those two, the jumpy fox and the wolf, weren't always causing commotion by my side. I think I could get used to life here even better." Hearing Zephyr's reply, Naruto looked over at Kurama and Grey Wolf. Though the wolf and the fox bickered constantly, Naruto could tell they had already become fast friends, or perhaps he should say, frenemies or even bromates. Their usual antics had become so routine that Naruto was used to it. Compared to League of Legends, both of them were much more into Dungeon and Fighter. Sometimes, playing DNF was like gambling. When they ran the Abyss dungeon, if someone got a rare drop, both of them would get all riled up. And if, right after a rare drop, the connection suddenly cut out, well, that was more than just excitement. It felt like an explosion right then and there. Thankfully, the router Grey Wolf cobbled together had a rock-solid connection. So far, neither of them had experienced that kind of crushing despair. One of these days, maybe I should test them with a surprise disconnection while they're running the Abyss. Naruto glanced over at where the router was quietly humming. Just then, Zephyr's voice broke into Naruto's thoughts. "Naruto, I made up my mind. I accept your request. My dream since I was a child was to be a hero. But I know now, so many of my actions have strayed far from what a true hero should be. And those Marines I've trained, they haven't exactly qualified as heroes either." At that point, Zephyr looked Naruto in the eye. "Naruto, you hold a true resolve to protect others. You live by your ninja way, and you never give up. I truly want to see a real hero, a hero who can change the world." Naruto was caught off guard. In that moment, he wanted to say, "Not me, you've got the wrong guy. You must be thinking of the Naruto from the original story." But the thought only lingered for a moment. Naruto could hear it. Zephyr was really planning to teach him now. This was Zephyr, after all, the man who trained multiple admirals. With Zephyr as his mentor, Naruto felt sure he could become stronger in no time. And if he could get stronger, maybe his wish to bring his parents back could come true sooner rather than later. Root's underground base. Yiddy. The "You Died" screen flashed yet again on the computer, driving Danzo nearly to madness. His hair was disheveled. The single eye he showed ringed with dark circles and red veins crisscrossing the whites. If you didn't look closely, you might think he was about to awaken a Sharingan himself. Damn it, am I really that far behind Hiruzen Sarutobi? Danzo pictured himself, grinning every day, glued to his computer. Could it be that Hiruzen Sarutobi can clear this game with ease? I refuse to believe it. I won't accept that I'm worse than him. His right hand gripped the mouse so tightly it turned pale, not out of anger, but rather due to the effects of Hashirama's cells. Taking a deep breath, Danzo suddenly had a realization. Phew, looks like my mindset really is slipping. Honestly, in terms of mentality, I'm probably not as good as Hiruzen Sarutobi. He's probably dying over and over too, yet he can keep smiling even in these circumstances. Sarutobi, I knew it. You're truly the greatest rival of my life. Thinking about mindset, Danzo remembered how Hiruzen had become Hokage. If only he could have relaxed a little back then, he would have realized staying behind was merely their master's way of testing them. Danzo shook his head, took another deep breath, and swept away any distracting thoughts, focusing his attention back on the screen before him. With his mentality renewed, Danzo found he could dodge the monster's attacks much more easily. 20 minutes later, the stage that had kept him stuck for hours was finally beaten. Hey, Sarutobi Hiruzen. This time I've definitely surpassed you. Moving on to the next stage, the screen once again began bombarding him with a message. You died. Little by little, Danzo's patience began to unravel. Damn it, looks like I really need a Mangekyo Sharingan. With the inside of Mangekyo, I'd surely dodge all these monsters with ease. But who even has a Mangekyo Sharingan? What Danzo didn't know was that before long, a hapless boy named Uchiha Shursui would deliver the Mangekyo straight to his hands and reveal its secret powers. But that's a story for another time. Thinking of the Mangekyo, Danzo spoke in an icy tone. Give the Uchiha even more pressure, and listen closely, keep the entire Uchiha clan under surveillance. No sooner had the words left his mouth than two figures appeared silently behind him, dropping to one knee and answering, Yes, Lord Danzo. With that, the two root ninjas vanished without a trace. Oomph. Even if I can't get the Mangekyo with a few more Sharingan, how could I not conquer this game? As he spoke, Danzo glanced at his pale, right arm. Two vicious, triple Tomo Sharingan gleamed on his flesh. At first, Danzo had been hesitant about the plan targeting the Uchiha. After all, Uchiha was the most prestigious clan in Konoha, and if they were truly annihilated, the other villages might once again set their sights on Konoha. But when he thought of the true nature of the Uchiha clan, Danzo felt that his actions were not wrong. Even if his old teacher, the second Hokage, were watching from the heavens, he would surely support him. Besides, Danzo truly needed more power. Like Hiruzen Sarutobi, he was getting on in years. As Hiruzen grew older, he became more tactful in handling matters, or one could say, more indecisive. Danzo, on the other hand, was different. Though his abilities were waning as well, and deteriorating even faster than Hiruzen's, he considered himself far more determined, with a fiercer spirit. Unlike Hiruzen, he would never waver. As for stirring up internal strife within the village, it was all for the sake of Konoha. Only if he became Hokage would the village truly prosper. To clear any obstacles on his path to that seat, he told himself, was justified. Everything was for Konoha. For the sake of power, the Uchiha clan had to be destroyed. With this in mind, Danzo looked again at the screen in front of him, displaying the familiar message. You died. To let me finish this game faster than Hiruzen Sarutobi. Uchiha, you'll have to be sacrificed. All of this is for Konoha's future. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, playing the same game, had his own inner turmoil. Unlike Danzo, whose rage grew with every defeat, the third Hokage was wrestling with the tricky challenge of building relationships with several female characters in the game. Each woman had her own distinct charm, and each one required a different approach. Eventually, the third Hokage decided to test himself. He chose a high-difficulty path, trying to juggle two relationships at once. It was something he'd never managed in real life, but here in this digital world, he felt he could finally experience it. When he first started playing, he felt a twinge of guilt toward his late wife, Biwako. But as the game went on, those feelings faded. After all, this was only a game. He reasoned to himself. He was already so old, Biwako had been gone for so many years, and he'd never sought another partner. Was it so wrong to indulge in a little escapism? Surely, Biwako would understand. Within the sealed space, when Naruto learned that Zephyr intended to train him, he was overjoyed. Seeing Naruto's excitement, Zephyr allowed himself a rare smile and thought to himself, once the training begins, you won't be so cheerful anymore. Without delay, Zephyr began drafting Naruto's training regimen. He also enlisted Grey Wolf to help create some training equipment. As for what kind of equipment, Zephyr didn't set many requirements for Grey Wolf. Aside from specifying weighted gear and some medical devices, he left the details up to Grey Wolf. Whatever was made would be put to use. At first, Grey Wolf felt a bit conflicted. Making weighted gear was simple enough, just build some gravity bracelets. But for all the other equipment, that was a bit more of a puzzle for Grey Wolf. After struggling with indecision for quite a while, suddenly a light bulb appeared above Grey Wolf's head. He had come up with the perfect training equipment. Meanwhile, Naruto was standing behind Zephyr, starting to look over the training tasks Zephyr had written out for him. As he finished reading those inhuman training assignments, Naruto's face grew rather distressed. Mr. Zephyr. Before Naruto could finish, Zephyr turned and said crisply, "Call me teacher." "Oh, Teacher Zephyr, are you sure this is my training for a single day?" Naruto pointed at the densely filled sheets of paper on the desk and asked. Hearing this, Zephyr broke into a smile. "Of course it's for one day. If you think it's not enough, I can always add more." "Naruto, can I just drop out of your training now, please?" Naruto asked, pulling a long face. Zephyr chuckled. "No way, not a chance." The next day, today wasn't a training day yet, because Grey Wolf still hadn't finished preparing the equipment on his end. He needed to create the items inside the sealed space first, then hand them over to Zephyr for inspection. Only after Zephyr deemed them satisfactory would they be recreated in the real world. Naruto also had a tough task today. He had to dismiss his current takeout delivery guy, Qingyao. After all, training was about to begin very soon. And this wasn't just any kind of practice. This was training that bordered on self-torment. Having someone watching over him at all times wouldn't do anymore. The reason for letting the delivery guy go was actually pretty simple. In a few months, Naruto would be going to school. He would need privacy, and once classes started, there wouldn't be a need for constant protection. This request wasn't unreasonable, and Naruto was confident that the third Hokage would agree. Even if he didn't, Naruto had his ways. There were actually a few DLCs for the ninja strategy game that Naruto hadn't downloaded for the third Hokage yet. The downloadable content included wild scenarios like juggling 3 secret relationships, King of the Sea events, and all kinds of thrilling patches. With that in hand, the third Hokage would surely come around. Morning. Qingyao arrived with breakfast, and as soon as he did, Naruto told him about wanting to let him go. When Qingyao heard that he wouldn't have to be responsible for Naruto's protection or meal deliveries anymore, he almost burst into tears. But these weren't tears of sadness. They were tears of pure joy. By now, Qingyao had become famous throughout the entire Umbu of Konoha. He'd even earned a new nickname, the Delivery Guy. Every day, not only did he have to deliver meals to Naruto, he'd also sneak off to buy supplements for the third Hokage. Because his reputation as the Delivery Guy was so widespread, plenty of other Umbu members would seek him out after missions, asking if he could deliver an order or two for them as well. Sigh. Seeing the look on the Bluebird's face, Naruto let out a helpless breath. "I didn't expect you'd be so reluctant to part with me, Bluebird. How about this? You don't have to watch over me anymore. Just keep delivering my takeout meals from now on." At the mention of still having to deliver takeout, Bluebird quickly wiped away the tears on her face. "Well, since you put it that way, Naruto, I'll go tell Lord Third about this right away." With those words, Bluebird set down the breakfast in her hand and suddenly vanished. Watching Bluebird disappear, Naruto made no further comment. As far as Naruto was concerned, it was Bluebird's loss if she stopped delivering his takeout. The ENBU, officially known as the Special Assassination and Tactical Squad, had a wide range of responsibilities. Although the ninja world seemed peaceful now, ENBU members in every village were still tasked with dangerous missions, living life on the edge, never sure if they'd return. If Bluebird wasn't bringing him meals, she'd be off risking her neck on assignments where death could strike at any moment. After Bluebird left, Naruto began eating his breakfast, but there was something even more important waiting for him afterward. He needed to have Grey Wolf prepare some essential items for tomorrow's training. The gravity bracelets and the healing pod. These were top priorities. As he ate, Naruto found himself pondering a question. Now that he had mastered the shadow clone jutsu, could Grey Wolf perhaps enter one of his clones? That way, his true self could move freely, while Grey Wolf would only need to operate within the clone. No sooner thought than put into action. Once he'd finished eating, Naruto used the shadow clone jutsu and created a duplicate. He immediately began calling Grey Wolf, asking him to transfer his consciousness into the clone instead of his real body. At the same time, Zephyr, having caught wind of Naruto's intention, began to pay close attention as well. If consciousness could truly inhabit a clone, Naruto's training could become even more effective. After all, having a coach by one side makes a world of difference compared to training alone. Take, for example, the shave technique from the 6 forms of the Navy Zephyr plan to teach. On the surface, shave seems straightforward. You simply stomp rapidly on the ground to gain explosive speed, using the rebound force for rapid movement. But was it really that simple? Of course not. Before one even started learning shave, they had to train proper running techniques, gradually developing the right muscle memory. Only then could they unleash the technique at full speed. That's why a coach needed to observe students during their training, ready to correct any mistakes in form or posture the moment they appeared. At this moment, during his holiday break, Naruto kept his eyes fixed on his clone. When he saw a subtle shift in the clone's gaze, he knew he had succeeded. Grey Wolf, give it a try. See if you can make things using the clone. As they spoke, Naruto handed the hammer and wrench to his clone. There shouldn't be any problem. Grey Wolf took the tools and immediately started working on the task at hand. Thanks to their previous scavenging for materials, everything they needed was already well prepared. Before long, a bracelet and an oval-shaped healing pod appeared in the room. Naruto ran his hand over the technologically advanced pod, secretly marveling. That's definitely worthy of being called a bug-level wolf. He can even make something like this. The healing pod resembled the regeneration chambers used by Frisia's army in Dragon Ball. What was truly incredible, though, was that this pod didn't require any medical fluids. Simply filling it with water was enough. How did it work? Well, did Grey Wolf's inventions ever need to follow scientific principles? Of course not. What mattered was that they worked. After all, he was a legendary, logic-defying bug wolf. Meanwhile, inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage looked kindly at the young man standing before him and asked, "Sure, Sway, the Uchiha clan has been holding their clan meetings more and more frequently this past month. What are they all discussing?" Sure Sway hesitated at the question, visibly conflicted, but after a moment he answered honestly, "The discussions are mostly about the unfair treatment the Uchiha have received from the village." "Is that so?" The third took out his pipe, took a slow draw, and continued, "Sure Sway, how do you think the rift between the village and the Uchiha can be healed?" The question caught Sure Sway off guard. He felt lost for a moment. It was clear to Sure Sway that the Uchiha's resentment toward the village leadership was only growing. Left unchecked, the division between the whole village and the Uchiha would only deepen. He knew that he needed to give an answer that would satisfy the third Hokage, because right now he was the crucial link of communication between the leaders of Konoha and the entire Uchiha clan. "Lord Hokage, please don't worry. I will resolve the rift between the Uchiha and the village." As he spoke, Sure Sway thought of his Mangekyo ability, Kodo Amatsukomi. But because of how overwhelmingly powerful that technique was, he had no intention of sharing it. Not even with the Hokage he admired so much. He believed that as long as Kodo Amatsukomi existed, the deep-seated divisions between the Uchiha and the village leadership could definitely be resolved. The third Hokage said nothing in response. He simply stood, walked over, and gently patted Sure Sway on the shoulder. "I believe in you. As someone who has inherited the will of fire, you're more than capable of handling this." Sure Sway felt deeply moved by the third's unwavering trust in him. "Rest assured, Lord Hokage, I will never let you down." Inside the Hokage's office, conviction filled the air. After the third Hokage delivered an impassioned lesson on the will of fire, Sure Sway left the Hokage's office, eyes shining with newfound determination. No sooner had Sure Sway departed than Aotori appeared before the third Hokage, dropping to one knee and respectfully reporting, "Lord Hokage, I have something important regarding Naruto that I need to bring to your attention." At the mention of Naruto, the third Hokage's expression immediately turned grave. "What's happened to Naruto?" he asked. Aotori paused for a moment to collect his thoughts, then explained how Naruto had claimed he was old enough to go without protection. Naturally, Aotori also mentioned that this meant he would no longer need to deliver meals to Naruto. The third Hokage listened to Aotori's account in silence, not responding right away. Instead, he picked up his pipe and took a few thoughtful puffs. Back when he had first ordered the Umbu to keep watch over Naruto, it was for two main reasons: to monitor the nine tails sealed within the boy and to keep Danzo at bay. Danzo had once lobbied relentlessly to have Naruto brought under his care en route, seeking to mold him into a weapon. The third Hokage would never have agreed to see the only son of the fourth Hokage turn into a tool of war, not only because of the bond of mentorship and family, but also because if the Nine Tails Jinchuriki fell into Danzo's hands, Danzo's influence within the Council of Elders would grow dangerously unchecked. To allow Naruto as normal a childhood as possible, under the pressure of the Council, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, had been forced to agree to some extremely unfair conditions concerning Naruto. One such condition was that they could never reveal Naruto's true identity as the fourth son. But to the third Hokage's surprise, even after he had conceded to all these demands, Danzo still hadn't given up on Naruto. Danzo began spreading rumors throughout the village, claiming Naruto was the reincarnation of the Nine Tails, hoping the scorn of the villagers would make Naruto despise Konoha. That way, Danzo could later claim that the Jinchuriki's unstable emotions warranted him being sent to root for containment. Fortunately, Naruto had not disappointed the third Hokage. He had not lost himself to hatred, and Danzo's schemes had ultimately failed. The third Hokage sat in deep thought for a long while. He understood that Danzo was not yet ready to make an open break with him, so for now, Danzo wouldn't dare make a move against Naruto. With that in mind, he decided to grant Naruto's request. If Naruto feels he no longer needs protection, then Tori, you are excused from your duties starting tomorrow. It may be just as well if you stop delivering meals. It'll give Naruto a bit more reason to go outside. Being cooped up at home all the time isn't healthy, after all. Tori couldn't help but smile with relief at these words. At last, he was free from the daily chore of meal deliveries. But Tori's joy was short-lived, as the third Hokage continued. Tori, since you've become such an expert at delivering food, I'll put you in charge of my own meals and medicines from now on. Tori was speechless. My lord Hokage, Qingyao, there's no need to say more. I know how much you enjoy your delivery job. You're always lending your colleagues a hand when you have time. And the errand for buying medicine is something only you know about. At this point, the third Hokage fixed Qingyao with a piercing gaze and continued, You understand, don't you? If word got out that a third Hokage needs to rely on medicine every day, it would not look good for the village. So, the fewer people who know, the better. From now on, you'll handle all my medicine errands and continue delivering meals just for me. Naturally, keeping me safe is part of your duties as well, isn't it? With the third Hokage speaking so directly, Qingyao could only nod in reluctant agreement. He hadn't expected that. After finally getting away from delivering meals for Naruto, he'd now be delivering for the Hokage himself. Am I destined to spend my whole life making deliveries? After receiving the Hokage's answer, Qingyao returned to Naruto's house to find him. He explained the Hokage's promise to Naruto. So he agreed then. It's a bit of a shame, though. Shame you won't be bringing my meals anymore. Naruto's words made the corners of Qingyao's mouth twitch beneath his mask, and he sighed inwardly. Yes, I won't be delivering to you anymore. But now I have to deliver for the Hokage. Sigh. Before Qingyao left for good, he treated Naruto to a hearty meal at a barbecue shop. Although for the past 2 years Qingyao had been running deliveries and not taking on any high-risk, high-reward missions, he was still a member of the ANBU. Even their base salary was something most people could hardly imagine. So treating someone to a big meal was more than within his means. During dinner, Naruto finally saw Qingyao's true face. What Naruto hadn't expected at all. Qingyao was actually a member of the Hyuga clan. Then again, it made sense that someone from the Hyuga would be assigned to watch over him. After all, the Byakugan could easily detect changes in chakra. If the Nine Tails ever showed signs of going berserk, a Hyuga ninja would be the first to notice. Qingyao's real name was Hyuga Shoyo, a branch member of the Hyuga clan, and only 16 years old. Yet, despite his age, Hyuga Shoyo was already a bona fide jonin, a true prodigy of the Hyuga clan. Seated at the table, Qingyao shared with Naruto many pieces of advice about staying safe. He didn't do this because Naruto was the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, but because Qingyao genuinely saw Naruto as a younger brother. If this were the original version of events, Naruto might never have noticed the ANBU watching over him, and so their paths would never have crossed. But Hyuga Shoyo had been delivering meals to Naruto for several years now. Even the hardest hearts would feel something after so much time. Those years together only deepened Hyuga Shoyo's fondness for the boy. However, this fondness couldn't be shown openly. It was only now, with parting imminent, that he allowed himself to show a little brotherly concern. Big brother Shoyo, instead of telling me to be careful, you should really save those words for yourself. I know full well how dangerous ANBU missions can be. As he spoke, Naruto pulled out a small iron token from his pocket, painted with the face of Grey Wolf, and handed it to Hyuga Shoyo. This is a charm I made myself. Keep it on you. If you ever find yourself in danger, just hold it tight and shout hail to the great Grey Wolf. Who knows, it might just save your life. Hearing Naruto's words, Hyuga Shoyo took the token and, hanging it around his neck, grinned. Well then, thank you. Of course, Shoyo didn't really take this so-called charm seriously, but what he didn't know was that it truly was a life-saving artifact. This was, in fact, an invisibility amulet invented by Grey Wolf. As soon as it received the spoken command, it would activate, rendering the user invisible. Though he seemed indifferent to the charm itself, Shoyo was still touched by Naruto's concern. What would make him a little uneasy was the question, would his upcoming mission actually be that dangerous? Wait, maybe it really could be deadly. For instance, what if by a careless slip he revealed that he was out buying medicine for the third Hokage? At this thought, Shoyo shook his head vigorously. Both Naruto and Shoyo enjoyed their meal together, laughter and good cheer filling time. With their hunger sated and spirits high, Shoyo escorted Naruto back home. He stood watching until he saw the lights flicker on in Naruto's house. Then, and only then, did Shoyo turn away, leaving behind the place he'd guarded for so many years. Within the seal space, Naruto was fast asleep on his soft bed, lost to the world. The reason he liked to sleep in the sealed space was simple. It was just so comfortable. If he wanted a waterbed, there'd be a waterbed. If he fancied a luxury mattress, it would appear. If his back ached or he felt sore, he could even sleep on a heated brick bed. At 3 a.m, while Naruto was still deep in his dreams, the alarm clock dangling above his head suddenly went off with a shrill ring. So noisy. Let me sleep a little longer, Naruto grumbled, and gave the alarm a swat, sending it tumbling. But even though the alarm clock went flying, its relentless ringing, sharp and insistent, refused to stop. Seeing this, Naruto simply willed the noise to cease, silencing the alarm with a thought. The quiet restored. He rolled over and settled back into his dreams. But not 2 minutes passed before he was hoisted up by a giant mechanical arm. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, Naruto found himself looking into Zephyr's impassive face. "Teacher Zephyr, you're up so early," Naruto greeted, his voice still thick with sleep as he tried to blink himself awake. "It's already 3:30. Time to get up and train," Zephyr replied, unmoved by the hour and without a trace of emotion. Seeing Zephyr's current state, Naruto was momentarily taken aback. Yesterday, Zephyr had seemed like a warm and approachable uncle, but today, he suddenly carried an air that made Naruto feel a little uneasy. Perhaps noticing what Naruto was thinking, Zephyr continued, "Yesterday, I wasn't your instructor just yet, but starting today, you'll be training under me, so I need to be strict with you. Get out of bed now." Hearing this, Naruto could only sigh and leave the comfort of the sealed space. Training was inevitable. In this world of ninja, strength meant everything. Besides, he had already promised Zephyr. He'd even taken the initiative to ask for his training. As his mind returned to his body, Naruto sat up and began to get dressed. Once his clothes were on, Naruto used Shadow Clone Jutsu to create 2 solid clones. Zephyr chose one of the clones as his temporary body, but the clone meant for Grey Wolf didn't move an inch. Naruto knew that Grey Wolf was still lazing in bed. After all, he and Kurama had been moving bricks together all night. It'd probably be noon before he woke. Naruto grabbed the gravity bracelets that Grey Wolf had crafted the day before and headed out, jogging toward a training ground in the Hidden Leaf Village. Just then, Zephyr called out to him from behind. Naruto put on the gravity bracelets and set them to double the weight. Without hesitation, Naruto strapped the bracelets on and cranked the gravity up to 2. In his mind, double gravity was nothing. Child's play, really. Hadn't Goku and Vegeta both trained under 300 times gravity as if it were nothing? But as soon as he flicked the switch, Naruto's perspective changed in an instant. The moment the gravity hit twice its usual force, Naruto felt his body suddenly grow heavy. It wasn't just a simple increase in weight. The pressure pressed down from both inside and outside his body, far more than just added resistance. Naruto struggled to catch his breath, taking in a few labored gulps of air. With double gravity weighing down on him, even breathing had become difficult. The weight was crushing his lungs, and only once his body truly adapted would things feel normal again. Run under double gravity. Don't worry. Even if you run yourself ragged, Grey Wolf's healing chamber will patch you right up, Zephyr reminded him, seeing Naruto's disheveled appearance. With no choice, Naruto pushed through the pressure and began to jog in earnest. Zephyr jogged alongside him, correcting his running form as they went. Secretly, Naruto longed to run like a ninja, arms flung straight back, the signature style of the shinobi world. Except for the science-minded Orochimaru, everyone in this world ran that way. But Zephyr insisted on a much more scientific running posture. "Sigh, looks like I'll never be able to do the ninja run again." Naruto let out a silent lament in his heart. At the same time, under Zephyr's guidance, his running speed kept increasing. Just as the two were about to reach the training ground, a figure in white martial arts attire caught their attention. The boy didn't seem much older than Naruto, maybe 6 or 7 years old at most. He had thick eyebrows, large round eyes, and his hair was tied into a single long braid. At that moment, the boy's face was covered in sweat, his hair clinging together, making it obvious he had been running for quite some time. The moment Naruto and Zephyr laid eyes on him, they recognized who he was, a future member of the Konoha 12, Rock Lee. Rock Lee, the so-called hopeless ninja who possessed neither talent for ninjutsu nor jinjutsu. Everyone believed he would never become a shinobi, and at first, Rock Lee thought so too. Thankfully, he met one of the most important people in his life, Mike Guy. With Guy's encouragement, Rock Lee embarked on the path of the taijutsu ninja. But the hardships of training as a taijutsu specialist are not something ordinary people can endure. As he was running, young Lee also caught sight of Naruto and Zephyr. He was a little puzzled, not only wondering who else would get up so early to train, but also, why did these two look exactly alike? Curious, little Lee ran over to stand before Naruto and Zephyr. "Excuse me, are you two out here for early morning training as well?" Hearing Lee's question, Naruto smiled, then reached out a hand in introduction, though it was a bit of an effort. "Hi, I'm Naruto Uzumaki." Lee responded by reaching out his own hand, but noticing the dirt from a previous fall, hesitated and did not clasp Naruto's hand right away. Naruto just smiled, unfazed, and went ahead to shake Lee's hand firmly. I'm Rock Lee." At that moment, Zephyr walked up to Lee and began squeezing various spots on his body with both hands. This left Lee feeling awkward, and he turned uncertainly to Naruto for help. Naruto gave an embarrassed laugh and explained, "That's my clone, and also the teacher who supervises my training." The moment Lee realized Zephyr was not only Naruto's clone, but also his trainer, his eyes lit up brightly. Lee had learned self-discipline from Mike Guy, training by imposing strict limits upon himself, a true test of willpower. For Naruto to think of using a clone to supervise his own practice, Lee was genuinely impressed and more than a little envious. "Lee, you can't keep training your body like this anymore." Zephyr stood up after thoroughly examining Lee, his tone grave and serious. Hearing Zephyr's words, Lee looked confused. "Why?" As he spoke, Lee glanced at Naruto, clearly asking Naruto to give him an explanation. Naruto was at a loss, thinking, "How would I know? I don't understand anything, don't look at me." Asterisk. At that moment, Zephyr continued, "Lee, your way of training can certainly make you stronger, but in truth, you're also draining your body's future potential and risking your health. More importantly, after each training session, you never take proper care of your body." And indeed, that was the reality. Lee wasn't from any sort of ninja clan. He was just a civilian ninja. His family didn't have much money, and being able to eat his fill was already quite fortunate. Proper recovery required a lot of medicine and herbs, and buying those cost money, something Lee simply didn't have. Naturally, he couldn't restore his body the way others might. Without care, all kinds of hidden injuries would accumulate inside. Maybe they didn't show now while he was young, but as he got older, those wounds would eventually surface. For veteran Marines, like Zephyr, the way you trained in your youth truly mattered. Out at sea, new and powerful pirates constantly emerged, but because of budget constraints, the Navy could only recruit a limited number of new Marines each year. This meant that for many older Marines, or even officers, retirement only came with death. With that in mind, the way they trained in their younger years was always highly regulated, as the Navy depended on its people staying strong. That's why, throughout the whole world of One Piece, you'd find the older Marines were not only seasoned, but incredibly healthy, almost superhuman despite their age. As for Zephyr himself, he was the exception, due to his asthma. Hearing Zephyr's words, Lee fell silent. Of course, he knew that his training was damaging his body. Even Guy-sensei had told him so. But Lee had set his heart on becoming a hard-working genius of a ninja. Even if he couldn't use ninjutsu or illusions, he was determined to become an outstanding ninja through sheer perseverance. Seeing the resolve in Lee's eyes, Zephyr gave a small smile. He liked this boy, Rock Lee. Hard-working, resilient, absolutely unyielding. Not someone who believed in fate. "Lee, would you be willing to learn from me? I could teach you how to train properly, and help you recover as well." Lee froze for a moment when he heard this. Then, he turned to Naruto and asked, "Really, Naruto?" Naruto replied, Why don't you ask him?" Naruto pointed straight at Zephyr. "He's not your shadow clone?" Lee asked with confusion. Ahem. Zephyr cleared his throat, cutting off their exchange. Continuing, he said, "You don't have to think of me as Naruto's clone. You might as well treat me as a well-versed teacher with much to share." "Oh." Lee suddenly drew out the word, then said, "I get it. Naruto, you actually have a split personality, don't you? My teacher told me about this at school. If your mind doesn't feel right, Naruto, you could go see a doctor." But before Lee could finish, Naruto cut in, a bit exasperated. "I do not have a split personality." Zephyr also spoke up, "Whether you do or not, how about training with me?" Upon hearing this, Lee nodded eagerly without a moment's hesitation. Lee's current situation, in fact, was quite similar to Naruto's in the original story. He was always at the bottom of the class, completely hopeless at ninjutsu and jinjutsu, and, worse still, had no friends to play with at school, just plenty of people ready to mock him. If it weren't for Lee's stubborn resilience, he probably would have dropped out and given up on becoming a ninja a long time ago. But meeting Naruto for the first time, and being treated like a friend right away left Lee truly touched. Of course, he also half suspected Naruto might actually have some kind of mental disorder. The academy teachers had warned them that mental illness could be frightening and, in severe cases, even lead to suicide. So for Naruto's sake, Lee tried to keep an extra eye on him whenever he could. Seeing Lee agree, Zephyr's mind returned to the sealed space, where Grey Wolf was still deep in slumber, snoring away. "What is it, Zephyr? I don't need to train." Grey Wolf grumbled from his bed, clearly annoyed. Zephyr picked Grey Wolf up like a stuffed toy and said, "Get up. Time to make another set of training gear." "I already made one. I spent all last night grinding through the abyss. Can't you let me sleep a little longer?" Grey Wolf's nose began to twitch as he dangled there, and before anyone could say more, he drifted back to sleep. Zephyr looked at this scene, silently at a loss for words. He glanced around and soon spotted a pile of paper documents over a meter high. Stepping up to the stack, Zephyr shouted, "Grey Wolf, if you don't get up right now, I'll burn all these files." That made Grey Wolf's eyes snap open. The moment he saw the documents, he frantically waved his hands. "No, don't. Those are my only hope of getting home." These documents, after all, were the core technical files for Grey Wolf's dimensional shuttle machine. Although, for now, he had no way to return to Green Grassland, Grey Wolf still dedicated himself to his research, when he wasn't gaming, that is. Fine. I'll get right to it, satisfied?" Hearing this, Zephyr finally moved his mechanical arm away from the precious documents. Meanwhile, Naruto and Lee were still chatting. In the original, little was said about Lee's family. But through their conversation, Naruto realized that Lee was, like him, an orphan. While the two were chatting, the clone who had been standing motionless nearby suddenly sharpened his gaze once again. Naruto knew at once. Zifa had appeared again. "Grey Wolf said he'll deliver the item in a while. Let's keep training in the meantime. Naruto, Lee, start running." Upon hearing Zifa's command, Lee responded with a quick, "Okay," and immediately broke into a run. But on Naruto's side, he remained jogging at a slow pace. It wasn't that Naruto didn't want to run as fast as Lee. It was that the gravity simply wouldn't allow it. Lee also noticed Naruto's speed. Thinking his friend was slow because he'd just started training, Lee decided to keep pace with Naruto out of consideration for his friend's pride. Zifa caught this exchange and nodded to himself. To never abandon or give up on friends. That, too, is a noble trait. And so, Naruto and Lee ran together for over an hour, the time slipping past till it was after 4 o'clock. By now, Naruto was drenched in sweat, his eyes unfocused and watery. How he wanted to say, "Isn't this enough already?" But every time he met Zifa's stern gaze, the words got stuck in his throat. As for Lee, he seemed far more at ease. An hour of easy jogging was nothing for Lee, who'd had over a year's head start in training. Slow running felt barely different from not running at all. 5 more minutes drifted by. Finally, Naruto's second clone arrived at the scene. Naruto realized this was Grey Wolf in disguise. Grey Wolf strode over, looking irritated, and tossed the just-finished bracelet to Zifa. "Thanks for your help, Grey Wolf." Grey Wolf shot Zifa a sideways look. Yeah, a real pain it was. Zifa held Grey Wolf's gaze for a moment and said, "You really want to go home, don't you?" Hearing this, Grey Wolf froze for an instant, then gave a gruff snort. "Oomph, don't you?" Zifa paused for a moment at those words, then merely shook his head, remaining silent. With a dry laugh, he continued, "Grey Wolf, I know you long for home, but have you ever considered that perhaps your real hope of returning lies in helping Naruto grow stronger, not fiddling with your little interdimensional machine every day?" Grey Wolf let out a weary sigh. "Of course I've thought about it. I've even talked to Naruto about it before. But for Naruto to truly become powerful, it'll still take years. I can wait, sure, but what if my wife remarries while I'm gone?" At this, Zifa was left speechless. Still, he offered some consolation. "Do you really have so little faith in your wife?" Zifa's words sent Grey Wolf drifting into memories. What sort of wolf was his wife, Red Wolf? Beautiful? Intelligent? Seductive? None of those truly captured her essence. Her most defining trait was her sheer ferocity. That's right. Why don't I trust my wife? Besides myself, who else can withstand her frying pan? Even if someone could take 1 pan, what about 2? 3? What about an endless barrage of pans? At that thought, Grey Wolf suddenly saw things in a whole new light. Other than himself, who would dare marry Red Wolf anyway? If someone did, it would only take a day or 2 before they got knocked out by her pans. Having come to this realization, Grey Wolf looked at Zephyr with newfound gratitude in his eyes. Of course, Zephyr had no idea what Grey Wolf was thinking. If he did, he would probably just praise him. "Your wife sure is fierce, and you sure can take a beating." Feeling enlightened, Grey Wolf returned to the sealed space, planning to continue collecting bricks for his New Year's set. Meanwhile, Zephyr made his way over to Naruto and Rock Lee. "Naruto, Lee, let's take a break for now." The moment Zephyr spoke, Naruto looked like he was about to collapse on the ground, but Rock Lee quickly caught him by the arm. "Naruto, you shouldn't rest immediately after training." At this moment, Zephyr came over to Lee and handed him a gravity wristband. "Lee, from now on, you need to wear this at all times, whether you're training or just going about your day." Lee took the band with a hint of confusion, then glanced at Naruto's wristband for comparison. Noticing this, Naruto forced a smile, doing his best to help Lee strap it on despite his exhaustion. Then he quickly adjusted it, setting the gravity to match his own, double the usual force. With the added weight, Lee suddenly felt his whole body sink. "Whoa!" Lee stared at the gravity band in shock. "What is this? I suddenly feel so much heavier." Sensing the change in his body, Lee wasn't frightened. If anything, he was excited. Lee knew at once, this must be for weighted training. Lately, Lee had been planning to buy some weighted gear, but it was just too expensive. With his small stipend, he could barely afford to eat as it was. This is called a gravity wristband. The number on it shows the gravity level. Right now, it's set at double gravity, explained Naruto. "Oh," Lee replied, obviously still a bit lost. "So, it's basically amazing weighted training gear. Thanks, Naruto." With that, Lee immediately started to run. Now, Lee finally understood why Naruto could never run fast. But compared to Naruto, Lee was clearly stronger. At least he could sprint, while Naruto could only manage a slow jog. Seeing Lee take off, Zephyr turned to Naruto. "Naruto, turn off the gravity and go run with Lee." Naruto was speechless. He hadn't expected that he'd have to keep running. But thank goodness, at least he didn't have to wear double gravity anymore. Turning off the wristband, Naruto instantly felt lighter, and some of his lost energy came rushing back. He felt as if he could keep running for another hour. In this way, Naruto caught up with Lee. Meanwhile, Zephyr also caught up, reaching both Lee and Naruto. This time, Zephyr was helping Lee correct his running mistakes. Compared to Naruto, Lee made more significant errors. More precisely, his running posture had already become a habit, and changing such ingrained habits would definitely take considerable time. Naruto, on the other hand, was much easier to guide, since he had been running under Zephyr's instructions from the beginning. So, yet another hour slipped by. The time reached 5 o'clock. Even Lee, whose endurance was levels above Naruto's, was now trembling all over from exhaustion under the double gravity. "All right, now just run home, and today's morning training is finished," Zephyr announced. As the two headed toward Naruto's house, Zephyr was already calculating their physical limits in his mind. Although Naruto seemed to have less stamina than Lee on the surface, in terms of absolute endurance, Naruto far surpassed him. Because within Naruto lay Kurama, the Nine Tails. Even if Naruto became completely spent, the slightest trace of chakra from Kurama would allow him to push on. Upon arriving home, Zephyr stripped the exhausted Lee and Naruto down to their bare essentials and placed them inside the healing chambers. Originally, there had only been one healing chamber. This second one was something Grey Wolf cobbled together at the last minute. After sliding the boys into the chambers, attaching their oxygen masks, and closing the hatches, Zephyr began filling them with water. As the chambers filled, both Naruto and Lee felt as if they were soaking in a luxurious hot spring. Their fatigue melted away rapidly, and in that soothing environment, both soon drifted off to sleep. When they next awoke, it was already past 7. Zephyr, who had kept a vigilant watch on both boys, saw them awaken and immediately pressed a button to drain the chambers. Only when the water was gone did he open the hatches and let them out. "How do you feel?" Zephyr asked, watching the two step out of the chambers, still uncovered. Naruto stretched and grinned. As expected from one of Grey Wolf's inventions, totally OP. Totally reliable. Lee, meanwhile, stared back at the healing chamber in disbelief. Thanks to the gravity wristbands, Lee had pushed his training far past his usual limits today. Under normal circumstances, he'd have needed a long rest just to recover. But thanks to the healing chamber, it had taken only an hour for all his exhaustion to vanish. "I'm amazing," he stammered. Naruto looked at Lee and sighed inwardly. He can't even come up with a cool catchphrase. What a pity. At Naruto's house, Xiaoli stretched his body a little, then glanced at the time and said anxiously, "It's already 7 o'clock. If I don't leave now, I'm going to be late." But just as he was changing his clothes, his stomach let out a series of loud growls. Clutching his shrunken belly, Xiaoli looked slightly embarrassed. "I forgot. I haven't had breakfast yet." "Xiaoli, you shouldn't go to school today. Take a day off." Fa spoke up at that moment, pointing to the pile of clothes on the floor, which were completely soaked through. He continued, "And there's no way you can wear those sweat-soaked clothes to school." Hearing Zfa's words, Xiaoli hesitated a little. But after thinking it over, he realized that whether or not he went to school, the teachers probably wouldn't care. Xiaoli's current situation was far from ideal. To graduate from the ninja academy, he had to master the 3 basic techniques, but as far as the teachers were concerned, there was practically no chance of Xiaoli passing. No teacher held out much hope for him. All right, teacher Zfa. Xiaoli echoed Naruto's way of addressing Zfa as teacher Zfa. To Xiaoli, this teacher Zfa was probably Naruto's alter ego. Naruto used Shadow Clone Jutsu again and summoned Grey Wolf. Grey Wolf, help us make a washing machine. One with a drying function. Without another word, Grey Wolf set to work. In just a dozen minutes or so, all it took was some hammering before a new washing machine stood ready. Once the clothes were washed, Naruto and Xiaoli headed together to Ichiraka Ramen. After they'd eaten their fill, Naruto intended to get a good nap. After all, he'd been up so early today. But before he could drift off, Zfa called him up. Next, we're moving on to theory. This is important, so get up and pay attention. Theory lessons too? Naruto hadn't expected that, besides daily training, there would also be theoretical lectures. By now, Xiaoli was already sitting in front of the blackboard, visibly excited and eager for Zfa's class to begin. The events of the morning had given Xiaoli a feeling toward Zfa very much like the one he had for Guy-sensei. In fact, Zfa, or Naruto, one might say, was just like Mike Guy, radiating confidence in him. Naruto rubbed his eyes and sat down next to Xiaoli. Zfa's theory class was basic, but crucial. Besides running form, there were lessons on breathing techniques, how to recover stamina faster, how to make the most of one's muscles, and explanations about the functions of every part of the body. Compared to training, theory was even more of a challenge for Xiaoli. But Xiaoli felt that everything Zfa explained made a lot of sense. He focused hard, memorizing each point, and, in a flurry of activity, filled page after page with notes that only he himself could decipher. And with that, the entire morning slipped away. Both Lee and Naruto benefited greatly from Zephyr's guidance. Naruto realized that these teachings actually formed the foundation for learning and mastering the 6 forms of the Navy. Naruto didn't possess any sort of special system. He couldn't simply upload knowledge instantly. If he wanted to learn, he had to start from scratch and progress step by step. Fortunately, he had Lee by his side. Otherwise, the process would have felt unbearably dull and monotonous. Naruto, what are we having for lunch? Lee put away his notebook and asked with some anticipation. Before Naruto could reply, Zephyr spoke up first. I'll handle today's meal. In fact, if you're going to train under me, I'll be in charge of your meals from now on. Naruto stared at Zephyr in disbelief. Zephyr-sensei, you can cook? Of course. I used to prepare the menus for all my former students myself. With that, Zephyr casually grabbed some money and headed out to buy groceries. Watching Zephyr leave, Naruto mused to himself. I hope Zephyr-sensei doesn't get so fed up with those clueless villagers that he teaches them a lesson. Zephyr walked alone out onto the street. At this moment, he was using the appearance of Naruto Uzumaki, and not surprisingly, the village's ordinary citizens all cast sidelong glances at him, whispering among themselves. Zephyr wasn't bothered by this at all. He had already foreseen this sort of reaction. With his temperament, he certainly wouldn't stoop to arguing with these people. He made his way to the butcher shop, planning to buy some meat. But as soon as Zephyr stepped inside, the butcher looked at him as if he were a pesky fly and started shooing him away. What a hassle, Zephyr thought with resignation. Looks like buying anything here is out of the question. Having reached that conclusion, he turned and headed toward the forests outside the hidden leaf, knowing there were plenty of wild animals there. Boars, bears, rabbits, pheasants. There was no shortage of choices, and with a little effort, he could gather enough for Naruto and Lee. As soon as Zephyr entered the forest, he was greeted by the fierce roars of wild beasts. Following the sounds, he soon came upon a clearing in a small grove, where 2 young boys were hunting an enormous wild boar. Are those Itachi Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha? At that moment, Itachi was deftly maneuvering around the wild boar, while Sasuke stood off to the side, bow and arrow at the ready, poised to strike. Noticing Zephyr's gaze, Itachi, who was locked in battle with the boar, furrowed his brow and glanced toward Zephyr's direction. Just then, the wild boar spotted its opportunity and charged, ramming straight into Itachi's abdomen. Its razor-sharp tusks pierced through Itachi's body in an instant. Sasuke, witnessing the scene, shouted in panic, "Brother!" But at that moment, with a sudden pop, Itachi's form disappeared, transforming into a split log. Seeing that Itachi was unharmed, Sasuke finally let out a sigh of relief. But what Sasuke failed to notice was that, not far behind him, a young wild boar was quietly creeping closer. Though smaller than the one they'd fought earlier with Itachi, this boar was still more than capable of killing Sasuke. Both Zephyr and Uchiha Itachi sensed the presence of the animal at the same time. Without hesitation, Itachi abandoned his struggle with the larger boar and rushed madly towards Sasuke. Yet, by the time he reached Sasuke's side, he was already too late. The boar's razor-sharp tusks were less than a meter away from Sasuke's back. "Sasuke, get out of the way!" In that moment, all Itachi could do was shout, warning Sasuke to dodge. When he heard Itachi's voice, Sasuke instinctively turned his head, but instead of scrambling away, he only glanced backward. Witnessing this, Itachi's eyes immediately flushed red, and the three tomo of his Sharingan spun rapidly in their sockets. Just as he prepared to cast a Jinjutsu to control the boar, a swift, petite figure flashed between Sasuke and the wild beast. Two hands clamped onto the boar's tusks with unyielding strength. The one rescuing Sasuke was none other than Zephyr. It's not as big as the other one, but still enough to feed these two for days. As Zephyr spoke, his arms darkened with the armor of Haki, and with a harsh flex, the tusks he'd gripped shattered instantly. With the boar's defenses broken, Zephyr leapt into the air and slammed his fist down onto its forehead. The impact left the animal bleeding from its nose, eyes, ears, and mouth, all at once. It was clear that with that single blow, Zephyr had ended the beast's life. But to Zephyr's surprise, the moment he finished off the boar, something else happened. Naruto's shadow clone vanished in a puff of white smoke. Not far away, Uchiha Itachi deactivated his Sharingan and hurried over to Sasuke, who stood dazed and speechless. "Sasuke, are you all right?" "Brother," Sasuke managed to say, but the word barely left his lips before he broke down in sobs. Itachi gently stroked Sasuke's head, though his gaze was fixed on the spot where Zephyr had disappeared. Though a distance separated them, Itachi could tell, without a doubt, that the one who'd saved Sasuke was the child he'd met before, Uzumaki Naruto. So that was just a shadow clone. A single shadow clone strong enough to kill a wild boar. This kid is something else. By now, Itachi had already joined the Umbu and knew a thing or two about the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. He was well aware that the higher-ups in Konoha forbade the Uchiha clan from getting close to the host of the Nine Tails. So, he had never tried to learn more about Naruto Uzumaki. It seems this Naruto Uzumaki is hiding his true abilities well. Should I report this to the third Hokage? Yet after a brief moment of thought, Itachi decided against it. Firstly, it is already taboo for a Uchiha to come into contact with a Nine Tails Jinchuriki. If he were to reveal anything about Naruto Uzumaki, he might end up violating this taboo, and the third Hokage would no doubt become wary of him. Secondly, as for Naruto Uzumaki, it's impossible that the third Hokage is unaware of his situation. He knows, and there have always been members of the Umbu silently watching over Naruto. Thirdly, and perhaps most crucial, is the present situation between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. The divide between the Uchiha and the village has only deepened, despite all the efforts that he and his friend Shursui have made to heal the rift. Yet, things have only grown worse. With these thoughts in mind, Itachi took Sasuke, whose eyes were still red from crying, and walked out of the forest. Before leaving, Itachi glanced once more at the wild boar lying dead on the ground and fell in a silent thought. Meanwhile, Naruto, who had been teaching Lee how to play games, suddenly froze as a flood of memories rushed into his mind. It was a replay of everything Zephyr had just experienced. At the same moment, Zephyr's voice echoed in Naruto's head. "Naruto, your body is just too fragile. I only threw out 2 moves, and this shadow clone of yours shattered." Hearing this, Naruto could only sigh in exasperation. "Master Zephyr, I'm not even 6 years old yet. I haven't reached the age for awakening spirit power. How sturdy can my body possibly be?" Though he had no idea what spirit power truly meant, Zephyr understood well enough. Having a 5-year-old Naruto bear the brunt of his strength was clearly a bit much. "All right, time to get moving. Go to the forest and fetch that wild boar back. That's your and Lee's meals for the next few days." "Master Zephyr, won't Uchiha Itachi take the boar away?" "I have no idea, but even if he does, you can always hunt rabbits or pheasants in the forest instead." "All right then." With a nod, Naruto decided to take Lee and head for the woods. Before leaving, Naruto grabbed 2 packs of instant noodles, pulled out the brick-like noodles inside. Both of them were still hungry, and these dry noodles, at least, could tide them over for a bit. So, Naruto and Lee munched on their crunchy noodle cakes as they made their way toward the forest. Deep within the woods, Naruto soon spotted the wild boar's carcass lying on the ground. Seeing that Itachi hadn't taken the boar, Naruto let out a sigh of relief. Just then, both boys' stomachs growled loudly. "I'm starving. How about we roast the wild boar right here and eat our fill? Naruto's suggestion was met with a fervent nod from Lee. The two of them were already famished. But neither of these little guys had much experience with grilling meat, so they had no choice but to summon Zephyr once more. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto formed a hand sign, and with a poof, another shadow clone appeared, Zephyr materializing alongside it. And so, Zephyr hoisted the wild boar onto his shoulder and carried it to the riverside to begin dressing the carcass, while Naruto and Lee gathered dry wood nearby. Though they didn't have any knives, Zephyr simply picked up a particularly sharp branch and wrapped it with his armament haki. With the power of armament haki, the ordinary tree branch was instantly transformed into a weapon sharp enough to cut cleanly through the boar's hide. Once Zephyr had finished butchering the meat, Naruto and Lee came back, each carrying an armful of firewood. The aroma of roast boar soon filled the air, mouth-watering and rich. Although there was no salt to be found, Zephyr managed to gather honey, wild walnuts, and assorted forest fruit as substitutes in the woods. Using these as seasonings, he created a simple meal imbued with a unique wild flavor. It was an exceptionally satisfying feast. Naruto and Lee ate their fill, demolishing nearly a third of the entire wild boar between them. Teacher Zephyr, what's the plan for training this afternoon? Lee asked, lying sprawled on the ground, his face brimming with anticipation as he looked up at Zephyr. For Lee, nothing in the world brought more delight than eating and training. Don't worry, I've already put together your afternoon schedule. Zephyr reassured them. But almost as soon as the words left his lips, a wild boar, slightly mad with rage, came barreling toward the three of them. This was the very same giant boar that had escaped the combined efforts of Itachi and Sasuke earlier that day. At the sight of such an enormous beast charging toward them, both Naruto and Lee jumped up, ready to run. Yet Zephyr just chuckled, saying, "Looks like a perfect training prop has appeared. Let me give you both a practical demonstration." As he spoke, Zephyr glanced at Naruto. "Naruto, lend me your body for a moment." Naruto didn't know what Zephyr intended, but he offered no objection and simply relaxed his mind, allowing Zephyr's consciousness to enter his body. At the same time, Naruto's own spirit entered his shadow clone. He was eager to see what Zephyr-sensei would do next. Zephyr stepped in front of the oncoming boar, his entire body clad in armament haki. "Naruto, Lee, pay close attention to the move I'm about to show you. This is what you'll be learning next." No sooner had Zephyr finished than the wild boar thundered up to him. But before the beast could crash into him, Zephyr's form vanished in a blur. The next instant, Zephyr was standing 10 meters behind the wild boar. This is the first technique of the 6 forms, shave. Although the boar hadn't hit Zephyr, its momentum remained unbroken, and it now charged straight toward Naruto and Lee. Once again, Zephyr unleashed shave, and in a blink, he was standing directly in front of the two boys. Now, the second technique of the 6 forms, Iron Body. The moment he finished speaking, the wild boar's massive tusks crashed into Zephyr's body. A sudden clash of metal rang out, but Zephyr was completely unscathed. He was merely pushed back several meters, and the ground beneath his feet was torn into 2 deep furrows. After blocking the wild boar, Zephyr flexed his powerful arms and forced the creature to retreat. Instantly, he slid forward, coming to a stop beneath the wild boar's belly. His index finger jabbed at the boar's stomach in rapid succession, and several bloody holes appeared at once. This technique is called Finger Pistol, one of the 6 powers. Deep within the Konoha forest, Zephyr was fiercely trouncing the enormous wild boar, while not far away, the young man perched atop a tree was silently observing the scene. That young man was none other than Itachi Uchiha. Itachi's curiosity had been piqued. After sending Sasuke out of the forest, he had quietly returned to this spot. He had witnessed, with absolute clarity, how Naruto, Lee, and Naruto's clone dealt with the wild boar and how they cooked it over the fire. But what truly puzzled Itachi was Naruto's clone. During this roast, it was not the real Naruto who took charge, but rather his clone. And he could clearly sense that Naruto's clone and the true Naruto carried very different auras. Itachi's immediate reaction was the same as Lee's, that Naruto suffered from split personality. But Itachi understood split personalities far better than Lee. Having survived war, he'd seen many fragile-hearted shinobi develop psychological disorders in its aftermath. Schizophrenia was among the more common ones, especially for those who relied heavily on shadow clones. Such shinobi were astonishingly adept at conjuring up a whole spectrum of distinct personas. It was almost magical. However, this was the first time Itachi had seen someone whose split personality actually increased their combat prowess. Because he wished to test Naruto, he had earlier lured the giant wild boar over. Still, what surprised Itachi was that it wasn't Naruto's clone who stepped forward, but the real Naruto. Yet, judging by his presence and his eyes, Itachi understood that the true Naruto had now been replaced by the persona of his clone. Apart from this, Naruto's physical abilities left Itachi genuinely amazed. Shave, iron body, finger pistol, these were all pure physical techniques. And then there was that black substance sheathing Naruto's entire body. Thanks to his Sharingan, Itachi could clearly discern these three skills. But to perform them himself was another matter. The physical demands alone were daunting, requiring no chakra whatsoever. As Zephyr simultaneously battled the wild boar and gave instruction, his keen observation haki senses detected Itachi's presence in the distance. All along, Zephyr hadn't bothered concealing himself. Since he intended to train Naruto continuously, he knew it was only a matter of time before the higher-ups of Konoha noticed him. Rather than practicing in secret, furtively hiding away, it would be far better to train openly and unashamed. If the third Hokage were to ask about anything, they could simply say that Naruto suffers from dissociative identity disorder. As for how Naruto developed such a condition, the third Hokage should have a pretty good idea himself. After all, since Naruto had no friends growing up, was despised by the villagers, and could only hide away at home, imagining one or two good friends for himself doesn't seem unreasonable at all. In the clearing, several swift fingergun attacks from Zephyr enraged the wild boar immensely. Its eyes burned red with fury as it charged at Zephyr once more. Yet Zephyr remained completely at ease, calmly continuing his explanation. This next technique is called paper drawing, one of the 6 styles. As the words fell, Zephyr's body swayed like grass in a gentle breeze. No matter how fiercely the boar attacked, it simply couldn't touch him. Letting the boar's wild blows come for several more seconds, Zephyr then used the shade technique to swiftly create distance between them. Now, I'll show you the Tempest Kick, another of the 6 styles. With that, Zephyr spun and sent a powerful kick flying toward the boar, unleashing a blue arc of energy that slashed directly across the boar's flank. The force of that strike carved a deep wound into the boar's side, exposing bone. The boar roared in pain, bellowing with a guttural fury, but this time, instead of charging again, it turned tail and fled. Clearly, a beast that managed to grow this large couldn't be too dull. After this exchange, it knew Zephyr was not someone to provoke. Seeing the wounded boar make a run for it, Zephyr chuckled. Now, here is the moonwalk, the last of the 6 styles. With that, Zephyr's feet stepped effortlessly into the air, as though walking on invisible steps, and he raced after the boar. While still airborne, Zephyr delivered another Tempest Kick. This time, the blade of wind struck the boar right at the neck, slicing its head clean off in a single stroke. From beginning to end, as he witnessed Zephyr demonstrate every one of the 6 styles, Lee could hardly even close his mouth in astonishment. It wasn't until Zephyr had completely finished off the giant boar that Lee finally snapped out of his daze. Master Zephyr, is this really the taijutsu you're going to teach us? It's so strong, unbelievably strong. Carrying the beheaded boar over his shoulder, Zephyr came over to Lee and Naruto with a big grin. The 6 styles are just the basics. Once you've mastered those, I have even more powerful techniques to teach you. As he spoke, Zephyr displayed his pitch-black, hardened skin, the power of armament haki. Hey, Master Zephyr, since the fight's over, why don't you drop the haki? Or do you get to use it as much as you want? At Naruto's question, Zephyr simply shook his head and replied, You'll understand in a moment. And so, with a massive boar carcass slung over his shoulders, Zephyr led Lee and Naruto out of the forest. But just before leaving the woods, Zephyr glanced back toward where Itachi Uchiha was hidden. It looks like you noticed me a while ago, didn't you? Uchiha Itachi said with a smile, still perched atop the tree branch. Although he had witnessed Naruto's split personalities, Itachi, owing to Naruto's identity, had no intention of reporting this to the third Hokage. In Itachi's view, even if he stayed silent, the third Hokage would find out sooner or later. But what Itachi didn't know was that the third was still engrossed in a dating simulation game, while Danzo had gone sleepless, grinding away at Dark Souls 3. It would be a while before either of them learned about Naruto's current situation. Though the two of them would occasionally make time for official business, most of their hours were spent absorbed in their games. For the third Hokage, it was a way to fill the emptiness and loneliness. For Danzo, it was about surpassing the third and proving his worth. Aside from his obsession with games, Danzo's greatest concern was the Uchiha clan, because he needed more Sharingan eyes to beat Dark Souls 3. Back at home, Zephyr placed the huge wild boar's carcass in the open space downstairs. He then hurried inside, heading straight for the medical pod. Inside the chamber, there was a control panel. After making all the preparations, Zephyr donned his oxygen mask, closed the hatch, and started filling the pod with water. Only after doing all this did he release his full-body haki. allowing his consciousness to leave Naruto's body. Back in his room, Naruto witnessed the whole scene. Puzzled, he pulled his spirit back into his own body. The instant his spirit returned, a jolt of searing pain shot through every inch of his body. It felt like his very bones and muscles were being torn apart. Damn it! Naruto cursed under his breath, suddenly understanding why Zephyr had maintained his full-body haki the entire time. If he had dispelled the haki even a moment earlier, his body would have completely collapsed to the floor. In the sealed space. Zephyr-sensei, Naruto looked at Zephyr, a loss for words. Ahem. Zephyr cleared his throat and said, "This will help your body remember the sensation of Rokushiki. That way, you'll be able to master it even faster." Naruto fell silent. And another thing, your body's really too fragile. You need to eat well and train harder. Naruto sighed inwardly. All right, you're the teacher, you know best. And so, Naruto found himself soaking in the recovery pod for another 2 hours. But there was one silver lining. During this time, he managed to play games for a solid stretch in the sealed world. He didn't emerge from the pod until after 5 in the afternoon, just in time for the next round of training. For the afternoon class, Zephyr had prepared 2 props. Naturally, these props were inventions by Grey Wolf. Still, Zephyr thought these tools were just perfect for Naruto and Lee's training. Once again, the pair found themselves running toward the morning training ground, now under double gravity. When the 3 of them arrived, Zephyr brought out 2 dolls. Each doll was only as big as a palm, but when Zephyr pressed a switch on their backs, the dolls instantly grew, standing as tall as Naruto. Naruto was taken aback when he saw what they were. He recognized them at once. They were none other than Pleasant Goat and Fit Goat from the cartoon Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. All right, you two. Choose one each. This afternoon's training is simple. Catch the goats. As Zephyr finished speaking, he pressed a button on the backs of both dolls, causing small doors to open. Then, from his backpack, he took out 2 food containers, producing 2 enormous grilled steaks, which he placed inside the 2 goats. These steaks are your dinner tonight. If you can't catch your goat, you'll go hungry. The thought of missing dinner immediately made Naruto and Lee turn serious. Naruto picked Pleasant Goat, while Lee chose Fit Goat. With that, the training began. The 2 goats took off running, and Naruto and Lee dashed after them. The afternoon was nothing like the morning. In the morning, all they needed was to keep jogging under double gravity. But in the afternoon, catching these goats meant they'd have to sprint at top speed with the extra weight. Luckily for them, neither goat was all that fast, certainly not as overpowered as their cartoon counterparts. Just as Naruto was about to reach Pleasant Goat, the puppet suddenly accelerated, putting a surprising distance between itself and its pursuer. What the? Did that goat just get a nitro boost? Before Naruto could recover from his astonishment, a dull thud sounded nearby, and he turned just in time to see Lee sent flying by a powerful kick from Fit Goat. What's happening here? Sensing their confusion, Zephyr stepped in to explain. These goats have special abilities. The trigger for their powers is being chased. As they're pursued, their rage meter fills up, and once it's full, they can release their skills. Pleasant Goat's ability is a rocket start. When activated, it gets a sudden burst of speed. Fit Goat, on the other hand, unleashes a berserk mode. Once its rage is maxed, it turns aggressive and attacks with all its stats, power, speed, reflexes, multiplied several times over. What? How are we supposed to catch them like this? After listening to Zephyr's explanation, Naruto felt that trying to catch those 2 sheep was practically impossible. Zephyr, however, just shrugged and said, "It's simple, really. All you have to do is catch them before their rage reaches its peak." Naruto was at a loss for words, but Lee was fired up with enthusiasm. "Master Zephyr, I swear I'll catch Furious Ram." As soon as he finished speaking, Lee took off after the sheep again. And so Naruto and Lee chased the sheep for more than 2 hours, while the sky gradually grew dark. Both Naruto and Lee were utterly exhausted and starving by the end. The relentless pursuit had worn them down to the point where they could hardly move. I finally understand just how desperate Grey Wolf must feel every day. Right at that moment, Zephyr appeared in front of them. "Ready to give up?" he asked. Naruto let out a long sigh. It's just impossible to catch them. Even Lee, who at first had been all hot-blooded excitement, fell silent. In fact, Lee was even worse off than Naruto. Every now and then he would get thrashed by Furious Ram. Zephyr nodded in understanding. "You both did pretty well in today's training. But as for dinner, I'll give you another chance. You can turn off the gravity setting on your wristbands and try again. If you manage to catch them, you'll get to eat. If not, no dinner." The moment they heard they could disable the gravity limiters, Naruto's and Lee's eyes lit up. "With the gravity off, I'll have those sheep caught in no time." As soon as he spoke, Naruto reached for his wrist and switched off the gravity band, springing up off the ground with newfound energy. Lee followed suit, removing the gravity and leaping to his feet. This time, it was a breeze for Naruto and Lee to catch both Pleasant Ram and Furious Ram, and soon enough, they each had a steak taken from a sheep. What Naruto hadn't expected was that the steaks were still wonderfully warm inside. Wow, these things even have a built-in warming feature. He couldn't help but remark as he tucked in. He really was famished. Next to him, Lee wasn't concerned whether the food was hot or cold. The moment he got his steak, he started devouring it hungrily. Watching the two youngsters start to eat, Zephyr took the opportunity to inform them about their future training. For the next few months, your training will be just like today's. Mornings will be for running and basic exercises, and evenings, you'll be sheep catching. Every 3 days, your gravity wristbands will increase by another half increment, so you'll have to get used to the new level within that time. Naruto wanted to protest that he was still a kid, but seeing the way Lee's eyes sparkled with anticipation, he swallowed his words. For the next month, Naruto and Lee continued this same training regimen day after day. Because Lee still had to go to school during the day, Naruto finally had an excuse to play games when they weren't training, using the reason that training can't fall behind for Lee. After a month, both Naruto and Lee had increased the gravity load they bore to 7 times normal. To better adapt to this heightened gravity, both of them lived their daily lives with their gravity wristbands activated, whether they were training or not. Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, looking somewhat thinner than before, gazed at the umbu below and asked, "How's the investigation going?" Reporting, Lord Hokage, over the past month, Uzumaki Naruto has been engaged in physical training with a student from the Ninja Academy named Rock Lee. If there's anything strange, perhaps it's Naruto's shadow clone. It appears to take on the role of a teacher. Both Uzumaki Naruto and Rock Lee call that clone Teacher Zephyr. At this, the third Hokage took a long, heavy drag from his pipe and then ordered, "Understand. You may go." During the past month, the third Hokage had sought Naruto out several times himself. He'd noticed something unusual about Naruto and his shadow clone, so he'd quietly instructed the umbu to investigate. What he hadn't expected to uncover was that Naruto seemed to have developed something resembling a split personality. A clone as a teacher. I wonder if there's also a clone that acts as his friend. The third Hokage fell into deep thought. A sense of guilt emerged in his heart. Guilt towards Naruto and towards the parents of the fourth Hokage. He heaved a long, weary sigh and silently concluded, "This matter must be approached carefully, and Naruto must be gently guided. I also ought to have a conversation with this other personality of his, to see whether it bears any hostility towards the hidden leaf." In the third Hokage's view, the appearance of a second personality in Naruto was likely due to all the resentment he'd been forced to bottle up against the villagers of the leaf, resentment for which he'd found no release. If this second personality truly harbored anti-leaf sentiments, then the third Hokage would have to find a way to remove it. Just then, there was a knock at the office door. In walked Danzo, his eye bags dark and hair disheveled, looking thoroughly unkempt. Seeing Danzo in such a state, the third Hokage was slightly taken aback. "Danzo, what happened to you?" Danzo was well aware of how poorly he was presenting himself and struggled to find an explanation. He couldn't just admit, "I've been grinding Dark Souls 3 day and night, trying to surpass you." Could he? Thinking quickly, Danzo seized upon a scapegoat for his condition. "Ahem. I was ambushed by a mysterious ninja. I suspect that ninja may be in league with the Blood Release clan." Originally, Danzo had intended to say he'd been attacked directly by a Blood Release ninja, but then realized that, if pressed for specifics by the third Hokage, he wouldn't be able to answer the questions properly. So Danzo fabricated the story about the accomplices of the Blood Release ninja. Hearing Danzo's words, the third Hokage looked utterly shocked. After all, he knew very well that the so-called Blood Release ninja was nothing but a figure Danzo invented from thin air. But now, with reports of ninja from another village actually attacking Danzo, the third Hokage had no choice but to treat the matter with gravity. Noticing the third Hokage's increasingly serious expression, Danzo cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, I didn't come here today, for that matter. As for the Blood Release ninja and their accomplices, I'll deal with them myself. My real purpose here is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. I heard that the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails has been showing signs of mental." Before Danzo could finish a sentence, the third Hokage cut him off. "Didn't I order you to withdraw root surveillance for Naruto?" Danzo let out a cold snort. "The Jinchuriki parades out in the open every single day. How could I possibly miss any strange behavior? The Jinchuriki appears to have developed a second personality. I suspect this new personality could pose a danger to the Leaf Village, so..." Again, the third Hokage interrupted before Danzo could finish. Naruto will not be turned over to you. As for his second personality, I'll handle it myself. No need for you to interfere. You'd do better to focus your efforts on investigating the whereabouts of the blood-release ninja and their so-called accomplices. Hiruzen, if you keep stubbornly refusing to listen, you're going to regret it one day. With that iconic parting line, Danzo turned around, ready to leave. But just then, his gaze flickered over to the laptop sitting on the Hokage's desk. Danzo was itching to see just how many bosses Hiruzen Sarutobi had managed to defeat. Caught by that glance, the third Hokage wasted no time. He snapped the laptop shut immediately, a clear sign that he had no intention of letting Danzo have even a peek. He truly didn't want Danzo to see it. Not just Danzo, but anyone. If people found out that he, the third Hokage, devoted time to gaming or to watching those kinds of movies, imagine the scandal. What would become of the will of fire, the legacy of the Hokage? So far, only Naruto and that bluebird who always helped him buy supplements for his kidneys and anemia were privy to Hiruzen Sarutobi's secret. Seeing Hiruzen guard the computer as fiercely as a father would protect his child, Danzo gave up on trying to catch a glimpse of the screen. Danzo knew, in his current state, Hiruzen Sarutobi was sure to be better at Dark Souls 3 than himself. But, once the anti-Uchiha plan was complete and he'd acquired even more Sharingan, he was certain he could clear Dark Souls 3 much faster than Hiruzen. Hiruzen, just wait. Sooner or later, that Hokage's seat will be mine. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Naruto had no idea that the third Hokage and Danzo had already made up their minds and decided he was suffering from dissociative identity disorder. At this very moment, he was teamed up with Grey Wolf, Kurama, and Zephyr, forming a four-man squad in a game of League of Legends. That's right, even Zephyr had fallen under the spell of video games. Though, to be fair, Zephyr actually preferred hardcore, soul-crushing games, rather than online ones like League or Dungeon Fighter. Still, if Grey Wolf and Kurama extended an invitation, Zephyr didn't mind switching things up and playing something new. Controlling set, Zephyr turned to Naruto and asked, "Naruto, aren't you supposed to be starting school in a couple of days?" Yeah, Naruto nodded. The third Hokage told me a few days ago. These days, my training routine is already adjusted around school hours anyway. Don't worry, I won't slack off when it comes to my training. Hearing this, Zephyr nodded in approval and added, "How about I walk you to school on your first day? After all, I'm your teacher and your elder. It's only right that I see you off, don't you think?" Before Zephyr could even finish, Grey Wolf, who was piloting Warwick, piped up eagerly that he wanted to come too. "I want to go as well. Naruto's a friend recognized by the great Grey Wolf himself. And besides, I took my son Little Grey to his first day, so I have plenty of experience when it comes to seeing children off to school." The mention of his child made Zephyr fall silent. Grey Wolf instantly caught on, realizing he'd probably put his foot in his mouth again. Ahem. At that moment, Kurama cleared his throat a few times, lightening the awkward mood before chiming in. "Since I'm still sealed away and can only exist in the seal space, I won't be able to see you off." And so, the two men, one wolf and one fox, continued gaming as they chatted about Naruto's upcoming first day at school. The next morning, Naruto went out training with Zephyr, while Grey Wolf stayed home to pack school supplies for him. Seated on a stool, Grey Wolf stroked his chin, pondering what Naruto might need for school. A spatial backpack, PSP console, Switch console. I should get some self-defense tools together, too. A rocket launcher, a bubble gun, and a shrinking potion. Those 3 should be enough. People tend to nap in class, don't they? Better pack a sleeping pillow as well. Just as Grey Wolf was finishing his preparations, the wolf head-shaped buzzer on the table began to vibrate with a steady buzz. Huh, is that pervy Hokage here again? No sooner had he spoken than a series of knocks echoed at the door. Grey Wolf walked over to open it, only to see the third Hokage standing by the stairs, tapping the ash from his cigarette. "Oh, old man Third, it's you again. What brings you here this time?" Grey Wolf asked, picking his nose with all the composure in the world. Seeing Grey Wolf's lazy, devil-may-care demeanor, the third Hokage frowned. He knew that the person before him was likely another personality within Naruto. "You're not Zephyr?" The third probed, testing the waters. "No, I'm not. I am Grey Wolf, the great king of Green Meadows." Grey Wolf introduced himself grandly, and then immediately invited the third Hokage into the house. As the third stepped inside, he was greeted by piles of scrap metal and discarded household appliances, stacked almost to the ceiling. Yet these things didn't concern him. He took his seat and looked at Grey Wolf, asking, "So, are you and Zephyr both just facets of Naruto's personality?" On hearing the question, Grey Wolf realized what was happening. The Hokage had mistaken Naruto for someone suffering from multiple personality disorder. What personalities? Naruto is Naruto, and I am me, Grey Wolf stated bluntly. But in the third Hokage's mind, it only confirmed how deep Naruto's illness must be. Grey Wolf, what do you think of the hidden leaf? The third pressed on. The purpose of this visit, after all, was to understand the various views held by Naruto's alternate personalities. The Leaf Village? I don't have any particular opinions. You should really ask Naruto about that. Honestly, I just follow his lead most of the time. Hearing this, the third Hokage was slightly reassured. Maybe Naruto's condition wasn't hopeless after all. At the very least, it seemed the alternate personalities respected the primary one. Would I be able to speak with Zephyr? The third decided he should speak with each of Naruto's personalities to understand their perspectives before making his next move. After all, Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and any oversight would be unacceptable. Understanding what was needed, Grey Wolf nodded, then began the process of switching over to Zephyr. At that moment, Zephyr was watching as Naruto trained with Rock Lee. When he learned that the third wanted to see him, Zephyr didn't refuse. In fact, he had already anticipated such a summons. Back at Naruto's home, Grey Wolf closed his eyes. When he opened them again, everything about Naruto's clone, from his gaze to his entire bearing, had transformed dramatically. The third Hokage watched, inwardly stunned. The aura Zephyr now exuded was unmistakably that of a leader, reminiscent of his own teacher, the second Hokage. This realization only deepened the third's gravity as he regarded Zephyr. You're Zephyr? Yes. Zephyr nodded. I am Zephyr, Lord Third. No sooner had Zephyr spoken than Grey Wolf's voice echoed through his mind. Zephyr, the third Hokage, thinks Naruto's a lunatic with multiple personalities. Figure out a way to fool him, would you? And make it quick. I've got a lot of work to do today. Zephyr, how do you view the hidden leaf? The third Hokage repeated his earlier question, now directed at Zephyr. As long as you don't do anything to harm Naruto, I won't have any opinions about Konoha whatsoever. Zephyr's reply plunged the third Hokage into deep thought. Not harming Naruto was something the third could certainly do. After all, he had never intended to hurt Naruto in the first place. That I can guarantee. But how can you assure me that none of you, these so-called alternate personalities, will do him harm? These past few days, I've read up quite a bit on cases of dissociative identity disorder. There are plenty of reports where the host personality is taken over, or even entirely consumed, by the alter personalities. Indeed, the third had been poring over literature about multiple personalities lately. There are methods to treat dissociative identity disorder, actually, such as erasing memories, or using the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques, which can also be effective against multiple personalities. But those treatments require the patient's complete cooperation. Looking at Naruto now, it was obvious he had no wish to let go of Zephyr, the teacher he dreamed up, nor of his friend, Grey Wolf. Don't worry about that. I'll be keeping a close watch, the old master assured him. Just then, something about Naruto's clone shifted. His demeanor changed entirely. At the same moment, a cloak of chakra, shimmering like the surface of a bubble, formed around the shadow clone. You're the Nine-Tails? The sight of the transformation made the third spring to his feet in alarm. Ha ha ha. No need to be nervous. I only want to let you know that as long as I'm here, a couple of alternate personalities are hardly a problem. Seeing that the Nine-Tails didn't seem intent on attacking, and that this was merely Naruto's shadow clone, the third slowly relaxed. The Nine-Tails? I never imagined Naruto's seal would be unable to restrain your consciousness. Haha, that's something you'll have to ask Minato Namikaze. When he sealed me, he deliberately left a little door, away from my chakra to seep out. Don't forget, I am a being of pure chakra. Chakra is what my consciousness is. With those words, the Nine-Tails promptly withdrew. His only reason for surfacing was to reassure the third that neither Zephyr nor Grey Wolf would harm Naruto. Since the third now believed Naruto suffered from dissociative identity disorder, why not cement that diagnosis? In the blink of an eye, Grey Wolf reappeared. All right, old man Third, now you know the situation. You should get going. I've got work to do, you know. Ahem, the third Hokage cleared his throat twice. Actually, there's one more thing. Can you give me some of the remaining DLC for Ninja Strategy? I saw, well, one of the promotional posters featured a kunoichi in black stockings who seemed rather, let's say, in need of critique, so? Before the old Lek could finish, Grey Wolf reached into a nearby drawer and tossed him a USB drive. Here are all the DLCs for that game. Go ahead and download them. Naruto had anticipated that the third Hokage would eventually come asking for the game's DLC, so he had prepared everything well in advance. Accepting the USB drive as though he was receiving a priceless treasure, the third Hokage finally left Naruto's house. As for the Nine-Tails' words, the third remained skeptical. But now, it seemed he had no choice but to put his trust in both the Nine-Tails and Naruto's split personalities. To heal Naruto, Naruto's own cooperation was essential. For now, the most important thing was to keep Naruto's alternate personality and the Nine-Tails under control, while leaving it to the Yamanaka clan to find a solution to the problem of Naruto's multiple personalities as soon as possible. Morning light broke. Naruto got up early. Today, he didn't go to train because it was a school day. Looking at the items laid out on his table, and at a backpack brimming with high-tech flair, Naruto was rendered utterly speechless. Grey Wolf, I can understand you packing a game console. After all, I need to play during class. A pillow makes sense too. Once I'm tired from gaming, I can rest. But what's with the rocket launcher? And this blue capsule, not to mention this toy gun? Hearing Naruto's questions, Grey Wolf picked up the blue pill and began to explain. This is a shrinking capsule. If you swallow it and picture in your mind how small you want to become, it'll shrink you down to that size, even to the scale of a microbe if you wish. Then, Grey Wolf grabbed the bubble gun that looked just like a toy. This is a bubble gun. Use it on yourself, and you'll be able to float. Shoot your enemy with it, and you can control them through the bubbles. As for the rocket launcher, Grey Wolf didn't bother with an explanation. After all, even an idiot could guess its purpose. All three of these are for your protection, and even if you don't need them for defense, they could still be a lot of fun. Grey Wolf was actually tempted to point out that he could whip up even more powerful weapons if needed, but he was worried about the third Hokage coming to investigate. After learning what the blue capsule and the toy gun could do, Naruto had nothing more to say. After all, both of those gadgets had appeared in Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. They really were pretty amusing. As for the rocket launcher, he might as well take it along. The space in his backpack was more than enough. After tidying everything up, Naruto set out, with Grey Wolf and Zephyr following behind. This time, Zephyr used Naruto's shadow clone jutsu and disguising technique to appear as his true self. Grey Wolf, too, reverted to his original form. Though Grey Wolf's appearance might cause a stir on the streets of Konoha, this was, after all, the world of Naruto, a place where plenty of fantastic summon creatures could be seen. At most, the regular villagers would simply keep their distance from Grey Wolf. It wouldn't create any real commotion. It was actually Zephyr's physique that drew more attention. The three of them descended the stairs, and Naruto immediately spotted Lee downstairs doing squats. As soon as Lee saw Naruto, he hurried over to greet him. Naruto, congratulations. You're finally able to come to school too. With those words, Lee glanced at the two figures behind Naruto, Zephyr and Grey Wolf. Naruto, who are these two? Before Naruto could make introductions, Zephyr stepped forward and, without warning, swung a punch at Lee. Not missing a beat, Lee's eyes sharpened. He instantly released the gravity setting on his weighted wristbands, stamped both feet hard against the floor with blinding speed, and vanished from Zephyr's reach in the blink of an eye. By the time Lee reappeared, he was already at Zephyr's side. Not bad. Not bad at all, Zephyr said with a push of his sunglasses, offering praise. Hearing that familiar voice, Lee was momentarily stunned. You're Teacher Zephyr, aren't you? When Zephyr uses Naruto's body or his shadow clone, his voice doesn't change at all. So just from the sound alone, Lee recognized that this burly, purple-haired man was none other than his daily trainer, Teacher Zephyr. Hey, don't forget about me, the Great King. Grey Wolf suddenly stepped forward, refusing to go unnoticed. All your training equipment and the recovery machine. Those were my inventions. You're King Grey Wolf. You both actually have your own appearances? Lee was astonished to find that these personalities had physical forms of their own. That's right. These two are Teacher Zephyr and Grey Wolf. All right, it's almost time. I still need to go register at the academy. With that, Naruto set off toward the school. Because he spent every day at home, apart from the occasional meetings with Hinata and Sasuke, and the daily training sessions endured with Lee, Naruto hadn't really met any of the other Konoha 12. He found himself feeling a bit excited at the thought. Naruto's house wasn't far from the Ninja Academy, so before long, the four of them arrived at its entrance. By this time, a crowd of parents and their children were already gathered at the gates, waiting. As Naruto arrived, the present heads of the Akimichi, Nara, and Yamanaka clans, along with Itachi, who had brought Sasuke to school, turned to look at him. Noticing Zephyr and Grey Wolf standing behind Naruto, their faces all showed hints of surprise. Beyond these few groups, the one most focused on Naruto was Hinata Hyuga. Who are those two behind that boy? Nara Shikaku asked, a trace of curiosity in his voice. I'm not sure. Maybe Lord Hokage sent them to protect him, suggested Akimichi Choza. Of the three, it was only Yamanaka Ino's father, Yamanaka Inoichi, who fell into deep thought. I suspect that burly man and the wolf-shaped summoned beast aren't bodyguards sent by the third Hokage. Hearing what Inoichi Yamanaka said, Choza Akimichi grew a little curious. Inoichi, do you know something? Inoichi Yamanaka shook his head gently. The matter of Naruto being a psychiatric patient was something the third Hokage had told him to keep secret. He was not to tell anyone. Ever since the third Hokage found out that Naruto suffered from dissociative identity disorder, he put Inoichi in charge of the situation. As for how to handle it, the answer was simple: find a way to eradicate Naruto's alternate personalities. Because of this, Inoichi had spent the last few days conducting experiments at the detention center on the outskirts of Konoha. In the prison, many leaf ninjas had broken under the harshness of war. Multiple personality disorders were not uncommon among them. But when Inoichi saw Zephyr and Wolfie standing behind Naruto, he realized at once that Naruto's condition was anything but simple. Naruto's dissociative state, at the very least, was far more severe than what he'd seen among the inmates. Ordinary cases of dissociation might give rise to alternate personalities, but these personas never had distinct appearances. They remained facets of the same person. But Naruto's alternate personalities not only had unique appearances, judging by the way Naruto interacted with them. It was obvious each possessed a mind of its own. Seeing that Inoichi only shook his head and said nothing, Choza wanted to press further, but Shikaka Nara stopped him, quietly saying, "It's probably best if we don't know too much about that child." "Yeah." Inoichi nodded. "You should tell your kids to keep their distance from him." Hearing this, Shikaku frowned. He shook his head and said, "As for my boy, I can't really control him. Managing who he befriends? That's too much trouble." Choza, for his part, said he'd tell his own son, but as for what Choji would actually do, he wasn't about to interfere. Both men knew the truth. Naruto was the fourth Hokage's son, and they understood all too well his difficult situation in the village. Precisely because they knew, they'd both hoped their own kids would reach out to Naruto, that he might have friends of his own age. They didn't know why Inoichi reacted so strongly, but even so, they were unwilling to give up on that idea. Seeing his friends so insistent, Inoichi could only force a wry smile. If that's the case, then so be it. But inwardly, he sighed, "I just hope Naruto's personalities won't turn out to be too dangerous." On the small square in front of the Ninja Academy, where Naruto, Zephyr, and Wolfie stood, everyone gave them a wide berth. There wasn't a soul within 4 or 5 meters. With Naruto himself present, and on top of that Zephyr's abnormal size, and a wolf walking upright. Who'd dare go near them? You'd have to be out of your mind. Just as Naruto watched Lee leave, 2 ninja instructors emerged from the school building. Naruto recognized both of them. One was Irika Yumino, and the other was Mizuki, Irika's friend, also known in the original story as the very first small boss Naruto would face. The 2 men carried a table and set it down beside the entrance to the Ninja Academy. Then, Irika called out loudly to the crowd gathered on the little square. "All applicants, come here and line up to register." Hearing this, the crowd urged their children to join the line, while parents stood in the back, watching attentively. Children filed forward one by one to queue up, but Naruto didn't rush over. Instead, he waited until everyone else was in line, then walked up on his own. At the very end of the line, just ahead of Naruto, was Hinata Hyuga. Hinata noticed Naruto standing behind her and blushed instantly. "Hinata, long time no see." Naruto greeted her. Hinata nodded shyly, her voice barely above a whisper. "Nah, Naruto, it's been a while." "Yeah, I bet we'll end up in the same class," Naruto said with a cheerful smile. "Maybe, I guess," Hinata replied softly. While Naruto was getting in line, Zephyr and Grey Wolf quietly slipped away. They found a secluded spot, dismissed their shadow clones, and returned to the sealed space. Meanwhile, inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage gazed into his crystal ball, taking a deep drag from his pipe. So, even the split personalities have their own forms. As expected, Naruto's dissociative symptoms are getting worse. With that said, his attention drifted to his computer. He was startled to find that, lately, the favorability rating from the beautiful Kunoichi he'd been courting were suddenly dropping. Oh no, not again. Seeing those scores plummet, the third Hokage immediately pushed Naruto's problems to the back of his mind. After all, that wasn't something he could handle personally. It was a matter best left to the experts like Inoichi Yamanaka. Back to Naruto. After nearly an hour in line, it was finally Naruto and Hinata's turn. Mizuki handled Naruto's registration, while Irika took care of Hinata's. As Naruto stepped up to Mizuki, he caught the look of disdain and irritation on Mizuki's face. Naruto sneered inwardly. "No wonder you got beat up in the prologue. With a face like that, who else would get thrashed but you?" Since Mizuki clearly wasn't in a good mood, Naruto mirrored his annoyance, glaring back. "Hey kid, what's with that look?" Mizuki snapped, bothered by Naruto's gaze. "Oh, Well, look, I'm just looking at you the way I'd look at an idiot. Got a problem with that. Naruto's words provoked Mizuki instantly. Irika, who was registering Hinata at the time, frowned slightly as well, while Hinata watched Naruto with a worried expression. Kid, do you believe that I have the authority to refuse you entry into the Ninja Academy? Mizuki bluffed, his tone meant to intimidate Naruto. He believed that with these words, Naruto would immediately fall in line. Oh, Naruto replied simply and turned to leave without another word. Mizuki was stunned by this reaction, frozen in disbelief. This isn't how it's supposed to go. Seeing what happened, Irika hurried forward to stop Naruto from walking away. Naruto, you can't just leave. Naruto, hearing this, only shrugged indifferently and replied, didn't this teacher just say he has the right not to let me into the Ninja Academy? To be honest, I'm not really interested in school anyway. With that, Naruto was about to take his leave. But there was no way Mizuki or Irika would really let Naruto go. After all, the third Hokage had given explicit instructions to look after him. Even down to which class Naruto would be in and who his homeroom teacher would be. Everything had been carefully arranged. Wait, Mizuki was visibly unsettled now, realizing that this demon fox kid was far harder to handle than he'd imagined. Just as tricky as they say, truly living up to that reputation. Though Mizuki was annoyed, he still stepped forward to block Naruto's way. Uzumaki Naruto, I was just joking with you. Mizuki forced out an awkward smile, though it was obvious he was far from happy about it. Naruto felt absolutely nothing at Mizuki's reluctant attitude. If anything, he even considered picking his nose. Suddenly, Naruto began to cough and, clutching his chest in feigned pain, said, Sensei, do you have any idea just how much psychological damage your joke caused me? Mizuki was speechless. Irika was speechless. Naruto's sudden theatrics left them both at a loss, and even many of the parents nearby, who had brought their children for enrollment, turned to watch the commotion. Mizuki's face grew darker by the second, while Irika could only try to smooth things over with gentle words. Naruto, I'm going to be your homeroom teacher. Irika, could you do me a favor? Let's finish the paperwork, and I'll show you to your class, all right? Hearing Irika's appeal, Naruto nodded. Irika let out a sigh of relief when he saw Naruto agree, but then Naruto's next words left him dumbfounded again. Naruto pointed straight at Mizuki and declared, as long as this teacher apologizes to me, I'll fill out the paperwork. At this, Mizuki's already contorted expression became one of grinding frustration. Irika knew this was a situation that needed resolving now. Naruto had to be enrolled today. So, Irika turned back to Mizuki and said, Mizuki, how about it? Could you apologize? With clenched teeth, Mizuki shot Naruto a frosty glare, but soon, his expression grew calm again. Naruto, I apologize for my previous actions. With that brief apology, Mizuki turned on his heel and walked away. Seeing this, Naruto only shrugged and followed Irika to complete the registration paperwork. Even though Mizuki had just apologized, Naruto knew today's incident was far from over. Though Mizuki's face had grown composed, Naruto had caught a murderous glint in his eyes just now. So, you want to take me out? Perfect. This gives me the chance to see how much my training's paid off. After registering, Naruto and Hinata followed Irika as he led them to their classroom. Inside, Naruto was greeted by a host of familiar faces. Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, Ino Yamanaka, Sasuke Uchiha, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, and Sakura Haruno. Counting Naruto and Hinata, the class's famed Rookie 9, were all here. As Naruto stepped into the room, every gaze in the class landed squarely on him. After all, Naruto was already something of a local celebrity in Konoha. But Naruto paid the staring no mind. Instead, he scanned the seats below and quickly spotted an empty one with a spot beside it. Without waiting for Irika's approval, Naruto led Hinata over and took the seats. Hinata, her hand in Naruto's, blushed crimson at the attention, but she didn't protest, simply taking the spot beside him. Irika, seeing this, could only sigh helplessly and think to himself, the third Hokage really gave me a troublesome job this year. Just as Irika was thinking about the third Hokage, the old man himself appeared at the classroom door. It was tradition. Every year when new students entered the Ninja Academy, the third Hokage would give an opening address. But today, pressed for time and working on a tight schedule for his own reasons, he'd arrived late. He decided to wait until every class had started before making his rounds one by one. Seeing the third Hokage in person, many students were visibly excited. As Hokage of the village, he wasn't someone one would run into casually on the street. And what did it mean to be Hokage? Simply put, he was Konoha's greatest, the village's guardian god. What's more, the third Hokage had spent years carefully shaping his public image among the villagers. For the children of Konoha's common folk, he was nothing less than a hero, while the first and second Hokage were little more than names from history. They only knew the first founded the village, the second, well, not much at all. The fourth sealed the Nine Tails and saved the village. But the third? He was hailed as the strongest Hokage in history, and that alone made sure no one ever forgot him. Sensing the admiration in the children's eyes, the third Hokage nodded approvingly to himself. Immediately, he glanced at Naruto, who was sitting in the back row. To his surprise, Naruto was chatting with Hinata while pulling a laptop out of his backpack, leaving the third Hokage rather speechless. Choosing to ignore Naruto, the third Hokage began his speech. The content was the same as every year, just the familiar talk about the will of fire. Yet, each time, the third Hokage's speech about the will of fire never failed to stir a flame of enthusiasm in the hearts of the children. After finishing his speech, the third Hokage left to give his address to the next class. Once the third Hokage departed, Irika started his lesson. Naturally, before getting into the actual curriculum, he began with an introduction. Hello everyone, my name is Irika Yumino, but you can call me Teacher Irika. For the next 5 years, I'll be your homeroom teacher. To help us get to know each other better, let's start with some self-introductions. As your teacher, I'll go first. My name is Irika Yumino. My favorite food is ramen from Ichiraku, and I can't stand mixed rice. I was born on May 26th, and my hobbies are... Irika went on, sharing a lot about himself. But when it came time for the students to introduce themselves, most of them were much more shy. The introductions continued one by one until it was Naruto's turn. Standing up, Naruto said, "My name is Naruto Uzumaki. There are lots of things I like, plenty I don't, and my dream is world peace." His introduction left the class at a loss for words. He had spoken, but really said nothing at all. With the introductions done, the official lesson began. Meanwhile, down in the back row, Naruto casually opened his laptop, embarking on his favorite pastime, playing games. Back in his previous life, Naruto had never experienced the thrill of goofing off in class while the teacher droned on at the front, busy with a game under the desk. But today, he truly felt it, and it was undeniably more exhilarating than dozing off in class. To be honest, Naruto wasn't the only one slacking off. Shikamaru, Ino, Kiba, and the other kids in the back were all sneaking in some downtime as well. The reason was simple. Irika's lessons were just too basic. For kids from ninja clans, these fundamentals had been drilled into them long ago. Naruto wasn't from a ninja clan, but the extra tutoring from the third Hokage more than made up for it. By now, Naruto had already mastered the body replacement technique, the shadow clone jutsu, and even wind release. Great breakthrough and wind release. Vacuum sphere. Lately, he'd been trying to teach himself how to mold chakra spheres. If you included Naruto's mastery of the 6 forms, he could easily graduate early, maybe even be promoted to Chunin. So really, sitting here learning the basics all over again with a bunch of little kids felt pointless. Playing games was far more satisfying. Naruto booted up his computer and jumped straight into a game of League of Legends. "Naruto, what's that?" Hinata looked at the laptop and asked quietly. This is called a computer. I'm playing a game right now. Want to give it a try?" Hearing Naruto's question, Hinata grew a little shy. Truthfully, she wanted to say yes. She wanted to try out whatever Naruto was playing. But the words just wouldn't come out. Naruto noticed this and grinned. "Tomorrow, I'll bring 2 computers. Then, the 2 of us can play together." "Okay." Hinata nodded, then continued watching Naruto play his game. Naruto was wearing headphones while gaming, so as not to disturb the other students during class. Yet, even with headphones on, his intense focus caught the attention of quite a few curious classmates. The first to make a move was Kiba, whose curiosity was always the strongest, and who could never sit still. Like Naruto, Kiba sat in the back row. At that moment, he hugged his Akamaru as he slowly scooted closer to Naruto's seat. Before long, he caught sight of the vivid, fast-paced game on Naruto's screen. For teenagers, video games hold an irresistible allure. After only a glance, Kiba was already hooked. Seeing what Kiba was up to, Shikamaru and Choji quietly made their way to stand behind Naruto, their eyes glued to the screen. A few minutes later, Sasuke, with his usual air of indifference, drifted toward Naruto's seat as well, pretending it was by chance, but obviously drawn to watch the game. Irika, who was teaching at the front, soon noticed a group gathering around Naruto. Veins of exasperation started to show on his forehead. Irika understood that these clan kids didn't really need his teaching, but even so, they shouldn't disrupt the rest of the class. Because of the crowd in the back rows, many of the civilian students sitting up front kept glancing over their shoulders, further disrupting Irika's lesson. "Shikamaru, Choji, Sasuke, Kiba, Naruto out. All of you outside now." Irika's patience snapped. His voice thundered through the classroom. As he hollered, it was as if his head inflated with frustration. As for Hinata and Ino, who were also watching Naruto game, well, they were girls. It was clear in Irika's eyes that they'd just been led astray by the boys, so only the guys were being sent out to stand in the hallway as punishment. Naruto nodded at Irika's words, picked up his computer, and headed outside. Irika was a decent guy, so Naruto didn't want to make things difficult for him. Besides, sitting in the back row and gaming had drawn too much attention. It was only fair he stepped out. So, Naruto thought he might as well bring a few extra computers next time. That way, Shikamaru, Sasuke, Choji, Kiba, and himself could each have one, enough to form a 5-person team. Naruto, what's that game you're playing? No sooner had they stepped out of the classroom than Kiba, barely able to contain his excitement, blurted out the question. This is called a computer. Right now, it's something only the third Hokage has the privilege of using. Naruto even pitched in with a little promotional flair for the computer. Hearing that even the third Hokage was using a computer, Kiba's eyes sparkled. Naruto, what do you buy this thing? I want one too. Upon hearing Kiba's words, even Choji, Shikamaru, and the ever-proud Sasuke all turned their attention to Naruto. In truth, Sasuke didn't want to have anything to do with Naruto at all. He had encountered Naruto twice before. The first time was in the street, where Naruto had snatched away the rice dumplings Sasuke intended to give to his brother. The second time was in the forest, when Naruto felled a wild boar with a single punch, then vanished in a puff of smoke. During their first meeting, Sasuke had felt as if his brother was slipping away from him. The second time, he was embarrassed at what he saw as letting down the Uchiha name. Neither encounter had been particularly pleasant. Yet, regarding the computer, Sasuke was genuinely curious about where to buy one. Deep down, he believed it seemed incredibly fun. Ahem, it's not for me to play with or anything. I want to get one for my brother. He works so hard. He deserves some entertainment. That was the excuse Sasuke gave himself, justifying his curiosity. Seeing everyone's eagerness to try out the computer, Naruto smiled and said, right now, I'm the only one in all of Konoha who has a computer. But don't worry, I'll bring a few more tomorrow, and then we can all play together. As soon as Naruto finished, the others cheered in excitement. The morning classes came to an end before anyone realized it. Naruto felt fulfilled. The morning wasn't just about playing games. He'd also been teaching the others about League of Legends, explaining the rules and controls to his little crew. All of them listened attentively, determined to be better prepared tomorrow. And now, everyone was already dreaming about which hero to try out first. When lunchtime rolled around, everyone wanted to stick around and learn more from Naruto about League of Legends. So, Shikamaru and the others offered up their lunchboxes, inviting Naruto to eat with them. But when Naruto saw the lunchboxes, he suddenly sensed something was off. Grey Wolf had packed him all sorts of entertainment gadgets, things to rest with, even self-defense tools, but not a single bite to eat. How could he forget the most important thing? Naruto silently complained, then started helping himself to the others' lunches while continuing to explain League of Legends to them. He didn't finish anybody's whole lunch, just ate about half from each box. After eating, they all rested for a bit, and soon it was time for afternoon classes. This time, Naruto had no intention of playing games. Instead, he planned to slip into his seal space for a nap. Seeing that Naruto wasn't pulling out the games again, the others quickly dropped into their usual slacking off mode for the rest of the class. Those who were busy playing with the dog continue playing. Those who were eating keep eating. Those lost in thought remain in their reverie. And those missing their brother still quietly do so. As soon as Naruto's consciousness entered the sealed space, he heard Zephyr ask with a laugh, "How does it feel to be going to school?" "Honestly, I don't feel much. At home I play video games, at school I play video games too. There's not much difference, really." Hearing this, Zephyr shook his head and said, "But at least you've made some new friends, haven't you?" "I guess you're right." Naruto smiled and nodded, then decided it was time to get some sleep. But as he walked past the cage sealed with a powerful charm, a ripple of energy suddenly shimmered inside. In the blink of an eye, a person materialized out of thin air within the cage. Naruto was taken aback at the sight. He stared at the newcomer in the cage, and the newcomer stared straight back at Naruto. "Where am I?" At last, it was the newcomer who spoke first. The commotion drew the others' attention. Kurama, who'd been moving bricks, Grey Wolf, roasting a whole lamb, and Zephyr, buried in a book, all glanced over with curiosity. "Huh, is there a new arrival in the cage?" said Grey Wolf. With that, Grey Wolf set the lamb down by the fire and trotted over to Naruto. At the same time, Zephyr laid aside his book and came over to stand in front of the cage. Kurama alone remained at the computer, still busy with his virtual brickwork. Studying the newcomer through the bars, Grey Wolf stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Looks like I was right. Every so often, this cage brings in someone from another world." "Zephyr," hearing this, nodded in agreement. I just hope this one's easy to get along with. Naruto didn't answer the newcomer's question right away. Instead, he was sifting through his memory, trying to recall who this might be. That's right, Naruto realized the person in the cage, he recognized him. This character was also from another anime, and one that Naruto genuinely liked. It was Kurapika from Hunter x Hunter. Kurapika, a key figure in Hunter x Hunter, was the last survivor of the Korta clan. All the rest had been murdered by the Phantom Troop, their famed scarlet eyes cruelly taken as trophies. To reclaim the scarlet eyes of his friends and avenge his clan by defeating the Phantom Troop, Kurapika had entered the 287th Hunter exam, becoming a licensed hunter. Along the way, he became close friends with Gon, Killua, and Leorio. Naruto thought to himself that Kurapika's story was rather similar to Sasuke's. Both had lost their entire clans, both belonged to lineages with unique eyes, and both were driven by a consuming thirst for revenge. Kurapika, hello. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Welcome to the Internet Addiction Rehabilitation Center. With that, Naruto tore open the seal and let Kurapika out of the cage. Kurapika stepped out of the cage, and in an instant, his nun ability flared to life. A chain appeared around his finger, signaling that he was ready to fight at a moment's notice. Zephyr, seeing this, clenched his fists tightly and fixed his gaze on Kurapika, prepared for anything. No need to be so tense. We're not your enemies. Naruto spoke up, trying to defuse the situation. He then quickly explained again how everyone here had come from different worlds. Upon hearing Naruto's explanation, Kurapika, though not fully convinced, could see they meant no harm. He hesitated, then let his conjured chain dissolve away. So you're saying that you, I, and the rest of them all come from different worlds? And you have no idea how he ended up here? Kurapika's eyes narrowed as he continued his line of questioning, still fixated on Naruto. Then tell me, why do you know who I am? As Kurapika pressed for answers, Zephyr, who had been lost in thought, suddenly had a realization. Wait, why does this Kurapika look exactly like the character from Hunter x Hunter I watched? Even the name is a perfect match. Earlier, because Kurapika had been locked in a dim cage, Zephyr hadn't recognized him. Moreover, the Kurapika standing before him now seemed far more mature, clearly a version from later in the series, one who had already mastered none. Yet Zephyr had only seen the story up to the Hunter exam arc, back when Kurapika was much younger and less experienced. Hearing Zephyr's words, Naruto, who had considered spinning a story to fool Kurapika, couldn't help but freeze for a moment. But soon, he let out a wry laugh. Heh, I forgot. With a computer and internet, you can watch just about anything you want. That's right. Life for Zephyr in this sealed space had become surprisingly full. Besides training Naruto and Lee, he'd been busy keeping himself sharp, reading, playing games, watching anime and TV dramas, and even catching up on movies. Though Naruto had erased certain shows like One Piece, Naruto itself, and Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf for security reasons, plenty of anime remained untouched. And since the people appearing in this sealed dimension were all fictional characters from anime, who's to say movie or TV characters wouldn't show up next? At this rate, it was only a matter of time before Zephyr and the others uncovered the truth. With that realization, Naruto decided it was time to come clean. Sigh, Teacher Zephyr, the truth is, I lied to you. As Naruto confessed, Zephyr's brow furrowed. But instead of interrogating him, he simply watched and waited. After all, even combined, Naruto's lifetime still made him a youngster compared to Zephyr. With a wealth of experience, Zephyr had long suspected there was more to Naruto's story. But in Zephyr's view, whatever Naruto was keeping secret wasn't that important. He had already begun to see Naruto as the one to inherit his heroic will and dreams. Now that Naruto was willing to speak the truth, Zephyr was more than ready to listen. Seeing Naruto in his current state, Grey Wolf instead flashed a knowing, meaningful smile and even glanced at Zephyr. The moment Zephyr noticed Grey Wolf's look, he immediately remembered the words Grey Wolf had once spoken to him. Those were words shared after Grey Wolf had drunk a little too much. Heh, Zephyr, you're quite fortunate. No matter what, you've had the chance to discover the truth, to break free from the fate the world set for you. Sigh. Honestly, I suppose I'm lucky too, but it's not the sort of luck I wanted. All I really wish for is to be with my wife and child. Even if I spend my whole life chasing sheep and never catch one, I'd accept that gladly. You and I, we're both at the mercy of fate. The fact that Naruto brought us here means fate has no more use for us. These days, I don't even think about returning to green pasture. What I really want is to find a way to bring my wife and child here too. Reflecting on Grey Wolf's words, alongside the meaningful glint in his gaze just now, Zephyr drew a deep breath, feeling as though he was on the verge of grasping something profound. Naruto hadn't noticed the exchange of glances between Grey Wolf and Zephyr. Focusing his attention on Zephyr, Naruto said, "Professor Zephyr, actually, the reason I know about you and Grey Wolf isn't because I have some power to see into the past or the future. It's because you're both characters from an anime. Of course, just because you're from an anime doesn't mean you aren't real." With that, Naruto looked intently at Zephyr, curious to see how he'd react to this revelation. Zephyr, meanwhile, had fallen deep into thought, finally understanding the true meaning behind Grey Wolf's drunken words. "So, does that mean I've already broken free from the script fate wrote for me?" As he spoke, Zephyr's gaze shifted to Grey Wolf. Naruto noticed this as well, turning a puzzled look toward Grey Wolf. Meeting their eyes, Grey Wolf shrugged nonchalantly. "No need to look at me like that. Honestly, I've long suspected something about me, Zephyr, and even Kurama. Once I used a dimensional shuttle to visit the real world, and I even saw the animation Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf myself. In those days, I felt confused. I wondered whether I truly existed at all. But after giving it some thought, I found my answer. I am who I am. I am the Big Wolf of Green Pasture. No one can deny my existence." Hearing Grey Wolf's declaration, Zephyr couldn't help but break into a smile as well. "You're right. I am Zephyr, and no one can deny my existence." Listening to Zephyr and Grey Wolf speak this way, Naruto finally felt a sense of relief. But beyond that, Naruto now regarded Grey Wolf in a whole new light. All he could think was, truly, this comedic bug wolf from an animated series. He even managed to break through the boundaries between worlds. Astonishing. I'm relieved to hear you say that. The real reason I kept this secret was because I was afraid you'd start to question your very existence. With that, Naruto snapped his fingers. Instantly, all the restrictions were lifted. One Piece, Pleasant Goat, and Big Wolf, and the entire series of Naruto became free to access. Kurapika was utterly confused by the exchange among the three, unable to make sense of what they were talking about. And it wasn't just Kurapika. Kurama, who had been quietly listening to everything from the sidelines, was equally bewildered. Seeing this, Naruto made up his mind to explain everything clearly to Kurapika and Kurama. More precisely, it was time for full disclosure. When Kurapika learned that he was actually a character from an anime, his entire worldview nearly shattered. At first, he felt like the ground had dropped out from under him. But after just a brief moment to steady himself, Kurapika accepted this new reality. Like Zephyr, he had never doubted his own existence. Surprisingly, it was Kurama who struggled to come to terms with all this. Then, "Naruto, who exactly are you? Are you still the Naruto we know?" Naruto nodded calmly. "I am Naruto, but my former self wasn't. Kurama, Teacher Zephyr, Grey Wolf, Kurapika, you are all characters from the anime I watched in my previous life. That's the reason I know so much, because of my memories from before. Now the ceiling space is connected to the internet. If you're curious, feel free to look anything up." As he spoke, Naruto turned to Kurapika. "The anime you come from is called Hunter x Hunter. You can go and watch it now. And if you want to learn about the present world, just watch Naruto. Teacher Zephyr is from One Piece, and as for Grey Wolf, well, I don't think I need to explain further." Having come clean, Naruto felt a great weight lift from his heart. He understood, well, that one lie always demands another. Whether it was Zephyr or Kurapika, they were his golden ticket, his unique advantage that allowed him to survive in the world of Naruto. Even though he knew the storyline inside and out, the reality was he now lived in the real world of Naruto. That world's true cruelty. What was shown in the anime was only a mere fraction, not even a tenth, of its actual severity. So, inevitably, Naruto's companions in the sealed space would have to learn the truth, sooner or later. Not to mention that Grey Wolf, that cunning anomaly, already knew everything. And with new arrivals bound to appear in the sealed domain, there was no way to guarantee the next person wouldn't also know about One Piece or Hunter x Hunter. For all these reasons, the sooner the truth came out, the better. Inside the ceiling space, Zephyr was engrossed in One Piece. Kurapika was deeply absorbed in Hunter x Hunter. Meanwhile, Grey Wolf and Kurama were happily playing video games, drinking cola, and feasting on barbecue. Kurama, the Ninetales, had already skimmed through the Naruto manga. For him, what truly mattered was living in the moment, savoring whatever enjoyment he could find. After all, he'd been sealed away for 100 years. From being contained within Mito Uzumaki, the wife of Hashirama Senju, to Kushina Uzumaki, the wife of Minato Namikaze, and now to Naruto Uzumaki himself. Almost a century had passed. Of all these years, Kurama felt that this latest stretch of life was unsurpassed in its peace and happiness. Even the days before he was ever sealed didn't compare to now. So Kurama was pretty indifferent about whether or not he was just a character in a comic book. If he had time to worry about that, he might as well haul more bricks, maybe buy a couple more annual packs for his collection. Meanwhile, Naruto had decided not to bother the others any longer. He chose to let his consciousness return to his own body. Back in the classroom, this afternoon we discussed how to refine chakra, which is a fundamental technique for every aspiring ninja. I hope all of you will practice diligently at home. If there's anything you don't understand, don't hesitate to ask questions tomorrow. Your teacher will explain everything you need. The school day was drawing to an end, and Irika began assigning the homework. The assignment was simple. Just practice the basic chakra refining technique. Hearing Irika hand out homework, Naruto knew right away. It was already time to go home. He got up, stretched lazily, and stuffed the pillow from his desk in his backpack. Hinata, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Naruto. After saying goodbye to Hinata, Naruto slung his backpack over his shoulder and left. At dismissal, many parents waited outside the school gates, ready to pick up their children. Naruto spotted Rock Lee waiting at the entrance as well. Hey Naruto, how did your first day at school feel? Not bad, Naruto replied. But just as the words left his mouth, Zifa's voice echoed in his mind. Naruto, make a shadow clone. This afternoon's training is about to continue. What the Zifa-sensei? Have you finished watching One Piece already? That show can wait for any time. Your training is far more important. With that, Naruto had no choice but to make 2 shadow clones. Why 2? Because he was planning to have Grey Wolf make a few extra computers in the next couple of days, so he could bring one to school for his friends to play with tomorrow. After reminding Grey Wolf to head home on his own, Naruto and Rock Lee followed Zifa to their usual training spot. On the way, Zifa suddenly stopped and lowered his voice. Someone's following us. Naruto only needed a moment to figure out what was going on. Zifa-sensei, I'm pretty sure it's that Mizuki guy from this morning, the one who put my name down. He's probably looking for trouble. Naruto proceeded to tell Zifa everything that had happened earlier that day. When he'd sensed Mizuki's murderous intent that morning, Naruto knew the matter was far from over. This guy definitely wouldn't let things end so easily. So that's how it is? It seems this Mizuki fellow will make a fine test subject, a chance to see the results of your recent training. Yeah, Naruto nodded eagerly. That's exactly what I was thinking. All right, I'll take Lee and leave now, to create an opening for Mizuki to make his move. Even if Lee could be a little slow on the uptake, he could still sense what Naruto and Zephyr were planning. So Lee felt a bit concerned. Master Zephyr, Naruto's still just a student at the Ninja Academy, and the teachers are all Chunin. Don't worry, Chunin aren't nearly as formidable as you think. With that, Zephyr led Lee away, leaving Naruto on his own. Naruto made his way toward a quiet, deserted grove on the edge of the forest. He walked for more than 10 minutes before clear footsteps finally echoed behind him. Naruto turned around and saw Mizuki striding over, a twisted sneer painted across his face. Naruto loosened the weights from his wrists as he called out, half mocking, half amused. Well, isn't this teacher Mizuki? Didn't get enough apologizing during the day, so you're coming back here now to kneel and beg for forgiveness? Mizuki gave a chilling laugh at Naruto's words. Demon Fox Brat, we'll see if you still have the energy to mouth off in a minute. With that, Mizuki hurled a handful of shuriken. The blades whizzed through the air, not aimed to kill, but enough to wound. Clearly, Mizuki wasn't looking to finish Naruto off right away. Whether out of cowardice or a twisted desire to torture, it was hard to say. Just as the shuriken closed to within a meter, Naruto slammed his feet to the ground, and in the blink of an eye, vanished from view. Mizuki's eyes widened in shock. A body flicker technique? Startled, Mizuki began scanning the area, searching for any sign of Naruto. He didn't have to wait long. Immediately, he spotted Naruto right behind him, already weaving the seals for the wind release. Great breakthrough. His chest heaved, air gathering. Naruto didn't have the habit of shouting out the names of his techniques before launching them. He always thought it sounded silly. With a powerful exhale, the wind release. Great breakthrough came roaring from Naruto's lips. Mizuki barely managed to dodge, using a substitution jutsu at the last second. Though Mizuki escaped unscathed, the trees around him toppled in the blast. Seeing the devastation, Mizuki couldn't help but feel startled. Wind release. Great breakthrough was only a C-rank technique. Its power should have been quite limited. But the force Naruto unleashed just now had reached the level of a B-rank jutsu. This was no longer a fight he could afford to take lightly. Spotting a brief opening as Naruto caught his breath, Mizuki responded by spewing out a fireball jutsu of his own. As flames erupted, he yelled, "Fire style! Fireball jutsu!" Using the flames to shield his movements, Mizuki lunged straight for Naruto. He was ready to settle this up close, hand to hand, in a contest of pure taijutsu. From his observations, Mizuki could tell that Naruto's skill in ninjutsu was formidable, but he refused to believe that a brat of only 5 or 6 could possibly be any good at hand-to-hand combat. Just as Naruto dodged the blazing fireball, Mizuki suddenly appeared right in front of him. A kunai blade flashed forward, aimed straight at Naruto's chest. In response, the corners of Naruto's mouth lifted into a sly grin. After all, when it came to taijutsu, Naruto's real strength lay there, far more than with ninjutsu. He was just about to surprise Mizuki with a counterattack when, out of nowhere, a shadow intervened, stepping between them. Although Naruto couldn't make out the newcomer's face, he immediately recognized the paddle-shaped clan crest on his back. It was an Uchiha. With one hand, the new arrival seized Mizuki's wrist. With the other, he landed a solid punch into Mizuki's gut, felling him in a single blow, and Mizuki crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Having dispatched Mizuki, the stranger turned and smiled warmly at Naruto. "Are you all right, little one?" The moment he saw that face, Naruto recognized him instantly. This was none other than Uchiha Shisui, currently famous as the #1 prodigy in the village. Looking at Shisui's friendly smile, Naruto couldn't help but think, he really is Uchiha Shisui. That face of his could charm the scales off a snake. Shisui's sudden arrival meant Naruto lost his chance to give Mizuki a taste of his own medicine, and that left him feeling more than a little frustrated. Most likely, after this, Mizuki would be locked away in prison, and Naruto could kiss any chance at payback goodbye. Seeing Naruto silent, Shisui assumed he was frightened, so his smile grew even warmer. "Are you sure you're all right, kid?" Of course, Shisui knew perfectly well who Naruto was. In fact, that was exactly why, as an Uchiha, he was normally forbidden from approaching him. But today was a rare exception. His path home to the Uchiha compound happened to pass by this forest. The compound was rather remote, after all. Passing through here, he'd heard the sounds of an explosion, clearly someone using a fire jutsu. Alerted, Shisui had come to check, and saw Mizuki attacking Naruto with a kunai, while Naruto just stood there, seemingly frozen in shock, though there had still been some distance between him and the scene. After all, he was called Shisui of the Body Flicker for a reason. He could close that gap in no time. "I'm Fine. Thank you for your help," Naruto replied, forcing out his gratitude against his true feelings. Frankly, Naruto felt rather bitter. He'd been looking forward to testing himself against a Chunin today, but then Uchiha Shisui just had to show up right in the middle of it. Of course, Shisui had no idea what Naruto was thinking. With kind concern, he offered, "How about I walk you home?" "No, that's fine. I can make my own way back," Naruto declined politely. Just as the words left Naruto's mouth, Zephyr appeared quietly behind him. This time, Zephyr appeared in his own form. Zephyr's sudden arrival instantly put Shisui Uchiha on alert. At the same moment, a pair of 3-tomo Sharingan spun to life in his eyes. Seeing this, Naruto waved his hand and said, "No need to worry. He's my teacher, Zephyr." Hearing Naruto's words, Shisui nodded, but thought to himself, "It seems the rumors are true. This Nine-Tails Jinchuriki really does have a split personality." With the Sharingan activated, Shisui could easily tell that the tall Zephyr before him was just one of Naruto's clones. Even if Naruto insisted he didn't have a split personality, if he went around calling his own clone his teacher, nobody would believe him. In the end, after Naruto repeatedly reassured him that he'd be fine on his own, Shisui finally gave up, insisting on escorting Naruto home. Naruto and Zephyr started walking out of the forest, while Shisui hefted the unconscious Mizuki onto his shoulders and made his way to the 3rd Hokage. When they came out of the forest, Naruto saw Might Guy's student, Lee, waiting anxiously for him. At the sight of Naruto, Lee gave him a quick once-over and then asked, "Looks like you won, Naruto." Naruto could only shake his head with a sigh and replied, "The fight got interrupted. Seems like it's just the two of us sparring for a while longer." "Oh, what a pity." After that, Naruto, Lee, and Zephyr headed to their usual training spot to begin their daily workout session. Meanwhile, Shisui arrived at the 3rd Hokage's office, still carrying the unconscious Mizuki. He proceeded to recount everything that had just transpired. Upon learning that Naruto had been attacked, the 3rd Hokage was not about to let Mizuki off easy. He immediately had ANBU escort Mizuki to Konoha's prison to sit behind bars. After Mizuki was taken away, the 3rd Hokage gave Shisui a long, thoughtful look before saying, "You've worked hard, Shisui. You can go home now." Hearing this, Shisui was a bit surprised. He had expected the 3rd Hokage to caution, or even warn him not to have contact with Naruto. But to his amazement, the 3rd said nothing of the sort. What did this mean? This was trust in him. Just as the third Hokage was taking out his pipe for a smoke, he suddenly sensed an intense gaze fixed on him. Looking up, he saw Shirsue's clear, earnest eyes. The third Hokage cleared his throat and said softly, "Shirsue, always remember, you are the inheritor of the will of fire." "Yes, Lord Third." With that, Shirsue left the Hokage's office. In the rest area of the root base. Lately, it feels like we haven't been assigned any field missions except for watching the Uchiha. Huh? Yeah, it's been a while. Ever since Lord Danzo became obsessed with that thing called a laptop, he hardly gives out any missions at all. Who wouldn't agree? I heard that one of our seniors once suspected that Lord Danzo was under a genjutsu, so while Lord Danzo was resting, he secretly tried to steal his laptop. Guess what happened next? What happened? Lord Danzo completely lost it. He nearly used a curse mark to torture that senior to death. Because of that incident, now no one dares to stop Lord Danzo from playing games anymore. In the Root Recreation Room, quite a few ninjas were chatting about their Lord Danzo. And as for Lord Danzo himself, he was still staring intently at his computer screen, lost in the game. At that moment, Danzo looked rather disheveled. His single eye was bloodshot, fiercer than a Sharingan burning red. Most of the hair on his head was gone. He had pulled it out himself in his frustration. After such a long struggle, Danzo had finally reached the abandoned cemetery. There were only a few bosses left before he could clear the game. Naturally, Danzo could sense that victory was close at hand. Just then, a Root ninja entered the room, dropped to one knee before Danzo, and waited for permission to speak. Hearing the commotion, Danzo asked in a flat tone, "How did the investigation go?" Reporting, "Lord Danzo, we finished our investigation." Go on. Tell me, how far has Hiruzen gotten in Dark Souls 3? That's right. This Root ninja's mission was to track the third Hokage's game progress. Faced with Danzo's question, the ninja looked a little lost. "Well, Lord Danzo, actually the third Hokage hasn't been playing Dark Souls 3 at all. It seems he's been playing some kind of dating game." The Root ninja didn't really understand what a dating sim was, so he used the simplest term he knew. Hif. Classic Hiruzen. So that's the kind of unserious game you choose to play. Unbelievable. Damn it, Hiruzen, you've been toying with me all along. Fueled by anger, Danzo looked ready to smash his computer right then and there. Seeing this, the Root ninja grew excited. If Lord Danzo smashed the computer, perhaps things at Root would return to how they once were. Danzo wouldn't become more dispirited, more laid back with each passing day. But just as the Root ninja thought Danzo would destroy the computer in a fit of rage, Danzo's raised hand abruptly froze in midair. In the end, Danzo couldn't bring himself to do it. Kneeling on the floor, the Root ninja could only sigh inwardly in resignation, thinking, "So be it. Let Root be destroyed already. This organization has lost its purpose anyway." What was Root? It was an organization founded on Danzo's ideals. If even Danzo's belief in protecting the Leaf from the shadows was gone, then Root really had no reason to exist anymore. The Root members kneeling before Danzo were steeped in despair. They were his most trusted confidants from the very start, those who had been thoroughly indoctrinated by him. At that moment, they noticed Danzo, who had previously returned to his seat, beginning to hesitate once more. The Root members exchanged hopeful glances. Had Lord Danzo finally found his way back? What they didn't know was that Danzo was facing a personal dilemma. He was torn because there were 2 DLCs for Dark Souls 3 he hadn't played yet. Without those 2 DLCs, Dark Souls 3 just wouldn't be complete. Even if he finished the main game, it wouldn't really count. Danzo had secretly sworn to himself, "Once I finish Dark Souls 3, I'll get back to work and resume my grand quest to become Hokage." With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Danzo became utterly conflicted. To get those 2 DLCs, he'd have to approach the computer's original owner, Naruto Uzumaki. But approaching Naruto would be as good as openly severing ties with Hiruzen Sarutobi. I would not already burned that bridge long ago. Danzo made up his mind. He would find a way to get Naruto to install the DLCs for him. He addressed the kneeling Root members. "I am about to assign you a very important mission." Hearing Danzo's command, the Root ninja tensed, their expressions turning solemn. Finally, a mission at last. Would it be an assassination of a noble? Espionage in enemy lands? Or perhaps a coup to install Lord Danzo as Hokage? Each of them quietly wondered what grand task Danzo would entrust to them. But Danzo's next words made their hearts race with excitement. "Your mission is to bring the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to me within 3 days. If possible, keep it covert. Don't let any of Hiruzen's men catch wind of this." The moment they heard the command to capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the Root members accepted without hesitation. In a flash, they disappeared to make preparations for the mission. Watching his subordinates vanish, Danzo took a deep breath and dove back into the endless funerary battlefields of the game. Unaware that he had become a target, Naruto returned home, thoroughly exhausted. Together with Rock Lee, he slipped out his clothes and tossed them into the washing machine, a routine so practiced it happened wordlessly. The two then entered the recovery pod at the same time to rest. As for Zephyr, he was busy in the kitchen, preparing a meaty post-training feast. More than half an hour later, Naruto and Rock Lee emerged from the recovery pod, got dressed, and sat down at the dining table. On the other side of the table sat a stack of neatly packaged laptop sets, all assembled by Grey Wolf after he came home. After another sumptuous dinner, Rock Lee headed home, leaving Naruto to boot up his computer, eager to download the newest game on the scene, Elden Ring, also dubbed Grandpa's Ring. Naruto hasn't played many Souls-like games, because playing those is basically self-inflicted torment. People who play Souls-like games tend to share a few common traits. They have dark circles under their eyes, a receding hairline, crimson veins tracing their tired gaze, and most importantly, the very air around them seems to grow heavier and heavier with each passing day. All these background debuffs could have a serious impact on young Naruto's growth. So, naturally, even if he doesn't intend to play, he at least has to download it, just to take a peek inside. After all, letting those bosses rough you up a bit is actually good for mind and body. As he started downloading the game, Naruto's consciousness slipped into the sealed realm within him. He wanted to check on Kurapika's situation. Much like Zephyr, Kurapika was also haunted by painful memories and deep-seated hatred for his enemies. But there was one key difference. Zephyr had come to this world only after his death, while judging by Kurapika's age, he obviously hadn't died yet. After all, he was still one of the main cast in his own story. The moment he entered the sealed realm, Naruto made a beeline for Kurapika. Kurapika, at that moment, was watching Naruto. He'd only skimmed through episodes of Hunter x Hunter. After all, most of it he'd lived through himself, so there was little reason to watch too much of it. However, what did leave Kurapika somewhat disappointed was that, in the end, Crawlo from the Phantom Troop managed to regain his nin abilities. In Hunter x Hunter, Kurapika had used his unique skills and clever tactics to capture Crawlo, the boss of the Phantom Troop. But in the end, he hadn't finished him off. To Kurapika, simply killing Crawlo would have been letting him off too easy. Instead, Kurapika drove his judgment chain deep into Crawlo's heart with his nun ability. So long as Crawlo ever contacted a member of the Phantom Troop or used nun, the judgment chain would instantly destroy his heart, killing him on the spot. This was essentially stripping Crawlo of his immense strength and influence. Kurapika wanted him to experience firsthand the despair and helplessness of powerlessness, like an ant waiting to be crushed. Still, after watching Hunter x Hunter through, Kurapika had learned that, in the end, Crawlo actually managed to break free of the nun restriction Kurapika had placed. That, more than anything, left him feeling let down. By now, Kurapika had watched more than 80 episodes of Naruto and gained a rough understanding of the shinobi world. During this time, Kurapika developed a special connection to the Uchiha clan. A unique eye ability, a clan destroyed to the very last. It was all too familiar. He couldn't help but wonder, had the Uchiha's eyes all been taken too? Hey, Kurapika! Naruto approached from behind and greeted him cheerily. Kurapika turned to look at Naruto. Naruto, do you think I can go back? Naruto had expected Kurapika to ask him that. After all, that same question had been the subject of many discussions between Naruto, Zephyr, and Grey Wolf. After discussions among myself, teacher Zeph, and Grey Wolf, we've concluded that since we could come here, naturally, we ought to be able to return as well. There's just one condition. My strength needs to reach a certain level, and Grey Wolf must invent a stable dimensional shuttle. Of course, the prerequisite for successfully creating a dimensional shuttle is that my power must be sufficient to break through the world's boundaries. If that happens, I'll be able to bring all of you home. Hearing this, Kurapika's expression turned somewhat downcast. Right now, he longed to return to his own world and finish off Crawlo, who had not yet fully recovered. Just then, Grey Wolf, carrying his hammer, strolled over and said, "You really don't need to worry. If the dimensional shuttle works out, we can set the time however we want. When you go back, perhaps only a few seconds will have passed in your own world." With this thought, Grey Wolf was much more at ease. These days, what he really wanted was to figure out how to bring his wife and child into this world. After hearing Grey Wolf's words, Kurapika didn't ask any more questions. In truth, even if returning to his original world proved impossible, Kurapika could only accept it. Still, with Grey Wolf and Naruto here, he at least had something to hold on to. After a few more words with Naruto, Kurapika went back to watching Naruto the anime. Just then, Zeph, who had been reading and sipping wine nearby, walked over. Naruto, the Uchiha clan is about to be annihilated, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Naruto nodded. That's right. They're on the verge of destruction. Is there anything you want to do? For example, try to save the Uchiha clan? Naruto knew exactly what teacher Zeph meant. He himself wanted to save the Uchiha. After all, this tragedy wasn't only claiming the lives of adults. There were elders, children, and women among the victims. Zeph's character simply couldn't allow him to stand by and watch tragedy unfold right in front of him. At this, Kurapika, who had already settled in front of the computer, looked up and turned his gaze toward them. Teacher Zeph, I thought about saving them too, but, as you know, with the strength I have now, there's nothing I can do. Naruto had considered using Grey Wolf sci-fi gadgets, but, on second thought, they seemed far too unreliable. First off, Grey Wolf's inventions, while fine for everyday needs, often bordered on the ridiculous. In matters of war, they could just as easily create chaos. More importantly, one should never underestimate the power of a ninja. Besides, the Uchiha clan's destruction involved many complicated factors, with several shadowy figures Naruto couldn't afford to provoke right now, like Danzo or Uchiha Obito, who called himself Madara, and finally, the enigmatic third Hokage. If the Uchiha truly rebelled, the third Hokage would undoubtedly have the Umbu watching over and protecting the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, me, in secret. At that point, anything I wanted to do would be even more impossible. Zephyr also understood that the hope of saving the Uchiha was vanishingly slim. Kurapika, who had been watching quietly from the side, let out a long sigh. Even though the Uchiha weren't from his own Kurta clan, the idea of their extinction still reminded him of his own slaughtered kin and those hollow, empty eye sockets where their eyes had been taken. Just as Naruto felt the weight of this somber conversation, his eyes wandered by chance to the computer playing Naruto, and to Kurama, who was busy working away beside it. Suddenly, an odd but strangely plausible idea sprang into Naruto's mind. He dubbed it the Artificial Infinite Tsukimi Project, or perhaps the Cultural Infiltration Plan, or even Save the World through art and entertainment. Uchiha Madara had dreamed of peace by casting the world into an endless illusion, letting everyone dream, and in that way, usher in a twisted form of peace. Admittedly, such a plan could create peace, but had several fatal flaws. First, if all humanity is dreaming, who will carry on the next generations? Second, the infinite Tsukimi itself. Those trapped within eventually become lifeless white Zetsu. In the end, no matter what, humanity within the shinobi world is doomed to disappear. But what if Naruto could create a virtual world himself? A memory surface from his previous life, the metaverse. The metaverse is a digital realm created and interconnected by technology, a virtual space where reality and imagination blend together, forming a new kind of society, an entirely digital way of life. Yet, the metaverse is still just an idea. To make it real, you need a brain-computer interface, like something out of a sci-fi movie. But for Grey Wolf, making a brain-computer interface wouldn't be so hard. When Naruto suddenly stood frozen and lost in thought, both Zephyr and Kurapika glanced at him with puzzled expressions. Then, all at once, Naruto's eyes snapped open and he exclaimed, I've got it! Zephyr and Kurapika stared at him in confusion, wondering what solution Naruto had suddenly discovered. Seeing their questioning looks, Naruto explained, My idea is to create a metaverse. I'm not sure if it will work, but we could at least try. Immediately, he called over both Grey Wolf and Kurama to begin explaining the concept in detail. We understand the metaverse, Grey Wolf replied, but how exactly will this save the Uchiha? Although the idea itself seemed incredibly advanced, Zephyr still couldn't comprehend how the metaverse might rescue the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing this, Naruto smiled and explained, Professor Zephyr, the primary reason the Uchiha clan was wiped out was because of their rebellion. If not for the certainty that the Uchiha would rebel, the indecisive third Hokage would never have allowed Danzo to go so far as to annihilate the whole clan. After all, erasing the Uchiha was like severing one of Konoha village's arms. And the reason the Uchiha were driven to rebel was the village's rejection and the oppression from Konoha's leadership. But if they have access to the metaverse, they can vent all those emotions within that world. For some time, I don't think the Uchiha would continue down such an extreme path. By the time the novelty of the metaverse wears off, I'll probably be strong enough to take care of everything myself. After listening to Naruto's account, both Zephyr and Kurapika felt that this metaverse project was indeed feasible. If scaled up, they could even use the metaverse to bring about world peace. In fact, both Zephyr and Kurapika, having watched Naruto's world, along with even Grey Wolf, thought that ninjas were a little out of their minds. With such convenient power as chakra, why use it for fighting instead of efficient production? Wouldn't it be much more enjoyable to use that time to farm, mine, or build roads? If the metaverse could expand to the entire world, it could easily reflect reality within its virtual domain. Then, when the village leaders saw how different the metaverse development path was from their actual world, they might finally reflect on what all those years of war had been for. The metaverse is great. I think this plan could work. Kurapika was the first to express his support for the metaverse project. Hearing this, Zephyr nodded as well. It's certainly feasible, but I wonder if we have enough time. It's less than a year before the Uchiha massacre. Upon hearing Zephyr's concern, Naruto turned his gaze to Grey Wolf, who had remained silent up to now. Grey Wolf, noticing this, shrugged and said, "A brain-computer interface? That's hardly a problem for me. It all comes down to getting the right materials. As for creating the metaverse itself, that's even easier. I played heaps of online and single-player games lately. Building a metaverse world will be a piece of cake." With Grey Wolf's confident words, Naruto felt reassured. It was clear that Grey Wolf really was their secret weapon. Starting tomorrow, we'll officially launch the metaverse creation plan. I'll have my shadow clone keep scavenging for scrap to help Grey Wolf gather materials. Grey Wolf, your job is to work on the brain-computer interface. Don't make the first version too fancy. Just model it as a helmet. Naruto then turned to look at Professor Zephyr. Zephyr, catching the cue, pounded his fist against his chest and declared, "Naruto, just say the word. Whatever task you have for me, I'm ready." Naruto nodded and said, "Master Zephyr, we're running low on funds, so I hope you can find us some money tomorrow. After all, if we want to build the metaverse, we don't just need the right equipment and advertising. We'll need a physical location, like an internet cafe, a place where people can actually come and experience it. Don't worry, I'm not asking you to rob anyone." As he spoke, Naruto glanced at the projector resting nearby. The next day, Zephyr, using his own appearance, stood hesitantly in front of an entertainment parlor. To think, I was once an admiral of the Navy, and now I'm... Zephyr's imposing figure naturally attracted a lot of attention at the entrance. After all, someone with his build is a rare sight, even in the world of Hidden Leaf. "Excuse me, sir. Our establishment won't be open until the afternoon. Aren't you a little early?" Just then, a middle-aged woman in a bathrobe walked up to Zephyr. She studied his burly physique with interest and asked her question. "Ahem." Zephyr cleared his throat as he looked at the woman, then replied, "I'm not here as a customer. I'd like to speak with the owner about a business proposal." "Oh." The woman's curiosity only grew upon hearing this. The entertainment business usually deals in affairs of a certain sort. She couldn't help but wonder what kind of risque business this upright and robust man might want to discuss. The woman's name was Sister Hua. When it came to entertainment parlors in the Land of Fire, Sister Hua essentially held shares in all of them. To be precise, only those parlors with Sister Hua as an investor could operate smoothly within the Land of Fire. The reason was simple. Sister Hua had an exceptional background. She was the cousin of the daimyo, ruler of the Land of Fire. "Business, seh? Well, come with me. I'm the boss around here, after all." Speaking briskly, Sister Hua led Zephyr into the tavern next door. Once inside, she gestured for Zephyr to sit, and then, with practiced grace, poured him a cup of tea. "What should I call you, sir?" "My name is Zephyr." As he spoke, Zephyr set the projector and a tall stack of discs on the table. After putting the items down, he grew visibly more uncomfortable. These discs weren't ordinary ones. They were adult films, each one carefully chosen by Naruto for its storyline. Naruto's chosen path to wealth, selling adult movies. If even Jiraiya's naughty novels had a devoted readership, Naruto was confident that these story-driven movies would be a huge hit and might even outshine Jiraiya's works. When Naruto asked him to go out and sell these films, Zephyr naturally refused. After all, at his age, doing something like this was just... And so, he decided to pass this honorable job on to Kurapika, the youngest of their group. But in the end, Naruto turned them down because he planned to spend the next few days learning none from Kurapika. Zephyr thought about it. Since Naruto's purpose was to become stronger, he reluctantly agreed to let him go. Looking at the items on the table, Sister Hua's curiosity was piqued. But as soon as she spotted the cover of the disc, she froze for a moment. Before she could ask anything, Zephyr stiffly explained, "This is called a disc. You can use this projector to play movies with it. As for the film's content, I think it's just perfect for a pleasure house." Sister Hua looked at the disc and the machine, then asked, "Could you show me how it works?" Zephyr nodded and went straight to it, turning on the projector and slotting the disc inside. This particular movie lasted over 2 hours, but Sister Hua had only watched for less than half an hour before her cheeks were flushed and her heart was pounding. What's more, the plot was full of twists and turns. She was convinced that this little film could become a bestseller in her establishment. Afraid she might lose control if she kept watching, Sister Hua mirrored Zifa's actions and paused the film, switching the machine off. Mr. Zifa, I'm very pleased with both the projector and the disc. May I ask what the price is? 100,000 Rio for a projector, with 10 discs thrown in. Zifa quoted the price without hesitation. On hearing the number, 100,000 Rio, a silence hung in the air. That was about as much as a B-rank ninja mission would pay. But thinking of the 10 included discs, Sister Hua decided the price wasn't unreasonable. Besides, she could always buy the projectors and resell them at a premium to nobles from different countries. She was certain these would become highly sought after among the aristocracy. And she quickly realized what Zifa truly hoped to sell wasn't the projector, but the discs themselves. With a projector in hand, clients would keep coming back for new discs, and those would offer far more profit than the machines. Naturally, she could do her own wheeling and dealing with the discs as well. After a moment's consideration, Sister Hua nodded. I'll take your price, 100,000 Rio per machine. I'll start with 300 units. Zifa was stunned by the number. He and Naruto had only hoped to sell a dozen or so, enough to buy a house. He hadn't dreamed this woman would order 300 right from the start. Sigh. Looks like Grey Wolf will have his work cut out for him these next few days, Zifa thought. Still, with 300 on order, a sale was a sale. Sister Hua was just as decisive, producing 3 million Rio as a deposit on the spot. 300 units is quite a lot. I'll need time to make them, so I'll deliver in batches. I hope you understand. That's fine. However, I'd like you to deal exclusively with me on this business. Zifa heard this and offered no objection. Anyway, once this deal was done, he didn't plan on continuing. After all, selling discs and such, doing it once was more than enough. So, with 3 million taels in cash, Zifa headed home. Meanwhile, one of Naruto's shadow clones went to school in his place. Naturally, the clone dragged along several computers to school as well. He'd promised Choji, Shikumo, and Hinata yesterday, so he couldn't break his word. But he figured these kinds of computer games would soon be replaced by the metaverse. Another Naruto clone was wandering around Konoha, collecting scrap. Because of what happened last time, all the troublemaking kids made sure to keep their distance when they saw Naruto picking up junk. None of them wanted their parents to team up for another round of punishment. As for the real Naruto, he was at his usual training spot, learning about nun abilities from Kurapika. Compared to ninjutsu, Naruto actually preferred nun. Nun was much more diverse, and each type was closely tied to one's personality, so using it felt even more natural and intuitive. There was still one uncertainty. Naruto wasn't sure if people in the world of Hokage could even cultivate nun. After all, it was a different world. Maybe human physiology was a little different here. But today, Naruto was set on finding out if he could learn it himself. That's why, for this morning's training, he didn't invite Lee to join. In Naruto's personal training ground. Today, only Naruto and Kurapika were there. Nun, Kurapika explained, is essentially the ability to freely control the life energy within your body. Life energy exists in all living things. That's why I believe this world should be able to practice nun, too. Although Naruto already understood the basics of nun, he still listened closely as Kurapika patiently explained. There are currently 2 ways to awaken nun. The first is through self-training, sensing the life energy inside your body. The second is to use an external force to release your life energy, and then rely on your own willpower to control it. Compared to the first, the second way of awakening is much more dangerous. If you mess up, you could lose too much life force and die. Naruto, who'd watched plenty of Hunter x Hunter, knew all too well the dangers of forcing a nun awakening, but he still wanted to choose the second method. Mostly, if he tried to awaken nun just by training on his own, who knew how many years it would take? I'll go with the second option, he declared. I figured you would, Kurapika said with a slight smile. Actually, for you, this method isn't too risky. After all, you have a massive reservoir of chakra, the 9 tails sealed inside you. That enormous amount of chakra can also supplement your life energy. Hearing this from Kurapika, Naruto suddenly felt a lot more confident. Kurama, who was busy hauling bricks, wasn't pleased at all. Oomph. What do you all take me for, huh? A living battery pack. Ignoring Kurama's grumbling, Kurapika channeled his aura into Naruto's body. At the same time, a cloak of 9 tails chakra formed visibly on Naruto's surface. With the manifestation of that cloak, Naruto noticed something different. He no longer felt his mind being overtaken by the violent aura of Kurama. Hey, Kurama, Tisi, I'm just worried that if you die, I'll be dragged down with you. Don't get any funny ideas. Hearing Kurama's words, Naruto knew. There it was again, that stubborn pride. But with Kurama's chakra supporting him, Naruto finally relaxed and began to focus on controlling the life energy, the aura, spilling from his body. Meanwhile, within the Konoha barrier team, Captain, something's wrong. We've detected the Nine-Tails chakra inside the village. The captain instantly paled at the news. He had lived through the chaos of the Nine-Tails attack. He knew firsthand how terrifying that power could be. Could it be? Has the Nine-Tails seal been broken? Seeing how flustered the captain was, one of the barrier ninjas ventured, a little hesitant. Well, judging by the amount of chakra leaking out, it doesn't seem like the Nine-Tails is breaking free of the seal. Still, even if it was only a faint leak of its chakra, the captain wasted no time. The third Hokage had to be informed. The news of the Nine-Tails chakra leaking reached the third Hokage, whose expression immediately turned grave. He abandoned his goodwill mission for the moment, picked up his crystal ball, and began to observe Naruto's situation. Back to Naruto. By now, Naruto had perfectly controlled the life energy that had been constantly spilling outward, raining it close to his skin. He understood now. What he'd achieved was one of the 4 foundational nin techniques. As soon as Naruto mastered control over his own life energy, Kurama withdrew his chakra. This scene unfolded right as the third Hokage watched through the crystal ball. Eyebrows furrowed, the third Hokage frowned. Then his features softened with relief. Is Naruto actually managing to control the Nine-Tails chakra on his own? A true son of Minato, he's learned to master the Nine-Tails power by himself. At this rate, in a few years, Konoha may truly have a perfect Jinchuriki in its midst. After murmuring to himself, the third Hokage addressed the captain. I'm aware of the situation. You can return. Be sure to remind your team. Not a word of tonight's events leaves this room. The captain bowed and left the Hokage's office. Once he was gone, the third Hokage returned his focus to the crystal ball. Before long, his attention was drawn to Kurapika, who now stood in front of Naruto. This must be another one of Naruto's clones. And it's a brand new appearance, too. It seems Naruto's personality has split yet again. The third Hokage took a slow drag from his pipe, feeling a touch of frustration. Could it be that to become a perfect Jinchuriki, one must first go insane? At that moment, the third Hokage's thoughts drifted to Killer Bee, the perfect Jinchuriki from the Hidden Cloud Village. According to the reports, Killer Bee did seem to have a few screws loose. Killer Bee was infamous for his terrible singing, yet he delighted in performing for others. To call him crazed might not be entirely accurate, but he was definitely far from ordinary. While the third Hokage studied Kurapika, Kurapika's senses immediately picked up on the scrutiny. At the same time, Kurama, the Nine-Tails, quietly warned Naruto, someone is watching you again. It's probably that peeping old man. Before Naruto could open his mouth, Kurapika spoke up. That's enough for today. You've already mastered emission and manipulation. That should be plenty to work on for a while. Unlike Zephyr, who only taught taijutsu, Kurapika was imparting a power system wholly different from chakra. None. This was a force with the potential to throw the entire ninja world into chaos, and so they had to be cautious. As long as they were under surveillance, revealing such a power was absolutely out of the question. Naruto quickly understood Kurapika's intention, responding with a cheerful grin. Let's head home. I wonder how Zephyr-sensei and Grey Wolf are doing. On their way back, Naruto kept the shadow clone intact, wanting Kurapika to take in the sights of this new world a little longer. Before returning home, the pair made a deliberate stop at a bustling commercial street. One of Naruto's clones, designated for collecting scraps, was stationed right there on that street. When Naruto arrived, he froze for a moment in surprise, because his clone was now surrounded by a crowd of elderly folks and ninjas alike, and everyone had all sorts of odd items clutched in their hands. No way. Is business really this good? Stepping up, Naruto asked the clone, seriously? How did things get so busy? The clone merely shrugged. You'd have to ask Zephyr-sensei about that. He closed a 3 million Ryo deal. With so much cash flowing, we raised the buying prices for scraps. Next thing you know, business is booming. Hearing this, Naruto immediately caught on. What the heck? Zephyr-sensei, is that impressive? He's making 3 million just from selling discs. Looks like he really has a knack for this. Maybe we should set him up with a proper store just for selling DVDs. Naruto let his shadow clone continue collecting scrap, while he himself headed home with Kurapika. At home, Grey Wolf wielded a hammer and wrench, pounding away with wild energy. One by one, brand new helmets took shape in his hands. Right beside him, Zephyr efficiently handed over materials as needed. The two worked together with perfect coordination. By now, Grey Wolf had already crafted more than 20 helmets for the Neural Link. When Naruto and Kurapika arrived, Grey Wolf and Zephyr finally paused their work. Hey, Teacher Zephyr, I heard you made 30 million from selling those discs. That's impressive. Seeing Zephyra put down his work, Naruto gave him a hearty thumbs up in praise. With 30 million, we could open more than just one metaverse experience center. It's perfect timing. There's friction now between the Uchiha and Konoha's leadership. We could open 2 centers, one for the Uchiha side, another in the commercial district of Konoha. Hold on. Zephyra interrupted before Naruto could elaborate further on his plan. Right now, we only have 2 million on hand. The buyer for the projectors paid a 3 million deposit, but we'll only get the full amount once we deliver all 300 projectors. When I ran into your junk collecting clone earlier, I noticed he was a bit short-handed, so I gave him 1 million to gather more materials. Naruto nodded when he heard this, then turned to Grey Wolf. Grey Wolf, for now, just make 100 helmets. Once those are done, switch over to manufacturing the projectors. Grey Wolf shot Naruto a look of disbelief. I mean, Naruto, do you really take me for a machine? The mention of machines suddenly sparked inspiration in Grey Wolf's eyes. Wait, machines. Why don't I build a production line to manufacture the projectors and helmets? Struck by this idea, Grey Wolf wasted no time on complaints. He immediately gathered all the materials from the room and began hammering together a production line for projector assembly. As for the helmet production line, there was no rush. That technology was complex and would require multiple assembly lines due to the intricacies of the neural interface. The projectors, on the other hand, were relatively straightforward. A single production line would suffice. With any luck, they'd finish all 300 projectors in a matter of days. As Grey Wolf got to work on the production line, Naruto filled a glass of water in the kitchen. He planned to find out what category his Nun ability belonged to. Nun has 6 categories: enhancement, emission, transmutation, manipulation, conjuration, and the most unique of all, specialization. Kurapika was a conjurer. His power went by the name Chain Jail. Kurapika used his conjuration ability to create chains as weapons, and when his Scarlet Eyes activated, he shifted to the specialist category, able to use his abilities at 100% capacity in what he called Emperor Time. In truth, Naruto deeply wished for a specialist ability as well. After all, specialist abilities fell outside of the basic categories, offering far more room for creativity and unpredictability. Specialists always had the air of someone with a unique bloodline limit in Naruto's own world. As long as their abilities were well developed, there was no such thing as a weak specialist. With a mix of nervousness and anticipation, Naruto set the cup of water carefully on the table, then slipped the leaf he'd picked up on the way into the cup. At that very moment, Kurapika and Zephyr came over to join him. Naruto placed his hand beside the cup, closed his eyes, and began channeling his Nun. As his aura seeped into the cup, the water inside began to change. The almost overflowing water suddenly increased in volume and quickly spilled over the rim. Seeing this, Naruto muttered inwardly, "No way, I'm an enhancer." People with enhancement abilities usually have an obstinate, stubborn streak. Once they make up their mind, nothing can shake their resolve. They never turn back, no matter what. That really was just like the Naruto from the original story, but the Naruto who had crossed into this world didn't feel that way about himself. It was true that, in his previous life, he'd been an optimist. Even as he lay dying of cancer, confined to a hospital bed, he never complained about fate or cursed his lot in life. But to say he was single-minded, that was a stretch. While Naruto was lost in these thoughts, Kurapika kept staring at the cup, his expression changing as he discovered something. Wait a second, Naruto, you're not just an enhancer. Upon hearing that, Naruto looked down into the cup, only to see that the water, once crystal clear, had begun to take on a faint blue hue. The color changed? What category is that? Kurapika answered, a change in the color of the water is a hallmark of the emission category. If the taste changes, that's transformation. If the amount changes, that's enhancement. If the leaf moves, that's manipulation. If the color changes, that's emission. If impurities appear, that's conjuration. If there are other strange changes, that's specialization. As he explained the connections between the changes in the water and the 6 Nun categories, Kurapika dipped his finger into the cup and tasted the water. Well, no taste, so it looks like you're a dual type, enhancement and emission. That's some impressive potential. At this point, Kurapika smiled and said, people with emission abilities don't like to argue. They're the peacemakers in daily life, the type who value friendship the most. Upon hearing this, Zephyr nodded to himself. After spending time with Naruto, Zephyr had found this to be true. Naruto, on the other hand, was secretly thrilled. Who knew he would turn out to be such a genius? If he learned to master both enhancement and emission, maybe he could even pull off a Kamehameha someday. To celebrate awakening my dual Nin abilities, let's throw a party in the sealed space today. Naruto raised his hand and shouted. At his words, the three others present, and even Kurama inside the sealed space, were all left speechless. After all, in the sealed space, there was basically a party every day. With no worries about food, drink, or entertainment, there was always something going on. It was only because of the metaverse plan that, except for Kurama, everyone had gotten busier these days. Naruto, dual abilities are rare, but you still need to develop them properly. Zephyr, acting as the teacher, reminded him after seeing how Naruto was getting carried away. I know. With my imagination, developing nin abilities is just a matter of minutes. Meanwhile, after picking up piles of junk, Naruto's clone borrowed a pushcart from Tucci, the ramen shop owner, intending to head home. What the clone wanted more than anything else at this moment was to dispel himself and let the real Naruto experience the exhaustion and hardship he'd faced today. But the clone had barely walked a few steps before being blocked by two ANBU operatives. Uzumaki Naruto, Lord Danzo wishes to see you. Come with us. Clone Naruto replied, Hey, can't you tell I'm just a clone? He spoke irritably. If you've got business, find the original. Don't bother me. I swear, I can self-destruct for you right here. Realizing he wasn't supposed to know who Danzo was, the clone added, And, who's this Danzo anyway? The root ninja responded. Lord Danzo is an elder of the leaf. He just wants to ask a few questions. It doesn't matter if you're a clone or the real thing. Just come with us. We'll get someone to deliver all this junk back for you. The clone heard, help with his chores, and instantly went limp, sprawling on the ground. Well, if that's the case, then carry me over. If I run, I'll be dead tired by the time we get there. Fine. The root ninja ground his teeth but gave in to the clone's request. In the Hokage's office, a masked ANBU knelt on one knee before the third Hokage and reported in a low voice. Lord Hokage, Root has made contact with Naruto's clone. They've taken him to the root base. Just the clone? What's Danzo up to now? Muttering to himself, the third took a drag from his pipe and commanded, Keep watching. Try and find out exactly why Danzo wants to see Naruto. The third knew that if it was simply a clone being summoned, the matter was likely only about information, certainly not about the nine tails inside Naruto. And what truly piqued the third Hokage's curiosity was just what kind of information Danzo was after for Naruto. Elsewhere, back home, the real Naruto was receiving guidance from Kurapika, learning how to train Nun and how to master the 4 fundamental techniques more quickly. The 4 basic principles of Nun can be considered the foundation for developing Nun abilities. These principles include 10. The art of focusing the mind and gazing inward, calming the heart, and bringing the spirit to a steady center. This is a mental discipline for stabilizing emotions. Zetsu. The act of concealing one's aura entirely, rendering oneself unnoticed by adversaries. Run. Using 10 to focus the mind, then unleashing a powerful aura. Rin elevates and refines one's willpower. Hatsu. The will channeled through Run can adapt according to the target. As the saying goes, victory by presence. If I stand firm, the enemy will fall back. After Kurapika explained, Zephyr stroked his chin and remarked, This Nun is rather similar to Haki. Haki is a force born from spirit and conviction, manifested through a powerful body. The more steadfast a person's will, the more easily they awaken Haki. Hearing this, Naruto simply shrugged and said, If that's the case, then chakra seems to have some similarities with Nun, too. After all, chakra is created by combining spiritual energy and physical energy. In fact, you could even call physical energy the energy of life. Kurapika, hearing this, also fell into deep thought. All 3 systems share certain similarities, yet each remains distinctly unique. If Naruto could cultivate all 3 and master each to its pinnacle, just how powerful would he become? The most important thing now is to see if the 3 systems are mutually exclusive. So far, we can confirm that Nun and chakra do not conflict. As he spoke, Kurapika glanced at Zephyr. But Zephyr could only shake his head with a wry smile. Awakening Haki isn't so easy. Never mind willpower. When it comes to physical conditioning, Naruto still has a long way to go. Quickly, Zephyr's smile returned. So, Naruto, I'll keep training you tomorrow. As for finding buyers and handling transactions, let Kurapika take care of that. Naruto. Kurapika. While the two were silently at a loss for words, Kurama's voice abruptly echoed from the sealed space. Naruto, one of your clones has been taken by someone. Naruto was stunned to hear this. At the moment, he only had 2 shadow clones outside, one collecting scrap, the other attending school in his place. As Naruto mulled this over, a sudden knocking came at the door. When Naruto went to open it, he found a masked ANBU ninja standing outside. Uzumaki Naruto, I'm here to deliver something to you. Without another word, or waiting for Naruto's reply, the ninja produced a scroll and prepared to break its seal. Seeing this, Naruto wasted no time. He kicked straight at the ninja's chest. Who knew what could be hidden inside that sealed scroll? The root ninja dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding Naruto's attack. But while he evaded Naruto's assault, he failed to notice an invisible chain coiling silently around his neck. It was indeed Kurapika who took action. That's the beauty of none. If you use your ability and cloak it with Zetsu, ordinary people won't be able to see it at all. Of course, by ordinary people, we're talking about your run-of-the-mill folks. Ninjas are a whole different matter. Many of them are highly perceptive. Even if they can't see the chains, they can still sense their presence. By the time the root ninja realized the chain had wrapped around his neck, it was already too late. Wait, I'm Lord Danzo's. Mid-sentence, the root ninja suddenly remembered that Naruto probably didn't know Danzo, so he quickly changed his tune, saying, I'm with the third Hokage. Naruto couldn't help but feel exasperated at that. You already blurted out Danzo's name. Why not just finish what you started? That kind of unfinished business is torture for anyone with OCD. I'm asking you, what's in this scroll? This scroll is filled with a bunch of worthless scrap metal. Your clone told me to bring it over for you. At those words, Naruto immediately realized his shadow clone had been taken away. But wait, why would Danzo go after my clone? Just as Naruto was puzzling this out, Kurama spoke up in his mind again, the tone laced with an odd sort of mischief. Ahem, that Danzo wanted your clones helped to download the Dark Souls 3 DLC. Naruto, Kurapika, Zephyr, Grey Wolf. Everyone present knew that Danzo was practically a boss-level figure in the Leaf Village, but to think he'd go to the trouble of kidnapping a Naruto clone just to play video games. Once Naruto understood what had happened, he didn't make things hard for the root ninja. After the ninja released the junk Naruto's clone had gathered from the scroll, Naruto let him go. With fresh materials to work with, Grey Wolf was now in his element, his work proceeding even more smoothly. Meanwhile, Naruto's clone was being piggybacked to the root base by the ninja. There, he came face to face with Danzo. The sight left the clone momentarily stunned. Gone was the shadowy figure known as the darkness of a leaf. Before him now was little more than the wreck of a leaf. Half his hair, streaked with black and white, had fallen out, deep panda-like bags hung under his eyes. Clearly he hadn't slept well in days. His whole posture radiated exhaustion. Right in front of him, the computer screen still glowed brightly. When he saw the clone, Danzo reluctantly tore his eyes away from the "You died" message on the monitor and looked over. Uzumaki Naruto, you're not bad. He stared for a while, but that was all Danzo could muster. The clone, for his part, could only sigh. So you're the Lord Danzo everyone keeps talking about? The clone said, gesturing toward the computer. You brought me here because of that, right? Honestly, if you wanted my computer, you could have just asked. No need to steal it from me. You too, and the third Hokage as well. If you guys want something, just say it outright. Before Danzo could get a word in, Naruto's clone started chattering away, going on and on without pause. It wasn't until Danzo cleared his throat a few times that he finally stopped. Ahem, I'm here because I want you to get me that DLC, you know what I mean? The DLC? No problem at all. As he spoke, the clone Naruto made himself right at home, plopping down in front of the computer and beginning to work on Danzo's DLC. But when he saw Danzo's gaming hours, clone Naruto was taken aback. Danzo had racked up nearly 600 hours on Dark Souls 3. Yet he had only started secretly using the computer about a month ago. What did 600 hours even mean? That basically added up to Danzo spending almost 20 hours a day gaming, with only 4 hours left for sleeping, eating, and everything else. Of course, there was always the chance he had just left the game running. But even so, Naruto thought calling him a warrior was an exaggeration. It helped that the people in the ninja world were generally tough. Otherwise, if Danzo keeled over from exhaustion and ended up in another world, nobody would be surprised. And where would he go? Naturally, to his favorite game, Dark Souls 3. If Danzo knew what clone Naruto was thinking, he would definitely flip the table and protest. Who likes Dark Souls 3? Who the heck would like Dark Souls 3? If I wasn't trying to surpass that Sarutobi old fart, you think I'd play for that long? But at this point, Danzo couldn't quit even if he wanted to. He was in way too deep. Root base. In no time, clone Naruto finished downloading the DLC for Danzo. Clone or not, Naruto was still hooked up to the network inside the seal space, so he was able to hop online and fetch whatever Danzo needed. And not only did he download both DLCs, but he also grabbed a copy of Elden Ring for Danzo. Since he liked Dark Souls 3 so much, Naruto figured Elden Ring was right up his alley too. As Naruto was downloading Elden Ring, he turned to Danzo with a bit of concern. Listen, old man, you're not getting any younger. Pulling all-nighters like this just isn't healthy. You should take a cue from a third. Even when he games, he knows how to pace himself. Look at him now, having the time of his life, playing Ninja Romance. Danzo perked up, curiosity piqued at the mention of Sarutobi. Oh, that game Sarutobi's playing these days. Can I play it too? Naruto paused for a second, then suddenly had a brilliant idea. Of course you can. What Naruto had in mind was the multiplayer version of Ninja Romance. In this mode, one person plays as a female ninja, while the other plays as a male ninja, and the guy's goal is to win over the girl. Once the strategy is completed, the two sides switch roles and begin the second round. Just imagining Danzo and the third Hokage playing a game where they try to outmaneuver each other made Naruto's heart race with excitement. Unaware of what Naruto was thinking, Danzo nodded. All right, download it for me. I want to see exactly what that lecherous old monkey does all day. Okay, Naruto flashed a hand sign for OK and immediately began downloading the ninja strategy game for Danzo. While the game was downloading, Naruto instructed Kurama to notify Grey Wolf to set up a larger local area network. After all, Naruto wanted to make sure Danzo and the third became each other's only online friends. As soon as Kurama, the clone Naruto, sent out the message, Grey Wolf, Zephyr, and Kurapika, all of them knew what was going on. Naruto, what is your clone planning? Danzo is not someone you can take lightly. Kurapika said with a stern tone. Naruto simply shrugged and replied, I'm not exactly sure myself, but I guess I can figure out what I'd do in that situation. Kurama didn't offer any answers either. The truth was, he didn't know what clone Naruto was up to. The local area network transmitter was soon ready. Once it was done, Kurapika made a trip to place it on a utility pole in the very center of Konoha's main street. When Naruto saw the computer light up with the LAN connection, he couldn't help but grin. After the game finished downloading, Naruto started to explain the basics of both Elden Ring and ninja strategy to Danzo. Danzo, with 600 hours logged in Soulsborne games, needed no guidance on Elden Ring. He understood it instantly. But ninja strategy left Danzo completely puzzled. What good could come from playing a game about wooing girls? It didn't improve reflexes, nor did it temper one's mind. Wait a moment, temperament? Something clicked for Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you sly old fox. Are you using this as a way to conquer your greatest lifelong weakness, your lust? You may have grown timid, but deep down, as long as you're a ninja, you're always seeking to become stronger. Hiruzen, you truly are my lifelong rival. Rest assured, I will claim the position of Hokage. With this realization, Danzo's gaze sharpened at once. If that's the case, then I'd better see whether this game can truly help you overcome your flaws. Without further delay, Danzo dived into the game, started the beginner tutorial, and soon found himself completely immersed. Seeing this, clone Naruto took the opportunity to slip away. But before he left, he made sure to teach Danzo how to play online multiplayer. Just as the root ninja was about to take the Naruto clone away, he suddenly seemed to recall something and said, Oh, right, Lord Danzo, there's one more thing. I've recently developed a new game. In it, you can do whatever you want. You could even create your own ninja village, become the Hokage, and if you fancy it, you could even be the daimyo. Hearing the Naruto clone's words, Danzo, who had been completely absorbed in his game, sat up with a jolt as if he'd just been given a shot of pure energy. Are you serious about that? Absolutely, but you'll need to wait a little while. Once it's released, I'll bring you a copy. After delivering this piece of news, the Naruto clone finally took his leave. When he left the root headquarters, the clone Naruto did not head out straight away. Instead, he made his way to the third Hokage's office. At this moment, the third Hokage was engrossed in a game of Plants vs. Zombies. It wasn't that he didn't want to play ninja strategy, it was just that he'd already more or less beaten that game. He felt that by this point, even if a beautiful young woman from the game appeared in real life, he could probably win her over without much trouble. Just then, there was a knock at the office door, and Naruto peeked his head in. The third Hokage immediately recognized that the Naruto before him was a shadow clone. Perfect, he actually had something he wanted to ask. Naruto, did you get called over by an old man with one eye? Oh, you mean Lord Danzo? Yeah, I did, he's actually a decent guy. Not waiting for the third Hokage to press further, Naruto went on. I went over to help him out with a game. A game? The third Hokage asked with a hint of confusion. What kind of game? Is it Plants vs. Zombies or ninja strategy? No. Lord Danzo would never play such low-level games. What he's into is Dark Souls 3. Super advanced stuff. You want to give it a try? Dark Souls 3, huh? The third Hokage recalled that he did have a game called Dark Souls 3 installed on his computer, though he'd never actually tried it. Yeah, you should try it later. With that, the third Hokage turned back to the Naruto clone and asked, So, did you come here because you needed something from me? Of course. Ninja strategy just had an update. I'm here to patch your game. The moment the third Hokage heard about the update, his eyes lit up. Without a word, he immediately gave up his seat at the computer. Naruto grinned as he accepted the mouse and keyboard, moving into action. Naturally, there was no real update to ninja strategy. Instead, Naruto just set up a local area network for the game, and while he was at it, added a new friend. Once everything was ready, Naruto began teaching the third Hokage how to do online battles. The third had been gaming for a while now, and it didn't take him long to catch on. No sooner had he mastered it than he shooed Naruto out, eager to start a local match. And of course, there was only one opponent he was itching to face, Danzo. Danzo, in the midst of seducing the Kunoichi at the Root Organization's base, was dumbfounded when he suddenly received a battle challenge. Still, if it's a challenge, he's certainly not going to back down. And so began the adventure of the third Hokage trying to conquer Danzo. On the side, Naruto's clone found the whole scene far too spicy to watch, and instantly dismissed himself. Back at the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi gave himself a bold name, Monkey King. As for Danzo, since he was playing the role of the one being seduced, he picked a name for himself, Little Dandan. Since he was on the receiving end of the pursuit, the name had to sound a bit more feminine, such as the way of ninja thinking. What Danzo didn't know, though, was that once you choose a name, it can't be changed unless you pay real money. Thus, in the first round, Monkey King was the pursuer, while Little Dandan was the target of his affections. To secure victory, Little Dandan set up all sorts of tricky tasks and constantly turned down every demand from his opponent. Despite all that, the seasoned Monkey King still managed to win Little Dandan's heart in the end. And not only that, Little Dandan received a new title, Tsundere Girlfriend. Sitting at his computer, Danzo was absolutely fuming over this. He shouted that the game was rigged. He'd refused everything, and yet somehow Sarutobi, using brute force, still wooed his character. They switched roles. Now it was Little Dandan's turn to try and win over Monkey King. But lacking any real game experience, Little Dandan could only try to imitate his opponent's methods. Alas, as it turns out, without experience, success was out of reach. In the end, Monkey King gave Little Dandan at least a dozen slaps, announcing her defeat. After his victory, Monkey King even typed a taunt in the public chat. Is that all? Well, that was easy. So this is online battle? Absolutely no challenge at all. The third Hokage took a smug drag of his pipe and bragged. On the other side, Danzo was downright furious. He didn't know who his opponent was, but with a name like Monkey King, he had a pretty good guess. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the old monkey. Monkey King, is it? Just you wait. I will definitely beat you. With that, Danzo decided to set aside his grind in Dark Souls 3 and instead turned his focus to the ninja romance battlefield. Meanwhile, at Naruto's house, Naruto, Grey Wolf, Zephyr, and Kurapika were all huddled in front of a computer screen. On the screen, they saw exactly what had just gone down in the game between the third Hokage and Danzo. The moment clone Naruto dismissed himself, the real Naruto immediately understood everything the clone had just done. After discovering his clone's antics, Naruto couldn't help but exclaim, "That's just like me." Then, grinning from ear to ear, Naruto rounded up Zephyr and the rest to spectate the hilarious romance battle unfolding between the third Hokage and Danzo. That's really an eyesore. These two old men, both past 50, not only playing a dating sim, but actually trying to woo each other. With a dramatic sigh and the click of his tongue, Grey Wolf shook his head, remarking, "The world just isn't what it used to be." Seeing Grey Wolf shaking his head like that, Naruto laughed as he teased, "You're a wolf. What do you know about human hearts?" It was Kurapika, though, who broke into a smile after witnessing that awkward mutual pursuit. "I think both the third Hokage and Danzo are genuinely interested in the game. In fact, this could really work to our advantage, both in promoting the metaverse and in saving the Uchiha." "Yeah, you have a point," Naruto replied, glancing at Grey Wolf. "Great King Grey Wolf, you'd better hurry up and get that helmet production line ready. We're all counting on you." "No worries, I'm already on it. Rest assured, the production line will be ready by tomorrow." Hearing this, Naruto stopped pressing the issue. Grey Wolf might be a walking bug, but he was definitely reliable. With the news that the virtual helmets would be ready in just a few days, Naruto began to plan his next moves. Once the helmets were ready, getting them adopted in the Hidden Leaf wouldn't be hard at all. Judging from the third, Danzo, and the few tough guys he'd met the previous day, it was clear that people in the Leaf were quick to embrace new things, especially the ninjas. But the real trouble was on the Uchiha side. Because of the manipulations of the Leaf's higher-ups, the Uchiha were now pretty much disconnected from the rest of the village. If it were only about their alienation from the Leaf, it might not be so bad, but the Uchiha had their own issues too. Most Uchihas were just plain arrogant, brooding, and stubborn. Other clans with unique bloodlines might suffer from their own quirks, but the Uchiha, the whole clan, was terminally dramatic, the kind that one good thrashing wouldn't even cure. The problem was there weren't many people who could really put them in their place. Thinking it over, Naruto decided he needed to find someone trustworthy to work with. He already knew who that should be. Shursui Uchiha. He'd be a great choice. Shursui truly wanted to resolve the conflict between the Uchiha and the village. He had nearly pulled it off, too. With his Kodoeme Tsukimi, he could have just hypnotized the Uchiha leadership and settled it all. But the biggest problem was he was too naive, sharing the secret of his Kodoeme Tsukimi with Danzo. Because of Danzo's greed, he lost the chance to save his clan. He ended up entrusting his other Mangekyo to his close friend, Itachi. But poor Itachi didn't choose to use Kodoeme Tsukimi to stop everything. Instead, he took the most extreme path, slaughtering the whole clan to prevent an Uchiha rebellion. One could only say, those two truly deserve to be called friends. One with an innocent charm, the other infinitely pitiable. Of all people, only Shursui Uchiha genuinely wanted to resolve the Uchiha problem. Besides that, this kid was just astonishingly easy to persuade. He acted on his thoughts immediately. Naruto decided to go look for Shursui on his own. And as for where to find him, that was simple. He would just head for the spot where he fought Mizuki yesterday. In front of that stretch of woodland sat the Uchiha compound, with the Konoha training ground behind. If Shursui wanted to go home, he would absolutely have to pass through there. Right away, Naruto shared his plan with Kurapika and teacher Zephyr. After listening to Naruto, Zephyr readily agreed, adding that he'd join Naruto for the next few days, waiting for Shursui to pass by, while also taking the opportunity to train Naruto and help him awaken his own haki as soon as possible. With Zephyr taking the lead, Kurapika had nothing left to say. The only thing that made Kurapika hesitate was that delivering projectors and movie discs to the feng shui shop had now become his sole responsibility. Meanwhile, at school, today, the back row of the classroom was livelier than ever, yet at the same time, eerily quiet. The excitement came from the 6 classmates in the very back, each with a notebook computer at their desk. Yet things stayed quiet because everyone back there was glued to their screens, deep in the world of gaming, communicating only in low whispers. Naruto, Kiba, Choji, Shikamaru, and Sasuke had formed a 5-man team for online games. Sitting beside Naruto, Hinata was happily playing the Plants vs. Zombies game Naruto had installed for her. Their roles were clearly divided. Choji took on the tank in the top lane. Sasuke played the attention-grabbing ADC. Shikamaru handled both team strategy and support, sometimes having to snap the ever-showy ADC back to focus. Naruto played mid lane, occasionally roaming to other lanes. And Kiba took care of jungling. They spent the whole day gaming. Even though none of them were particularly skilled, under Shikamaru's keen strategies, they often managed to turn the tide, snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. Although their gaming made little noise, it still grabbed the attention of other students. Especially Sakura and Ino, the girls who had a crush on Sasuke. The two quickly settled beside Sasuke, eager to watch him play. As for Shino, who hardly ever drew attention, he quietly slipped behind Naruto, attempting to blend in with the group. But apparently, none of the others noticed the addition of an extra teammate. From his position at the front of the room, Irika, their teacher, couldn't help feeling disgruntled by the lively back row. Yet he held his tongue. After all, these were all heirs from powerful clans, the elite of the class. Still, his patience soon wore thin, as his gaze fell on one student who didn't quite belong, Sakura Haruno. Haruno Sakura, please return to your seat. Irika's voice rang out, much to Sakura's reluctance as she sat beside Sasuke lost in a daydream. But then she remembered she was different from these privileged kids. She needed to study, or she might not even graduate. Helplessly, she returned to her original seat, giving up her spot to Ino. Sakurako muttered, "Ino, keep an eye out. I swear I'll win Sasuke back." The day's classes finally came to an end. Naruto and his friends had spent the whole day playing games. Sure enough, playing games was far easier than listening to lectures. Not a single person complained of being tired. In fact, everyone's spirits were high, itching to keep playing. Naruto pointed at Irika's sensei, who was already packing up his teaching materials and leaving. "School's out for today. Let's continue tomorrow." "Oh, fine." The rest could only agree, somewhat reluctantly. It was clear that everyone was quick to embrace new things, and Naruto decided it was the perfect moment to do a little promotion. "Everyone, in a few days, I'll have an even more exciting game ready. Plus, I'm opening a game arcade in the Konoha shopping district. You can all come play, totally free of charge." Hearing this, a few of the usuals grew quite excited. They already thought today's League of Legends was a blast, and now there was something even better in store. Even those who hadn't played, but had only watched were filled with anticipation. Having gotten the word out, Naruto began to pack up the computers, leaving only Hinata's untouched. After all, Why put away Hinata's? They'd be family soon enough, so there's no need. Besides, Hinata still wanted to play Plants vs. Zombies. After tidying up, Naruto waved goodbye to Hinata, and the clone headed home. At home, he found Kurapika busy organizing a stack of projectors, while Grey Wolf was still banging away at the production line with a hammer and wrench. The Naruto clone dropped off his spatial backpack, then dissolved himself. Meanwhile, the real Naruto, training with Zifa in the forest, suddenly paused. A rush of memories flooded his mind. All the events of the day at school replayed in vivid detail. Compared to his other clone's busy day, this one's experience was downright uneventful. "What's the matter, Naruto?" Zifa asked, noticing Naruto's sudden daze. "It's nothing. Just want my clones dispelled, that's all." "Let's keep going, Teacher Zifa." With that, Naruto slipped on his blindfold and readied himself for Zifa's surprise attack. Before long, the forest echoed with Naruto's cries of pain and the sharp smack of wooden sticks striking flesh. At this moment, Naruto was training to awaken his observation haki. Observation haki isn't too demanding on the body, and tapping into it through outside stimuli was indeed possible. In fact, the commotion here might just be enough to draw Uchiha Shursui over to investigate. While training his observation haki, Naruto was also lying in wait for Uchiha Shursui. It was truly killing two birds with one stone. The only thing that left Naruto a little exasperated was Master Zephyr's staff packed a seriously painful punch. Over an hour later, Naruto lost count of how many times he'd been smacked clear off his feet by that staff. Thankfully, he had already awakened none, and to top it off, his abilities were of the enhancement type, boosting both his physical resilience and his recovery speed. Otherwise, well, Master Zephyr would have long since smashed him into the medical machine by now. Just as Naruto was getting back up, footsteps sounded not far away. "Well, finally, they're here." Muttering to himself, Naruto took off his blindfold and glanced back, spotting Lee dashing over. "Naruto, Master Zephyr, so this is where you've been." Reaching Naruto's side and noticing how disheveled he looked, Lee asked, "Master Zephyr, do we have some new training regimen today?" Zephyr nodded and said, "Yes. Both of you have something new. Naruto's training his perception, while you, Lee, will be working on Iron Body, one of the 6 styles." "Huh, but didn't Naruto say he didn't want to learn Iron Body?" Lee scratched the back of his head, puzzled. Back when they first tackled the 6 styles, Naruto had indeed insisted he wouldn't bother with Iron Body. Mainly, that move was too much a trap. There's an old joke among Marines. Out of all the 1,006 styles moves, Iron Body will waste half your training. And it's no laughing matter. In One Piece, plenty of memorable moments involve someone overly confident in their Iron Body, only to get soundly humiliated. Especially that one long-haired Marine who always looked so sure of himself. 2 years before, Luffy smashed his Iron Body to pieces. 2 years later, Zephyr did the same. All in all, out of the 6 styles, Naruto held the least regard for Iron Body. He had told Zephyr he'd skip Iron Body, or if he had to learn it, he'd save it for last. Even if he did learn it, he'd never actually use it. The technique was just too much of a liability. Hearing Lee's concern, Zephyr glanced at Naruto, then reassured him, "Relax. You won't be learning it, but you can. You should train without worry." Lee nodded, trusting Master Zephyr not to steer him wrong. With that, Zephyr had Naruto conjure another shadow clone, staff at the ready, and set it upon Lee for some hands-on training. As for Lee, his task was to flex and tense up his muscles at the very moment Naruto's clone struck, to harden his body for defense. With Lee's training set, Zephyr resumed his relentless barrage on blindfolded Naruto. For some reason, Naruto felt as though Zephyr's strikes had gotten a little bit harder. Asterisk. Meanwhile, thanks to the assembly line, they managed to produce nearly 100 projectors in less than a single day. Since 100 machines was quite a hefty number, Kurapika decided he should first seek out Sister Hua, the broker, and have her find some people to help carry the equipment. With this plan in mind, Kurapika set out, feeling a little anxious, and followed the address Zifa had given him to find the establishment in question. It was already late in the afternoon by the time he arrived, and the place, part tavern, part brothel, was bustling just as the evening crowd started to fill up. Many ninja who'd finished their missions for the day, or villagers from Konoha finishing a day's work, came here to unwind in style. And tonight, the place was even busier than usual, thanks to a notice posted right by the entrance. "The latest blush-inducing, heart-pounding movie debuts tonight in our VIP lounge. Absolutely free. Don't miss it." Reading the sign, Kurapika instantly realized which movie would be screened. A special DVD starring Naruto and Grey Wolf that had been making the rounds. Kurapika appeared mature beyond his years, but in truth he was still a little shy, barely 20 and not at all used to frequenting places like this. Just as he was caught up in his nervous hesitation, a cheerful older woman swept over and drew him inside. "Why, hello there, young man. What are you so scared for? The ladies here are the kindest souls you'll ever meet." Kurapika stammered. I'm actually here to see Sister Hua. I have business to discuss." The woman paused. Then her demeanor went from bustling warmth to brisk professionalism. "Ah, looking for Sister Hua, are you? Right this way, please." Without further delay, Kurapika was led to a private room, where, sure enough, Sister Hua waited. Seeing he'd found the right person, Kurapika didn't waste any words. He took out 2 brand-new film projectors and said, "Here are 2 machines to start. There are over 90 more that you'll need to gather some people to help carry." Sister Hua, stretching with a lazy elegance, smirked. "Oh, wasn't it some guy named Zifa this morning? By afternoon, it's such a handsome young man as yourself, is it?" She sauntered out of the room with practiced grace, beckoning him. "Come along, kid." Before long, Sister Hua led Kurapika to the Konoha administrative office. "Wait, Sister Hua, what are we doing here?" Kurapika asked, puzzled. "We're hiring ninja to help carry everything, and while we're at it, they can escort the machines all the way to the land of fire." She explained this as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Kurapika had pictured posting a request at the ninja office would be a simple matter. But what he hadn't expected was that their welcome party would include none other than the 3rd Hokage himself, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen did a double-take at Kurapika. Word had reached him earlier that the feudal lord's cousin, Sister Hua, was coming to post a request, so he'd come to greet her in person. And who was the feudal lord? None other than Konoha's most powerful sponsor. Whatever else could be said, Konoha's economy practically lived or died at the feudal lord's whim. Things had been more relaxed in the days of the 1st Hokage, not least because they'd married into the feudal lord's family. However, ever since Hiruzen Sarutobi became the 3rd Hokage, the daimyo of the Land of Fire had started to exert tight control over Konoha's finances. Why doesn't Konoha just rebel? As the saying goes, ninjas only know how to fight with their own strength, not how to use their abilities to generate wealth. The only way they know to make a profit is still through fighting. To make sure the ninjas had enough food to eat and money to spend during times of war, the Konoha leadership found themselves constantly squeezed by the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Madame Hua had a close relationship with the daimyo, and if she ever became unhappy, those in charge of Konoha would quickly find themselves in trouble too. This forced the 3rd Hokage to take her seriously. Even when he caught sight of Kurapika, one of Naruto's clones, he didn't go out of his way to greet him. Instead, like an old chrysanthemum opening in a smile, he turned his gaze warmly to Madame Hua. When she saw the 3rd Hokage, Madame Hua was politely formal. "I didn't expect Lord 3rd Hokage himself to receive me. What an honor." "You're too polite, dear niece Hua." While speaking, the 3rd Hokage cast a glance at Kurapika, then continued. "May I ask what brings you here today?" "I need a few squads of ninjas for a transportation mission and an escort mission." "Transportation and escort?" As he spoke, the Hokage flipped through the roster of available ninja squads and quickly marked those fit for the task. "For the transportation mission, I'll dispatch a few genin teams rated D rank. As for the escort mission..." Before the 3rd Hokage could finish, Madame Hua cut in. "Lord Hokage, please make the escort mission B rank. I hope you can assign some dependable people. The cargo is very important this time. After all, among them are my cousin's goods." The moment she mentioned her cousin, the 3rd Hokage knew exactly who she meant, the daimyo, the leading figure in all the Land of Fire. Realizing the mission was connected to the daimyo, the Hokage immediately agreed to her request, bumping the mission's difficulty from a simple CB rank up to BA rank. Once the arrangements were made, Madame Hua and Kurapika led several genin squads toward Naruto's house. Meanwhile, the 3rd Hokage retreated to his office, where he began to peer into his crystal ball, eager to find out what kind of cargo Madame Hua was transporting and why she was associating with one of Naruto's clones. When Madame Hua and the others finally arrived at Naruto's house, the 3rd Hokage grew even more puzzled. He soon saw a crowd of genin shuffling goods from the upper floor down to the lower one. They were moving what looked like stacks of film projectors, as heavy and unwieldy as bricks, which only deepened the 3rd Hokage's confusion. While he frowned in thought, suddenly, a notification sounded from the nearby laptop. A challenge had arrived. The sender's ID, Little Tuan Tuan, made the 3rd Hokage's lips curl into a faint, disdainful grin. Ever since he won against Xiaochuanchuan once, she would challenge him from time to time, although Xiaochuanchuan got a bit stronger each time. In the end, he was always the final victor. The 3rd Hokage glanced at his crystal ball, then at the computer screen. Finally, he decided to accept the invitation. Sure, Xiaochuanchuan was far from a great player, but The real joy of these online games was the endless surprises and uncertainties. Not long ago, when the third used the crystal ball to spy on him, Kurapika immediately sensed it. However, he didn't care. After all, he was simply running a proper business. Besides, there were no laws in Konoha prohibiting the sale of adult films. Just look at Jiraiya's Little Liu Bei. It was a runaway bestseller across the Land of Fire. Kurapika also knew from Zephyr that the third Hokage simply regarded him, Zephyr, and the others as personalities born from Naruto's multiple personalities. After all 100 projectors were lugged away, Sister Hua casually opened the suitcase she had been carrying. As soon as the lid popped open, neat stacks of banknotes came into view. There's 10 million here. Once the other 200 projectors arrive, I'll settle the remaining 17 million. Sister Hua did business decisively. She produced 10 million without even batting an eye. With the first transaction completed, she was ready to take her leave. But just before heading out, she seemed to remember something. Glancing back at Kurapika, she shot him a teasing wink and said, "Hey, handsome, you look pretty good. Host clubs are all the rage in the Land of Fire right now. Ever thought of being a host?" Kurapika was silent for a moment. "No, thank you. I'm not really suited for it physically. Honestly, I think Zephyr would be a better fit." Hearing Zephyr's name, Sister Hua nodded and licked her lips, chiming in, "That's true. With a figure like his, plenty of ladies would go wild." Kurapika had no response to that. Seeing Kurapika's shy reaction, Sister Hua simply chuckled and made her exit. After seeing Sister Hua off, Kurapika planned to return to the seal space and keep watching anime. At the same time, Kurapika dispelled his shadow clone, so of course Naruto became aware of everything that had just happened. Because the shadow clone's memories returned to him upon dissolution, Naruto immediately learned all that Kurapika had done. But this time, Naruto was still in the middle of training, his eyes covered with a blindfold, and his brief moment of distraction didn't catch Zephyr's notice. Zephyr simply swung his staff at Naruto, as usual. With a heavy thud, Naruto flew backward once more. At the very same moment, Lee, still being pummeled by Naruto's shadow clone, unable to fight back, was sent flying as well. Naruto clutched his head as he got back up from the ground, muttering to himself, "Has Master Zephyr been away from women for too long? Maybe I should just let him follow that Lady Hua and let him play host for a couple of days." But what Naruto hadn't considered was, even if Zephyr did become a host, he'd probably just use Naruto's shadow clone as a stand-in. Trying to gross out Zephyr would only backfire. Chances were, he'd end up suffering himself. It was the classic case of hurting the enemy by 800 but losing 1,000 yourself. After all, Zephyr was getting on in years, and he'd seen far too much of the world. But if Naruto were forced to experience the onslaught of a pack of ferocious, cougar-like Andes, he might end up with some irreversible psychological scars. That would be even more scarring than the third Hokage's schemes against Danzo. Deep in the forest, Naruto, having gotten his feet once more, stood before Zephyr. No matter what he was thinking, the training had to go on. Just as Zephyr swung his staff again, his observation haki suddenly sensed a new presence in the area. The aura was very familiar. It was none other than Uchiha Shursui, whom they had encountered before. "So, he's finally here?" Zephyr's voice was quiet, but Naruto still caught it. Since Naruto had yet to awaken his own observation haki, and his mastery of none was rudimentary, he didn't detect Shursui's presence at all. "Master Zephyr, is it Uchiha Shursui?" "Yes, he's here." No sooner had the words left his lips than Zephyr swung his staff once again. "What the? Again?" Naruto blurted out reflexively, dodging the blow by instinct. "Hee, not bad. Keep going." Zephyr ignored his comment and continued to batter away with the staff. For reasons unknown, this time Zephyr infused the staff with armament haki. Although Naruto, thanks to Zephyr's blindfold, didn't actually see the staff turn pitch black, he could sense that this attack was different. If he didn't dodge, he'd be in for some serious pain. Just as that realization struck him, he instinctively pitched forward, and the jet-black staff whistled right past the back of his head, grazing his hair. A shiver ran all through Naruto's body. Seeing Naruto's move, Zephyr's eyes gleamed. I knew it. It seems only a genuine threat to your life can truly awaken your potential." With that, the staff swept out again. Once more feeling the brush of death, Naruto twisted aside, narrowly evading it. Then came a third attack, a fourth attack. Each time, Naruto dodged with hair's-breadth precision. Impressive. Now how about this? Abruptly, Zephyr's staff-wielding hand accelerated, catching Naruto completely off guard. Naruto, unable to dodge, was sent flying once again. However, just as the club was about to hit him, Zephyr withdrew his armament haki, sparing Naruto from serious injury. At the same time, on the other side, Little Lee also took a beating and was sent sprawling by Naruto's clone. Lee was pretty sure by now, Naruto was definitely using him as a punching bag. Every time that teacher Zephyr sent the real Naruto flying, Naruto's clone would make sure to launch him just as hard. Meanwhile, hidden among the bushes, Uchiha Shursui watched Naruto and Lee train in the open area, utterly bewildered. Having heard the commotion just moments before, Shursui had stealthily approached to see what was going on. He arrived just in time to witness the spectacle of both of them being battered and launched into the air. It was clear enough, they seemed to be training. But even so, no proper training session involves your own clone pummeling you with such gusto, does it? Rather than training, it looked like outright self-torment. I'd heard the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was a bit slow in the head. Didn't think it was actually true. Had Naruto known what Shursui was thinking, he'd have downloaded an anti-scam app and tossed it right in Shursui's face, saying coolly, "Let's talk about who's slow after you're gone and can't use it anymore." Just as Shursui was lost in his thoughts, Naruto in the clearing suddenly shouted, "Who's over there?" Hearing Naruto's call, Shursui knew immediately that he'd been exposed. What Shursui didn't know was that Naruto hadn't spotted anything at all. The shout was just a ruse to coax Shursui out. Once he showed himself, well, that meant training could finally take a break. Right now, Naruto's head was buzzing so loudly he could barely think. He didn't know if he was about to awaken observation hockey, but one thing was certain. If this kept up, he'd definitely smash his brains instead. "Relax. It's me, Shursui." In the end, Shursui stepped out of hiding. Seeing Shursui, Naruto finally breathed a sigh of relief. Across the way, Naruto's clone also stopped thrashing Lee. "Oh, it's you, Shursui." As he spoke, Naruto walked over to meet him. Shursui, knowing full well that spying on others' training wasn't exactly proper, quickly explained, I was just on my way home when I heard the noise over here, so I came to check it out. By the way, I hope I didn't disturb you guys, did I?" "Not at all. Not at all. You came at just the right time." Naruto, eager for company, flopped onto a fallen, weather-beaten tree and beckoned Shursui to sit with him. Seeing this, Lee also started over, but was promptly stopped by Naruto. "Lee, didn't you say you want to learn Iron Body? Do you know what that is? That's the kind of technique that could get you killed if you're not careful." As he spoke, Naruto looked over at Zephyr and continued, "Teacher Zephyr, if your hands are feeling itchy, you can keep training Lee." "Yes, leave it to me," Zephyr replied. After responding, Zephyr picked up the still bewildered Little Lee and left the room. Once Little Lee was gone, Naruto finally turned his attention to Shursui. Seeing Naruto's enthusiastic expression, Shursui frowned. To be frank, he had no desire to interact with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki any more than necessary. If it weren't for the incident with Mizuki last time, Shursui believed that, before Naruto grew up, their paths probably wouldn't have crossed at all. Noticing Shursui's frown, Naruto spoke quietly to the Nine-Tails inside him. "Kurama, if the old third Hokage sends someone to watch me, let me know right away. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, they won't get past me." Inside the sealed space, the now chubber, small Nine-Tails replied cheerfully, sipping on cola while hefting bricks with one paw. Reassured by Kurama's words, Naruto felt free to continue bluffing Uchiha Shursui. "Shursui, tell me, don't you want to resolve the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha clan?" Naruto's words were direct and to the point, holding nothing back. His question immediately made Shursui serious. He thought Naruto was just a kid, at best, notable only for being the Nine-Tails host. But it was startling to hear such words coming from him. If Naruto understood the rift between the Uchiha and the village, then this child was not simple. After all, none of the other young trainees of the Ninja Academy had noticed how tense things in Konoha were becoming. "Naruto, what are you trying to say?" "Exactly what I said." Naruto shrugged. "Don't treat me like a little kid. I know at least as much as you do. Actually, to be precise, I know a lot more than you." Hearing this, Shursui took a long, steadying breath, then asked, "All right, what's your purpose in coming to me?" Already deeply indoctrinated by the third Hokage, Shursui resolved that once he returned today, he would report these unusual behaviors of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to the Hokage. Shursui had heard rumors about Naruto's multiple personalities and had reason to suspect the child before him wasn't truly Naruto. Upon an ancient, withered tree, Shursui watched Naruto, and Naruto looked back just as intently. Shursui knew it would be unwise to provoke Naruto right now. Mental instability is a dangerous thing to agitate. Right now, it was safer to play along. What's more, Naruto was no ordinary troublemaker. As the host of the Nine-Tails, if he were to lose control, both Konoha and the Uchiha clan could be plunged into disaster again. Although Shursui possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, which could control the Nine-Tails, he wasn't ready to reveal its secrets so soon. After all, His Mangekyo Sharingan was the key to resolving the Uchiha-Konoha conflict. Fine then, Naruto, I do want to mend the rift between the Uchiha and Konoha. What do you want to say? Shisui followed Naruto's words and continued, thinking that there was no harm in speaking honestly to him. It was just the truth, after all. Naruto, however, had no idea he was already being regarded as a lunatic by the other party. I can help you solve the conflict between the Leaf and the Uchiha clan. If I'm not mistaken, the Uchiha have already started conspiring to revolt, haven't they? Upon hearing Naruto say this, Shisui, who'd intended to simply humor him, suddenly found it hard to keep up the act. That's impossible. Shisui desperately wanted to ask, how did you know about that? But remembering that Naruto's mind might not be stable at the moment, or perhaps that this Naruto might be just one of his alternate personalities, Shisui forced himself to stay calm. He must not let someone with unstable emotions dominate the conversation. Naruto, I see you started your training already. How about you and big brother Shisui play a ninja sparring game together? Because he thought of Sasuke, that troublemaker from the Uchiha family, Shisui decided to use the same teasing methods on Naruto, hoping to keep his mood steady. Naruto felt rather exasperated by Shisui's words. Hey, Shisui, I told you, stop treating me like a kid. Shisui. At this point, only one thought was running through Shisui's mind. These impossible kids are such trouble. How did Itachi ever manage to handle Sasuke? Ahem. Naruto, since you say you have a way to solve the problem between the Leaf and the Uchiha, then tell me, what's your solution? If you claim you can resolve the conflict, let's hear your plan. No matter what nonsense you say, I'll just keep nodding and saying, right, that's the best method for dealing with the mentally unstable. Shisui thought to himself. Shisui was playing his part to the fullest, since this was his first time interacting with a madman, much less one carrying a metaphorical nuke inside him. Seeing Shisui's reaction, real or feigned, Naruto knew his plan was already halfway to success. Once he got Shisui to put on the virtual helmet, then he could explain everything to him inside the metaverse. Naruto believed that experiencing the wonders of the metaverse would be more than enough to win Shisui over. Shisui would certainly be willing if there were a way to resolve the Leaf and Uchiha conflict without resorting to Kodoamatsukami. After all, he really didn't want the secret of that power to be exposed. The main issue was that Kodoamatsukami was simply too overpowered. If word got out, not only would Shisui himself be in danger, even the entire Uchiha clan could become targets. Moreover, even if Shisui personally used Kodoamatsukami to eliminate the seeds of rebellion among the Uchiha, he would likely dig out both his eyes and destroy them afterward. He could guarantee he'd never abuse Kodoamatsukami, but he couldn't guarantee what someone else might do if they took his eyes. Just as Shisui was waiting for Naruto's answer, he saw Naruto reach into his backpack and take out two black helmets. The front edge of these helmets could fully cover the wearer's eyes. It was clear these weren't intended for combat. If any ninja not from the Hyuga clan wore this, it would be no different from wandering blind. Naruto handed one of the virtual helmets to Shisui. This is called a virtual helmet. It can take you into another world. Go on, give it a try. Hearing Naruto's words, Shisui was, of course, skeptical. Not to mention how absurd the helmet's function sounded. Just considering it was coming from someone regarded as delusional, Shisui had to take it with a grain of salt. Seeing Shisui hesitate, Naruto took the initiative and put on the virtual helmet himself. Then, with a few simple gestures in the air with his right hand, Naruto's body became perfectly still. Watching him, Shisui fell silent for a while before finally making up his mind. He decided to try on the helmet as well. If anything went wrong, he could immediately remove it. And if push came to shove, Susanoo was always an option. So, Shisui put on the virtual helmet. As soon as it settled on his head, he felt the helmet draw out a portion of his chakra. Naturally, a device like this needed some sort of energy to power up. In the world of Naruto, chakra was the most convenient source. Of course, for ordinary people without chakra to enjoy it as well, they'd also devised a plug-in version. Once the helmet was on, Shisui realized he'd arrived above a vast lake. Though it was called a lake, the expanse of water beneath his feet stretched as far as the eye could see, merging seamlessly with the distant sky. So, is this some kind of jinjutsu, or have I really crossed into another world? Muttering to himself, Shisui activated his Sharingan. But to his disbelief, he found himself unable to sense any chakra at all. Without chakra, there was no way to awaken the Sharingan. What is going on? Jinjutsu. Release. Shisui tried to dissolve what he thought was an illusion, but his efforts were futile. Just as he began to think Naruto had tricked him, a voice rang out in the vastness of this world. Welcome to the metaverse. Please choose a name for yourself. Hearing a disembodied voice, Shisui shouted, Let me out of here. Uzumaki Naruto, what in the world is this? But no matter how loudly he yelled, there was still no answer. Because Naruto had altered the helmet's permissions. Now, only Naruto could approve an exit. Even if Shursui shouted until he was hoarse, he wouldn't be able to leave. Seeing this, Shursui could only go along with the voice's instructions and pick a name for himself. He scratched his chin, deciding using his real name would not be wise. After a moment's thought, he softly declared, "Call me the Crow Messenger." The name Crow Envoy has been confirmed. Yes, no. A selection menu suddenly appeared before Shursui's eyes. Seeing this, Shursui didn't hesitate and chose yes. Crow Envoy, now please create the perfect appearance for yourself. As the voice spoke, a figure identical to Shursui appeared before him, along with a set of options for facial customization. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Uchiha Shursui tinkered with the settings. He adjusted his nose to be a bit smaller, and chose a hairstyle as smooth and silky as Itachi's, as though he'd just washed it with luxury shampoo. Although these were only minor adjustments, the changes to his appearance and overall aura were profound. With a smaller nose and sleek, flowing hair, the once radiant and sunny Shursui now exuded a touch of melancholic charm, resembling Itachi more than ever. Oh, am I just a larger version of Itachi now? He couldn't help but chuckle at his own handiwork while sculpting his appearance. Once satisfied, Shursui clicked confirm below the customization options. At that moment, his own image transformed into the one he'd just crafted. He glanced down at his reflection in the water, smiling at the sight. If I added a couple of frown lines, I'd look even more like Itachi, wouldn't I? No sooner had he finished tweaking his appearance than Shursui felt a wave of disorientation sweep over him. When he regained his bearings, he found himself standing on a familiar street in Konoha. Though every corner of this place seemed like the Konoha he knew by heart, Shursui was certain it wasn't. After all, Konoha's streets had never felt so empty and still. Just then, a voice called out from within Ichiraku Ramen, not far away. "Shursui, over here." Guided by the voice, Shursui entered Ichiraku and spotted a young man hunched over a steaming bowl, slurping noodles with gusto. Eyeing the youth suspiciously, Shursui frowned and asked uncertainly, "Are you Naruto?" The young man glanced over his shoulder, grinning at Shursui. "Of course it's me. At the moment, it's just you and me in this world. And this Konoha? It isn't truly Konoha. I recreated this place so you'd feel at home and not be startled." Anyone familiar with the tales of the Hidden Leaf would have recognized the Naruto before Shursui's eyes as the very picture of the Shippuden era. Is this some kind of jinjutsu, or... Trailing off, Shursui pinched himself hard on the thigh. He didn't hold back. Pain shot through him, sharp enough to make him gasp. Catching the scene, Naruto laughed. "Nope, this isn't a world of illusions. It's a virtual world." "Virtual? Isn't that pretty much the same as jinjutsu?" "Still, the pain feels way too real." Shursui grumbled, still rubbing his sore thigh. "No, there's a fundamental difference between virtual space and illusions. Illusions are brief and fleeting. Once you come out of an illusion, if you get caught in it again, it starts over from the beginning. But the virtual space is different. You can treat it as a real world. Even if you exit and come back, everything remains unchanged. Your legend persists. Your traces of life are still here. Of course, it's not that all illusions are inferior to virtual worlds. For example, Infinite Tsukuyami can also create a fantasy space. But once you enter Infinite Tsukuyami, that's for a lifetime. There's virtually no way out." "Infinite Tsukuyami? What's that?" Seeing Shursui growing interested in Infinite Tsukuyami, Naruto waved his hand and replied, "Didn't you just say you wanted to spar with me? Ninja style? I accept your challenge. Let's do this." At this, Shursui frowned. "We could, but I don't have any chakra left in my body." "Chakra, huh? No problem." As he spoke, Naruto snapped his fingers. Before Shursui could figure out what Naruto was up to, he felt his strength returning. Yes, that was chakra flowing back. With chakra surging through him, Shursui instinctively activated his Sharingan. He wanted to see if his Sharingan could see through this world, but it turned out to be useless. He then awakened his Mangekyo, but still saw nothing unusual. Through the Sharingan, this world seemed completely real. Only now did he realize that Naruto had been speaking the truth all along. So, this is the virtual world? As he spoke, Shursui drew the short blade from his back and looked at Naruto. Seeing Shursui was ready, Naruto set down his bowl and stood up, smiling. "Let me show you the terror of an MG. MG. This refers to a game master. In a game, the game master can modify any parameter at will, making them even more overpowered than cheaters." As he spoke, Naruto began to float into the air, and behind him a series of truth-seeking orbs materialized. His eyes transformed into the Rinnegan, now adorned with 9 tomo. Hovering midair, Naruto snapped his fingers again, and suddenly figures began to appear throughout the streets of Konoha. One by one, these were all villagers from Konoha whom Naruto had met before. Shursui watched with confusion, unsure of Naruto's intentions. Feeling the pressure radiating from Naruto, Shursui couldn't help but swallow nervously. Naruto, what are you doing? 1 bag of rice. How many flights must you carry it up? 1 bag of rice, up to the 2nd floor. 1 bag of rice, oh, how exhausting. 1 bag of rice, so much toil. Every bite comes with mud. Who gave you this bag of rice, huh? Soul-burning exhaustion. With overwhelming force, a devastating Shinra Tensei swept through, obliterating the whole of Konoha, Shursui included, with a single blow. Watching the terrified muggles scream and panic below, Naruto felt an exhilarating sense of release within. As the saying goes, in real life, I love showing off. Online, I strike with a heavy hand. Naruto wasn't someone who reveled in killing, but letting loose in a virtual world was undeniably satisfying. Poor Shursui, though. He had just experienced what it felt like to die. After leveling Konoha, Naruto snapped his fingers again. The ruined village below was instantly transformed back into the lake where he'd first created his account. Shursui lay sprawled on the water's surface, gasping for breath. Just now, what was that power? It must be something only a god could possess. Shursui was still reeling, caught off guard. He hadn't even had a chance to activate Susanoo before the overwhelming Shinra Tensei had crashed down, smothering any opportunity for him to react. How was that, Shursui? Pretty realistic, isn't it? Naruto shifted back to his kid-like form and strolled up with a grin. Realistic? It felt like I really died, for real. Seeing Shursui so shaken, Naruto continued. This is the beauty of the metaverse. With it, settling the rift between the Uchiha and Konoha is a walk in the park. Next up, I'll open 2 metaverse experience centers, one at the Uchiha compound and one in the heart of Konoha. I'm not worried about managing the one in downtown Konoha, but for the Uchiha branch, I'd like you to be the admin, keeping an eye on the shop. Is this really your solution, Naruto? When Shursui hesitated, Naruto simply pointed to himself. Hey, do you know who I am? You're Naruto Uzumaki, aren't you? Shursui answered, as if it were obvious. Wrong. I'm the idea king of the ninja world. Trust me, you can't go wrong. Shursui Uchiha. Seeing Shursui was still on the fence, Naruto gently encouraged him. Think about it. You can still go ahead with your own plans, and mine won't get in your way either. As the saying goes, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Come on, am I right or am I right? Naruto's reasoning seemed to strike a chord, and Shursui nodded thoughtfully. Let me go back and think it over. After all, this concerns the entire Uchiha clan. No sooner had Shursui finished speaking than 2 figures appeared at the starting point, near the lake. One was Ari from League of Legends, the other a handsome man with a battered old beret, clearly human. Seeing them, Naruto was speechless. It was obvious without asking. One was Kurama under the spell of Ari, the other, Grey Wolf. Hey, Naruto, this metaverse is something else. I can feel the scent of freedom here. Ari Kurama greeted Naruto with a smile. However, the voice that spoke was not Ari's, but the true Nine Tails. Ahem. Sorry, forgot to turn on the voice changer. The tone abruptly shifted from that of a man to the sultry voice of a woman, leaving Shursui, unaccustomed to online antics, a bit unsettled. Upon seeing this, Naruto waved his hand, and a menu appeared before him, promptly logging Shursui out of the system. Shursui, take your time to think about it. Whatever you decide, yes or no, just let me know. Whether the entire Uchiha clan ends up as online addicts, or rather, whether they get a chance to survive, depends on you. After helping Shursui exit the metaverse, Naruto glanced at Kurama and Grey Wolf, still playing around inside, before logging off himself. When a virtual helmet came off, Shursui was already gone from Naruto's side, leaving only a solitary headset lying atop the withered tree. Like Shursui, Naruto was also experiencing the virtual helmet for the first time. This first try left Naruto thoroughly impressed. There really was a sense of stepping into a second world, and especially being a GM within that world. Now, that was an intoxicating feeling. Just then, Zephyr, who had been training Lee nearby, walked over. Naruto, how'd things go with Shursui? At the question, Naruto just shrugged. Shursui isn't as easy to convince as I thought. In fact, I suspect he might report what happened today to the 3rd Hokage. Hearing this, Zephyr frowned. Zephyr didn't want to comment much on the 3rd's character. He wasn't exactly a good person, but as a political leader, he was certainly competent. You could tell just by looking at Konoha's strategies and performance in recent years. the third always strove to maintain the peace he cherished. Especially after the fourth's death, when Konoha was rocked by crisis and the 4 other shinobi villages seemed ready to invade at any moment. From that moment on, the third was no longer just a Hokage. He had become a politician. Only political maneuvers could keep peace intact. For example, ceding certain commissions to the Land of Wind, or handing over Hayashi's brother, Hizashi, to uphold the peace treaty with the Hidden Cloud. Such measures aren't what you'd expect from a shinobi hero. Their sacrifices a true politician makes for the village's greater good. Danzo's constant accusations of indecisiveness weren't entirely without merit. If Sure Sway tells the third, it could indeed cause some trouble, Zephyr muttered, brows knitted in thought. Naruto, hearing this, just grinned. Don't worry, Zephyr-sensei. The third won't be an issue. Don't forget, the old man's a bit of a perv. If we get the virtual helmet to him ahead of time and let him have a go, well, I bet. Naruto left his sentence hanging, simply chuckling to himself with a mischievous grin. Meanwhile, Zephyr found himself at a loss for words, secretly wondering, is that old fox really so easy to fool? At the same time, inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage sat in front of his computer, staring at the screen in exasperation. Why is this little Tuan so persistent? I've managed to win over 20 times in a row, and yet he's still not giving up? Muttering to himself, the third Hokage clicked accept invitation once again. Beneath the Root organization's underground base, Danzo sat at his computer, flanked by over a dozen of his Root ninjas. Glancing back at his subordinates, Danzo lowered his voice and said, "We have numbers on our side. Together, we will capture this Monkey King. If we pull this off, every one of you here will be credited with a B-rank mission." The Root ninjas exchanged glances. Though internally they sighed at the absurdity, they faithfully carried out Danzo's command, joining forces to help him win over the Monkey King. In their first round, Little Tuan played the pursuer, with Monkey King playing defense. In a dating game, favorability points are the foundation. Danzo kept losing before, simply because he dove headfirst, trying to hold hands and go in for a kiss without building any affection first. Who wouldn't get slapped? Just as Danzo was about to try his hand at another reckless hand-holding strategy, the Root ninja swiftly stopped him. "Lord Danzo, this won't work. If you want to win a girl's heart, you absolutely can't lead with hand-holding." Without missing a beat, the Root ninja pointed out a few alternative options for Danzo, starting with play it cool, meaning he should do nothing at first and keep a little distance. Recently, several of the Root members have been closely observing Danzo as he floundered through this game. Unlike him, a lifelong bachelor whose only spark of romance might have been with Hiruzen Sarutobi, now stolen away by the fox-masked Kiba, these subordinates actually knew a thing or two about dating. They'd all had girlfriends before, so they navigated these games with effortless, practiced skill. Danzo looked at his subordinate thoughtfully and nodded, deciding to trust his advice. He gave play it cool a try. Just as the Root ninja predicted, holding back didn't decrease his favorability at all. In fact, it went up a bit. Seeing one person coaching him, the other Root ninjas couldn't help but chime in with their own suggestions. Before long, the first round was over. Little Tuan successfully won over the Monkey King. Back in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage stared at his screen in disbelief. "I actually lost. How could this be? How did that ridiculous little Tuan suddenly become so skilled?" Baffled, the third muttered to himself and jumped right into the next round. This time, the roles were reversed. Monkey King would pursue, and Little Tuan would defend. After more than 20 rounds, this was truly the first time Danzo had ever managed to beat the Monkey King. Even though victory came through the efforts of his subordinates, well, they were his people after all, and that hardly counted as cheating. For the next round, Danzo looked back at his group of followers with hopeful eyes. All the Root ninjas exchanged glances, and in the end, their gazes collectively landed on the two quiet ninja who'd barely spoken until now. Because, well, those two happened to be women. After all, the ones under siege were a bunch of men, and none of them really knew what to do in this particular situation. The two female Root members bowed to Danzo, and then began instructing him on how not to be successfully won over during the game. Their guidance was surprisingly effective. Although it was just a game, the saying, "It takes a woman to truly understand a woman," rang quite true here. But even so, little Danzo still lost this round. Despite the two women doing their utmost to block the opponent's strategies and prevent his affection level from rising, let's not forget who the third Hokage was, the undisputed master, famous for conquering countless virtual heroines. And so, this match ended in a draw. Even though it was only a tie, Danzo was still pleased all these rounds, and it was the first time he hadn't lost, even if he hadn't won either. On the other side, the third Hokage took a moment to pull out his pipe. Taking a thoughtful puff, he mused aloud. It looks like this little Danzo is destined to be my lifelong rival. Just now, while trying to win Danzo over in the game, he actually found Danzo tougher to crack than before, as the third was reflecting on how he'd managed to nurture such an excellent adversary. Naruto strode cheerfully into the office, carrying a virtual reality helmet in his hands. "Grandpa Third, I brought you a brand new game," Naruto announced with a grin. Hearing this, the third Hokage's wrinkled face bloomed into a radiant, almost childlike smile. "Wait a moment, Naruto. Let Grandpa take some medicine first." With that, he took out a bottle of treasured supplements, popped a dose, and then finally turned his attention to Naruto. Naruto, seeing all this, was somewhat speechless. Once the third looked his way, Naruto didn't dally. He quickly explained all the features and gameplay of the virtual helmet. Yet, after hearing about the miraculous helmet, what first popped in the third Hokage's mind wasn't actually gaming at all, but rather, the helmet's potential use in warfare. Although the third was known for his worldly passions, he was also Konoha's supreme leader and extremely sensitive when it came to war. By the time Naruto finished explaining the helmet's functions, several ideas for military applications had already formed in the third's mind. For example, training soldiers. After all, the Land of Fire possessed the most bountiful lands and resources in the ninja world. But what about the other four nations? The Land of Wind was mostly desert, the Land of Earth was covered in rugged plateaus, the Land of Lightning was dominated by mountains, and the Land of Water, well, the whole place was practically an island nation, surrounded on all sides by the sea. And virtually every war ended up as Konoha versus the other four combined. War is essentially divided into two parts. As the saying goes, soldiers face soldiers, and generals face generals. Every battle pits fodder against fodder, and elite forces against elite forces. Of course, there are times when the cannon fodder manages to bring down the powerful, like when 10,000 Awadikure shinobi fought against the third Raikage. For 3 days and 3 nights, the IWA ninjas perished non-stop, yet at last, they managed to exhaust the third Raikage to death. Although the Raikage died, it could hardly be called a victory for a Awadikure. After all, the loss of 10,000 shinobi is no small matter. That's why the ideal path for war remains soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. If this delicate balance is broken, both sides may suffer devastating losses. Should either side lose their top combatants, whether due to defeat or death, it may well be time for them to retreat, or even surrender. So even though cannon fodder may seem insignificant, the truth is the clashes between these ordinary soldiers are crucial as well. This is where tactics and the coordination between them come into play, especially when fighting outside the Land of Fire. If we could use virtual helmets to simulate the enemy and their environment and practice over and over, Konoha's combat power would skyrocket. Naruto, of course, had no idea how much the third Hokage's mind was spinning during these brief moments. "Naruto, this helmet of yours is really quite impressive. I was thinking we should have someone try it out first. If it works well, then on behalf of Konoha, I'll order a batch right away. As for the price, set it as you see fit." Hearing the third Hokage say this, Naruto gave a small smile. "No problem. Bring anyone you like for the test, even a few people if you want. Besides, I'm planning to open an internet cafe in Konoha's commercial district in the next few days. If you want to run the trial sooner, you could just have them tested at my place." Although he wasn't sure what an internet cafe actually was, the third Hokage figured he'd know soon enough once Naruto opened one. In his mind, an internet cafe was probably related to computers. After all, computers need to be networked together to play games with others. Still, what puzzled the third was, why is every online match always against that Xiao Tuan Tuan character? Could it be that Xiao Tuan Tuan is actually a DLC? After pitching the virtual helmet to the third Hokage, Naruto sent a shadow clone, helmet in hand, to seek out Danzo, while his true self strolled leisurely back home. If he wanted to save the Uchiha clan with a virtual helmet, Danzo was a wall he'd have to find a way over. Naruto was convinced that Danzo still harbored intentions to wipe out the Uchiha. It was simply a matter of timing. In the original story, that timing came when Shursui revealed his Mangekyo Sharingan. When Naruto arrived at the entrance to the Foundation headquarters, he was spotted by one of Danzo's shinobi. Realizing Naruto was here to see Danzo, the shinobi led him inside without delay. After stepping into the Foundation's base, Naruto immediately sensed an unnerving, almost sinister atmosphere. To Naruto's surprise, these root ninjas were all secretly discussing strategies on how to win over girls. There were even several female ninjas among them, who were fiercely debating ways to avoid being targeted by these men in their own game. The atmosphere in Root now reminded Naruto of those scam gangs from his previous life. It was just like those online chat scams, luring people in to swindle money. Wasn't that the whole method? You had to first win over your mark to get them to willingly hand over their cash. Hey, big guy from Root, why does it feel like this place has turned into a scammer's den all of a sudden? Oh, them? They're practicing simulations to please Lord Danzo. As he said this, the Root ninja shot Naruto a side glance, silently adding, "It's all because of that game you invented and that wretched computer. Now you've turned Root into something like this." This ninja was actually someone who appeared in the original story, a trusted subordinate of Danzo, known as Yamanaka Kaze. He was, in fact, the one who'd originally stolen Naruto's computer. Now he almost regretted ever accepting that mission. To many Root members, he had unwittingly become the true culprit behind their current predicament. With Yamanaka Kaze leading the way, Naruto quickly arrived at the door to Danzo's chambers. No sooner had they reached the threshold than Naruto heard Danzo's furious roar from within. Is the boss of this first level even humanly possible to beat? I've already lost 3 Sharingan eyes. Damn it. Does this mean only the Mangekyo Sharingan can make it through? And what's with that tree guardian? Is it really supposed to be the starter boss for beginners? Standing outside, both Yamanaka Kaze and Naruto heard every word. Yamanaka Kaze shot Naruto a murderous look. The reason was obvious. Naruto had overheard Danzo's secret. Yes, the Sharingan. Although this Naruto was only a clone, his training under Zephyr had honed his awareness to a sharp edge. Naturally, he sensed Yamanaka Kaze's killing intent. But so what? He was just a clone, after all. What was there to be afraid of? Ignoring Kaze, Naruto strode straight into Danzo's room without even knocking. Naruto immediately sensed the dense, oppressive aura around Danzo. It was apparent the old man had suffered at the hands of the tree guardian. If he hadn't died 50 times, he'd surely been wiped out at least 30. As soon as he saw Naruto, Danzo hurriedly covered his pale arm with his sleeve, then frowned and demanded, "Uzumaki Naruto, what are you doing here? Come on, old man Danzo, didn't I tell you last time I had an even more interesting game? I promised to bring it over as soon as it was ready." As he spoke, Naruto lifted and shook the virtual helmet he carried in his hand. Naruto's mind was made up. If he couldn't get the third Hokage to try this device, then he was definitely going to talk Danzo into putting on the helmet himself. Naruto had Grey Wolf manufacture a batch of special helmets, and the ones intended for the third Hokage and Danzo were among them. These 2 helmets lacked any external control buttons. In other words, as soon as someone put it on and let their mind enter the metaverse, they would have no way of taking it off without side help. If anyone tried to force it off, the helmet would emit an intense internal vibration, instantly scrambling the wearer's brain into mush. Naturally, such a dangerous design was meant purely as a precaution. After all, if the Uchiha could resolve things on their own, but Danzo went berserk and became hell-bent on destroying them, the entire metaverse plan Naruto was building would be for nothing. And just now, from the way Danzo had roared with fury, Naruto could tell. The old man might actually go so far as to wipe out the entire Uchiha clan just to finally beat the boss in Elden Ring. It might sound unbelievable, but think about it. Every prominent figure in the world of Naruto seems to have their own brand of madness, each one more obsessed than the last. Besides, offing Danzo is practically the will of the people online. If he tries anything, just tear his brains to pulp and be done with it. Danzo eyed the helmet in Naruto's hand, his suspicion clear. "This game you spoke of, is it this helmet?" "That's right." Naruto nodded enthusiastically. "All you need to do is put it on, and you'll be able to play." At this point, Naruto paused for a moment, then continued, "Once you wear the helmet, it will take you to another world. In that world, you can even awaken your own Sharingan, even Mangekyo." The words Sharingan and Mangekyo sent a shiver down Danzo's spine. "So, you heard everything I said earlier?" Danzo's tone was icy as he questioned Naruto. Though his voice was laced with coldness, there was no hint of murderous intent towards Naruto. Sensing that things were moving in his favor, Naruto explained the helmet's powers to Danzo once again. Just like the third Hokage, Danzo quickly grasped the helmet's usefulness for warfare and enhancing the strength of his ninja. After pondering for a moment, Danzo said, "Very well. We en route will order 100 of these helmets." Danzo was remarkably decisive, far less hesitant than the third Hokage. He didn't even bother asking the price before placing an order for 100 units. Grandpa Danzo, don't you want to try one out yourself? Make sure it works properly?" Hearing Naruto's suggestion, Danzo thought for a moment, then turned to Yamanaka Fu and said, "Fu, you try it." Yamanaka Fu wanted desperately to refuse. The thought was simple. If the iron-willed Lord Danzo could lose himself in this game, what hope did Root have if he too fell under its spell? Almost as if he could read Fu's mind, Danzo added, "Call in Toryun as well. The 2 of you, together. Torian was none other than Yamanaka Fu's partner and a fellow root member. In the root division, Yamanaka Fu and Aburame Torian could be considered the true pillars of strength. After all, there were never many Jonin in root to begin with, let alone genius-level Jonin like Torian and Fu. When Danzu gave an order, Yamanaka Fu had no choice but to obey. So, without further ado, Fu pulled along a thoroughly bewildered Torian. Upon learning that the two of them would be testing a new game, Torian was filled with endless reluctance. But no matter how unwilling he felt, he had to go along with it. Such was the nature of the root division, absolute obedience to Danzu's commands. And so, a Naruto clone placed the headsets on the two of them. At the same time, he transmitted images from inside the virtual world straight to Danzu's computer, so Danzu could observe the scenery of the metaverse in real time. You two are playing on a test server. I'll have some NPCs guide you through the experience, said the Naruto clone. Have fun. With that, the clone powered up the visors. Instantly, Fu and Torian, who had been sitting on the floor, fell motionless. Meanwhile, a member of the ANBU, sent by the third Hokage to test out the virtual headset, arrived at Naruto's house. The tester was alone, a man with lifeless, narrow eyes, a face mask, and wild white hair. At first glance, Naruto recognized him immediately. It was Hatake Kakashi, the man famed for going head-to-head with anyone, always coming out even. Naturally, just as with Danzu, the third Hokage had a computer set up, so he could watch both Kakashi's virtual adventure and everything happening in the digital world. P.S. Dear readers, please do me a favor. Give this novel a few more clicks, tap the follow button. If we hit 500 followers, I'll add a permanent bonus chapter. If daily urges break 3,500, that's another bonus chapter. Kakashi, Torian, and Fu became the latest testers of the metaverse. To give them the best possible experience, Naruto arranged for two NPCs to help guide them quickly through the virtual world. But there was more to it than just helping them settle in. Naruto also wanted to whet the appetites of both the third Hokage and Danzu, keep them curious and craving more. Once inside the metaverse, Kakashi named his character Scarecrow. Yamanaka Fu chose the name Wind in the mind. Aburame Torian named himself Venom Beetle. As for appearance customization, none of them bothered to change a thing. Naruto had explained earlier that this was only the test server. They could create new characters once the full version went live. Besides, they were here as testers. There was no point in getting caught up in elaborate tweaks and frills. And honestly, there was another rather crucial reason. Ninjas tended to be a bit obsessive, especially the strong ones. When it came to customizing avatars, they could easily spend hours and still come away dissatisfied. With their characters created, Kakashi was transported into a small wooded grove. Nearby, a lake shimmered at the base of a tumbling waterfall. If you listen carefully, you can hear the laughter and playful shouts of young girls echoing in the distance. As for Yamanaka Kaze and Aburame Torian, they had been teleported to a vast, desolate stretch of Badlands. It was a barren, lonely place where unfamiliar beasts would occasionally lurk nearby, creatures neither of them could name. Upon seeing these unknown monsters, ninja instincts kicked in. Yamanaka Kaze and Aburame Torian immediately found a hidden spot and concealed themselves. Hey, didn't Uzumaki Naruto say there would be NPCs here to guide us? I don't see any. Yamanaka Kaze spoke up, irritation clear in his voice. No idea. Let's just wait. With so little information, we shouldn't act recklessly. With that, Aburame Torian began to send out his scouting insects, a quiet flurry of wings faintly buzzing outwards. Naruto hadn't stripped these three beta players of their original skills, so each of them was still able to use their inherent abilities. While Yamanaka Kaze and his companion were still quietly observing, Kakashi had already found his NPC guide, Ari. This Ari, in truth, was none other than the Idle Ninetales, Kurama, amusing himself in disguise. When Kurama first appeared, both Kakashi and from behind their screens, the third Hokage found their eyes widening, momentarily stunned. To tease the third Hokage even more, Kurama had gone all out this time, donning a flamboyant bikini. But these days, the third Hokage had overcome that unfortunate tendency to get nosebleeds at every little thing. Lately, there hadn't been nearly as many blood release ninjas popping up as before. Ironically, it was Danzo's side still haunted by the blood release ninjas' accomplices disrupting his days and nights, robbing him of peace in both meals and rest. Kakashi, however, had remarkable self-control. The bikini didn't faze him in the slightest. Good day, Scarecrow-sensei. I'm the NPC assigned to guide you. You can call me Nine. Ari. Nine Ari. No Nine. Just Ari. Kakashi nodded, then fell silent, listening intently as Kurama began explaining. You may have noticed, in this virtual world, your senses are incredibly lifelike. So all the things you long to do, in reality, the things you hesitate to try, you can do them here without restraint. Whether you want to become a girl, or bring back old friends who are gone. Let them chat with you, fight alongside you, live with you. It's all possible. At those words, Kakashi's normally expressionless eyes flickered with a subtle tremor. At the same time, the third Hokage in front of his screen felt a surge of excitement. Not because he could see departed friends again, but because he was utterly fascinated by Kurama's hint at becoming a girl. After all, who among those people hasn't dreamed of waking up one morning and finding themselves transformed? Transformed into a girl, and not just any girl, but one crafted to their own perfect specifications? Kurama's next words only deepened the third Hokage's regret, as he wondered why on earth he hadn't signed up for this test himself. Haha, that's not all this system can do. In this world, there aren't just a bunch of NPCs. You can even create things. For example, you can design new virtual characters with whatever traits you want, personalize their personalities, adjust their strength, stats. Everything is customizable. At the same time, the third Hokage began daydreaming. He imagined himself creating a brand new ninja village in a virtual world, and all the members of the village would be the beautiful women he had managed to win over in his experiences as a ninja. Especially that little group leader. He was determined to bring her to life and have his way, so she'd finally understand what it meant to be a true master of conquest. While the third Hokage indulged in his fantasies, Kurama led Kakashi over to a nearby lake, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. Kakashi, the moment he set his eyes on the vibrant scene by the lakeside, felt a sudden rush of heat to his nose. In an instant, his mask was soaked through, and crimson droplets began to seep through the fabric. On the lake, a dozen or so girls, each with their own unique beauty, splashed and played in the water. Even though they were all dressed in bikinis, the enticing sight of them every now and then was almost too much for even a seasoned veteran like Kakashi. He couldn't help but cry out in utter overwhelm. The third Hokage, sitting before his computer screen, was far more composed. Outwardly calm, he had already sworn to himself that he had to get his hands on a helmet as soon as possible. Of course, his dignity as the third Hokage wouldn't allow him to pursue questionable pleasures. No, this was all for the sake of Konoha. And besides, overcoming his weaknesses had always been important to him. He'd faced his flaws through the screen before, but now he could confront them in person. With that thought, the third Hokage popped a few of his special health supplements, already determined that as soon as Kakashi returned, he would ask Naruto for a helmet. He was eager to try out the beta test for himself. First things first, he'd get that female ninja village set up, and then he'd see about other matters. In the virtual world, the girls playing in the lake noticed Kakashi watching them, and immediately chaos broke out. Some of the girls even shot flirty glances in Kakashi's direction, unconsciously licking their lips, as if they couldn't wait to devour him. At this sight, Naruto couldn't help but marvel once more at the infamous bug wolf, Grey Wolf. The system he'd created was simply incredible. The NPCs were so lifelike. Each of them seemed to possess their own will and intelligence. Mistaken for a peeping Tom, Kakashi hurriedly excused himself, turning to Kurama at his side and asking, "Kurama, do you think I could see some of my old friends again?" Kurama nodded, replying, "Just picture them in your mind. Leave the rest to me." As he spoke, Kurama called up the GM interface. In a flash, he scanned Kakashi's thoughts and captured the images of the people Kakashi longed to see. Not long afterward, 3 familiar figures appeared right before Kakashi. Here are Uchiha Obito and Rin Noara from their teenage years, along with the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Obito and Rin look exactly as they did in the past, but the 4th Hokage is somewhat distorted. That cheerful, handsome face of the 4th Hokage is nowhere to be seen. Instead, he now has a freckled face, and his height has shrunk to just about 1.4 meters, shorter by a head than young Obito. Naturally, this was Kurama's doing. Who told the 4th Hokage to have sealed him? After all, watching all this unfold on the screen, Naruto couldn't help feeling a bit annoyed. The 4th Hokage, who was he? He was Naruto's own father, yet Kurama was pulling a prank right before his eyes. Next time, maybe it's about time you really tasted what it's like to be trapped offline in the abyss. At the same moment, within the seal space, the small Kurama, wearing his virtual helmet, shivered from head to toe. In the virtual world, Kakashi caught sight of his teacher's ridiculous new appearance and was left momentarily dumbfounded. Kurama gave a couple of awkward coughs and said, "Don't blame me. This is simply how you remember your teacher in your heart." Kurama wasted no time, shirking all responsibility. Just as Kakashi was about to ask something else, he noticed Rin and Obito already heading toward him. As he saw his old friends, Kakashi's eyes grew red with emotion. These past years, Kakashi's life had been wrought with remorse and pain. Usually, he could only numb himself by undertaking one mission after another. But now, faced with Obito and Rin, Kakashi's emotions finally burst forth. He knew perfectly well that the two before him were just virtual constructs, not real, yet he simply couldn't rein in his feelings. After all, Kakashi was only 19 now. Back on Earth, a 19-year-old might be driven to despair over a broken heart. Here in the ninja world, even if their entire family perished, they had to grit their teeth and endure. They are shinobi. This is the twisted world they live in. Watching from his screen, the third Hokage quietly closed his laptop. There was no need for him to see anymore. Somewhere in a forgotten corner of the virtual world's desert, two rude operatives were still hiding, waiting for the NPC to arrive. Even Danzo, watching them from his own screen, was feeling irritated. Without an NPC to guide you, are you just going to stop exploring this virtual world? How can you be that cowardly? This is the virtual world, not a Jinjutsu illusion. Even if you die here, it doesn't mean anything. Danzo wanted to shout, your Lord Danzo, died over 40 times in front of the Tree Guardian. You two have just entered the game, and already you're acting like cowards. You're making Root look bad. Yet, with Naruto nearby, he felt it would be far too embarrassing to actually say that out loud. Just as Danzo grew anxious, tempted, even, to remove the pair's helmets himself, the NPC finally appeared. The NPC who came to help them was Kurapika, who had nothing better to do. Kurapika also had GM privileges, and just earlier, he was using those privileges to explore the entire metaverse. The world was vast, compared to the shinobi world, and even more so than Hunter world he once knew. It was enormous. The fact that Grey Wolf could create such a virtual world in such a short time truly impressed Kurapika. If Naruto knew what Kurapika was thinking, he would probably say, "You're impressed far too soon." Naruto felt that, at this rate, even having a system wouldn't make him more formidable than Grey Wolf. When they saw Kurapika, both Yamanaka Kaze and Aburame Toraijin were filled with vigilance. "Miss, excuse me, are you the NPC here?" Yamanaka Kaze asked politely. In her view, it was best to be courteous when you didn't understand the situation. But what she didn't know was that being called Miss was the most disrespectful thing to Kurapika, because he was a man. "I'm a man," Kurapika said helplessly. Yamanaka Kaze was a loss for words. Kurapika could only sigh inwardly. He hadn't bothered to tweak his appearance much, just made his skin a bit paler and his hair longer. Yet, just these two changes had led everyone to mistake him for a girl, which left Kurapika feeling rather frustrated. He was definitely not like Kurama, that cross-dressing pervert. Kurama protested, "Hey, I only like Ari. Don't lump me in with cross-dressing perverts. What's wrong with liking Ari? After all, we're both foxes." Sorry. Yamanaka Kaze, flushed with embarrassment, apologized and fell silent. "May I ask how we should address you, Mr. NPC?" At that moment, Aburame Toraijin stepped in to ease Yamanaka Kaze's awkwardness. "No need to know my name. Just call me NPC," Kurapika replied bluntly. Without further ado, Kurapika opened up the panel and started boosting them. He maxed out both of their ninja stats in an instant. Suddenly, both their bodies began to change. Their eyes turned into Rinnegan with 9 Tomo. Truth-seeking orbs materialized behind them, and their hair turned completely white as they floated gently off the ground. This, Yamanaka Kaze was in utter disbelief as he sensed the immense chakra surging within him. Meanwhile, the ever-calm Aburame Toraijin calmly stretched out a hand toward a giant beast in the distance and murmured, "Bansho, Tenin." Immediately, the massive beast was pulled irresistibly toward them. With another wave, Aburame Toraijin unleashed Shinra Tensei, blasting the beast far away. Not just the beast, the ground below was swept clean, the once rough landscape flattened entirely. When Danzo saw the images on the computer screen, his eyes narrowed in surprise. "Is that the Rinnegan?" The moment he saw the Rinnegan, Danzo immediately recalled the Akatsuki member who had once possessed such eyes, and whom he and Hanzo had schemed against. One of the Akatsuki's members had once wielded this very power. Naruto, have Kurapika conjure a Mangekyo Sharingan for them. Inside the virtual space, Kurapika heard Naruto's voice in his mind. "Mangekyo, huh? All right." Murmuring to himself, Kurapika snapped his fingers. In an instant, Yamanaka Kaze, who had just been basking in the glory of his newfound invincibility, reverted to his original self. Why did I change back? Though he had reverted, Yamanaka Kaze could still sense that he was now much stronger than he'd been before. Suddenly, new knowledge about the use of the Mangekyo surfaced in his mind. He closed his eyes, then opened them, revealing a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Danzo, watching from behind the screen, locked his gaze on this transformation. Following the knowledge in his mind, Yamanaka Kaze activated his ocular powers and unleashed the Mangekyo's ultimate technique, Susanoo. First came the bones, then the muscles, and finally, the armored skin. Soon a fully formed, towering Susanoo, 100 meters tall, stood before them. Controlling Susanoo, Yamanaka Kaze drew a massive longsword from its side and brought it down upon the mountain ahead. With one sweep, the mountain split cleanly in two, while the beasts nearby were all wiped out in an instant. So, this is the true power of the Uchiha. It's absolutely overwhelming. No wonder Lord Danzo has always coveted the Mangekyo. Danzo, of course, was keenly aware of its strength. But what concerned him most now was whether unlocking the Mangekyo would be enough to defeat the first boss of Elden Ring. He was desperate to find out, but all doubts had vanished. He was certain now, here, in this virtual world, one really could unlock the Mangekyo, even wield the Rinnegan, and experience their overwhelming might. If that's possible, wouldn't using the Mangekyo to play games in the virtual world be perfectly fine? 2. If Naruto knew what Danzo was thinking, he would surely give him a thumbs up and declare him a true innovator. After all, playing computer games inside a virtual game, Danzo would be a pioneer. With that, the test for both Aburame, Toryun, and Yamanaka Kaze came to an end. Removing their helmets, both men were still reluctant for the experience to be over. Naruto, do you think, could you sell us one of those helmets? Aburame Toryun had assumed the helmet was a special device provided exclusively to Lord Danzo. After all, something so incredible couldn't be easy to obtain. So Toryun went straight to the source, Naruto, the supplier, hoping to buy one for himself. Naruto smiled and said, "The metaverse isn't fully complete yet. Just wait a few days, then we'll launch the official sale. This helmet, let's leave it for old man Danzo to enjoy. Since it's just the test server, there'll be NPCs inside to guide you. If you have any questions, just ask the NPCs at that time." Upon hearing this, Danzo nodded with excitement, quickly taking the microwave helmet. At last, finally, I can use my Mangekyo to play games. That rookie village boss, just you wait for me. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kakashi also arrived at the Hokage's office with a microwave helmet on his head. The third Hokage, seeing this, immediately tried to take the helmet for himself, but realized Kakashi was holding it rather tightly, reluctant to let go. "Kakashi, look, I'm already old. I can't quite bring myself to ask Naruto for another test helmet. But you're still young and strong. Could you go and get another one for me?" As soon as he finished speaking, the third Hokage gave a forceful tug and successfully snatched the helmet away. To further prove his age, he even swallowed a few kidney supplements right in front of Kakashi, leaving Kakashi speechless. And so, the only two netizens in Konoha began their adventure in the metaverse test server. Inside the Hokage's office, after seeing Kakashi out, the third Hokage put the helmet on himself. Following the voice instructions, he activated the helmet's functions and entered the virtual world of the metaverse. He had already watched Kakashi's trial run and knew the character creation process by heart. Before long, the third Hokage had created a character called Monkey King. With his name set, he entered the face customization stage, his blood surging with excitement. When a customization screen appeared, the third Hokage made his decision in an instant. He chose to play as a female. A sly grin spreading across his face, he set about putting his own taste to the test. In reality, if you get too excited in the virtual world, you can end up with a nosebleed in real life. But the helmet crafted by Grey Wolf came with a special feature. Once it's activated, the wearer's heart rate and blood pressure drop to their lowest levels, almost as if they'd been administered a tranquilizer. Of course, this was designed purely for the safety of the helmet user. After all, this is the world of Hokage, a relatively conservative place, where there are plenty of folks like the third Hokage who get overexcited even by watching a little raunchy movie. As the third Hokage was busy creating his character, Danzo was also preparing to put on his helmet and get started. At that moment, it was as if something struck him. He turned to Naruto's clone and asked, "Right now, how many players are in this test server? Or, are there any other players at all?" Hearing Danzo's question, the Naruto clone, who was about to leave, paused, turned around, and replied, "Of course there are. After all, this is a beta test. There are definitely other players." Having said that, the clone left the room. Meanwhile, a sly thought flashed through his mind. There sure are players. The third Hokage, for instance. Your lifelong buddy. Once the clone was gone, Danzo took a deep breath, then put on the virtual helmet and began creating his character. Naming his character proved troublesome for Danzo. He first thought of calling himself Shadow of the Ninja. What a cool, commanding name. But then the image of the Monkey King sprang to mind. Was it possible the Monkey King had entered the test server too? And if they met, wouldn't it be fun to give him a hard time inside the game? With that in mind, Danzo promptly changed his name to Little Tuan Tuan. As for customizing his character's appearance, he made the same choice as the third. He picked a female avatar. Of course, Danzo didn't do this in some attempt to overcome his weaknesses or to challenge his own limits. No, his reasoning was simple. Anyone who'd choose a ridiculous name like Monkey King had to be a straightforward dude. After all, what woman would have such outlandish skill in charming other girls? Odds were, the player was almost certainly a man. So, Danzo shaped his avatar into a cute girl, figuring it would put the other guy at ease and give him a perfect chance to catch his opponent off guard. To be defeated by a girl, now that would absolutely shatter Monkey King's confidence. And in their next match, his chances of winning would be so much higher. And so, Danzo finished crafting a female character and entered the game. Once inside, Danzo encountered the NPC Ari, none other than Kurama. For a moment, Kurama was taken aback at the sight of the female Danzo. Seriously? Since when did old geezers get so good at playing games? Kurama then pinged another temporary NPC, Kurapika, for news from the third Hokage's side. The third Hokage, he as Naruto predicted, made himself into a bombshell babe. Ha ha ha, and over here, Danzo's a woman too. Kurama burst out laughing. When did all these old men get so playful? Kurapika could only shake his head in disbelief. At that very moment, Naruto had just entered the game and overheard their conversation, which left his mind a whirl of confusion. What? Danzo made his character a girl too? That doesn't seem like something he would do. But then again, Naruto thought, maybe it would be pretty entertaining to arrange a meetup for these two unexpected online friends. With that in mind, Naruto turned to Kurama and Kurapika and said, Kurapika, make sure Danzo and the third Hokage start off near each other. Try to let them meet as soon as possible. I can't wait to see what kind of sparks will fly between the two. With that, Naruto enabled the unlimited recording feature, a privilege only available to MG at the moment. When the time comes and they finally meet in person, Naruto intends to seize the opportunity to restore them to their original selves. He could just imagine the looks on those two old men's faces. The image was so amusing that Naruto burst out laughing. Meanwhile, on the other side, because Danzo had logged in a bit later, Kurama simply teleported him to a spot not far from the third Hokage. Danzo noticed the sudden change in scenery and looked around with some confusion. NPC, why did you move me without my permission? With a casual tone, Kurama replied, Oops, my bad. His apology was anything but sincere as he continued. The area you were in before was way too dangerous, so I brought you here instead. Hearing this, Danzo took another careful look at his surroundings, quickly realizing that this was indeed a beautiful place with green mountains and clear water, the perfect setting for a round of Elden Ring. Without missing a beat, Danzo asked Kurama to activate his Mangekyo Sharingan and then kit him out with a computer, a parasol, and all the necessities. And just like that, Danzo plopped down right there and dove headfirst into playing Elden Ring. Meanwhile, as soon as the third Hokage entered the game, he stumbled into the temporary NPC, Kurapika. Hey, why do you act so much like one of Naruto's personalities? The third Hokage eyed Kurapika, curiosity evident in his gaze. NPCs are just virtual characters. Their appearance and personality can be changed at will. As he spoke, Kurapika activated his MG permissions and cycled through multiple avatars, first transforming into Kakashi, then Zephyr, then Naruto, before finally reverting to himself. The third Hokage watched this without further questions. Recalling how Kakashi logged out last time, the third Hokage mimicked the gesture and brought up the system interface. It was simple. He just swiped his right hand downward and the menu appeared. There were plenty of options in the system menu. Backpack, shop, PvP, friends, guild. And of course, most important of all, the logout button. Just to be safe, the third Hokage tapped logout and instantly felt his vision blur before finding himself outside the metaverse. He removed his helmet and checked himself over. Once sure everything was fine, he put the helmet back on and re-entered the virtual world. Inside the metaverse, rather than immediately creating his own Kunoichi village, the third Hokage started by exploring the area. Even when building his village, he wanted to find a scenic spot, mountains, clear water, perhaps a lake or a hot spring. After all, in the mind of the third Hokage, a lake or hot spring was pretty much another kind of exam hall, and each bikini-clad kunoichi awaiting him was a different exam question all its own. Kurapika, who had been silently following behind the third Hokage, watched as the elder slowly approached the spot where Xiao Tuanshuan was. A dozen minutes later, the third Hokage finally heard the sound of running water. Along with it came a joyful, celebratory cheer. "Ha! I finally broke through. Tree Guardian, you're down." Hearing another voice nearby, the third Hokage glanced back at Kurapika with a hint of confusion. Kurapika only shrugged and said, "Hey, I never said you were the only player in the test server." Realizing there were other players around, the third Hokage's curiosity was piqued, and he made his way forward. There, before his eyes, he saw a striking young woman, short hair, long legs, and an air of confidence, sitting by a computer, engrossed in a game. At the same moment, Shouting Anchuan heard approaching footsteps too. Following the sound, he turned and saw a wild, untamed beauty with long brown hair moving toward him. The instant their eyes met, both of them involuntarily shuddered. Why does this person seem so familiar? That same question echoed in both their minds. Are you a player or an NPC? At last, the Monkey King was the first to speak up. "I'm a player. You too?" "Yes." The Monkey King nodded. As they drew within 5 meters of one another, the game finally displayed each other's IDs. Shouting Anchuan, Monkey King. The moment they recognized each other's IDs, both of them exclaimed in astonishment. Originally, Shouting Anchuan had planned to give Monkey King a good lesson, but seeing him in person, she fell into silence. Truth be told, something inside stirred. In all these decades, it was the first time he had ever felt this way about a woman. Well, perhaps it's time for the Shimura line to continue. Of course, Danzo had considered the possibility that this girl might turn out to be a man hiding behind a female avatar, but his instincts told him that the woman before him was truly destined to cross his path. And so, he took a gamble. If he won, the Shimura clan would thrive. If he lost, her whole family would face ruin. Meanwhile, Monkey King himself hadn't expected Shouting Anchuan to turn out to be such a striking woman. At that moment, the third Hokage was suddenly seized by a sense of guilt toward his late wife. Because, standing before Shouting Anchuan, his heart fluttered. Elsewhere, Naruto had been watching all of this unfold, and his eyes nearly popped out in shock. After all, he could hear every thought passing through Danzo and the third Hokage's minds as well. He could only marvel at how fate plays its mischievous tricks. Suddenly, a thought struck Naruto. In truth, there had always been a subtle connection, an undercurrent of affection, between the third Hokage and Danzo. But because of their genders and their family duties, they could never be together. In the end, prompted by their families, Hiruzen Sarutobi married Biwa Lake. Watching the one he loved wed someone else, Danzo's heart ached with pain, and it was precisely this heartbreak that sowed the seeds of darkness and distortion within him. Stories like this seemed all too common in Konoha. Long before Danzo and the Third, the same drama played out between Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju. Hashirama abandoned Madara to marry Mito Uzumaki, and in a fit of rage, Madara defected from the village, a reaction far more extreme than anything Danzo ever did. Thinking of all this, Naruto shook his head vigorously, then murmured to himself, "Don't believe rumors you see online. Always stand up to gossip and never be a rumor spreader. I must remember that." Phew, that was close. I nearly got sucked into those wild, offbeat fan stories. As wild as his thoughts had gotten, there did seem to be a bit of truth to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo being more than just friends. The reason was simple. The female characters they created bore a striking resemblance to themselves. No wonder they found each other strangely familiar. The answer was obvious. They'd modeled their characters on their own features. As for love at first sight, well, Naruto truly didn't know how to explain that one. And letting the mask drop now, filming the two old men's real reactions? Of course not. With something this entertaining unfolding, he definitely wanted to see it play out further. What really left Naruto speechless was, hadn't these two old men even considered the possibility that the other was catfishing them, too? That's the thing about love at first sight. It really does make people abandon their common sense. Meanwhile, Little Tuanchuan was already having a lively chat with Monkey King. Well, calling it lively was a stretch. They simply sat together, fishing in companionable silence, exchanging only a few words. Though the third Hokage was smooth and charming in the game, faced with a real person, he truly didn't know how to make a move, especially since he was pretending to be a girl. On Tuanchuan's side, it was much the same. In fact, it was even more awkward. At least the third Hokage had been married once. Danzo, on the other hand, was the very image of an old bachelor. This character creation system is pretty impressive. Monkey King finally broke the silence and found topic. Hearing this, Tuanchuan nodded, replying, "Yeah, it really is. By the way, you're not a guy pretending to be a girl, are you?" Monkey King asked in a joking tone. Tuanchuan was caught off guard by the question and hurriedly waved his hand in denial. "No way. How could I be that kind of creep? That's what he said out loud. But in his heart, Danzo was already plotting, no, I definitely need to create a tall, handsome, and imposing male character next time. On the other side, the third Hokage shared the same idea as Danzo. Create a male character first, and then go seek out Xiao Tuanshuan, the Monkey King. Just as the Monkey King was about to say something else, he suddenly froze. A new scene appeared right before his eyes, an image of his own office. Whenever the helmet isn't set to do not disturb, any commotion from the outside world will trigger a live feed of reality. At this very moment, someone had come looking for him at the office. Startled, the Monkey King turned to Xiao Tuanshuan and said, "Something just came up outside. Let's talk another time." As soon as he finished speaking, the third Hokage opened his system interface and sent Xiao Tuanshuan a friend request, then promptly logged out of the game. Seeing the Monkey King go offline, Xiao Tuanshuan reeled in his fishing rod, stepped back to his computer, activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, and resumed his journey through Elden Ring. In Hokage's office, Shursui was staring in disbelief at the third Hokage, who was still wearing the virtual reality helmet. After splitting up with Naruto earlier, Shursui had first returned to the Uchiha compound to find his friend, Itachi Uchiha. Given what Naruto had shared, Shursui truly felt unequipped to make a decision on his own, so he turned to the more mature-minded Itachi for advice. Upon hearing Naruto's plan, Itachi too fell into deep thought, before coming up with a suggestion. He said, "Take this matter either to the third Hokage, or to the head of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku Uchiha. There was no need to inform both sides, just choose one. And as for which side to confide in, that depended entirely on whom Shursui ultimately trusted more." After reflecting on Itachi's suggestion for a long time, Shursui at last decided to seek out the third Hokage. But to his surprise, by the time he arrived, the third Hokage was already immersed in that virtual helmet. "Shursui, it's already so late. What brings you here at this hour?" the third Hokage asked, glancing at the darkening sky outside. Shursui pointed at the helmet the third had just removed. "Actually, I'm here because I want to talk with you about that helmet." Without further ado, Shursui recounted Naruto's idea of using the metaverse virtual game to resolve the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha. As he finished listening, the third's gaze immediately changed. If Naruto's ability to create computers, games, and this marvelous helmet could be chalked up to his own genius, then Naruto's awareness of the deep-seated tension between Konoha and the Uchiha was something he should not have been able to know. Could it be Naruto's split personalities at work? No, that's not right. Even if his split personalities differ in temperament, their memories should be the same. Besides that, for a long moment, the third Hokage said nothing. Then, an idea suddenly struck him. Is it Minato? The third Hokage's thoughts turned to the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, Naruto's own father. Minato had used his life to seal the Nine Tails. Surely, he must have left some safeguards in place to protect Naruto. It was entirely possible that Minato had found some means to pass important information on to Naruto. He recalled that during Minato's tenure as Hokage, relations with the Uchiha clan had been remarkably good. What's more, Minato's wife, Kushina, was close friends with Mikoto Uchiha, the wife of the Uchiha clan leader. Back then, Minato had been determined to bridge the gap between the Uchiha and Konoha, and he did all he could to bring them closer. The third Hokage was aware of Minato's efforts in this regard, and he hadn't interfered much. Yet fate can be cruel. The tragedy of the Nine Tails attack took both Minato and Kushina from the village. "Minato, is this all you're doing? Even after you're gone, you're still working for the sake of Konoha, truly worthy of inheriting the will of fire." With this narrative spinning in his mind, the third Hokage turned to Shursui and said, "I've already tested this helmet myself and found nothing wrong with it. If it can really be used to resolve our internal divisions, I will be glad to see it happen." A sudden thought struck him. Even he, who worked tirelessly every day, struggled to resist the lure of the game. What about the Uchiha, whose judgment was, shall we say, not always their strongest suit? Maybe, just maybe, this was actually a good solution. Moreover, the metaverse virtual game world felt so real. If the Uchiha wanted to make trouble, raise a ruckus, or simply blow off steam, why not do it there? Very soon, the third Hokage understood Minato's intentions. That's Minato for you. To think he'd come up with such an idea to solve the Uchiha problem. And so, convinced by his own internal logic, the third Hokage let Minato take the credit and the blame for all of this. Meanwhile, Shursui, having received his orders, nodded respectfully and left the Hokage's office. Elsewhere, Danzo. Returning from the virtual space, Danzo placed the virtual helmet on his desk, then sat, lost in thought. But Danzo's day's gaze was not dwelling on his Monkey King. He was thinking about Naruto Uzumaki. What puzzled him was how a 6-year-old like Naruto could possibly know about the Mangekyo Sharingan, or even the Rinnegan. As for the Rinnegan, Danzo had only heard rumors himself, and those were tales passed down from Hanzo of the Salamander. Many years ago, during the Third Great Ninja War, the Stone Village, lacking the manpower to continue the fight, sought a truce to end the war. When the third Hokage received word that the Stone Village wished to cease hostilities, he agreed without hesitation. But Danzo, ever the staunch advocate of military action, was far from pleased. After all, so many had fought, so many had died, and now, just like that, their enemy wanted to walk away? Would all those sacrifices go unavenged, their deaths rendered meaningless? At that time, however, Danzo didn't have much influence among the higher-ups. Since the third Hokage had already given his verdict, Danzo wasn't in a position to voice his disapproval at the conference table. Though outwardly silent, he began scheming behind the scenes. The battlefield between the Hidden Stone Village and Konoha was located in the territory of the Hidden Rain Village. That's when Danzo dispatched members of his secret foundation, Root, masquerading as both Stone Ninja and Konoha Ninja, stirring up chaos and carrying out assassinations in an attempt to further ignite the flames of war. But this scheme was cut short midway, all because a peace-seeking group named Akatsuki emerged. Akatsuki thwarted Danzo's plan to incite conflict. It was then that Danzo set his sights on this organization. In truth, there was no deep-seated enmity between them. The fundamental difference lay in their ideals. Akatsuki did not want to see war continue within the lands of the Hidden Rain Village, while Danzo, he favored prolonging the conflict, believing it would allow Konoha to reap greater benefits. Thus, the clash of ideals and interests made Danzo set his sights, ruthlessly, on Akatsuki, the organization dedicated to peace. Yet Danzo was no fool. Uncertain of Akatsuki's background and capabilities, he started sowing discord, feeding rumors to the then leader of the Hidden Rain Village, Hanzo the Salamander, suggesting that Akatsuki posed a threat to Hanzo's position in Rain. And in a way, Danzo's words were not unfounded. By then, Akatsuki had indeed gained great prestige within the Rain Village. What followed was Hanzo's betrayal and massacre of the Akatsuki. Yahiko's death unleashed Nagato's wrath. At that moment, Hanzo realized someone within Akatsuki possessed the legendary sage's eye, the Rinnegan. Upon learning this, Hanzo quickly informed Danzo, hoping Danzo could help resolve the issue. After all, Hanzo was no simpleton. He realized he'd been used by that old fox, Danzo. But would Danzo offer any real help? Of course not. Danzo worked in the shadows for a reason. At that time, Akatsuki was unaware of Danzo's involvement. Naturally, he saw no reason to confront them directly. As for the Rinnegan, Danzo showed little concern. After all, the so-called sages, I was just a fable to him. Still, despite his indifference, Danzo did send people to search for it, but as expected, they found nothing. Reflecting on everything that had happened, Danzo narrowed his eyes, recalling the display of the Rinnegan's might that he'd witnessed through the computer screen not long ago. Naturally, with so few historical records, he knew little of the Rinnegan's true power. If its abilities in the virtual world were anything like the truth, he thought, then the Rinnegan's strength was on a whole different level in the shinobi world. In the presence of the Rinnegan, even the Mangekyo Sharingan pales in comparison. With such a power, the entire shinobi world could end up in his grasp. Currently, only two things occupied Danzo's mind. First, how did Naruto know about both the Mangekyo Sharingan and the Rinnegan? Second, the lingering threat from the remnants of the Akatsuki who possess the Rinnegan is of utmost importance. Even if he can't get his hands on the Rinnegan, he must keep a close watch on those eyes, possibly the only pair in the entire ninja world, and uncover their true abilities. Someone come here. Danzo, who had been lost in thought for quite a while, finally called out toward the doorway. In no time, two masked figures entered and knelt on one knee before Danzo. Send more people to the Land of Rain. Investigate Akatsuki's movements. Yes, sir. The two figures replied in unison, then quickly left Root headquarters to carry out their mission. With the order to investigate Akatsuki given, Danzo's thoughts turned to Naruto Uzumaki. Danzo's first impulse was to capture Naruto and interrogate him by any means necessary. But after considering it for a moment, he shook his head. That approach was simply unworkable. For one, Hiruzen Sarutobi would do everything in his power to stop him. And then there was the matter of the virtual helmet. Its mere presence meant that Naruto could not be targeted recklessly. The strategic value of the virtual helmet was still to be fully explored. Danzo couldn't risk moving against Naruto until he had complete control over it. Besides, there was another crucial issue. What if Elden Ring released DLC in the future? If he angered Naruto, who would help him download it? Of course, Danzo would never trade power for mere games. But even he couldn't deny that Elden Ring seemed to offer tangible benefits, such as enhancing his state of mind, improving his reflexes, and sharpening his vision. Just because he couldn't act himself didn't mean others couldn't. Before long, Danzo came up with a clever scheme. Within the sealed space. Sigh. Naruto, Kurapika, the two of you are far too impulsive. Zephyr looked at Naruto, a note of helplessness in his voice. Huh, impulsive? Naruto was puzzled. Why would Zephyr-sensei call him impulsive? Seeing Naruto's confusion, Zephyr explained, you two were so focused on promoting the virtual helmet that you exposed far too much in front of Danzo. In truth, Zephyr only learned about Naruto and Kurapika's actions after the fact. To showcase the Mangekyo and the Rinnegan in front of Danzo was tantamount to announcing you have secrets to hide. As Zephyr's words sank in, Naruto froze for a moment. Then realization dawned. Shoot, I may have gone too far this time. Kurapika, too, frowned in contemplation. Having recently been watching Naruto's world from the outside, Kurapika had always viewed himself as an observer. Because of that, he hadn't seen anything wrong with Naruto's actions. But, from the perspective of someone embroiled in the situation, Naruto's recklessness was undeniably self-destructive. Naruto began pacing back and forth in the sealed space, searching for a way out of this predicament. Seeing this, Kurapika suggested, why not have Grey Wolf make a memory-erasing machine and just wipe Danzo's memories clean? Naruto thought Kurapika's idea sounded like a good plan. Plus, these days, Danzo spends most of his time playing with his virtual helmet, so they could easily tamper with the helmet itself to induce memory loss. But after thinking it over for a moment, Naruto realized there was a flaw. If Danzo forgot everything that happened before, all their efforts to pitch the idea to him would be wasted. After all, they had already begun to cultivate Danzo's internet addiction, and he even seemed to have found a budding romance online. If all those memories disappeared, they have to start the whole process from scratch. Most importantly, Naruto didn't want to see little Danzo forget about Monkey King. Just as Naruto was lost in thought, his eyes happened to fall on Kurama, who was thoroughly enjoying his freedom in a virtual world with his helmet on. That's right, I can ask my dad, the fourth Hokage, to take the blame for all this. Zephyr and Kurapika were taken aback by Naruto's sudden outburst, but quickly realized it truly was a clever solution. If anyone asked Naruto, how do you know all of this? He could always say, the fourth Hokage told me. As a former Hokage, the fourth would naturally be privy to many secret matters of the ninja world. Without further hesitation, Naruto decided to set his father's backup plan into motion. Summoning the fourth Hokage wouldn't be hard. He just needed Kurama to lift the seal. So, Naruto walked over to little Kurama, and without warning, pulled off the helmet sitting on the fox's head. Hey, Naruto, what are you doing? I was just about to finish customizing my virtual wife. Naruto couldn't help but roll his eyes at Kurama's complaint. Watching Kurama so absorbed in creating his virtual bride, Naruto felt the fox was getting hopelessly otaku. If this continued, he might be lost to the real world entirely. This only reinforced Naruto's determination to unlock Kurama's seal early and give himself a real advantage. Who knows, in a few years, Kurama might get so caught up in internet culture that he forgot all about fighting. Imagine a recluse fox who could only trash talk online, but couldn't even fire a proper-tailed beast bomb in reality. Now that would be embarrassing. Hey, Kurama, didn't you always want your seal undone? Today, I'm going to grant your wish. Kurama froze, then frowned and said, what's wrong with things as they are now? Why bother breaking the seal? And besides, you're only 6 years old. What's the rush? Naruto was speechless. He never imagined Kurama would become so indifferent about breaking the seal. Then, quite suddenly, a new possibility flashed through Naruto's mind. Maybe, just maybe, internet addiction could be used to save the world. Maybe one day, he thought, he could ask Grey Wolf to build a rocket, travel to the moon himself, and connect a cable for his unfortunate ancestor, Kagaya Otsutsuki. He'd install a few computers and deliver some VR headsets, too. Who knows? Maybe she'd fall in love with lunar life and never want to leave, content to be a shut-in up there forever. Seeing Naruto lost in thought, Kurama went on. And don't forget, you don't actually have the key to this seal. Without the key, how do you expect to undo it? Even if you had the key, how would you handle the chakra eruption after the seal is released? Remember, this is the Hidden Leaf Village. The moment you unlock the seal, a whole crowd of big, strong men would be rushing at you before you even have time to react. Naruto could only sigh inwardly at Kurama's nagging. Still, his determination to break the seal had only grown stronger, not just to resolve the lingering troubles from before, but also to meet his father and mother sooner. Don't worry, Kurama. We have the all-powerful bug-fixing Wolf King on our side. Grey Wolf can handle anything. Just as Naruto finished speaking, Grey Wolf, having wrapped up the helmet assembly line, returned to the seal space. I heard someone calling for me. Grey Wolf, the Wolf King. Need me to solve another tricky problem? He announced, swaggering in. Naruto quickly outlined their current dilemma. So if you want to break the fox's seal without letting chakra leak out and alert anyone, that's easy. Just set up a chakra limiter. If the chakra doesn't escape, nobody will notice a thing. And as for the seal's key, that's even simpler. Just make a universal key. A universal key can open any lock. With Grey Wolf having spoken, Kurama realized there was no refusing now. Seeing Kurama's reluctant expression, Naruto just shrugged. Kurama, I know your clones are having a blast outside the cage, but don't forget, your real body is still stuck in that damp, dreary cell, trying to sleep. Don't you want your true self to stretch out on this grassy lawn, basking in the sun as you nap? Hearing this, Kurama glanced back at the opposite side of the seal space, which couldn't have looked more different from the welcoming environment here. Naruto had the right idea. Why stay cooped up in that miserable cage when a more comfortable place to rest was right here? With Kurama's worries soothed, the task of summoning the fourth Hokage could finally begin. Author's note. Some readers say this book is getting a bit too slice of life. Don't worry, there will absolutely be battles. But given the main character's age, it wouldn't be realistic to have him jump into fights without some convenient powers. After all, this isn't a system novel. So I decided to let Ninetales' seal be lifted earlier than expected. And any bug that comes with breaking the seal, Grey Wolf will patch it right up. That's the good thing about Grey Wolf. No matter what kind of bug you run into, you can always count on him to find a solution. Earlier, some people accused me of trying to whitewash the third Hokage and the others. In truth, I haven't made any objective judgments about either the third Hokage or Danzo, and for this book, I don't plan on delving deeply into conspiracy theories. In this story, there are no so-called villains anymore. After all, the story is fated for a grand, happy ending. That much is certain. If death carries regret, then let's revive the fallen. And if revival isn't an option, then we'll just create a joyful world for those who have passed on. Also, my heartfelt thanks to all of you readers for your support. This time, our operation is called the Artificial Pot Shadow Project. Of course, the so-called Artificial Pot Shadow isn't Danzo, but the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Once Minato Namikaze reappears, all of Naruto's upcoming actions will be carried out in the name of Pot Shadow, Minato Namikaze. What? Don't believe it's Minato's responsibility? Fine, let me take you into the seal space and show you the giant fox and the fourth Hokage himself. If you're still unconvinced, well, I'll have no choice but to unleash the housebound fox. Let the plan begin. Grey Wolf first borrowed Naruto's shadow clone to leave the sealed space, and in just over 2 hours, managed to construct an energy limiter. Once activated, a translucent energy barrier about 2 meters wide enveloped Naruto, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. With everything in place, the Naruto inside the seal space prepared to lift the Ninetales seal. Grey Wolf handed him a universal key, which Naruto examined carefully. The universal key crafted by Grey Wolf was a bit like a seal stamp, and it was simple to use. Just press the stamp to the lock or seal, and it would open. Incredibly convenient. Ninetales began to channel his own chakra out from the cage, supporting Naruto with it. Guided by the chakra, Naruto moved to the spot where the sealing tag was affixed and pressed the universal key onto it. As soon as the key was applied, the Ninetales inside the cage immediately sensed that more of his chakra could now be released. The chakra quickly surrounded Naruto. However, Ninetales released only his chakra, withholding his negative will, so Naruto could still maintain his sense of self. Outside, traces of a Ninetales chakra began seeping through Naruto's body, but the limiter promptly suppressed them, preventing any chakra from leaking out. Normally, when Naruto partially transforms into a tailed beast, his form would change, but with the limiter suppression, he maintained his usual size. On the surface, there didn't seem to be much difference, but the seal was still gradually being undone. About 10 minutes later, a figure appeared before Naruto in the seal space. The shadowy figure appeared and looked around, somewhat puzzled by the surroundings. At the same time, Naruto, Kurama, Grey Wolf, Kurapika, and Zephyr all gazed at this mysterious figure. Suddenly finding himself scrutinized by so many people, Minato Namikaze felt a little embarrassed. Still, Minato hadn't forgotten the reason for his appearance. Without choosing to speak to Naruto first, he placed a hand directly on the cage, sealing the Ninetales, and, without a word, immediately reinforced the seal. At that moment, the Ninetales had been preparing to slip out of the cage, but with the sudden closure, its face smacked right into the bars. The cage, which had just been opened, slammed shut again, and a fresh sealing talisman appeared on it. Kurama, who had been eagerly looking forward to a change of scenery for his nap, now shot Minato a furious glare. "You bastard, Minato Namikaze." Minato only laughed softly at the fox. "Kurama, you really are as hot-tempered as ever, aren't you?" Kurama just snorted in response. Dad, I think you've got it all wrong. It was me who wanted to undo the seal, not Kurama." Naruto's youthful voice piped up from behind. Hearing his son, Minato finally turned around. "Naruto, I'm so happy to see you." As he spoke, Minato's smile radiated a warmth like sunlight itself. From that smile, Naruto could feel a father's love, something he'd never known in either of his lives. It made him move forward without thinking, but halfway there, he hesitated, uncertain what to do next. Instead, Minato stepped across the distance, and without a second thought, scooped Naruto's small frame into a hug. "Naruto, I'm so sorry for leaving you alone in this world. You must have had a tough time all these years." Hearing that gentle voice, Naruto's own hands rose and, almost unconsciously, embraced his father in return. Zephyr, Kurapika, and Grey Wolf took this as their cue to quietly slip away, intent on giving this father and son some private time together. Even Kurama split off a tiny fragment of himself to leave the cage, while his main body simply went to sleep. Deep down, Kurama still felt rather disgruntled about the fourth Hokage's self-sacrificial sealing of him. Out of sight, out of mind. Instead, he decided to return to his virtual world and continue crafting a dream wife for himself. "Naruto, why do you have the key to the nine-tail seal at such a young age? Did something happen in the Leaf Village? Or was it Jiraiya-sensei?" Hearing this, Naruto shook his head. "I don't have the original key," he replied. As he spoke, Naruto held up a small device. "This is a universal key made by my good friend, Grey Wolf. Whether it's a lock or a seal, you just press it on, and poof, everything opens." Minato, I haven't been dead for that long, but there are already such convenient things in the world. After learning how Naruto had managed to unlock the seal, Minato Namikaze's expression turned serious and grave. "Naruto, you should know how dangerous it is to break the seal on the Nine Tails, right?" Naruto shook his head and replied, "Dad, don't worry. I've already become friends with Kurama, the Nine Tails. Even if I unlock the seal, he won't harm me." Hearing this, Minato was momentarily stunned. Back when he sealed half of the Nine Tails inside Naruto, he had indeed hoped that one day Naruto would become the perfect Jinchuriki, living in harmony with the beast within him. In fact, ever since he confirmed his relationship with Kushina Uzumaki, Minato had shared his views with her. He believed that communicating more with the tailed beasts and building a good relationship was essential. With enough mutual understanding, a tailed beast and its Jinchuriki could become the most trustworthy and dependable partners. Yet, perhaps due to her personality, Kushina was never able to truly communicate with the Nine Tails. Sometimes, when things went poorly, she would resort to overpowering force, binding the Nine Tails with her adamantine chains and giving him a good flogging. With each altercation, the chance for Kushina and the Nine Tails to get along only grew more distant. But to Minato's surprise, his young son had not only conquered the Nine Tails, but had actually become friends with him. "Seems like Naruto really does take after me more," Minato thought to himself. Just as Minato was about to praise Naruto, he noticed his own body flickering in and out, turning increasingly ethereal. He realized then that his time was running out. In his current state, Minato existed only as chakra, a kind of shadow clone, nothing more. Once that chakra was depleted, he would vanish. When he'd first appeared, Minato had thought the seal was about to be undone, so he'd used up what little chakra he had left to reinforce it. Seeing what was happening, Naruto hurried to call on Kurama. "Hey, Kurama, lend some of your chakra. Don't let my dad disappear." Kurama's true form didn't move, but a crimson strand of chakra wrapped around Minato. As Kurama's chakra flowed into Minato, his body once again grew solid. Minato chuckled. "Looks like you really have tamed the Nine Tails. If that's the case, let's go ahead and release the rest of the seal. This way, you'll even get to meet your mother." Hearing his father's words, Naruto decided not to reveal the Hokage project just yet. Kurama, who had been slumbering, heard that the seal was to be released. Naturally, he had no objections. Once more, Naruto produced the master key. This time, it took mere moments, and the seal on Kurama was effortlessly undone. With an air of arrogance, Kurama swaggered out of his cage. "At last I can nap beneath the warm sunlight. And that thing, the Simmons mattress, it really does look incredibly comfortable," he mused almost dreamily. Yet just as Kurama was reveling in his newfound freedom, golden chains suddenly sprang from nowhere, wrapping tightly around his form. The chains snapped taut, pinning Kurama down. He felt his entire body pressed heavily to the ground, immobilized. At the same moment, a graceful figure materialized in the space of the seal. It seems Naruto is planning to claim the big fox's power for himself, isn't he? At long last, I finally get to meet Naruto, all grown up. Seeing the mighty Kurama bound, and hearing that all-too-familiar voice, Minato Namikaze couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. The last time he had appeared, he hadn't hesitated at all. He'd reinforced the seal with another layer, smashing the cage right into Kurama's face. And now, it was Kushina Uzumaki's turn. Without so much as a word, she unleashed an even fiercer adamant in sealing chains. Kurama, feeling the familiar pressure of the chains, could do nothing but lie on the ground in utter grievance, unable to move an inch. He couldn't even manage his usual sly glance to signal Naruto. But even if Kurama could have signaled, Naruto wouldn't have noticed, for his attention was fixed entirely on the woman before him. Standing there, radiant and present for the first time in his life, was his mother, Kushina Uzumaki. At first sight, Kushina instantly recognized Naruto as her son. Huh, why is he so little? Could it be malnutrition? Is that why he looks so small for his age? Naruto was at a loss for words when he heard her remark. I'm only 6 years old. When Kushina learned that Naruto was only 6, her amazement deepened. She knew better than anyone. She could only manifest under very specific circumstances. And that circumstance was Naruto's intent to seize the Nine-Tails' power. Trying to handle Kurama at just 6 years old. That's my boy. With that, Kushina swept Naruto into a tight embrace. In that moment, as Naruto basked in his mother's affection, he completely forgot about the helpless, pinned-down Kurama. Naruto, aren't you going to let me go already? Hearing Kurama's indignant bellow, Kushina, who had been basking in the joy of seeing her son, shot him a furious glare. Kurama was not at all pleased with the sealing couple, Minato and Kushina. But truth be told, the Namikaze couple didn't have much fondness for Kurama, either. Seeing that the Nine-Tails was still bellowing defiantly, Kushina didn't bother to check her remaining chakra. Instantly, several golden chains shimmered into existence. This time, even sealing shut Kurama's massive mouth with their radiant links. Naruto hadn't expected his mother to have such a fiery temper. She truly was a woman of action. No hesitation, straight to the point. What's more, unlike Minato, Kushina didn't fade away in the slightest, even after burning through so much chakra at once. This was not only because Kushina naturally possessed abundant chakra, but also because, out of love, Minato had handed over all his remaining time so that Kushina could spend more precious moments with their son. Mom, you got the wrong idea about Kurama. Naruto hurriedly stepped in, stopping Kushina from wrapping Kurama up like a dumpling. He quickly explained how he had gained Kurama's trust and befriended the Nine-Tails. Upon hearing Naruto's explanation, Kushina realized she might have acted rashly. Still, recalling how Kurama once struck both her and Minato with its claws, Kushina felt a little payback wasn't such a big deal. With a snap of her fingers, the golden chains holding Kurama dissipated into tiny flecks of starlight, vanishing from sight. Freed at last, Kurama bolted to the far side of the seal space like a husky let off its leash, bounding with wild abandon. On the grassy lawn at the other end of the seal, a gigantic bed awaited. Naruto had prepared it for Kurama in advance. It was then that Kushina noticed just how unusual this sealing space was. The part housing the Nine-Tails stood in stark contrast, gloomy and forbidding, while the other side was awash in sunshine and lush greenery, a world apart. She definitely didn't recall her own seal having such a welcoming environment, and, more astonishingly, there were buildings dotting that side. Seeing his parents' astonished gazes, Naruto ushered them to the other side of the seal. Once there, he called over Zephyr, Kurapika, and Grey Wolf, introducing each in turn. Dad, Mom, this is Master Zephyr, my teacher. This is Kurapika, a good friend and my guide in learning none. And finally, this is the ultimate tinkerer, Grey Wolf. Whatever you can imagine, he can invent. The universal key that unlocked Kurama's seal was his brilliant creation. Even though they didn't quite understand why, apart from Kurama, there were all these other residents in Naruto's sealing space, including one who wasn't even human. From the way Naruto spoke about them, Minato could tell these were people his son trusted deeply. I'm Minato Namikaze. Thank you all for taking such good care of Naruto. I am Naruto's mother, Kushina Uzumaki. Minato and Kushina bowed deeply to Zephyr and his companions. Seeing that all the introductions had been made, Naruto decided it was time to get to the main point. Mom, Dad, come over here. I want to show you something. With that, Naruto led Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki to the screening room. Naruto felt there was no use in saying too much. It was better just to give them a preview and discuss everything after they'd finished watching Naruto. But before they could enter the screening room, Naruto was held back by Kushina. Naruto, noticing his mother's conflicted expression, Naruto gave a reassuring smile and said, "Don't worry. Neither you nor Dad is going to disappear, because we've got the strongest source of chakra in the entire shinobi world." As he spoke, Naruto glanced over at Kurama, who was lazily enjoying the comfort of the bed. Kushina instantly understood what was going on when she heard Naruto's words. Indeed, with the help of the Nine Tails, both she and Minato could stay here and wouldn't fade away. Realizing this, the worry in Kushina's heart eased. In fact, knowing she could always be with her son and husband from now on, an unconscious smile curled at her lips. She wanted to have a heart-to-heart with her son, but decided it could wait until Naruto said whatever was on his mind. Kushina could tell that Naruto had something important to share with both her and Minato. Once inside the screening room, Naruto prepared some snacks and sodas, placing them on the table before them. And so, the family of three nibbled on snacks while watching Naruto together. Asterisk crunch. Crunch, asterisk. They hadn't watched many episodes before Naruto started hearing a series of uncomfortable grinding sounds coming from Kushina beside him. The noise was coming from her clenched fist. Though Minato was calmer than Kushina, his expression wasn't much better. Just as Kushina was about to say something, Minato gently stopped her. "Let's keep watching." Hearing Minato, Kushina bit her lip and glanced at Naruto, only to suddenly remember. Before her was 6-year-old Naruto, but in the video, he was already 12. 6 years apart. Thinking of this, Kushina relaxed her fist and, following Minato's words, kept watching the show. Time ticked by, and before they knew it, dawn had arrived in the real world. Zephyr came into the screening room and said to Naruto, "Naruto, it's time. You should be heading to school." Hearing this, Naruto shook his head and replied, "I'm taking today off. I want to spend it with my parents." Zephyr simply nodded and left without another word. After Zephyr left, Minato Namikaze turned to Naruto and asked, "So, what exactly is going on here? The scenes in that video haven't even happened yet. In there, you're already 12 years old and have graduated from the Ninja Academy." Beside them, Kushina Uzumaki also looked over at Naruto when she heard this. In truth, Kushina believed it all. She believed the video showed the truth. After all, she had once been a Jinchuriki herself, and when it came to the Jinchuriki's position within the village, she was perhaps the most qualified to speak. Even before becoming a Jinchuriki, she'd already faced prejudice and exclusion just because of her striking red hair, let alone what came after. Naruto had long known that his parents would ask questions like these. Well, this is all stuff that will happen in the future. That is to say, if I do nothing, everything will unfold just like it's shown in Naruto. It's because I know what's coming that As he spoke, Naruto looked at Kushina. "Mom, honestly, it wasn't all that miserable for me. I never really had to worry about food or drink." Hearing Naruto's words, Kushina bit her lip, then pulled him into a tight hug. I'm so sorry." The repeated apologies made Naruto's heart ache, and Minato, who stood nearby, couldn't help but feel he hadn't been much of a father. Steadying himself, Minato pressed on with another question. "So, Naruto, the reason you went and unlocked the Nine-Tailed Seal so early, was it all just so you could meet your mother and me?" Though it was merely a guess, after seeing some of Naruto, Minato had started to believe it was true. Naruto, hearing this, gently patted Kushina, who was still sniffling a little. Seeing this, Kushina wiped her tears and let go of him. Then Naruto said, "Dad, you're right. The reason I undid the Nine-Tailed Seal was for you, and for Mom. You know, I've seen all of Naruto, so I know a whole lot of secrets about the ninja world. With this foresight, I wanted to change a few things. If I don't do anything now, then it won't be long before the Uchiha clan is wiped out." At this point, Naruto began explaining his plan, using the metaverse virtual world to save the entire Uchiha clan, and all about his earlier attempts at pitching the helmets. "So, Dad, I brought you back because I want to make you the scapegoat Hokage. I'll handle everything. The blame will just fall on you." When he heard Naruto's concluding remark, Minato fell into deep thought, while Kushina simply burst out laughing. After contemplating for a moment, Minato glanced at Kushina, who had gone from tears to laughter, and then he smiled as well. "All right, Naruto, no matter what you do, I'll support you. You can leave all the blame to me. But I still have one last question. Naruto, where did you get the title of Hokage, and what's going on with your ceiling space?" This was, without a doubt, the question Minato Namikaze cared about the most. After all, the ceiling space was essentially a window into one's inner world, their very consciousness. If there was something wrong with that inner world, it was never a trivial matter. At worst, it could turn someone into a fool. At best, it could mean death. In fact, this inner world of mine became what it is now thanks to Grey Wolf and the others. Naruto had anticipated that Minato would raise this question, so he'd already prepared his answer. For some reason, my ceiling space can connect to other worlds. Every so often, someone from another world finds their way into my ceiling space. The Naruto you saw is also from another world. Once he heard Naruto's explanation, Minato found himself without further questions. Minato chose to keep watching Naruto, determined to finish the series as quickly as possible in order to better advise his son on what to do next. As for Kushina Uzumaki, she wanted nothing more than to cook Naruto a delicious meal. But after she learned that the food consumed in the ceiling space didn't count for anything, Kushina promptly kicked Naruto out, insisting he go have a proper meal. Naruto, understanding that he couldn't stay in the ceiling space forever, left without protest. Back in the real world, Naruto had just opened his eyes when a shrill sound of warning alarms met his ears. The alarms were coming from the assembly line machines that produced virtual helmets. The cause, as it turned out, was a shortage of materials. Naruto quickly restocked the assembly line, then checked the clock. It was already well past 9. Without hesitation, he grabbed a pork chop from the fridge and popped it into the cooking machine that Grey Wolf had invented. In just over 10 minutes, the fragrant aroma of pork cutlet rice was wafting through the kitchen. With his belly full, Naruto began to consider his plans for the day. Suddenly, he realized that aside from training, going to school, and playing games, there didn't seem to be much else he could do. Buy a house, and open a virtual helmet arcade or internet cafe. At his age, there was no chance. Try selling helmets to the Uchiha? That seemed even less promising. After all, he had no real connection to the clan, and his status as a Jinchuriki might well provoke their sensitive nerves. Sigh, looks like I'll have to leave this to Kurapika and Professor Zephyr. As he spoke, Naruto conjured several shadow clones. Just then, Professor Zephyr and Kurapika appeared. The plan is still on for today. Professor, I need you to help buy a house. As big as possible. Kurapika, you're coming with me. We'll go meet with Shursui again and see if he has an answer for us. Zephyr nodded in response, saying, no problem. But, Naruto, you mustn't slack off in your training. Don't worry, Teacher Zephyr. Naruto replied confidently. Hearing Naruto's answer, Zephyr turned and left to start searching for a place to live. Meanwhile, Naruto and Kurapika also headed out of the house, returning to yesterday's forest to continue their pursuit of Shursui Uchiha. Inside the virtual space, Xiao Tuan and the Monkey King met once again. Since Kurapika was absent, their supervising NPCs had become Kurama and Grey Wolf. However, neither of them cared much about who the NPCs were. To them, only each other mattered. Kurama, though, hadn't forgotten the mission Naruto had entrusted to him. He kept a meticulous record of every moment Xiao Tuan and the Monkey King spent together. Naturally, these so-called records came in two versions. One capturing the moments between Xiao Tuan and the Monkey King, and another, stripped of any romantic filters, capturing the footage of Danzo and the third Hokage themselves. Naruto planned to treasure this rare footage, saving it as a special memento to play for them once Danzo and the third retired. Such videos, filled with precious memories, would undoubtedly stir up recollections of their youth. Elsewhere, in the sealed space, Kushina Uzumaki, driven by curiosity, made her way over to Grey Wolf's computer. Because the virtual helmet was connected to the computer screen, the scenes within could be watched from outside. She nearly jumped out of her skin when she saw the two elderly men strolling hand in hand. Wait a sec. Aren't those the third Hokage and Danzo? They're actually doing this? I always suspected something was going on between them, but I never expected this. At that moment, Minato Namikaze, a little tired from watching the Hokage, wandered out of the viewing room. Noticing his wife staring at a screen in astonishment, he curiously walked over. When he saw the third Hokage and Danzo strolling through the forest hand in hand in such a tranquil scene, he was at a loss for words as well. Sensing movement beside him, Grey Wolf took off his virtual helmet. He was immediately met with the incredulous expressions of Minato and Kushina. Grey Wolf, is the third Hokage and they're really real? Minato asked with disbelief. Grey Wolf burst out laughing. How about it? Isn't Grey Wolf the Great's invention impressive? It's definitely the third Hokage and Danzo in there. As he spoke, Grey Wolf tapped away at the keyboard, and instantly, the sky changed on screen. Instead of the two old men, there were now two girls, hand in hand, strolling leisurely. In the virtual world, he explained, you can change your appearance however you like. These two old men are each more reserved and eccentric than the other. Not only do they watch adult movies, but now they're into romance games. And every time they design a character, they always pick a female one. After hearing Grey Wolf's words, Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to throw away his Hokage title. At this moment, he thought the title scapegoat sounded a lot more fitting. Meanwhile, Kushina Uzumaki looked at the screen with eyes glittering with excitement. This is absolutely fascinating. Grey Wolf, can I play too? Hearing this, Grey Wolf nodded and handed each of them a virtual helmet, one for Kushina and one for Minato. Accepting the helmet, Kushina grinned. Just watching them wander around and chit-chat isn't nearly enough, is it? We need more than this if we're truly going to witness the love of these two old men. Minato was left thoroughly speechless by Kushina's comment. In contrast, both Grey Wolf and Kurama, who had just pulled off his own helmet, looked at Kushina with keen interest. Immediately, Kushina began to share her ideas. If we want to see their love, we absolutely need all sorts of dramatic hardships and obstacles. Like tumbling down a cliff, facing off against monsters, or being poisoned so that only a kiss can break the spell. With each of Kushina's suggestions, Minato's expression grew increasingly bewildered. Kushina, you do realize that the third is actually quite old. Before Minato could finish, Kushina cut him off in mild annoyance. Naruto's life was so tough, all thanks to the third. He absolutely bears some responsibility. With that, Minato had nothing more to say. And so, with Kushina's wild proposals and vivid imagination, the plot for Little Tuan Tuan and the Monkey King twisted from laid-back slice of life to utterly bizarre romance. Of course, Grey Wolf and Kurama were having the time of their lives, even recording plenty of hilarious scenes to remember it by. But Minato, watching the unfiltered footage from the outside, could barely stand it. Two old men cuddling, one risking it all to kiss the other as a life-saving act. Heart-wrenching farewells by a cliff's edge, one putting himself on the line as bait so the other might live. Scene after scene, each more searing to the eyes than the last. I can't take this. I need some Naruto to cleanse my palate. Muttering to himself, Minato hastily set down his helmet and headed back to the screening room. Meanwhile, both Danzo and the third Hokage found today's gameplay far more thrilling than yesterday's. More importantly, their bond with Little Tuan Tuan, Monkey King, seemed deeper than ever. Elsewhere, out in the forest surrounding the Uchiha grounds, Naruto created two shadow clones. One clone practiced enhancement nun, while the other trained in emission nun. Naruto already had a rough idea of how he wanted to develop his own abilities. For enhancement types, there really wasn't much need for fancy development. The more he strengthened his own nun, the stronger he himself would become. Naruto planned to focus his efforts on the emission type. With emission and manipulation combined, one could create a nun beast. That was the ability Naruto most wanted right now. Nun beasts were far more convenient than shadow clones. They wouldn't disappear when injured, and with enough refinement, they could display all sorts of different powers. Two clones continued to train in nun. Meanwhile, with Kurapika's help, Naruto kept practicing his observation haki. Compared to teacher Zephyr, Kurapika was much gentler. At least when he swung his stick, Naruto no longer felt like his head was about to fly off. The time spent training passed quickly. Soon enough, it was already noon. Since he hadn't managed to catch Sure in the morning, Naruto planned to keep looking in the afternoon. For now, it was time to eat. Naruto took off his blindfold and dismissed the two clones that had been training in nun. As soon as he did, he felt that his understanding and control over nun had taken a clear step forward. Of course, the mental exhaustion also grew exponentially in return. No doubt about it, this really is the ultimate training cheat. Naruto couldn't help but sigh in admiration. No sooner had the words left his mouth than two rapid whistles cut through the air, drawing closer and closer before stopping not far from him. Naruto turned to look and saw Uchiha Sure and Uchiha Itachi approaching. Seeing the two of them, Naruto gave up his plan to eat for now. So you're here, Sure. Then he glanced at Itachi and added, "You too, Mr. Uchiha, Super Bro-Kon." Itachi. Hearing Naruto's nickname for him, Itachi felt utterly speechless, but he didn't bother to protest. After all, being a doting brother was undeniably true. "Naruto, I've decided to join your metaverse project, and I even brought along a powerful ally," Sure said, gesturing to Itachi beside him. Indeed, as Sure had promised, Itachi was no small reinforcement. Never mind his personal strength and intelligence for now. Just his status as the eldest son of the Uchiha clan leader made him an invaluable asset. "I've already heard about your plan from Sure, and I think it's got real potential," Itachi said. What's more, before coming over, we already helped you purchase a piece of property in the Uchiha district. It's huge, plenty of space for your virtual reality arcade. At this, Itachi paused to gather his thoughts before continuing. But you should know, the Uchiha are a very traditional clan. If you want to promote virtual headsets here, it's still going to be quite a challenge. I have an idea you might want to try out. Naruto hadn't expected Itachi to come up with a strategy specifically aimed at the Uchiha in such a short amount of time. All he could say was Itachi truly lived up to his reputation as the eldest son of the Uchiha clan, decisive and efficient to the core. Then again, perhaps it was also fair to say he was the ultimate traitor. After all, when dealing with his own clan, he never hesitated for a moment. Go ahead, what's your idea? As they spoke, Naruto found an open patch of ground and motioned for Shursui and Itachi to sit together for a discussion. The four of them quickly sat down in a circle, and Itachi began to lay out his plan. The Uchiha have always been a clan that values strength above all else, and the source of that power is their unique Sharingan. The Sharingan can only be awakened in moments of extreme emotional turmoil, and in times of peace, the chances of awakening it are very slim. We could use the promise of increasing the odds of awakening the Sharingan as our angle. That way, whether they're Uchiha hawks or doves, no one would object to launching the virtual helmet. Once the virtual helmet becomes a part of everyday life within the Uchiha, maybe even turns into a new normal, chances are, just as you predicted, the Uchiha would no longer be troubled by emotions they have no outlet for, and wouldn't keep butting heads with Konoha. Itachi's logic was crystal clear, and the feasibility of this plan was high. The obsession with the power of the Sharingan ran deep in the bones of every Uchiha. In their minds, as long as they could awaken the Sharingan, they'd be invincible. No matter how many setbacks they faced, their response was always the same. Just wait until my Sharingan evolves. Then I'll crush you. Just like Sasuke in the original story. When he awakened the first Tomo, he was sure he could defeat Haku, then came within an inch of being killed by those needles. With two Tomo awakened, he believed he was unmatched among his peers, only to be soundly beaten by Rock Lee. When the third Tomo appeared, he thought he could take down Itachi. Yet, in the end, he was utterly terrified by Itachi with nothing more than a flick of the finger. After awakening the Mangekyo, he considered himself the strongest in the ninja world. First, he was beaten badly by Killer Bee, then went looking for trouble with the 5 Kage, almost dying at the hands of the Raikage. Even after receiving Itachi's eyes and awakening the Eternal Mangekyo in the final war, he was stabbed straight through by Madara Uchiha. Finally, the Sage of Six Paths brought Sasuke back to life, powering him up, but even at the very end, he still couldn't beat Naruto. If Sasuke, the story's second male lead, had to pay such a heavy price, struggle so bitterly, just to awaken the Sharingan, what hope was there for the rest of the Uchiha? But no matter how hard it got, they all believed the Sharingan was the greatest power of all. So, if there's any way to raise their chances of awakening it, forget the virtual helmet. For that promise alone, they'd be lining up, even if it meant eating the spiciest food challenge in town. The only thing they'd worry about is, would just one serving be enough? After all, right now, for the Uchiha to awaken Sharingan is already quite difficult, let alone reaching the level of 3 Tomo. As for why several Uchiha in the original story awakened theirs so easily, that's only natural. Those few are geniuses shown in the spotlight. That's actually a good idea. Naruto nodded in agreement. I've already got enough virtual helmets to open an experience store of my own. Why don't you take me to see the shop now? Shursui, who had been quiet for a while, hesitated and said, the experience center on Konoha's commercial street hasn't opened yet. It doesn't seem right to let the Uchiha side open theirs first. Itachi also nodded, agreeing, let's open both places at the same time. That works too. Even though they decided to have both the Konoha Center and Uchiha District open simultaneously, Naruto still planned to visit the Uchiha side first. Led by Shursui and Itachi, Naruto made his way to the Uchiha compound. As for Kurapika, he had already returned to the sealed space. Having an outsider come to the Uchiha compound was a rare sight indeed. The moment they reached the entrance, the guard standing watch moved to stop Naruto from entering. But when they spotted Itachi and Shursui at his side, they halted in their tracks. After all, Itachi was the eldest son of the Uchiha clan leader, and Shursui, he was known as the clan's top prodigy. As for the guards at the gate, they were at most Chunin-level ninja. They wouldn't dare provoke these rising Uchiha stars. Once inside the Uchiha district, Naruto found himself the focus of countless eyes. Yet, among all these gazes, Naruto didn't sense any hostility or resentment directed at him. Looking at the Uchiha lining the street, eyeing him with curiosity, Naruto commented, the Uchiha don't seem nearly as difficult to approach as people make them out to be. Hearing this, Shursui let out a wry smile and shook his head. Naruto, what you're seeing here are mostly civilians affiliated with the Uchiha, or clan members who never became ninja. If you went to the Konoha Military Police headquarters, it'd be a whole different story. The Konoha Military Police, widely regarded as the most useless and most resented department in the entire village. Despite their swagger and notoriety, it was precisely that attitude which caused such a gulf to open between the Uchiha and the rest of Konoha civilians. Just as Shursui finished speaking, several ninja suddenly blocked their path. 99% of ninja hanging around the Uchiha district belonged to the military police force. Who are you? Who authorized you to barge into Uchiha territory? The man spoke with no regard for Shursui or Itachi's status, pointing directly at Naruto, standing behind them. Naruto didn't get angry at being pointed at like that. Instead, he turned to Itachi Uchiha and said, Itachi, this kid doesn't seem to have much respect for you as the heir of the clan. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to stand it. Itachi Uchiha. Seeing that Itachi stayed silent, Naruto looked to the other side at Shursui and went on, Shursui, look at this. I'm your guest, and you're the #1 genius of the Uchiha clan. If he dares point at me, he clearly doesn't take you seriously. If it were me, I wouldn't put up with this nonsense. Shursui Uchiha. Both Shursui and Itachi were a bit speechless. But what left them even more exasperated was that the one blocking their way actually continued to fan the flames. Oof. Itachi Uchiha. Shursui Uchiha. Don't go thinking you can break the clan rules just because of your status. You brought an outsider into the Uchiha compound. What are you really up to? The one speaking was named Uchiha Mei, the grandson of the Uchiha clan's great elder. If the name Uchiha Mei sounded unfamiliar, his two brothers were widely known. One was Uchiha Doka, the other was Uchiha Teka. These two, let's just say, anyone who's traveled across worlds seems to run into them sooner or later. Naturally, it's not because of some complicated drama. It's just, both brothers inevitably end up as the targets of a good beatdown from any transmigrator. If you haven't given Uchiha Doka or Uchiha Teka a solid thrashing, you can hardly call yourself a true transmigrator. Reborn as an Uchiha, these two will find a reason to dislike you. Come back as a non-Uchiha, they'll still look for trouble with you. It doesn't matter who you are. Unless you teach them both a lesson, they'll make your life difficult just because they enjoy giving people a hard time. It was thanks to his grandfather, the clan's great elder, and his two elite ninja brothers, both of whom had awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan. That Uchiha Mei was among the very few who dared confront Itachi without flinching. On the streets of the Uchiha compound, quite a few clan members turned their attention to the scene playing out before them. Several Uchiha members were glaring hard at Shursui and Itachi, clearly refusing to back down. Meanwhile, Naruto stood innocently behind Itachi and Shursui, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. Originally, Shursui and Itachi had no intention of causing trouble. They were simply taking Naruto to look at some houses and, while at it, to visit the Uchiha clan head Fugaku. But the brashness of the youngsters before them was now too much to ignore. Uchiha Mei, move aside. Itachi commanded coldly. Oh, tell that outsider to get lost, and I'll move aside. Uchiha Mei was firmly convinced that Itachi would never dare lay a hand on him. After all, taking action against one's own clan member for the sake of an outsider would put Itachi, and even his father the clan head, in an impossible position. Itachi, leave this to me, Shursui interrupted softly, stepping in to block Itachi's way. No need, Itachi shook his head, then in a flash activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan. In an instant, he appeared right in front of Uchiha Ming and kicked him, sending him flying several meters away. After sending Uchiha Ming flying, Itachi didn't even spare him a glance. Without hesitation, he led Shursui, Naruto, and the others away from the scene. When they had walked about a dozen meters, Shursui quietly remarked, Itachi, that was a bit rash. Hearing this, Itachi simply shook his head. It's fine. If they come looking for trouble, the ones to suffer will be them. As he finished speaking, he cast a sidelong glance at Naruto. Soon, the group arrived in front of a shop. The shop was a 3-story wooden building, and next to it were a few snack stalls. Directly across the street was a cluster of Uchiha residences. This was truly an excellent spot to open an internet cafe. With snack shops nearby and a residential area across the way, all that was missing was perhaps a school. What do you think of this place? Itachi asked, pointing at the wooden building before them. Naruto gave an enthusiastic nod. It's great. With just a bit of renovation, it could be up and running in no time. Naruto was very satisfied with the shop. After showing him the shop, Itachi then brought Naruto to his own home to meet the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. Arriving at Itachi's house, Naruto met Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto. These two were also friends of his own parents, so Naruto greeted them with extra politeness. "Hello, Uncle Fugaku. I am Naruto Uzumaki." Hearing Naruto introduce himself, Fugaku just nodded slightly, appearing utterly unconcerned about the reason for Naruto's visit or his identity. In contrast, Mikoto was much more welcoming, a warm smile lighting up her face at Naruto's arrival. "So Naruto, please come in." Once Naruto was inside, Mikoto brought out all sorts of snacks that Itachi had previously bought for Sasuke and set them on the table for Naruto to enjoy. Naruto flashed Mikoto a bright, sweet smile. "Thank you, Sister Mikoto." At this, Fugaku, Itachi, and Shursui were all momentarily at a loss for words. Mikoto laughed softly and patted Naruto's head. "Little Naruto, you really know how to make people happy. But you can't call me sister. You should call me Ann instead. Mikoto, why don't you step out for a while? Itachi and Shursui are probably here to discuss something important with me." At that moment, Fugaku's slightly disgruntled voice broke in. Mikoto, understanding the situation, stuck her tongue out playfully at Itachi and Naruto, then quietly left the room. Closing the wooden door behind her, a gentle smile appeared on Mikoto's face, though her eyes seemed tinged with red. "Kushina, your Minato's child has grown so much already." After Mikoto Uchiha left, Itachi revealed the plan to open a shop. When Fugaku Uchiha learned that Naruto wanted to open a virtual helmet experience store within their Uchiha compound, he refused without hesitation. The reason was simple: an outsider trying to open a shop in the Uchiha district would never succeed. The hawkish, or rather, the more radical Uchiha clansmen would surely find a way to shut it down in no time. Even with Fugaku's help, they might not go overboard, but the shop would barely get any foot traffic at all. No customers meant the shop would be as good as closed. Besides that, there was another reason. The person wanting to open the shop was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki opened a store in their territory, the third Hokage, or Danzo, would have the perfect excuse to send their people into the Uchiha compound. Right now, they were just quietly sending people to infiltrate or keep watch, but if Naruto started a business there, those two old foxes would surveil the clan openly and without restraint. Who knows? One day, the very topics they discussed at an Uchiha clan meeting could end up on the third Hokage's desk. Perhaps sensing his father's concerns, Itachi explained, "Don't worry, father. Naruto will only set up the store here, but he won't actually stay in the Uchiha compounds. Even if he does show up, it will just be one of his shadow clones. Besides, these virtual helmets are very important for us Uchihas." As he spoke, Itachi glanced at Naruto, who sat upright, and gave him an approving nod. Only then did Itachi continue. "The virtual helmets can increase the chances of awakening the Sharingan." Fugaku's eyes trembled as he stared at Itachi in disbelief. "Are you serious, Itachi?" Itachi nodded. "It's true." Seeing that Itachi didn't seem to be lying, Fugaku fell into deep thought. If what Itachi said was true, that the virtual helmets could truly increase the odds of awakening the Sharingan, then maybe it wasn't out of the question to allow a shop like this to open in the Uchiha district. "All right then, but I'll still need to discuss this with a few of the elders, since this boy's identity is sensitive." When he heard Fugaku say this, Itachi knew the matter was more than half settled. Itachi had a good sense of what the Uchiha elders were thinking. They were all getting on in years, and lately they noticed a worrying trend in the clan. Without war, it was becoming harder and harder for Uchihas to awaken the Sharingan. If none of the younger generation proved themselves, the elders standing within the clan would steadily diminish. This is also why Fugaku Uchiha has always been able to stay one step ahead of most of the elders, because he has an outstanding son, Itachi Uchiha. At the Uchiha Fugaku household, after finishing his conversation with Fugaku, Naruto was about to leave. But before he could step out the door, he was stopped by Mikoto Uchiha. "Little Naruto, why don't you stay for a meal before you go?" Hearing Mikoto's invitation, Itachi was a bit surprised. Although Mikoto Uchiha was always gentle and considerate, it was the first time he'd seen her invite someone they'd just met to stay for a meal, and without even consulting Fugaku first. Itachi felt that his mother was being unusually warm toward Naruto, especially considering this was their first meeting. Itachi couldn't figure out why, but Fugaku Uchiha, on the other hand, could easily guess what his wife was thinking. Naturally, it all came down to the fourth Hokage and his wife. Truth be told, Fugaku had always had a good impression of the fourth Hokage and his family. Even before Minato Namikaze assumed office, he'd already started building a positive relationship with the Uchiha clan. If the fourth hadn't died sealing the Nine Tails, perhaps the rift between the Uchiha and the top ranks of Konoha would never have grown so deep. Seeing Mikoto invite him to dinner, Naruto didn't accept immediately. Instead, he glanced at the head of the household, Fugaku Uchiha. Fugaku, noticing this, nodded and said, "It's getting late. Stay and have dinner with us." With that, Fugaku turned and headed back to his room without another word. With Fugaku's approval, Mikoto flashed a sweet smile, then turned to Shursui and continued, Shursui, you stay too. All right. Shursui nodded, not one to refuse such a kind invitation. Inside the sealed space, Kushina, who was working on a script for the third Hokage and Danzo, overheard Mikoto's invitation and couldn't help but smile gently. I wonder how Mikoto's cooking has turned out. Hearing his wife's musings, Minato grinned and teased, Kushina, don't forget, Mikoto was the one who taught you to cook. Oomph, I'm sure I've surpassed her by now. Oh, Naruto's never tried my cooking, has he? When this is over, I'll whip up something special and let him decide. He can tell us whose cooking is better, mine or Mikoto's. Minato's eyes softened with a tender smile at her spirited words. While Mikoto was preparing the meal, Itachi led Shursui and Naruto into his room. Itachi, do you want to try out the virtual headset? Naruto asked with a friendly smile. Itachi was clearly interested. After hearing Shursui rave about how amazing the device was, his curiosity had been thoroughly piqued. But you didn't bring it with you, did you? He asked. Seeing Itachi's interest, Naruto smiled and reassured him. No problem. I can just have my shadow clone fetch it. It's no trouble at all. With those words, Naruto immediately used a shadow clone, planning to have it fetch a few helmets. This way, he could also let Fugaku Uchiha try one out for himself. The clone, having received its instructions, rushed back home. Although Naruto was only 6 years old, thanks to Zephyr's rigorous training, his speed was already on par with a typical Chunin. If this were wartime, Naruto could have easily graduated early at the age of 6. Just relying on his taijutsu, most ordinary Chunin wouldn't be a match for him. Why skip over mentioning Genin and go straight to Chunin? Because the ceiling for Konoha's Genin is simply too high. Once the clone received its orders from the original, it dashed home at top speed. But just as the clone Naruto was leaving the Uchiha compound, Uchiha Mei arrived with 2 Uchiha Jonin to demand justice. These 2 Jonin were the ever-popular Uchiha Inaho and Uchiha Tiewa, beloved among many fans of the Hokage universe. Brother, Itachi was way out of line. He actually kicked me, and all for the sake of an outsider. As he spoke, Uchiha Mei pointed at the footprint on his own chest, signaling his 2 elder brothers to look. Oomph. The eldest, Uchiha Inaho, snorted coldly and cast a sharp gaze at Mei. Didn't I warn you not to mess with Itachi? Mei faltered, at a loss for words after hearing his brother's admonition. Seeing this, Uchiha Tiewa stepped in to help, saying, Big brother. Actually, you can't really blame Mei for all of this. After all, it was Itachi who brought an outsider into our territory in the first place. Inaho nodded, conceding true. I've never liked Itachi's attitude, carrying that prodigy label, looking down on everyone. And now he's hit Mei just for the sake of a foreigner. Big brother, are you going to help me get back at him? Mei was excited now. Both his elder brothers were Jonin, and both had awoken the coveted 3-Tomo Sharingan. With their support, he was confident Itachi would finally be put in his place. Upon hearing this, Inaho shot Mei a fierce glare. He said nothing more, but marched straight toward Itachi's house. When he arrived at Itachi's door, Inaho did not go in himself. Instead, he sent Tiewa to fetch Itachi outside. After all, this was the clan leader's residence. If he wanted to teach Itachi a lesson, he certainly couldn't do it in front of Fugaku. They waited outside for a few minutes, until Tiewa returned from the residence, gritting his teeth with frustration. That rogue, Itachi, says he doesn't have time to play games with us. That brat. Inaho cursed under his breath, then said darkly, We'll just wait here for him. I refuse to believe he won't come out. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Naruto's shadow clone returned home, casually grabbed 5 helmets, slipped them into his space backpack, and then headed straight back toward the Uchiha compound. But before he even reached the gates of the Uchiha, he was stopped by 2 members of the Umbu Black Ops. Naruto knew both of them quite well. One was Kakashi, with his unmistakable white hair peeking out from under his mask. The other was Shoyo Hyuga, better known as the reliable delivery guy. Hey, Kakashi, Shoyo, is there something you need from me? Kakashi stayed silent, letting Shoyo Hyuga step forward to speak. The third Hokage sent us to ask, what are you doing heading for the Uchiha compound? I'm going to the Uchiha to sell helmets, of course, Naruto replied matter-of-factly. Shoyo was already familiar with these helmets. After all, every time he delivered supplements or lunch to the third Hokage, he'd catch sight of the old man sitting motionless, lost in the world inside his virtual helmet. Realizing Naruto's only out to pitch virtual helmets, Kakashi put a hand out to stop Shoyo from asking more. Do you need protection? The Uchiha compound can be dangerous. Nope, doesn't seem dangerous to me at all, Naruto replied cheerfully. Since Naruto declined, Kakashi nodded and, with Shoyo in tow, took his leave. The third Hokage had sent Kakashi and Shoyo mainly to see what Naruto was up to at the Uchiha compound. If he was there on business, just hawking his virtual helmets, they only needed to ask whether he'd need protection. If not, they could return straight away. Conveniently, this also sent a message to Danzo. It was the Hokage's way of saying, Naruto's trip to the Uchiha is under my orders, Danzo, so you'd best keep out of this and don't stir up any trouble. And in fact, that was exactly how things played out. Not long after Kakashi and Shoyo left, a nearby Root operative hurried back to their headquarters, reporting the incident in detail to Danzo. Danzo's only response was to order Root to continue watching the Uchiha. There was nothing else he needed to say. Once Kakashi and Shoyo departed, Naruto's shadow clone slipped into the Uchiha compound. This time he came alone, so the guards at the gate naturally stopped him to question his intentions. But at the mention of Fugaku Uchiha, they let him through without another word. Before he could reach Fugaku's house, Naruto felt the weight of several suspicious glares fixed on him. That's him, big bro, second bro. He's the outsider that Uchiha Itachi brought in, said Uchiha Mei, pointing at Naruto's clone as he walked toward Fugaku's residence. Hearing this, Uchiha Inaho activated his Sharingan, gave Naruto's clone a searching look, then remarked, that's just a shadow clone. What should we do, big bro? Uchiha Teka asked. Even if it's just a clone, we should catch him anyway. Without waiting for further orders, Uchiha Mei rushed toward Naruto's clone. After all, dealing with a brat who hasn't even graduated from the ninja academy shouldn't require the personal attention of the older brothers. Seeing Uchiha Mei charge forward, Uchiha Dawa, who had planned to take action himself, halted his movements. Naruto's shadow clone, walking down the road, suddenly felt a tightening in his chest. Instinctively, he bent his upper body, narrowly dodging a sneak attack from behind. Does this kid have eyes in the back of his head? Uchiha Mei hadn't expected his airborne sneak attack to miss its mark. Still, he chalked it up to luck more than skill. Let's see if he can dodge a second kick after getting past the first. Landing on one foot, Uchiha Mei sprang up again, this time swinging a fierce vertical kick aimed straight at Naruto's neck. You're not finished yet, are you? Naruto grumbled, somewhat annoyed. Then, stamping his feet forcefully, he called upon Shave, one of the 6 powers, and darted away at blinding speed, evading Uchiha Mei's second attack. Not far off, Uchiha Dawa watched it all unfold, his brows furrowing in surprise at Naruto's movements. With his Sharingan activated, Uchiha Dawa had seen every detail, how Naruto had accelerated so violently by pounding the ground beneath him. By contrast, Uchiha Tikuo, who didn't have his Sharingan activated, couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder he can run with Uchiha Itachi. What a kid. He already knows how to use the body flicker technique. Uchiha Dawa shook his head at that. That's not the body flicker. It's pure taijutsu. While Dawa and Tikuo spoke, the nearby fight had already concluded. Naruto, using Shave, appeared behind Uchiha Mei and landed a well-placed punch to the back of Mei's head, sending him collapsing unconscious. Though Uchiha Mei was already in his teens, he hadn't awakened the Sharingan yet, and his strength as a genin was mediocre at best. Faced with someone like Uchiha Mei, Naruto could knock him out with a single blow. With Mei dealt with, Naruto's shadow clone dusted off his hands and started in the direction of Uchiha Fugaku's residence. But before he could go any further, 2 figures stepped out, cutting him off from both sides. For one shadow clone to defeat Mei, you're definitely not just some ordinary brat. Uchiha eyed Naruto coolly, his tone hostile. The shadow clone shrugged. Since you know I'm a clone, what's the point of blocking my way? With a cold chuckle, Uchiha Dawa replied, oh, it matters plenty. As he spoke, Dawa pointed at the backpack slung across the shadow clone's shoulders. He didn't know what Naruto was carrying, but his instinct screamed that it was important enough, perhaps, to draw out Uchiha Itachi himself. Glancing at the glinting, 3-tomo Sharingan in Dawa and Tikuo's eyes, the shadow clone realized he was hopelessly outmatched. There was only one choice left, call for reinforcements. Kurapika, help me tell the original. I'm stuck on this side. In the sealed space, Kurapika frowned upon hearing the clone Naruto's message, then promptly relayed it to the real Naruto. At the same time, he decided to possess the clone directly himself. Meanwhile, the Naruto clone, who was under Uchiha Inoka's intense gaze, suddenly revealed a change in his eyes. His irises, which were originally blue, now blazed with a fiery red. And in the reflection of Uchiha Inoka's Sharingan, an even stranger scene unfolded. Moments ago, the chakra inside the clone Naruto had appeared as its usual, serene blue, but now, a different kind of energy surged within him, entirely distinct from chakra. This was aura, none. The instant Kurapika appeared, he flicked his right hand, manifesting a chain that coiled itself around his fingers. Normally, these aura-forged chains would be invisible to most people. But through the Uchiha's Sharingan, their twisted forms were seen with absolute clarity. Confronted by the fully activated 3-Tomo Sharingan, Kurapika knew he could not afford to underestimate his opponent. After all, he was only inhabiting a clone of Naruto, which meant both his usable aura and chakra were limited, far from enough to sustain prolonged or high-intensity combat. Despite this, Kurapika resolved to focus on restraining rather than fighting outright. This wasn't just due to his limited strength. There was also the matter of whom he was facing, an Uchiha. At this fragile juncture, just as their cooperation was beginning, making an enemy for life would be the worst possible outcome. Kurapika extended his middle finger, and the chain wrapped around it lashed out with a serpentine grace, darting toward Uchiha Inoka, intent on binding him. Originally, Kurapika's abilities were restricted by their contract. He could not use them on anyone outside the Phantom Troop. But since crossing into the world of Naruto, those restrictions had vanished. Now, as long as he awakened his scarlet eyes, he could unleash the full extent of his abilities, free from any constraint. Seeing the chain shoot toward him, Uchiha Inoka dodged in an instant, evading the attack with a flicker of movement. He spared no thought for the fact that they were on Uchiha clan grounds. Immediately, he exhaled a mighty great fireball jutsu from his mouth. With a deafening explosion, the spot where Kurapika had just stood was blasted, carving a crater over 2 meters wide into the ground. There was no sound of a clone dispersing, which made Uchiha Inoka pause, puzzled. He started scanning the area, searching for any sign of Kurapika. "Big brother, help me." Just then, as Inoka searched, his younger brother Uchiha Tekka's desperate plea rang out. Turning sharply, Inoka saw Tekka already ensnared by a slender chain, the opposite end still anchored around Kurapika's middle finger. "You bastard!" Uchiha Dahua cursed under his breath, not expecting Kurapika to abandon their fight and instead target his younger brother. "Big brother, be careful. Watch out for that kid's chains. His chains conceal chakra." Uchiha Tiahua shouted loudly at Uchiha Dahua, warning him with urgency. "What? Sao Takara?" Only now did Uchiha notice that Tiahua's eyes had lost their 3-Tomo Sharingan, reverting back to ordinary black pupils. "Hey, your brother's in my hands now. Maybe it's time for you to surrender, don't you think?" Kurapika fixed Dahua with a cold, unblinking stare as he spoke. No sooner had Kurapika finished talking than the sound of chaotic footsteps echoed down the corridor. Dahua looked back and saw a group of Uchiha clan shinobi hurriedly rushing in their direction. This was, after all, the Uchiha compound. A bit of commotion normally wouldn't attract attention, but the scale of the jutsu unleashed was too great to ignore. News had quickly made its way to the Konoha military police force. All those who arrived wore the uniforms of the Konoha police. Seeing that backup from the police force had arrived, Dahua, who had been about to swallow his pride in order to save his brother, suddenly straightened his back and regained his confidence. "Oomph. Surrender? Do you have any idea where you are? This is the Uchiha stronghold. Who do you think you are, causing trouble here?" At the same time, Kurapika also caught sight of Naruto, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Shursui approaching from a distance. Now that the key figures had appeared, Kurapika casually released Tiahua from his chains. As the chains withdrew from Tiahua's body, Kurapika vanished in a swirl of smoke, gone in an instant. It wasn't that Kurapika didn't want to maintain his illusion. He simply couldn't hold on any longer. Meanwhile, Naruto on the other side had already been briefed about the incident. What exactly is going on here? Uchiha Fugaku, leader of the clan and head of the Konoha police force, stepped forward, fixing a fierce gaze on the Dahua brothers as he demanded answers. With his own people all around, Dahua decided he'd pin the blame squarely on the outsider, Naruto. He believed that, as the grandson of the Uchiha clan's elder, most present would take his word over anyone else's. But before Dahua could utter a word, Naruto stepped forward and planted himself in front of Fugaku. Tears streamed down Naruto's face as he burst into exaggerated sobs. "Uncle Fugaku, you have to help me, please." In the blink of an eye, Naruto transformed into the perfect picture of an aggrieved 6-year-old, his pitiful act so convincing it would move even the coldest heart. Fugaku, now focused on Naruto, turned his gaze. Seeing he had Fugaku's attention, Naruto pointed directly at Dahua and declared, "It was him. He tried to take my things." "Who am I? Why, I'm your guest. If he steals from me on your turf, isn't that showing you no respect at all?" Seeing Uchiha Fugaku's face remain unreadable, Naruto kept fanning the flames. "And who are you? You're the head of the Uchiha clan. If your guest gets bullied, isn't that a slap in the face for you?" Naruto's words made Itachi and Shursui, standing behind Fugaku, feel a sense of déjà vu. This trick seemed awfully familiar, but the real familiarity was yet to come. Faced with Naruto's provocation, Uchiha Inaho didn't even bother to explain. Instead, he made things worse with his next comment. Clan leader Fugaku, guest or no guest, as an outsider wandering around our clan's territory, it's perfectly reasonable for me to check on him, especially since I'm a member of the police force and the grandson of a grand elder. Fugaku didn't care much for Naruto's words, but Inaho's comment that followed struck a nerve. First, Inaho had no qualms about saying such things and disrespecting him in front of so many clansmen, and second, he'd invoked the authority of the grand elder. In truth, harmony within the Uchiha was only skin-deep. There were political divisions under the surface. On one side stood Fugaku, leading the clan head. Who am I? I'm your guest, aren't I? If he tries to take something from me on your turf, isn't that a slap in your face? Seeing Uchiha Fugaku's expression remain stone-cold, Naruto continued to fan the flames. And who are you? You're the clan leader of the Uchiha. After all, if your guest is mistreated here, doesn't that mean they're disrespecting you? Naruto's words gave both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui, standing behind Fugaku, a sense of déjà vu. This trick sounded all too familiar, but the part that would truly hit home was yet to come. Instead of defending himself or offering an explanation, Uchiha Inaho poured fuel on the fire. Clan leader Fugaku, guest or not, he's an outsider wandering around our territory. As a member of the police force and the grandson of the great elder, it's only right for me to check things out, don't you think? Uchiha Fugaku had paid little mind to Naruto's words, but Inaho's remarks struck a nerve. First, Inaho, in front of so many clansmen, openly challenged Fugaku's authority as clan leader. Second, he brought up the great elder. Truth be told, things were not exactly harmonious within the Uchiha. Political rifts and opposing factions had rooted themselves deep. On one side stood the clan leader faction, led by Uchiha Fugaku. On the other, the elder faction rallied around several elders. The elder faction constantly stirred up the clan, pushing the Uchiha to stand against Konoha, hoping that one day an Uchiha would become Hokage. Fugaku, on the other hand, belonged to the Dove faction. He wanted to maintain peaceful coexistence with Konoha, harboring no grand ambitions for power. His only wish was for the Uchiha to live well, not to vanish from history like the Senju clan. Yet perhaps due to the clan's personality, more and more Uchiha abandoned Fugaku's side and flocked to the elders. Inaho's words were, in fact, a thinly veiled jab at Fugaku. We have the elders at our backs. Don't think being clan leader means you're actually in charge. Naruto was oblivious to all these Uchiha intrigues, but as he watched Fugaku's face darken, he realized his performance still needed work. Uncle Fugaku. Seems like there's no point in cooperating after all. He sighed and, in a dejected gesture, bent to pick up the spatial backpack from the ground. As he picked up the bag, Naruto shot a subtle look at Uchiha Itachi, who was lost in thought. At that moment, Itachi was also pondering the inner turmoil within the Uchiha and his father Fugaku's precarious situation. Catching Naruto's glance, Itachi immediately understood the message hidden within. Still, the truth remains. Ordinary members of the Uchiha clan are not driven by the pursuit of power. What they care about most is the strength they themselves possess. Naturally, the source of that strength is the Sharingan. With this thought, Itachi Uchiha immediately realized how to turn things around in his father's favor. Naruto, you can't leave, he shouted after making up his mind. Hearing Itachi's words, the Uchihas present all turned to look at him. Even Uchiha Daho cast a disdainful glance in Itachi's direction. After calling Naruto back, Itachi addressed the ring of clan members gathered around him. Are you curious about what kind of cooperation Naruto is proposing to clan leader Fugaku this time? The many Uchiha exchanged puzzled looks upon hearing this. Seeing their confusion, Itachi wasted no time before answering himself. Naruto has brought something that can increase the chances of awakening the Sharingan. A stunned uproar swept through the crowd at Itachi's announcement. Daho, on the other hand, merely sneered. I've never heard of any way to boost the odds of awakening the Sharingan. As Daho finished, Naruto shot him a sideways glance and prepared to leave the Uchiha compound. Naruto's movement immediately drew most people's attention. Before Itachi could step forward to stop him, two young Uchiha men in their 20s intercepted Naruto. Little brother, do you really have a way to increase the chance of awakening the Sharingan? Both of them appear to be a bit over 20 and were known within the clan as hopeless cases. The reason was simple. Even at their age, neither had managed to awaken a single Tomo in their Sharingan. In the Uchiha clan, Reaching 30 without awakening the Sharingan is essentially a death sentence for one's potential. They were teetering on the edge of that fate. Seeing that some people actually believed Naruto could help them awaken their Sharingan, Daho's expression grew rather dark. Hey, you two losers don't seriously believe Itachi's nonsense, do you? But the two young men paid Daho's ridicule no heed. From their perspective, even the slightest sliver of hope to awaken the Sharingan was worth grabbing onto. After all, being called useless every day and treated as an example of failure was a fate they no longer wished to endure. Noticing the determination in their eyes, Naruto nodded and replied, "Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, I can let you try it right now." Naruto's words stirred another wave of commotion throughout the crowd. After all, seeing is believing. Few among the Uchihas truly believed what Itachi had just claimed. But now, with Naruto offering to demonstrate right before their eyes, everything was about to change. Naruto, seeing the situation unfold as it was, gave a subtle nod to himself. What he needed most right now was exposure, publicity. If he could help these two young men awaken their powers today, there was no doubt that his virtual helmet would become the talk of the Uchiha clan. As for who else might awaken the Sharingan through the helmet in the future, that, Naruto decided, would be entirely up to his own whims. Meanwhile, across the courtyard, Uchiha Inaho couldn't help but feel nervous inside. He was terrified that Naruto might actually succeed in helping those two so-called losers awaken their Sharingan. If that really happened, then Elder Fugaku's influence would surely overshadow the great elders. After all, Naruto had chosen to collaborate with Fugaku, and to make matters worse, he and his brothers had antagonized Naruto. At that thought, Inaho shook his head vigorously and muttered, "There's no way to increase the odds of awakening the Sharingan. If such a method truly existed, our ancestors would have discovered it long ago, not some child barely 6 or 7 years old." News quickly spread that Naruto was about to help two unremarkable clan members awaken their Sharingan in front of everyone. Even those normally uninterested in such affairs hurried over to watch. Several elders from the Uchiha clan arrived as well, curiosity getting the better of them. Spotting his grandfather among the crowd, Inaho trotted over and recounted the entire story without holding back. After listening quietly to his grandson, the great elder remained silent, his gaze fixed solemnly on Naruto across the training grounds. Under Fugaku's lead, the crowd moved out to the Uchiha training arena. Where once the arena had stood empty, it now thronged with people, eager to witness the events about to unfold. At the very center stood Naruto, flanked by two nervous Uchiha youths who could barely hide their anxiety. "What are your names?" Naruto asked, turning to the pair. "My name is Uchiha Ryuichi," answered the first. "And I'm Uchiha Makoto," said the second. Both gave brief introductions. Next, Naruto instructed, "Put on these helmets. Once inside the virtual world, you'll need to give yourself a name and customize your avatar, but just use your real names and skip the appearance setup altogether." Receiving Naruto's instructions, both young men nodded in agreement. Naruto handed them the helmets, and the pair followed his directions, donning them in turn. Before giving them the helmets, Naruto had already discreetly disabled the tranquilizer feature inside. After all, this was a demonstration, a showcase. If he really wanted to help these two unfortunate souls awaken their Sharingan, there could be absolutely no sedation. After all, if their blood pressure didn't spike, how could their eyes become bloodshot? And if their eyes weren't bloodshot, how could they possibly awaken the Sharingan? What mattered most now was how to stimulate their emotions. In fact, even before coming to the arena, Naruto had already handed the script to Grey Wolf. Seeing the two Uchiha put on their helmets, Naruto handed 2 more helmets to Itachi Uchiha and Shisui Uchiha. "You two should give it a try as well," Naruto said with a cheerful smile. The two accepted the helmets, nodded, and put them on. With that, Naruto donned his own helmet and entered the virtual world. Beneath the platform, the gathered Uchiha clan members eyed the virtual helmets with keen curiosity. Even Fugaku Uchiha couldn't help but study them closely. Can these helmets really awaken the Sharingan? Inside the virtual world, Ryuichi Uchiha and Makoto Uchiha quickly finished creating their characters. Once they had customized their avatars, they found themselves standing at the entrance of the Uchiha clan's compound. "Huh, what's going on here?" Ryuichi asked, puzzled. "I have no idea. Why do we end up at the clan gates?" Makoto replied, equally confused. As he spoke, Makoto formed a hand seal and muttered under his breath, "Release, Jinjutsu." It doesn't feel like an illusion at all. Upon hearing this, Ryuichi pinched his own thigh. A sharp pain shot through his leg, making him suck in a cold breath. One had to admit, Uchiha were nothing if not straightforward. Whether it was Ryuichi now or Shisui before him, they never hesitated to be forceful with themselves. That really hurt. It feels just like real life. While Ryuichi was still bewildered, a pungent, metallic scent of blood wafted from within the clan grounds. As soon as the iron tang hit their noses, the two rushed into the Uchiha compound without hesitation. Meanwhile, Naruto, Itachi Uchiha, and Shursui Uchiha floated in mid-air, watching everything that happened below, clearly observing both the actions of the two and the scene within the clan compound. There was not a soul left alive inside the Uchiha grounds. Both inside and outside, the Konoha Police Force headquarters lay the bodies of Uchiha ninja, and the streets were strewn with the corpses of Uchiha civilians and children. Many of them were people Shursui and Itachi recognized. At this moment, there was only one living person left in the entire Uchiha compound, Itachi Uchiha. Naruto, what exactly is the meaning of this? Asked Shursui, staring at the grim aftermath below. Itachi too turned a cold, dangerous gaze toward Naruto, as if to say that unless he got a satisfactory answer, things would not end well. Noting their glare, Naruto shrugged and thought to himself, if I weren't here, soon enough, you'd both be starring in this very tragedy yourselves. Didn't we agree that we wanted them to awaken the Sharingan? Then we need a strong enough emotional trigger. The extermination of their clan should be more than enough to provoke the appearance of at least a single Tomo, don't you think? Itachi, Shursui. In truth, Uchiha Itachi wanted to jest. Witnessing what just happened almost triggered my man Gekyo. While the three exchanged words midair, Uchiha Longi and Uchiha Chung finally caught sight of the devastation wrought upon the Uchiha clan compound. Granny Chico, Aunt Reiko, Little Bai. The two of them hurried to the bodies of those they cherished, calling their names again and again, unable to hold back their tears. Though they had often been ostracized among the ninja elite, these ordinary Uchiha clansfolk had always treated them kindly. Once they realized no survivors remained here, the two instantly dashed toward their own homes, desperate to see what had befallen their families. Their homes weren't far apart, but when they finally laid eyes on their loved ones' corpses, their vision went crimson with grief. Right then, three Tomo spun into life in Uchiha Longi's eyes. In Uchiha Chang's gaze, two Tomo emerged bright and clear, but neither noticed the change within themselves. Their minds burned with a single obsession, to find the one who had killed their families, and avenge both kin and clan. No sooner had they burst out their doors than they heard measured footsteps echoing from the far end of the street. They looked up, and there was Uchiha Itachi, unsheathing a long blade, advancing steadily toward them. His cold gaze, splattered with blood, and the moon's blood-red light together made him appear truly terrifying. Faced with this version of Uchiha Itachi, both Longi and Chung felt their hearts clench. Itachi, what happened here? Uchiha Longi demanded, fixing his gaze on Itachi. Once, Longi, the clan's so-called failure, wouldn't have dared meet Itachi's eyes. After all, one was a misfit, the other a prodigy. But in this moment, Longi gathered his courage, determined to seek revenge for his family and clan. To Longi's question, Itachi spared him a cold glance. It was me. I killed them all. Why? Uchiha Chang's disbelief and fury twisted his face as he stared at Itachi. Itachi raised a hand to his forehead, then suddenly threw his head back and let out a wild, chilling laugh. That classic Uchiha madman's laughter left Longi and Chung utterly bewildered. Seeing this unfold, Naruto almost wanted to chime in. If you want to survive as an Uchiha, you'd better master that maniacal laugh. From the expressions on Longi and Chang's faces, Naruto could already predict they were destined to be little more than side characters. Next, Itachi's words left them both completely dumbfounded. Haha, why you ask? It's all because of you, because of the entire Uchiha clan, because your minds are so rotten. It's because of you, because you stopped me from being with Sasuke. You say, we're both men, and even brothers. I love Sasuke, so what if we're together? If you all refuse to accept me and Sasuke, then you might as well all die. Hearing Uchiha Itachi's words, both Uchiha Longi and Uchiha Chung on the scene, as well as Uchiha Shursui and Itachi watching from above, were all completely stunned. On Naruto's side, a frown creased his brow, because this wasn't in his script at all. He definitely didn't recall writing a script like this. Originally, the plan was simple. Itachi appears and, without another word, kills Uchiha Longi and Uchiha Chung. After their in-game deaths, Naruto would immediately force the two of them to log out. He certainly hadn't given Itachi this many dramatic lines. With that thought, Naruto activated his administrator privileges to check what was happening. It didn't take long for Naruto to realize the issue. The Itachi below was not an NPC, but a real player. And that player's name was Kushina Uzumaki. Virtual world. Inside the Uchiha clan grounds. Both Uchiha Longi and Uchiha Chung, snapping back to their senses, glared furiously at Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, I never expected this of you. Not only are you a total pervert obsessed with your own brother, but you're a complete lunatic. Uchiha Itachi, expressionless, raised his long blade, ready to finish the two of them off. But of course, Uchiha Longi and Chung would not just stand there and await death. Just as the two prepare to fight back, a golden figure flashed onto the scene, blocking Itachi's blade with a three-pronged kunai. Seeing the newcomer's face, both of them were shocked once again. This is the fourth Hokage. For ninja of Uchiha Chung and Longi's generation, the fourth was nothing short of an absolute idol. What's more, back when Minato Namikaze took the post of fourth Hokage, they had actually seen him in person beneath the high platform. So, the instant he appeared, the two recognized Minato Namikaze right away. High above, both Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi wore similar expressions of astonishment at Minato's arrival. Meanwhile, Naruto could only smack his forehead, muttering inwardly, "How did my script get so complicated?" That's right, this fourth Hokage wasn't an NPC either. He was played by a real person, Minato Namikaze himself. "Naruto, what exactly is going on?" Uchiha Shursui's voice was solemn as he questioned him. The fourth Hokage was his idol, the man who perfectly embodied what it meant to bear the will of fire. Now that the fourth Hokage had sacrificed himself, Shursui Uchiha could not bear to see anyone insult his hero's image. What counts as an insult, you ask? Hasn't Itachi Uchiha already been turned into a deranged monster, obsessed with his brother's body and the butcher of his entire clan? Ahem. Naruto cleared his throat and said, "I'm not exactly sure either. Let's just keep watching." What else could Naruto say? Was he supposed to tell this die-hard Hokage fan that the actor below, Uchiha Itachi, was actually the fourth Hokage's wife in disguise, while the person helping him perform was the real fourth Hokage? Below the stage, Minato Namikaze stood in Uchiha Itachi's way and called over his shoulder to the two men behind him, "Run. This isn't as simple as it looks." But upon hearing the fourth Hokage's words, neither Ryuichi Uchiha nor Sei Uchiha budged. It wasn't just that they craved vengeance against Itachi Uchiha. Deep down, they both longed to fight alongside their idol, the fourth Hokage. "Lord Fourth, let's fight by your side." Ryuichi Uchiha's eyes shimmered with the three-tomo Sharingan as he spoke, his voice tinged with sorrow. "We must avenge our kin, our families." No sooner had Ryuichi finished than guttural roars echoed through the entire Uchiha district. He turned toward the noise, only to witness a sight both terrifying and unbelievable. The very relatives who had fallen lifeless to the ground were suddenly rising, one by one. Ryuichi froze in shock at the scene, but as he took in the unnatural rigidity of their bodies, the eerie faces twisted in malice. It was all too clear. These were not the living. On the other side, Sei Uchiha was overcome with excitement at the sight of his revived friends and family. Overwhelmed by emotion, he almost rushed forward to embrace them. Yet before Sei could take a single step, several Uchiha, now bloodthirsty zombies, surged toward him with mouths agape. Ryuichi, snapping out of his stupor, yanked Sei back just in time. Meanwhile, the voice of Minato Namikaze, locked in a fierce battle with Itachi Uchiha, called out through the chaos. "Don't let those things bite you. One bite, and you'll become a monster just like them. They're no longer the kin you remember. Every one of them has turned into a flesh-eating zombie." Minato Namikaze truly was worthy of being Hokage. His acting skills were second to none. Every word he spoke carried the weight of utter despair, as if the end of the world were upon them. Just then, Uchiha Itachi, or rather, Kushina Uzumaki in disguise, couldn't help but inject herself into the drama, eager for a moment in the spotlight. After a wave of boisterous Uchiha laughter, he shouted, "It's useless. This decaying shinobi world should have perished long ago. Let my Legion of the Lost wipe out every last corner of it. Ha ha ha. As long as the shinobi world is gone, I can finally be with Sasuke. When that day comes, there will be no prejudice, no suspicion, no." At this point, Itachi Uchiha suddenly choked and lost his words. With nothing more to say, he simply unleashed a blazing great fireball at Minato Namikaze, bringing his declaration to an abrupt end. A profoundly awkward silence settled deep within Naruto's heart. "Mom, if you can't act, please don't add your own scenes, all right? And also, did you even pay attention in language class at school? These lines you made up are a complete mess." In fact, the one who felt the most embarrassed at that moment wasn't Kushina Uzumaki, despite her hopelessly bad acting. It was the real Itachi Uchiha. Itachi truly felt an overwhelming urge to jump down and choke the life out of that imposter. Of course, that was nothing but a thought. Ever since Itachi entered this virtual world, Naruto had sealed his powers completely. Now, all he could do was float midair, watching helplessly as everything unfolded below, powerless to intervene. Instead, Shursui Uchiha kept his eyes fixed squarely on Minato Namikaze. Shursui was nicknamed Shursui of the Body Flicker, and as the saying goes, sometimes nicknames speak louder than real names. From Shursui's moniker alone, one could tell just how fast he truly was. Yet, even so, he wasn't the fastest in the shinobi world. From beginning to end, there was only ever one man acknowledged as the fastest, Minato Namikaze. Shursui himself had seen Minato in action. Watching him now, Shursui couldn't help but recall the legend of the man who once dominated the battlefield. At times, Shursui even suspected that the man below really was the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, just as he'd always known. Shifting our gaze back below. Having listened to Itachi's grand proclamation, Ryuichi Uchiha understood all too well that in this predicament, he and Makoto Uchiha had only one option: to run. Because those once familiar Uchiha clansmen had now become zombies and were steadily closing in from all sides. If they stayed, there was no question this would be their grave. Makoto, we have to get out of here. These monsters are no longer our clan. With that, Ryuichi grabbed Makoto and prepared to break through the encirclement. Almost instantly, several zombies blocked their path. Unflinching, Ryuichi hurled a handful of kunai that stabbed directly into their hearts. To his shock, even with their hearts pierced, the zombies kept moving. Left with no other choice, he unleashed a great fireball jutsu to blaze a path forward. Even after being set ablaze by the grand fireball, the zombies remained undaunted, charging at the two without fear of life or death. Damn it, were these monsters? Despite the sheer number of zombies, Ryuichi Uchiha and Makoto Uchiha still managed to escape. Seeing the two get away, Itachi Uchiha, actually Kushina Uzumaki in disguise, and Minato Namikaze halted their fight. Once they stopped, Kushina Uzumaki returned to her true form and grinned. Minato, how is it? Did I pull off a convincing performance? Hearing this, Minato Namikaze looked uncertain how to respond. It was pretty good, but there's still room for improvement. With that, Minato glanced helplessly at Naruto, who was floating above them. Catching the look from his father, Naruto immediately understood. His mom was surely the mastermind behind this entire charade. Meanwhile, Shursui and Itachi, standing off to the side, were even more dumbfounded at the sight of Kushina Uzumaki. They hadn't expected that not only would they encounter the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, but also meet his wife, Kushina Uzumaki. Compared to Shursui, Itachi was much more familiar with Kushina. After all, he'd often seen that flash of red hair whenever he accompanied his mother for prenatal checkups. What's more, Makoto Uchiha frequently brought him to Kushina's house so she could teach them cooking. Itachi's impression of Kushina Uzumaki was one of warmth. She was easygoing, and anyone who met her couldn't help but relax. In that moment, Itachi realized that this virtual world could not only help the Uchiha clan escape their current predicament, but also heal many hearts burdened with regret. In the shinobi world, what holds the deepest sorrow? It's the parting of lovers, the separation of friends, the loss of those dearest. All those countless people who never got to say one last goodbye to those they loved. What a lingering regret that is. Lost in thought, Itachi was suddenly snapped back when Shursui turned to Naruto. Would it be alright if I go down there and say a few words to the fourth and his wife? Naruto simply nodded, granting silent permission. In a heartbeat, their forms flickered, and the three appeared before Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto, what do you think of my script revisions? The moment she saw Naruto, Kushina couldn't wait to show off, eager for his praise on her reworked plotline. Heh, it's pretty good, isn't it? Isn't it? Delighted by her son's approval, Kushina beamed and added, and that's not all. There's more to this story. Naruto replied, actually, this apocalypse twist was originally intended as a consequence for those two old men. But since you wanted to create the night of the Uchiha massacre here, I went ahead and blended both storylines together. Once we're done, come with me and check out the other side. Naruto was momentarily taken aback by his mother's words. The other two old men, Naruto could guess without even asking. She was referring to the third Hokage and Danzo. Throwing the third Hokage and Danzo into a zombie apocalypse. His mother's imagination truly knew no bounds. At that thought, Naruto himself became curious. He wanted to witness for himself the survival journey of little Danzo and the Monkey King in the end times. After a brief chat with Naruto, Kushina Uzumaki turned to Uchiha Itachi, smiling. Itachi, you've grown up. As she spoke, Kushina gently ruffled Itachi's hair, bringing a blush to his cheeks. Aunt Kushina, it's been so long. Beside them, Minato Namikaze also recognized Uchiha Shursui. Hello, you're Shursui of the Uchiha clan, aren't you? It really has been ages. You've grown into quite the fine ninja. Realizing Minato still remembered him, Shursui was both stunned and honored. Despite knowing the people before him weren't real, a surge of emotion stirred in Shursui's heart. After exchanging a few warm words, the five once again soared into the sky, intending to check on the four players. Meanwhile, in the village hidden in the leaves. At this moment, Konohagakure was in ruins. Zombies swarmed every street, painting a true portrait of the apocalypse. Uchiha Ryuichi and Uchiha Makoto had only just escaped the Uchiha compound, only to fall into another horde of zombies within the village. Despair pressed in on both of them. They had no choice but to take refuge atop a rooftop, searching frantically for any possible escape route. Ryuichi, what should we do? Makoto's eyes had already lost their focus, not only from the exhaustion of using too much chakra, but also from the utter helplessness of their predicament. Ryuichi, however, managed to keep his cool. I can't believe this. I can't believe this is our Konoha. I suspect that brat set us up. This place is not our world. Makoto, hang on. Let's break out of Konoha together. I know we can survive this. These zombies might be everywhere, but they're slow. As long as we stay sharp, we'll make it out alive. Even as Ryuichi tried to comfort Makoto, the look in Makoto's eyes remained unfocused, a gaze awash with despair. Ryuichi, I don't want to die like this. I've never even had a girlfriend. I'm still a virgin. No, if I'm going to die, I refuse to leave this world untouched. I can't let down generations of Uchiha ancestors. Hearing Makoto's words, Ryuichi thought he'd finally found the will to survive. But Makoto's next action nearly had him coughing up blood in shock. Makoto leapt down from the rooftop, snatched up a female zombie whose face was still intact and whose wounds were few, and dragged her back to the roof. Sorry about this. I don't know who you are, but for the sake of my ancestors, I'm going to have to wrong you a little. As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Makoto started taking off his pants. Seeing this, Uchiha Ryuichi was nearly driven mad. Damn it, he thought, this is beyond perverse. Even a zombie isn't safe from him. How is this any different from Uchiha Itachi? Damn it, calm yourself. Cursing under his breath, Uchiha Ryuichi kicked the zombie girl aside and then punched Uchiha Makoto with all his might. Have you lost your mind, Makoto? Just as Ryuichi was about to give him a good scolding, he noticed something odd. The number of zombies surrounding them was gradually shrinking. One by one, the remaining zombies started rushing to the other side of the street. Ryuichi followed the flow of the horde with his eyes and saw that two girls were trapped by another group of zombies. Makoto, look over there. Still dazed from Ryuichi's punch, Makoto glanced in the direction of his pointing finger and spotted the two girls, hemmed in and struggling to survive. At the sight of them, his eyes instantly lit up. There are humans, real human girls. Looks like I won't have to give my first time to a zombie after all. Ryuichi thought, are you kidding me? Is that really what you're focusing on? Is that the main point here? I'm trying to tell you, there are other survivors out here, not just us. Idiot. Ryuichi was on the verge of losing his mind. He felt as though Makoto had been driven completely insane by this whole zombie ordeal. It was like his brain and his nether regions had swapped places. High above, even Naruto hadn't expected the story to veer off in such a dramatic direction. No wonder, he mused. Anyone with a name like Makoto, sincerity, always goes to extremes. When it comes right down to it, not even zombies can escape his desperation. Up in the sky, Shursui and Itachi were both struck speechless. They couldn't help but wonder, how could the Uchiha clan produce someone like this? Oddly enough, Minato Namikaze seemed to understand Makoto's state. When he first became a shinobi and went off to war, a lot of his classmates had suffered mental breakdowns just like this. Truth be told, guys like Makoto, who were obsessed with women, tend to fare a bit better than those whose first reaction is to butcher each other with blades. Only Kushina kept her eyes on Naruto, thinking to herself, Asterisk better not let Naruto ever end up like that. Maybe one day, I should write a scenario to test him. Asterisk. If Naruto knew what his mother was thinking, he'd definitely be speechless and flatly refuse. Back on the ground, seeing that there were two other living people nearby, Ryuichi and Makoto perked up at once. For Ryuichi, the sight of living people meant hope. As long as there are survivors, there's still a chance. Uchiha Chang's thoughts were much simpler. Humans, alive, and, above all, female. With such contrasting motives in mind, the two figures leaped over rooftops, dashing in the direction of the two living girls ahead. Meanwhile, atop another rooftop, The two girls, weapons raised and hacking away at the oncoming zombies, were none other than Xiao Chuanchuan and Ho Wang. Today, after putting on their helmets and entering the virtual world, they found themselves in a battered and war-torn Konoha. Fortune favored them, for just as they materialized in this world, they immediately bumped into each other. Before either could even call out to the NPCs, they discovered that a horde of zombies had already closed in around them. In that instant, information about the zombies flashed through their minds. Zombies, reanimated corpses created after infection by a virus. If bitten or scratched, you too will become a zombie. Armed with this internal knowledge, the two swiftly grasped the situation. After all, as Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, and Shimura Danzo, the darkness of a leaf, they didn't take mere zombies seriously. Both veterans of countless battles, their hands long stained with blood, neither harbored the slightest psychological burden about eliminating these undead foes. But there was one crippling drawback. Neither had even a drop of chakra left to draw upon. The only weapon at hand was their own physical prowess. Ho Wang quickly grabbed an iron rod lying at the curb, while Xiao Chuanchuan seized a long sword. Gritting their teeth, they began a desperate struggle with the masses of zombies filling the village streets. After a grueling battle, exhaustion began to overwhelm the pair. At last, they could do no more than scramble atop the roof of a building, determined to make their final stand. Tuan Tuan, are you holding up? Ho Wang glanced at his now warped iron rod and called back to his companion. Xiao Chuanchuan gulped several deep breaths before replying. I am alright, just completely drained. Worn out as they were, neither was willing to suggest logging out of the game. It wasn't just the stubborn pride of seasoned warriors that kept them going, but also the hope that adversity might bring them closer. After all, recent story arcs had already deepened their bond, while their favorability toward each other kept climbing. Who would complain if it went even higher? After all, both were well aware of their own situations. Each was, in reality, a man. If the other discovered the truth, that burgeoning affection would surely plummet. So before their real identities were exposed, both were frantic to maximize their rapport. That way, even when the truth came out, they wouldn't be relegated to mere acquaintances. As Xiao Chuanchuan and Ho Wang reached the limit of their endurance against the relentless horde, two shadows fell upon their rooftop refuge. The arrivals were none other than Uchiha Longi and Uchiha Chung. The moment Uchiha Longi landed, he unleashed a blazing fireball, blasting away the pile of zombies that had nearly swarmed atop them. Uchiha Chung glanced at Xiao Chuanchuan and Monkey King, then unleashed another grand fireball, blasting away the pile of zombies stacked together on the other side. As for why Uchiha Chung acted so decisively, there was a simple reason. With so many zombies gathering here, how could he possibly lay a hand on the two girls? After clearing out the nearby zombies, Uchiha Longi finally looked over at Xiao Chuanchuan and Monkey King. Hello, I'm Uchiha. But just as Longi was about to introduce himself, Uchiha Chung suddenly lunged straight at Xiao Chuanchuan. In truth, Danzo and the third Hokage instantly recognized that these two were Uchihas. It wasn't just the clan's crest emblazoned on their clothing. It was the Sharingan in their eyes. At first, the two were puzzled. Why would there be Uchiha here? But then they remembered that Naruto had gone to promote helmets at the Uchiha's place today, and their doubts faded away. Of course, if you're selling something, you need players to test it out. These two were probably those trial players. Knowing their opponents were from the Uchiha, Danzo and the third Hokage both grew wary. Still, neither expected that one of the Uchihas would suddenly attack without a word. His eyes, with those swirling Sharingan, looked as ravenous as a wolf, as if he might devour them on the spot. The first to be tackled was Xiao Chuanchuan. Seeing this, Monkey King immediately moved to help, trying to pull Uchiha Chung away. But Uchiha Chung wielded chakra, and neither Monkey King nor Xiao Chuanchuan had any reserves of their own. How could they possibly compete? Chung, stop it right now. Uchiha Longi roared with anger, and only then did Chung hesitate, pausing in the act of undoing his belt. Long, we're all about to die here. Isn't it understandable if I want to lose my virginity before I go? By now, Uchiha Chung no longer seemed as frenzied as before. It was as though he had emerged from that spell of madness. Chung, what you're doing is terrible. Look closely. Do you not see the terror in their eyes? Doesn't that make you feel any guilt at all? Hearing this, Uchiha Chung looked at Xiao Chuanchuan and Monkey King. He hadn't noticed before, but now that he took a good look, he was startled. The expression in their eyes wasn't terror at all. It was murderous intent. Even Uchiha Itachi's gaze had never been so chilling. Although Uchiha Chung saw it, the angle meant Uchiha Longi hadn't noticed how Xiao Chuanchuan and Monkey King stared as if looking at a dead man. Longi kept trying to reason with him. And what about your pride as an Uchiha? Don't you feel you're dishonoring your ancestors with this behavior? Whether it was Longi's words or Ziochuanchuan and Monkey King's fearsome stares that had shaken him. In the end, Uchiha Chung loosened his grip and let go. The Monkey King and Xiao Tuan Tuan looked at each other, then turned to ask Uchiha Sincerity, "What's your name?" Hearing this, Uchiha Sincerity tensed inwardly. He didn't want to answer, but, standing beside him, wanting to apologize on his behalf, Uchiha Long stepped in and introduced them. "Sorry, my brother here isn't in his right mind. His name is Uchiha Sincerity, and I'm Uchiha Long. We're both from the Uchiha clan. You've heard of the Uchiha, right? The proud clan of Konoha." Before Uchiha Long could finish, Xiao Tuan Tuan gritted her teeth and cut him off. "The illustrious Uchiha of Konoha? Of course I've heard of you. I'll remember you. Uchiha Sincerity." No sooner had her words landed than a zombie, its upper body all that remained, suddenly opened its eyes wide and clamped its jaws around the Monkey King's calf. With one savage bite, the Monkey King lost a sizable chunk of flesh. Staring at his leg, a large piece now missing, the Monkey King understood that this game was over for him. He gave Xiao Tuan Tuan a bitter, wry smile. "Looks like the game's over for us today." With those words, he reached for Xiao Tuan Tuan's blade and pressed it against his own throat. Rather than stop him, Xiao Tuan Tuan stepped close, her eyes shining with emotion. She gently guided the tip a little further towards herself and murmured, "I'll go with you." Uchiha Long, seeing this, rushed to intervene. But before he could reach them, the long knife had already drawn a swift line across both their throats. Blood surged from the wounds, splattering across the front of Uchiha Long Yi's shirt. "Why did you have to do this?" Uchiha Long began to imagine explanations in his own mind. He thought, perhaps Xiao Tuan Tuan chose to die with the Monkey King because earlier Uchiha Sincerity had pinned her down. There were still many traditional women in Konoha. Faced with such shame, suicide was not impossible. Tormented by this thought, Uchiha Long turned and slapped Uchiha Sincerity hard across the face. "Sincerity, just look at what you've done." Uchiha Sincerity clutched his reddened cheek and lowered his head. High above the scene, Uzumaki Kushina witnessed the Monkey King and Xiao Tuan Tuan face death together and let out a long, wistful sigh. Those two only grow closer with each passing day. Seeing her expression, Minato Namikaze thought his wife had finally tired of this game, and perhaps she wouldn't trouble Hiruzen or Danzo much longer. But then, just as he relaxed, Kushina, still looking down, suddenly began to shake with quiet laughter. I can't wait. I honestly can't wait to see their faces when the truth comes out." As she finished, Kushina high-fived Naruto, who was standing beside her with a camera at the ready. Witnessing this, Minato Namikaze could do nothing but sigh in resignation and think to himself, "Hiruzen, Danzo, you'll just have to look out for yourselves. Let's hope Kushina and Naruto get bored of this game soon and finally let you off the hook." Listening to Kushina's words, Shursui and Itachi Uchiha were both taken aback, confused by what they had just heard. Naruto, who were those two girls who just took their own lives? In the end, it was Shursui who voiced the question that was weighing on both their minds. Naruto gave a faint smile and replied, "Just two beta testers, nothing more." Since Naruto had explained it so simply, Shursui didn't press further. He figured that once the virtual headsets were available throughout the Hidden Leaf, the number of people in this virtual world would surely multiply. "Their Sharingan has awakened now. That should be enough," Itachi said, watching Uchiha Ryuichi and Uchiha Makoto still struggling against the zombie horde below. Naruto nodded in agreement. "Yeah, that should do it. People outside are probably getting impatient by now." Naturally, to prevent Ryuichi and Makoto from reacting too drastically when they logged out, Naruto took a moment to explain the true nature of the virtual game to them first. "You mean, none of this is real?" Ryuichi pointed at the motionless zombies, as still as statues with a snap of Naruto's fingers. "That's right," Naruto replied. "So, in a little while, I'll help you log out. Just don't lose your cool and go on a rampage afterwards, all right?" Ryuichi gave a wry smile. "We're both considered the hopeless cases in our clan. A bloodbath? You're giving us way too much credit." He quickly accepted the idea of the virtual world. Makoto, on the other hand, remained completely stunned, his face blank as he struggled to process it all. Reflecting on his earlier behavior, Makoto could have died from embarrassment if there were a crack in the ground to crawl into. What Makoto didn't know was that two of the Hidden Leaf's top brass already had their eyes on him. Meanwhile, in the real world, after Naruto and the others had been wearing their headsets for quite some time with no sign of movement, the Uchiha clan members below began to stir, breaking into lively discussion. Particularly among them were brothers Daoho and Tieho Uchiha. At first, both had felt nervous, afraid that so-called losers like Ryuichi and Makoto might really awaken their Sharingan. Forget both. If even one of them truly awakened the Sharingan, trouble would be brewing for the brothers. If that happened, not only would Naruto come looking for payback, but even their patron, the elder Uchiha Patriarch, would likely dish out a severe lesson. But with so much time passing without any sign of change, Daoho began to stir things up. Increase the odds of awakening the Sharingan? What a joke! Our Uchiha clan has stood for so many generations. No ancestor ever found a way to increase the chance of awakening the Sharingan. Are we really supposed to believe that some 6- or 7-year-old brat figured it out? Hearing Daoho's words, many others began nodding in agreement. That's right. Sai, stop waiting. There's no point in waiting any longer. The idea that a mere, unremarkable helmet could awaken the Sharingan really does sound too fantastical to be true. Uchiha Fugaku, who had been watching everything closely, was growing anxious inside. Today, he'd staked everything on the virtual helmet that Naruto had produced. If Naruto failed, then his own standing within the Uchiha clan would slip another notch, and when that happened, he might truly lose control over the clan's brewing unrest. While everyone else was deep in heated discussion, Naruto, who had been sitting motionless all this time, finally began to stir. Naruto logged out of the game, then slowly took off the helmet. The moment everyone saw this, the room fell silent, and all eyes turned to him at once. After Naruto exited, it was Shursui and Itachi's turn to log out. Last to take off their helmets were Uchiha Ryuichi and Uchiha Makoto, both sitting with eyes closed. When the final 2 testers removed their helmets, every gaze in the audience settled on their faces, everyone aching to know, had they truly awakened Sharingan? Amidst waves of anticipation and hushed prayers, the 2 of them opened their eyes. And as Uchiha Ryuichi and Uchiha Makoto opened their eyes, those looking on saw. One pair revealed 2 Tomo, the other a single Tomo in their newly awakened Sharingan. The 2 boys seemed stunned at first when they saw the crowd's reaction below. But an instant later, overwhelming joy overtook them. They embraced each other, trembling with excitement. The scene left the onlookers utterly speechless, their eyes glued to the awakening Sharingan. Many among the Uchiha, who shared similar fates with Ryuichi and Makoto, broke into spontaneous cheers. Since they could awaken Sharingan, that meant others could too. Many felt a pang of regret. Regret that, at that crucial moment, it hadn't been them stepping up to help Naruto. If only it had been, then it might be them standing up there, eyes blazing with the power of the Sharingan. What none of them realized was that Ryuichi and Makoto's euphoria wasn't just because they'd awakened their Sharingan. It was also that at long last, they had escaped the hellish world in which they'd been trapped. Why is there one Tomo missing in each of their eyes? Itachi, watching the 2 boys clutch each other and sob, couldn't help voicing his confusion. I suppose the stimulation just wasn't enough yet. Naruto replied with a smile. But in truth, it wasn't only about the level of stimulation. After all, the virtual world and the real one could never be exactly the same. Hearing this, both Shursui and Itachi, who knew full well what the pair had just been through, felt their hearts clench. Are you kidding me? After all that, it still wasn't enough? At that moment, a sudden thought struck Naruto, Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. In the future, Itachi would only awaken his Mangekyo because of the death of his closest friend, Shursui. But now, looking at things, it seems Shursui might not have to die after all. With this thought, Naruto turned to Itachi and asked, Itachi, do you want to awaken a Mangekyo Sharingan? Uchiha Itachi. Itachi glanced at Uchiha Ryuichi and Uchiha Makoto, who were not far away and basking in the admiration of the crowd. Then he shook his head and replied, let me think it over. Uchiha clan grounds. The moment the rumor that the virtual helmet could indeed help awaken the Sharingan was confirmed, the Uchiha grounds erupted into chaos and excitement. Many of the Uchiha present were visibly thrilled. Some of them had never awakened the Sharingan at all, while others had Sharingan that stubbornly lingered at a single Tomo, never evolving. Naturally, for every person brimming with excitement, there were also those who looked rather displeased. Standing at the rear, propped on his cane, was the Great Elder. The elders loyal to him gathered behind, their expressions stormy. Great Elder, what should we do? The second elder, standing just behind him, asked in a grave tone. Uchiha Fugaku could completely turn the tide using this so-called virtual helmet. If that happens, everything we've been plotting for these past few years might. He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone present understood the implication. Most of those in the elders' camp already possessed fully awakened 3 Tomo Sharingan. The reason was simple. Those who could evolve their Sharingan to 3 Tomo tended to have very high opinions of themselves and had yet to be tempered by the harsh realities of the world. The more self-important they were, the more oppressed they felt by the treatment accorded to the Uchihas. a sense of injustice that was all too easy to exploit. As a result, they became unwavering supporters of the Elders faction. If this virtual helmet, which could help unlock the Sharingan, spread throughout the clan, it would be a massive blow to the Elders' position. First, the lower-ranking Uchiha. Those who hadn't awakened their Sharingan or were stuck at 1 or 2 Tomo would all start backing Fugaka's line. Then, with the helmet, even more 3 Tomo users would surely emerge from the clan leader's side, shifting the power dynamic and threatening the Elders' long-standing control. That was the last thing the Elders wanted to see. Their true ambition was to become part of the ruling circle in Konoha, perhaps even seizing control of the Hokage's seat. They had been so close to success, until this virtual helmet appeared out of nowhere and threw all their careful plans into disarray. The Great Elder, of course, understood exactly what the Second Elder was implying. Yet, instead of expressing anger or frustration, he gave a slow, deliberate smile. More 3 Tomo Sharingan within the Uchiha? That is a good thing, isn't it? At those words, everyone in the room was caught completely off guard. The Grand Elder, seeing this, explained, "No one knows the nature of the Uchiha clan better than I do. If they haven't awakened their Sharingan, or if they haven't reached the 3rd Tomo, it's one thing. But once they attain the 3 Tomo Sharingan, controlling them becomes much easier. No matter how many 3 Tomo Sharingans Fugaku Uchiha creates, in the end, all of them will be at our disposal. As for the plan, it's only a matter of time." With those words, the Grand Elder prepared to leave. Just as he was about to step out from the crowd, he suddenly turned back and looked at the 2 brothers, Inaho Uchiha and Tekka Uchiha. "You two, stay behind and apologize properly to that Naruto. If he doesn't forgive you, there will be discipline waiting at home." After these instructions, the Grand Elder finally took his leave. Hearing their grandfather's words, the brothers' faces turned exceedingly grim. For them, elite ninjas of the Uchiha clan, to apologize to a boy of only 6 or 7 years old. This was truly difficult to stomach. If they really did that, how could they ever hold their heads high again within the whole Uchiha clan? But when they thought about the house rules, their confidence wavered. "Big brother, what are we going to do?" Tekka glanced over at Naruto Uzumaki, anxiety written on his face as he whispered the question. "What can we do? Of course we have to apologize. Unless you want to get punished by Grandpa." Just as Inaho finished speaking, a sneaky figure was slipping quietly away from the crowd. That person was none other than the instigator of today's incident, or rather, the true culprit, Mei Uchiha. "You little rascal!" Inaho snapped, grabbing hold of Mei Uchiha and giving him a sharp smack across the head. On the other side, having learned that the helmet truly helped with opening the Sharingan, a number of Uchiha clansmen quickly gathered in a circle around Naruto. "Mr. Naruto, could we please use the virtual helmet too?" "That's right. We want to awaken our Sharingans as well." "Mr. Naruto, as long as I can awaken my Sharingan, I'm willing to do anything you ask." Overwhelmed by their earnest pleas, Naruto could only shrug helplessly. "There's nothing I can do about it. Your clansmen not only try to snatch my things, they even try to kick me out." He finished and pointed in the direction of Inaho and Tekka, who were busy lecturing their younger brother. Everyone's gaze shifted to where Naruto was pointing. Feeling the eyes of so many Uchiha clansmen on him, Inaho sensed that trouble was brewing. Just as he was about to steel himself and apologize to Naruto, he heard Naruto continue speaking. Actually, I already brought them the helmet before, but do you know what they said to me? What's the point of letting a bunch of weaklings awaken the Sharingan? When I saw their attitude, I went to look for clan leader Fugaku. The result, as you've all seen for yourselves, is that they attempted to snatch the helmet I was using for testing. Not only that, they tried to stop you all from participating in the test, and even stirred up the crowd's emotions during the process. Naruto's words made the expressions of the surrounding Uchiha clan members turn exceedingly grim. Naturally, among all those present, Uchiha Daho wore the darkest look of all. He desperately wanted to protest that he'd never said any of these things, but he knew full well that any denial or excuse at this point would be pointless. Even if those clansmen realized Naruto was making things up, they'd probably gang up on him for some quick payback, then try to curry favor with Naruto afterward. With this in mind, Daho quickly grabbed hold of Uchiha Taika and Uchiha Mei, who were both gearing up to make a run for it. After all, if 3 people had to take a beating, that was still better than taking it alone. "Big bro, let go of me," wailed Uchiha Mei, seeing a crowd of clansmen advancing toward them. "Yeah, brother, it'd be much better if you took the beating by yourself instead of dragging the rest of us in." Uchiha Taika hurried to agree. "Humph," Daho gave a cold snort. "You think I'm using you as scapegoats? I'm tempering your willpower. If you can't even withstand a little pain like this, how can you hope to be a proper Uchiha?" "Uchiha Mei, Uchiha Taika, brothers, get them." Suddenly, an angry shout erupted from the crowd, and a throng of Uchiha clan members charged at the three brothers. It wasn't long before screams of misery rose up from the center of the group. Watching the tragic scene unfold, Uchiha Shursui thought to himself, I should never cross Naruto in the future. His ability to provoke people, it's honestly terrifying. As the one who'd known Naruto the longest, Shursui was well aware that Naruto had never actually brought the virtual helmet to Daho in the first place. Everything Naruto said just now was pure payback. What made it worse was, Naruto's shadow clone hadn't even suffered a real loss during the incident, and yet he still found a way to get revenge later. That meant Naruto held grudges, deep ones. Noticing that Uchiha Itachi was still lost in thought, his head bowed, Shursui quietly asked, Itachi, what are you thinking about? Itachi glanced briefly at Shursui and then turned to Naruto, asking, this time, helping Ryuichi and Makoto awaken their Sharingan. Was that a special case? Naruto, sparked by curiosity at the question, glanced at him. More or less. Why do you ask? It's better if it's just a special case. Itachi nodded and went on to explain, right now, the Uchiha clan can't afford to have even more people awaken their Sharingan, especially not the three-tomo form. Upon hearing Itachi's words, before Naruto could reply, Shursui spoke up first. Why? Wouldn't having more people awaken the three-tomo Sharingan make Konoha's forces stronger? Seeing how naive Shursui still was, Uchiha Itachi shook his head and replied, the three-tomo appearing now doesn't increase Konoha's strength, it only increases Uchiha's strength. Shursui, haven't you noticed? Most clansmen who awaken the three-tomo Sharingan develop some kind of personality flaw. You and I, those of us without such issues, are the rare exceptions. Hearing Itachi's words, Naruto struggled to hold back his own complaints. No personality flaws? Who are you trying to fool? One of you is gullible enough to buy into the will of fire. The other helped Danzo massacre the whole clan. All for the sake of preventing a coup, and you didn't even spare the children. If you two are examples of healthy personalities, no one would ever believe it. That said, Itachi did have a point. Those who awakened the three-tomo Sharingan always seem to have some sort of defect, whether in character or in their minds. If these people had little actual strength, it might not matter much. They'd just be a little more irritable, cocky, and in need of a good beating. The kind of people you could set straight after a few thrashings. But things were different with the truly gifted ones capable of awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan. Uchiha Bito, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shursui, and even Sasuke all fit that mold. Madara, in the name of peace, listened to Black Zetsu and cast Infinite Tsukuyomi, plunging the world into an endless dream, essentially destroying the entire shinobi world. Obito, in his obsession with a world where Rin still lived, was manipulated by both Madara and Black Zetsu, going so far as to claim the lives of his own teacher and the teacher's wife, throwing the world into the chaos of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Naruto could never let this one slide. Shursui, thoroughly indoctrinated by the will of fire, was easily swayed in any matter that touched on it. For Konoha's peace, and for the sake of the will of fire, he confided the secret of his Manjikyu only to face a tragic end. And then there's Itachi, an even clearer example. When words failed, he turned on his own parents and the entire clan. Sasuke Uchiha may be the only one who didn't start some grand calamity, and every time he veered off track, Naruto's persistent, friendship-fueled fists knocked him right back. All signs pointed to one thing. There really was something wrong with all the Uchiha, in one way or another. Feeling vindicated by this no-personality flaws claim, Shursui nodded, swept up in a sudden sense that he and Itachi were somehow destined to save the Uchiha clan. But as he listened to Itachi's previous words, he began to understand what he meant. Those with the three-tomo truly did have short tempers and intensely self-centered personalities. Seeing that Shursui seemed to have caught his drift, Itachi continued. That's why, if there are too many three-tomo users, it'll make things even worse between the Uchiha and Konoha. Shursui nodded thoughtfully, then turned his eyes toward Naruto. Naruto simply shrugged and said, "Don't worry about it. I've already got a plan in place for you, Uchiha." That's right. Naruto really was prepared. Of course, this didn't mean he would deny the Uchiha clan members the chance to awaken the Sharingan. If only Ryuichi and Seiji, who first experienced it, were allowed to awaken, that would just be a scam, wouldn't it? So Naruto decided to add 2 more tests for any Uchiha who wanted to awaken the Sharingan. Naruto had Grey Wolf install 2 apps into the Uchiha's headgear. One was called Anti-Fraud App. The other was called Psychological Evaluation App. Only after studying and passing the exams on both apps would one qualify to awaken the Sharingan. Naruto explained the idea of the two apps to Shursui and Itachi. Both agreed it was indeed a good approach. Itachi, Shursui, do you want to try it out? Naruto grinned. A score of 90 out of 100 on both apps counts as passing. How about it? Want to give a shot? Hearing this, Itachi nodded and replied, sure. Seeing this, Shursui didn't refuse either. Both believed themselves to be problem-free Uchihas. Deceived by a scam? Psychological issues? Impossible. So, the two once again put on the headsets, embarking on their journey through the anti-fraud and psychological evaluation tests. Meanwhile, the group of Uchiha clan members who previously ganged up on the three Inoue brothers were now persuaded by Uchiha Fugaku to stand down. After everyone put a stop to the fighting, Fugaku explained Naruto's plan to open a virtual headset experience center within the Uchiha compound. When everyone heard that anyone could enter the center and use the headsets, the gathered Uchihas couldn't hide their excited grins. Once the crowd dispersed, Uchiha Fugaku looked toward the three Inoue brothers, who were barely recognizable as themselves after the brawl. Although Fugaku's face remained impassive, inside he was laughing heartily. All right, you three, hurry over to Konoha Hospital for treatment. Fugaku's tone was cold as he spoke. Then he turned to walk in Naruto's direction. Seeing this, Inoue forced himself to endure the pain and followed after Fugaku. Fugaku didn't say anything more. He approached Naruto and smiled as he spoke. Naruto, thank you for today. Rest assured, there won't be any trouble with your experience center. No Uchiha clan member will cause problems there. Seeing Fugaku actually smiling at him, Naruto was left speechless. Uncle Fugaku, maybe you shouldn't smile. It's honestly scarier than seeing you cry. Uchiha Fugaku. At that moment, Uchiha Doujinshi staggered up to Naruto, enduring the pain searing through his entire body. He bowed deeply and said, I apologize for my earlier rashness. Seeing Doujinshi apologize to him, Naruto simply smiled and replied, Don't worry about it. I forgive you. Doujinshi did not get up immediately upon hearing Naruto's words. He took a moment to compose himself before lifting his head and giving Naruto a small smile. Although Doujinshi was smiling on the surface, Naruto could clearly see the deep resentment flickering in the depths of his eyes. Naruto knew he had made an enemy. Given the chance, Doujinshi would not hesitate to stab him in the back. But Naruto wasn't concerned. He had cards up his sleeve now, with Kurama finally released. If Doujinshi tried anything, Naruto was ready to hit him with a tailed beast bomb before he could even blink. After apologizing, Doujinshi took his two brothers and left. Meanwhile, Shursui and Itachi were also taking off their virtual helmets. Neither of them looked particularly pleased. With a cheerful grin, Naruto walked over to the two and asked, So, how did you guys do? What score did you get? When they heard his question, both Shursui and Itachi just shook their heads. Shursui spoke up. Naruto, is your test really reliable? Why did the anti-fraud app only give me 5 points? My score on the psych test was a bit better, 60 points, but I'm still 30 points short of passing. I feel like... Before Shursui could finish his thought, Naruto cut him off. I don't care what you feel. I care about what I feel. If your score isn't passing, that means there's definitely a problem. All the tests in this app are built on socialist values. If you can't pass, it means you have antisocial tendencies, and that's dangerous. Shursui fell silent, at a total loss for words. More importantly, he didn't even know what socialist values were supposed to mean. He turned to look at Itachi. How about you, Itachi? What did you get? Itachi was quiet for a moment before answering. I scored 45 on the anti-fraud test, and only 15 on the psychological assessment. Hearing this, Shursui couldn't help but smile. See? I told you this test was bogus. Even Itachi didn't pass. Naruto was speechless at that. Deep down, he thought, Itachi Uchiha getting 15 points on a psych test. That's actually right on the mark. What are you even laughing about? At that moment, Itachi nodded as well. Honestly, I get the feeling this test is a little questionable. As he spoke, Itachi's mind wandered back to a question from his earlier psychological test. The question went like this. In a hospital ward, one patient has a failing heart. Another needs a new liver. A third's kidneys are shot. The fourth has lost his spleen, and the fifth's lungs are useless. At this moment, an urgent organ transplant was the only hope to save the lives of these 5 people. Meanwhile, an innocent passerby walked past the ward, and Uchiha Itachi, being the doctor, was faced with a choice. Should he seize this innocent person, extract their organs, and use them to save those 5 patients? Itachi made what he believed to be the most correct decision. He sacrificed that solitary individual to save the 5 others. There was another scenario. A ninja had kidnapped Sasuke, demanding that Uchiha Itachi take the life of an entire innocent family. Itachi was once again forced to choose. Because all of this took place in a virtual space, Even the sight of Sasuke being so terrified that he wet his pants seemed uncannily real. Seeing his younger brother held hostage, Itachi decisively chose to temporarily obey the ninja's demands, killing the innocent family to save Sasuke. Naturally, after ensuring Sasuke's safety, he sought vengeance by slaying the ninja, avenging the family's wrongful death. Having succeeded in rescuing Sasuke, Itachi didn't believe his choices were wrong. He felt the same about the previous scenario. Sacrificing one life to save 5 was, in his mind, not a mistake. Naruto had no idea what sort of questions Itachi and Shisui had faced, but he was certain that the questions themselves couldn't be at fault. If there were problems, it could only be with these two participants. After all, the questions had all been downloaded by Grey Wolf from Baidu Encyclopedia at Naruto's request. How could Baidu be wrong? In a ninja world, Baidu would be akin to the ultimate reference, a sacred text. There's even a saying, consult Baidu and you'll meet a quick end. But that was back on Earth. Here in the ninja world, Baidu's authority was second to none. Seeing that the two still regarded the tests with skepticism, Naruto felt that the time had come for them to truly attend a proper class. Itachi, Shisui, I think it's time you two began some real studies. With that, Naruto retrieved 2 computers from his spatial pouch and quickly downloaded several books onto them. Volumes on the core socialist values, treatises on human nature and the philosophy of reason, and finally, a mountain of works about peace and influential classics. Naruto firmly believed that if the two of them could thoroughly absorb these books, they would undoubtedly become representatives of a new generation of outstanding youth. Most importantly, they both possessed the Sharingan. Their speed at reading was astounding. It would only be a matter of time before the will of fire ceased to occupy their hearts, supplanted by ideals of prosperity, democracy, civility, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, and the rule of law. With patriotism, dedication, integrity, and kindness taking root, the active cultivation and practice of the core socialist values would sweep away any trace of that ephemeral will of fire. After handing over the 2 laptops, Naruto reminded them again and again, remember, you must really study these books carefully and truly reflect on them and try to understand. I believe in you both. As long as you completely digest these books, you'll definitely pass the next round of testing. Hearing Naruto's words, the two were still somewhat skeptical. Deep down, they continued to believe that the problem lay with the anti-fraud app and the psychological test app, not with themselves. But neither of them refused to look at the books, because they wanted to prove to Naruto that they were right. Even if they read all these books, there must be something wrong with those app questions. Especially Shisui. In Shisui's mind, how could someone as sharp as himself ever fall for a scam? He found some of the anti-fraud questions utterly ridiculous. For instance, there was one question where a stranger ninja started holding forth about the will of fire. Meeting someone who believed in the will of fire, just as he did, Shisui naturally put his trust in him. And that was it. That was how the question ended. Then there was another scenario where someone suddenly contacted him, claiming to be an agent of the first Hokage. The first Hokage, he was told, hadn't died back then, but was instead gravely injured and now urgently needed money to buy medicine. The first Hokage, he was the very person who proposed the will of fire. And I'm his chosen representative. Even if you don't trust me, surely you trust in our shared faith in the will of fire, don't you? This string of words was enough to utterly disarm Shisui. He handed over all his savings. Is it ridiculous? Absurd even, but is it believable? In fact, it makes a strange kind of sense. This kind of scam might sound clumsy, but in the shinobi world, there are absolutely plausible reasons for it to succeed. Kurizetsu's legendary trickery has already proven that con artists could thrive in the shinobi world. If Kurizetsu wasn't obsessed with reviving his mother, he could have easily become the kingpin of some pyramid scheme, maybe even talk the entire Uchiha clan into working for him. It wouldn't have been a stretch at all. Itachi and Shisui accepted the laptops Naruto passed to them. Naruto smiled as he watched. Study more, observe more, reflect more, and practice more. Someday, you'll realize the world is where the real problem lies, not you. Just as Naruto finished speaking, Sasuke came running over on his chubby little legs. Big brother, Mom says it's time for you both to come home for dinner. Hearing Sasuke's words, Itachi, who had been brooding over whether it was his mistake or the test problem, couldn't help but smile. Seeing Sasuke made Itachi remember the times when his little brother wet his pants. He reached out and ruffled Sasuke's hair, asking, Sasuke, have you wet your pants lately? Sasuke froze. The question immediately brought a flush to Sasuke's cheeks. Naruto took in the whole scene with delight, bursting out with hearty laughter. He laughed, full of amusement. Oh, look at that blush. I bet you've had an accident recently. Upon hearing Naruto's taunting, Sasuke instantly flew into a rage. eager to teach Naruto a lesson right then and there. "I've never wet my pants, you idiot, Naruto." But before Sasuke could lunge at Naruto, Itachi grabbed him and held him back. Well, Sasuke is really impressive. 6 years old, and he's already past wetting his pants. Receiving this praise from his older brother, Sasuke couldn't help but smile, even though something felt a little off about the compliment. Meanwhile, Naruto and Shursui had to stifle their laughter with some effort. Back at the Uchiha family household, Naruto enjoyed a hearty meal prepared personally by Mikoto Uchiha. There was no denying it. There was a reason she was considered one of the top beloved wives in all of Hidden Leaf. Her cooking was simply superb. After eating his fill, Naruto left the Uchiha compound. Today had been quite a fruitful day. Not only had he successfully promoted the virtual helmets among the Uchiha, but he had also witnessed the gradual rise of 2 red stars. Once Shursui and Itachi fully embraced this new banner, then it would be time to introduce the values of socialism to the entire Uchiha clan. By then, the Uchiha would likely be a clan filled with laughter and joy, their fierce tempers redirected into virtual games instead of real-world quarrels. Besides that, there was one more thing. He'd earned himself the resentment of a small adversary. While Naruto was cheerfully making his way home, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi, with a serious expression as he puffed on his pipe, gave instructions to a member of the ANBU. "I want you to conduct a thorough investigation on this Uchiha Mikoto, and then transfer him into the ANBU." "Yes, sir," the ANBU member replied, setting off to begin the assignment. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the unkempt head of Root, Danzo, also gave orders to his own agents to bring Uchiha Mikoto to him. "What do we do once he's here?" a Root ninja inquired. "Once you bring him over, have him temporarily join Root. I want a closer look at what makes him tick." At that, Danzo thought to himself, "You dare have designs on me? Very well. I'll show you firsthand what Root style of education truly means." At the same time, as Uchiha Mikoto was at home celebrating the awakening of his Sharingan with his family, an inexplicable chill suddenly ran down his spine. He couldn't shake the feeling that something bad was about to happen. Naruto arrived home to find Zifa had returned as well. On seeing Naruto, Zifa pointed to a contract on the table. "This is for a property on Konoha's Commercial Street. Take a look. Miss Hua said that if you're not satisfied, you can pick another one." Hearing the name, Miss Hua, Naruto paused in surprise. "Well, so Teacher Zifa went to see Miss Hua again." "That's right. In a new place like Konoha, the only way to buy a house is to go through her. Check it out tomorrow. I'm going to get some rest first." With those words, Zephyr returned to the sealed space. The houses on both sides were ready, and there were enough helmets. Next, he just had to wait for the renovations to be completed for the experience hall to officially open for business. After running it for a while, they could start selling the virtual helmets separately. Naruto thought for a bit. It seemed there was nothing else pressing lately, so he also entered the virtual space. No sooner had he entered than his mother caught hold of him. "Come on, son. Try some of your mom's cooking. See how it measures up against Aunt Mikoto's." Hearing this, Naruto grinned and replied, "No problem." This was an easy question. No matter what his mom made, all he had to do was say it was delicious. A total giveaway. But when Kushina brought out 2 plates for him to taste, Naruto was taken aback. Because, before judging between his mother's and Mikoto Uchiha's cooking, he first had to decide whether his dad's or his mom's food tasted better. If the previous question was a freebie, this one was a real minefield. To keep things fair, Kushina hadn't revealed which dish was hers. Naruto would have to guess that on his own. Just then, Naruto was struck by a memory from the original story. If he remembered right, his dad was described as an all-around super dad, great at everything from cooking to fighting. So surely, his dad's food must taste better than his mom's. Later on, the reason his mom became a homemaker at all was because his dad became Hokage. "This is a piece of cake," Naruto said to himself, grinning with confidence before diving in. Comparing the 2 dishes by taste and texture, the one on the left was clearly better. "So, I choose the dish on the right. This one tastes better, Mom. You made this one, didn't you?" Naruto said with a smile. Minato, who was standing behind them, was at a complete loss for words. He had deliberately made his own dish taste just a little worse, hoping Naruto would pick Kushina's and pass the test. Never in his wildest dreams did he think his son would try to be clever and instead set off a landmine. "Naruto, you really think this dish is the better one?" Kushina asked, not at all angry. In fact, her tone was quite calm. Yes, absolutely," Naruto replied. "I see." Kushina nodded thoughtfully, then turned to Minato. "Minato, it looks like I need to practice my cooking. You'll be helping me from now on." Minato. He understood. For the foreseeable future, he wouldn't be able to play games with Kurama and the others or go hang out in the virtual world. Hearing his mom's words, Naruto realized he must have guessed wrong. But thankfully, the one taking the fall for his mistake was his dad. Dad, I acknowledge you now. You will become the greatest shadow of the pot. With the break of dawn, Naruto returned once again to his days of school and training. Recently, there truly wasn't much to do. He just had to wait for both new homes to finish renovations and for the virtual helmet experience store to get ready for business. For Naruto, life passed by quietly and uneventfully. But over in the Uchiha clan, things were anything but calm. A storm was brewing. It all started because both the third Hokage and Danzo of the Elder Council set their eyes on one member of the Uchiha Sincerity. The third Hokage wished to bring Sincerity into the elite Umbu unit directly under his command. Danzo, on the other hand, wanted him for root. With that, Danzo and the third Hokage began a tug-of-war, each unwilling to let go of such a talent. In those days, Uchiha Sincerity found himself the center of attention within the entire Uchiha clan. It was rare to see both titans of the village competing to secure an Uchiha like this. After all, the upper echelons of Konoha were hardly fond of the Uchiha. When the clan's great elder learned of this, he went directly to Sincerity. Sincerity, you are among the finest of our clan. This is an excellent opportunity for us to get a foothold within the upper ranks of Konoha. I hope you will choose the third Hokage, not Shimura Danzo. Faced with this request from the great elder, Sincerity could not refuse. In truth, he simply didn't have the power to. His whole family lived within the Uchiha district, and with the elder's authority and influence, it would be all too easy for him to make trouble for Sincerity or his kin. In the end, Uchiha Sincerity opted for the third, agreeing to become his direct subordinate within Umbu. Naturally, the Uchiha clan leader, Fugaku, was watching all this unfold from the sidelines. He could not quite figure out why an Uchiha who had just awakened his single Tomo Sharingan would attract so much attention from the village's two giants. Full of doubts, Fugaku sought out another Umbu member, his own son, Uchiha Itachi. These days, Itachi had been absent from work, devoting every day to poring over the various red-covered books that Naruto had given him. Prosperity, democracy, civility, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, the rule of law, patriotism, dedication, integrity, friendship. This is the true will of fire, he murmured. In Itachi's eyes, the ideals held within these red books shone far brighter than the platitudes of the third Hokage. This, he thought, was the true will of fire, not just to light up the village but the whole shinobi world. Naruto is right. We are not the ones who are wrong. What's wrong is the world itself, the rotten institutions of this society. This world doesn't belong to us, the strong, the powerful, nor to the privileged nobles and daimyos. It belongs to the people. The food we eat is grown by the people, the clothes we wear are made by the people, and the very houses we live in were built by the hands of the masses. I was wrong. I only saw the cruelty of war, yet failed to see the suffering it brings to ordinary people. In these books, Itachi Uchiha not only glimpsed the ideas wrapped in red, but also found the true key to peace. What is the key to peace? Of course, it is resources. Why is it that wars never reach the territories of the feudal lords? The answer is simple, because the lords hold all the resources in their hands. Ninja become the blade in the hands of these lords precisely because it is the lords who command the resources needed by the ninja villages. All of a sudden, Itachi felt an urge to leave the village, to see firsthand the lives of ordinary people beyond its walls. The only real-world lesson Itachi had received over the years was when his father brought him to the battlefield. It was then that he witnessed the harsh reality of war. But this time, what he wanted to observe was the daily life of ordinary people and how war shaped their existence. Having sorted out his thoughts, Itachi closed his laptop and murmured, "Ninjutsu can never save the shinobi world. To abandon the way of the ninja for the way of the farmer. That is the only path to save our world." Indeed, Itachi's ideas were, at their core, not so different from what Naruto once hoped for, to harness the strength of ninja in order to improve the lives of the people. If Naruto could see Itachi's transformation, he would no doubt be astonished. Astonished that a handful of revolutionary works could so utterly transform Itachi's worldview. At this very moment, Itachi seemed almost like someone who had traveled from another world, his ambitions reaching for the skies. At the doorway, Fugaku Uchiha stood listening to the murmurs coming from his son's room. What Itachi was saying now sounded like outright rebellion. From the perspective of all those in the shinobi world, nations belong to the lords and their nobles. Naturally, the so-called commoners belonged to them as well. It wasn't just the common people. Even ninja were nothing more than weapons forged for the use of those in power. Should anyone in the shinobi world learn of Itachi's thoughts, he would be cast out, utterly rejected by ninja society. Itachi, how could he change like this? Elsewhere, Shursui Uchiha, just like Itachi, had been shaken to his core by these revolutionary ideas. He had once been a steadfast believer in the will of fire. But now, standing before the blazing glow of these red ideals, he saw how insignificant that will truly was. Should anyone try to persuade him now with talk of the will of fire, he'd answer with the fervor of the red vision and cut their arguments to pieces. Thus, two brilliant red stars gradually rose above the hidden leaf. They would become pioneers for the entire shinobi world, pillars upon which true peace could be built. Their hearts no longer beat for this tiny village alone, but for the suffering masses throughout the world. Naruto, who had no idea about the changes happening with Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui, was still attending classes at school, completely unaware of anything out of the ordinary. Lately, Naruto's days had taken on a steady rhythm. Each morning, under Zifa's guidance, he would train together with Lee. After their practice, it was off to school. During class, Naruto would either team up with a few friends for a round of online games, or play silly, bonding games with his deskmate Hinata, like Kitchen Mischief, Bean Drop, or guessing games, all to strengthen their friendship. Once school let out, Lee went off for his solo training, while Naruto began practicing his nin abilities. Recently, Naruto had been focused on developing his very own nin beast, and his progress had been quite promising. He figured it wouldn't be long before he could truly manifest his nin beast. As for his evenings, aside from mealtime, most were spent gaming inside the seal's inner world. Though the virtual world could be considered a game, Naruto still found clicking a mouse and tapping away at a keyboard more fun. To be fair, a big part of this was that the virtual world just felt too empty, far too few players wandering around its vast expanses. Kurama, meanwhile, had crafted himself a beautiful Ari wife, but after a few days of novelty, even he went back to his usual DNF brick-swinging grind. The reason was simple. The virtual space was just too lonely, not even enough people to banter with. Today was different. Naruto didn't group up with his friends for games. Instead, he lay sprawled across his desk, fast asleep. While Naruto drifted in peaceful slumber, Sasuke approached quietly, a bit awkward and hesitant. The sound of movement next to him made Naruto stir. He slowly opened his eyes, puzzled, and asked, "Sasuke? What's up?" Sasuke hesitated, but after a moment, as if working up his courage, he said, "Naruto, I heard you can help my clan awaken the Sharingan." Naruto instantly understood what Sasuke was after. "Oh, you want to awaken your Sharingan too?" Sasuke nodded eagerly. Sasuke actually had a long-standing frustration. His father always compared him to his older brother. He never really minded. After all, his brother was insanely talented, far out of Sasuke's reach, no matter how hard he tried. But lately, for some reason, his brother had been hiding away in his room, no longer playing or teaching him how to throw shuriken. To Sasuke, it could only mean one thing. He was too stupid, too hopeless at learning, and that was why he was being ignored. So, when Sasuke heard Naruto might have a way to help awaken the Sharingan, he decided he had to ask him for help. Naruto didn't know what Sasuke was thinking. If he had, he probably would have laughed and said, "Your big bro isn't ignoring you because you're dumb. He's just lost in the crimson tide of his own obsession." "So what do you say, Naruto?" Sasuke asked, summoning all his determination. "If you help me awaken the Sharingan, I'll grant you a favor, anything you want." It had taken every ounce of willpower for Sasuke to say those words. But to him, any sacrifice was worth it if it could make his brother finally see him in a new light. Besides, what kind of outrageous request could Naruto, a 6-year-old rascal, possibly make? At most, it would just be for some snacks or a bowl of ramen. When Sasuke heard that Naruto would grant him one condition, his eyes instantly lit up. Then, his expression grew serious as he said, "Sasuke, are you truly ready? Awakening the Sharingan is no simple feat." Seeing Naruto's grave demeanor, Sasuke nodded earnestly. "I am ready." "Very well. After school this afternoon, come with me to the forest where I train." Realizing that he could learn to awaken the Sharingan today, Sasuke's eyes shone with anticipation. He hadn't expected Naruto to agree so readily. The school day ended, and the afternoon soon arrived. Naruto walked ahead with his backpack, while Sasuke followed close behind, his excitement barely contained. Once they arrived at the forest, Naruto didn't use the clone jutsu to summon Kurapika for his own nin training. Instead, his gaze settled directly on Sasuke. "All right, Sasuke, since you say you're ready, time to put on this dress." Sasuke, who had been brimming with excitement just a moment ago, was suddenly dumbfounded by Naruto's words. Before Sasuke could recover, Naruto had already reached into his space backpack and produced a girl's outfit along with an instant camera. Seeing Sasuke's astonished expression, Naruto held up the dress and camera, saying, "Putting on a dress is the right attitude when you're asking for a favor. It's the bare minimum of courtesy and respect." Sasuke was utterly flabbergasted by Naruto's completely illogical reasoning. "I've never heard of having to wear a dress just to ask someone for help. You moron. And what's with the camera? What are you planning?" Naruto shrugged. "You said it yourself. If I help you awaken your Sharingan, you'll grant me a request. As for the camera, oh, don't worry about it. It's just to capture a beautiful moment." Sasuke was speechless. "My head may break and my blood may flow, but I absolutely will not let you succeed with that outrageous request." "Oh, so it seems you don't really want to awaken your Sharingan after all." With those words, Naruto packed away the dress and the camera, turning as if to leave. At that same moment, inside the sealed space, Kushina Uzumaki was not pleased to see Naruto letting Sasuke off the hook so easily, and she waved her fists in frustration. "Naruto, you should have just forced Sasuke to put it on. How could you just let him go so quickly?" Hearing Kushina's words, Minato Namikaze, standing by her side, looked helpless. Kushina. After all, Sasuke is Mikoto's son. He's your nephew, too. Isn't this a bit much? Besides, he's only 6. Making him wear a dress and all that, it might affect his psyche." Before Minato Namikaze could finish explaining, Kushina Uzumaki interrupted directly. "It's precisely because he's only 6. If he were 16, how would you get him to dress up as a girl? Hokage, you saw it too. 16-year-old Sasuke would be a whole different challenge." Minato Namikaze was left momentarily speechless by Kushina's words, unable to form a proper rebuttal. Cutting back to Sasuke's side, seeing that Naruto truly was about to leave, Sasuke's heart twisted in turmoil. As Naruto's figure was about to disappear from sight, Sasuke, after much struggle, finally made up his mind. "Well, it's just dressing up as a girl this once." With that thought, Sasuke called out to Naruto's departing back. "All right, I'll do it. I'll put on the dress." Naruto, who was just about to walk away, couldn't help but smile. "I knew you'd cave in." Saying this, Naruto once again produced the dress and his camera. He tossed the outfit to Sasuke to change into and wasted no time circling around to snap photos from every angle. In no time, pictures started sliding out of the instant camera, one after another. "Perfect, that helpless look in your eyes. Sasuke, you really know how to work the camera. Keep it up, yes. This last one, that numb, resigned expression, truly captures the change in your character." As the camera's shutter snapped again and Naruto's commentary continued, Sasuke couldn't help but shed tears of humiliation. At the same time, he swore silently to himself. Once he awakened his Sharingan, he would definitely make Naruto pay. "All right, that's enough." Naruto shook the stack of photos in his hand and grinned. Hearing this, Sasuke immediately ripped off the dress and tore it to shreds right then and there. He swore this would be the one and only time in his life. "Okay, Naruto, it's time for you to help me awaken my Sharingan." Sasuke had not forgotten the true purpose behind his ordeal. "Yup, it's about time." As he spoke, Naruto pulled out a virtual headset. The moment Sasuke saw the device, his anger dissolved into excitement. After all, he'd heard from the villagers. Naruto had helped people in his clan awaken the Sharingan with that very helmet. "All right, put on. First, you'll do a couple of quizzes. 90 points is passing. Once you pass, I'll help you awaken the Sharingan." Sasuke was taken aback at first when he heard there was still a quiz, then quickly felt as if he was being made a fool. "Are you kidding me? I already dressed up. Why do I still have to take a quiz?" Dressing up is one thing. The quiz is another. The two don't conflict at all. Anyone who awakens the Mangekyo has to pass these quizzes fair and square. Naruto's words made Sasuke more indignant than ever. He took a deep breath, put the headset on his head, and entered the virtual space to begin the quiz. Seeing Sasuke working on his exercises, Naruto didn't idle around either. He summoned Kurapika and continued receiving guidance on how to train his nin abilities. As Kurapika emerged, he cast a rather peculiar glance at both Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto noticed this and asked in confusion, "Kurapika, why are you looking at me like that?" Kurapika coughed softly and asked, "So what do you think about Sasuke?" Naruto was left speechless by the question. "What do I think about that guy? Not much. His emotional intelligence is lacking, his smarts are questionable, and he loves showing off. Lady Kushina mentioned, there's an engagement between you and Sasuke." When Naruto heard this, he nearly spat out blood in disbelief. What's going on? He's a guy." Kurapika let out a dry chuckle. "Honestly, it's just a joke. But Grey Wolf says he can invent a pill that guarantees a 100% gender transformation." "No way. Is my mom seriously planning to turn Sasuke into a girl and make him her daughter-in-law?" Naruto was utterly stunned. "Kurapika, shook his head. She never said that directly, but judging by how excited she seemed, it wouldn't surprise me if she was aiming for something like that. Kurapika glanced at Sasuke, who was wearing his helmet, and went on. So, you'd better be mentally prepared. Oh my god, Mom, she really can cause quite a stir. Naruto was utterly exasperated. But whether Sasuke would be turned into a girl or not ultimately depended on himself. Right now, both Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki could only observe everything happening from within the seal. They couldn't interfere. The two of them were merely fragments of consciousness condensed from chakra, unable to possess Naruto's shadow clones or show themselves in the real world. Thinking about Grey Wolf's gender-changing pill, Naruto found it rather intriguing. He made up his mind to have Grey Wolf actually create one when he found the time. Meanwhile, inside the sealed space. Oh dear, why did Kurapika have to spill my thoughts to Naruto? Kushina Uzumaki sighed in near defeat. Minato Namikaze looked on with resignation. Kushina, don't tell me you really planned on turning Sasuke into a girl? Kushina nodded. At first I really did, but after thinking of Hinata, I gave up. Hinata's just too adorable. Relief washed over Minato when he heard this. He couldn't help but feel that, ever since Kushina discovered the internet, she'd become more unpredictable than ever. Especially with the influence of Fujoshi culture, Minato could only worry. Thankfully, their relationship as a couple hadn't been affected by any of it. As for their son, Kushina could play around however she pleased. Wasn't that what sons were for anyway? Anyway, since I'm already labeled as the scapegoat shadow, it wouldn't be a bad thing to let Naruto become the strongest scapegoat around. Scapegoat here is short for son who takes the blame. But giving the gender-bending potion to either the third Hokage or Danzo might be quite interesting. If that happened, maybe their illusory romance could actually turn into the real thing. Minato Namikaze was at a loss for words. Let's shift our focus back to Naruto. Thanks to Kurapika's careful guidance and assistance, Naruto managed to conjure up a nun beast. The nun beast was about as tall as 6-year-old Naruto, and its whole build, hairstyle, and clothing looked exactly like Naruto himself. The only difference was the nun beast didn't have any facial features. Besides that, there were the nun beast's hands. All 10 of its fingers were bizarrely shaped, which made Kurapika feel rather intrigued. The way a nun beast takes form actually depends on the imagination of the user. Kurapika had seen plenty of different nun beasts, some with bestial forms like mighty gorillas or fearsome lions and tigers. Others appeared in human form. Human-shaped nun beasts generally didn't care about facial details. As long as the outline was human, that was enough. These typically were summoned in large numbers, overwhelming their opponents through sheer quantity in battle. Then there were the pure clones, double bodies that looked identical to the summoner. These could double the user's attack power and confuse the enemy. But Naruto's nun beast defied easy explanation for Kurapika. It looked like a clone, but lacked facial features, and its strange fingers made it easy to distinguish between the real Naruto and the duplicate. If he wanted a simple human-shaped nun beast, why just summon one? Judging by its overall nun capacity, the single nun beast's offensive power should be high. But in Kurapika's opinion, straightforward clones had broader practical uses. After all, a pure nun beast clone would be much more useful than a shadow clone. When a shadow clone gets hit, it vanishes in a puff of smoke. But a nun beast, as long as the user keeps emitting nun within a set range, will persist and not disappear. Even if the nun beast is defeated, after a short time, it can be summoned again. Noticing the perplexed look on Kurapika's face, Naruto was just about to explain how powerful his nun beast really was. But before Naruto could speak, he noticed that Sasuke had already finished his quiz and had taken off his helmet. Sasuke paused for a second after removing the helmet, then furiously hurled it at Naruto. You damn idiot. Naruto, you tricked me again. Huh? How'd I trick you? Naruto asked in genuine confusion, catching the helmet. There's no way I could score only 15 points on anti-fraud, and that psychological test was only 65. Hearing Sasuke's outburst, Naruto's face was a mask of utter shock. He wasn't shocked because Sasuke scored too low. In fact, the score was surprisingly high, especially on the psychological test. When it came to the anti-fraud test, Naruto didn't expect Sasuke to get many points. After all, Sasuke was still young and inexperienced. As for someone like Shui, well, he was a true exception. The moment you talked to him about the will of fire, his intelligence would instantly plummet into the negatives. What truly stunned Naruto was Sasuke's psychological evaluation score, 65 points, which was far higher than Uchiha Itachi's. But soon enough, Naruto figured out why. Much like the anti-fraud test, Sasuke's high psychological score was due to his young age. At this stage, his worldview and values weren't fully formed, so he answered entirely based on instinct and feeling. Right now, Sasuke had no real sense of right and wrong. As the saying goes, what bad intentions could a child possibly have? And if they did have any mischief, a few scoldings would usually put an end to it. So in the end, it wasn't surprising that Sasuke scored so highly on the psychological test. Your score is pretty high, isn't it? You even outperformed Sure and Itachi. Naruto's words caught Sasuke off guard. Sasuke knew of Sure. He was a genius, just like his brother Itachi. But hearing Naruto say his score was even higher than either of theirs. At first, Sasuke couldn't help but feel a hint of pride. But it didn't take long for him to realize something wasn't right. There was no way his score could actually be higher than his brother's. Naruto was clearly just messing with him. With this thought, Sasuke grew even more annoyed, and without another word, he charged straight at Naruto, determined to teach him a lesson. As Sasuke rushed forward, Naruto turned to Kurapika with a grin and said, "Perfect. Now I've got an opponent. Let me show you what my nun beast can do." Sasuke also noticed Kurapika standing beside Naruto. At first, seeing an adult there made him a little nervous. But when he saw Kurapika take a few steps back, his confidence immediately returned. "Damn it, Naruto, just you wait." With that, Sasuke kicked fiercely at Naruto's midsection. Naruto, however, dodged the attack with ease. Sasuke had been trained by Uchiha Itachi himself. His taijutsu was nothing to scoff at. Among kids his own age, he rarely met a match. He unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, but Naruto sidestepped every blow without breaking a sweat. Before long, Sasuke was left bent over, hands on his knees, and breathing heavily, clearly exhausted. Already out of steam? If that's the case, it's my turn to attack. With just a thought, Naruto sent his nun beast dashing toward Sasuke. Sasuke had no idea what this faceless beast was, but he was certain it had to be Naruto's doing. Seeing the nun beast charging straight at him, Sasuke braced himself for the impending clash. Just as the beast of thought came within a meter of Sasuke, its form flickered and vanished from where it had stood. Although Sasuke hadn't caught the creature's movement, Kurapika, who had been watching the whole time, noticed what happened. It had just used Shave, one of the 6 styles. By now, the beast was crouched behind Sasuke, poised with hands ready to perform a certain infamous technique. The moment Kurapika saw both hands, he froze in surprise. He finally understood why the creature's 5 fingers looked so bizarre. The beast's 5 fingers could merge together in different combinations. For example, when the 2 index fingers were joined, they formed a sharp cone. The 2 middle fingers, when combined, created a circular shape. Bringing together the 2 ring fingers resulted in a cylindrical form. Just imagining the sensation of all these strange shapes entering one's body made Kurapika shudder. "Naruto, this is just too twisted." Naruto just laughed at Kurapika's outburst. "You're only seeing the surface. Don't forget, this is a beast of thought. It's got special abilities. Just like your 5-finger chain, every finger of my beast has a unique power. It's just that the conditions for activating those powers are a little unconventional." Kurapika wanted badly to retort. "Don't you lump my chain jail in with your beast tricks. I can't afford that kind of embarrassment." While Naruto and Kurapika were exchanging words, the thought beast doppelganger had already sprung into action. A whistling wind sounded from behind, startling Sasuke. Before he could react, the sensation of being poked hit him, and within a few heartbeats, his stamina surged back to its peak. But even so, no matter how much energy he regained, his young heart was not so easily healed from the trauma. "Damn you, Naruto! Just you wait." With a furious shout, Sasuke spun around and sprinted toward the Uchiha clan grounds. He was determined to find his big brother to deal with that troublemaker Naruto. "Hey, I just helped you recover your strength. Aren't you being a little ungrateful?" Naruto yelled after Sasuke's retreating figure. Even Kurapika was speechless at this point. Who would have thought that Naruto's beast could be so perverse, using such a bizarre attack to restore stamina and heal injuries? "Naruto, I get the feeling your beast has more tricks up its sleeve, doesn't it?" "Of course," Naruto replied proudly, then started to explain. "You saw the Millennium Strike with the ring fingers. That one channels Enhancement Nun to restore stamina and heal wounds. The same move with the middle fingers uses the properties of Enhancement Nun too, but instead of healing, it boosts strength and speed for a short time. The 1,000-year stab with my index finger is a technique that uses emission-type Nun. So far, I've only developed abilities with these 3 fingers, since I haven't figured out transformation-type Nun yet. I still don't know what the thumb and pinky are going to do." After listening to Naruto's explanation, Kurapika fell into deep thought. Naruto had unique and creative ideas for developing both his Nun beasts and his personal Nun techniques, and every ability he had crafted so far was undeniably practical. Though Naruto might not be like himself, Able to channel a full 100% from all 5 of the basic nin categories, he could still push 4 of the 6 nin disciplines to an impressive level. But the whole idea of a special move called Thousand-Year Stab left Kurapika slightly speechless. After all, those ring and middle fingers were meant to grant buffs to his teammates, but giving someone a 1,000-year stab just to boost them? The very thought was mortifying. No sane person would ever agree to such a thing. In other words, those 2 abilities were practically useless. Unless Naruto forced a little healing along with it. Meanwhile, Sasuke returned home in tears. As he walked in, he spotted Itachi about to head out. Noticing how distraught his brother looked, Itachi asked, puzzled, "Sasuke, what's wrong?" "It's that bastard Naruto." With that, Sasuke recounted everything that had just happened. "So, Naruto tricked you into wearing a dress, then tricked you again into doing homework, and refused to help you awaken your Sharingan, and finally fought you, and only won by using dirty tricks?" After hearing Itachi's summary, Sasuke nodded. "Yeah, brother. I want you to go teach him a lesson." "All right," Itachi responded simply, leading Sasuke out the door to find Naruto. Truthfully, Itachi wasn't too concerned about Naruto deceiving Sasuke. In fact, he didn't even see it as deception. From the very start, Naruto had made it clear. If you wanted to awaken the Sharingan, you had to do the assignments. As for the cross-dressing, well, Itachi wouldn't mind seeing that himself. But the 1,000-year stab was a little out of line, especially since Sasuke was still so young. Just as the 2 of them stepped outside, they ran into Uchiha Shursui. When Shursui learned they were off to see Naruto, he tagged along. And so, the 3 so-called Uchiha fools set out together to the spot where Naruto was training. At that moment, Naruto was experimenting with developing transformation-type nin abilities, like making his nun take on the properties of lightning or become sticky like glue. Just envisioning these possibilities made Naruto feel a bit unethical. While Naruto was absorbed in his training, Itachi, Shursui, and Sasuke arrived to confront him. Sasuke stood behind his older brother and Shursui, glaring daggers at Naruto. Naruto, paying no mind to Sasuke's expression, simply greeted Itachi and Shursui. "Itachi, Shursui, how's the training going for you two?" Upon hearing Naruto's question, Itachi, who had originally intended to stand up for his younger brother, immediately forgot all about it. "Thank you, Naruto. You've shown me what communism truly means and what the core values of socialism are." Seeing Itachi's speech full of revolutionary zeal, Naruto nodded in satisfaction and turned to Shursui. Shursui, equally stirred, exclaimed, "Naruto, I understand now. Only the red will is the true will of fire. Thank you for sharing such precious knowledge with me." Seeing that the 2 of them had both been transformed by the glorious red conviction, Naruto felt genuinely pleased. In contrast, Sasuke, standing behind Itachi, looked completely bewildered. "Brother, weren't you here to help me get revenge?" Itachi snapped back to the present at Sasuke's words, realizing the purpose of his visit. "Naruto, you may lead us with your shining red ideology, but bullying Sasuke is still crossing the line." "Huh? How did I bully him?" Naruto looked puzzled, turning to Sasuke. "How exactly did I bully you?" Sasuke grew even angrier at seeing Naruto's confusion. "I begged you to help me awaken my Sharingan, but you made me dress as a girl. Worse still, you took photos. I thought that after I put on the dress, you'd help me unlock my Sharingan, but no. You even made me solve 2 sets of problems, saying I could only awaken it if I passed. And then you beat me with the most shameless move. I can't accept this." After hearing Sasuke's accusations, even Shursui, who had no idea what was going on, turned his gaze to Naruto. Naruto merely shrugged. "You asked for my help, and you said you'd grant me a request. Making you wear a dress was totally justified. As for the tests, that was the deal from the very start. Complete both sets and pass, and only then do you get the Sharingan power-up. As for why I poked Sasuke's, well, that's actually a new medical ninja technique called anima therapy. Didn't any of you ask Sasuke how he felt afterward? Wasn't he completely refreshed? All his exhaustion gone?" At this, Itachi turned to look at Sasuke, and with a flushed face, Sasuke nodded. Naruto gave a wry smile and shrugged again. "See? It was all a misunderstanding. If Sasuke wants to awaken the Sharingan, all he has to do is answer the questions. As long as he passes, I'll make it happen instantly." "How did Sasuke score before?" Shursui asked, genuinely curious about how many points Sasuke could get. 15 points on the anti-fraud test, 65 on the psychological assessment. Upon hearing his little brother's scores, Itachi's face lit up with pride. Sasuke's anti-fraud score beat Shursui's, and his psychological assessment topped his own. Itachi's current expression resembled that of an old father, finally seeing his child pass an exam at last. Itachi and Sasuke are really well suited for the red way of thinking. Shirsue's words caught Itachi by surprise for a moment. He then turned to look at Sasuke. Seeing the confusion on Sasuke's face, Itachi nodded and said, "Indeed, the seeds of the Red Way must be planted while they're young." Itachi and Shirsue exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in agreement. Then, Itachi reached into a shoulder bag and took out a laptop, handing it to Sasuke. "Sasuke, you must study what's inside carefully. If you learn it well, you'll soon awaken your Sharingan." Sasuke didn't believe what Naruto had said, but when it came to his brother, he trusted him completely, without a shred of doubt. "All right, brother, I won't let you down." After giving Sasuke the laptop, Itachi walked up to Naruto and said, "Today was all just a misunderstanding." Still, Sasuke did get bullied. "Naruto, just hand over those photos you took of Sasuke in a dress, and we'll call it even." Although Itachi's face remained calm and composed, Naruto could catch a faint spark of anticipation and longing in his eyes. "Holy, you really are the ultimate big brother, Uchiha Itachi." Of course, there's no way Naruto was going to keep such precious, commemorative photos all to himself. He raised his eyebrows at Itachi, then pulled a thick stack of photos from his storage pouch and handed them over. Itachi took the photos without a change of expression, then calmly slipped them into his chest pocket. Sasuke witnessed the whole exchange between Naruto and his brother, and inwardly felt as though a stampede of divine beasts was thundering through his mind. He thought his brother would immediately burn those humiliating photos of him in a dress, but he was actually keeping them. Seeing Sasuke's look of complete disbelief, Itachi cleared his throat and solemnly said, "Sasuke, I have 10 photos of you dressed as a girl. If you can pass 10 tests for me, I'll return these photos one at a time." "What kind of tests?" Sasuke asked. Itachi pointed to the laptop Sasuke hugged to his chest. "Of course, tests about the Red Way of thinking. Each month, I'll give you a quiz. If you pass, you get 1 photo back." Hearing his brother's words, Sasuke finally understood. "So, everything you're doing, brother, is for me? I'll definitely study hard." Meanwhile, standing to the side, Naruto couldn't help thinking that Itachi was surprisingly cunning. After all, Naruto hadn't actually given him 10 photos but more than 30. Even if Sasuke managed to ace all the tests, there would still be over 20 photos left in Itachi's hands. Naturally, Naruto himself had dozens more of those photos squirreled away as a collection. One can only say, Sasuke is still much too naive. After everything with Sasuke was settled, Itachi handed him the computer and told him to head home first. As expected from the ultimate Uchiha big brother, Naruto sighed with a touch of admiration after Sasuke left. Ahem. Itachi cleared his throat twice, easing the slight awkwardness. Then, he turned to Naruto with a serious look. "Naruto, I've decided to leave the Hidden Leaf Village. I want to see the real face of the shinobi world and the lives of the people at the bottom." Hearing Itachi's words, even before Naruto could respond, Shirsue stepped forward. "Itachi, you really are my truest friend. I happen to share the exact same thought. All my life, I put the interests of the village first. They call it the will of fire, but I've come to realize what the village values is just the well-being of our small community. Only by stepping outside the village can we see what the shinobi world as a whole needs. Only then can we build genuine peace. Democracy isn't the preserve of any one class. It's an achievement wrestled from centuries of human struggle. The shinobi world has struggled for far too long. It's time we changed this twisted world." As Shirsue spoke, his eyes blazed with passionate conviction. Beside him, Itachi nodded vigorously, and finally, the two pressed their fists together in determined solidarity. "Let's spread the red flame of our will across the entire shinobi world." Naruto, deep in the forest. Once more, Itachi and Shirsue slipped on their virtual helmets to answer questions in the simulation. Their desire to leave the village, Naruto had no objections. In fact, he was wholeheartedly in favor. And truth be told, Naruto very much wanted to leave the village himself. If he could get out, he'd be able to travel to the ruins of a land of whirlpools and fetch the Shinigami mask. That way, he could release his father, Minato Namikaze's soul and bring him back to life. But how could he resurrect his father? Naruto had already discussed this at length with Grey Wolf. All it would take was for Grey Wolf to invent a cloning machine, then Naruto would sneak out and dig up a bit of genetic material from his father's grave. They could clone a new body for Minato. The real problem, of course, was how to actually get out of the village. There was no way the third Hokage would ever allow it. Even if Naruto brought up the fact that his father had been the previous Hokage, Hiruzen would probably still veto the idea. How on earth am I supposed to leave the village? Naruto racked his brain, but in the end he decided to head into the sealed space and ask the others if they had any ideas. Leave the village? Absolutely not. Naruto, you're still too young. As soon as Naruto brought up his plan, Minato gave a decisive refusal. Kushina nodded in firm agreement, adding, "Your dad is right. You're only 6 years old. Even if you're talented, leaving the village is far too dangerous." Hearing this, Zephyr nodded in agreement. "I don't think you should leave the village either. Don't forget, the Akatsuki are still out there, with Obito and Black Zetsu watching our every move. Even if they're not planning to collect the tailed beast just yet, if they see someone as young as you wandering outside, who knows? They might just snatch you up ahead of schedule." Realizing all three elders were against him leaving, Naruto shifted his gaze to Grey Wolf and Kurapika, hoping for support. Before they could speak, Kurama, headphones perched on his ears, took them off, his voice ringing out with his usual arrogance. "TCH, so what if Naruto leaves the village? Nothing's happening as long as I'm here. If anyone dares to mess with him, I'll pound them into the ground. Don't forget, I'm the strongest nine-tails there is." "Hold on, let me cut in for a second." Minato Namikaze raised his hand. "You're not the nine-tails. You're 4.5 tails. Half of you is still inside my body. And let's not forget, the Rinnegan and Mangekyo are still floating around out there somewhere." Kurama snorted. "TCH, even with just 4.5 tails, I'm unbeatable. As for the Rinnegan and Mangekyo, what of them? I'm not afraid of any of those eyes." Having spoken his piece, Kurama promptly put his headphones back on. "Anyway, I need to get back to my team. They can't win without me. You all keep discussing. Leave me out of it." With that, Kurama returned to his game as if nothing in the world could bother him. "Seriously, you sewer-class teammates need to stop joining teams. Even as freeloaders, this is a new low. If the team fails, don't blame me for not holding back. My arsenal of insults has over 1,000 ready to go." Naruto gave Kurama an exasperated sideways glance, finding him utterly speechless. I don't think Naruto should leave the village either. This time, it was Kurapika who spoke up. "Don't forget, our 2 experienced stores are about to open. If you leave now, who's going to handle it? And if you want to get the Shinigami mask, Itachi and Shursui could fetch it for you. There's no need to go in person." Kurapika's sensible words had everyone in the room nodding in agreement, except for Grey Wolf, who clearly had a different opinion. "Actually, I don't think it's impossible for Naruto to go out," Grey Wolf said. "It's just, he himself doesn't actually have to leave." Hearing this, Naruto eagerly asked, "Grey Wolf, do you have an idea?" Grey Wolf nodded confidently. "Don't forget, we have virtual helmets. I just need to build a robot, and then, using the neural interface, you can control it remotely from here." Grey Wolf's idea made Naruto's eyes light up. But almost immediately, he realized the flaw in the plan, the issue of signal transmission. It's a great idea, but how are we going to solve this signal problem? The signal issue is easy to solve. We can launch satellites. If satellites don't work, you can bring several signal emitters with you when you leave the village. Wherever you go, you just plug one in. Once all the signals are linked together, you won't have to worry about being out of range. After Grey Wolf explained his idea, Naruto found it very feasible. Minato Namikaze, however, raised a new question. "Grey Wolf, by your reasoning, does that mean those of us sealed inside this space could also connect to outside robots through the neural interface?" Grey Wolf shook his head and replied, "Zifa, Kurapika, and I should be able to, but you and Kushina probably can't. You both exist here only as chakra-based consciousness, more like shadow clones. If your consciousness were to leave the sealed space, it might disappear entirely." "I see." Minato nodded, not appearing particularly disappointed. In contrast, Kushina seemed a bit wistful. In truth, she would have loved to stroll through the world outside. At that moment, Naruto approached Kushina and Minato with a reassuring smile. "Dad, Mom, don't worry. I promise I'll bring you both back as soon as possible." "So, Naruto, are you planning to leave the village using Grey Wolf's method?" Minato asked. "Yes, I want to retrieve the Shinigami mask. My goal is to bring you back first. With you here, well, I think everything I want to do will be much easier." Minato chuckled warmly. "Is it that much simpler to get things done with a living Hokage around?" His playful tease immediately drew laughter from everyone present. After chatting a bit more, Naruto left the seal space. At the same time that Naruto's consciousness returned, Itachi and Shursui both removed their headsets. Seeing this, Naruto jumped straight to the question. "How did you two score?" 90 each, Itachi replied, a faint smile on his lips. Shursui, on the other hand, seemed slightly troubled. "I still didn't pass the anti-scam test. Only 75. But I got 90 on the psychological test." Seeing Shursui looking down, Itachi gave his shoulder an encouraging pat. "That's already really good." "Yeah." Shursui nodded in agreement. "You're still more amazing than I am, Itachi. Now that you've passed, why not try awakening the Mangekyo?" Naruto suggested. "After all, if you want to leave the village, things out there are dangerous. With Mangekyo, you'll have some real security. Naruto's words made Shirsue's eyes shine. Having already awakened Mangekyo himself, he knew exactly what it meant. Unlocking the Mangekyo was a milestone. It marked one's entry into Kage-level power. Itachi considered it for a moment and then nodded in agreement. He recognized that Naruto was right. If he hoped to spread his vision, the Red Will, across the entire ninja world, belief alone wouldn't be enough. He would need real strength as well. Within the seal space. When Kushina Uzumaki heard that Naruto was going to help Itachi Uchiha awaken his Sharingan, the urge to write a script welled up in her heart once again. Almost as if he had seen through Kushina's thoughts, Minato Namikaze sighed faintly and tapped his forehead, saying, I imagine Naruto already has a script ready for how to help Itachi awaken his Sharingan. Kushina waved her finger in protest and replied, even if he has one, he still needs NPCs, right? Besides, I'm very confident in my acting skills. Minato was at a loss for words. Just then, Big Bad Wolf spoke up. This time, NPCs are almost unnecessary. Even if there are any, Itachi's just going to cut them down. Besides, Naruto already told me. This time, we'll be directly controlling Itachi's body to accomplish everything. Big Bad Wolf's words made Kushina's eyes light up. She quickly raised her hand and called out eagerly, Me, let me go first. Seeing Kushina's excitement, Big Bad Wolf realized that Naruto's carefully crafted script was probably going to be tossed out the window again. Meanwhile, when Itachi agreed to awaken the Mangekyo, Naruto handed him the helmet once more. Itachi, awakening the Mangekyo should be tougher than unlocking a regular Sharingan. So, before Naruto could finish, Itachi nodded and said, Don't worry. I'll keep a clear head. No, what I meant was, you'd better brace yourself. Itachi Uchiha was left speechless. If Itachi's awakening his Mangekyo, I want to see it too. As he spoke, Shisui Uchiha put on a helmet as well. Seeing this, Naruto also donned his virtual headset. Just like that, the three of them entered the virtual world once again. This time, though, Itachi was the protagonist, while Shisui and Naruto were spectators. Upon entering the virtual world, Itachi found himself in the forest just outside the Hidden Leaf Village. He had already prepared himself mentally for whatever was to come. After all, when Uchiha Ryuichi and Uchiha Makoto awakened their Sharingan before, their entire clans were massacred right before their eyes. To awaken the Mangekyo, Itachi figured he might face something even more horrifying, perhaps watching Sasuke die in agony, or something similar. While Itachi wasn't sure where to go next, he suddenly realized his body wouldn't move at all. For now, he could only see the world around him through his own eyes. He had no control over his actions. What's going on? Itachi felt confused, having never expected that upon entering this virtual world, he'd lose command over his own body. This led him to an unsettling thought. If you just put on a virtual helmet, does that mean Naruto can control everything your avatar does in this world? But there was no time to dwell on that now, because, not far off, the sounds of battle demanded his attention. Itachi could no longer control his own body, yet he found himself stealthily moving toward the source of the voices and hiding nearby. From his hidden vantage point, Itachi soon caught sight of the two sides locked in combat. Several ninja, all wearing umbu masks, were surrounding and attacking a young shinobi clad in attire bearing the Uchiha clan crest. Only when that young shinobi turned his head did Itachi realize who it was. None other than his close friend, Shisui Uchiha. At that moment, Shisui looked quite battered. One of his eyes had already sunken in, and blood was streaming steadily from the hollowed eye socket. Even so, even with just one eye remaining, those masked umbu were still unable to subdue him. Forget capturing him alive, kill him on the spot. Just then, a low, menacing voice echoed through the scene. Itachi turned to look and saw Danzo Shimura, one of the elders from the Konoha Council, fixing a predatory gaze on Shisui. In Danzo's hand, there was a glass container holding a Mangekyo Sharingan. It was obvious Shisui's eye had been taken by him. Hovering in midair, Shisui's face darkened at the sight. Seeing this, Naruto pointed to the scene below and said, This isn't just to help Itachi awaken Sharingan, but also to show you what could happen to yourself. Why would Elder Danzo do this? Shisui still couldn't comprehend. Shisui truly was innocent at heart. In his eyes, as long as he treated others with sincerity, others would do the same for him. People like that are often the quickest to fall into darkness. Fortunately, in the original story, Shisui died young. If Madara had spirited him away, he could have become another Obito. Observing Shisui's reaction, Naruto nodded toward the glass vessel in Danzo's hand and explained, Don't you see? That's your Mangekyo. The reason things turn out this way is because you revealed the secret of your Mangekyo to the higher-ups of Konoha. Hearing this, Shursui turned his gaze to the Mangekyo Sharingan in Danzo's grasp. Confronted with the vision of what could become his own fate, Shursui fell into a heavy silence. After a long, contemplative pause, Shursui bowed deeply to Naruto and thanked him once again. Thank you, Naruto. It's thanks to you that I have come to understand the Red Will, and have seen through the hollow hypocrisy of the so-called Will of Fire. Naruto was rather pleased to see Shursui put his faith in the Red Will. After all, with someone as pure and naive as Shursui, if he were to suddenly realize that everything he believed about the Will of Fire was a complete lie, he would likely fall straight into darkness. But now, with the Red Will as his guide, the possibility of that happening was virtually zero. After all, Red culture was created by the masses during the years of Revolutionary War. It is an advanced culture imbued with the spirit of peace, rich with the essence of revolution and the gravity of history. It is nothing like the so-called Will of Fire people sing praises of without understanding. It simply can't compare. Down below, Itachi continued to watch the ongoing battle. He began analyzing the situation on the field, using his keen intellect. Soon enough, he figured out why Danzo had deployed the Root Division to hunt down Shursui. There was a single reason, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Although Itachi didn't yet know exactly what ability Shursui's Mangekyo possessed, there was one thing he was certain of. You can never underestimate the power of any Mangekyo Sharingan. The reason Danzo was so intent on killing Shursui was to claim Shursui's Mangekyo Sharingan for himself. While Itachi was working through these facts, Shursui had already been driven into a desperate situation. Cornered and with no other choice, he unleashed the ultimate power of his remaining Mangekyo Sharingan. Susanoo. A green Susanoo erupted onto the field, overwhelming the Root Shinobi with sheer force. Having pushed back his attackers, Shursui fled the battlefield at top speed. At the same time, Itachi, almost as if compelled, found himself leaving the area as well. Unbidden, he arrived at the edge of a cliff. Shursui stood with his back to him, speaking softly, "Itachi, you're here." When Shursui turned around, Itachi finally saw the state he was in. Once, it should have only been one of Shursui's eyes that had been taken, but now, both were hollow, with blood endlessly streaming down. "You're the only true friend I can ask this of, Itachi." As he spoke, Shursui extended a hand. In his palm lay a blood-covered Sharingan. "Protect the village. Protect the name of the Uchiha." Hearing these words, Itachi answered quietly, "You could do it, even without my help." Shursui shook his head. "I have lost hope in the Will of Fire. If I were to remain alive, I fear I'd go down a path you would never want to see me take." So, with a final breath, Shursui summoned a crow, feeding his last Sharingan eye to it, then leaped off the cliff. Seeing this, Itachi made a desperate attempt to grab him, but it was far too late. Within Itachi's mind, another voice, a younger version of himself, cried out in grief, "Shursui and the ideals of Red. That was not a fate you deserved." Even though Itachi knew all this was occurring in a virtual world, the loss of a dear friend and the shattering of faith in the Will of Fire brought a real ache to his heart. Shursui watched the person below, someone who looked exactly like himself, give his eyes to Itachi and then leap to his death. An ache twisted in his chest. He couldn't help but believe that, if faced with the same situation, he would have made the very same choice. It wasn't just about losing the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. It was about the collapse of his beliefs, as well as finding release from the burden he carried. Still, Shursui felt a quiet sense of gratitude. He was grateful that he had found a worthy path, a crimson road for which he could give everything. On that thought, Shursui unconsciously reached up to touch his eyes, making a silent vow. "These Mangekyo, I will use them only for the Red cause." Down below, Itachi, who had just witnessed Shursui's death, did not awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan as he had in the original story. Though Itachi could not control his body and could only watch everything unfold, his thoughts and will remain his own. He understood this was merely a virtual world, which meant this level of emotional shock was far from sufficient. The first wave of memory had ended. Now the second was beginning. While Itachi was still wondering what would happen next, the world around him suddenly shifted. In the blink of an eye, he found himself once again on the grounds of the Uchiha compound. The instant he saw the blood-red moon hanging in the sky, he understood what scene awaited him. It was the night of the Uchiha clan's extermination, the same harrowing night in which Long, Yi, and Shung had awakened their Sharingan. Like before, the ground was littered with corpses. And, just as before, Itachi found himself unable to move a muscle. While he was speculating on what the next event might be, the sound of light, almost cheerful footsteps echoed from the end of the street. Itachi turned to look. He saw a small figure running toward him, swinging a long sword that was much too big for his tiny frame. As the figure drew closer, Itachi realized, with a jolt, that this was his younger brother, Sasuke. Sasuke's entire body was drenched in blood. Not his own, but that of the people he had killed, spattered across his clothes and skin. Brother, everyone in the clan has been killed. Now, nothing stands in the way of us being together. Itachi almost choked on his own breath when he heard these words. What the? Last time it was me. Now it's Sasuke's turn. While Itachi raged inwardly at the absurdity, his own body began to tremble. His hand hovered dramatically in front of him in a theatrical pose as he pointed at Sasuke and cried, Sasuke, how could you do this? Sasuke, what a devil you have become. I have no choice. I must end you right here, right now. On the other side, Sasuke looked at Itachi, whose acting was so painfully awkward that he couldn't help but fall silent in exasperation. In that moment, Sasuke finally understood just how awkward Minato must have felt when he had to act opposite Kushina Uzumaki in a previous scene. That's right. At this moment, the one controlling Uchiha Itachi's body is Kushina Uzumaki, and Sasuke's actions are being guided by Kurapika. Originally, Kushina had wanted Minato Namikaze to play the part, so they could perform as a husband and wife duo once again. But Minato claimed he had other missions to attend to, and just handed the role to Kurapika. Now Kurapika has finally realized that Minato never really had any other task. He just didn't want to spar dramatically with Kushina on stage. The story continues. Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan flares to life, and with a chilly voice he says, Brother, before these eyes of mine, you can only surrender. You'd better just wait for me in bed. Though Kurapika speaks the lines, inwardly he can't help but grumble, what the hell is with this line? Sasuke, you've already fallen to the darkness. As this is spoken, Uchiha Itachi opens his Sharingan, the three tomo swirling into focus. Ordinarily, Mangekyo would overpower the three tomo in every way. But that's not what the script calls for here. Their fight is evenly matched, a clear sign that Sasuke is intentionally holding back against Itachi. Suspended in midair, Naruto is filming the scene below with a camera. In the original story, Itachi held back for Sasuke, but now, it's Sasuke doing so for Itachi. Once Sasuke grows up, Naruto is determined to show him this footage. He'll get to see his own moments of glory too. Meanwhile, the battle below is reaching its fever pitch. Both Itachi and Sasuke exhibit the signature Uchiha-style body technique, as well as the Uchiha school's remarkable shuriken throwing skills. Viewing everything only from his first-person perspective leaves Itachi feeling frustrated. He really wants to ask Naruto what on earth is going on with this story. Still, regarding the coming events, Itachi already has his suspicions. He imagines he'll use sheer willpower to triumph over Sasuke and ultimately kill him. He suspects Naruto wants to let him awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan this way, but as far as he's concerned, it's meaningless now. Because he's already guessed the plot, if he knows what's coming, the emotions just won't run that deep. Even adding in Shirsue's death from before probably isn't enough anymore. While Itachi is grumbling to himself, the battle draws to a close. Just as he predicted, after a hard-fought match, Uchiha Itachi emerges victorious against a holding-back Sasuke. And at the very moment Itachi's blade is about to pierce Sasuke's chest, a figure wearing a swirling mask appears and rescues Sasuke. As expected of the Uchiha's greatest prodigy, Uchiha Itachi, to think you could even defeat Sasuke with a Mangekyo. The sudden arrival of a third party takes Itachi by surprise. He never imagined the story would stray so far from what he'd anticipated. If Naruto had known what Itachi was thinking at this moment, he would surely have said, Foolish Uchiha Itachi, you have no idea about my script. Right after the masked man appeared, Uchiha Itachi noticed that he could once again control his own body. At first, Itachi moved his limbs a bit to test, then immediately turned his gaze to the third person who had just materialized. The man wore black robes and a swirling mask, revealing only a single eye underneath. Who are you? Itachi asked in a low, cautious voice. I am Uchiha Madara. The self-introduction sent a jolt through Itachi. Never had he expected the newcomer to claim that name. Then again, given that this was a virtual world, who knew who might appear next? The man who called himself Madara set Sasuke down onto the ground, then spoke in a deep, gravelly voice. Uchiha Itachi, it seems you cannot be of use to me. In that case, you could die now. With those words, the masked man lunged straight at Itachi. Of course, Itachi wasn't about to sit and await his fate. The two of them immediately clashed. But the masked man's abilities were bizarre. Every one of Itachi's attacks simply passed through him, as if striking nothing but empty air. It's useless. You will never defeat me. Suddenly, The masked man's figure flashed behind Itachi. The very moment Itachi turned, his gaze locked with a single eye behind the mask. In that instant, Itachi found himself utterly immobilized, forced to watch helplessly as the masked man's kunai plunged towards his heart. Just then, right before the masked man could land his fatal blow, a smaller figure leaped in front of Itachi, blocking the deadly strike. It was none other than Sasuke. Sasuke took the blow square in his chest, shielding Itachi from the masked man's kunai. The blade pierced through Sasuke's heart, and blood gushed wildly from the wound, spraying out with reckless abandon. At the same time, Itachi broke free from the illusion, barely managing to catch Sasuke as he collapsed to the ground. Before Itachi could say a word, Sasuke grabbed his hand and spoke. "Brother, in my life, I've lied to countless people, hurt countless more. I've murdered our father, our mother, my sister-in-law, my teacher, my friends. There's not a wicked deed in the world I haven't done." At this, Sasuke coughed up a mouthful of blood, then looked at Itachi with deep emotion, uttering his final words. "But never, not once did I ever want to hurt you." Up in midair, Naruto overheard these classic lines. He needed no hints to know his mother had definitely written those words into the scene. Looks like Mom sure has been reading a lot of boys' love fiction lately. Seeing his brother die in his arms, Uchiha Itachi's eyes underwent a dramatic transformation. They slowly morphed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. But they appeared for only the briefest moment before fading out of existence. Seeing this from midair, Naruto could only shake his head helplessly and say, "Looks like it failed." As expected, for someone as incredibly composed as Itachi, awakening the Mangekyo in the virtual world is no simple feat. Did we fail? Shursui, having witnessed the scene just now, turned to Naruto and asked, "What should we do next?" Naruto shrugged in response. "Well, I guess we just let things take their natural course." With that, he made a sweeping motion with his right hand, and the operating interface appeared before him. Meanwhile, realizing he had failed to awaken the Mangekyo, Itachi felt a bit disheartened. But soon, a prompt appeared in front of him, offering him the option to log out of the virtual world. Itachi selected Confirm Exit, and a brief flash swept across his vision as he left the virtual realm. Taking off his headset, Itachi spoke with a touch of resignation. "It seems I've failed." At the same time, Naruto and Shursui also removed their headsets. "Sai, what can we do? You're simply far too collected. I can't really go so far as to have Shursui truly killed, can I?" Naruto said, exasperated. Glancing at the sky, which had already darkened, Shursui turned to Itachi and said, "Itachi, it's getting late. Let's leave the Mangekyo awakening for tomorrow." Itachi nodded in agreement. And with that, the two of them left the forest and headed back toward the Uchiha compound. Naruto, remaining where he was, revealed a faint smile. With another wave of his right hand, his operating panel flashed back into view. On the road back to the Uchiha clan compound, Itachi and Shursui walked side by side. Shursui chuckled. "Itachi, if I died, do you think you'd awaken the Mangekyo?" Itachi nodded solemnly. "I probably would. After all, you're my closest friend." The Uchiha really do seem to be a cursed clan. To gain power, we have to lose what we hold dear. But to protect that love, we need even greater strength. Shursui's words left Itachi in pensive silence. After a long pause, he replied calmly, "But times are different now. At least there's a new way to gain power. The virtual headset." Shursui shrugged. "True, but you still failed this time." Just as the words left Shursui's mouth, a crimson flash darted towards them from a distance. Sensing the sharp gust at their backs, Shursui shoved Itachi out of harm's way, leaping back at the same time. Yet, because Shursui pushed Itachi aside, that slashing wind struck and severed Shursui's arm at the root. "Shursui!" Itachi cried out at the sight of his friend's arm falling to the ground. Worry etched across his face. "I'm fine. Watch out for the enemy." Shursui shouted, quickly forming a hand seal with his remaining hand and using the body flicker technique to vanish from where he stood. At the same time, Itachi also used the body flicker technique to evade the next wave of attacks. The two of them followed the direction of the attack and saw a figure walking towards them, a person dressed in a blood-red cloak, a fearsome demon mask obscuring his face. He stopped where Shursui had fallen, bent down, and picked up Shursui's severed arm. In that instant, both of them witnessed an unsettling sight. The arm began to shrivel at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the time it took for a single breath, the limb, still warm just moments before, was reduced to a mummified husk. The blood had already been drawn out by the mysterious figure. Suspended in the air above his palm, the blood twirled and danced, an eerie, unnatural display. Is this the legendary blood release?" Shursui exclaimed in shock. Hearing the words blood release, Itachi immediately recalled recent rumors, stories about a rogue blood release ninja who had left the Konoha elders deeply unsettled. Stay sharp, Itachi. This blood release user has escaped from the third Hokage multiple times and even managed to injure him, Shursui warned. Itachi nodded grimly. I've heard that's not the half of it. They say Danzo was gravely injured by this man and his accomplice as well. After all this time, Danzo still hasn't reappeared. His wounds must have been serious. While the two of them conversed, the blood release ninja caught every word, his voice oozing malice as he sneered. Haha, if I can assassinate the third Hokage, what hope do two brats like you have? Save yourselves the agony. Just surrender. Not far from the Uchiha compound, within the shadowy forest, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui now faced the enigmatic blood release ninja head-on. Itachi, I'll take the offensive. You cover me, Shursui said, his eyes determined. Are you sure you can still fight? Itachi asked in a low, serious voice, glancing at Shursui's single remaining arm. Don't worry, I'm fine, Shursui replied with conviction. Without further words, Shursui surged forward, charging at the blood release ninja. Seeing this, the blood release ninja scoffed. Lost an arm, and you're not even bothering to stop the bleeding? Are you underestimating my blood release? He formed a hand seal with a casual flick, and suddenly Shursui felt a sharp pain at his stump. Blood began to gush from the wound, streaming out and shaping itself into a dagger that lashed toward Shursui's throat. Startled by the blood-forged blade, Shursui reacted instantly. Before it could reach his neck, he drew a kunai with his other hand and scattered the blood dagger. But even broken apart, the spilled blood still hovered, relentlessly manipulated by the blood release ninja, and slowly gathering again. Shursui realized with chilling clarity, if he didn't stop the bleeding, this ninja could use his blood as a weapon to kill him. Determined, Shursui abandoned his assault. Instead, after dispersing his own blood, he formed a quick seal with a single hand and sent a small burst of fire release directly at his wounded arm. A searing, gut-wrenching pain erupted from the stump, forcing a muffled groan from Shursui's lips. The flames quickly cauterized and even charred the wound, sealing it shut in a haze of scorched flesh. Meanwhile, his wound had stopped bleeding altogether. The blood-style ninja gave Shursui a thumbs up and said, "No wonder you're the Uchiha's #1 prodigy. Truly daring." Shursui didn't respond. Instead, he used his hand behind his back to secretly form a series of hand signs. The moment he finished the hand signs, Shursui's figure vanished from where he stood, only to reappear right behind the blood-style ninja, driving his knee toward the back of the ninja's head. Just as Shursui's knee collided with the back of his opponent's head, the blood-style ninja dissolved into a puddle of blood. The blood splattered not only across the ground, but also on Shursui himself. A thick, metallic scent of blood filled Shursui's nostrils, sending a wave of dread through him. Damn it! Shursui cursed under his breath, and immediately tried to wash the blood off himself with a water-style jutsu. He knew all too well. The blood was the weapon in the blood-style ninja's arsenal. It had to be washed off immediately. But with only one hand left, Shursui's hand signs were slower. That slight delay was all it took for the blood-style ninja to strike again. Shursui's keen perception picked up his disadvantage immediately. Realizing he wouldn't finish the water-style signs in time, he instantly summoned Susanoo, hoping to block the enemy's attack. What he forgot, though, while Susanoo was known for its absolute defense, it had one absolute weakness. Anything inside it was vulnerable. The blood clinging to Shursui's body instantly transformed into thousands of fine needles, piercing straight into him from within. Susanoo didn't even slow them down. With that single strike, Shursui lost all fighting strength. The entire exchange lasted but an instant. Not far off, Uchiha Itachi had just drawn his shuriken when he saw Shursui collapse into a pool of blood. Bastard! Itachi roared, and a flurry of shurikens spun through the air at the blood-style ninja, each flying in with uncanny angles. At the sight, the blood-style ninja swept his arm wide, and all the blood on the ground rushed to him, coagulating into a shield that stopped the shuriken from every direction. Seizing the moment, Itachi dashed to Shursui's side, scooping him up in his arms. Itachi knew full well, when you have no information about your opponent, beating someone stronger than yourself is almost impossible. Just look at Shursui. Even with the Mangekyo awakened in power at Kage level, because he lacked any intel on the blood-style ninja, he was caught off guard and gravely wounded. Slowly, Shursui opened his eyes and saw Itachi, the Mangekyo flickering in his gaze. Perhaps, with just a bit more provocation, Itachi would fully awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi, you can't escape with me in tow, Shursui said weakly, barely getting the words out. I don't know why, but just this little injury has left me feeling completely drained. I think it must be because there are toxins in the blood. So, Itachi. Before Shursui could finish his sentence, Itachi cut him off decisively. I will never abandon a comrade, especially not my one and only true friend. Hardly had Itachi finished speaking when a mocking voice sounded right above him. Well, well, how touching. Itachi looked up and saw that behind the blood-release ninja, a pair of crimson, blood-forged wings had sprouted, holding him aloft in midair. Upon witnessing this, Itachi knew that the chance of escaping to seek help had become all but non-existent. I'm getting bored with this myself. Allow me to send you both on your way. As he spoke, the blood-release ninja in the air raised a hand, and a long spear formed from condensed blood materialized in his grasp. With barely a glance for aim, he hurled the blood-red spear straight at Itachi. The spear was incredibly fast, carrying Shursui. Itachi had no hope of dodging it in time. At that critical moment, Shursui pushed Itachi aside once more. Because of that push, the spear pierced straight through Shursui's chest, sparing Itachi. But that was not the end. As the spear impaled Shursui, a thunderous explosion followed, and the spear detonated, tearing Shursui's form to pieces. To witness his dearest friend perish so brutally right in front of him, Itachi snapped. The Mangekyo Sharingan, which had flickered in and out, now fully manifested, the pattern freezing in place. At the same time, blood began to stream from his eyes. Observing this, the blood-release ninja curled his lips into a satisfied grin. Well, it seems the plan worked perfectly. Just as Itachi, awakened into the Mangekyo state, steeled himself for a desperate fight against the blood-release ninja, the ninja's form flickered and suddenly transformed into Naruto. Meanwhile, the mutilated body of Shursui on the ground returned to normal in an instant. At first, Itachi stared in shock, his anger giving way to bewilderment, before realization dawned on him all at once. I never left the virtual world. And it wasn't just Itachi who was confused. Even Shursui was left momentarily stupefied. A moment ago, that had truly been Shursui. He genuinely thought he was about to die. It wasn't until he was blown apart and the system interface unique to the virtual world appeared before him that he realized neither he nor Itachi had actually exited the simulation. Naruto shrugged with a cheerful smile. Of course, since the previous scenario couldn't awaken you, I had no choice but to resort to this. Looks like it did the trick. When Naruto finished speaking, Itachi slumped to the ground, the weight finally lifting from his heart. Phew, it was all fake. Thank goodness it was all fake. After successfully helping Itachi Uchiha awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto, Itachi, and Shursui each planned to return to their respective homes. Before leaving this place, Itachi told Naruto that he and Shursui were going to depart from the Hidden Leaf the very next day, eager to explore the world and to spread the spirit of red resolve across the shinobi realm. Naruto didn't say much in response. He simply requested that the two of them come see him once more before they left. As he walked home, Itachi was still somewhat dazed. He hadn't anticipated just how shrewd Naruto's strategies could be. Itachi Uchiha was a man of swift action, decisive, and never one for hesitation. So, upon returning home, he began packing his belongings right away, preparing himself to leave the village. Aside from these preparations, he would also need to inform the third Hokage the following day. Leaving the village without authorization could be considered desertion. Meanwhile, as soon as Naruto got home, he immediately summoned Grey Wolf and asked him to make a robot to serve as a stand-in outside the village. There were plenty of materials still left at home, more than enough to build a robot. Once Grey Wolf appeared, he set right to work, hammering and tinkering busily. As the client, Naruto stood by the side, offering a flood of ideas and suggestions. Grey Wolf could fulfill almost all of Naruto's requests, but he needed ample time and enough materials. Itachi and Shursui were set to leave the village tomorrow. There simply wasn't enough time or resources to load the robot with so many flashy features. Hey, Naruto, I can make everything you've asked for, but we're running out of materials here. And honestly, we're a bit short on time too. Learning that it couldn't be done, Naruto could only head to bed, disappointed. The next morning, when Naruto woke up, he found a silver case sitting on the table. The case had a thoroughly futuristic look, and, on the side, there was the emblem of a wolf's head. Oh, could it be that this case is the robot? As he spoke, Naruto sprang up from his bed. He examined the case carefully and soon found a button, the only one on its surface. When Naruto pressed the button, a series of mechanical whirs erupted. The suitcase rapidly underwent a mechanized transformation until it turned into a robot that looked nearly identical to Naruto himself. The main difference between the robot and Naruto was the pair of glowing fissures extending from each of the robot's outer eye corners. To get a better understanding of this creation, Naruto called Grey Wolf out once again. Meanwhile, Itachi had just finished his breakfast when Shursui came to his door. Over breakfast, Itachi had already told Fugaku and Mikoto Uchiha of his plans to leave the village. When Fugaku heard that his eldest son intended to go, his first reaction was to object, citing Itachi's lack of strength. But as soon as Itachi revealed his Mangekyo Sharingan, Fugaku found himself at a loss for words. At this moment, Fugaku Uchiha finally realized just how monstrously gifted his son truly was. And so, carrying only a small bundle of luggage each, Shursui and Itachi made their way toward the Hokage's office building. When the third Hokage heard that the two Uchiha prodigies were planning to leave the village together, he was momentarily stunned. Right away, suspicion flickered in his mind. What scheme could the Uchiha possibly be plotting? In truth, every clan took immense care to protect their gifted children. After all, only a genius who survives to grow up can truly become a formidable force. For a clan, the rise of a single strong shinobi could mean everything. Their very existence signaled the family's continued prosperity and their escape from decline. For the Uchiha to let their two most talented youths leave the village together, there had to be a deeper plan behind it. Even though the shinobi world was at peace on the surface, that didn't mean there was no danger lurking beyond the gates. Rogue ninja stalked the land, spies and covert operatives from other villages moved in the shadows, and the Umbu were always at work. Uchiha clan members also fetched a high price at the bounty stations. Capturing a Uchiha with a fully developed triple Tomo Sharingan could net a reward equivalent to 3 Asumas. If anyone discovered that Itachi and Shursui were Uchiha, they would surely become prime targets for many rogue or bounty-seeking ninja. As the third Hokage contemplated all this, Uchiha Mikoto knocked on the door and entered the Hokage office, looking somewhat weary. Hokage-sama, I've finished cleaning all the restrooms in the office building. Is there anything else you'd like me to do? Mikoto's words snapped the third Hokage out of his thoughts. Oh, Mikoto, your work efficiency is impressive, the Hokage said with a kindly smile. Then please go and tidy up all the storerooms in the Hokage's building as well. Mikoto, Uchiha. Mikoto felt truly annoyed. Ever since he'd been assigned as the third's personal Umbu, he hadn't been sent on any serious or meaningful missions. Instead, he'd been occupied with odd jobs, and always alone. It almost made him suspect the Hokage was deliberately sidelining him. Still, with no old grudge between them, Mikoto chalked it up to the Hokage merely wanting to test his patience and character. After Mikoto left, the third Hokage turned to Itachi and Shursui. Why are you leaving the village? He decided it was best to first hear what these two youths had to say. Hokage-sama, we simply want to travel outside the village, to see and experience the different customs of a land of fire. Itachi's explanation left the third quite speechless. He didn't believe for a moment that things were as simple as Itachi claimed. Well, since you're determined to go, I'll assign you an S-rank mission. Now, the third Hokage thought, whatever the Uchiha's ulterior motives, he couldn't let two such talented shinobi leave without making full use of their abilities. Upon hearing that there was a mission, neither Shursui nor Itachi showed any sign of resistance. The third Hokage, seeing this, nodded with satisfaction and continued. While you're outside, see if you can gather any information on the Konoha rogue ninja, Orochimaru. This mission doesn't involve fighting. What matters is intelligence. In addition to that, you're to look for Jiraiya. Once you find him, tell him to return to the village immediately. The intelligence-gathering task on Orochimaru qualifies as an A-rank mission. As for finding Jiraiya, I'll count that as a B rank. As he finished speaking, the third Hokage wrote out a scroll and handed it to Uchiha Shursui, then added, if Jiraiya refuses to return, give this scroll to him. Shursui took the scroll and nodded solemnly. Don't worry, Lord Third. We'll complete the mission for sure. After reporting to the third Hokage, the two of them made their way to Naruto's house. They hadn't forgotten. Their last stop before departing had to be finding Naruto. Neither Itachi nor Shursui regarded Naruto as just an ordinary child anymore. Shursui and Itachi arrived at Naruto's front door. Before either could knock, the door swung open from within. It was Naruto who answered, though in the eyes of Shursui and Itachi, something about him seemed off. Hey, you two made it. Naruto greeted them both. Itachi and Shursui exchanged a glance. Before Naruto could say another word, Shursui flickered behind him in a flash and locked Naruto's head in the crook of his arm. At the same time, Itachi drew a kunai and pressed it to Naruto's chest, his voice low and stern. Who are you? Where's the real Naruto? That's right. The person before them wasn't Naruto, but a robot Naruto was remotely controlling via a brain machine interface. Previously, under Grey Wolf's guidance, Naruto had become adept at manipulating the robot and controlling all its functions. It felt almost like operating his own body. Upon seeing that Itachi and Shursui had arrived at his house, Naruto donned his virtual helmet and hid himself in the bathroom. Noticing how quickly Itachi and Shursui saw through his disguise, Naruto became tempted to play a little prank. When Itachi demanded an answer, the robot Naruto broke into a mischievous smile and said, "Of course, I took care of him myself." No sooner had the words fallen than the robot Naruto's limbs and head detached from the torso in a burst, breaking free from Shursui's hold. Freed from their grasp, the robotic Naruto leapt straight through the window, sprinting madly off into the distance. Seeing this, Shursui reacted instantly and gave chase. Meanwhile, Itachi paused, scanning Naruto's living room and the rest of the house with a look of deep thought. After pondering, Uchiha Itachi activated his Sharingan to scan the entire room, then murmured, "No sign of a struggle." The thought that he and Shursui might have been tricked crossed his mind, so Itachi activated his Sharingan to examine the entire room for any traces of activity, eventually fixing his gaze on the bathroom. Moving quietly to the bathroom door, Itachi gently pushed it open. There, he saw Naruto sitting on the toilet, wearing a virtual reality headset. Naruto, who was in the middle of controlling the robot, suddenly received an external alert. He realized he'd been discovered. Since Shursui was the one chasing him, it could only be Itachi who had found him now. Naruto quickly set the robot to automatic mode and had to continue leading Shursui in circles. As for himself, he removed the VR headset, looked at Itachi, and smiled. "So, what do you think? Isn't my clone pretty interesting?" Itachi forced a wry smile. "Yeah, it's definitely interesting. So, that clone was actually operated remotely with your VR headset, right?" With his keen insight, Itachi quickly pieced together the connection between the VR headset, Naruto, and the robot. "All right, time to stop playing. Bring Shursui back." Realizing this had just been a false alarm, Itachi asked Naruto to bring Shursui back. About 10 minutes later, Itachi and Shursui were now circling around the robot version of Naruto. Is this a puppet? I had no idea you could make puppets. Naruto." Shursui's face was full of astonishment. After all, puppet techniques weren't common at all in Konoha. They were something you'd usually only see in the Land of Wind. "This isn't a puppet. It's called a robot. Way more advanced than puppets." Naruto replied proudly. Shursui nodded in agreement. "It's definitely more impressive than the puppets from the Land of Wind." Earlier, while chasing the mechanical Naruto, there were several times when Shursui nearly caught him, only for the robot to suddenly transform its legs into flame thrusters and shoot off into the air. Thankfully, the chase had taken place mostly in the woodlands outside Konoha. Had it been inside the village, there surely would have been quite an uproar. "So tell us, Naruto, why did you call us here?" After examining the mechanical Naruto, Itachi looked at him in curiosity. "I want you both to leave the village with me." But before either of them could refuse, Naruto patted the mechanical Naruto next to him and continued. "But it'll be this robot going with you, not the real me." Hearing that only the robot would be joining them, Itachi didn't object on the spot. "All right, as long as you're not coming along yourself, that's fine." Seeing that Itachi had agreed, Naruto produced 2 space backpacks and handed one to each of them. Each bag contains a printer, a laptop, and a VR headset. Both men accepted the bags. Shursui, looking a bit puzzled, asked, "We know what the laptop and the VR headset are for, but what's the printer supposed to do?" Naruto had expected that the two would ask such questions, so he promptly took out an identical printer and placed it on the table. He then connected his laptop to the printer and, finally, smashed the only wooden stool in the living room, tossing its pieces into the printer's funnel. Before long, sheets of paper stamped with red ideology began to emerge from the printer. Picking up the freshly printed pages, Naruto smiled and said, "Since you want to blanket the entire shinobi world with red ideals, you'll naturally need books to spread these thoughts. This printer is incredibly convenient to use. All you have to do is feed wood into the funnel by its side, and printed pages come out with text already on them. Afterward, you only need to bind them, and you'll have a complete book." Witnessing the printer's miraculous abilities, both Shursui and Itachi couldn't hide their excitement. With the printer, they realized they could spread red ideology much more rapidly. Itachi hadn't expected that this visit to see Naruto would yield such an extraordinary result. "Thank you, Naruto," he said sincerely. "No need for thanks, comrades. We're all on the same side." Hearing the word comrade, both Itachi and Shursui's eyes lit up once more. "Comrade? Like-minded people? Exactly, we are comrades." "Comrade Naruto, Just wait for us to return in triumph, with even more comrades at our side. With that, Itachi and Shursui each slung a satchel over their shoulders and set out from the village. In Itachi's hand, he carried a sleek silver briefcase adorned with the emblem of a wolf's head. After they distanced themselves 4 or 5 kilometers from the village, Itachi finally set down the briefcase, pressed a button, and after a series of mechanical clicks and whirs, the case once again transformed into a mechanical Naruto. At that very moment, back at Naruto's house, the real Naruto, wearing a virtual reality helmet, sensed his mechanical alter ego had completed the transformation. He swiftly established a connection with it. Once their minds were linked, Naruto felt as if he, too, had left the village alongside his friends. Yet Naruto didn't intend to travel far with Itachi and Shursui. He still needed to visit the ruins of the land of whirlpools to search for the Mask of Death. The thought of reviving his father filled him with such anticipation he could hardly wait any longer. Itachi and Shursui knew Naruto wouldn't be accompanying them, so they didn't press the matter. After exchanging farewells, the three each set off on their own paths. Meanwhile, a man clad in a black cloak patterned with red clouds arrived at the outskirts of Konoha, a sinister smile curving his lips. Ha! Konoha, still as polished on the surface as ever, isn't it, Lord Hiruzen? A few kilometers outside the village, two figures in matching black cloaks adorned with red clouds gazed at Konoha from afar. These two were none other than Orochimaru, who had not yet left the Akatsuki, and the red sand puppeteer, Sasori. Ha! Sasori, aren't you interested in taking a closer look at Konoha with me? Orochimaru turned his unsettling smile toward the distant village as he posed his question. I have no interest in Konoha. This mission is your personal business. I'm not interested in working with you. Sasori's voice was rasping, utterly dismissive toward Orochimaru, who had once been one of the famed Sannin of the Leaf. You know, I don't like waiting for people, so don't expect me to hang around here for you. Sasori's words did nothing to irk Orochimaru. On the contrary, he let out another amused laugh. Hey, Lord Sasori, you really are as cold as ever. In that case, let's part ways here. But if you happen to come across any interesting specimens on your way, do remember to share them with me. With those words, Orochimaru's form melted into the ground and vanished. Watching Orochimaru depart, Sasori also turned slowly, heading off in the opposite direction from Konoha. For someone like Orochimaru, who had once been a high-ranking figure in the Leaf, infiltrating Konoha was a trivial task. After slipping into the village, Orochimaru used a transformation technique to disguise himself. Of all the shinobi, few understood Konoha as intimately as Orochimaru did. After all, he had come close to becoming the 4th Hokage himself. If Danzo hadn't sabotaged him back then, it might not have been Minato Namikaze's name attached to the 4th, but Orochimaru's. But he bore no resentment toward Danzo. In fact, it was thanks to Danzo's scheming that Orochimaru left Konoha. Freed from the village's taboos, he was free to pursue his scientific research. The position of Hokage had never truly been his ambition. He only had two real goals: to uncover the origins of shinobi, or rather, the foundation of chakra and every ninjutsu, and to unearth the secret of immortality, a quest he'd never abandoned. This visit to Konoha wasn't the sentimental return of a homesick soul. Orochimaru had come alone because Danzo had a proposition, a deal too enticing for Orochimaru to ignore. Was Konoha dangerous for him now? Hardly. The village was stuck in an awkward transition, with the old generation fading and the new yet to rise. With his sheer strength and his countless escape tricks, even if the 3rd Hokage joined forces with Danzo, Orochimaru was confident he could slip away unharmed. He strolled casually to the Konoha Administrative Building. Looking up at the familiar facade, unchanged after all these years, Orochimaru shook his head and muttered, "That's just how it is with the stubborn old guard. When it's time to step down, they never know when to let go." As he spoke, his gaze drifted to the window of the Hokage's office. "Don't worry, Lord Sarutobi. I won't let you grow old and die in that chair. I'll make sure you go out like the 1st, the 2nd, and the 4th, dying as a hero." With those words, tinged with both admiration and foreboding promise, Orochimaru turned his attention to the public notice board. At that moment, the most eye-catching thing on the board was a somewhat blurred sketch of a blood-release shinobi. A blood-escape ninja? That's the first time I've heard of such a thing. But if someone can wound the old man multiple times and escape, it seems they'd make an intriguing research subject. Orochimaru's interest was clearly piqued by this so-called blood-escape ninja. After leaving the Hokage's office building, Orochimaru didn't head straight for the rendezvous point he'd agreed upon with Danzo. Instead, he wandered towards Konoha's bustling commercial street. Before long, a shop under renovation caught his eye. Although the interior was still unfinished, An eye-catching sign had already been posted outside the entrance. Virtual Helmet Experience Shop. Put on our virtual helmet and step into another world. Live a different life. No matter if you're a civilian or a ninja, you'll have the chance to become powerful in the virtual realm. Konoha Internet Cafe. A wondrous place for entertainment and relaxation, featuring games favored by the third Hokage himself, like Plants vs. Zombies, and Danzo's personal favorites, such as Dark Souls and Sekiro. Do you want to become as formidable as the third Hokage and Lord Danzo? Konoha Internet Cafe is waiting for you. Though the ads were simply worded, they were certainly attention-grabbing. A virtual helmet experience shop? Konoha Internet Cafe. Looks like I might just linger in Konoha for a few more days. Amused, Orochimaru finished reading the notices and made his way toward Konoha's Forest of Death. Unlike the woodland where Naruto usually trained, the Forest of Death was a place rife with savage beasts and venomous creatures. Beyond those perils, the forest was riddled with traps and landmines set to prevent any wild animal from threatening Konoha, making it a truly dangerous place. But such dangers were hardly worth Orochimaru's concern. For a shinobi of his stature, these were mere trifles. Weaving his way through the hazardous woods, Orochimaru soon found himself standing before a withered tree, guided by memory. He formed a series of hand seals, and in response, the ground beneath the dead tree revealed a hidden entrance descending underground. This was one of Orochimaru's old research laboratories. As the saying goes, a wily rabbit keeps 3 burrows. Orochimaru, ever more cunning than a mere rabbit, had secret laboratories stashed all around Konoha. This particular base had also served as a discreet spot for his transactions with Danzo. Orochimaru had expected someone as cautious as Danzo to arrive ahead of time and wait for him. But, to his surprise, the underground base was pitch dark and completely deserted. That is get played? Orochimaru's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Still, unlike Sasori, he wasn't one to dread waiting. He decided to linger a while longer. Pouring chakra into a metal panel embedded in the wall, the entire laboratory seemed to spring to life. The lights flashed on in an instant, and the hum of machinery filled the air as various experimental devices powered up. Light shone across the entire base, and as Orochimaru looked at the dust-laden laboratory, he thought to himself, well, I'm idle anyway. Might as well tidy up the lab. Without another thought, Orochimaru summoned a snake, drew out a broom, a mop, and various cleaning supplies from its mouth, and began cleaning with deliberate care. More than an hour passed. When Orochimaru finished cleaning, Danzo arrived at the underground base, flanked by his 2 subordinates. He walked in to see Orochimaru, masked and dragging a mop across the floor, a most unexpected sight, and for a moment, Danzo was taken aback. Ahem! Danzo cleared his throat and remarked, I never imagined you had a fondness for housework. Hey! Orochimaru let out a sinister little laugh. Nor did I expect, Lord Danzo, that you have a penchant for showing up late. As he spoke, Orochimaru lifted his head, his slitted eyes locking intently onto Danzo. It was only then that he truly looked at Danzo, and the sight left him momentarily surprised. The Danzo before him seemed very different from the man he remembered. Danzo's one visible eye was clouded, ringed with dark circles, as though he hadn't slept in days. His once upright figure now stooped a little, looking fragile, as if a slight breeze might topple him over. Orochimaru's curiosity grew as he regarded Danzo in this sorry state. Just what had happened to him. Hey, Lord Danzo, what have you been through? To appear so diminished. This is hardly fitting for the shadow of a leaf. Orochimaru's impression of Danzo had always been that of a man even more ruthless and cunning than himself, a man who would stop at nothing for his goals. He recalled Danzo's gaze, always sharp and penetrating. The man before him now might not have sunk into utter ruin, but he'd certainly lost his old, razor-edged menace. I was merely attacked by a blood-release ninja. That's all, Danzo said flatly. My affairs aren't important. Let's get to the matter of our deal. Hearing that even Danzo had been attacked by the blood-release ninja, Orochimaru's curiosity about that mysterious opponent only deepened. But with the mention of a deal, Orochimaru let the matter drop for now and smiled. Very well, let's hear it. What do you want from me? Another experiment with the Hashirama cells? Danzo shook his head. I'm not here for your research. I want you to tell me what you know about the Akatsuki, and in addition, there's a small task you must do for me. Handle these things, and, of course, you'll receive some Hashirama cells in return. As he finished, Danzo produced a storage scroll and waved it in the air, signaling his sincerity. At the sight of that scroll, Orochimaru's eyes lit up. The mystique of the Hashirama cells was irresistible. Once Orochimaru began to study them, he found it impossible to put them aside. It had been Danzo, after all, who first entrusted Orochimaru with Hashirama's cells to study. However, the majority of the material was used for research and to create an arm for Danzo that could accommodate even more Sharingan. A smaller portion was taken by Orochimaru for his own studies into wood release, which eventually led to the creation of a child who could use that power, in other words, Yamato, in the later story. So, after defecting from a village, Orochimaru really didn't have many of Hashirama's cells left at his disposal. Now, seeing Danzo using Hashirama's cells as bargaining chips, Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a surge of interest. As for whether he felt any guilt about betraying Akatsuki's secrets, of course not. As the saying goes, what are partners for if not to be betrayed? Orochimaru himself was the best example of that. So when Danzo betrayed him in the past, Orochimaru didn't feel much hatred. After all, they were collaborators, not true companions. Orochimaru tore his greedy gaze away from the scroll in Danzo's hand and then spoke. I can give you information about Akatsuki. Now, let's hear what you call this little favor. Danzo nodded and replied, I want you to find a boy named Uzumaki Naruto, and use your methods to draw some information out of him. Ask him how he came to know about the Rinnegan. The moment he heard the word Rinnegan, Orochimaru's serpentine eyes narrowed slightly. He was all too familiar with the Rinnegan. In fact, he saw them from time to time, as they belonged to his current collaborator and boss, Pain. It was precisely after seeing Pain's eyes that Orochimaru had decided to temporarily join Akatsuki. He had never expected to hear news of the Rinnegan from Danzo. Besides that, the name Uzumaki Naruto also drew his attention. The Uzumaki surname was extremely rare in the shinobi world by now. And the Uzumaki clan, they offered plenty worth studying. Uzumaki Naruto? Is there something special about him? Orochimaru asked, his curiosity piqued. Uzumaki Naruto is the current Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Danzo didn't bother to hide it and revealed Naruto's identity without hesitation. Learning that Uzumaki Naruto was actually the host of the Nine-Tails, Orochimaru frowned deeply. You want me to approach the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Aren't you worried? Orochimaru left his words unfinished, but Danzo understood the implication perfectly. A cold, derisive chuckle escaped Danzo. Don't worry. I'll have my root operatives keep a close watch on you. Orochimaru almost wanted to crack open Danzo's head and see if something was wrong with his brain. If Danzo could send people to keep Orochimaru's actions under surveillance, why couldn't he simply send them to find Uzumaki Naruto himself? After all, whether it was using intimidation, bribery, or even jinjutsu to extract information, Root was highly proficient at it. Even if Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Orochimaru was certain Danzo had other ways of pulling the secrets from his mind. Orochimaru's curiosity was thoroughly aroused, and he didn't hesitate to voice the question that puzzled him most. If that's the case, why don't you have your own people go after Naruto Uzumaki to get the information you want? Danzo just shook his head at those words and said nothing more. The truth was he was too embarrassed to admit it. For now, he simply couldn't afford to provoke Naruto. The most pressing reason was that Naruto had the DLC for the game he was currently playing. He had already completed Dark Souls, and now Danzo was immersed in Sekiro. As for the oath he'd made before, in the past, he'd sworn he'd never play games again. But Sekiro, was that even a game? Playing Sekiro was purely for professional reasons, a way to learn about the samurai class. By playing Sekiro, he could study their swordsmanship, understand samurai culture, even analyze their weaknesses and get a sense of their so-called Bushido spirit. One could never know. If conflict, or even war with samurai broke out in the future, it was definitely wise to be prepared in advance. Besides not wanting to risk losing access to Naruto's DLC, there was another reason, the virtual reality headset. If Naruto decided to revoke his access to the headset, how would Danzo continue to meet the Monkey King? Right now, aside from researching samurai through gaming, exploring with the Monkey King had become a part of Danzo's daily life. So, for now, antagonizing Naruto was out of the question. Seeing that Danzo refused to answer, Orochimaru didn't press any further. All right then, I'll take care of this for you, but you have to pay a deposit first. Hearing this, Danzo slipped a scroll from his sleeve and tossed it to Orochimaru. Here's half the reward for this job. Orochimaru caught the scroll, inspected it briefly, and gave a satisfied nod before swallowing the scroll whole. The scroll contained plenty of Hashirama cells, so even if he walked away and did nothing, he would hardly be at a loss. Still, the thought of Naruto Uzumaki, and especially the information Naruto held about the Rinnegan, gave Orochimaru pause. A petty trick to rip off Danzo didn't seem worth it. After swallowing the scroll, Orochimaru spit out an information scroll and threw it to Danzo. This is intel on the Akatsuki. It contains information on the members as well as their bases. Danzo took the scroll, gave it a cursory check, and saw nothing amiss before stowing it away. Just then, Orochimaru's voice rang out once more. Danzo, let me give you a piece of advice. It's best not to meddle with that organization. It's not something you, or, to be precise, not something Konoha in its current state, should be tangled with. But I suppose I don't need to say this. Once you finish reading the intel carefully, you'll understand exactly what I mean. As his words faded, Orochimaru's form melted into a puddle of mud and vanished. Danzo frowned at the sight. Oof, truly a cunning snake. Looks like he left the moment we struck our deal. With a cold snort, Danzo turned to the root ninja behind him and ordered, "Keep a close eye on Uzumaki Naruto. If Orochimaru really tries anything suspicious, act immediately." "Yes, sir," the root ninja responded, and in a flash, vanished from sight. Danzo, meanwhile, returned to his base, resuming his research into the samurai. Somewhere in the unnamed forests of the Land of Fire, under Naruto's remote control, the mechanical Naruto wandered about in confusion. Damn, I can't believe I forgot to ask Itachi for a map of the Land of Fire. But getting lost was never really a challenge for Naruto. Casually, he fished a mini signal transmitter out from his spatial backpack and buried it in the ground at a random spot. Once that was done, Naruto reached into his backpack again, this time pulling out a rocket launcher. But this rocket launcher didn't fire a typical shell. Instead, it launched a small satellite. With a satellite in orbit, he'd have a map at his fingertips. Just as Naruto finished launching the satellite, a curious voice suddenly sounded behind him. What a marvelous work of art! The sudden voice startled Naruto so much his heart almost skipped a beat. The mechanical Naruto was equipped with a thermal sensor, with a detection radius of 100 meters. There was no way a living person could get this close without him noticing. Whirling around, Naruto saw a man in a black cloak patterned with red clouds, all but crawling along the ground, appearing behind him. At the sight of this man, Naruto finally realized why the thermal sensor had failed to pick him up. Sasori of the Red Sand. He had already transformed his entire body into a puppet. As a result, his body emitted no heat whatsoever. The only heat source left was his tiny core, which easily could have been mistaken for a bird or some other small mammal. Seeing how thoroughly Sasori had puppetized himself so early, Naruto couldn't help but wonder how he'd accomplished it. After all, this was a complete transformation. Many fans speculated that Orochimaru had helped Sasori modify his body, but Naruto didn't buy it. First of all, Sasori wasn't one to trust anyone lightly, especially someone like Orochimaru. Secondly, if Orochimaru really had a hand in Sasori's transformation, he'd have hidden something inside so cleverly that even Sasori himself couldn't detect it. Could Orochimaru pull that off? Never underestimate the methods of the foremost scientist in the ninja world. While Naruto was lost in these musings, Sasori stepped up to the mechanical Naruto, intently studying the structure of the puppet's body. When Sasori reached out, clearly intending to touch the mechanical Naruto, Naruto leapt back, eyeing Sasori warily. Relax, kid. No need to be so nervous. Although Scorpion's voice was hoarse, Naruto could still detect a trace of joy within his words. A puppet with its own thoughts? Just as I thought. Like me, you've achieved eternity. Naruto really wanted to retort. You're eternal? Your whole family is eternal. Of course, Naruto knew exactly what Scorpion meant by eternity. It was nothing more than seeing Naruto's mechanical body and assuming that, like himself, Naruto had undergone a complete transformation, a walking bundle of twisted modifications. In Naruto's eyes, anyone obsessing over eternity had a screw loose. Orochimaru, that snake, dreamed of eternal life. Honestly, he's wound up so twisted that nobody can even tell if he's a man or a woman anymore. Sasori of the Red Sand had also achieved his own version of eternity, turning himself into a puppet. If anyone deserved the weirdo label, it was him. If Orochimaru hadn't left the Akatsuki, there probably wouldn't be an art duo at all. It would just be the Eternity duo. Or maybe the Freak Show duo. Scorpion harbored no thoughts of killing Naruto. After all, it was rare to encounter someone so fascinating, someone who also recognized the beauty of eternal art. How could he bring himself to finish off such a kindred spirit? On Naruto's side, after realizing that Scorpion truly meant him no harm, he was a bit perplexed. In Naruto's view, the most likely reaction from Scorpion upon seeing his mechanical body would have been to capture him and dissect him on the spot. But now it seemed Scorpion really didn't have that intention. If he did, he would have already made his move. Since Scorpion wasn't planning to attack, Naruto certainly had no reason to take him out either. While Scorpion was strong, mechanical Naruto had a good shot at eliminating him if it came down to it. Never mind raw attack power, Just the self-destruct device hidden inside the mechanical body alone could obliterate everything within a 50-meter radius. That self-destruct function was something Naruto specifically asked Grey Wolf to include. He pictured the enemy, after immense effort and a hard-fought victory, standing over mechanical Naruto, just about to declare their triumph or explain their brilliant strategy, when suddenly Naruto goes kaboom. Cutting people off like that is shameless, sure, but Naruto couldn't help but feel a wicked sense of satisfaction. That's just how battles are among ninjas. When one side is about to win, the victor always has to grandstand, breaking down their masterful strategy. In fact, especially the technique-obsessed ninjas. Apart from that, there's also the habit of shouting out attack names mid-battle. Naruto was exhausted just remembering how his dad would bellow, spiraling flash, super round dance howl 3, or flying thunder god instantaneous spin technique before launching an attack. Actually, after Naruto learned to summon his construct beast, Minato even gave it an impressively grand but absurdly long name. Construct Beast, 5-fingered 1,000 slashes faceless zero-type bloombuster. Naturally, Naruto refused such a bizarre name outright. He thought 5-Finger Blossom was already pretty neat. All in all, the self-destruct feature was actually very important, especially when it comes to those who just can't help but talk too much in the heat of battle. Scorpion's gaze remained fixed on mechanical Naruto. He asked with a certain curiosity, "Can you tell me who transformed you?" Scorpion's question left Naruto momentarily stunned. "Huh? Why are you asking that?" "It's quite simple. Judging by your current body, you look to be about 7 or 8 years old. That means when you're modified, you were that age too. A child that young couldn't possibly perform such a transformation on their own. So, my guess is that someone else must have turned you into this." Naruto paused at Scorpion's reasoning, then nodded. "You're right. The one who modified me was a scientist named Dr. Grey Wolf." Grey Wolf? Yeah, that's him. Dr. Grey Wolf was originally a shinobi scientist from a place known as the Red Ribbon Ninja Village. One day, a ninja called Sun Wukong stormed into the village, leaving destruction in his wake, and by the end, not a single soul was spared, except Dr. Grey Wolf. After surviving, Dr. Grey Wolf threw himself into the creation of artificial humans, all driven by the singular purpose of finding Sun Wukong and avenging the Red Ribbon. And I was one of Grey Wolf's experimental creations. Scorpion listened to Naruto's tale, his interest piqued. And then, did Grey Wolf ever manage to defeat Sun Wukong? Naruto shook his head. No, he didn't. Dr. Grey Wolf eventually created what he considered his strongest artificial humans, number 17 and number 18. Each of them had boundless chakra and seemingly endless stamina. They were both immensely powerful, but Sun Wukong awakened his own unique bloodline power, the so-called Scion Strength. In the end, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, defeated the artificial humans, and killed Dr. Grey Wolf. Perhaps foreseeing his own demise, Dr. Grey Wolf made sure to preserve and hide all of his knowledge before the final battle. At the very moment of his death, Dr. Grey Wolf claimed to have grasped the so-called secret of eternity. After all, eternity is what every puppet master pursues with their life's work, and Dr. Grey Wolf was no exception. To come to that realization on the brink of death, perhaps, at last, he found peace. With his story told, Naruto fell silent. Scorpion found this deeply unsatisfying. What, exactly, was the eternal truth that Dr. Grey Wolf, the creator of such powerful androids, had understood? He desperately wanted to know. And so it goes, the curse of the cliffhanger remains the bane of all listeners. To find out what happens next, you'll just have to listen to the next episode. Deep in the forest, Scorpion continued to stare at the mechanical Naruto, hoping he would finally reveal what this eternal secret truly was. In Scorpion's own heart, having turned himself into a puppet, he believed he already possessed eternity. But after hearing the story of Dr. Grey Wolf, he was desperate to know if another genius, much like himself, had found the same answer, or something entirely different. Scorpion longed to find it. The elusive resonance between geniuses, something he called true understanding. He had never really gotten along with Orochimaru, precisely because their definitions of eternity diverged. Scorpion acknowledged Orochimaru's brilliance. Yet, in the end, the difference in their visions of eternity made any true connection impossible. "Hey kid, keep going." After waiting for a good while, Scorpion grew impatient and spoke up. "HM, keep going? About what?" Naruto replied, feigning ignorance. "Don't play dumb. I want to know, what truth about eternity did Dr. Grey Wolf ultimately discover? And where did he leave his knowledge?" As he finished, the metal tail behind Scorpion rose threateningly, as though he was ready to strike at any moment. Seeing his story had fully captured Scorpion's curiosity, Naruto gestured for him to calm down, then continued his tale. Dr. Grey Wolf, after creating countless powerful cyborgs, finally understood the essence of eternity on his deathbed. At first, he thought that as long as the body never aged and the mind kept on living, that would be true eternity. But after coming face to face with life and death, Dr. Grey Wolf realized, even if the body stays young, even after surviving the endless erosion of time, consciousness and form cannot truly last forever. There is no real eternity to be found in that. The real eternity, Naruto continued, is to be remembered by others, to leave your mark in their hearts. Naruto's words drew Scorpion into a heavy silence. After some time, Scorpion retorted, "Humph. To say eternity is some trace left in people's memories, what nonsense. I had hoped this Dr. Grey Wolf would share my ambitions, my outlook, but clearly," he broke off and demanded, "Fine, I understand Dr. Grey Wolf's eternity now. But what about the knowledge he left behind?" At this, Naruto pointed at himself and declared, "I am the treasury of Dr. Grey Wolf's knowledge. If you want to gain what Dr. Grey Wolf left behind, it's simple. All you have to do is debate me on the true meaning of eternity." Scorpion was at a loss for words. Who was he? None other than the Scorpion of the Red Sand, a man who had pursued and dissected the concept of eternity for decades, going so far as to turn himself into a pure puppet, striving to become eternity itself. Debate eternity with him? That was just a sure way to end up humiliated. Even someone as brilliant as Orochimaru had never been able to counter Scorpion's view of eternity. And this kid? Scorpion could only scoff at the thought. Still, the prospect of crushing another's theory with his own was too tempting to pass up. All right then, let's have that debate. Let's see if you can persuade me. Mechanical Naruto nodded, all the while beginning his silent search online for philosophy references. In truth, Naruto saw eternity as a question rooted in philosophy above all. What is eternity? Eternity means the everlasting existence of spirit in the world. This embodies humanity's deepest hopes and dreams. Naruto's simple words left Sasori completely stunned. Sasori, the eternity you believe in is only your own version of it. In the end, it's just another form of beautiful longing. What you seek isn't pure and absolute eternity, but endless companionship. You've always thought what you believe in is the eternity of matter, and so you rebuilt your body according to your own understanding of eternity, just to fill the emptiness in your heart. In your eyes, only by attaining eternity can you avoid losing everything. Hearing this, Sasori snapped, "Enough." Sasori's anger wasn't because Naruto's words were nonsense, but because each sentence pierced straight to his core. Sasori himself was a pitiable soul, deprived of affection in childhood, a void that made his mindset crooked. The so-called immortal art he chased all his life was really just an attempt to hold onto the memories of his parents, trying to mend the wounds of his youth. In essence, he was using his life to heal his childhood scars. Naruto's words ripped open those buried feelings, leaving Sasori with no desire to keep arguing. He was ready to flip the table and storm out. Even the supposed knowledge of Dr. Wolfu held no more appeal for him now. Just as Naruto was about to speak again, a steel tail lashed out, aiming straight for his chest. Without hesitation, Naruto entered battle mode. As he did, cracks appeared on the surface of his mechanical body, lines not unlike the ones at the corners of his eyes. Blue and red streams of energy flowed through those fissures, flickering with power. At the center of these cracks was the reactor in the chest of the mechanical Naruto. Without wasting a second, Naruto flung his space backpack off to the side and planted his palms behind him. From his hands, flames roared, lifting his mechanical body into the air. Seeing Naruto enter combat form, Sasori spat coldly. "Let me see just how powerful Dr. Wolfu's masterpiece can be." With those words, the steel tail lashed up again, this time thrusting even faster at the airborne Naruto. The tip glowed with a faint violet light. It was unmistakably coated in poison. But poison had no effect on the mechanical Naruto. He dove straight for Sasori below, not even bothering to dodge the steel tail. Sparks flew as it struck Naruto's metal shell, but it failed to leave a scratch. A chuckle bubbled from Naruto. Dr. Wolfu's creation isn't something this kind of attack can damage. Without warning, mechanical Naruto rammed straight into Sasori. Alloy met wood, a contest that only the alloy could win. Naruto's reinforced body smashed Sasori's puppet shell to pieces. At that moment, Scorpion himself had no choice but to leap out from within. "I didn't expect your body to be made entirely of solid steel." Although Scorpion's expression was impassive as ever, there was no mistaking the astonishment in his voice. The reason was clear. mechanical Naruto, when not engaged in combat, wore a layer of synthetic skin, making it almost impossible to discern the true nature of his body with the naked eye. In Scorpion's world, the primary material for making puppets had always been wood. Even when crafting human puppets, the frame and joints were typically constructed from timber. After all, wood was the best-known conductor for chakra. And among metals, only the rare, chakra-infused ores could channel chakra. Ordinary metals simply wouldn't do. For a puppet master's manipulation to be as precise as moving one's own limbs would have to be the main component. It never crossed Scorpion's mind that mechanical Naruto was actually made of metal. Don't tell me your whole body is composed of chakra metal? As he spoke, Scorpion drew a scroll marked with the number 3 from behind his back, signaling his intent to fight in earnest. With Scorpion's shell shattered, Naruto soared once more into the air, looking down at his adversary below. Scorpion unfurled the scroll labeled 3. Naruto instantly understood. Now things were serious. This particular scroll contained Scorpion's deadliest puppet besides himself, the legendary third Kazekage. A billow of white smoke later, the puppet form of the third Kazekage hovered midair, while blue threads of chakra streamed from Scorpion's 10 fingertips to control its every move. Kid, you haven't told me your name yet. Scorpion made no immediate attack, gazing instead at mechanical Naruto, posing his question. My name is Genos. As he answered, crimson light flared from the cracks running along mechanical Naruto's body, and then, in one explosive motion, he launched himself straight at Scorpion. Naruto had no interest in toying with puppets. His only thought was to end the battle swiftly. His fastest path to victory was to strike directly at Scorpion's true form, whose core consciousness, he knew, was embedded in his chest. Scorpion, recognizing Naruto's intent, moved the third Kazekage to intercept, even as he himself began to retreat. The third Kazekage puppet opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of iron sand, swirling and hovering midair just like its master once had. Part of this iron sand surged between mechanical Naruto and the puppet, forming a wall of gleaming metal. Although the third Kazekage had been dead for years, under Scorpion's expert craftsmanship, the puppet could still unleash nearly all of its original power. If there was a drawback, it was the lack of true consciousness, robbing it of some agility compared to the living Kazekage. Still, the third Kazekage's magnet release enabled him to launch wide-ranging attacks, making agility less crucial. With the iron sand wall rushing up to meet him, Naruto didn't show even a flicker of concern. After all, what was there to fear? Iron sand on one side, high-grade alloy on the other. There was never any contest. With a thunderous crash, the mechanical Naruto smashed through the iron sand wall, shattering it into pieces, and then lunged straight towards Sasori himself. Faced with this spectacle, Sasori still maintained his composure, calmly manipulating the third Kazekage puppet as he steadily retreated, trying to widen the distance between himself and the advancing automaton. But the speed of the mechanical Naruto was simply unmatched. Sasori could not hope to compete. Naruto was just on the verge of seizing Sasori. Even so, Sasori did not release his hold on the chakra threads controlling the third Kazekage. Hey, that's not the wisest move. As he prepared to bring Sasori down, Naruto made what he considered the gravest, most foolish mistake, a premature declaration of victory. In the brief moment he spoke, strange noises erupted from within the mechanical Naruto's body. In the next instant, countless iron needles shot out from inside, piercing through the automaton at every joint. Though these needles were as fine as strands of hair, they inflicted considerable damage upon the mechanical Naruto. After all, the damage came from within, not from any external assault. As a result, the automaton collapsed forward, falling right at Sasori's feet. Sensing his body about to topple, Naruto didn't hesitate. He swung out one of his mechanical arms, aiming to catch Sasori off guard with a last-ditch attack. But Sasori, unfazed, nimbly dodged the flying arm and remarked, I have to admit, your body is quite sturdy. But perhaps you haven't heard. The strongest fortress is usually breached from the inside. When I realized your body was constructed entirely from metal, I knew exactly how to dismantle you. You're bold, so bold that iron sand walls didn't faze you. But in the end, your confidence led to your downfall. Although you shattered the iron sand wall, while you weren't paying attention, minute particles found their way into your body. One can only say, such is the battle between ninjas. Even on the verge of victory, they never missed the chance to explain exactly how they won. Having finished explaining, Sasori shot out several chakra threads, winding them around the fallen automaton and pulling it closer. This must be your energy core, right? As he spoke, Sasori pressed a hand against the reactor on the automaton's chest. At that very moment, The mechanical Naruto suddenly let out a chilling laugh. What are you laughing at? Sasori asked, puzzled. I'm laughing at how much you love to talk. Before Sasori could make sense of Naruto's words, he suddenly felt one of his chakra threads snap. And the one to sever, it was none other than the arm Naruto had previously thrown at him. Sasori understood perfectly well. You must never underestimate any weapon or limb launched by a puppet. So when he dodged the assault from that arm, he made sure to catch and control it with chakra threads. But now that chakra thread had actually been severed. At the same time, a sharp gust split through the air, rushing towards Sasori from behind. Instinctively, Sasori twisted his body to dodge the sneak attack, and in that moment he saw his assailant. It wasn't an arm as he had imagined, but a miniature mechanical version of Naruto. As the mini-mechanical Naruto struck at Sasori, cracks began to spread across the original mechanical Naruto's surface, radiating heat. Along with that heat, droplets of molten iron started to seep from the fissures. Naruto said nothing, simply lunging at Sasori with determination. The sudden turn of events caught Sasori completely off guard. Still, he wasn't about to be so easily defeated. With calm precision, Sasori raised both hands, and two iron tubes instantly unleashed bursts of high-pressure flame. Using the force of the flames, Sasori quickly put distance between himself and the mechanical Naruto. Just as Sasori prepared to regroup and come back stronger, he found himself suddenly unable to move. And then, a junior-sized mechanical Naruto wriggled out from beneath the long robe of the Akatsuki. Clutched in the mini Naruto's hand was a rod-shaped cylinder, uncannily flesh-like, with a character for Sasori inscribed on its front. Not bad at all. Mechanical Naruto took Sasori's core and offered a rare compliment. Naruto hefted the core in his palm, thinking to himself, so, this tiny thing is actually Sasori's whole essence. That truly is impressive. As he mulled it over, Naruto suddenly recalled how Shinpachi from Gintama was said to have his essence in his eyeglasses. Looking at Sasori now, a mere cylinder but somehow still alive, it was almost too bizarre to believe. Yet, on second thought, compared to Grey Wolf from Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf, Sasori's existence actually seemed fairly reasonable. Seeing that Sasori was well and truly in his grasp, Naruto shifted imperceptibly into his commentators and show-offs mode. Sasori, you must be eager to know just what they are. As he spoke, mechanical Naruto summoned the three mini Narutos to his side. The three mini mechanical Narutos stood in a row, and with a chorus of metallic snaps, they merged into one, transforming at last into the arm of the mechanical Naruto. But this is the first time you've seen tech like this, isn't it? That's why. You can't call your loss unjust. Though Sasori was reduced to a cylinder, he could still hear Naruto's words and watch his every move. He was truly displeased, but defeat was defeat, and he wasn't one to shy away from it. Now, all that remained was to see what Naruto would do with him. And indeed, Naruto was weighing his options on how to deal with Sasori. The optimal outcome? Subduing Sasori, without a doubt. If he could win him over, Sasori could serve as Naruto's insider within the Akatsuki. But, knowing Sasori's personality, gaining his allegiance wouldn't be easy. It would take considerable effort and strategy. Just as Naruto was about to stash away Sasori's true body for now, planning to discuss later with the others how best to handle it, his own body abruptly froze in place, ceasing all movement. Naruto was suddenly forced offline. Not even the autopilot function remained active. He was simply gone. At the very same moment, the true body of Sasori slipped from Naruto's grasp and crashed to the ground. As Sasori's core hit the floor, it began to emit a shimmering blue chakra. Chakra filaments formed into threads, lifting Sasori's body up and drawing it swiftly back toward his empty shell. The Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto's home. Naruto lay on his bed, a virtual reality headset covering his head. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of serpentine, venomous eyes watched intently from not far outside his window. Those eyes belonged to none other than Orochimaru. Orochimaru had just completed a sweep of the area. There were no Anbu operatives nearby, though plenty of Root agents lurked close at hand. Yet, curiously, Root's attention was not on Naruto, the Ninetales host, but on Orochimaru himself. He gave the Root operatives little thought. What piqued Orochimaru's interest was the peculiar device perched atop Naruto's head. Could this be the virtual headset I saw advertised on that billboard? How fascinating. A sly smile curled across his lips. Then, producing a slender needle from seemingly out of nowhere, Orochimaru hurled it directly at the unconscious Naruto lying on the bed. Though long and fine, the needle, powered by Orochimaru's chakra, sliced effortlessly through the window glass and sank into Naruto's neck. At that instant, Naruto, deep in his virtual world, suddenly felt an itch at the nape of his neck and slipped into unconsciousness. Though his body shut down, Naruto's consciousness plunged straight into the sealed space within him. Huh, why did I suddenly wind up in the seal? While Naruto was still puzzling this out, Minato Namikaze provided the answer. Naruto, you've been attacked. Naruto frowned at this news, but quickly moved to a computer terminal. Nowadays, his room was equipped with no shortage of surveillance cameras. Thanks to the network, even within the seal, he could access live security feeds. In moments, a suspicious figure crept into view just beneath his window. Because Orochimaru had used a transformation technique, none of those watching recognized him at first. Orochimaru quietly unlatched the window, but as he lifted it halfway, a pair of handcuffs sprang out from nowhere, snapping closed on his wrists. That wasn't the end of it. A power surge crackled through the cuffs, powerful enough to jolt a person to their very core, sending Orochimaru into convulsions. Pinned by the cuffs, Orochimaru couldn't withdraw his hands. Forced into a corner, he parted his lips and spat out the Kusanagi sword, severing his own hands to break free. Within the sealed space, upon seeing the Kusanagi sword gripped in Orochimaru's mouth, everyone immediately understood who was behind this attack on Naruto. It was none other than Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. Huh, why would Orochimaru come after me? Naruto was utterly perplexed. Minato Namikaze shook his head. I'm not sure, but I suppose we'll find out soon enough. Dad, are you really sure Orochimaru can make it through all those traps just to reach me? It's possible, I suppose. Minato looked uncertain himself. After all, every one of those traps had been set up by Grey Wolf. In fact, Naruto's home hadn't had many traps at all to begin with. But after Kushina showed up, she insisted the place be made safer and put Grey Wolf to work filling the house with all sorts of security measures. Elsewhere, after severing both his hands, Orochimaru found a deserted spot and shed his skin. With his body freshly renewed, his hands grew back as if by magic, though he did notice his chakra reserves had diminished a bit. Casting a wary glance toward the window of Naruto's house, Orochimaru shook his head and decided to try the front entrance instead. He disposed of his discarded skin, then turned toward the staircase. As he began climbing the stairs, he noticed something utterly ordinary, a simple banana peel lying right in his path. Orochimaru, being a ninja of Kaga-level ability, dismissed it entirely. The notion that he, of all people, would slip on a banana peel and take a tumble was simply too ridiculous. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than he stepped directly onto the banana peel and promptly slipped, tumbling headfirst down the stairs. The instant he felt himself losing balance, Orochimaru thrust his legs out and executed a flawless backflip. The flip was graceful indeed, but, bizarrely, there were now 2 more banana peels right where his feet were about to land. Both feet landed on those peels, and he crashed to the floor flat on his back. These 3 banana peels didn't really harm Orochimaru, but the humiliation was another story entirely. Meanwhile, everyone watching from the seal space burst out laughing. Grey Wolf, that was some genius thinking with those banana peels. Kushina clapped Grey Wolf on the shoulder as tears of laughter rolled down her cheeks. But Grey Wolf only shrugged. That's nothing, really. Next to the stairs was an inconspicuous mural, depicting a gorilla happily munching on a banana. As it happened, Orochimaru's misfortune was all tied to this very mural. Its sole function was to generate banana peels whenever necessary. So long as Orochimaru tried to go upstairs, banana peels could appear at his feet at any moment. If he wanted to make it up the stairs, he'd have to keep his head down the entire way. But if he did that, he'd be unable to avoid any traps coming at him from above. No sooner had Orochimaru hit the floor than he leapt back to his feet. After leaping up, he peered closely at the 2 flattened banana peels he'd already stepped on, perplexed. He was sure that, when he first set foot on the stairs, there had been absolutely no banana peels behind him. Driven by suspicion and curiosity, Orochimaru started up the stairs once more. This time, he stared down at each step as he ascended. Just as Orochimaru lifted his foot for another step, a banana peel suddenly appeared right under him. The appearance was so abrupt and unexpected that Orochimaru nearly fell for it again. What on earth is going on? Staring at the banana peel that had appeared out of nowhere, Orochimaru grew even more bewildered. He decided to ignore the banana peel and kept climbing, only for another to materialize, right where his foot would come down. His curiosity piqued. Orochimaru ignored the peels and continued his ascent. More banana peels popped up in his path, but this time he avoided every single one. Is that all? Even though the sudden appearance of the banana peels was rather uncanny, Orochimaru dismissed it as a mere child's trick. After all, if someone possessed that kind of ability, why not use explosive tags instead? Even without stepping directly on them, an explosive tag could detonate, instantly blasting both legs off an enemy. At this moment, Orochimaru found himself increasingly intrigued by Uzumaki Naruto. Even without Danzo's orders, he was determined to uncover Naruto's secrets. After clearing the banana peel gauntlet, Orochimaru let out a scornful laugh. Such childish tricks. But just as the words left his mouth, a faint rustling came from overhead. Orochimaru instinctively looked up and spotted a row of small, yellow turrets on the ceiling. Each one was barely as thick as a finger, yet every barrel was now pointed squarely at him. Orochimaru instantly sensed danger and tried to dodge, but it was already too late. A rapid barrage of sharp popping sounds thundered out as the turrets fired a rain of colorful, candy-like pellets. The pellets flew fast, vanishing instantly upon striking Orochimaru, as if they were merging into his very body. As they entered him, Orochimaru's entire body burned with a fiery sensation, as though he'd been smeared from head to toe with hot peppers. Without waiting for the turrets to fire again, Orochimaru quickly formed a single-handed seal and unleashed a fireball straight at the ceiling's guns. He was careful to rein in the fire's intensity. The goal was simply to clear out the overhead turrets, not demolish the building. But to Orochimaru's surprise, the mighty fireball he spat out not only failed to destroy the gun turrets, it actually fueled them, the flames being sucked in hungrily. With the fire absorbed, the turret's power became even more ferocious. Forced to adapt, Orochimaru had to use an earth-style technique to shield himself. Enduring the burning sensation all over his body, Orochimaru was desperate to get upstairs as quickly as possible. He hurried towards the stairs, but before he had climbed more than a few steps, the staircase suddenly transformed into an escalator. Only it was moving in reverse, turning the ascent into a treadmill-like ordeal. Faced with this unexpected development, Orochimaru was left momentarily bewildered. He couldn't help but think that sneaking up to the second floor was proving even harder than storming an enemy stronghold. Just as he braced himself to dash forward and make a bolt for the second floor, the escalator beneath his feet abruptly sped up. At once, he lost his footing and was slammed down onto the moving steps. In that same moment, the earth wall he'd created behind him was shattered to pieces by the relentless turrets. A hail of bullets, larger and more powerful than before, pelted Orochimaru. Perhaps it was the fire they had absorbed, but this time, the bullets not only burned fiercely but were laced with a stabbing, almost unbearable pain. Damn it! Orochimaru's desire to unleash a massive technique and raise this whole place was nearly overwhelming, but he knew he couldn't risk it. Gritting his teeth, he looked up at the still-spinning escalator and the turrets perched on the ceiling. He had no choice but to channel chakra to the soles of his feet and try to walk along the sidewall instead. But the moment he set foot on the wall, there was a sudden crash. In an instant, Orochimaru found himself sprawled on the floor. Before he could recover, a small skylight opened in the wall, and a fist shot out, slamming him violently off the stairs. Tumbling head over heels down the steps, Orochimaru ended up sprawled at the bottom, covered in banana peels and thoroughly humiliated. He fought to control his anger and once again shed his skin. After casting off his old form, the burning and stabbing pains vanished, but he could feel his chakra reserves diminishing yet again. From Orochimaru's perspective, these traps on the stairs should have been nothing to a powerful shinobi. But for a ninja attempting a stealthy infiltration, this place was an absolute nightmare. Fury rising within him, he decided he could waste no more time. He would break through by force. With that decision made, Orochimaru slipped outside and leapt straight up to where Naruto's window was. Oddly enough, two of his own arms still dangled from the window frame, a sight as eerie as it was grotesque. Wind style, wind cutter. Without a moment's hesitation, Orochimaru formed the necessary hand signs, unleashing a jutsu that sliced Naruto's window clean open. Meanwhile, not far from Naruto's house, dozens of root ninja were lying in wait, ready to receive their orders. One of them approached their squad captain and asked, "Captain, why hasn't Orochimaru shown up yet? Do you think he's tricked us somehow?" "I'm not exactly sure, but, for now, our only job is to stay here and wait for Orochimaru to show up." Truth be told, even the captain of the root squadron was feeling a bit lost. They had already been here for quite some time, and they knew that Orochimaru had gathered plenty of information about Naruto Uzumaki. Yet, nothing had happened so far, and that left them puzzled. As for the lack of any movement from Naruto Uzumaki's home, well, they didn't give it much thought. After all, anyone who had ever watched or learned about Naruto Uzumaki knew he was a complete shut-in with a few screws loose. He never left the house, and sometimes, even on the edge of starvation, he wouldn't step outside to buy food. Back then, they had already realized there was something wrong with Naruto. Later, when they discovered Naruto actually made friends with his own clones, letting them be his teachers, each clone with its own name. They became certain the boy was suffering from a complete mental breakdown. Inside the seal space, watching Orochimaru barge in head-on, those within the seal, including Naruto, could only shake their heads in resignation. Definitely not the wisest choice. Minato Namikaze lamented softly. Oof. If Orochimaru dares to make a move against Naruto, he'd better be ready to face our wrath. Just as Kushina finished her words, Orochimaru began to take action in the scene. Instead of entering Naruto's room directly after cutting the window open, Orochimaru created a shadow clone and sent it in ahead to scout. Noticing this, Kushina quickly cried, "Hurry, switch the traps to manual control." Hui Tailang immediately responded, tapping rapidly on the computer. The traps, which had been fully automated, now switched to manual mode. At that moment, Naruto chimed in with another reminder. Hui Tailang, don't use traps that are too lethal. I want to capture Orochimaru alive. Hui Tailang, who was initially planning to deal with Orochimaru in one fell swoop, paused upon hearing Naruto's words, then selected a non-lethal, immobilizing trap. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's shadow clone took a careful tour of Naruto's room and, finding nothing amiss, prompted the real Orochimaru to slip through the window and into the room. Seeing Naruto lying on the bed wearing a helmet, Orochimaru let out a low chuckle. Kid, I really have no idea who you think you're protecting yourself from with all these traps. No sooner had he said it than 5 iron chains, each tipped with shackles, shot out from the walls, snapping tight around his limbs and neck. Panicked, Orochimaru instinctively tried to break free, but a powerful surge of electricity, far stronger than anything he'd encountered before, shot through the chains, leaving him shaking uncontrollably, his chakra in total disarray. When the current finally stopped, black smoke even curled from Orochimaru's mouth. After successfully capturing Orochimaru, Naruto, lying on the bed, also took off the virtual helmet and opened his eyes. To be honest, that dose of anesthetic was completely useless for Naruto, a non-user strengthened to perfection, not to mention being a flawless Jinchuriki. The only reason for capturing Orochimaru this time was simple: to make him help release the soul of his father, Minato Namikaze. To set Minato's soul free, not only was the Shinigami mask required, but someone also needed to cut open the belly of the Reaper, through self-mutilation. There was no way Naruto would do such a thing on himself. This kind of task was best left to a professional. And that professional, of course, was none other than Orochimaru. Naruto sat up in bed, not remotely worried about the mechanical Naruto and Sasori on the other side. After all, he'd already taken apart Sasori's prosthetic. No way that guy could stir up any more trouble. Seeing Naruto awake so swiftly, Orochimaru, who was shackled and suspended midair, couldn't help but grin. Kid, you really are something else. No wonder Danzo wanted me to get information from you. Hearing Orochimaru, Naruto instinctively glanced back and muttered inwardly. So all that malice was Danzo's doing? Whatever. After all, nobody else can see what's happening in here. Although the third Hokage had said the Umbu would no longer protect, or rather, spy on him, Naruto had far too many secrets. To be safe, he'd had Grey Wolf set up a barrier in the area. Luckily, this barrier wasn't an illusion technique, but merely a virtual projection. For anyone in the ninja world, seeing through it was virtually impossible. So, everything Orochimaru had just experienced outside Naruto's house had gone completely unnoticed by Root's ninja station nearby. As for Danzo trying to extract intel from him, Naruto had expected as much. The only surprise was that Orochimaru came personally, rather than one of Danzo's subordinates. But thinking it over, it made sense. If Danzo wanted continued use of the virtual helmet, he couldn't afford to get on Naruto's bad side, and if he wanted more DLC for the game, he most definitely couldn't annoy him. At this thought, Naruto sighed inwardly. What a headache. I really wish I could just revive Dad, dump all the trouble on him, and finally be free of it all myself. While thinking this, Naruto called out in his heart, Kurapika, I'll hand my body over to you. Restrain Orochimaru. Yes. At Kurapika's quiet reply, his consciousness replaced Naruto's. Naruto closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, everything about him, his very presence and expression, had completely changed. At that moment, Naruto was Kurapika. Orochimaru licked his lips when he saw this, his curiosity thoroughly piqued by Naruto's current state. Hey, so this is your other personality, is it? Uzumaki Naruto, you really are an amusing one. Another personality, you say? I'm more inclined to believe there's an entirely different soul dwelling within you. Having devoted himself to the study of immortality, Orochimaru's understanding of souls was far from ordinary. At a single glance, he saw Naruto's transformation wasn't merely a shift in awareness, but a change that extended to the very soul. Kurapika, however, completely ignored Orochimaru's remarks. Anyone who'd watched Naruto would know, whether it was Naruto or Kurapika, 5 chains alone would never truly bind Orochimaru. The only reason Orochimaru was still restrained was because of the earlier surge of electricity. Once the effects of the current wore off, Orochimaru could easily slip free, whether by reverse summoning or shedding his skin. Orochimaru remained calmly composed, but his composure wavered the moment Kurapika unleashed his true ability. Kurapika activated his nun technique, Chain Jail. Extending his little finger, 2 slender chains materialized upon it. The Judgment Chain. With those words, Kurapika pointed his pinky at Orochimaru, and the 2 chains shot out with a whip-like crack, aiming directly for Orochimaru's chest and forehead. Kurapika knew that binding Orochimaru's heart alone would never threaten him. So this time, he launched 2 chains at once. One seized the heart, while the other shackled Orochimaru's mind. Yet, even now, with both the heart and mind encircled, Kurapika felt uneasy. But this was already the very limit of what he could achieve. In truth, the best way to deal with Orochimaru was to strike at his soul and spirit. For Orochimaru, a body is just a temporary vessel. If this one was ruined, he'd simply find another. Orochimaru, here's what's going to happen, Kurapika said. I'm offering you a contract. You agree to 2 conditions. Complete them, and the chains binding your heart and mind will dissolve. If you fail, the chains will pierce straight through your heart and brain. As he spoke, to prove his point, Kurapika activated his nun, sending a pulse through the chain coiled around Orochimaru's heart. Instantly, Orochimaru felt his heart clench tight, a suffocating pressure gripping his chest. He understood. This boy before him had truly tampered with his heart. Yet even now, aware of the danger, Orochimaru didn't panic. Hey, well then, tell me, what are your 2 conditions? Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Kurapika did not speak right away. Instead, he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, Naruto's consciousness had returned. Seeing this, Orochimaru licked his lips and smiled slyly. Naruto Uzumaki, can you tell me, do you truly harbor another soul within your body? Of course, Orochimaru-senpai, Naruto replied. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected Naruto to agree so readily. But there are 2 things you'll need to do for me in return. Before Orochimaru could ask further, Naruto continued. First, I want the body cells of the 4th Hokage. I know you have a habit of grave robbing, and for someone as powerful as the 4th Hokage, I'm sure you've dug him up at least once already. The second thing I want is for you to help release the soul of the 4th Hokage. I'm guessing these 2 requests aren't too difficult for someone like you. Naruto's demands made Orochimaru's brow knit tightly. I do have the 4th cells, Orochimaru admitted. But as for the soul that was taken by the Reaper, that's beyond my power for now. To retrieve the 4th soul, you'd have to undo the Reaper Death Seal. And to do that, you must summon the spirit of the Shinigami. Before Orochimaru could finish, Naruto cut him off. You're talking about the Death God mask, aren't you? Don't worry about the mask. My people are already looking for it. What I need is for you to wear the Death God mask and break the seal. At those words, Orochimaru sank into deep thought. It felt like he had finally seized the thread behind Naruto's strange behavior. He knew the secrets of the Uzumaki clan. He knew how to break the Reaper Death Seal. He could manipulate chains, weaving them all together like links in a chain. Orochimaru could think of only one person, the previous Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki. So then, could the other soul inside Naruto really be? Naruto Uzumaki, you certainly know a lot. Judging by everything, the other soul inside you must be Kushina Uzumaki, isn't it? In that moment, everything clicked for Orochimaru. Why did Naruto know so much? How did he know the Uzumaki clan's secret techniques? How could he work the Death God mask, set up crafty traps, and wield those uncanny sealing chains? All of it, Orochimaru now understood. The answer was clear. The other soul inside Naruto belonged to someone from the Uzumaki clan. Golden hair, the Uzumaki name, the power of the 9 tails sealed within. You want the 4th Hokage's body and soul. Once all the clues were connected, Naruto Uzumaki's true identity finally made perfect sense to Orochimaru. Naruto Uzumaki was the son of the 4th Hokage and the previous 9 tails Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki. And most likely, the other soul within Naruto was Kushina Uzumaki herself. Kushina Uzumaki was a master of the adamant sealing chains. She was truly skilled with chains. It makes perfect sense that she'd also know a few other types of chain-based jutsu. After making sense of everything, Orochimaru asked in a puzzled tone, Naruto Uzumaki, you're aware, aren't you? You know who your father is. Naruto nodded in response. To rescue the soul of the fourth Hokage. Surely you're not suggesting you have a way to bring him back to life. Hee hee. As expected of Orochimaru, you guessed correctly. When Naruto answered with certainty, Orochimaru was visibly floored. Although Orochimaru knew about the impure world reincarnation developed by the second Hokage, he had even used it himself, fully understanding it was a ninjutsu capable of resurrection. Still, looking at Naruto now, Orochimaru was convinced that the revival he referred to was far from being as simple as the impure world reincarnation. In that case, why not bring your mother Kushina Uzumaki back as well? Hearing this question, Naruto showed a trace of helplessness. As if he hadn't wanted to. Of course he had. But for the moment, he simply couldn't do it. Reviving Minato Namikaze was possible only because Minato's soul lacked a vessel. As long as he could clone a new body from his cells, he could bring him back. But when it came to Kushina, the first step would be to use impure world reincarnation. Then, somehow, extract her soul from that state. Yet it was that second step that Naruto couldn't accomplish. He lacked any jutsu or ability related to souls. In the end, only the Rinnegan could truly achieve it. Naturally, Naruto didn't explain all this to Orochimaru. You don't need to worry about that. Just give me a way to contact you. Once I got the mask, I'll be in touch. At this, Orochimaru chuckled. Aren't you worried I'll just disappear? After all, the chains you planted inside me. I won't have much trouble removing those. Besides, as I suspect, these chains seem to function as a sort of pact. So long as I don't break our agreement, the chains won't harm me, right? Hearing Orochimaru's reasoning, Naruto nodded. I believe you can, yes. If I'm not mistaken, you're talking about the living corpse reincarnation, aren't you? The moment Naruto so directly exposed his secret, Orochimaru's previously amused expression froze in place. Seeing that look, Naruto thought to himself, trying to pull tricks in front of someone holding the script, and backed by a team of strategists. Honestly, isn't that just asking for trouble? He was right. In fact, as Naruto and Orochimaru spoke inside the ceiling space, everybody else had been discussing how best to outmaneuver Orochimaru. Undeniably, Orochimaru was one of the trickiest individuals to deal with in the entire ninja world. It wasn't simply a matter of strength. It was that he combined power with cunning. He was flexible, adaptable, able to endure, to scheme, to survive, and always ready to pounce. Trying to outsmart someone like this, even with Naruto's memories from 2 lifetimes, would still be a tremendous challenge. But let's not forget he's got a whole team of strategists working with him. Zephyr, a former Navy admiral, didn't just earn that rank by chance. To have risen so high and trained so many future admirals, his wisdom is indisputable. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, though his reign was brief, he was the shadow of the hidden leaf, one whose depths were as unfathomable as the village itself. Every day, he had to match wits with the entrenched elders of Konoha, so he was never lacking in intelligence. Kurapika, though still young, can already be considered the cool-headed and intelligent core among the hunters. As for Grey Wolf, while he might not be adept at elaborate schemes, his endless stream of seemingly ridiculous ideas always find a way to become reality through his outlandish inventions. Then there's Kushina Uzumaki and the Nine-Tailed Fox. As the old saying goes, 3 humble cobblers make a strategist as wise as Zhuge Liang. With those 2 together, that's 2/3 of Zhuge Liang already. With guidance pouring in from his team of masterminds, Orochimaru was now caught in a whirlwind of thoughts. From the very beginning, Naruto had revealed pieces of information, things that Orochimaru was aware of, yet ordinary people would never know. That alone was enough to throw Orochimaru off, leading him to mistakenly believe that Naruto's other personality was none other than the soul of Kushina Uzumaki. Then just now, Naruto had casually mentioned the living corpse reincarnation technique, an exclusive jutsu of Orochimaru's. This pushed Orochimaru's confusion to a new level. Revealing knowledge of this forbidden jutsu was also a deliberate move, to let Orochimaru know, there's little you know that I don't. And so, the groundwork for an equal exchange with Orochimaru was finally laid. Upon hearing Naruto utter the name of his signature jutsu, Orochimaru fell into a contemplative silence, mind whirring as he wondered how Naruto could possibly know this, or whether someone close to him had betrayed him. Noticing Orochimaru's silence, Naruto smiled and said, Orochimaru, I know you could easily break the chains inside your body, but if you do, you'll be missing out on a vital piece of information. Orochimaru, who had been lost in his own speculations, snapped his attention back to Naruto. Oh, and what information is that? Naruto had piqued Orochimaru's curiosity. He was clearly intrigued by the mention of new intelligence. It concerns the true history of the ninja world, or, if you prefer, the origin of ninja themselves. To be exact, not just ninja. Some samurai can use chakra too. So what I really mean is the very origin of chakra itself. Naruto's words struck straight at Orochimaru's core. Was this information important? For many, not particularly. Most shinobi don't care where chakra comes from. What matters is how to make their own chakra stronger. But for Orochimaru, ever the seeker of truth, it wasn't so simple. How could he hope to strengthen his own chakra without understanding its origin and nature? So, the information Naruto holds is highly tempting to him. Oh really? Very well. I can help you, and I mean it. If you wish to resurrect Kushina, I can even use the reanimation jutsu to bring her back. Orochimaru was now truly interested in collaborating with Naruto. Naruto knew far too much. Orochimaru didn't understand how Naruto had come across all this knowledge, but that hardly mattered. It wouldn't stop him from working together. At worst, once he squeezed Naruto dry of all useful information, he could simply end the partnership. Betraying a partner was something Orochimaru had done far too many times to feel any guilt. So what if the partner was just a 6- or 7-year-old child? Thus, Naruto and Orochimaru struck a temporary alliance. Just as Naruto was about to undo the bindings restraining Orochimaru, he watched as Orochimaru suddenly unhinged his jaw. In the next instant, a new Orochimaru, slick with saliva and mucus, slithered out from his own mouth. The newly emerged Orochimaru flashed Naruto a sly grin. The silent message was obvious. See, kid? Breaking free from this sort of restraint is child's play for me. Naruto merely shrugged his shoulders, then pointed toward the window, signaling that Orochimaru was free to leave. However, Orochimaru shook his head and said, "Since we're collaborators now, could you do me a little favor?" As he spoke, Orochimaru exaggeratedly pinched his thumb and forefinger together to indicate it was just a small favor. What kind of favor? Naruto asked. Tell me everything you know about the Rinnegan. And how did you come to know about it in the first place? Orochimaru didn't bother beating around the bush. He came right out with what he, and Danzo, wanted to know. He hadn't forgotten. Danzo still had half of Hashirama's cells waiting for him. Oh, I almost forgot about Danzo altogether. As he spoke, Naruto lifted his shirt and continued, "Inject a sliver of your consciousness, imbued with your chakra, into the seal space inside me. You can do that, right?" Though Orochimaru had no clue why Naruto would ask such a thing, he nodded in agreement and extended a finger. Blue chakra gleamed at his fingertip before he pressed it gently against Naruto's abdomen. Meanwhile, within the seal space, Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, waited there alone. This time, Naruto planned to let Danzo discover the 4th Hokage's existence ahead of schedule. After all, just knowing this one secret would allow Danzo to imagine for himself why Naruto was privy to so many hidden truths. Where Minato stood was not his usual place of activity, but just outside the cell that once imprisoned Kurama. To assist with the charade, Kurama had voluntarily returned to his cage. Napping all that time in the open sunshine, only to be back in here again. I'm really not used to this. Kurama grumbled with mild annoyance. Heh, Minato Namikaze chuckled. Just hang in there a little longer. Once Orochimaru leaves, you can go back to sleep. No sooner had Minato finished speaking than a wisp of chakra slipped into the sealed space. In the blink of an eye, that trace of chakra took the shape of Orochimaru. Orochimaru hadn't expected his consciousness to enter the sealed space so effortlessly. When he saw Minato standing there, watching him with a gentle smile, Orochimaru's astonishment deepened. The moment he saw Minato, Orochimaru understood everything at once. Hey, Minato Namikaze, what a clever scheme you've pulled off. So, after sealing the 9 tails, you left your wife's soul and a fragment of your consciousness within this child. At this point, no matter what wild theories Orochimaru conjured up, Minato simply nodded along, as if to say, yes, you're absolutely right. But Orochimaru's imagination was just getting started. You sealed the 9 tails inside your son, and besides that, you left both your own avatar and Kushina Uzumaki's soul within his body. This way, you're not only able to guide Naruto, but when he's grown, you'll have a way to resurrect yourself through some secret method. Hey, what can I say? As expected from Hokage of a Leaf, your plans run deep. Looks like coming to find Naruto Uzumaki was me willingly stepping into your trap. Even if I hadn't sought you out, you'd have come knocking for me. Isn't that right, Minato Namikaze? With those words, Orochimaru fixed Minato with a piercing gaze, his serpentine eyes unblinking and intense. For the first time, Orochimaru felt that Minato was even more shrewd and calculating than Danzo or his own teacher, the 3rd Hokage. After all, if the 4th Hokage were suddenly resurrected and returned to the village, Just imagine the awe and authority he would command in Konoha. Though the fourth fell young, his feat of standing alone against the Nine Tails and saving the entire village has already become an indelible legend in the hearts of every villager and ninja in Konoha. Now, as Orochimaru watched Minato's enigmatic smile, he couldn't shake the feeling that Minato was orchestrating something further behind the scenes. Minato, for his part, understood the politics of being Hokage all too well. No matter how much Orochimaru speculated, smeared his name, or spun conspiracies, Minato simply replied with, "Yes, yes, it's all on me. Absolutely nothing to do with my son. Orochimaru, now that you see me here, you should know where Naruto got his information from, shouldn't you?" Orochimaru nodded. "I understand now. But there's one more thing. The organization you secretly founded, does the third Hokage know?" Minato said, "Huh, since when did I ever found any kind of organization?" Seeing Minato Namikaze standing there in stunned silence, Orochimaru gave a confident smile and said, "Did I hit the mark? As I thought, you must have discovered my living corpse reincarnation technique through your shadowy network as well, didn't you?" Minato Namikaze simply stared without responding. "The organization is called the Shinobi World Republic Potkage Association. Don't even think about trying to investigate this organization. You won't uncover anything. Apart from Naruto and me, no one could ever force any member of this group to show themselves." Orochimaru chuckled again, his voice sly and dismissive. "No matter, we're partners after all. All I need is the information. I've never cared to ask about your sources." In Orochimaru's eyes, his true collaborator wasn't Naruto, but Minato Namikaze, standing before him. "Well then, now that we've met, it's time for you to leave." Just as Minato finished speaking, a deep, menacing growl came from the massive cage nearby, the voice of the Nine Tails. An ominous surge of chakra erupted toward Orochimaru. Minato reacted instantly, snapping his fingers. The dark chakra that was seeping out from the Nine Tails instantly dissolved into nothingness. "Minato Namikaze, you bastard, how can you be this powerful? You're actually even stronger than Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha." Orochimaru was dumbfounded. Hashirama Senju, Madara Uchiha. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Kurama, the Nine Tails, fell silent, realizing he seemed to have mixed up the names. Minato quickly tried to cover the slip. "Nine Tails, have I hit you so hard you've gone silly?" With that, Minato raised a hand toward the cage. Instantly, Orochimaru saw the Nine Tails thrash wildly inside, its expression twisted in agony, drool spilling from its mouth. Watching Minato's effortless display, Orochimaru was inwardly shocked. To think just a fragment of Minato Namikaze's consciousness is enough to suppress the Nine Tails. He truly is unfathomable. Meanwhile, in Naruto's room, Orochimaru slowly opened his eyes, his finger resting on Naruto's stomach. He looked at Naruto and said, "I've learned everything I wanted to know." "Good." Naruto nodded eagerly. "Just find Danzo and push everything I told you onto my dad." Orochimaru eyed Naruto, a strange smile creeping across his face. With a flick, he performed a summoning jutsu on the spot. It conjured only a small white snake. "If you ever need to contact me, just tell this snake." As he spoke, Orochimaru opened his mouth once more and spat out a scroll, placing it on the table. He continued, "Inside this scroll are cells from the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze." Naruto pointed at the scroll, still damp with saliva. Can you get what's inside this scroll out? I don't know how to open it." Orochimaru saw the look of disgust in Naruto's eyes and immediately understood. It wasn't that Naruto didn't know how to open the scroll. He simply found it utterly distasteful. Orochimaru didn't seem to care, though. He nonchalantly unrolled the scroll on the table, formed a quick seal with his hands, and a puff of white smoke rose from the scroll. When the haze cleared, a test tube had appeared before Naruto's eyes. This test tube contains the fourth Hokage's cells. And, if you're not using it right away, it's best to keep it sealed in the scroll. Otherwise, the living cells inside will die. If not in the scroll, storing them in the fridge works too. Hearing Orochimaru's instructions, Naruto nodded, but instead of following Orochimaru's suggestion and putting the tube back in the scroll or in the fridge, he took the test tube and walked over to a machine in the corner of the room. That machine hadn't seen much use lately. It was once a medical device, but now, the treatment machine had been completely revamped by Grey Wolf, turning it into a full-scale cloning machine. Standing beside the cloning machine, Naruto placed the test tube in the incubation chamber, then started up the device. Orochimaru, who had planned to leave already, paused when he saw what Naruto was doing. "What are you up to?" Orochimaru asked. "Cloning," Naruto replied without hesitation. The new word piqued Orochimaru's curiosity. Was cloning The secret to resurrecting the fourth Hokage? How intriguing, he thought to himself. Orochimaru knew all too well that getting overly curious about a partner's methods at the start of a collaboration could spell trouble. He'd already reaped plenty from this meeting, so he restrained his questions, offered Naruto a quick farewell, and turned to leave. After leaving Naruto's house, Orochimaru performed a swift earth-release jutsu and vanished from sight. When he emerged from the soil, he was already back in the Forest of Death. Eager to obtain the remaining Hashirama cells without delay, Orochimaru immediately used his methods to get in touch with Danzo. Having gotten the message, Danzo met Orochimaru once again in the underground laboratory beneath the forest. "How did your information gathering go?" Danzo asked, fixing Orochimaru with a keen gaze. Orochimaru shrugged. "Of course it went well. Otherwise, why would I be here looking for you?" But the moment Orochimaru spoke, Danzo's face darkened. Danzo had already gotten word from his subordinates. Orochimaru hadn't actually visited Naruto at all. Danzo let out a cold, mirthless laugh. "You think I'm that easy to fool? My men never saw you set foot in Uzumaki Naruto's home." Orochimaru was caught off guard by this revelation. At that moment, Orochimaru's first reaction was disbelief. How could this be possible? But then, recalling Minato Namikaze's methods, he felt a sense of relief. In the end, a wry smile crept onto his lips as he muttered to himself. "So that's how it is. Turns out no one actually saw me slip on that banana peel or tumble down the stairs." Seeing Orochimaru fall silent, Danzo assumed he must have exposed Orochimaru's lie, leaving him speechless. "So, does that mean you admit you've been deceiving me?" Orochimaru snapped out of his thoughts and shook his head, chuckling. "Heh, it seems you and the old third Hokage have been completely in the dark. You've both seriously underestimated Naruto Uzumaki. No, more precisely, you've seriously underestimated Minato Namikaze." "Minato Namikaze? What does any of this have to do with Minato Namikaze?" Danzo was puzzled, his brow furrowing. "You want to know how Naruto Uzumaki is aware of so many secrets, didn't you? The reason is, when Minato Namikaze sealed the Nine Tails, he sealed a fragment of his own consciousness inside Naruto as well. And not just Minato's consciousness. Kushina Uzumaki's soul is in there too." "Haha, fascinating, Minato Namikaze." After hearing Orochimaru's explanation, Danzo was more than a little shaken. He had never imagined that Minato would dare to make such a move. If what Orochimaru said was true, that Minato Namikaze had left behind such a hidden mechanism, then Konoha's Jinchuriki would never truly belong to the village. It would be Minato's Jinchuriki, not his, Danzo's. Catching the look on Danzo's face, Orochimaru found the situation rather amusing. "Well, the mission's finished. You should hand over the rest of the Hashirama cells now." Danzo wasted no time and tossed Orochimaru the Hashirama cells he had prepared in advance. After all, there would be more collaborations down the line. Danzo couldn't justify keeping such a paltry amount for himself. Once Orochimaru had received the cells, Danzo said coldly, "Orochimaru, let's make another deal. Erase Minato Namikaze's consciousness from inside Naruto, and I'll give you another batch of Hashirama cells." Orochimaru swallowed the scroll containing the Hashirama cells and waved dismissively. "That won't be necessary. These are enough for now." Just as Danzo was about to say more, he saw Orochimaru's body dissolve into a swirl of white smoke and vanish. "Damn it," Danzo cursed under his breath, then left the place as well. For Danzo, Minato's presence inside Naruto was terrible news. So long as the third Hokage made no fatal errors, Danzo saw only 3 ways to reach the position of Hokage himself. First, win the Jinchuriki's loyalty and attain absolute control. Second, figure out a way to take down Hiruzen Sarutobi without anyone suspecting a thing. And the last option, gain the backing of the daimyo's court to secure his rise. There were 3 methods. Danzo had already tried 2. Back then, Danzo tricked Kakashi into attempting to assassinate the third Hokage, but in the end, Kakashi was outmaneuvered by the third. Danzo had also tried to secretly reach out to the feudal lord, only to find, well, the lord actually thought Hiruzen Sarutobi was doing a fine job as Hokage, and had never even considered Danzo for the role. Now, with the truth about Minato Namikaze out, even if Danzo wanted to take control of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, it had become nearly impossible. What's more, ever since hearing about Minato's consciousness living inside Naruto, Danzo had this creeping feeling that Kage, that shadowy seed of power, would forever elude his grasp. Not long after Orochimaru's departure, a handful of root shinobi quietly approached Naruto's home. Once they got close enough, they could see the state of the house's window clearly. That looks like a notch left by a sharp blade. Seems like there's some sort of barrier here that we can't see. one root ninja remarked. Yeah, let's pull back. We should report this situation to Lord Danzo. Naturally, Naruto was aware of the root ninjas who just drawn near. He didn't pay them much attention. Instead, his gaze lingered on the cloning machine. Beside him, Grey Wolf was fiddling with the machine's controls. Hey, Grey Wolf, since we're cloning anyway, how about beefing up my dad's body a little? Grey Wolf paused to consider, then nodded. It's doable. How exactly do you want to enhance it? Well, obviously, we should add some Kekkei Jinkai. Just mixing all the coolest ones out there, and then... Before Naruto could finish, Minato's voice boomed from within the seal. Naruto, don't mess around. You'll end up turning me into some kind of monster if you aren't careful. Naruto just shrugged and glanced over at Grey Wolf. Grey Wolf nodded again. It's a good idea, actually. Plus, fusing genes this way won't turn anyone into a monster. The main genetic base will still be Minato Namake's. No matter what we add, he won't end up monstrous. Hearing this, Minato finally relaxed. Naruto closed his eyes, shifting his consciousness into the vastness of the seal. Dad, what Kekkei Jinkai do you want? He asked as he faced Minato inside the seal. Kekkei Jinkai? The stronger, the better. Like would release, or the Sharingan. Who knows? If we blend those, maybe I'll awaken the Rinnegan. At the mention of the Rinnegan, Naruto smacked his thigh in excitement. That's right. If Dad could awaken the Rinnegan, I wouldn't even need to talk Nagato into reviving Mom for me. However, awakening the Rinnegan isn't that simple. It requires not just the blood of both Uchiha and Senju, but also the chakra of Indra and Azura. In Naruto's view, the chakra of Indra and Azura was akin to two lingering souls, endlessly reincarnating through the ages. Moreover, after reincarnation, these remnant souls had a profound influence on the personalities of their new hosts. If he wanted his father to awaken the Rinnegan, he would have to find a way to extract both the fragment of Azura's soul from himself and Indra's soul currently residing in Sasuke. This is going to be a bit of a headache. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Minato Namake's nodded in agreement. It really is troublesome, but for now, at least Grey Wolf can fuse both Uchiha and Senju genes into my body. As for awakening the Rinnegan, we can take it one step at a time. Yeah, Naruto nodded. That's all we can do for now. By the way, Dad, aren't you tempted to fuse a few more Kekkei Jinkai? Like lava release, ice release, magnet release, and so on. Minato shook his head with a gentle smile. Better not. Too many bloodlines might actually weaken my fighting capability. After discussing with his father, Naruto left the sealed space. Grey Wolf, having overheard the entire conversation, couldn't help but ask curiously, Uchiha genes are easy enough to come by, but how do you plan to get Hashirama's Senjus? In Grey Wolf's eyes, the Senju and Hashirama Senju were worlds apart. What made Hashirama special was essential. Uchiha genes? Any Uchiha clan member would suffice. But for Senju, only Hashirama's genes would do. There was no substitute. That's easy. We have a very reliable partner in Orochimaru. I doubt he'll mind sharing a bit of Hashirama's cells. With that, Naruto grabbed his virtual headset and returned to his room. He hadn't forgotten. There was still Deidara's issue, waiting for him on the other side. Once he put on the headset, Naruto connected directly to Mechanical Naruto. As soon as the brain-machine interface linked up, Naruto saw nothing but darkness, and he realized he couldn't feel his arms or legs at all. They'd been detached. Mechanical Naruto tried to sense the position of his limbs, but all sensation was completely blocked. Most likely, they had been sealed away. What's going on? So you're awake. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Along with it, the sack over Naruto's head was lifted. Sasori, how is this possible? A sly chuckle followed. You've underestimated me. My main body might not be much for fighting, but that doesn't mean it can't move at all. Sasori's words suddenly made everything clear to Naruto. Watching Scorpion, Naruto felt a wave of frustration. He had almost caught him, only for Orochimaru to swoop in and save him at the last moment. Indeed, in Naruto's view, it was Orochimaru who had come to Scorpion's rescue. Had Orochimaru not interfered, Naruto wouldn't have been forced to abandon control of the mechanical clone, and Scorpion would never have regained his freedom. You can stop thinking about escape. Without your arms and legs, you have no way out. Relax. I won't kill you. After all, we're birds of a feather. Do you really think just taking off my limbs is enough to keep me restrained? Mechanical Naruto let out a mocking chuckle, and then, with a sudden surge, his body lifted into the air. It had to be said, Scorpion knew too little about science. Taking off the mechanical clone's limbs was far less effective than removing its reactor core. Even without arms and legs, Mechanical Naruto could still move. Without the reactor core, though, he'd be completely powerless. When Mechanical Naruto suddenly soared aloft, Scorpion was visibly startled. He knew well that until now, the clone's flight depended on flame jets at its hands and feet. But now what was going on? How could it propel itself with flames from its backside and actually take flight? Naturally, Scorpion couldn't allow the mechanical clone to escape. Oomph. So you can fly, but without your arms and legs, how much fight could you possibly have left? As he spoke, thin threads of chakra shot from Scorpion's hands, winding tightly around Naruto's body. At the same time, he summoned his prized puppet, the third Kazekage. You're underestimating me. Even as the words left him, the flames at the mechanical Naruto's rear erupted with startling force, burning away the threads that bound him. Rising into the air, Naruto used the clone's controls to pivot and aim its posterior right at Scorpion's position. Suddenly, energy readings around the clone's backside began spiking. At the very same moment, the mechanical Naruto's mouth opened wide, with more high-energy reactions shimmering near his jaw. Take this, Blossom Cannon. Naruto intoned the skill's name inwardly, and in the next instant, twin beams of energy shot out simultaneously from the clone's mouth and its backside. The mechanical clone's Blossom Cannon was locked squarely on Scorpion. Seeing this, Scorpion quickly commanded the third Kazekage to raise an iron sand shield. But the shield only lasted a heartbeat. Then, the Blossom Cannon melted it like butter. With the shield vaporized, the full power of the Blossom Cannon crashed into Scorpion. He never expected the mechanical clone to pack such a punch even after losing its limbs. The cannon beam obliterated half of Scorpion's body outright, though, fortunately, his true core was left unscathed. Damn it! How could it have such power? Staring at his shattered body, Scorpion muttered his frustration through gritted teeth. After destroying half of Sasori's body, the mechanical Naruto remained floating in midair and said to Sasori, "You've lost. Hand over my arms and legs." At these words, Sasori didn't waste any time. He directly used his chakra strings to pull a scroll from the backpack he'd been dragging behind him. He unfurled the scroll and released Naruto's arms and legs. Once his limbs were freed, the mechanical Naruto quickly reattached them to his body. After everything was back in place, he approached Sasori. "All right, just kill me now," Sasori said coldly. He was utterly defeated. There was nothing left he could do. The third Kazekage puppet had already been damaged when it took the full brunt of the mechanical Naruto's rear cannon just moments ago. And his own body, having been struck by that same attack, now had lost most of its combat capabilities. Sasori knew that, with the little strength he had left, there was no way he could win against the opponent standing before him. He figured it would be more straightforward to simply let Naruto finish him off. Seeing Sasori look so resigned to death, the mechanical Naruto shrugged. "Who said I wanted to kill you?" With that, he stepped forward and, without another word, extracted Sasori's core from his chest. Deprived of its core, Sasori's puppet body went limp and collapsed to the ground, utterly lifeless. With this done, Naruto slung his spatial backpack over his shoulders and left the place. As for Sasori's body, just a pile of broken wood, with no interest to Naruto whatsoever. Why spare Sasori then? Of course, it was because he wanted to use him as a mole inside the Akatsuki. At the moment, the most unpredictable factors in the ninja world were the Otsutsuki clan and the Akatsuki organization. For now, Naruto wasn't too concerned about the Otsutsuki. After all, dealing with them meant taking the fight all the way to outer space. Besides, in Naruto's view with Big Grey Wolf around, defeating the Otsutsuki wouldn't be too difficult. All he needed was for Big Grey Wolf to bang together a few interstellar warships. Once they located the Otsutsuki's base of operations, a barrage of firepower would settle the rest. So, that left the real problem, the Akatsuki. In the original story, after the Uchiha clan was wiped out, the Akatsuki became a league of delusional villains across the entire ninja world. And not just any league, it was a particularly dangerous band of fanatics. So, planting a spy among them was absolutely necessary. Sasori was the perfect candidate. Without a body, Naruto could easily have Big Grey Wolf make him a mechanical one. Since the new body would be made by Big Grey Wolf, controlling Sasori would be a simple task. That would be far more effective than using Jinjutsu or threats to keep him in line. Leaving the Sasori issue for now, Naruto consulted the satellite map and continued toward the ruins of the Land of Whirlpools. One day later, back in the Hidden Leaf Village, virtual reality helmet arcades and internet cafes were still bustling with the noise and chaos of ongoing renovations. Meanwhile, Naruto had gotten up bright and early. Today, he decided to go to school. After all, he was still a student. He couldn't just skip class all the time. At the very least, he had to attend school one day a week. What's more, there was an important mission today, to obtain Sasuke's genetic material. Naruto's arrival instantly stirred up a lively atmosphere in the classroom, especially among a few of the Konoha rookies. As long as Naruto was there, boredom never stood a chance. They could get together and play 5-on-5 League of Legends. At that point, only Hinata and Sasuke had computers in the entire class. Sasuke's computer couldn't run games. It was only good for reading certain red-letter books. Hinata's computer could run games, but she couldn't get online, so the only option was to play offline games like Plants vs. Zombies. Naruto, what have you been doing these past few days? Why haven't you been coming to school? Do you know how bored we get when you're not here? Kiba complained, looking rather exasperated. Akamaru, sprawled atop his head, barked several times in agreement, clearly missing Naruto as well. Haha, I've just been busy setting up the experience shop these last few days. The place is already being renovated. In just a few days, we'll be able to try it out. There's more than just the experience shop. There's also an internet cafe. An internet cafe is a place where you can play computer games like League of Legends and plenty of others. But Naruto's news didn't excite the group of rookies. What really grabbed their attention was the huge backpack Naruto was carrying. Seeing this, Naruto grinned and started pulling out computers one after another. Soon enough, the legendary Konoha Internet Addicts 5-man team was back in action. But after only a few rounds, they had to stop. Today was a practical training day. Practical training usually meant one-on-one matches, where students could use any ninjutsu or jinjutsu they liked. It was a favorite class for most students. Well, for everyone except the League of Legends fanatics, that is. Let's be honest, no sparring class could beat the thrill of gaming. Besides, they were already used to real battles within their clans. Reluctant as they were, everyone made their way to the training field. Naruto had even less enthusiasm for practical training. But all that changed the moment he heard who his opponent was. Because Naruto's opponent was Sasuke. A little blood in a match shouldn't be a big deal, right? Naruto mused, plotting how to get a sample of Sasuke's blood as he made his way to the center of the field. Just as Iruka was about to declare, "Begin, opponents, form your hand signs," he saw Naruto swing and land a solid punch right on Sasuke's face, still boyish, but already hinting at his future charm. The blow sent Sasuke sprawling on his back, blood trickling from both nostrils. Iruka rushed over to block Naruto's next move. "Naruto, what do you think you're doing? I haven't even said start yet." "Huh, Iruka-sensei, I thought just standing in the middle of the field meant the match had started. Sorry about that." As soon as the words left his lips, Naruto hurried over to help Sasuke up, then quickly pulled out a tissue to wipe away the blood trickling from Sasuke's nose. Sasuke was about to lose his temper, but when he saw the look of genuine remorse on Naruto's face and how Naruto was carefully wiping his nosebleed, his anger simply faded away. In the end, he just let out a disgruntled humph, turned his head aside, and pushed himself up from the ground. "Sasuke, are you okay to keep going?" Iruka stepped up beside Sasuke, his voice full of concern. Sasuke rubbed his sore nose a little, then replied, "I'm fine." "All right then, the match continues. Start by forming the seal of confrontation." As he spoke, Iruka kept his eyes fixed firmly on Naruto, as if he expected Naruto to jump the gun again. Naruto offered Iruka an awkward smile, then shoved the blood-stained tissue into his pocket before forming the confrontation seal with Sasuke. The moment the seal was completed, Sasuke lunged at Naruto without another word. The outcome was almost a foregone conclusion. Every one of Sasuke's attacks was easily deflected or dodged by Naruto. At last, Naruto finished the match with a swift karate chop to Sasuke's neck. After school, Naruto went straight home and handed the blood-stained tissue to Grey Wolf. Though there wasn't a lot of blood on the tissue, it was enough for Grey Wolf to extract high-quality genes and begin a culture with Minato's cells. To prevent Minato's body from rejecting the foreign genes, Grey Wolf arranged for a thorough fusion and culture process before introducing them into the body. Days passed. At Naruto's home, Grey Wolf finally succeeded in cultivating Uchiha genes that could be fully integrated into Minato Namake's body, then injected them into the clone incubator. Next, once a cloned adult body of Minato Namake's was produced, that body would be able to awaken the Sharingan. During his research into the Uchiha genes, Grey Wolf also discovered a hidden sequence within the gene structure. It acted almost like a lock shackling the Uchiha bloodline. This genetic lock was, in its own way, a flaw intrinsic to the Uchiha's inherited abilities. The sequence not only affected the awakening of the standard Sharingan, but also played a role in the Mangekyo's awakening. After meticulous study, Grey Wolf uncovered the secret. As long as this genetic sequence was broken and reconstructed, awakening the powers of the eye would no longer be an issue. And such a challenge was nothing to Grey Wolf. He had already fixed the flaw within the genetic code. Once Minato Namake's was revived, he would be able to unleash the eternal Mangekyo instantly. It was for all intents and purposes like handing Minato a cheat code. Grey Wolf is truly something else. The entire Uchiha clan, the second Hokage, Danzo, even Orochimaru, they've all been studying the Uchiha and the Sharingan. Yet, none of them achieved as much in a few days as Grey Wolf just did. In the sealed space, Naruto spoke with genuine admiration. Absolutely. Minato Namikaze, Zephyr, and Kurapika all chimed in, echoing his sentiment. As they talked, Naruto suddenly noticed that the cage, which had been silent for so long, was starting to change. The ceiling talisman, once dull and gray, had become vibrant and full of color once more. At this, Naruto understood. He could summon another person from the cage. Catching Naruto's glance, everyone else turned their eyes to the cage that hadn't stirred in an entire month. Looks like it's true then. A new person appears from the cage every month. Zephyr nodded to himself, quietly confirming his thoughts. That seems to be the case. Naruto stepped forward and peered closely inside, but all he could see was utter darkness. Nothing was there. Huh? No one inside? The others gathered in front of the cage as well, and they too saw only emptiness, leaving everyone bewildered. Could it be the new person doesn't actually appear every month? Kurapika frowned, voicing his doubts. Naruto shook his head. The change in the ceiling talisman means I can remove it. That has to mean there's something in there. Why not go ahead and tear off the talisman and see? Grey Wolf suggested. All right, Naruto nodded. With that, he hopped up and swiftly peeled the ceiling talisman away. As the talisman was removed, the cage opened automatically. Everyone peered inside through the open door. Still, there was nothing to see. Huh, so the idea that someone shows up every month is wrong. Is this cage more like a lottery? Could it be all three of you before my fortunate SSR draws? Naruto used the term SSR, and everyone present understood what he meant, and truth be told, they'd started to have the same suspicion. Just as Naruto finished speaking, an unexpected change swept through the entire sealed space. The room expanded even further, growing noticeably larger than before. Seeing this, Naruto scratched his head. Looks like no one's appearing after all, but at least the sealed space got bigger. With that, he waved his hand, and the cage closed once more. The dull, lifeless ceiling talisman was reapplied to the front. So, it seems the cage doesn't necessarily grant a newcomer every month. As he spoke, Naruto looked over at Grey Wolf and the others, grinning. Seems like I was pretty lucky the first 3 times, huh? As there were no new arrivals, the people present weren't particularly disappointed. Instead, their minds turned to thoughts of what new buildings they could add in the expanded sealed space. I'm going to build a wolf castle. Once I'm strong enough, I'll bring my wife and little Grey over here, someone declared eagerly. Kurapika looked puzzled. Big Bad Wolf. Even if the space hadn't grown, wouldn't you have enough room to build your wolf castle already? Big Bad Wolf waved his paw dismissively. Do you have any idea how big my wolf castle actually is? All those ghost-faced trees stretching for dozens of kilometers around. That's the territory of my wolf castle. There's no way this little bit of sealed space is enough room for me. Wolf's words left Naruto wide-eyed with astonishment. Whoa, Big Bad Wolf. So you were filthy rich back in your world all along. I've always said it, haven't I? I'm the Wolf King, the king of all wolves. Of course I was rich. But you still never managed to catch a sheep. Kushina piped up, her words landing like a well-aimed arrow and leaving Big Bad Wolf completely flustered. Hey, those little sheep are really hard to catch, okay? Besides, the reason I never caught one isn't my fault. That's just how the story's written. It's the will of the universe itself. Having experienced the three-dimensional world, Big Bad Wolf was well aware that his fate to never catch a sheep was written into his character. Still, since he'd come to this new world, his next plan was simple. Bring his wife and cub over, and finally live a life where he could eat mutton every single day. Actually, Big Bad Wolf had already considered inventing a machine that could break into the three-dimensional world, tracking down the creators of Pleasant Goat and Big Bad Wolf, and sending them flying with a grenade. Maybe then, he thought his fate of never catching a sheep would finally be broken. But after thinking it through, he realized it was far too risky, and so he gave up that idea. Naruto, is the virtual helmet experience store opening today? Kushina asked, her excitement unmistakable. These days, what Kushina looked forward to most was the launch of the virtual helmets. With those devices, she'd finally be able to interact and communicate with real people in the virtual world. When she first tried out the virtual world, Kushina found it fascinating. But over time, talking only to NPCs every day just didn't seem so interesting anymore. Plus, the virtual world was an open one, lacking any truly engaging plotlines. Without people to connect with, staying in the sealed space Browsing the internet or catching up on TV dramas seemed like a much better way to pass the time. Naruto, of course, knew exactly what his mother meant. Smiling, he nodded. Yeah, just a few more days to go before it officially opens. By then, I bet lots of people will pour into the virtual world. After the thrill wore off, Kushina's face shifted into a pensive expression. Hey, what should we do about Xiao Tuanshuan and the Monkey King? Are we really going to break them up? Naruto, Minato Namikaze, Kurapika, Zephyr, Grey Wolf, Kurama. Kushina Uzumaki's words left everyone at the scene utterly speechless. Just as Naruto was about to leave the sealed space to deal with the grand opening of the virtual helmet experience store, Kurama's voice called him back. Finally got my hands on it, the Shinigami mask. When Naruto heard Kurama, he immediately turned to look at Kurama wearing the virtual helmet. Kurama, you got the virtual helmet? Hearing Naruto, Kurama took off the helmet and replied, I got it. So what do you think? Want me to control the mechanical Naruto and head back to the Hidden Leaf now? A few days earlier, after Naruto had taken down Sasori and was heading toward the Uzumaki clan ruins, he handed over control of his mechanical double to Kurama. After all, Naruto had plenty of his own matters to handle, and the job of operating the mechanical Naruto needed to go to someone else. Luckily, with the network available, even within the sealed space, Kurama could use the neural interface to control the mechanical Naruto outside. Kurapika and Zephyr still needed to guide Naruto's training, and Grey Wolf remained absorbed in perfecting a stable dimensional shuttle. As for Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, neither of them could operate the mechanical Naruto. In the end, the weighty task was handed over to the most idle resident of the sealed space, Kurama himself. At first, Kurama had flatly refused, but when Naruto threatened to cut off his cola supply, he reluctantly agreed. By now, Kurama couldn't live without his cola or the internet. He could go without food, but life without his beloved network, computer, or cola? Absolutely not. Naruto nodded at Kurama's words. All right, hurry up and bring the mask back. And while you're at it, have Grey Wolf analyze Sasori's real body so he can make an undercover body for Sasori. Okay, Kurama replied, making an okay gesture and slipping the virtual helmet back on. Knowing Kurama had found the Shinigami mask, Naruto finally felt at ease. His consciousness slipped out of the sealed space. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, after lunch, as per his usual routine, the third Hokage used the shadow clone jutsu. He left his clone to handle official business while he put on his virtual helmet, ready to dive into the online world. These days, the third had become quite a veteran in virtual reality. In the virtual world, he and his partner, Xiao Tuanshuan, braved adventures and faced life and death crises together. Later, they even established their own faction, a ninja village called Monkey Tuan Ninja Village. Together, starting from nothing, they built up their own village. While their village was still small, barely 30 residents so far, they had already rediscovered the joy that Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju must have felt when they first founded the Hidden Leaf together. Most importantly, this ninja village belongs to them. They have full control over how they want to build and shape it. At the moment, in the virtual world, their monkey squad is the only ninja village, and all its ninjas are handcrafted NPCs of their own creation. But that doesn't stop them from enjoying the game immensely. Battling monsters, leveling up, learning new jutsus, awakening hidden bloodlines, hunting down secret bosses, searching for fortunes, or running into unexpected world bosses. Here, Monkey King and Little Squad both rediscover the thrill and passion of combat that they've been missing for a long time. Meanwhile, the third Hokage is already plotting his next adventure as he enters the virtual world. But as soon as he logs on, a system message pops up that catches him off guard. System update notice. The test server experience is complete. The official server is about to open. There are 11 hours and 35 minutes left before the official server launch. The message leaves him petrified for a moment. My monkey squad ninja village? Could it really be gone just like that? But soon, he manages to calm himself down. He vaguely remembers Naruto mentioning before that this was just a test server, and that all prior data would be wiped before the official launch. The thought of losing everything suddenly makes him anxious. If the data is wiped, doesn't that mean his friend Little Squad will disappear too? Damn it, what am I going to do if I can't get in touch with Little Squad? No, wait, I should still be able to contact him. Friends added through the ninja guide shouldn't be deleted. Relieved at that thought, he takes a deep breath and relaxes. But even so, he doesn't rush to contact Little Squad right away. He decides that once the official server opens, he'll create a male character and give Little Squad a surprise. Meanwhile, on Danzo's side, when Danzo learns the test server has ended, he's clearly annoyed. Sigh, if I'd known, I would have just been honest with the Monkey King about who I am. But remembering that the ninja guide still has Monkey King as a friend, he doesn't feel too worried about losing touch. So, the official server, huh? This time, I'll set up a male character and surprise Monkey King too. Both the third Hokage and Danzo now have a solid grasp of the virtual world, so getting a head start this time shouldn't be too difficult. After all, they've already blazed a trail once before. Konoha Village, the commercial street. Naruto brings Kurapika and Master Zephyr to a newly finished virtual helmet experience shop. The interior design is strikingly modern. As soon as you enter, the reception desk is on your right. Past that, you find yourself in the main hall. On the first floor, rows of computers line the room, attended by several service robots. Robots have a multitude of functions. They can mix drinks, prepare milk tea and juices, cook meals, and handle cleaning. With these robots around, Naruto no longer needs to hire more staff. It's only on the second floor that you'll find the Virtual Helmet Experience Center. But the second floor isn't just for trying out the helmets. It's also a retail spot. After all, Naruto's ambition revolved around his own version of the infinite Tsukuyomi, and someday he plans to sell these virtual helmets all across the world. Once sales start to taper off, he'll upgrade the virtual helmet into virtual glasses. And when those are widespread, another round of upgrades will roll out. With every new generation, the previous models become more affordable. Gradually, these virtual devices will permeate the entire world of the Hidden Leaf Village and beyond. And here, nestled in the heart of Konoha's commercial district, sits the flagship store, the #1 for virtual devices. Over in the Uchiha Quarter, that's where you'll find store number 2. As for the third floor, it's been transformed into a gaming lounge for the virtual helmets. Comfortable sofas are arranged throughout, and just like the first floor, service robots cater to every need. After making his way through every corner of the shop, Naruto grinned and said, "Not bad at all. Looks like this renovation crew that Sister Hua found is really top-notch. They delivered everything we asked for." In fact, both the Experience Center and the Internet Cafe downstairs were designed by Naruto himself. Crafting a look so unfamiliar in this world wasn't easy. Pulling it off was quite the challenge. It's all thanks to Master Zephyr's connections that Naruto met Sister Hua, the local fixer. She managed to bring in the best renovation team in all the Land of Fire. "Master Zephyr, have you considered starting a new family in this world? I think that Sister Hua is actually a pretty good match for you." Zephyr was rendered speechless. And Naruto's teasing. Zephyr could only shake his head. "Naruto, are you really making jokes at your master's expense now? It seems your training hasn't been intense enough lately. I can sense that your observation haki is about to awaken. When the Experience Center's grand opening wraps up, I'll put you through a round of special training you'll never forget." Naruto laughed. "Come on, Master Zephyr, I was only kidding. No need to take it so seriously." But before Naruto could finish defending himself, Kurapika interrupted. "You look pretty serious there, Naruto." Naruto could only smile awkwardly. Today marked the official opening of the Virtual Experience Center, and the grand debut of the virtual world's first live server. After verifying everything at the shops in Konoha's commercial district and the Uchiha territory, Naruto began searching for employees to manage the stores. For chores like laundry, cooking, serving tea, or cleaning, the robots could handle those without issue. But to actually manage the store, or even just staff the front desk, robots wouldn't suffice. For one thing, robots have yet to master the nuances of human interaction. Even with Grey Wolf's impressive AI at the helm, it would still take considerable time and upgrades before they could mimic people in any convincing way. So, for now, at least, it's still much better to have humans at reception. Naruto thought carefully about who would be suitable for the job. Before long, a few names came to his mind: Tetsu, Izumo Kamizuki, Makoto Uchiha, and Ryuichi Uchiha. As for Makoto Uchiha and Ryuichi Uchiha, little needed to be said. They had been the first, apart from Shursui and Itachi, to try on the virtual helmet and awaken their Sharingan. Tetsu and Izumo Kamizuki, on the other hand, were quite well known in the world of Naruto. From start to finish, the two of them were in charge of guarding the front gate of Konoha. In fact, guarding the gate was considered a mission. As long as nothing unexpected happened, a day's work counted as a D+ or C rank assignment. But if anything did happen, if they uncovered a spy from another village, or if rogue ninjas attempted an attack, their task would immediately be bumped up to B rank, maybe even A rank. In other words, hiring them to watch the entrance to his shop seemed straightforward enough. He just needed to guarantee them a steady C rank payout. If by any chance something went wrong during their watch, say there was a theft or some force majeure incident caused trouble for the shop, Naruto could always go to the third Hokage for compensation. The more he considered it, the more he felt that hiring ninjas as security was a fairly cost-effective solution. And the daily rate for a C-rank mission? That was hardly a concern for him. Besides, their role wouldn't be limited to just guarding the door. They could handle deliveries, break up disturbances, keep order, move supplies, monitor security footage, help with card payments, all sorts of odd jobs. What's more, the shop needed 2 people, and one of them would also be responsible for sales upstairs. When it came to squeezing the most out of his employees, Naruto had picked up quite a few tricks from capitalists in his previous life. No sooner thought than done. He went straight to the 3rd Hokage to issue the mission and specifically requested Izumo Kamizuki and Tetsu. Arriving at the Hokage's office, Naruto found the 3rd Hokage sitting there, a little spaced out as he stared at the computer screen. "Hey, Grandpa Third, what are you up to?" Naruto approached, asking with curiosity. Hearing movement, the 3rd Hokage snapped out of his reverie, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he asked, "Oh, Naruto, what brings you here?" "My shop is about to open, and I need a couple of people to help watch the door, so I came here to put out a C-rank guard mission." The 3rd Hokage replied, "Really, Naruto? Can't you just post a notice and find a couple of ordinary villagers from Konoha? Why waste money on ninjas for such a job?" "Grandpa Third, you know how amazing the virtual helmets are. They're super expensive. Hiring ninjas for security is just for safety's sake." To this, the 3rd Hokage had no rebuttal. Having spent so much time with the virtual helmets himself, he certainly understood how impressive and pricey they were. "All right then, you submit the mission, and I'll assign you 2 ninjas. No need for you to look any further. I've already picked 2 people, Tetsukin and Shun Yuzuki. They're a perfect fit." The 3rd Hokage, hearing those names, left the 3rd a little speechless, but after a moment's thought, he had to admit they really were suitable choices. Though the pair were still only genin, for some inexplicable reason, they felt a deep sense of commitment to the job of gatekeeping. For most other shinobi, guarding the gates was dull and poorly paid work, but Tetsukin and Shun Yuzuki genuinely seemed to enjoy themselves day after day. "Fine, you issue the assignment, and I'll have the 2 of them report to you in a moment." The 3rd agreed without hesitation. 2 genin who actually liked watching the gates. He certainly didn't mind letting them go, and it would even free up a couple positions that were just gathering dust. With the front desk and sales roles at shop number 1 in the business district sorted, Naruto made his way to the Uchiha compound to tackle the staffing for shop number 2. He went straight to see Fugaku Uchiha, asking him to bring along Ryuichi Uchiha. Originally, Naruto had intended to recruit both Ryuichi Uchiha and Makoto Uchiha. But once he heard that Makoto had been promoted by the 3rd Hokage into the elite ANBU, Naruto reluctantly crossed him off the list. He didn't even need to imagine what fate awaited someone under the direct authority of the 3rd. He'd surely have a rough time of it. From chatting with Fugaku, Naruto also learned that Makoto firmly believed all his hardships and grievances were the Hokage's way of testing him. This notion wasn't entirely his own. It was partly the result of the eldest elder's ceaseless brainwashing. The eldest elder had always schemed to place someone under the 3rd's command, and now that Makoto was in the ANBU, he was determined not to let go of this chance. So he kept feeding Makoto these ideas, turning him, little by little, into someone quite foolish. It seemed the only way the 3rd would ever let Makoto loose was after Little Tuan Tuan and the Monkey King had made their relationship public and official. After finding Ryuichi Uchiha, Naruto explained why he had come. Upon hearing that Naruto needed 2 shopkeepers, Ryuichi agreed immediately, even recommending another employee, his cousin, Zannan Uchiha. "Mr. Naruto, this is my cousin, Zannan Uchiha." Ryuichi had deep respect for Naruto. Even though Naruto was much younger than him, he still addressed him as Mr. Naruto. Naruto didn't much care how Ryuichi referred to him. What truly threw him was his new acquaintance's name. "Nice to meet you, Zannan." Naruto managed to suppress a grin as he greeted him. "Ashashido." Uchiha Jinan couldn't shake the feeling that the Naruto standing before him was plotting something unsavory, though he had no proof. As for whether Naruto had accepted Uchiha Jinan as an employee, of course he did. He simply had to, if only for that outrageous name. The village hidden in the leaves on the commercial street. The entrance to the virtual helmet experience store. It was already past 10 at night, just an hour left until the store's official grand opening. At this moment, the area in front of the shop was already packed with people lining up, eager for the doors to open. The reason for the midnight opening was clear. The official launch of the virtual world was set for 12 o'clock sharp. For over half a month, advertisements for the virtual helmet had hung at the store's entrance. Many had long been curious, wondering what exactly the virtual helmet and virtual world were about. But it wasn't mere curiosity at play. Star power was a big factor, too. The ad claimed that both the 3rd Hokage and Elder Danzo used the virtual helmet. If such influential figures, a village leader and a senior elder, trusted the product, how could it be ordinary? So, with news that the store would open tonight, even though it was nearing 11, plenty of people still came to wait in line. Inside the shop, Naruto glanced at the crowd forming outside and the Konoha security force ninjas maintaining order. He turned to Kotetsu Hagane and Izumo Kamizuki at his side and said, "From now on, the two of you will be in charge of running this store." Kotetsu nodded at Naruto's words, then hesitantly asked, Boss Naruto, do the two of us get to use the virtual helmets too? You can, Naruto nodded, but not during work. When you're on shift, you can play on the computer instead. With that, he pointed to the desktop computer at the front counter. Honestly, there are plenty of fun games on the computer. If you play Ninja Strategy online, who knows? Maybe you'll even win over your revered third Hokage. Kotetsu, Izumo. The two of them wanted to ask whether Naruto was being serious or just joking, but thinking it might sound disrespectful to the third Hokage, they kept quiet. There's still over half an hour before we officially open. Use this time to memorize the price list. I expect quite a few people will go straight for buying a helmet. Got it, they both replied, promptly picking up the price sheet. When they saw the price for the virtual helmet, both were taken aback. Boss Naruto, are you sure? This price for the helmet isn't a mistake. One unit costs 500,000 Ryo? That's right, 500,000. Not a problem. Honestly, Naruto thought even 500,000 Ryo was a bit cheap. After all, a bowl of ramen in Konoha costs 60 Ryo. One B-rank ninja mission nets about 100,000 Ryo, so a helmet could be yours after a handful of B-rank missions, or just a single A-rank gig. There are quite a few people in Konoha who can afford to buy a virtual headset outright, especially since Naruto here even offers installment plans. The computers are 10 Ryo an hour. The virtual headset is 30 Ryo an hour. Jus, fried rice, cola, instant noodles. And so, the two of them started familiarizing themselves with the shop's price board. Other than the virtual headset itself, which costs $500,000, the rest of the prices seemed pretty reasonable to both of them. Not just the ninjas, even regular citizens could afford to play and enjoy a meal here too. On this side, Naruto continued guiding Kinyuta Tetsu and Kamizuki Izumo through the work processes. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha district store, it was Kurapika who was explaining procedures to another pair. At the entrance of the Uchiha shop, a line had formed as well. Most of those waiting here were members of the Uchiha clan, with a few others who'd come over after seeing the long queues at the Konoha Main Street store. Everyone in the city understood just how important the virtual headset experience hall was for them. So, even when outsiders waited in line here, no Uchiha stepped up to chase them away. The clock ticked toward 11. 11 o'clock was opening time for both stores. As soon as the doors swung open, the crowd outside began flooding in. At the front desk, Kinyuta Tetsu saw the sea of people coming his way and instinctively gulped. Hey, isn't that Kinyuta Tetsu, the usual gate guard? Come on, give me a membership card. Since the procedure for experiencing the shop was already posted outside, the crowd surging and didn't get too noisy. Each person clutched their cash, eager to be the first to buy a prepaid card. With so many registering for cards, there were naturally some who weren't interested in cards at all, heading straight upstairs to buy a virtual headset. Naruto, standing nearby at the bar, noticed a few familiar faces who wordlessly made their way up to the second floor. These familiar faces were Kakashi, Yamanaka Fu, and Aburame Torian. My, looks like the virtual world is finally about to get lively. Konoha Village, prepare to embrace the wave of internet obsession. Naruto watched the bar for a while longer. Once he saw Kinyuta Tetsu smoothly handling registration and payment, Naruto headed up to the third floor. He hadn't yet tried out his own shop's services and facilities. Arriving on the third floor, Naruto saw that several people were already being guided by service robots, each putting on a virtual headset and entering the digital world. Naruto glanced around, then casually picked a sofa and settled in. Next to the sofa stood a glass case. Inside was a single virtual headset, which required swiping a card to retrieve. Naruto pulled out his card, slid it into the slot, took out the virtual headset, and placed it on his head. Naruto had no intention of using his admin account. Instead, he created a brand new one. When it came time to build his character, Naruto didn't simply use his own appearance to dive straight into the game. This time, he put real effort into sculpting a unique face. As for his in-game name, he chose, "Too proud for you to stop me." After logging in, he first spent over 10 minutes watching the world's backstory unfold before his eyes. The game was called Infinite Continent. As the name suggests, the world within the game was boundless. Once players finished exploring and developing the current regions, the game would generate entirely new continents and oceans for them to discover. This game, crafted by Grey Wolf, offered players an extraordinary level of freedom. There were no preset character classes, only a choice of starting regions. The entire world was initially divided into 4 main regions. These were the ninja region, the mage region, the warrior region, and the beastkin region. All 4 areas were interconnected, though every player was required to choose a starting point upon their first entry. Selecting a starting point was essentially the same as choosing your character's physique, or, put another way, their profession. Those born in the ninja region would naturally develop chakra within their bodies. In the mage region, players would possess magical power. In the warrior region, they would be instilled with chi. As for the beastkin region, players would transform directly into a randomly assigned beast. In this game, learning new skills didn't require special skill books or scrolls. Instead, you earned skill points with every level up. If you had enough skill points, you could unleash your imagination to invent your own unique ninjutsu, spells, combat techniques, or innate abilities. Of course, somewhere in the shadows of this vast world, ancient and unique legacies were rumored to exist. However, stumbling upon such rare legacies would require real luck and opportunity. Naruto didn't agonize over the decision. He picked the mage region as his birthplace without much hesitation. From Naruto's perspective, almost everyone from the Leaf Village would surely flock to the ninja region as their go-to starting zone. That meant resources would be in short supply in the ninja region for quite some time. So why not start in the mage region? He could level up, explore the world at his own pace, and return to the ninja region later if he wished. With his decision made, Naruto entered the game. He shut his eyes and focused inward, trying to sense the powers within his new body. In no time, he detected an energy distinct from chakra flowing within him. So this must be magic power, he exclaimed. Without missing a beat, Naruto used his 10 starting skill points to begin crafting his first spell. Let's make something epic, he said, the excitement mounting in his voice. How about Dragon Slayer magic? An idea sparked in his mind, Dragon Slayer magic from fairy tale. Once he pictured it, he closed his eyes and tried to recall everything he could about Dragon Slayer magic, summoning the image into his imagination. In moments, a new technique appeared in his skill list, Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. But Naruto didn't master it instantly. Instead, a progress bar for Thunder Dragon Slayer magic appeared. So far, he was at 7%. As expected, so this is what happens when you don't have enough skill points, huh? That's why at the start, I should stick to some basic spells. With that, Naruto began looking for wild monsters to fight and level up. Even though he didn't have any attack magic yet, it was easy enough to handle the level 0 creatures. Just find a sturdy stick and give them a few good whacks, and they'd be down. And so, Naruto embarked on his journey through this virtual game world. Meanwhile, on the other side, the third Hokage and Danzo had also entered the official version of the virtual world. As 2 Kage-level powerhouses, it was only natural that they choose the ninja region as their starting area. Compared to the beta, the official launch was much more polished. Just the ability to create skills with your imagination added a whole new level of playability. Especially for the third Hokage, the ultimate master of jutsu, who had personally mastered thousands of different techniques. From the most basic to the most advanced, he never needed to invent anything new. Simply bringing over the jutsu he already knew into the virtual world was impressive enough. After all, people in the ninja world had little contact with any kind of pop culture or creative works. Their imagination could be described as exceptionally limited. It was likely that for players in the ninja region, once they progressed far enough, the skills they'd have would just be the same jutsu that existed in real life. The third Hokage had picked a new in-game ID, Will of Fire. Danzo's new ID, meanwhile, was Shadow of the Leaf. No sooner had they logged in than they went to the friends list to search for Little Monkey King, Monarch of the Monkeys. To their disappointment, the search turned up nothing. They couldn't find the person they were looking for. Monkey King, don't worry. I'll be waiting for you where we agreed to build our village together. Unable to find Monkey King, Danzo decided to make the first move and lay claim to the site of Monkey King's ninja village. He would build his own root ninja village in the same spot and wait for Monkey King to come. And so, as he battled monsters and leveled up, Danzo made his way toward the site of Monkey King's former ninja village. Since the official map was identical to the betas, Danzo found the spot quickly. But when he arrived, someone had already taken control of that ground. And it wasn't just anyone, it was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Will of Fire? Are you Hiruzen? Shadow of the Leaf? You're Danzo. The two recognized each other instantly. Hiruzen, as a favor to me, how about letting me have this plot? Danzo, I got here first. Sorry, but you'll have to pick another spot. Hiruzen, I gave up the Hokage position for you. Can't you just let me have this? Danzo, have some dignity, will you? Our teacher was the one who picked me to be Hokage. I only didn't fight you for it. That's all. The two handsome men began to argue fiercely right here and now. That's right, handsome men. Neither Danzo nor Hiruzen used their own likenesses. Instead, both sculpted themselves into irresistibly good-looking versions. If you were to look closely, you'd notice Danzo's appearance resembled Hiruzen's youth, while Hiruzen's resembled Danzo's younger self. This odd similarity had its roots in an old exchange when young Danzo and the Monkey King each asked the other, "What kind of man do you like?" And both had described themselves. Neither Danzo nor Hiruzen had the slightest intention of giving up this territory. Just as their war of words was reaching its limits, and they seemed ready to come to blows, several more people appeared. This time, 5 newcomers arrived. Judging by their chatter, they also intended to claim this piece of land for themselves. "Dear, this spot's pretty nice. There are resources everywhere around here." Boar, "Yeah, but it looks like someone got here before us." Butterfly, "No worries. We're 3, and they're only 2. Besides, they don't even look like allies." Head of Konoha's prestigious clan, "Hey, aren't you the present leaders of the Inoshikacho trio? Didn't you notice who those 2 fighting over the place are?" Butterfly, "Huh? The head of Konoha's most distinguished clan? Are you Lord Fugaku?" Head of Konoha's prestigious clan, "I'm Hayashi Hyuga." Head of the strongest clan, "Huh? To dare take a name like that, do you have no shame at all?" Hearing the conversation, both Hiruzen and Danzo quickly deduced the newcomers' identities. The 3 clan heads of the Inoshikacho, plus Hyuga and Uchiha themselves. "I'm claiming this territory on behalf of Konoha. You'd best go find somewhere else to settle." At Hiruzen Sarutobi's declaration, Danzo cursed inwardly at Hiruzen's nerve, then barked out, "Hiruzen Sarutobi, this is a virtual world. This isn't the Hidden Leaf Village. Your status counts for nothing here. I see we have nothing more to say to each other." Even as he spoke, Hiruzen leapt back, his hands forming seals at lightning speed. In the next moment, he unleashed a roaring fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu straight at Danzo. "Attacking me while my guard's down? Hiruzen, you coward!" Danzo shot back a curse of his own, deftly weaving hand signs, and answered with Wind Style, Vacuum Sphere, blasting it straight at the incoming inferno. Against Fire Style, Wind Style held the advantage. The 2 jutsu collided. Wind scattered fire instantly, although the wind attack then lost its force and speed as Hiruzen easily evaded it. With a burst of elemental energy behind them, the 2 men rushed in, trading blows hand to hand at close quarters. It truly lives up to being a battle between 2 Kage-level powerhouses. Even though neither of them currently possesses Kage-level chakra or jutsu, their sheer combat experience alone is enough to leave the 5 onlookers in awe. Wind Style clashed with Fire Style, generating a strange, blood-red mist that began to rise. Riding on the force of the explosion, the crimson fog swiftly spread outward, engulfing Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo before they could react. The 5 spectators around them exchanged puzzled looks at this scene. "Dear, what just happened? Why would a collision between Fire Style and Wind Style result in something like this?" Clan leader, "No idea. Could this be some kind of special effect in a virtual world?" Boar, "I don't think so. Let's just keep watching." Butterfly, "Shikaku, Inoichi, are we still fighting over this territory?" When Choza Akimichi said this, both men rolled their eyes in unison, secretly thinking, just look at who's fighting for this patch of land. It's the ruthless Danzo and the 3rd Hokage. Though Danzo had insisted earlier that the virtual world is separate from reality, and real-world status doesn't apply here, none of them took those words at face value. After all, if they were to leave the virtual world and return to reality, it'd hardly be worth it if the higher-ups decided to quietly sabotage their clans or younger members in retaliation. As the group continued wondering what those red fumes were, the mist had already cleared, revealing Danzo, standing tall, while Hiruzen Sarutobi lay paralyzed on the ground. "Haha, Hiruzen, you're far too naive. Did you really think my wind style was just ordinary wind style?" At Danzo's words, realization finally dawned on Hiruzen. "Why your wind style is laced with poison. Now you caught on." As he spoke, Danzo pulled out a wooden kunai from behind his waist. He'd carved it from wood on the way here. Though wooden, thanks to being sharpened with wind-release chakra, it was razor sharp. Upon hearing their exchange, the clever Shikaku among the spectators also came to a sudden understanding. "Dear, so that's it. The ninjutsu we learn here is similar to what exists in the real world, but because of skill points, we can alter their nature and effects." At Shikaku's explanation, the other 4 all nodded in agreement. The jutsu they picked up using skill points were mostly the same as what exists in reality, mainly due to their lack of imagination. The idea to infuse wind release with poison actually came from Danzo's prior experience playing these sorts of virtual games for quite a while. At this moment, Danzo was feeling quite smug. After all, he had won this fight, which meant that from here on out, this place would be his. And right now, he could even kill Hiruzen Sarutobi if he pleased. As long as a player's character dies, their level and experience will take a noticeable hit. Hiruzen Sarutobi had already died once before. To try and reclaim this territory afterwards will be almost impossible for him. Danzo clutched a wooden kunai in his hand. He cast a cold, sinister glance at the 5 spectators off to the side, before turning to walk towards Hiruzen. Seeing that threatening look in Danzo's eyes, the 5 onlookers remained silent. It was the same old principle. When separating reality from the virtual world, it was crucial to keep a clear distinction. Otherwise, those in charge back in the village might start making things difficult for them. As Danzo clearly intended to finish off the 3rd Hokage, the 5 simply pretended not to see anything, turning away in unison to leave, intent on finding new places where they could establish their own turf. Since entering this virtual world, the heads of the 5 great Konoha clans had all come to appreciate the unique advantages this world provided. Here, they could experience the rush of battle, without the risk of death that came with it in the real world. In actual combat, the top reasons for a ninja to fall were lack of experience and a deficiency in battle wits. But as long as they could hone their experience and sharpen their minds here, their odds of surviving as cannon fodder in real wars would rise dramatically. In reality, the most they could do was practice a few basic moves, never truly fight to the death. But here, they could battle as fiercely as they wished, with no need to hold back. Thus, all 5 clan leaders were keen on carving out a realm of their own for their respective families within this virtual domain. That way, whether they were pioneering new ground or guiding novices, everything would become much more convenient. Watching the 5 clan heads leave, Danzo turned and hurled his kunai straight at Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was paralyzed and unable to move. The kunai pierced Hiruzen's throat, ending his life in an instant. "Oomph. Did you really think you could best me?" With a cold snort, Danzo strode toward Hiruzen's corpse, intent on looting whatever he could find. Yet, just as he'd taken barely 3 steps, a tremor suddenly rippled beneath his feet. In the next heartbeat, a sharp stone pillar shot out from the earth, striking Danzo square in the chest. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage tore off his virtual helmet in frustration, grumbling under his breath, "Danzo, you really are as devious as they come. Oomph. But you didn't expect I had a little trick up my sleeve too, did you?" During the fight earlier, as he unleashed his fireball jutsu, the 3rd Hokage had discreetly formed another hand seal, activating a special trap he devised for just such a scenario, a jutsu he'd mulled over for quite some time. Of course, such a jutsu didn't exist in the real world, but after spending some skill points to create it here in the virtual realm, Hiruzen couldn't help but wonder, maybe, just maybe, he could find a way to use it in reality as well. In the virtual world, as the creation of ninjutsu unfolded, the principles and mechanics behind the techniques simultaneously surfaced in his mind. As a so-called doctor of ninjutsu, Hiruzen Sarutobi found it effortless to grasp these underlying theories. With this in mind, Hiruzen rose to his feet and swiftly began performing hand seals. Soon, a thread-thin line of chakra appeared beneath his feet, tracing an irregular circle a short distance away. It works just as I thought. To verify his success, Hiruzen summoned a shadow clone and had it step onto that ring. The instant the clone's foot crossed the boundary, a sharp stone spike erupted from the ground, instantly bursting the clone into a puff of smoke. Realizing that the virtual world's ninjutsu principles could actually be adapted to reality, the 3rd Hokage's appreciation for the virtual helmet and the world it revealed grew even deeper. Of course, much of this was thanks to his own prowess. As the so-called doctor of ninjutsu, Hiruzen Sarutobi alone could unravel the secrets and convert a game-born technique into one for use in real life, something that would be nearly impossible for most others. In truth, the ninjutsu conceived within the game relied entirely upon imagination, with Grey Wolf's artificial intelligence dissecting and analyzing the results, determining the required points, and then generating the appropriate ninjutsu principles. Naturally, the principles presented by the AI adhered to the existing framework of ninjutsu found in the world of Naruto. Grey Wolf had always anticipated that someone in the real world might take the game's offered principles and craft actual ninjutsu. He'd mentioned this to Naruto as well, though Naruto hadn't seen it as a cause for concern. After all, the truly powerful techniques always traced back to the bloodline limits. This was a world where strength was inherited, where ancestry was everything. Typically, any ordinary ninja, even if they developed single-element techniques like wind, fire, lightning, earth, or water, wouldn't amount to much. Moreover, the group clever enough to draw upon the bizarre logic from the virtual world and produce real ninjutsu likely numbered fewer than 10 in the entire ninja world. Root Organization Base. Though there was still more than 3 hours until sunrise, The root base was already bustling with activity. After Danzo had fallen victim to the third Hokage's cunning, he immediately ordered his root operatives to procure as many virtual helmets as they could get their hands on. He had originally intended to rely on two of his most trusted agents, Fu Yamanaka and Torian Aburame. Yet when he eventually tracked them down, he discovered that they had already registered their in-game characters. And to make matters worse, neither had chosen to start out in the ninja zone. Torian Aburame had opted for the beast tribe, becoming a giant insect. As for Fu Yamanaka, curiosity had drawn him to the realm of magic. Since these two had already created their accounts, Danzo had no option but to dispatch the other on-duty root ninjas to buy headsets, create game accounts, and accompany him into the virtual world, where he would settle his score with Hiruzen Sarutobi and lay claim to new territory. Although it was already the middle of the night, there were still 10 ninja on duty at the root base, 8 Chunin and 2 Jonin, making them an elite squad by any standard. After purchasing their headsets, all 10 promptly registered accounts, created their avatars, and stepped into the virtual world together. And it wasn't just Danzo who was making moves. Hiruzen Sarutobi, having realized that the jutsu acquired in the virtual world could be used in reality, hadn't forgotten his own urgent mission, claiming territory in this strange new realm. Just like Danzo, he too was seeking reinforcements. His backup, naturally, was the ANBU. Unlike Root, only 2 Jonin-level ANBU guarded the third Hokage, one of whom was Naruhiko recognized Bluebird, Higashoyo. Bluebird, Red Dog, gather 8 others, and each of you go buy a virtual reality headset, Hiruzen commanded. I have an important mission that must be completed in the virtual world. The 2 ANBU, though somewhat puzzled, gave no reply and went forth to execute his order without hesitation. Once the 2 had left, the third Hokage suddenly remembered someone, Uchiha Sincerity. Uchiha Sincerity has already used the VR headset, so he should have some experience. No sooner had Hiruzen spoken than Uchiha Sincerity, wearing his mask and his Sharingan activated, leapt out from under the table. Whoa! His sudden appearance gave the third Hokage quite a shock, who pointed at him in surprise and asked, "What are you doing here in the middle of the night?" Upon hearing the question, Uchiha Sincerity's expression twisted into one of aggrieved innocence. "Lord Third, wasn't it you who asked me to? You said there was gunk in the cracks between your office floorboards and told me to use my Sharingan to help you clean them thoroughly." The third Hokage was a loss for words. "Well, you're certainly a diligent one, aren't you?" Hearing this rare praise from the third Hokage, Uchiha Sincerity was secretly delighted, thinking to himself, as long as I carry out every task Lord Third gives me wholeheartedly, I'll definitely become his trusted aide." As Uchiha Sincerity was basking in the fantasy of soon becoming the head of the ANBU, he heard the Hokage ask, "Sincerity, you've entered the virtual world before, so you must be fairly familiar with it, right?" The moment the third Hokage mentioned the virtual world, Uchiha Sincerity became visibly excited. "The virtual world? Of course I've been in before." He was about to boast that it was thanks to the VR headset that his Sharingan had awakened, when he suddenly caught himself. He remembered what the clan head had sternly warned him. Under no circumstances can you let anyone know that your Sharingan awakened because of the VR headset. If anyone finds out, you're doomed. Recalling the fierce gaze of Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Sincerity shuddered and swallowed back what he had been about to say, choosing different words instead. "Third Hokage, you have no idea. My experiences with Ryuichi in the virtual world were basically a brush with death at every turn. There were hordes upon hordes of zombies over there. You know what zombies are, right? Those groaning, shuffling creatures get bitten, and you become one too. It's terrifying. But that's not even the most important part. The real highlight is I actually met 2 girls in there, and both of them fell for me at first sight. But I knew it was just the virtual world, so I had to firmly turn them down." At this point, the third Hokage's face had grown noticeably dark. Uchiha Makoto's stories of zombies and girls. Of course he understood. He was, after all, personally involved. "That's enough. I get it. You know all about the virtual helmet. For now, get back to cleaning the gaps in the floor. This doesn't concern you anymore." The third Hokage spoke with quiet finality. Hearing these words, Uchiha Makoto felt a tinge of disappointment. He'd hoped his trial period was finally over. Meanwhile, the third Hokage pressed a weary hand to his forehead. He'd originally planned to bring Uchiha Makoto along to stake out some new territory. As his direct umbu, Makoto would get a break from menial chores once the turf was secured and Danzo was out of the way. But, of all things, Makoto just had to bring up that incident again. The third Hokage and Danzo each began gathering their followers, kicking off the next round in their turf war. This time, with more participants and everyone still at a fairly low level with only a few skills to their names. What should have been a high-level ninja showdown quickly devolved into an all-out brawl once everyone had unleashed their first jutsus. Naturally, the commotion attracted quite a crowd. Seeing such a massive melee, the onlookers knew immediately that neither side was to be trifled with. Once they caught the names of the leaders and overheard Root and Umbun Ninja addressing them with deference, the crowd pieced it together. It was those two running the show, wrestling over territory. Scarlet Phantom, Isuma, isn't it your father, the third Hokage, over there? Aren't you going to help? Guardian Ninja, Asuma. It's just two old men fighting over turf. I think I'll sit this one out. Guardian Ninja, Asuma. Kurenai, the scenery over there looks nice. Want to take a walk with me? With those words, Kurenai nodded and simply left with him. The rest of the onlookers, hearing that even the third Hokage's son had no intention of stepping in, were even less inclined to interfere. All the more so, since siding with the third Hokage meant risking a confrontation with Elder Danzo. While most people in the virtual world were carving out territory or pioneering new ground, Naruto, on the other hand, was fast asleep. After just a bit of leveling up, he decided to call a night. In truth, it wasn't that Naruto wanted to sleep. Rather, it was Kushina Uzumaki who was forcibly making Naruto, who was eager to practice sage arts, take a break. Even though he wore a virtual helmet and his consciousness was immersed in the virtual world while his body rested on the bed, his brain was still going full throttle. Without enough rest over time, exhaustion would inevitably set in. A few days later, morning, Naruto walked alone toward the training ground where he usually practiced. As he made his way there, he noticed quite a few people with weary, drained faces, looking as though they hadn't slept in days. Naruto knew these were players who'd been grinding endlessly on the infinite continent over the past few days. If it weren't for Kushina's constant supervision, Naruto figured he'd have ended up just like them. But things were much better now than at the very beginning. After all, it was still peak season for the game. When a new and exciting game comes out, it's easy to pull all-nighters just to play. But once the initial thrill passes, those sleepless marathons gradually become a thing of the past. It had been days since the virtual helmets first appeared, but their scarcity was the real reason why so many in the Hidden Leaf Village were still suffering from exhaustion. Right now, if you wanted to buy a virtual helmet, they were completely out of stock. If you wanted to play, your only option was to head down to the experience store, but even there the helmets were in limited supply. One group would wear themselves out, only for a new group to take their place, keeping a steady stream of sleep-deprived people shuffling through the village. At the training ground, Rockley was already there, hard at work. Apart from his routine running, pounding away at stumps, and various strength exercises, his training now included an unusual drill, catching sheep. But no matter how hard he tried, he never managed to catch Pleasant Goat or Big Wolf, not even once. What he didn't know was that every few days, Zephyr would send Grey Wolf over to upgrade the two mechanical sheep. By now, their speed and combat skills were on par with two elite Jonin. Lee's inability to catch them was only to be expected. But from Lee's perspective, it wasn't about the sheep getting tougher. He just felt he wasn't working hard enough yet. Seeing Lee pour himself so completely into his training made Naruto feel he couldn't slack off either. Without delay, Naruto too began his physical conditioning. By this point, Naruto had already mastered all 6 forms of the 6 powers. What remained was getting them to flow instinctively. Lee, on the other hand, had learned only 3: Tekai, Iron Body, Suru, Shave, and Kamii, Paper Drawing. To be exact, Zephyr had only taught him these 3 for now, since they were primarily for quick escapes and defense. As for Jeppo Moonwalk, as soon as Sora became second nature, picking up Moonwalk would become much easier. Moreover, through the way Zephyr trained Lee, Naruto finally understood why so many Marines in One Piece end up collapsing after using Iron Body. The reason is, for all Marines, the very first things they learn are Iron Body and Shave. This is because any Marine who can begin training in Rokushiki is already considered an exceptional soldier, worthy of investment. The Navy highly values these outstanding soldiers, so Iron Body and Shave are prioritized in their training, hoping they'll survive better when fighting pirates. As long as you can survive battle after battle, then only then can an outstanding soldier grow into a true Marine elite. That's why among those who master Rokushiki, Iron Body is what they're most familiar with. When faced with an enemy, what choice do they have? All they can do is brace themselves and tough it out with Iron Body. If they can endure, everyone breathes a sigh of relief. If not, their eyes roll back and they pass out on the spot, but that's still considered surviving. Of course, if it's a fist-fighting powerhouse slashing down with a hockey-infused blade, there's nothing you can do if it's a clean decapitation. As for why Naruto didn't have to follow Lee's step-by-step training, naturally, it's because Naruto is more talented, and he also has the support of none. On top of that, There's Zephyr occasionally possessing him to correct his form. This is exactly why Naruto was able to master all of Rokushiki in such a short period. Hey, Naruto, there you are at last. With a cheerful greeting, Lee glanced behind Naruto and promptly asked, Naruto, where's Teacher Zephyr? Teacher Zephyr? Oh, he played Infinite Continent all night, so he's getting some sleep right now. At the mention of Infinite Continent, Lee's expression instantly turned wistful. Infinite Continent. I really want to play too. Everyone in our class is talking about this game. Even that aloof genius Niji is playing. Oh, why don't you play too? Naruto asked. I want to, but I can't afford the virtual headset. I try to go to the experience center, but there's always a long line. I'd rather come here and squeeze in more training than wait hours in line. I see. Well, come by my place later. I'll give you a virtual headset. Naruto had honestly forgotten about Lee's situation. Hearing this, Lee's first reaction was delight, but then he forced himself to refuse, fighting his own longing. Naruto, you and Teacher Zephyr have already helped me so much. You've given me training gear, taught me all these things. Naruto could tell Lee was feeling a bit embarrassed. Don't worry about it. The Headset Experience Center? I own all of those. I have as many headsets as I could want. If you still feel uneasy accepting it for free, then just repay me bit by bit once you become a real ninja. Hearing what Naruto said, Lee was so moved that he burst into tears. It wasn't because Naruto had said he could pay later, but because Naruto had truly acknowledged him, telling him he could become a real ninja. Though Lee was already working hard and stood among the best of his peers through his own efforts, he still lacked talent in ninjutsu and jinjutsu, and many people refused to acknowledge him. Most people still saw him as useless, a person with no potential to become a ninja. Seeing Lee move to tears, Naruto was at a bit of a loss for words. Naruto had thought that, before Lee formally became Guy's student, he wasn't the sort who'd cry at the drop of a hat or be stirred by the energy of youth so easily. But now, Naruto understood he was completely wrong. A person's true nature never really changes. Only their hairstyle and clothing do. Naruto, thank you again for believing in me. Don't worry, once I become a ninja, I promise to pay you back for the helmet as soon as I can. Lee truly wanted a virtual helmet. After all, in class, everyone talked about virtual games. Even Tintin and Niji, who were closest to him, spent their time in those conversations. This made Lee feel increasingly distant from his classmates, and he didn't want things to stay that way. So, he wanted to play too. Most importantly, he'd heard that in the virtual game, you could fight people just like in real-life battles. There have been quite a few exciting things happening in the game these days. To start with, the player known as Will of Fire, who was actually the third Hokage, had fought against Darkness of the Leaf, Danzo, for days on end, and at last they decided to split the territory. Half to the third, half to Danzo. On top of that, each clan in the Hidden Leaf took control of prime locations within the Ninja Zone, staking out their own turf. Pretty much every player in the ninja area belonged to Leaf Ninja. Ordinary townsfolk and merchants, for their part, chose to settle in the other three regions. The ninja area was simply too chaotic and fierce. Even if someone picked the ninja area, they'd probably end up deleting their character and starting over within a couple of days. Every now and then, ruins and caves would appear, along with open-world bosses and massive guild wars, and suddenly a whole crowd of real-life ninjas, who were even more formidable in the game, would rush into battle. Maybe it was because there hadn't been any real wars in the past couple of years, but ever since the virtual game came out, all these ninja had poured their fighting spirit into this new battlefield. In the ninja area, ordinary people hardly lasted. They'd likely lose a level before long and struggle to find any resources at all. Of course, none of this really had anything to do with Naruto, since he was more of a laid-back gamer at the moment. Moreover, what matters most to Naruto right now is training to improve his own strength. The impact of the virtual world in Konoha has been tremendous, and this made Naruto consider selling the virtual helmets to other countries. If he could get the helmets into the hands of people all over the world, then his infinite Tsukuyami plan would truly be a success. And if he wants to trade with people from other nations, his own power is absolutely essential. Without formidable strength, or a powerful force to back him up, no one would be willing to deal with him. So before anything else, growing stronger is a necessity. After finishing his sparring with Lee, Naruto brought him home. Once back, Naruto handed an entire set of virtual helmet gear to Lee and taught him how to use it. Lee, overcome with emotion, thanked Naruto in tears before heading home himself. After Lee left, Naruto's gaze fell upon the demon mask on his bookshelf, as well as the chunk of Scorpion's true body sealed in a glass jar beside it. The demon mask, in fact, had already been sent back by Mecha Naruto many days ago. However, since Minato Namikaze's body still hadn't finished cloning, it simply wasn't time to use it yet. But before all of this, Naruto had already summoned Orochimaru to his side for one reason: the Hashirama cells in his possession. Naruto didn't need much, just a tiny sample would suffice. So Orochimaru made no demands and handed them over without hesitation. With the Hashirama cells in hand, after being cultivated and studied by Grey Wolf, they were merged into Minato's new body. Once the Hashirama cells were integrated, the previously sluggish body growth accelerated wildly, as if supercharged with fertilizer. To call it wild might be exaggerating. Really, it just meant faster than normal. Realistically, it would still take another month or two to be fully ready. Naruto picked up Scorpion's core and called out to Grey Wolf. "Grey Wolf, how's it going with Scorpion's situation?" Grey Wolf nodded and replied, "Don't worry, everything's sorted out. I've thoroughly analyzed Scorpion and even designed a robot body tailored to his unique needs." As Grey Wolf spoke, he sat down at the computer. Several three-dimensional blueprints flashed onto the screen. The models depicted robotic, and perhaps even cyborg, bodies fashioned after Scorpion's true form. Naturally, Scorpion would still use his original core. The only difference was that, now, the energy source had been upgraded to a nuclear reactor. Naruto glanced at Scorpion's core in the glass bottle and grinned mischievously. "Hey, Grey Wolf, what do you think about customizing a few female models for Scorpion? Female versions? Sure, that's doable." As soon as Grey Wolf said this, Scorpion's body, so still before in the jar, suddenly started to thrash madly against the glass, making a furious racket. He was anything but willing. In fact, he was absolutely indignant. Who am I, really? The Scorpion of the Red Sand, a genius puppeteer, and now this so-called Dr. Grey Wolf wants to turn me into a female cyborg. And then, there's Uzumaki Naruto. Forget Genos. After these past few days here, I've figured it out. Everything Naruto said before was just a load of nonsense meant to fool me. Dr. Grey Wolf does exist, but damn it, he's just another facet of Uzumaki Naruto himself. The notion that Naruto is a split-personality lunatic, it's been carved so deeply into my mind now. Falling into the hands of a madman, I've reached the depths of despair. I truly have no idea what Naruto intends to do with me. Now that I know his plans, I feel even more hopeless. If I really do end up as a woman, how could I ever face anyone again? Just Orochimaru's mockery alone would be enough for me to want to disappear off the face of the earth. Meanwhile, Naruto and Dr. Grey Wolf paid no mind to Scorpion, who was frantically banging against the wall. With a grin, Naruto said, "Let's make 3 new bodies for Scorpion, 1 standard model, and 2 extra female versions as backups." "Phew, that's just more work for me. I just finished setting up a guild in the virtual world." "No worries. You're in the same guild as Kurama, anyway. Let him handle the guild affairs. You focus on building 3 great bodies for Scorpion. And don't forget, the female body has to be curvy and irresistibly sexy." On hearing this, Scorpion started hammering on the glass even faster. Watching this, Naruto chuckled. "See that? Scorpion's so enthusiastic. He must be totally on board. The sexier, the better. Let's make sure she can give Tsunade a run for her money." Scorpion thought. "Orochimaru, my dear partner Orochimaru, where are you? Hurry, please come save me. No, just come and finish me off." Of course, Orochimaru had no idea that Scorpion was calling out to him. At this moment, Orochimaru was thoroughly absorbed in the virtual world. Orochimaru had originally planned to wait in Konoha Village after finishing his mission, just so he could be first in line when the virtual helmet experience shop opened. On the shop's opening day, he bought himself a helmet straight away, found one of his old research bases, and dove headlong into his virtual journey. It only took a single session for him to become completely hooked. But what really fascinated him wasn't the game itself. It was the technology behind the virtual helmet. Though, of course, the game was undeniably fun as well. Orochimaru even picked a secluded corner and founded his very own guild. He made up his mind. Unless Scorpion contacted him through the Akatsuki ring, he'd just keep playing in the virtual world and let time slip by. Anyway, there weren't any big missions from Akatsuki right now. The only goal was to bring in money. That meant mercenary work for hire or hunting down wanted criminals for a bounty. None of that held any interest for Orochimaru. Compared to those dull tasks, he'd much rather lock himself away in his lab for experiments. However, now he had discovered a new source of enjoyment, and that was the world of virtual games. At the border, where the land of fire meets the land of rain, there stands a somewhat dilapidated village. The entire village depends on farming for its livelihood. If war were to break out, these villagers would become homeless refugees. For those who rely on farming, nothing is more terrifying than droughts and floods. Disasters like these reduce or even wipe out their harvests. This year had brought a drought. Many villagers had already fallen into despair. Yet, no matter how hopeless they felt, no one would lend them a helping hand. All they could do was fend for themselves, struggle to survive. To both the land of fire and the land of rain, these villagers were nothing but wandering outcasts. Taking them and brought neither gain nor purpose. And so, in the midst of the villagers' despair, the arrival of two people rekindled their flickering hopes. These two newcomers wore clothes emblazoned with the crest of the Uchiha clan. Though clearly ninjas, neither carried themselves with arrogance before these ordinary villagers. Indeed, the two were none other than Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui, who had set out to journey through the land of fire. After leaving the Hidden Leaf, their first destination had been the towns and villages surrounding their old home. While the settlements near the Hidden Leaf were not as prosperous, the common folk there had enough to eat and adequate clothing against the elements. But the farther they traveled from the heart of the land of fire, the more hardship they witnessed, the common people living lives of pure survival. For these villagers, calling it living was an overstatement. It was barely more than existence. The two entered village after impoverished village, hoping to spread their ideals of Red Revolution. Yet reality delivered them a painful lesson. In the eyes of these destitute people, notions like right and wrong or any grand sense of values held little meaning. All that truly mattered to them was food. Ideas, knowledge, lofty ideals, none of it had any appeal. It was then that Itachi finally understood just how arduous the path he had chosen would truly be. Nonetheless, no matter how difficult, Itachi and Shisui resolved to press forward. Through their observations over this period, they had come to see the root of the problem. The world itself was sick, gravely so. Even a land as rich as the land of fire had countless people without enough to eat, without clothes to wear. What did that mean for the rest of the world? By their estimation, more than half the world's people still went hungry. Meanwhile, those who had their fill spent their time scrambling for profit and waging wars, giving not a thought to the misery of ordinary folk. True peace would only exist when every person at the bottom could eat their fill and sleep in warmth and safety. Having seen through the world and realized all these truths, Itachi and Shisui found their conviction in the ideals of the Red Revolution growing even stronger. And so, the two of them came here, to this place not acknowledged by either the land of fire or the land of rain. They will use their own strength to change this place, and here will become the very first station in their quest to change the world. At the village outskirts, near the farmlands, Shisui Uchiha was using water release to help the villagers irrigate the parched earth. As the clear water flowed into the fields, the villagers all around were so overwhelmed with emotion that tears began streaming down their faces. Witnessing this, Shisui felt a deep sense of empathy in his heart. After all, even though the Uchiha clan was not well liked in all of Konoha, every Uchiha child still had food to eat, warm clothes to wear, and the chance to receive an education. But what about the people here? For them, merely avoiding starvation was already an unreachable luxury. So Shisui kept working to irrigate the fields. Meanwhile, Itachi was back in the village proper, operating the printing machine Naruto had given him and starting to print books. But instead of immediately producing the red books, Itachi began with some basic primers, simple literacy materials. There were just too few literate people in this place. Even if they were handed the red books, they wouldn't be able to read them. So, Itachi decided to start with basic education first. Along the way, both Itachi and Shisui could also teach a few classes to the children here, and perhaps discover if any of them showed promise as future ninja. For the purposes of a red cause, there could be no better starting point than this village. Here, neither the land of fire nor the land of rain paid any mind, and along the border, there were even more starving people for both sides. If this place were to develop, surely more of those suffering on either side would flock here. Only then would the true beginning come for Itachi and Shisui's red cause. They were certain that if they could spread the red ideology, its tide could usher in a brand new era. Late at night, after a full day's work, Itachi and Shisui returned to the rooms the villagers had prepared for them. The villagers knew well that these two ninja had brought hope to their home, so every family sent their very best things as gifts. Itachi, how did it go today? Shisui asked, gathering chakra to recover from the day's efforts. It went well, said Itachi, nodding. Thanks to the printing machine Naruto gave me, I think we'll be able to distribute the basic primers as early as tomorrow. And once that happens, we won't just be irrigating the fields. We'll have to teach the young people here as well. Shisui nodded in agreement. That will be wonderful. At that moment, a shadow of seriousness crossed Shisui's face. Itachi, I heard something from the villagers today that's been bothering me. What is it? Noticing the sudden shift in Shisui's tone, Itachi set down his work, a look of puzzlement on his face as he turned to him. In the land of rain, there seems to be an organization dedicated to maintaining peace, called Akatsuki. The leader of this Akatsuki is referred to as God. As for the Land of Fire, that doesn't worry me much. After all, we're pretty far from its heartland. But the Land of Rain isn't nearly as distant. I'm concerned that our actions might draw the Akatsuki's attention. After hearing Shursue's explanation, Itachi fell silent for a moment in thought before he spoke. Akatsuki, huh? I've never heard of them before. But if they call their leader God, it might be none other than Hanzo the salamander from the old tales. Still, the peace envisioned by Akatsuki likely runs counter to our ideals. If it didn't, they wouldn't let all these refugees struggle here, left to fend for themselves. It's become clear to me, this is really just the ninja mindset. To a ninja, as long as there isn't war between the villages, that's what they call peace. But they've never once considered life beyond the world of shinobi, let alone the entire shinobi world itself. Before I left Konoha, my thoughts weren't much different from most other ninjas. I believed that the absence of war meant peace. And if there was peace, ordinary people couldn't possibly be suffering too badly. No matter how hard life might get, at very least, people had enough to eat, clothes to wear. So it seemed all we had to do was preserve harmony among the ninja villages, and within each one. That was supposed to be enough. It reminds me of 5 words I once read in a book. Why not eat minced meat porridge? Why not eat minced meat porridge? Shursui echoed thoughtfully, letting the phrase hang in the air. Shursui knew perfectly well what those words meant. The book Itachi referenced was one he'd read as well. Thanks to their Sharingan, the pages of any book were etched into their memories. Nearly impossible to forget, even if they tried. Meanwhile, Naruto remained oblivious to the red storm brewing around Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui. And even if he did know, he would probably just exclaim, "Of course, the fiery ambition of those crimson youths never ceases to amaze me." After days of effort, Grey Wolf finally managed to hammer out 3 new bodies for Sasori. With ample time on his hands, these new bodies turned out even more formidable than mechanical Naruto. Thanks to having Sasori's core as their centerpiece, all 3 forms were powered by both nuclear energy and chakra. Because of this, these mechanical forms could actually perform ninjutsu. 2 of the 3 bodies were female, and the 2 female forms were completely distinct. One had short hair, the other long. One was a commanding, elegant woman, the other a sprightly, youthful girl. The short-haired, imposing Sasori wore business attire, black stockings paired with an office skirt, an outfit so bold that it would surely send shockwaves through the shinobi world. As for the younger, livelier Sasori, she wore a schoolgirl uniform with bright red twin tails spilling down her back, radiating youthful energy. The only male body mirrored Sasori's original form, down to every detail. Grey Wolf, I never knew you had such taste, both the cool older sister type and the cute little girl type at once. In Naruto's words, Grey Wolf put his hands on his hips and chuckled. Of course, I am Grey Wolf the Great after all. I searched all over Baidu for photos of both elegant ladies and adorable girls, blending the best features of all kinds of beauties into these 2 new bodies. And most importantly, I've incorporated every feature of human women as well. I even improved the artificial skin. Unless you cut it open, you'd never be able to tell if it's a real person or a robot. Hearing this, Naruto stepped forward and reached out to touch the robot arm. Just as Grey Wolf claimed, the sensation was unbelievably soft, delightfully plush, just like a cute girl. Meanwhile, Scorpion, trapped inside his glass jar, listened to their conversation and was so furious he nearly had a meltdown right there and then. To him, it looked exactly like Naruto talking to his own copy, totally schizophrenic and incredibly unsettling. Scorpion had already made up his mind. He would gladly take the male body, but as for those 2 female forms, no force on earth could make him use them. Not even on pain of death. All right then, let's have our Lady Scorpion try out her brand new body. As he spoke, Naruto removed Scorpion's core from the glass jar, looking to Grey Wolf for a decision. Which one should we use for him? Grey Wolf asked, a little uncertain. Which one? Let's stick him into the little girl's body to start. After all, Scorpion is pretty tsundere, too. At this, Scorpion's core began to squirm violently in Naruto's hand, but it was all in vain. Without further ado, Grey Wolf moved behind the lowly Scorpion, popped open the back of her head, and inserted Scorpion's core into the slot. And just like that, the lowly Scorpion was brought to life. The moment Scorpion's core settled inside, lowly Scorpion blinked her eyes, and then her expression turned instantly menacing. Without a word, she swung her leg straight at Naruto's head, aiming a vicious kick. The movement made her twin tails swish with each forceful action. For a moment, Naruto felt as if he'd stumbled into a classic anime scene. Just as the kick was about to connect, Grey Wolf, who'd been silent up to this point, tapped a button on his computer. Instantly, lowly Scorpion froze mid-motion, locked in place. Naruto glanced at her and chuckled. Well, look at that, little bear patterned panties. No mistake, lowly Scorpion's energetic kick had inadvertently flashed her underwear for all to see. Of course, since Scorpion was, at heart, a grown man, he couldn't care less about such things. You bastard. What the hell are you trying to pull? Even though she was unable to move, lowly Scorpion could still speak, though the words now came out in an adorably girlish voice. If you're asking why, well, since I caught you, of course you'll have to work for me. Oomph. You want me to work for you? You'd be better off just killing me. With her petite scorpion form, her manner of speaking, and even her voice, she actually exudes the vibe of a Tsundere little girl. Relax. Whether you work for me or not isn't up to you to decide. With that, Naruto turned to Grey Wolf and said, Grey Wolf, let our Lady Scorpion understand the position she's in right now. At Naruto's words, Grey Wolf said nothing. He simply tapped at the keyboard a few times. Suddenly, Scorpion discovered that her body was moving on its own, starting into a dance she couldn't control. In no time at all, even her ability to speak was taken away. At this moment, it was as if Scorpion's consciousness had been placed into someone else's body. She could see, she could hear, but her body was no longer her own. The sensation filled her with terror. Scorpion had always sought eternity, but certainly not this kind of eternity, an existence where she was stripped of her own control. Grey Wolf kept Scorpion in that little girl puppet body dancing for a short while, and then restored her control. When her autonomy returned, Scorpion did not lash out again. She merely gazed deeply at Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto shrugged and said, Well, like I said, it isn't up to you whether you become my worker. It's up to me. Fine. What do you want me to do? In the end, Scorpion compromised. To be exact, he had no other choice. The feeling of being a helpless mind in an unresponsive body was something he never wanted to endure again. As a puppet master, Scorpion had always manipulated others, never himself. But once the roles were reversed and he was manipulated, he finally understood what fear meant. It's simple. You return to the Akatsuki and keep an eye on them for me. Any activity within Akatsuki, you're to report straight back to me. The realization struck Scorpion. Naruto wanted him to infiltrate the Akatsuki as a spy. He wanted to refuse, but he couldn't. Can you tell me why you're targeting the Akatsuki? It's not a secret. The Akatsuki are dangerous. Their goal is to destroy the world. Naruto's words struck him like a bolt of lightning, sending shockwaves through his mind. Stop kidding yourself. The Akatsuki are just mercenaries, nothing more. Destroy the world? Scorpion certainly didn't believe Naruto's claim. The Akatsuki, just a handful of people, destroy the world? If they could really do that, he swore he'd spend the rest of his life in this puppet body and never come out. Seeing Scorpion's disbelief, Naruto decided not to explain further, guessing that Nagato hadn't yet revealed his peace plan to the rest of Akatsuki. Whatever you believe, your mission is to watch the Akatsuki for me. At this, Scorpion nodded and replied, Fine, but I want my old body back. As he spoke, he pointed to his original, male, Scorpion puppet. All right, but you'll need to take these 2 female bodies with you as well. Scorpion. Though he was a bit exasperated, Scorpion couldn't help but feel relieved. At the very least, when he returned to the Akatsuki, he would do so in a man's body once more. Grey Wolf placed Scorpion's main body into the male shell. Upon seeing this, Naruto pointed at 2 scrolls that lay to the side and said, Scorpion, use these 2 scrolls to store your bodies. At Naruto's words, Scorpion gave a reluctant nod, then proceeded to seal both the mature woman Scorpion and the young girl Scorpion into the scrolls. All right, I'll get you out of the Hidden Leaf Village. From there, head back to Akatsuki and keep a close eye on them for me. I can't go back just yet, Scorpion replied, shaking his head. My Jade Maiden ring is missing. I have to retrieve it before I can return. Not only that, but I need to craft a new Hiriko puppet as an outer shell. To this day, not a single member of Akatsuki has seen my real face. Upon hearing this explanation, Naruto felt a bit embarrassed. After all, when he'd smashed Scorpion's previous puppet body, he'd completely forgotten to recover the ring. Well, I'll get you out of the village first. As for finding the ring and building a new Hiriko, that's all up to you. Scorpion nodded, then asked, How do I get out? As far as Scorpion knew, the Hidden Leaf barrier was formidable. Entering or leaving wasn't easy. The only reason Orochimaru had managed to get in was that he'd once been high up in the Leaf hierarchy. Judging by Naruto's age, it was hard to imagine he held that sort of power in the village. Naruto smiled, then pointed to an elliptical device in the corner of the living room. The device sat flat on the floor, resembling a pedestal of some kind, with a strikingly advanced and technological appearance. Stand on this, and you'll be able to leave the Leaf Village." Without a moment's hesitation, Scorpion complied, stepping onto the platform. He understood that, for now, he was entirely in Naruto's hands. If Naruto willed it, he could lose control of his body in an instant. Scorpion did not fear death. It was the prospect of being manipulated, made to act against his will while his consciousness endured, that he truly dreaded. So, until he could deal with this threat of coercion, he would not go against Naruto's wishes. Could he truly resolve the situation? Of course not. The advanced technology of Grey Wolf was leagues beyond anything the shinobi world could comprehend, let alone break. Once Scorpion was in place atop the elliptical device, Naruto pressed a button on the wall. Suddenly, Scorpion's surroundings blurred for a moment. When he came to, he found himself amidst a dense forest. Scorpion was truly astonished. He had never expected Naruto to possess such a technique. Could this be the fabled flying thunder god jutsu? As he spoke, Scorpion glanced around, noting that the earth beneath his feet looked freshly disturbed. Driven by curiosity, Scorpion gently brushed aside the top layer of soil with his hand and immediately spotted an object buried there, an exact replica of the oval device he had seen in Naruto's living room. So this is actually a space teleportation device. Though spatial ninjutsu was rare, Scorpion was no stranger to it. After all, the scrolls he regularly used were a form of space ninjutsu themselves. As much as he wanted to take a closer look at the device beneath his feet, Scorpion reminded himself that it belonged to Naruto. He had no authorization to tamper with it. Helplessly, Scorpion left the spot and began searching for the place where he had previously fought against the mechanical Naruto. That battlefield was a desolate area, rarely frequented by people and teeming with wild beasts. If luck was on his side, his damaged body parts, puppets, and ring might still be lying there just as he had left them. On the other side, after sending Scorpion away, Naruto deactivated the transporter. This transporter, in fact, was installed there by the mechanical Naruto long ago. Now, Naruto no longer needed to rely on his brain-computer interface or the mechanical Naruto for covert outings. He himself could slip out of the hidden Leaf Village unnoticed thanks to this device. Truth be told, Naruto had once considered learning his father's Flying Thunder God technique. But after a few days of hard training, he realized that this dazzling, near-legendary space-time jutsu wasn't something just anyone could master. Even the basic step of sensing spatial coordinates with his own chakra was enough to send Naruto crashing down in exhaustion. In other words, Naruto's spatial perception was embarrassingly poor. The odds of ever learning Flying Thunder God were slim at best. But slim chance didn't mean impossible. After all, Naruto was still only 7 years old. It was only natural that a 7-year-old's body might struggle to sense the elusive mysteries of space. While Flying Thunder God eluded him for now, Naruto had managed to master the Rasengan ahead of schedule. The might of the Rasengan was unquestioned. In the original story, Naruto relied on spinning those energy spheres all the way through, inventing endless variations with his own hands. No sooner had he shut down the transporter than Grey Wolf, standing nearby, spoke up. "If there's nothing else, I'll return to the ceiling space now." Go ahead." Replying to Grey Wolf, Naruto decided to don his virtual helmet and check out the latest in the virtual game. With his character, Invincible Grandpa, having traveled mountains and rivers, making use of his admin-level teleportation privileges, he finally arrived in the Ninja World region. He came here because, according to his mother, conflicts between Danzo and the third Hokage had begun to spark in the virtual world. The two of them had staked out the best territory in the ninja area, each claiming half for themselves, their eyes fixed on a certain someone they were quietly waiting for. And of course, Naruto knew exactly who that person was, which made the situation all the more amusing to him. Upon entering the virtual game, Naruto took direct control of Yi Aonawa and headed straight for the center of the ninja zone. At present, 2 guilds had already been established here. One was named Village of the Will of Fire. The other was called Root Ninja Village. A good number of players had already gathered in the Village of the Will of Fire, including members of the Hokage's Umbu and the Sarutobi clan. Root Ninja Village also boasted a sizable player base, with Root Ninjas and members of the Shimura family among them. Both sides were nearly equal in numbers and overall strength. If this were the real world, the people under Danzo's command would truly be no match for those under Hiruzen Sarutobi. After all, Hiruzen Sarutobi was the 3rd Hokage. His Umbu were the elite of the elite, while many of the Root members were those that Sarutobi himself had deemed unfit. As for family power, the Shimura clan simply couldn't compete with the Sarutobi clan. Since the Uchiha clan had not yet been wiped out, and the Hyuga clan hadn't retreated into silence due to the Uchiha's fall, little had changed in the balance of power. But should these two powerful clans ever fade from the spotlight, the Sarutobi family would become Konoha's undisputed #1, if for no other reason than Hiruzen Sarutobi holding the Hokage title. Although in reality, Danzo's forces were weaker than Sarutobi's. Here, in the virtual world, it made no difference how strong you once were. You had to start from scratch. It was precisely for this reason that Danzo found an opportunity to surpass Hiruzen Sarutobi. Danzo wanted to build a ninja village anew within this virtual space, surpass Sarutobi, and prove that his abilities were greater than those of Hiruzen Sarutobi. He'd then bring his virtual triumph into the real world, using his accomplishments to fuel claims that the third Hokage was no longer fit for the role. In such political maneuvering, Danzo was nothing short of master. If things continued this way, he had every confidence that he could dethrone Hiruzen Sarutobi and become Hokage himself. Just imagining it left him a little giddy. Of course, Danzo hadn't forgotten about King Monkey. As long as he could utterly crush Sarutobi's guild, forcing them and their followers to withdraw from the central area, he'd have the territory all to himself. Then, when King Monkey arrived, he could sweep in with a grand declaration of love. It was almost too perfect. At that point, he would have both power and romance in hand. A double victory. Naruto entered the ninja zone of the game. Here, he encountered representatives of every clan, along with countless smaller groups and circles, all busy establishing their own guilds. He also witnessed their fierce battles for roaming bosses, as well as large-scale guild wars. It gave Naruto the vivid sense that he had returned to the realm of online gaming, and he found it all immensely entertaining. But in truth, it wasn't Naruto who was most fascinated. It was the elderly of the great ninja clans, those long past the age for battle. These were the old veterans, many of whom had fought in both the first and second great ninja wars. Some had even witnessed the founding of the ninja villages in their youth, or remembered the brutal conflicts of the Warring States era. The elders are all getting on in years, with only a handful of good days left ahead of them. Yet, a ninja is always a ninja at heart. Their true desire has never been to simply live out a peaceful retirement. Of course, it's not as if they long for war, either. It's just that, to them, a ninja's proper end should come not in a sickbed, but upon the battlefield. And so, the arrival of virtual reality headsets brought them rebirth. In these closing years of their lives, they hope to leave their mark in the virtual world, to blaze a trail like the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha once did, creating a new era, one that belongs to them. Whether it's guild wars, vying for rare bosses in the wild, or racing to be the first at the ruins, the ones leading the charge are these seniors who haven't set foot on the streets of Konoha for countless years. Naturally, Naruto and Grey Wolf also took notice of this phenomenon. Naruto began to wonder, was there a way to transfer human consciousness into the virtual world? That way, even if the body perished, the soul could continue to exist in the digital realm. Grey Wolf, aware of Naruto's idea, did some research of his own. As it turned out, it was indeed possible, just not here, not in the ninja world. Here, when people die, their souls inevitably pass on to the Pure Land. Attempting otherwise would be tantamount to snatching souls from the Pure Land itself. And Grey Wolf had no idea what kind of consequences such an act might provoke. But Naruto knew that this limitation was only temporary. One day, if a King Yama ever stepped out of that great cage, conquering the Pure Land of the ninja world would be a trivial feat. Heck, even establishing a proper afterlife with a 6-realm cycle of reincarnation would be within reach. And if such a reincarnation system were ever built, then troublemakers like Madara Uchiha, even if dead and gone, would no longer have the chance to stir up any more chaos. Of course, all of this remained in the realm of speculation for now. Naruto wandered through the ninja sector and quickly noticed how readily the people of Konoha embraced the virtual game. Many had already started exploring social interactions within this new world. It was as he arrived at a desolate plain that a massive, expressionless figure suddenly materialized before him. Whoa, a wild world boss. Naruto hadn't expected such luck. He'd barely set foot here, and already he'd run into a wild boss. Wild world bosses had become one of the game's most valuable resources. Not only could they yield rare crafting materials, the crucial draw, though, was that some world bosses dropped secondary professions as loot. Blacksmith, puppeteer, alchemist, architect, tailor. So many different secondary jobs, each one the cornerstone for building a great guild. Naturally, these world bosses have become the ultimate prize in the eyes of every guild. Some have even sparked wars between several guilds over the ownership of a single world boss. The world boss that caught Naruto's eye was called the Puppeteer. Its appearance was that of a marionette, with a wooden frame mounted atop its head. Threads extended out from the frame, weaving down to control the puppet's hands and feet. Grey Wolf's idea for this world boss is actually quite creative. Naruto couldn't help but exclaim. As he spoke, Naruto began to check the puppeteer's details and browse the possible loot it might drop. As long as a world boss has appeared and been defeated before, its information would be included in the boss encyclopedia, making it easy to look up. The dropped equipment and ninjutsu were nothing special. Honestly, such things weren't particularly rare for world bosses. What truly mattered were the rare professions and special bloodlines, things like that. The puppeteer, in particular, could drop two rare professions: puppet maker and puppeteer. Puppet maker grants the ability to create NPCs with their own consciousness and will. Puppeteer bestows the knowledge to both craft and control puppets. In truth, this world boss was a prime target for the third Hokage, Danzo, and the other top brass of Konoha. The reason was simple. The puppeteer profession was an iconic specialty of Sunagakure in the Land of Wind, and during wartime, it had caused quite a bit of trouble for Konoha. Both the third and Danzo realized that any ninjutsu or taijutsu developed in the virtual world could, with enough dedication, actually be reproduced in real life. Naturally, they were eager to acquire the puppeteer profession. Yet so far, the only one to have successfully slain the puppeteer was Uchiha Fugaku from the Uchiha clan. And it was certain Fugaku would never share the rewards he had gained in-game. The third Hokage and Danzo wouldn't force the issue, reasoning that since world bosses were bound to respawn, all they had to do was wait for the puppeteer to reappear. The appearance of the world boss quickly drew a crowd of onlookers. Guild members immediately contacted their teams, while solo players began forming impromptu groups, hoping to stand a fighting chance. Though the odds of lone players defeating a world boss were slim, there was always a hope that fortune would smile upon them. Within 15 minutes, nearly 50 or 60 people had gathered in the area. Seeing this, Naruto slipped out of the throng, looking to find a good spot to enjoy the spectacle. After all, it was his first time witnessing such a fierce contest over a world boss. The first guild to arrive wasn't the one led by the third Hokage or Danzo, but rather the alliance formed by Inoshikacho, the Inoshikacho Alliance. The Inoshikacho guild was quite different from Danzo's group. They didn't name their guild after a ninja village. Even if it's just a virtual world, calling themselves a ninja village would be too much like openly challenging the third Hokage. After Inoshikacho, it was Uchiha Fugaku who led the arrival of the Uchiha Guild. That's right, the guild established by Uchiha Fugaku was simply named Uchiha. Soon after, Hayashi Hyuga arrived with the Hyuga clan guild, and one by one, the other clans from Konoha also brought their guilds to the gathering. And finally, taking center stage, the will of Fire Ninja Village and Root Ninja Village made their entrance. With all the guilds present, the tension in the air became instantly palpable, like swords drawn at a standoff. Each guild surrounded the field boss, yet not a single group was willing to make the first move. The reason was simple. Whoever acted first would almost certainly become the boss's first target. And being the first one targeted meant that any hope of winning the boss's drops was practically lost. I must say, clan head Hyuga, why aren't you charging in first this time? Uchiha Fugaku, standing next to the Hyuga clan, spoke up with a teasing tone. His in-game name, Strongest Clan Head, appeared above his head. Upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku's words, Hayashi Hyuga gave a cold snort, but chose not to reply. Last time they encountered a field boss, Hayashi had rushed in headlong without a moment's hesitation, leading his guild's charge to try and secure the kill. But to his dismay, the field boss was far stronger than he had expected, and in a furious barrage wiped out several of his members in an instant. It was precisely because his guild attacked first that Hayashi lost all chance of claiming that field boss. After that incident, everyone understood. Whoever strikes first is doomed to walk away empty-handed. All the guilds present watched the field boss intently, but at the same time, they took turns mocking one another, trying to goad someone else into making the first move. Even the third Hokage and Danzo were caught up in the game. After all, both were determined to control this boss, no matter the cost. And just as everyone was pushing and maneuvering for someone else to strike first, a player stepped forward. The name above his head was the Eternal. He appeared to be a cold, sharp-featured youth. The darkness in his eyes only made their gaze more piercing. Following close behind him were a handful of players with no guild affiliation. Most of these independent players were neither from any famous clan, nor did they hold any significant status. They were just regular civilians. Typically, these ninjas without a clan, as well as ordinary civilians, tried to stay out of trouble in the game, especially during boss spawns. When the competition for a field boss heated up, they would rather stand to the side and watch than risk getting involved. But this time, they stepped forward under the command of someone with the ID Immortal One. Everyone, follow my orders. First squad, second squad, third squad, flank from the sides and look for opportunities to ambush. Fourth squad, fifth squad, come with me to engage the monster head-on. At that moment, Immortal One began issuing orders to a group of unaffiliated players behind him. His team, including himself, numbered 15 people, which he divided into 5 squads. Players in the first, second, and third squads weren't ninjas in real life, so they lacked combat experience. He assigned them to the flanking positions as support. Meanwhile, both the fourth and fifth squads were made up of non-clan ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village, players with some experience in real battles and teamwork. So, Immortal One took these 2 groups to start the fight directly. Earth-style, Yellow Springs Swamp. As Immortal One closed in on the puppet master, he unleashed the Yellow Springs Swamp Jutsu, trapping one of its legs in sticky mud and briefly halting its movements. Seeing this, players in the 5th and 6th squads immediately formed hand seals and unleashed a barrage of attack techniques at Immortal One's cue. A relentless storm of blows and elemental jutsu rained down. Nor were the flanking squads idle. Under Immortal One's direction, the 1st and 2nd squads continuously cast Yellow Springs Swamp and other restraining techniques, working to keep the puppet master trapped with hardly a moment's respite. The 3rd squad joined the 4th and 5th on the front lines, unleashing attack after attack on their target. Not far away, the 3rd Hokage watched this scene unfold, falling deep into thought. Immortal One? Is he a ninja from the Hidden Leaf? To think he could lead a motley band like that with such precision. He's got the makings of a commander, that's for sure. But that look in his eyes and the tone he uses when giving orders, they seem strangely familiar. The 3rd Hokage didn't recognize Orochimaru right away, but Danzo did. Not long ago, Danzo had met Orochimaru in person. He knew that, while Orochimaru might have left the village, tracking his whereabouts was never easy for the Root Division, so he let it be for a while. He never imagined Orochimaru would turn up inside a virtual game. "Hey, Hiruzen, aren't you going to make a move?" Danzo said, voice laced with intent. If you wait much longer, that boss is going to be whittled down by Orochimaru and his ragtag crew. Upon hearing Danzo's words, the 3rd Hokage was taken aback. He looked over at Immortal One, and in that moment, he finally realized the truth behind that familiar aura. It was his own student, Orochimaru. The moment Orochimaru crossed his mind, the 3rd Hokage forgot about public field boss rules. Without hesitation, he rallied his men and rushed into the fray. Danzo watched this unfold, the corners of his mouth curling up in a sly, satisfied grin. Go on. Exhaust as much of your strength as you like. Once you're spent, the field boss will be mine. As Orochimaru, who was leading his group and beating up the controller, saw his own teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi, charging straight at him, he wasn't the least bit surprised. It was exactly as he had expected. He knew that the moment someone saw him easily farming the boss with a team, there would be those who couldn't hold back and would rush in. But what he hadn't predicted was that the first to lose composure would actually be his own teacher, the 3rd Hokage. Master of Longevity, that's the 3rd Hokage, sir. What should we do? A member of Team 5 spoke up with a hint of anxiety in his tone. Orochimaru let out a low, sinister chuckle, then turned to the surrounding group still attacking and commanded, "Everyone, use up the rest of your chakra, and as soon as you're done, retreat." Yes. At once, everyone responded and began forming hand seals at an even quicker pace. Earlier, in order to conserve their chakra, they'd been coordinating their attacks, but now, following Orochimaru's order, they abandoned all cooperation. Every technique was unleashed with reckless abandon. In less than 10 seconds, everyone had drained their chakra reserves dry. Depleted and exhausted, their only option was to disappear on the spot. Those from Teams 4 and 5 chose to escape alongside Orochimaru, but members of Teams 1, 2, and 3 hesitated, clearly reluctant to flee empty-handed after fighting so long. Orochimaru, seeing their disobedience, paid them no mind. "Orochimaru, stop! Are you hiding in the Leaf Village right now?" The 3rd Hokage's shout only made Orochimaru run faster. As Hiruzen Sarutobi and his team hurried past the wild map boss controller, they didn't spare a glance. Right now, his only target was Orochimaru. Though the 3rd Hokage ignored the controller, the one who had just endured a relentless beating could hardly let them pass unchallenged. Having just been restrained and pummeled, the controller unleashed his pent-up fury on Hiruzen and his group as they rushed by. A wave of force erupted from the controller, blowing the 3rd Hokage's party, along with a few freelancers who'd lingered too long, clear off their feet. Finally free from restraint, the controller's eyes sought out the lone players, as they now carried the highest aggro. With a sweep of his arm, threads flicked out, instantly binding those solo players, and with a swift jerk, their lives were abruptly cut short. Damn it! The 3rd Hokage, sent flying, glared after the now distant Orochimaru, a storm of frustration brewing within him. He quickly turned a murderous gaze on the controller, who was just getting back up. Everyone, listen to me. Use the exact same tactics as Orochimaru just now. Control this boss. Don't let it move an inch. Yes, Lord Hokage. Everyone dispersed, imitating Orochimaru's earlier commands, intending to restrain the controller. But the controller, having already suffered setback once, would not be so easily caught again. In truth, if Orochimaru hadn't seized the opportunity for a surprise attack previously, using Swamp of the Underworld to catch the controller off guard, those ragtag teams would never have escaped intact. And now, for the third Hokage to replicate Orochimaru's feat was nearly impossible. Dodging attacks from binding ninjutsu, the controller lashed back at the third Hokage and his subordinates. After all, these were battle-hardened Umbu members and the Hokage himself, not the scattered, ordinary players who had been so easily dispatched before. It took several assaults before the controller finally managed to bring down just one person. As the third Hokage dodged the relentless puppet attacks, he glanced back at the guilds still spectating from a distance. Damn it, are those people really just going to stand there and watch? He cursed under his breath, then shouted, "Everyone listen up, lure the boss toward the crowd behind us. We absolutely cannot let them just watch from the sidelines." Hearing his command, all the guild members began to withdraw in an orderly fashion, aiming to draw the controller into the midst of the other players. Danzo and the other guild leaders, who had been hoping to watch Hiruzen Sarutobi fall, couldn't help but mutter that he was shameless. But with the boss charging their way, they no longer had the luxury of sitting idle. While the chaos raged and everyone fought the boss tooth and nail, Orochimaru, known as the Immortal, quietly slipped back to the area, staying hidden in a secluded corner where no one would notice him. Hey, Sensei Sarutobi, you really are working hard." As he spoke, Orochimaru unsheathed a bone blade from behind his back, planning to swoop in the moment the world boss was down to its last sliver of health. Was it shameless? Perhaps, but isn't that just what field bosses are for? Stealing kills? Orochimaru was hardly alone in that thought. Naturally, others didn't have his ruthlessness or power, but as the saying goes, one must have dreams. After all, what if you're the one to land the final blow on the world boss? Not far off, Naruto watched the spectacle unfold below with excitement. Exciting, though perhaps not the right word. After all, these players weren't very high level yet, and none had invested heavily in perfecting S-rank ninjutsu. Still, what they lacked in power, they made up for in numbers. Crowds always made things lively. It was just like playing an online game. If you're grinding alone, no matter how high your level or legendary your gear, it just isn't much fun. But if a group of people form a guild and play together, even if every member is a complete novice, the experience is still incredibly rewarding and fun. Many of the ninjas below have rediscovered the thrilling sensation of battling on the front lines. Minute by minute, time ticks away. Just now, the boss controller in the wild zone has entered a rampage state, his health bar flashing red. With this sudden frenzy, a third of those present were wiped out in a single sweep. But that wild rampage also means the boss is already on his last legs. Now comes the most exhilarating moment, the mad scramble for the final blow. At this point, the leaders of several guilds have all stopped attacking the boss. They're waiting, biding their time, ready to strike the moment the boss is about to fall and claim the kill for themselves. Even Orochimaru, lurking in the shadows, tightened his grip on his bone blade, steeling himself for the decisive moment. It's now. Suddenly, Danzo let out a fierce shout and charged forward, making it look like he was going for the kill. Seeing this, Choza and Shino from the Inoshikacho trio also rushed in without hesitation. They weren't alone. Several other guild leaders followed suit, all vying for the chance to land the finishing blow. But as the crowd surged ahead, Danzo, who had just shouted and started his charge, stopped dead in his tracks and let a sly smile creep across his lips. He had played them all. Danzo, that old fox, is still as cunning as ever. Standing beside Fugaku Uchiha, Hayashi Hyuga muttered under his breath, "Oomph. Those people are as good as eliminated now. In a way, this makes things easier for us." It was hard to imagine, the leader of the Uchiha and the leader of the Hyuga clan standing so close, seeming almost like strategic allies. Such a thing would be unthinkable in real life, but in the game world, it had become reality. Thanks to Danzo's scheme, all the guild leaders who rushed out just now were blasted back by the boss's final, furious blows. Taking advantage of this moment, that old schemer Danzo finally made his move. He wasn't alone. Third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, Hayashi Hyuga, Fugaku Uchiha, Shikaka Nara, and even Orochimaru all dashed in as the boss was left hanging by a thread. Each of them raced forward, faster than the last. They knew, as long as they were the first to reach the boss, the kill would be theirs. Just as everyone surged toward the boss with confidence, the crackle of electricity suddenly tore through the tense air, a bolt of lightning shot past the boss's side. In that flash of blue-white light, the boss collapsed with a mighty thud. This dramatic turn of events left the guild leaders frozen in shock. At last, it was the third Hokage who snapped out of it first. Was that Kakashi's Raikiri just now? Could it really be Kakashi? Hearing his words, the other guild leaders quickly turned their gaze toward the figure still kneeling on one knee, striking a pose, a man unmistakably familiar to them all. That's right, Lord Third, I am indeed Kakashi. I'm sorry, but this wild boss means a lot to me. No one present could have predicted this outcome. Despite all the preparation by the guilds, it was Kakashi who ultimately snagged the wild boss. Kakashi's in-game ID was still Scarecrow. The reason the third Hokage recognized Kakashi at a glance wasn't just because of Raikiri, Kakashi's signature jutsu. There was also the fact that in the virtual world, Kakashi appeared just as he did when he became a Jonin at 12. It was during this period of his life that Kakashi lost the two companions dearest to him. The third Hokage observed Kakashi for a long moment. Instead of speaking, he broke into a gentle, grandfatherly smile and said, "Kakashi, congratulations to you." In truth, the third Hokage didn't have anything else to say. Ever since these so-called wild bosses appeared, whoever managed to claim the boss won it. That had become the unspoken rule. When it came time to fight for the wild boss, everyone was free to use any method they liked. But once it was over, no one complained about dirty tricks or underhanded moves. More importantly, everyone had witnessed the way Kakashi seized the boss. What had he used? None other than his original S-rank lightning release, a technique he'd invented in reality. In a world where everyone's level was still rather low, the appearance of such a high-level technique spoke volumes. It meant Kakashi had dumped every single skill point into mastering this jutsu. And then, as if that wasn't enough, Kakashi's personal level was actually 3 full levels higher than the average. That was no accident. Kakashi had already experienced creating NPCs in this virtual world. His greatest goal in coming here was to recreate Rin and Obito. From the moment this wild boss appeared, Kakashi knew he'd found his target. So, he started leveling up like mad, ignoring real-world quests entirely. Every skill point he earned along the way, he poured straight into Raikiri. He knew there were only 2 ways to win the boss. Either have enough people and hope someone got lucky with the killing blow, or wield a powerful enough weapon to do it yourself. But Kakashi found a third path. He decided to gamble everything, focusing every skill point into a single, devastating technique. Of course, with only one skill at his disposal. Especially a move that left him drained immediately after, Kakashi's overall fighting power was pretty limited. But for the sake of claiming the boss, Kakashi believed the sacrifice was worth it. With the boss now taken, many guild members began to disperse. Only the third Hokage remained, his gaze locked tightly on the longevist. At this moment, Orochimaru couldn't help feeling a bit irritated inside. He was the mastermind behind all of this, yet in the end, it was that brat Kakashi who reaped all the rewards. "Orochimaru, tell me, where are you right now?" Just then, the third Hokage's voice rang out, touched with anger. "Aha, Sensei, Sarutobi, what is it? Do you really want to kill me?" Hearing Orochimaru's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who looked young and handsome at this moment, couldn't hide a certain old sorrow in his eyes. "Orochimaru, come back to Konoha and turn yourself in." Orochimaru just laughed at the third Hokage's demand. "Sensei Sarutobi, you really haven't changed a bit, have you? How about this? If you marry that old Danzo, I'll return to Konoha. What do you say?" Of course, Orochimaru was only saying this to provoke the third Hokage. He knew all too well that Hiruzen and Danzo had always been cut from the same cloth. Back then, when Orochimaru conducted human experiments, Danzo was running his own as well. It was his beloved sensei, Sarutobi, who directed all the blame at Orochimaru. And why? Because Konoha needed those underground roots. It was then that Orochimaru realized Konoha had already started to rot, so when he left, he felt no attachment at all. If there was anything he might have regretted, it'd be leaving behind his 2 old friends, Jiraiya and Tsunade. At Orochimaru's words, the third Hokage's face darkened. "Seems there's nothing left to say. I'll just have to deal with you myself." With that, the third Hokage lunged straight at Orochimaru. Meanwhile, Orochimaru only responded with a twisted, enigmatic smile before his figure simply vanished from sight. Clearly, he had logged out of the virtual world. If he'd been in an active battle, logging out would have been impossible. But ever since the field boss was dealt with, Orochimaru hadn't made any further moves, which meant he was no longer in combat. So he's using a logout technique now. Muttering to himself, the third Hokage promptly logged out as well. He was well aware that Orochimaru was somewhere in the village, and it was time to gather a squad of censor-type ninja to scour every corner of Konoha. No matter what, he'd dig that snake out. Elsewhere, in a gloomy underground base, Orochimaru removed the virtual helmet from his head. Hahaha, looks like it's time to leave Konoha behind. I wonder, once I'm gone, will this VR helmet still work? Orochimaru had already memorized the manual by heart. Without a signal, there was no way to connect. He set the virtual helmet aside and walked toward a corner of the room, where more than 20 such helmets were piled up. Since he planned to leave, he couldn't just leave these VR helmets lying around. Orochimaru produced a storage scroll and packed all the virtual helmets into it. After finishing everything, Orochimaru left the base. However, before departing, he intended to pay a visit to Naruto Uzumaki. Meanwhile, having just witnessed the spectacular battle for the wild boss, Naruto exited the virtual game. A moment ago, inside the virtual world, Naruto had used his privileges to search for Itachi Uchiha and Shisui Uchiha. But his search came up empty. He couldn't locate either of them. This could only mean that, at this moment, the two of them were somewhere out of range, with no signal. Could they have left the land of fire? Naruto wondered to himself, perplexed. After all, the satellite he'd launched earlier was supposed to cover the entire land of fire with its signal. Puzzled, Naruto decided to send his mechanical clone out of the village once more. Both Itachi and Shisui were model students in Red Thought, so Naruto absolutely needed to know their whereabouts. As their ideological mentor, it was his duty to guide and assist them however he could. What Naruto didn't know was that right now, both Itachi and Shisui's level of ideological enlightenment had already surpassed his own by a considerable margin. Naruto activated the teleporter to send his mechanical double outside Konoha. Just as he was about to return to his room to train, the wolf head vibration alarm on his desk suddenly buzzed. HM, is someone coming to visit? Speaking to himself, Naruto picked up his tablet and called up a live feed from the security camera at his corridor downstairs. Moments later, he saw a figure hesitating in the shadows. Naruto didn't recognize their features, but he hadn't forgotten. Ninja had a certain technique called the transformation jutsu. At once, Naruto switched the camera to its chakra-revealing mode. The moment the feature was activated, the visitor on the screen instantly transformed into Orochimaru. Oh, so it's Orochimaru. Realizing who it was, Naruto pressed the voice button on his tablet and spoke. Elder Orochimaru, don't worry. I've already disarmed the traps. Please come upstairs. Still lingering at the bottom of the stairs, Orochimaru heard Naruto's voice. Instead of stepping forward at once, he created a shadow clone to test the situation, and, only after confirming it was safe, climbed the stairs himself. In the living room, Naruto greeted Orochimaru with a smile. Elder Orochimaru, didn't the third Hokage already discover your presence? How come you haven't left Konoha yet? And how do you still have time to visit me? Heh, Orochimaru flashed his signature sly grin, then said casually, the third Hokage will never catch me. I came here to ask, are those virtual helmets usable outside Konoha? Yes, but only within the borders of the Land of Fire. Once you leave the country, they won't work at all. When he heard it could only be used in the Land of Fire, Orochimaru pondered for a moment before asking, if I return to the Land of Fields, will I still be able to use it? You can, but you'll need to launch a satellite. As he spoke, Naruto pulled a rocket launcher from his spatial backpack and handed it to Orochimaru. There's a satellite inside this rocket launcher. All you have to do is go to the very center of the Land of Fields and fire it into the sky. After that, not just the Land of Fields, but even the surrounding small countries will be able to receive the signal. Orochimaru took the rocket launcher, and a hidden flicker of excitement appeared in his eyes. As long as he returned to the Land of Fields and distributed the virtual helmets to his subordinates, the next time they fought for a field boss, victory would surely be within their grasp. Seeing Orochimaru seal the rocket launcher away with a scroll, Naruto handed him yet another enormous scroll. Orochimaru accepted the scroll with some suspicion and asked, what is this? There are 1,000 sets of virtual helmets inside. I'm entrusting them to you to sell for me. I'm charging 50,000 Ryo per unit. As long as you pay me 50,000 per helmet, you can set your own price for resale. Realization dawned on Orochimaru at Naruto's words. This was an arrangement for him to become a distributor. Nevertheless, Orochimaru did not refuse. If the virtual helmets could become widespread in the Land of Fields, it would definitely be beneficial. Most importantly, the supply and the pricing of the virtual helmets remained firmly in his hands. Don't worry. If you ever want to sell the helmets elsewhere, just let me know. The Land of Fields has trading caravans that reach every country. We'll talk about that another time. There's no rush for now. After reminding Orochimaru to come back in a while to fulfill his promise to help lift the Edo Tensei, Orochimaru was getting ready to leave. Don't take the main entrance. Just then, Naruto called out to him and led him to the corner of the living room, pointing to a teleporter. Stand here. I'll send you out of the Leaf Village. Orochimaru was curious, but stepped onto the teleporter regardless. In an instant, his vision blurred, and the scenery around him transformed into a dense forest. Oh, is this a spatial transport device? Impressive indeed. Just like Sasori before him, Orochimaru did not steal the teleporter beneath his feet, but simply swaggered away in the direction of the land of fields. I wonder how Sasori's doing. Meanwhile, the third Hokage had led the Umbu and sensory-type ninja to begin searching the entire village for any sign of Orochimaru. After a thorough but fruitless search, the third Hokage turned to Naruto. Since the virtual helmets had been introduced by Naruto himself, the third was convinced it was likely Naruto would have some way of finding Orochimaru. If Naruto knew what the third Hokage was thinking, he would definitely burst out laughing. Not only could I pinpoint the location of the person wearing the helmet, but with a single command from me, the mind of every person wearing a virtual helmet would instantly turn to mush. Aside from asking about Orochimaru, the third also wanted to find out if the one guiding Naruto from the shadows was indeed the person he suspected, the fourth Hokage. The third Hokage's visit was something Naruto had already anticipated. As it happened, all the traps in the corridor had already been disarmed, so the third made it to Naruto's house without any trouble. Compared to his previous visit, the living room looked even messier this time around. Cables snaked across the floor, mingling with all sorts of random junk scattered everywhere. But what really caught the third Hokage's attention was a cloning machine, hidden beneath a piece of cloth. Just as the third Hokage fixed his gaze on the cloning machine, Naruto's voice rang out. Gramps, what brings you here this time? Looking for another ninja strategy guide DLC? Or is it that you've finished all the seeds on your computer? Naruto's words immediately set the third off into a sputtering cough. The third Hokage knew perfectly well what Naruto meant by seeds. Naturally, he hadn't finished all those videos. There were just too many. Even at the pace of 3 movies a day, he doubted he could get through them all in his lifetime. After using his cough to alleviate some of the embarrassment, the third got straight to the point. I'm here to ask if you can find the person wearing a virtual helmet. Gramps, you must be talking about Orochimaru, right? Oh, the third Hokage was caught off guard. How did Naruto know about Orochimaru? Naruto, how do you know about Orochimaru? Just as Naruto was about to reply, he felt a sudden heat in his abdomen. Golden chains shot out from his stomach, instantly binding the third Hokage right in front of him. Is this adamantine sealing chains? Could be Kushina. With those words, the third Hokage, entangled in the chains, lost consciousness. At that very moment, his mind was drawn into Naruto's inner sealing space. Inside the sealing space, Kushina gripped one of Kurama's tails with one hand, while the other wielded the adamantine sealing chains. Even with Kurama's chakra, like a massive battery, by her side, using the adamantine sealing chains in a split body still left Kushina feeling bouts of weakness. But with Kurama feeding her chakra, she quickly regained her strength. Kushina was willing to risk almost losing her lingering presence in Naruto's body just for this, because she really wanted to give the old man a beating. Within the sealing space, the third Hokage stared in utter stupefaction at the two figures before him. He was well acquainted with both of them. One was his grand disciple, Minato Namikaze, while the other was the previous generation Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki. Standing behind the two was an enormous creature, the very same nine-tailed fox that had left deep scars upon his heart. A little farther away, several figures could be seen lounging with slices of watermelon and crunching on seeds. They were none other than Zephyr, Kurapika, and the mighty big gray wolf himself. So, how badly do you think that old man's about to get thrashed? Big Gray Wolf took a juicy bite of watermelon, grinning as he put the question to the others. A quiet chuckle echoed. Why doesn't he just run away? The third Hokage should be able to pull that off, Kurapika remarked. Kurapika's words weren't unfounded. The third Hokage was known as the professor of ninjutsu. Theoretically, freeing his spirit from this sealed space shouldn't be difficult. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi's predicament was much like someone trapped in a genjutsu. He only needed to forcefully use his own chakra to break free from Kushina's control, and he could escape this place. Hearing Kurapika's comment, Zephyr shook his head. He's not going anywhere. To be precise, if he's got a shred of sense left, he won't try to leave. Instead, he should stay so Kushina can work out her anger on him. As the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi certainly isn't a fool. The moment he saw Minato and Kushina here, I suspect his imagination started running wild. And besides, there's also the released Nine-Tails to consider. True enough, things unfolded just as Zephyr predicted. Now, As the third Hokage saw the two before him, their presence flanked by a tailed beast, his mind spun with furious speculations. Why had Naruto been able to invent such bizarre things? Computers, virtual helmets, even those training devices that had surprised even him. And where had Naruto gleaned all that intelligence? Moreover, why had Naruto, so small, already grasped the notion of a hunger strike, forcing the village to take notice? Sarutobi had long understood the nature of children. No child could stave off hunger for long. Yet back then, when Naruto was still so young, even dizzy with hunger, he never once chose to head downstairs and buy food. He simply waited for takeout to be delivered to him. All of this, Hiruzen suddenly realized, had a clear answer the instant he saw the Minato couple standing before him. With Kushina Uzumaki glaring at him in fury, Hiruzen bowed his head slightly and began, "Minato, Kushina, about Naruto, I truly..." Before the third Hokage could finish his sentence, a fist wreathed in pitch-black haki smashed into his face. The blow sent the third Hokage hurtling more than a dozen meters. But before he could soar any further away, Kushina seized the adamant chains still entangling him, gave a fierce yank, and dragged him back an instant. Immediately, Kushina Uzumaki's fist became completely enveloped in armament haki, and she unleashed another furious barrage of blows. What the? Kushina actually mastered the armament haki already. Kurapika stared in disbelief at Kushina, who was pummeling the third Hokage. Zephyr nodded slightly at these words and replied, "Yes, Kushina is highly talented. I only taught her for a few days, and she already managed to grasp the basics of armament haki. I suppose seeing the third Hokage again must have triggered some powerful emotions, which is probably why she instinctively used the armament haki. TSK. Kushina must truly loathe the third Hokage. What's wrong? Kurapika, are you feeling sorry for that old man?" Hearing Kurapika's remarks, Grey Wolf couldn't help but grumble. "If my son, Little Grey, had experienced what Naruto went through, I'd send every one of those responsible straight into space." The truth was, Naruto's real-life circumstances weren't nearly as tragic as everyone thought. In the sealed space, they were simply projecting the Naruto from the anime onto him. Meanwhile, after dishing out a thorough beating to the third Hokage, Kushina finally managed to vent the anger she'd been holding inside her heart. "Old man, this is just the sealed space. Even if I beat you black and blue here, nothing really bad will happen to you. At worst, you'll just feel drained and listless. But don't worry, when I return to life, I'll definitely come find you and give you a proper thrashing again." Bruised and battered, the third Hokage struggled to his feet. He glanced first at Minato, who had been watching silently from the sidelines, and then spoke with a touch of guilt. "Back then, I promised both of you I would take good care of Naruto and help him become the village's pride, its hero. I failed. That was my mistake. No matter how you treat me, Kushina, I have no complaints." With that, the third Hokage turned to the still silent Minato and went on, "Minato, if you can come back to life, I hope you will find it in your heart to forgive me, to forgive Konoha, and return to be Hokage once more. Don't worry, this time, before I step down, I'll be taking back all of my authority, including what Danzo has as well." Minato was about to refuse, but paused, speechless for a moment. After several seconds, he finally said, "Let's talk about me being Hokage another time." Hearing Minato's response, the third Hokage realized that the couple's resurrection was probably for real. As expected of Minato, when he used his life to seal the Nine Tails, he must have already thought ahead and left a way out. The third Hokage mused to himself. The mention of sealing the Nine Tails darkened his expression at once. "Minato, what really happened back then? Was it truly a member of the Uchiha clan who released the Nine Tails?" Hearing the third Hokage's question, Minato shook his head, then, after a moment, nodded. The third watched this exchange, even more perplexed. Before he could ask any further, Minato explained, "It was indeed someone from the Uchiha clan. At least they once were. But that's not something we need to focus on right now. The most important thing at the moment is to manage the Hidden Leaf village well. The Uchiha cannot be pushed any further by the village. If this continues, internal strife will break out. If trouble starts inside the leaf, there's no doubt problems will arise outside as well." "Ah, I understand. Just as I thought. It's truly the era of the young now. I'm getting old. It's time for me to step down as Hokage." At that instant, the third had made up his mind. As soon as he returned, he would find a way to take the authority back from the aging members of the village council and wait for Minato Namake's return. Minato, seeing through the third Hokage's intentions, gave Kushina a meaningful glance. Noticing this, Kushina nodded, and with a swift motion of her adamantine sealing chains, she promptly kicked the third out of the sealing space. Once the third had left, Minato turned to his wife, a hint of confusion in his voice. Kushina, why didn't you let me refuse the third directly? Indeed, just moments ago, Minato had been prepared to turn down returning as Hokage, but Kushina's secret signal had stopped him. I want you to go back and become Hokage, and then show every fool in the village that Uzumaki Naruto is the son of a hero. He's their savior, too. I want all the scoundrels who cursed, mocked, and bullied Naruto to live out their lives haunted by guilt. Seeing his wife's fierce determination, Minato could only smile wryly in resignation. It seems I'd better make sure Kushina doesn't read too many of those revenge novels anymore. He had once been worried Kushina would become too sensitive reading those romance dramas, so he'd stopped her from picking up anymore. But rather than romance, she'd delve into revenge tales, palace intrigue, and dark fiction instead. If it had been the old Kushina, she'd never have reasoned that Minato should go back as Hokage and reveal Naruto's identity to burden the village with guilt. Back then, she would simply have resorted to force. She'd have stopped Minato from being Hokage no matter what, left the village's mess for someone else, and let Konoha fend for itself. Novels can sure do a number on people, he sighed. Maybe it's time I steered Kushina towards something a bit more lighthearted. Meanwhile, elsewhere, when Naruto saw that the third Hokage had finally regained consciousness, a gentle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Grandpa Third, how did your conversation with my mom and dad go? Was it pleasant? Hiruzen Sarutobi. Just as Hiruzen was about to reply, he suddenly felt lightheaded and heavy all over, nearly collapsing then and there. Naruto quickly reached out to steady him. At this moment, the old Hokage looked for all the world like Kakashi in the original story, after being trapped by Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi. The only difference was, Kakashi was pierced by Itachi's dagger in the illusionary realm, while the third had just endured a furious, relentless pummeling from Kushina Uzumaki, her fists wrapped in armament hockey. Both experiences inflicted no small amount of trauma on the mind. Grandpa Third, are you all right? Seeing my parents, was it simply too overwhelming? Hiruzen Sarutobi. I'm fine, just a little anemic. I'll recover after some rest. As he spoke, the third Hokage managed to steady himself and continued. Naruto, I'll head home first you. He had originally meant to say, let me know when your father comes back to life, but thought better of it and let it go. Just like that, the third wobbled out of the scene. Naruto understood the Hokage's ordeal perfectly well. In fact, it was all part of his own careful design. He wanted his parents to have a proper encounter with the third Hokage, so as to make his father's return as the fourth official and unquestionable. Now that the two titans of Konoha, Hiruzen and Danzo, both knew Minato Namikaze existed, anything odd that Naruto might do from here on could be conveniently attributed to his father. Land of Rice Fields. Orochimaru finally returned to his base in the Land of Rice Fields. Although his base was already there, the famed Sound Village had yet to be formally established. Upon entering, the very first thing Orochimaru did was take out his Akatsuki ring and contact his trusty partner, Sasori. Sasori, on his way to the Hidden Rain Village, received Orochimaru's message and, already in a foul mood, felt even more annoyed. Orochimaru, where are you? When he heard Sasori's question, Orochimaru let out a chilling chuckle. What's the matter, Lord Sasori? Miss me already? Sasori snorted. If you finish your personal business, quit wasting time and get back to your assigned mission. Don't forget, you're a full member now. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. But what about you? How many missions have you finished lately? Sasori ignored Orochimaru's jibe, promptly cutting off the communication. For some reason, Orochimaru always got the feeling that Sasori was pouting like a child. Orochimaru stashed all the virtual helmets Naruto had given him into the base's secret vault, then promptly headed outside. He picked up a rocket launcher, aimed it skyward, and fired a round. With the satellite launched, Orochimaru pulled out a virtual helmet and began testing whether he could connect to the internet. Oh, as expected, it works. As he spoke, Orochimaru dove straight into the virtual game world, quickly becoming utterly absorbed. As for meeting up with Sasori in the village hidden by rain to carry out a mission, how could that possibly compare to the excitement of gaming? Sasori, meanwhile, had no idea he was about to be left hanging once again. At that moment, he had already arrived at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain. Just as he was about to continue forward, a glowing screen suddenly appeared in front of him. Esteemed Lord Sasori, if you proceed, you will enter a no-signal zone. Please use a signal receiver. Seeing this warning, Sasori recalled that Naruto had indeed cautioned him before. Should he set foot in an area without signal, his body would instantly become immobilized. With this in mind, Sasori took out several thumb-sized signal receivers and buried them in a secluded spot. Once he'd hidden the devices, the ever-present alert vanished from his field of vision. Damn it, why does that brat Uzumaki Naruto have access to such advanced technology? Just as he was about to cross into the land of rain, he suddenly sensed someone watching him. He turned and spotted a young man with a friendly smile gazing his way. His ocular detectors swiftly analyzed the young man's abilities. Combat power, 1050. 1050, huh? Looks like someone who's just entered the Kaga level ranks. I wouldn't have guessed someone this powerful would be lurking on the land of fire's border. Muttering to himself, Sasori stepped over the border and continued on toward the land of rain. From a short distance away, Uchiha Shursui watched Sasori's retreating figure and thought to himself, he's clearly a formidable fighter. I wonder which village he hails from. Meanwhile, the virtual helmet experience centers and internet cafes were running smoothly. With nothing big on his plate, Naruto had returned to his routines of attending school, training, and teasing Hinata. Having missed class the previous day, he was greeted upon arrival by a lively buzz. Students were animatedly discussing the latest adventures in the virtual game world. Hey, did you hear? Yesterday, the Firewall Ninja Guild snagged another Wild World boss. Apparently, Firewall is now the strongest guild in the entire ninja zone. Oh, come on, get real. The Root Ninja Guild is obviously the top dog. Firewall Ninja Guild was founded by the third Hokage himself. Of course, Fire Will's the strongest. Well, Root Ninja Guild was started by Lord Danzo, you know. Hearing the argument between the two, Ino Yamanaka walked over to Shikamaru's side and asked, Shikamaru, what do you think? Shikamaru blinked his sleepy eyes and replied, what do I think? Obviously, I'm just sitting here watching. You're still as laid back as ever. Don't you think our Ino Shikicho Guild could compete for the title of the strongest guild? Shikamaru said, Hey, Ino, you're not serious, are you? As he spoke, Shikamaru pointed to himself and continued, the Nara clan, in these virtual games, is pretty much just here to experience life, find a comfortable, lazy place to space out and play chess. Then he pointed to Choji, who was munching on potato chips, and continued, the Akimichi clan is always pursuing good food in the virtual world. Finally, his gaze landed on Ino. And as for Yamanaka's, aren't you all busy cultivating new flower breeds online? After Shikamaru's rundown, Ino suddenly felt as if the three clans were kind of useless. Truth be told, Shikamaru wasn't wrong. The Ino Shikicho Guild was mostly focused on side professions. When it came to fighting over world bosses or participating in guild wars, they rarely took part. Still, there were a few field bosses that were pretty much exclusive to the Ino Shikicho. Or, to put more accurately, nobody else bothered to fight them. One of them was the Fisher, and after defeating it, you could unlock the fisherman side profession. At this point, nearly everyone in the Nara clan had become a fisherman. Shikamaru himself was no exception. After school each day, he logged into the virtual world, found a sunlit riverbank to stretch out on, placed his fishing rod by his side, and let the world drift by in complete tranquility. Besides the Fisher, there was also the Dancer of 100 Flowers, the Flaming Boar, the Giant Cleaver, and a number of other bosses that would drop, frankly, pretty niche or underwhelming side professions. Naruto listened to the lively chatter among his classmates, and his mind drifted back to his previous life, to the days when DNF had just burst onto the scene. Back then, almost every kid with a computer played it, and conversations at school always revolved around the game. As Naruto stepped into the classroom, he instantly became the center of attention. Just as he was about to greet Hinata, Sasuke suddenly grabbed him by the arm. Hey, Naruto, I've finished reading all those books and theories about Red Doctrine. Can I take the test again now? Surprised, Naruto looked at him and asked, You actually studied it all? Of course, Sasuke said, jutting his chin proudly. All right, let me quiz you. There's a noble, a farmer, and a ninja. How would you rank their social status? Without hesitating, Sasuke answered, That's easy. Nobles first, then ninjas, then farmers. Naruto shook his head and said, Nope, you still didn't pass. With those words, Naruto ignored Sasuke and sat down next to Hinata. Hey, Naruto, clarify this for me. What exactly did I do wrong? Sasuke, looking annoyed, came over to Naruto's desk, leaned on it with both hands, and demanded an answer. Did you really read all those books Itachi gave you? And Naruto's question, Sasuke found himself speechless. He had started reading them. It was true. He could recognize every word in those books, but to truly grasp their meaning, that was a different story, and it stumped him. Add to that the lure of the virtual helmet after its release, and Sasuke felt even less motivated to study seriously. So he read, yes, but it was a hasty glance, skimming so quickly that nothing really stuck with him at all. Noticing Sasuke's silence, Naruto shrugged and said, Honestly, I think you should just wait for your brother to come back and teach you himself. Your brain isn't quite up to it yet. Humph. Sasuke snorted in irritation at Naruto's words, then stormed back to his seat in a huff. He'd already made up his mind. If he couldn't understand the material, then he'd let someone who did explain it to him. Of course, Sasuke wasn't thinking of Uchiha Itachi. He was thinking of his father, Fugaku Uchiha, and his mother, Mikoto Uchiha. Naruto settled in next to Hinata and began chatting with her. Hinata was still painfully shy, barely speaking more than a single sentence in response to each of Naruto's questions. Whenever Naruto leaned in a bit too close, her cheeks instantly turned crimson. Inside the sealed space, Kushina took it all in, pumping her fist and shouting, "Naruto, don't be a wimp. Kiss her already. Just go for it. And before long, she won't be shy at all." Minato Namikaze only managed, "Kushina, I don't think that's appropriate. Naruto and Hinata are both not even 10 yet." Hearing this, Kushina rolled her eyes and shot back. "Minato, don't forget, how old were you when you started wooing me? You'd pull Princess carries and head pats left and right." Minato was at a loss. But that was you. You're not Hinata." Kushina's words left Minato blushing beet red. Off to the side, Grey Wolf and Kurama had joined in the teasing, stirring up even more commotion. The sealed space was always a chaotic place. If it wasn't Kurama spouting trash talk at both allies and rivals alike, it was Grey Wolf, tipsy from too many drinks, howling out, "Wife, little Grey, don't worry, I'll bring you here soon, I promise." Then there were the times Minato was practicing hockey under Zifa's tutelage, or learning none under Kurapika's. So, to avoid being disturbed, Naruto usually muted the noise coming from the sealed space. If there was ever an urgent matter, people in the sealed space could simply call Naruto directly. It was pretty convenient. Just as Naruto was chatting with Hinata, their homeroom teacher Irika finally walked into the classroom. Irika's arrival instantly quieted the classroom. "Hey, Naruto, you made it." Irika, upon entering the classroom, locked his gaze directly onto Naruto. "Come by my office after class," he said. "I have something to discuss with you." Naruto nodded in response and flashed an OK sign with his hand. Seeing Naruto agree, Irika began the day's lesson. "Today we're going to discuss." Inside Irika's office, he gestured for Naruto, who had just stepped inside, to take a seat, and then spoke with a grave tone. "Naruto, I'm here on behalf of the school to talk with you about a collaboration." "Oh, what kind of collaboration?" Naruto asked. "It's about your virtual helmets. The Ninja Academy wants to order a special batch. These would be models that can't connect to outside servers, strictly for school use." "Oh, how many do you need?" In fact, Naruto had already anticipated that the school might want to purchase virtual helmets. He'd even had Big Grey Wolf prepare over 100 sets of student editions, just in case. "Let's start with 100 sets, Irika decided after a moment's thought. "Sure, I'll deliver them to you tomorrow. The original price is 500,000 per set, but since it's for the school, I'll give you a special discount." Hearing the word discount, Irika grinned, silently thinking, "That's my student, always thinking about the bigger picture. I'll let you have them for only 499,999 apiece." Naruto's words left Irika completely speechless. Seriously, after all that talk, it's only a token discount. In the end, Irika watched Naruto leave the office with the corners of his mouth twitching. The price stayed at 500,000 per unit. Irika had declared that in the Leaf Village, they weren't concerned with saving a few coins. There was nothing for Naruto to say. He could only compliment the Leaf for its generosity. Truly grand, just as you'd expect from the Hidden Leaf. As Naruto was heading back to the classroom, his phone suddenly rang in his pocket. When he checked the screen, he saw it was Big Grey Wolf calling. "Hello, what's up, Big Grey Wolf?" "Naruto, the cage is reacting." Big Grey Wolf's words startled Naruto. He immediately dashed back to class, took his seat, and let his mind slip into the seal space. In the seal space, as soon as Naruto entered, his eyes were drawn to the cage. At that moment, the seal tags on the cage had regained their color again, which meant Naruto could open the cage once more. Before unlocking it, Naruto stepped closer to peer inside, only to find, just like last time, there was nothing visible at all. "No need to look. I already checked carefully," Zephyr said, arms crossed and gesturing toward the cage. "Looks like no one's coming out again this time." Even after hearing Zephyr's words, Naruto wasn't disappointed. At this point, the cage in the seal space essentially offered one lottery draw every month. At first, Naruto thought that every month, someone would emerge from the cage. Yet after what happened last time, he learned that wasn't always the case. Not everyone made it out when the cage was unlocked. Still, no matter what, as long as the cage opened, the boundaries of the sealed space could expand a bit. Naruto didn't waste any time. He tore the seal straight off the cage. The very moment the seal was removed, the cage sprang open from the inside out. At once, the outer edge of the sealed space widened in another ring. Watching this, Naruto intended to close the cage again. But just as he was about to act, a small golden shape shot out from within the cage. Streams of golden lightning streaked alongside that little figure. Holy! Naruto was startled, but managed to react just in time. Calling on his own authority in the space, he froze the speeding figure midair. When everyone caught sight of who was floating there, they looked on in confusion. What's this? Pikachu. That's right. The figure that had just dashed from the cage was none other than the electric mouse, Pikachu. Pikachu hovered in the air, his expression full of fear and alarm. As a matter of fact, the reason Naruto and Zephyr hadn't seen Pikachu inside the cage earlier was because the frightened creature had curled up tight in a dark corner, out of sight. Can you understand me? Naruto looked at Pikachu and asked. Pika Pika. Pikachu nodded wildly. Then tell me, do you know Ash Ketchum? Pika. Pikachu shook his head, showing he didn't. Oh, so it looks like you're a wild Pikachu then. All right, I can let you go, but you can't use your electricity and no running off. Pika Pika. Pikachu nodded eagerly, promising to behave. Seeing this, Naruto released his hold. The moment Pikachu was freed, he leapt back warily, his eyes darting suspiciously around the room. This little one is just adorable. Just then Kushina, ever the lively soul, strode right over. Naruto immediately wanted to stop his mom. A jolt from Pikachu wasn't something to take lightly, and that lightning might be enough to zap even the shadow clone of hers away. But Naruto's warning came too late. Kushina had already scooped Pikachu up and started to smother him with affection. Fortunately, Pikachu kept his word. Although he resisted a bit, enduring the squishing and cuddling, he didn't unleash any strong currents. Just then, a miniature clone of Kurama sidled up to Naruto and whispered, Naruto, when's a fox spirit finally coming out of your cage? She doesn't need to take human form, either. As long as it's female, good-looking, and not stronger than me, that's all I ask. Hearing Kurama's words, Naruto was at a loss for words. Come on, Kurama. Aren't you just a massive chakra? Do you even need a wife? Honestly, I'm starting to think you're actually both male and female. Kurama shot back. Nonsense. Even though I'm made up of chakra, I'm still a living being, you know? Besides, I'm all male. Got it. So, you're telling me you're bored of virtual wives and want to try a real one now? Naruto teased with a grin. Kurama sighed. Hey, can't I want to experience a different kind of fox life, too? Naruto shrugged helplessly. Look, it's not like I have any control over who, or what, steps out of the cage. Sometimes nothing comes out at all. But don't worry. If it's a candid, I'll do my best to hook you up. When Kurama heard this, he raised a mighty paw and a fist. Naruto broke into a smile and bumped his own fist against it. Deal. While Kurama was discussing such an important matter for his foxly future with Naruto, on the other side, Kushina was already getting along swimmingly with Pikachu. Pikachu had been a little timid with strangers at first, but the instant Kushina took out a mountain of fruit snacks and some cola, Pikachu relaxed completely, behaving himself instantly. Seeing this, Naruto thought to himself, so this one's a glutton, huh? A foodie Pikachu. And come to think of it, if Pikachu is now here in my seal space, doesn't that make me the Jinchuriki of Pikachu? That means I could use lightning style with ease. P.S. Recently, some readers have suggested finding a wife for Kurama. Feel free to discuss in the comments what kind of wife Kurama deserves. After school, Naruto let Kurapika head home, first to get the virtual helmets ready for sale at the Ninja Academy, while he headed alone to the training grounds. When he arrived, Naruto glanced around, but didn't see any sign of Lee. Huh, where's Lee? Isn't he here every day after school to train? Naruto, a little curious, set his bag aside and called out quietly in his mind, Pikachu. Inside the seal, Pikachu immediately stopped munching and, almost as if by instinct, raised his little paws. And just like that, the Pikachu Jinchuriki was born. With Pikachu's power, Naruto's body changed slightly, though the transformation wasn't nearly as dramatic as when he became the Grey Wolf Jinchuriki. Back when he absorbed Grey Wolf's power, he'd gone full werewolf. After receiving Pikachu's powers, the biggest change for him might just be his hairstyle. 2 long tufts of hair now stick out like horns, resembling Pikachu's ears. Besides that, Naruto's eyes have shifted from blue to a shimmering gold. Almost nothing else about him has changed. Naruto raised a hand, aiming at a spot not too far away on ground. Golden currents of electricity coiled around him, gathering before shooting from his outstretched palm. The lightning struck the ground, instantly blasting a crater into the earth. Around the pit, faint trails of dissipating electricity could still be seen. Whoa, that's some serious firepower. Even Naruto was stunned by the sheer impact, like a strike of 100,000 volts. Without pause, Naruto decided to mimic Kakashi and performed Chidori, but with a twist. His version crackled with golden lightning and didn't require any hand seals. The golden lightning sizzled in his palm as Naruto dashed straight at a massive tree that took several people to wrap arms around. When golden Chidori met the tree, it punched straight through, boring a clean hole. At the same time, the current seared the entire trunk, burning the outer bark crisp while leaving the inside tender. Beyond that, Naruto tried out other signature Pikachu moves: Quick Attack, Iron Tail, Electro Web, Thunder, Agility, and of course, Volt Tackle. As for how he managed Iron Tail, that was simple. He used lightning to mimic a tail behind him, and the result was just as effective as the real thing. The commotion for Naruto's field test quickly drew the attention of Konoha's ANBU. Word of his antics traveled fast, all the way to the third Hokage. But the third was unbothered, simply remarking that Naruto could do as he pleased, especially with Minato watching over him. It shouldn't be a problem. On the other side, Root also informed Danzo, who responded with almost the same attitude as the third. Leave Naruto be for now. Let the third worry if things get out of hand. With that, Danzo squinted at the Root ninja who had brought in the news. The Root member, feeling Danzo's piercing gaze, couldn't help but feel uneasy. Then he heard Danzo ask, "How much have you contributed to the Root village?" Upon hearing this, the Root ninja swallowed nervously and then held up 5 fingers, stammering, 50. Danzo's expression hardened. Only 50? Then you can stop taking missions for now. Head into the virtual world, and don't come out until your contribution reaches at least 115. The Root ninja stood speechless. Although he was frustrated, he still agreed. After the Root member left, Danzo donned his virtual helmet again, muttering to himself, "Don't get too cocky, Hiruzen. My Root village will soon surpass yours." Meanwhile, elsewhere, after Naruto finished testing Pikachu's abilities, he finally spotted Rock Lee hurrying over in their direction. But Lee wasn't alone. Another figure approached alongside him, someone Naruto found both familiar and somewhat unfamiliar. "Hey, Naruto, let me introduce you. This is my classmate, Neji Hyuga." That's right, the person walking with Lee was Neji Hyuga himself. Lee quickly made introductions, then turned to Neji and said, "This is my best friend, Naruto Uzumaki." "Hello." Neji nodded politely to Lee. Naruto, on the other hand, greeted Neji with enthusiastic warmth, stepping forward to give his shoulder a friendly pat. "Neji, if you're a friend of Lee's, you're a friend of mine. No need to be so stiff." Neji found himself at a bit of a loss for words. Did he really seem stiff? He'd always considered himself cool and reserved, not uptight. Seeing this, Lee chuckled. "Yeah, Neji, don't be so formal. Naruto's really easy to get along with." Neji. The truth was, there was only one reason Neji had come here with Lee. It all went back to their last class battle exam, where Neji and Lee had ended in a draw. Everyone in the year knew Neji Hyuga was a prodigy, while Lee was widely considered to be at the bottom of the class. And yet, somehow, Lee managed to battle Neji to a standstill. The reason for the tie? Both of them ended up completely exhausted. Throughout the fight, Neji used every technique he had, and of course, Lee responded with everything he had from the very start. Lee's speed was impressive, but when seen through the sharp vision of Neji's Byakugan, it wasn't as overwhelming as it seemed. While the Byakugan couldn't quite match the Sharingan's dynamic perception, it was still far superior to ordinary eyesight. Round after round, Lee and Neji clashed, trading blows for over a dozen exchanges, with Neji always seeming to have the upper hand. At first, everyone watching, teachers included, thought there was no way Lee could win. But in a shocking twist, just as he looked like he was about to lose, he stood firmly in place. He kept repeating the words, "Iron Body, Iron Body, Iron Body." In the end, it took Neji more than 10 minutes to break through Lee's Iron Body defense, collapsing from exhaustion just as he finally succeeded. That fight planted a seed of curiosity in Neji's mind about Lee, the so-called underdog. Eventually, he learned that Lee had been training under a teacher named Zephyr, which explained his rapid improvement. Once he heard about this, Neji decided to accompany Lee so he could meet this legendary teacher Zephyr for himself. If possible, Neji naturally wanted to learn a few things to make himself stronger. His father's death was something he could never truly let go of, so growing in power was the only path he saw ahead, his sole means of breaking free from the grip of fate. Naruto, on the other hand, didn't really know much about what had gone on between Lee and Neji. But, as for Neji himself, Naruto didn't harbor any ill feelings toward him. First of all, Neji would be his future brother-in-law, and second, he was the only one among Konoha's 12 who had fallen. In the training field, Lee looked around and asked, "Is Teacher Zephyr not here yet?" Hearing Lee's question, Neji also turned to look at Naruto, coming here today was, after all, for Teacher Zephyr. Oh, lately he's been busy playing that virtual game, so I've just been coming here to train on my own. Oh, Teacher Zephyr is into virtual gaming too? Which zone does he play in? The mention of virtual games instantly lit up Lee's face with excitement. Unlike most people who played virtual games simply for fun, Lee approached the virtual world in his own unique way. He was constantly searching for worthy opponents, be they monsters, beasts, or even other players. He challenged them all. However, the area he chose was the martial artist zone, which didn't have many players, so lately he'd mostly been fighting wild beasts and bizarre creatures there. Teacher Zephyr? I think he's in a martial artist zone, researching new taijutsu techniques. Realizing that Zephyr was in the martial artist zone too, Lee practically trembled with excitement. Only Niji, listening to the conversation between Naruto and Lee, looked a little troubled. Born into the branch family of the Hyuga clan, Niji never really had much choice in his own destiny. He too wanted to visit the martial artist zone and forge his own unique way of taijutsu. But, as part of the branch family, when a main house gave orders to snatch wild bosses, he had no right to refuse. Time and again they fought and grabbed whatever they could, but although the rare items from those wild bosses kept dropping, they all ended up in the hands of the main family. The branch house could only pick up whatever leftovers the main house didn't care for. What's Teacher Zephyr's game ID? Lee asked, almost vibrating with excitement. It's Admiral Zephyr of the Navy. Got it. I'll add him as soon as I get home. Niji, listening in, made a note himself. He planned to try adding Zephyr too once he got back. Just then, Niji turned to Naruto and said, Naruto Uzumaki, you're also one of Teacher Zephyr's students, right? Would you spar with me? Naruto nodded without hesitation, accepting the challenge. Soon, the two of them walked out onto an open patch of ground. Lee, meanwhile, watched intently for not far away. He'd never yet managed to defeat either Naruto or Niji. To Lee, they were both rivals to aspire toward. For this battle, he wasn't about to blink even once until it was over. Niji adopted the initial stance for his revolving technique and called out to Naruto. Let's begin. All right then, I won't be holding back. As soon as the words left his mouth, Naruto stamped his feet hard on the ground and appeared at Niji's side in a flash, launching a powerful kick. Niji knew that, since Naruto was also one of Zephyr's disciples like Lee, his strength was not to be underestimated. So right from the start, he activated his Byakugan. With his Byakugan's nearly complete 359-degree field of vision, it was impossible for Naruto to ambush him from any angle. Niji raised his arm to block. But how could Naruto's kick be so easily stopped by Niji? The forceful blow sent Niji sliding several meters across the ground. Feeling the searing pain in his right arm, Niji realized it wasn't broken, but he wouldn't be able to use it for a while. What overwhelming strength in that kick! Niji placed his useless right hand behind his back. Though he had looked rather disheveled in that exchange, he was determined not to let his dignity falter. Watching eagerly from the side, Lee grew more excited. That's Niji for you. Every time I take one of Naruto's punches or kicks, it's never this easy. Niji paid Lee no mind. His gaze remained on Naruto, who stood before him, making no rush to attack. You're really strong. I'm no match for you, but I'll be back to challenge you again. With that, Niji turned and walked away. He knew that, with only one functional hand, he could no longer continue the fight. Still, he was certain, if he could master the Hyuga clan's gentle fist, revolving heaven, and the 8 trigrams, 64 palms, victory over Naruto would surely be his. Seeing Niji just walk off like that, Lee wanted to chase after him, but Naruto stopped him firmly. Hey, what? Are we done training for today? But Niji... When Niji turned back, just now, Lee had seen the trembling in Niji's right hand. Don't worry, I know how to control my strength. He'll be all right. Hearing this, Lee felt reassured and joined Naruto to continue their daily training routine. The usual drills followed, running, push-ups, sit-ups, and of course everything was done while wearing gravity wristbands. They trained together until sunset before heading home. No sooner had Naruto arrived home than he received a reply from Mechanical Naruto. At this point, Mechanical Naruto had already located Itachi and Shursui. Upon learning this, Naruto donned his helmet, connected to the neural interface, and transferred his consciousness into Mechanical Naruto's body. At the border between the land of fire and the land of rain, the landscape was no longer as desolate as before. Under the stewardship of Itachi and Shursui for over half a month, this place had transformed from a lifeless, dilapidated village into a mid-sized settlement with over 100 residents. There were quite a few half-built wooden houses scattered throughout the village. Outside these unfinished homes, many people in tattered clothes were making do, spreading bedding on the bare ground. Despite their ragged appearance and frail frames, The smiles on their faces were genuine. And the reason was simple. They had finally found a place willing to take them in. Most of these people were refugees from the borders of the land of fire and the land of rain, leading lives plagued by hunger, cold, and constant displacement. After arriving here, Itachi and Shursui gave them food, gathered them together, and started building houses. Especially for the children, some only a few years old, others in their teens, Itachi welcomed them directly into the completed houses, where he taught them knowledge and essential life skills. Among these children, he even selected a few with the ability to harness chakra, those truly suited for the ninja path. Everything Itachi and Shursui did was to bring hope to these refugees. To these people, Itachi and Shursui were nothing short of deities. Naturally, the red ideology they didn't fully understand also began to take root in their hearts. After guiding his mechanical clone in a walk around the village, Naruto couldn't help but sigh, "You two really are something. In such a short time, you built a red base right here." Hearing Naruto's words, Itachi smiled and replied, "All we've done is practice the ideals of red, treating everyone equally and viewing these refugees as people, just like us. As fellow denizens of a ninja world, they shouldn't have to endure such unfair treatment." Itachi's words made Naruto nod in agreement. He asked, "By the way, where did you get the money to buy all this food?" Shursui, slightly embarrassed, grinned and said, "There are plenty of wanted bandits and bounty fugitives along the border. I took them out a few times, and it earned us quite a bit." Seeing Shursui's embarrassed look, Naruto understood. From a ninja's perspective, without a formal mission, no one would take the initiative to hunt down bandits or raiders. If you took the initiative, people called you a hero, not a ninja. A ninja's purpose was to serve those with money, not to serve the people. To the rich and the noble, ninjas were nothing more than hired hands. You pay, I work. Jobs like searching for lost cats, dog walking, cleaning out sewers, babysitting, and playing with kids were all common quests on Konoha's assignment board. They said these tasks helped newly graduated genin develop their skills, but in the end, it was still all about serving the wealthy. And what Shursui was doing now ran counter to a ninja's code. He was breaking all the unspoken rules. Naruto looked at Shursui, waved his hand with a cheerful smile, and said, "There's really nothing to be embarrassed about. While your approach may not be entirely in line with the way of the shinobi, it's truly worthy of being called heroic. The hero I'm referring to isn't some champion of a single ninja village, but a true hero of the entire shinobi world. After all, to be celebrated only as a village's hero feels far too narrow in scope." After hearing Naruto's words, Shursui nodded with renewed conviction. Both he and Itachi had already resolved to liberate the whole shinobi world and usher in genuine, lasting peace. When that day comes, they really would deserve to be called true heroes of the entire shinobi world. Led by Itachi, the three of them made their way to what served as their office in this place. Calling it an office was really a generous way of putting it. It was nothing more than an ordinary wooden cabin. Right beside, it was the classroom where the children were taught, and beyond that, a simple training ground and a modest playground had also been set up. Standing at the entrance to the office, Naruto took a moment to observe their surroundings before commenting, "It looks like you all are still strapped for cash around here." Itachi nodded in agreement. "Yeah, even all the money Shursui earns can only cover the base's everyday expenses and basic food. Everything else, we cut corners wherever we possibly can. Don't worry, now that I'm here, you won't have to struggle so much for resources anymore." Hearing this, both Itachi and Shursui looked puzzled. They still had no idea that virtual headsets had become a sales sensation not just throughout all of Konoha, but the entire Land of Fire. Granted, there were only 2 physical experience stores for the headsets, and both were in Konoha. But let's not forget about Lady Hua, who was quite taken with Teacher Zephyr. This Lady Hua was, after all, the cousin of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. With such an impressive invention on the rise, how could she not be paying attention? At this point, noble families in the Land of Fire were offering as much as 1,000,000 Ryo just to get their hands on a single virtual headset, showing just how wildly popular the device had become. Naruto didn't bother explaining all this to Itachi and Shursui. Instead, he was the first to step inside the office, where he retrieved a teleporter from his backpack and set it up in a corner of the room. Naruto, what's this thing?" Shursui eyed the teleporter in the corner, clearly curious. "You'll see in a moment." As he spoke, the mechanical Naruto froze in place, showing no further movement. Meanwhile, back in Konoha Village, Naruto removed his virtual headset, grabbed a burlap sack, and started loading it with cash from the safe. Hoisting the stuffed sack over his shoulder, he made his way to the teleporter. With a flash, the teleporter activated, and both Naruto and his bag of money vanished from the room. Back on the other side, all this time, Itachi and Shursui had kept their eyes on the mechanical Naruto, their confusion growing. Itachi, do you think something's wrong with this mechanical Naruto? Shursui poked the machine's face, frowning in puzzlement. I don't think so, Itachi replied uncertainly. Just as Itachi finished speaking, the teleporter sitting in the corner suddenly lit up. In the blink of an eye, Naruto appeared inside, carrying a large burlap sack over his shoulder. Naruto, Shursui pointed at Naruto, his face full of disbelief. Itachi fell silent at the sight, lost deep in thought. Is that a spatial teleportation device? This thing is called a teleporter. Right now, it connects to 3 locations. My house in the village, a forest about 10 miles outside the Leaf, and of course this place. At this, Shursui's eyes lit up with excitement. Wait, does that mean I can go back to the Leaf anytime I want? In that case, I'll head back now and bring all the savings I've stashed away over the years. The truth was, Shursui had long considered going back to the Leaf to retrieve his hard-earned nest egg. But, as long as Itachi was left here alone, he couldn't rest easy, so he put it off, living day to day by dealing with mountain bandits and whatever else he could manage. Upon hearing Shursui's plans, Naruto waved a hand dismissively. That won't be necessary. As he spoke, Naruto opened up the sack he had been carrying. The two of them peered inside, and what they saw took their breath away. Bundles upon bundles of cash, all in large denominations. Naruto, where in the world did you get so much money? Yeah, just looking at this pile, there must be tens of millions at least. Seeing how shocked they were, Naruto just waved his hand again as if it were nothing. Oh, this is no big deal. You wouldn't know since you've been away from the Leaf, but now everyone there has a virtual reality helmet. 50,000 a helmet, sell a few of those, and this much money piles up in no time. Naruto wasn't exaggerating. Forget daily sales. Just counting the 100 sets he negotiated with Isekai today, Naruto cleared a cool 50 million profit. And don't even mention cost. When you've got Grey Wolf the King handling things, the cost is basically nothing. All that junk they collected as raw materials? Junk is junk for a reason. It's practically worthless. Compared to the profit, whatever minimal costs there were didn't even matter. Virtual helmets, huh? Learning it was all thanks to the virtual helmets, Itachi nodded in understanding. After all, he knew all too well just how miraculous those helmets were. Once they hit the market, there was no doubt they'd take the whole land of fire by storm. In fact, it probably wouldn't be long before the whole shinobi world was swept up in the craze. At that moment, Shursui let out a wistful sigh. Too bad this place is so remote. We can't even get online, otherwise I could go explore that virtual world myself. Naruto cocked his head, a bit confused. Huh, you guys have internet here. Why wouldn't you be able to play? We do. There's internet here. With those words, Shursui pulled on the helmet to see for himself. After carefully inspecting the helmet, he took it off, his face alight with excitement as he exclaimed, "We have a signal. There's actually a network connection here." At that moment, Naruto took out his phone to check the signal. However, he quickly realized that the connection here wasn't coming from the satellite he had previously launched to cover the entire Land of Fire. Instead, it was from a satellite he had given to Sasori earlier. So that's how it is. No wonder there was no signal before. It seems Sasori has already been here. HM? Naruto, who is this Sasori you're talking about? Itachi asked, a trace of confusion in his voice. Sasori. He's a ninja of Kaga-level strength, a rogue from the village hidden in the sand. Naruto then went on to explain Sasori's story. After listening, Shursui's expression cleared up. Oh, so the person I saw that day was Sasori of the Red Sand. I could sense even then that he was truly formidable. Itachi, however, fell silent, deep in thought after hearing about Sasori. It was quite a while before Itachi finally spoke. I believe Sasori himself isn't what's crucial here. The real key lies with the Akatsuki organization backing him. Otherwise, Naruto wouldn't have sent Sasori to infiltrate Akatsuki as a spy. With that, Itachi glanced over at Naruto. Exactly, Naruto nodded in agreement. Akatsuki is extremely dangerous, which is why I have to keep track of their every movement. You mean Akatsuki? I've heard plenty of stories about them from refugees out of the village hidden in the rain. Akatsuki began as an organization pursuing peace, but after analyzing things with Itachi, we realized that it has undergone 2 distinct phases. At these words, Naruto looked over at Itachi with genuine interest. Shursui also understood. Letting Itachi explain would surely be clearer, so he turned his gaze to him, signaling for Itachi to continue. Itachi acknowledged with a small nod, pausing a moment to gather his thoughts before speaking. Akatsuki has indeed had 2 distinct stages. In the beginning, though their ideology wasn't as grand as our red ideals, dreaming of equality for all, the ninjas who formed Akatsuki still chose to help the common people, distributing food and aid to refugees. But at some point, Akatsuki's mission changed. They stopped trying to shelter or help ordinary people, focusing instead on gathering more ninja to their cause. If that were all, it wouldn't be so alarming. However, Akatsuki began taking on all sorts of jobs: assassinations, war-related contracts, bounty hunts, almost as if they had shifted from a peace movement to a mercenary organization. Hearing Itachi's account, Naruto nodded silently in agreement. Indeed, Akatsuki had gone through these two phases, the turning point being the death of their previous leader, Yahiko. Yahiko's death changed Nagato, the successor leader of the Akatsuki, stripping him of his compassion. He no longer believed that mercy could bring peace. Now, he was convinced that only by making others experience the same pain he had endured could true peace be achieved. It was at that point that the very nature of the Akatsuki organization underwent a complete transformation. Their dream of bringing peace to the ninja world turned instead into one of forcing peace upon it by overwhelming force, a peace enforced by the threat of devastation. Yet once again, it became clear: the peace that ninjas believe in is always far too narrow. After finishing his account of the intelligence he'd gathered on the Akatsuki, Itachi asked, "Naruto, do you think we ought to keep a close eye on the Akatsuki? After all, our very first base is right next to the Hidden Rain village." Hearing this, Naruto waved his hand dismissively and said, "For now, there's no need. As long as the Akatsuki don't come looking for trouble, let's just focus on building up our base." As he spoke, Naruto suddenly seemed to remember something and continued, "Oh right, you two should work on recruiting more people to join our cause. When the time comes, I'll teach you a power that's entirely different from chakra. Faith and ideals are crucial for a revolution, but we also need the means to topple the great powers." When the words "join our cause" left Naruto's lips, both Itachi and Shursui grew visibly excited. In the end, it was Shursui who couldn't quite contain himself and blurted out, Naruto, does this mean we can join already?" Naruto looked at the two of them in confusion. "The two of you are already members, aren't you? You're official party members now. So before I leave the base, I'll teach you this brand new system of power. As for how far you take it, that'll be up to you." "Understood. Rest assured. As a member, I swear I will never let you down," Itachi declared solemnly. "Me too," Shursui echoed, nodding in agreement. The power system Naruto spoke of, which differed from chakra, was of course none. Since Naruto, as an inhabitant of this world, could train in none, he believed people like Uchiha Itachi could master it as well. In fact, within the sealed space, Minato Namikaze had already awakened his own unique nun ability, a special conjurer type that allowed him to manipulate space itself. The reason Naruto had chosen to teach them none instead of the Haki system from the world of pirates was simple. Haki was simply too difficult to learn. It required tremendous physical strength, and on top of that, exceptional talent. Most of the refugees at their base struggled just to have enough to eat, so physical strength was out of the question. Compared to Haki, none was much easier to spread and master. Naruto didn't awaken none for Shursui and Itachi right away. Instead, he called for Grey Wolf and asked him to make some repairs and improvements to their rather run-down base first. First things first, the basic sanitary facilities like water heaters, drainage systems, and toilets need to be set up. With more and more people gathering at this base, it's only natural the sanitary conditions could get increasingly chaotic. If hygiene isn't kept under control, it wouldn't be hard for diseases and the like to break out. Besides that, they'd also need a few medical machines and textile processors. The usefulness of medical machines goes without saying. They're invaluable for treating illnesses and injuries. As for the textile processors, they function much like the printing press the ferret brought. With just wood as a material, they can produce linen. Linen, of course, will be used for making clothes. Once the textile processors are up and running, the base will pretty much have its essentials: food, clothing, shelter, all sorted. Grey Wolf never expected that when Naruto called him this time, it would be for such a massive undertaking. He found himself at a bit of a loss. "Look, Naruto, building all those facilities you mentioned isn't difficult, but what about materials? Though I can whip up a matter converter, that thing takes a lot of effort." "Materials? Huh." Naruto glanced at Shursui and Itachi, who had been standing behind him all along. "We've got the materials. After all, from raiding those bandit gangs, I've managed to collect quite a bit of ironware." With that, Shursui gathered a few villagers and went to the open space behind the office to start hauling the goods. Most of what Shursui brought over were iron weapons or assorted pots and pans. At the sight, Grey Wolf waved his hand dismissively. "These materials are way too shoddy." "Oh well, I'll just make a matter converter first. Without another word, Grey Wolf picked up his hammer and started working vigorously. While Grey Wolf was busy, Naruto led Itachi and Shursui to a nearby patch of open ground. Now that construction was in Grey Wolf's hands, it was time to teach Shursui and Itachi about Nun, the power of aura. As for what kind of Nun abilities they might awaken, well, that would be up to their own destinies. On a clearing just beside the red base, Naruto stood in front of Itachi and Shursui, explaining the fundamentals of Nun. Originally, Naruto had wanted to ask Kurapika to play the role of instructor. But Kurapika declined, not because he didn't want to teach, but because he wanted Naruto to strengthen his own understanding of Nun by teaching it to others. Nun is, at its core, the ability to control one's life energy. It's the art of freely manipulating the vital energy within you to boost your attack or defense. Once you master the basics, you could develop a Nun ability that's unique to your own nature. Compared to chakra and ninjutsu that ninja use, Nun has even greater potential for growth and originality. Naruto scarcely took a breath as he began recounting everything Kurapika had once shared with him, as well as his own understanding of the differences between Nun and chakra. Both Itachi and Shursui belong to the rare echelon of prodigies. As they listened to Naruto's explanation about Nun abilities, they quickly fell into deep thought. Say, Naruto, chakra itself is a type of life energy, isn't it? Do you think people who already possess chakra are more likely to awaken Nun? After pondering for a moment, Itachi voiced his curiosity. Naruto flashed him a thumbs up and smiled. Exactly. Since chakra is created by blending physical and spiritual energy, ninjas naturally have a much easier time awakening Nun. They're already adept at controlling their bodies and energies. For ordinary people, though, awakening Nun would require a lot of training beforehand. If that's the case, seems like we should start having the younger kids at our base begin physical training sooner. Even those who don't have the aptitude to become ninjas should still work on strengthening their bodies. Itachi rubbed his chin, already sketching out a new plan for the base in his mind. Well then, let's leave the training plan for after you to awaken Nun. With that, Naruto moved on to explain the methods for awakening Nun. There are currently two main ways to awaken Nun. The first is through training. You sense the flow of energy inside you, and as long as you can feel it, you can slowly channel your life force. When you succeed in manipulating that energy, that's Nun. The second method is a bit more dangerous. I would forcibly stimulate your life energy from outside. This method is like installing a spigot in your body that forces life energy to spout outward. Once that happens, the only one who can turn it off is you. If you fail, it leads straight to death. Before Naruto had even finished, Shursui raised his hand. Naruto, why do these two methods sound exactly the same to me? Aren't they both about releasing your life energy and then controlling it? Naruto chuckled. With the first method, you can always stop and withdraw your energy before things get out of hand. Even if you fail to form a protective aura around your body, you can still pull your life energy back. But the second method is a gamble. Either you master it quickly, or will you die? All right, make your choice. First method or second? Naruto looked at the two, waiting for their answer. I'd like to try the first method first. After a moment's reflection, Itachi replied. It wasn't that Itachi was afraid of death, or that he lacked the courage to choose the second option. Rather, from Itachi's perspective, only power gained through one's own training and fully mastered could truly unleash its greatest potential. Seeing that Itachi had chosen the first option, Shursui smiled and said, Then I'll go with the first one as well. Since you've chosen the first method, you won't be able to master Nun in a short amount of time. Right. They nodded, holding firm to their earlier decision. Naruto, could you show us Nun, so we could get a feel for it? Although they didn't pick the second awakening method, both Itachi and Shursui still wanted to experience what Nun really was. Only this way could they more quickly sense what ki, or life energy, felt like. Oh, Naruto heard Itachi's request, and suddenly wore a mischievous smile. Of course I can. As he spoke, Naruto snapped his fingers. A wave of Nun flowed from his body, and before long, a copy of himself materialized before them. Indeed, what Naruto had summoned was his own Nun beast, the Five-Fingered Bloom. This is my Nun beast, the Five-Fingered Bloom. Hearing the name, both Itachi and Shursui felt a chill shoot down their spines, that strange sense of unease that crept up unexpectedly. Noticing no outward reaction from them, Naruto secretly activated the ability called Zetsu. Instantly, the Five-Fingered Bloom disappeared right before Shursui and Itachi's eyes. After using Zetsu, Naruto continued his explanation. This is just one of the basic techniques of Nun, Zetsu. As long as you use Zetsu to conceal your energy, The nun abilities you use become invisible to the naked eye. Hearing this, Shui and Itachi instinctively activated their Sharingan, hoping to see if their special eyes could perceive the five-fingered bloom in its concealed state. To their shock, even with their fully matured Sharingan, they saw nothing. Their instincts screamed that the five-fingered bloom, the one that gave them such an uneasy feeling, was still right where it had been. And yet, they simply could not see it. Then, both switched on their Mangekyo Sharingan. Only now, barely, could they make out the faint silhouette of the five-fingered bloom. Incredible! Just this ability alone, being undetectable, makes nin far trickier to deal with than most ninjutsu. Indeed, Itachi considered it troublesome, but by no means impossible to counter. Even if he couldn't see it, he could still weave his chakra outward like threads and sense anything approaching him, including the five-fingered bloom, before it got too close. All right, no need to waste your eye power staring at my five-fingered bloom. Next, let me give you a taste of what real nun feels like. Hearing this, Shui was the first to deactivate his Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi, on the other hand, kept his eyes locked on the five-fingered bloom, still reluctant to fully let his guard down. Naruto, realizing that Itachi would be tough to fool, could only turn his hopeful gaze toward Shui, who was much easier to convince. "Shui, are you ready?" he asked. Shui replied with a grave expression. "I'm ready." "All right, let's begin then." With those words, Naruto willed his 5 fingers into motion, the nimble dance of the technique amplified by his enhanced nin abilities. In the blink of an eye, his hand flashed behind Shui, delivering a signature poke to an all-too-vulnerable spot. At that very moment, Naruto whipped out a camera from who knows where, capturing the entire scene for posterity. Uchiha Itachi could only stand off to the side, speechless at what he was witnessing. Shui's anguished cry pierced the air, sending flocks of birds scattering from their hidden perches in the trees. The psychological and physical impact of that move was undeniable. "Oh, come on. What are you screaming for? It's not like it really hurts," Naruto said, a bit exasperated, watching Shui clutching his behind and howling. Hearing Naruto's words, Shui paused, realizing it actually didn't hurt much at all. On the contrary, he felt surprisingly invigorated, like new energy coursed through his body. "Wait a minute, it really doesn't hurt, and I actually feel stronger all over," Shui marveled. Itachi, alarmed by this revelation, hastily distanced himself from Shui, wary of whatever strange awakening might come next. "Feel that? I just channeled none into your body. For a short while, it'll boost your physical strength," Naruto explained. "None truly is mysterious," Shui sighed, looking over at Itachi. "Itachi, you should give it a try. It's an experience like no other. Besides, I think I might be able to sense aura now," he added, amazed. Hearing this, Itachi immediately shook his head. "I'll pass, thank you." He turned to Naruto. "Naruto, isn't there any other way for me to sense none?" Seeing the tension in Itachi's eyes, Naruto casually waved his camera. "If you want to experience none, this is the only way I know." Itachi, of course, didn't believe him, but it was clear that Naruto had no intention of changing his mind. While Itachi wrestled internally, on the other side, Shui stood quietly, and thin wisps of life energy visibly emanated from his body. Successfully releasing his life energy, Shui was brimming with excitement. He could feel euphoria flooding his senses and his entire body surging with vitality the moment the energy was set free. The sensation was nothing short of exhilarating for him. Naruto and Kurapika, observing from the sealed space, watched, wide-eyed with awe. They'd known Shui was a prodigy, but they hadn't expected him to sense aura and release life energy so quickly. "Damn, could it be he's even more talented than Gon and Killua?" Muttering softly to himself, Naruto immediately shouted to Shui. "Shui, quickly find a way to keep this life energy lingering on the surface of your body. Don't release it anymore. If you keep going, you'll start feeling exhausted." As soon as Naruto's words reached Shui, he closed his eyes without delay and began to relax his entire body, slowly guiding the life energy to flow only along the surface of his body. There was no denying it. Shui was truly a genius of the Uchiha clan. It took him less than 20 minutes to go from sensing aura to mastering in. Although he wasn't as quick as Naruto in grasping in, it's important to remember, Shui awakened none by perceiving aura all on his own, whereas Naruto only managed to awaken it with Kurapika's help. Having successfully entered the state of in, Shui marveled inwardly at this invisible sheath of aura that now cloaked him, feeling a surge of excitement. "I think, ever since I awakened none, I won't even need to change clothes in winter. I could wear summer outfits all year round and not feel a thing." As he spoke, Shursui performed his signature body flicker technique. It's way faster than before. Really, this is amazing. Standing nearby, Itachi also noticed the dramatic difference in Shursui. He was worlds apart from his old self before awakening none. At the very least, his physical abilities had taken a huge leap forward. Otherwise, his body flicker technique couldn't have improved so drastically. Itachi, what are you still hesitating for? Shursui has already succeeded in awakening. I'm sure with your level of genius, you'll pick up aura sensing in no time. Responding to Naruto, Shursui chimed in encouragingly. That's right, Itachi, come on. Awakening none feels incredible. Itachi hesitated. Is it too late for me to change how I awaken it? In the end, he just couldn't overcome the embarrassment of that undignified method. Honestly, if it was just the act itself, he could deal with it. But Naruto taking photos? Now, that was just crossing the line. Now, at last, Itachi truly understood the despair his little brother once felt. Seeing that Itachi wanted to change the awakening method, Naruto was clearly a bit disappointed. So, fine, have it your way. With a resigned shrug, Naruto reached out his right hand and placed it on Itachi's body. With a pulse, release was triggered within Itachi, and almost at once, his life energy burst forth as though there was no end to it. Compared to Shursui's outflow of life energy, Itachi's was even more intense. Most importantly, this surge was entirely uncontrolled. It would be up to Itachi himself to bring it under control and keep the life energy from running wild. All set. Now, try to keep all this life energy on the surface of your body. Don't let any more leak out. With that, Naruto simply stood back and watched Itachi in silence. Itachi, much like Shursui before him, closed his eyes and began to focus. With his whole body fully relaxed, soon, the life energy he released flowed over his skin like a steady stream, accomplishing what was called wrapping. Itachi, congratulations. You did it too. Seeing Itachi successfully achieve wrapping, Shursui was genuinely delighted. The only thing Shursui regretted was not letting Itachi experience that infamous 1,000 years of death prank. Alright, next, let's find out what category you both belong to. As he spoke, Naruto produced a cup filled to the brim with water, and a single leaf was floating on the surface. What do I do? Shursui stepped forward eagerly, his face full of anticipation. You just need to focus your nun into your hands, then place them on either side of the cup. That's all. Hearing this, Shursui immediately placed his hands on both sides of the cup full of water. Closing his eyes, he began to gently channel his nun through his hands. At that moment, both Naruto and Itachi fixed their gazes on the cup, keeping watch for any change. Before long, something started to happen in the water. A sprinkling of shimmering, granule-like particles began to form. Naruto murmured quietly, "So it's conjuration." He had thought that with a powerful bloodline like the Uchiha, what would awaken would be the most mysterious, specialist-type ability. But now, it seemed clear, awakening a specific nun category had little to do with bloodline inheritance. Just then, Shursui opened his eyes. He had caught Naruto's muttered words, so he looked down at the cup. Tiny grains, each about the size of a rice kernel, had appeared in the water. The truth was, since Shursui had only just awakened his nun, its power was still weak. If he'd already possessed a strong conjurer's power, most of the water would have turned solid during the water divination test. Knowing now that he was a conjurer, Shursui didn't immediately ask about the traits or abilities of the category. Instead, he stepped aside, making space for Itachi to begin his own test. Itachi emptied the cup, filled it again with fresh water, placed a new leaf on top, and, just as Shursui had, placed his hands on both sides and slowly channeled his nun. As nun flowed from Itachi's hands into the cup, the leaf on the water began to drift gently across the surface. Seeing this, Naruto nodded. That's manipulation. Hearing that he was a manipulator, Itachi withdrew his hands. Then, both Itachi and Shursui turned to Naruto, eager to hear his explanation of the two categories. Let me start by explaining conjuration, Naruto said. Upon hearing this, Shursui's expression immediately turned serious. Even though this didn't concern manipulation, Itachi still listened intently, determined to remember everything. After all, if Naruto was right, and everyone could cultivate nun, then perhaps one day nun abilities could replace chakra and become the new mainstream. Therefore, it's essential to learn everything about nun as early as possible. Conjuration nun, as the name suggests, allows you to create objects out of thin air, transforming your aura into any item you desire. In other words, you can materialize your aura into something tangible. As he spoke, Naruto summoned his five-finger blossom. The five-finger blossom is a nun beast double I crafted using emission specialization. Not just emission types, conjurers can also create these kinds of doubles. It all depends on how you develop your abilities. Naturally, you aren't limited to creating ordinary objects from aura. In theory, you can conjure anything, matter, space, even abilities or consciousness. As long as your nun is powerful enough, you can realize whatever you can imagine. With that, Naruto snapped his fingers. The five-finger blossom vanished from sight, and he continued his explanation. Normally, conjured objects will disappear the moment they leave your body, but through training, you can set conditions for when they vanish. After Naruto finished his account of the conjuration ability, Shirsue's face came alive with excitement. The power to create things with conjuration is nothing short of divine. Itachi, standing close by, nodded in agreement. Indeed, compared to ninjutsu, Nun's capabilities truly seem much more wondrous. Naruto chuckled softly. You're right, but it still depends on how skilled an end user is in developing their ability. Naruto, what about manipulators? Tell us about the manipulation type. Having just learned about his own nin affinity, Shisui was eager to understand what kind of potential the manipulation type, the category Itachi had awakened, might hold. Very well, Naruto nodded and explained. Manipulators can infuse none into others and control them. And, of course, it's not limited to people. As long as you gain control over something outside yourself, it's recognized as manipulation. But to truly master the manipulation of another, you'll need intensive practice and technique. Manipulation nun is an ability that is, as the name suggests, really all about skillful operation. However, with Itachi's talent, I doubt this will prove too difficult for him. Hearing Naruto's words, Shisui nodded thoughtfully. That's true. To this day, Itachi is the most gifted shinobi I've ever met. If you wish to master manipulation, you should specialize in a single direction. Do you want to control people directly, manipulate others' minds, move objects, or even train animals to fight at your side? Just pick one path and dedicate your efforts. That's the way forward. After Naruto's explanation, Itachi already had a rough idea of how he wanted to develop his own ability. The first thing he thought of was manipulating the minds and wills of others, since the Uchiha clan specialized in illusions, with the Sharingan as an added advantage. He was convinced that manipulation type Nun combined with the Sharingan would make for a perfect match. It wasn't just Itachi who realized this. Shisui, too, was already imagining ways to merge materialization abilities with his Sharingan. Seeing the two of them lost in deep thought, Naruto laughed and said, "That's pretty much what nin abilities are all about." As he spoke, Naruto handed each of them a booklet. These contain the basics of nun cultivation and an analysis of fundamental abilities. Plus, there's an overview of the other nun categories and their distinct traits. In the future, you won't need my help to awaken nun in any new teammates. That responsibility will fall to you. Hearing Naruto say this, both Itachi and Shisui straightened up and replied in unison. We promise to accomplish the task. If you analyze the nun types Itachi and Shisui awakened according to nun personality theories, it truly was a surprisingly accurate match. The manipulation type nun user could be summed up in 5 words. I know what's best. Those with manipulation, none would impose their own thinking on others, especially those close or important to them. In fact, in the original story, Itachi was exactly that kind of person. He always believed that the path he paved for Sasuke was the best one, not realizing that for Sasuke, it was the cruelest possible road. In the end, even after being killed by Sasuke, Itachi still believed it was the right decision. There was a similar brother, an all-knowing older sibling, in the world of Hunter x Hunter, Illumi, the brother of Killua, one of the main characters. Just like Itachi, Illumi cared deeply for his younger brother. But he never once asked for Killua's opinion, always imposing his own will upon him. As for the traits of conjuration type nun, they could be described in 6 words. The power to change destiny. This fits Shisui's personality and character perfectly. Before coming into contact with bold new ideas, Shisui's lifelong dream was to heal the rift between the Uchiha and the Hidden Leaf. Even when he realized that the divide was unbridgeable, even at the cost of sacrificing his Mangekyo Sharingan. Still, he longed to change it all. I really can't wait. What kind of nin abilities will these two develop? Murmuring to himself, Naruto wandered over to Grey Wolf's side. At this moment, Grey Wolf was still relentlessly hammering away at a machine that was starting to take shape. Well now, Grey Wolf, you're working at a pretty fast pace, aren't you? Naruto teased. Grey Wolf wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, Not really. This is just the outer shell. The real challenge is the internal mechanism. I see. Well, in that case, I'll head back for now. If you get tired, just take a break and continue tomorrow. With those words, Naruto turned to leave. Who do you think I am? I'm the great Grey Wolf King of the Green Grasslands. Why would I need to rest? With a disdainful snort, Grey Wolf waved off the concern, then went right back to his hammering. More than a week later, at the Ninja Academy. Today was the day for combat practice. But, thanks to the invention of virtual reality helmets, these training matches at the Ninja Academy had grown far more intense than before. Now, it wasn't just one-on-one duels. There were also 3-on-3, 5-on-5, and even class-versus-class team battles. Of course, to keep the students from being exposed too soon to the brutal realities of war. Any injuries sustained during these matches were deliberately censored, masked over by the system. Whether it was fate or simple coincidence, in today's 3-on-3 match, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were randomly placed on the same team. Sasuke could barely hide his irritation when he saw Naruto. There was a reason for this. He had gone to see his father, Fugaku Uchiha, hoping for some clarity about those red books. After his request, Fugaku gave him a thorough beating. And, truth be told, it was hardly unexpected. The red ideology emphasized liberation and equality for all people, while the Uchiha clan, what were they if not the elite of the elite? Not just ninjas, but the aristocracy among ninjas. Imagine Sasuke's eager face as he asked his father to help explain the ideals of liberation and equality. It was only natural that the request earned him a thorough thrashing. For the Uchiha, learning about those red ideals was practically a betrayal of their own traditions. Naturally, Sasuke didn't breathe a word of this to Naruto, so he had no idea. All anyone might have noticed was that Sasuke's gait had been a little off these past couple of days. And as for the cold look Sasuke gave Naruto, well, that was nothing new. Sasuke always seemed annoyed by him. Normally, when things got tense between them, a good sparring match would clear the air. But unfortunately, today, they happened to be on the same team. The 3-on-3 match was basically a team brawl on the arena stage, with a focus on testing teamwork and coordination. Today, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura would be facing the Ino Shikacho trio, Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji. Although, if you took any of the Ino Shikacho trio alone, none would be a match for Sasuke. As a team, their combination was widely acknowledged as top tier among their grade. As for Naruto's team, well, they've been thrown together at the last minute, with little chance to develop coordination or cooperate as a unit. All combatants, ready yourselves. The match ends when one side is completely incapacitated. At that moment, Irika's voice rang out from the referee's stand afloat high above the arena. Contestants, please step onto the stage. At his announcement, all 6 students headed towards the ring. Naruto, Sakura, let me go first. You two just watch my back. Just then, Sasuke whispered to Naruto and Sakura, his tone both resolute and quiet. Hey, Naruto looked at Sasuke in utter disbelief. You're planning to take on all 3 of them by yourself? Are you asking for a beating? I can handle the 3 of them on my own, no problem. Sasuke replied, brimming with self-confidence. Hearing Sasuke's bold declaration, Sakura's eyes instantly turned into heart shapes. That's my Sasuke. So incredibly cool. Naruto, on the other hand, just stared at Sasuke's bravado, completely speechless. Wow, looks like the skies are clear. The rain has stopped, and now the second bro thinks he's all that again. Sasuke was clearly underestimating the Ino Shikacho trio, sizing up each member's strength one by one as if they were isolated. But as everyone knew, whenever those 3 worked together, their power multiplied many times over. It wasn't hard to imagine just how badly Sasuke was going to fare trying to take on the Ino Shikacho trio by himself. Sure enough, just as Naruto suspected, after only a few rounds, Sasuke found himself barely dodging a barrage of perfectly coordinated attacks from the 3. And despite his best efforts, blows still landed on him from time to time. If Ino hadn't ordered Shikamaru and Choji to avoid hitting Sasuke's face, he'd probably be looking like a swollen mess by now. Though Sasuke was getting thoroughly beaten, he stubbornly refused to ask Naruto for help. Naruto held back, offering no assistance, but Sakura rushed forward to help without hesitation. After all, Sasuke was her one and only crush. With Sakura joining the fight, Sasuke did feel some of the pressure lift from his shoulders, but victory was still far from reach. The Ino Shikacho team's coordination was just too flawless. Although the trio didn't yet possess many of their signature secret techniques, even just their combination of physical attacks and Shikamaru's clever tactics were more than enough to deal with. Naruto, aren't you coming to help? Sakura called out, barely managing to hold her own as she glanced back at Naruto. Nope, not unless second bro actually asks for my help. Otherwise, I'm just going to sit right here, Naruto retorted. He'd never say no to Hinata, but Sakura was a different story altogether. Sasuke was nearly fuming at Naruto's response. He knew very well Naruto was talking about him. Second bro was clearly a jab at Sasuke. Still, It wasn't enough for Naruto to simply want him to beg for help. He just had to come up with a nickname too. Sasuke made up his mind. Once he awakened to Sharingan, he was definitely going to teach Naruto a lesson. In the end, Sasuke and Sakura, the impromptu tag team, had to admit defeat, and Naruto, seeing that, conceded as well. As the victorious Ino Shikacho trio prepared to step off the stage, full of excitement, Naruto suddenly called up to Iruka, who was watching from above. "Iruka-sensei, I want to challenge Ino, Choji, and Shikamaru on my own." Iruka was taken aback by Naruto's words, but quickly asked, "Are you sure, Naruto?" To be honest, Iruka wanted to point out that Sasuke had almost gotten pummeled into a pulp fighting 3-on-1. If Naruto went up there, he might really end up looking like a bruised pig. "I'm sure," Naruto insisted. "Well, all right then. Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, you three back on stage." Hearing Iruka's words, Shikamaru scratched the back of his head and muttered, "What a drag. How about we just surrender?" As soon as Ino heard Shikamaru grumbling, she slapped the back of his head. "How can we possibly give up? Pull yourself together." In the end, Shikamaru and his teammates climbed into the ring. Their opponent this time, still a solo challenger, had changed from Sasuke to Naruto. Well then, let the match begin. No sooner had Iruka announced the start of the match than the Ino Shikacho trio immediately formed a triangle and surrounded Naruto. "Choji, charge!" Shikamaru gave the command to Choji, who was already bracing himself for the fight. At the order, Choji drew in a huge breath, his body swelling to more than double its usual size, and his feet dug into the ground like the pistons of a tiny engine, ready to launch forward. At that moment, Choji's appearance was undeniably a bit comical, but the strength behind his attack was anything but a joke. It was powerful enough to knock out an ordinary genin. The instant Choji made his move, Ino and Shikamaru acted too. Shikamaru unleashed his shadow paralysis jutsu, while Ino cast her mind-body disturbance technique. The shadow paralysis jutsu could restrain an enemy, but only for less than a second. Likewise, Ino's mind-body disturbance left her opponent dazed, but not for more than a heartbeat. Individually, each controlled jutsu barely lasted an instant, but combined, their effect were just long enough for Choji to crash into Naruto and land a solid hit. P.S. Dear readers, please remember to click on Tagung to encourage updates, and give a 5-star rating to keep the chapters coming. One more thing, fans, please give us a click as well. And here's a question. Can anyone guess what abilities Itachi and Sure Suizuna might be? Feeling himself being restrained, Naruto smiled and said, "Not quite enough." With those words, Naruto suddenly erupted with a burst of chakra, instantly dispersing the two as yet immature control jutsu. He raised a hand and pressed it squarely against Choji's barreling stomach as he charged in. With that, he brought Choji's momentum to a halt. How? How is that possible? Shikamaru's face was full of disbelief. His tactics were simple, but so far, none of their peers had managed to break through them. Naruto was the first. But of course, it wasn't over yet. Now that Naruto had stepped onto the field, he intended to win in style. The Academy issued virtual helmet copy to users' stats and abilities into the digital world, from appearance and build down to every jutsu the user knew. They could all be used in the virtual arena, which meant the powers Naruto had mastered in real life could be unleashed just the same. Naruto drove his fist straight into Choji's stomach, sending him flying off the stage before anyone else could react. Then one of them came right up beside Ino, and without a hint of mercy, kicked her off the stage. At last, his gaze finally landed on Shikamaru. Seeing this, Shikamaru immediately raised his hand and surrendered, saying, "I admit defeat." With that, Shikamaru took the initiative to jump down from the stage. Iruka watched all of this, momentarily dumbfounded. Soon after, he turned to Naruto with a puzzled look. "Hey, Naruto, don't tell me you used your admin privileges." Ever since the virtual helmets arrived, Iruka and the other instructors had studied them thoroughly. Naruto had even specifically handed 3 administrator helmets to Iruka. But those privileges could only be used in the teaching world. Having used his privileges before, Iruka knew all too well what kind of power they offered in the virtual world. Hearing Iruka's question, Naruto didn't reply. He just shrugged. Seeing this, Iruka could only shake his head helplessly. He stopped worrying about Naruto and started announcing the next group to take the stage. As Naruto stepped down, he immediately felt an intense, unwilling gaze trained on him. The one staring at Naruto was none other than Sasuke. "I swear I'll defeat you someday." Naruto grinned, replying, "Someone who can't even understand the red ideology doesn't stand a chance against me." At the mention of the red ideology, Sasuke's look of indignation instantly turned into anger. That so-called red ideology. My father said it's all nonsense and empty rumors." Naruto blinked in surprise. "Wait, Sasuke, Don't tell me you actually brought a book about the red ideology to your dad and asked him to explain it to you? Sasuke nodded, not trying to hide the fact at all. Seeing Sasuke's reaction, Naruto slapped his forehead. Oh, come on, blockhead, what were you thinking? Don't you know trying to study the red ideology is like digging up the Uchiha family's grave? I bet your dad thrashed you, didn't he? Sasuke glared. So you knew this would be an affront to my family's honor, but you still made me learn it? As he spoke, Sasuke stormed toward Naruto in a fit of rage. But before he could get close, an invisible barrier blocked his path. Fighting was strictly forbidden in the spectator area, Irika's rule. Seeing Sasuke so worked up, Naruto could only sigh in exasperation. Wasn't your own brother, Itachi Uchiha, who told you to study the red ideology? Why are you blaming me? Naruto's words made Sasuke pause in confusion. Thinking about it carefully, it really did seem like that was the case. So, it was my brother who wanted to dig up the Uchiha family's grave? Naruto cleared his throat. Well, you could put it that way. That's impossible. Sasuke stood frozen, at a complete loss. My brother. There's no way he'd dig up his own family's grave. Naruto was burning to say, Itachi didn't just dig up his own family's graves. When he got ruthless, he wiped out his entire clan. Naruto chose not to answer Sasuke's doubt, and Sasuke didn't press him further. He still wanted to wait until his brother returned, so he could question him directly. The day's classes wrapped up quickly. After chatting briefly with Hinata, Naruto decided to hurry home to check out the red base. He was curious about how Grey Wolf's construction was coming along. 7 days should have been plenty of time for Grey Wolf to sort everything out. Through the teleporter, he arrived at the red base. No sooner had Naruto appeared in the office than he was drawn in by a thunderous roar from outside. Glancing through the window behind his desk, Naruto caught sight of 2 towering Susanoo clashes unfolding in the yard. One Susanoo shimmered green, with Uchiha Sure stationed inside. The other gleamed crimson. Naturally, this was Uchiha Itachi's doing. Around the clearing, a gang of kids about 10 years old gawked at the 2 gigantic figures battling it out, every one of them eyes wide with awe and admiration. Seriously? Are these 2 just asking to go blind? Naruto muttered. He shook his head and strolled toward the spot where the 2 Susanoo were locked in combat. Itachi and Sure noticed Naruto and promptly stopped, their colossal avatars dissipating into thin air at the same time. Itachi-sensei is incredible. No way. Sure sensei is the amazing one. It's definitely Itachi. Sure is the real deal. As the 2 Susanoo faded away, debate broke out among the onlooking children about who was the stronger. Listening to the excited chatter, Sure smiled, then encouraged the kids to go play elsewhere for a while. Once the children had scattered, Itachi and Sure approached Naruto. So, what exactly were you 2 doing? Are you really so eager to lose your eyesight? Naruto asked, exasperation playing on his face. His question left both Sure and Itachi momentarily taken aback. Finally, Itachi spoke up. Naruto, you actually know about the Mangekyo's flaw. Before awakening their Mangekyo, even as prodigies of the Uchiha, neither of them had known about its fatal weakness. But here was 7-year-old Naruto, already in on the secret. Oh, you mean the flaw in the Mangekyo? My dad told me about it, actually. Huh, Naruto, aren't you an orphan? Sure asked with a puzzled look. My dad, you both know him, actually. He's Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage. Besides, since the 3rd Hokage and Danzo were already aware of Minato's identity, Naruto no longer felt any need to hide it, and simply revealed the truth. Naturally, upon learning that Naruto was the 4th Hokage's son, both Itachi and Sure were utterly stunned. They were well aware of how the villagers of Konoha talked behind Naruto's back, calling him the Demon Fox. But what they never expected was that the so-called Demon Fox, scorned by all the villagers, turned out to be none other than the son of Konoha's hero, the 4th Hokage. Seeing the shock on their faces, Naruto grinned and asked, "What's wrong? You don't believe me? If you don't, how about I have my dad talk to you in person one of these days?" Sure Itachi. Upon hearing Naruto say this, Sure hurriedly waved his hands. Maybe we should let Lord 4th rest in peace. There's really no need to have him appear to me in a dream. I'm scared of ghosts. Naruto shot Sure a speechless look. He never imagined this guy would actually be scared of ghosts. Relax, my dad's not dead. He's just sealed away for now. It won't be long before he's released. If finding out that Naruto was the 4th son was enough to shock the 2, the revelation that the 4th Hokage was still alive utterly stunned them, as if they'd turned to stone. The 4th is still alive. The yellow flash really survived. The 2 murmured to themselves at the same time. Among all the shinobi of Konoha, the 4th's image had always been one of perfection, heroic and revered. Especially amongst the younger generation of ninja, he was an idol to the entire village. And considering his feat of sealing the Nine Tails and saving Konoha, if word got out that the fourth was still alive, the whole village would surely be thrown into a frenzy. Naruto, do you mean we'll really get to meet the fourth Hokage? Shursui still couldn't quite believe it and asked hesitantly. Seeing Shursui's expression, Naruto simply smiled and replied, "Of course you can." As he spoke, Naruto took out his phone to check the time, then continued, "In about 10 days or so, you'll probably get to see him in person. All right, let's not dwell on this. We'll talk more once you actually meet him in a few days. Let's talk about you two instead. You're both aware, aren't you? Overusing the mangekyo leads to vision loss, and eventually even blindness." Itachi and Shursui exchanged glances, then Itachi nodded. "Yes, we're aware. We realized it as soon as we awakened and used the mangekyo. And yet you still push yourselves this far?" Naruto actually valued both Itachi and Shursui quite a lot. In fact, he was even thinking about asking Orochimaru for some Hashirama cells to inject into the two of them, to keep their bodies from being ruined by the mangekyo. Hashirama cells could be dangerous, but with Grey Wolf's help, Naruto believed any risks could be handled. Hearing Naruto's concern, Shursui and Itachi shared a small smile. "Don't worry, Naruto. Once we awaken none and learn the art of En, our eyesight problems were solved for good." Shursui's words caught Naruto off guard for a moment, but then he realized how they'd managed to solve the eye strain issue. They had used En to concentrate their Nen energy in their eyes. No matter what, aura is a form of life energy. Using high concentrations of this life energy to protect your eyes is indeed a good strategy. In fact, using aura to guard the eyes yields almost the same results as merging with Hashirama cells. The purpose of fusing with Hashirama cells is to obtain that vast reservoir of life force. An aura, too, is a kind of life energy, though not as immense as that drawn from the Hashirama cells. It is much purer and entirely controllable. As long as the aura isn't depleted, they can use their Mangekyo Sharingan however they wish with no problem at all. That really is an excellent idea. Naruto couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Aura truly is a very versatile power. While its early-stage offensive strength can't match the ninjutsu fueled by chakra, its range of practical uses far surpasses chakra. For the past few days, besides teaching the kids at the base, Itachi dedicated himself to training with aura and delving into relevant knowledge. Although only a week had passed, both Itachi and Shursui had already mastered the basics: Ten, Zetsu, Ren, and Hatsu. While they hadn't yet developed their own unique abilities, clear ideas were already beginning to form. Learning that Itachi and Shursui grasped the essentials of aura manipulation in just 7 days left Naruto genuinely impressed. "I knew you two were geniuses." Shursui chuckled. "The truth is, our swift progress mostly comes from our already strong control over chakra. Now we're simply working with a different kind of energy. The mechanics of control are about the same." After finishing his conversation with Shursui and Itachi about their aura training, Naruto went off to find Grey Wolf. Earlier, Naruto had entered the office by leaping through the back window to find Itachi and Shursui, so he hadn't noticed any changes at the main entrance. Now, as he stepped out through the front door, he was absolutely taken aback by the scene before him. First, rows of brick houses lined both sides of the road, standing in neat formation. Although these brick houses were still under construction, their basic shapes had already taken form. Stacks of bricks were piled up in countless numbers along both sides of the street. In addition to this, a variety of strange-looking robots and villagers bustled about, hauling all sorts of building materials back and forth. Whoa, Grey Wolf is really going big with this project. Hearing Naruto's exclamation, Shursui came up beside him and added, "I didn't expect this either. Naruto, you're truly something else." Me? Naruto looked puzzled. What did this have to do with him? Wasn't Grey Wolf the one behind all this? At that moment, Naruto caught sight of Itachi quietly poking Shursui's arm as he walked over to him. Itachi's action startled Shursui. Suddenly, as if remembering something important, Shursui hurriedly turned and apologized to Naruto. Naruto, I didn't mean to. I know Grey Wolf is your good friend. I really didn't." Before Shursui could finish, he was cut off by Itachi's coughing. "Ahem, Shursui, maybe you should talk less." Naruto. Watching their awkward faces, Naruto finally realized what was going on. They still thought Grey Wolf was just another one of his personalities. "I'm not schizophrenic, and I'm not mentally ill." Naruto gritted his teeth as he spoke. "Oh yeah, of course, you're not schizophrenic. Right, of course." Naruto. Seeing their reactions, Naruto decided he didn't even want to bother explaining any longer. Choosing to ignore the two, Naruto made his way over to find Grey Wolf. At that moment, Grey Wolf was still hard at work, though this time, instead of fixing water heaters or toilets as he had before, he was now building a robot. Hey, Grey Wolf, don't you think you're going a bit overboard with this project? Grey Wolf, completely absorbed in his work, glanced up at Naruto before speaking. The things you mentioned? With the buildings here, there's no way to make that work, so I figured I might as well handle the architecture, too. With that, Grey Wolf pointed to a machine whirring steadily at the side. Two villagers were busy tossing in all sorts of junk. There were rocks, rotten wood, bits of scrap metal, even clumps of dirt. Everything went into a hopper on the machine, which then rumbled and groaned. From the other end, neat bars of sturdy steel slid out. This surreal sight played out right before Naruto's eyes. So, this is a matter converter? Naruto asked in amazement. Yup, with this thing, construction becomes a breeze. Naruto. The matter converter astonished Naruto beyond words. Did Grey Wolf's inventions completely ignore the law of conservation of energy? No wonder the guy's a total glitch in the system. After chatting a bit, Naruto understood what Grey Wolf was planning. The plan was to build a whole fleet of construction robots, so Grey Wolf wouldn't need to lift a finger. He could simply program the robots and let them handle everything. And with a matter converter in hand, it wouldn't be long before this place was transformed into a city that could rival, no, surpass, even Konoha. Sure and Itachi, who had been quietly standing behind Naruto, couldn't help but feel excited. It was, after all, the very first red base they were building themselves. After a few more words with Grey Wolf, Naruto decided not to disturb his work any further. The construction here looks fantastic. I'll head back now. If anything comes up, or if you need more funds, just give me a call. All right. Itachi nodded, while Sure scratched his head, a little embarrassed, and added, Naruto, don't forget, if the fourth Hokage returns, you must let us know. Don't worry. The moment my dad returns, I'll have him come find you. He really appreciates young men like you, devoted to peace. With that, Naruto was about to use his transporter to leave. But just then, a voice filled with alarm came from outside the office. Itachi-sama, Sure-sama, something's wrong. Upon hearing that frightened voice, both men's expressions grew serious. Could it be mountain bandits again? They wondered to themselves. There were, in fact, many bandits and marauders operating between the two nations. People had tried their luck here before, only to be quickly dealt with by Itachi and Sure. With puzzled looks, the two walked out of the office, and seeing this, Naruto decided not to leave just yet. After all, going home just meant dinner and games. Staying for a little excitement wouldn't hurt. The three of them walked to the entrance, where they finally saw a young man, disheveled and panting heavily, rushing toward them. He pointed urgently in the direction of the village gate. At the village entrance, there's a ninja, a kid named Little Dog. He's been caught. The ninja says he wants to see our village chief. Sure looked perplexed. Why would a ninja come here? Has someone hired him to wipe us out? I doubt it, Itachi replied, shaking his head. Let's see for ourselves. First things first, let's get Little Dog out of danger. And so, led by the breathless messenger, the four hurried together toward the village gate. Standing there was a man dressed in a distinctive black cloak patterned with red clouds, exuding an icy presence. Naruto immediately recognized him. He was none other than Kakuzu, the Akatsuki's most tireless collector. At Kakuzu's feet was a boy of about 8 or 9, trying with all his might to move the man's foot. Kakuzu's boot was planted on top of a book labeled Basic Curriculum. This book, gifted to the village's children by Uchiha Itachi, was treasured by every single one of them. Let go, you filthy oaf. Get your stinking foot off, bastard. Little Dog cursed at him again and again. Perhaps irritated by these insults, Kakuzu finally lost his patience and drew his fist back, aiming a punch at Little Dog's head. But before his blow could land, Little Dog was whisked away in a blur of incredible speed. Sure sensei. The moment Little Dog saw his rescuer's face, his eyes welled up with tears. Head on home, Little Dog. Leave this to me. As he spoke, Sure gently set Little Dog down, then fixed Kakuzu with a piercing, solemn gaze. Your outfit makes it clear. You're from the Akatsuki, aren't you? Why have you come to our base to cause trouble? Hearing what Sure said, Kakuzu's eerie green eyes turned toward him, his tone icy as he asked, Are you the chief of this village? The guy who messed around in my hunting grounds? Kakuzu's words left Sure rather perplexed. When did I ever mess around in your hunting grounds? Kakuzu snorted coldly. Didn't you kill a few bounty targets over on the eastern side, not long ago? The east. Sure thought for a moment, realizing that he actually had done something like that. So what? Are you here to avenge those scum? No, those people were my prey, and the place where you've set up your village. Those are my hunting grounds. Sure Sway hadn't expected there'd be people like this in the world. Bounty targets belonged to whoever caught them, didn't they? But this guy was dividing them by territory? First of all, this isn't some random village, it's the Red Base. And besides, when it comes to bounty hunters, isn't it pretty simple? Whoever catches them gets the reward. Kakuzu nodded. That's what I thought at first, too. So today, I'm just here to give you a warning. But as he spoke, Kakuzu raised his index and middle fingers, pointing them to his own eyes. Your eyes have caught my attention. The 3-tomo Sharingan. It's worth at least 30 million at the exchange house. Just as Kakuzu finished speaking, Naruto had just arrived and couldn't help but shout out. Whoa, 30 million? That's like a whole Suma. Sure Sway. Itachi. Both Sure Sway and Itachi complained inwardly. Since when is a Suma a unit of currency? Only Kakuzu answered in all seriousness. That's right. That guardian ninja is indeed worth 30 million. You're a sharp kid for your age. Seems like you know the market. So Uchiha kid, your eyes are mine. As he finished, Kakuzu threw a punch. His arm shot out, extending abruptly, and from inside it surged a dense network of black threads that could send shivers down anyone's spine. With the Sharingan already activated, Sure Sway dodged Kakuzu's sneak attack with ease. Since the fight had already begun, Sure Sway fired several shurikens straight at Kakuzu, only to have them effortlessly blocked by Kakuzu's arm. Since you're making a move, I might as well test out my nun too. The moment shuriken left his hand, Sure Sway's entire body surged with aura. With a quick flash, he appeared at Kakuzu's side. A gleam of steel flashed behind him as he drew his short blade and struck toward Kakuzu's neck. Kakuzu hadn't expected Sure Sway to be this fast. Out of all the opponents he'd faced, Sure Sway might be the fastest yet. A flash of cold steel, and Sure Sway lopped Kakuzu's head off in a single stroke. Sliding his blade back into its sheath, Sure Sway thought to himself, was he really this weak? Hey, Sure Sway, don't let your guard down. Right then, Naruto called out, snapping Sure Sway back to his senses. Even Itachi, standing to the side, looked at Naruto with a puzzled expression and asked, but his head was already cut off, so how? Before Itachi could finish his sentence, an unbelievable scene unfolded before his eyes. Countless black threads surged out from Kakuzu's neck, latching directly onto his severed head. The threads withdrew, and, just like that, Kakuzu's head reattached seamlessly to his neck. Both Sure Sway and Itachi were stunned by Kakuzu's almost inhuman recovery. Only Naruto remained calm and composed. He's Kakuzu, a rogue ninja from the Hidden Waterfall Village, and honestly, a legendary shinobi. At that moment, Naruto began to explain Kakuzu's background. He's considered a legend because he once fought the first Hokage of our own Hidden Leaf. Hearing this, Itachi and Sure Sway were even more shocked than they'd been by Kakuzu's miraculous survival. He fought the first Hokage? That would make him well over 100 years old. Having overheard Naruto's conversation with Itachi, Kakuzu rolled his neck and chuckled. Hey. I didn't expect anyone from this generation to know about my past. Kakuzu rarely spoke of his battle with the first Hokage. Hearing the truth slip from a kid's lips today filled him with a peculiar sense of satisfaction. But before Kakuzu could savor the moment, Naruto's next words made his blood boil. Yes, he did go up against the first Hokage, though it was from 500 miles away. He threw a single kunai in Hashirama's direction, then turned tail and ran the moment he caught the Hokage's glare. Kakuzu. Sure Sway. Itachi. You little brat. You've got a death wish. Consumed by embarrassment and rage, Kakuzu launched a punch at Naruto. But Itachi intercepted the blow. Blocking Kakuzu's attack, he calmly remarked, Still, that makes you impressive, sir. At the very least, you recognized the vast gap between yourself and the first, and knew when to make a strategic retreat. Sure Sway nodded sagely. Exactly. That confirms it. He's certainly not an idiot. Kakuzu. If Naruto's words had made Kakuzu angry, then the mockery from Sure Sway and Itachi pushed him straight to the brink. Indeed, he was about to explode, literally. The fabric on his back tore open, and Earth Grudge Fear burst out behind him. 4 grotesque monsters, each wearing a strange white mask, appeared on either side of Kakuzu. Brats, you've made me furious. Lightning style, false darkness. Wind style, pressure damage. Fire style, head stomp. 3 forms of elemental ninjutsu erupted from the mouths of 3 masked beasts, hurtling towards Naruto, Sure Sway, and Itachi. Each powerful technique covered a wide area and moved with frightening speed, reaching the trio in the blink of an eye. But the 3 of them didn't so much as flinch. Naruto stood his ground while Itachi and Sure Sway moved to shield him, both of them activating Susanoo and blocking every ounce of damage that came their way. The sudden appearance of two Susanoos left Kakuzu momentarily stunned. As someone who had once faced the first Hokage, Kakuzu naturally recognized the techniques that Shisui and Itachi were using. Although their power couldn't quite compare to that of Madara Uchiha, the Shura of the ninja world, the pressure they exerted was still formidable. After Shisui and Itachi had successfully blocked Kakuzu's attack, they dispelled their Susanoos and immediately began to discuss who should take on Kakuzu next. Kakuzu was an opponent not easily found, truly a rare adversary. After all, Kage-level fighters were hardly a dime a dozen. They weren't something you just run into by chance. Shisui, already fought just now. Let me have this one. No, Itachi, you should protect Naruto. Let me handle Kakuzu. Shisui, you could protect Naruto just as well. Itachi, give me this chance. Next time, it'll be your turn. I want to test the nin ability I've been developing. Please. Seeing how adamant Shisui was, Itachi could only give up his claim. He had to admit, Naruto was right earlier. Developing an operator-type nin ability was truly difficult, mainly because it demanded so much attention to detail. And so, only Shisui remained on the battlefield, while Naruto and Itachi retreated to the entrance of their base, standing guard over the villagers and children who had rushed over to watch the commotion. Itachi-sensei, my communist ideology handbook is still back there. At that moment, a little dog trotted up to Itachi, looking at him with pleading eyes. Seeing this, Itachi gently ruffled his head, then reached into his pocket and handed over a brand-new communist ideology handbook. The puppy accepted it like a treasure, hurriedly tucking it into his undershirt pocket with great care, as if afraid of ever losing it again. Meanwhile, Shisui and Kakuzu's battle had begun. Kakuzu stuck to his usual tactics, overwhelming his opponent with numbers, manipulating his black threads, and unleashing explosive force with his masked beasts. Shisui, on the other hand, made the most of his speed, darting around the battlefield, slicing at Kakuzu or his masked creatures whenever an opening appeared. Truth be told, if Shisui had used Susanoo, the fight would have ended quickly. But this time, Shisui's goal was to push himself under the stress of battle and awaken his own unique nin ability. Not far away, Naruto and Itachi watched intently, concentrating their nun in their eyes. To them, Shisui wasn't simply dodging attacks. He was evading while simultaneously releasing his nun with each movement. By now, the space around Kakuzu was thick with the nun Shisui had sent forth. I wonder what Shisui is planning, Itachi said, a hint of anticipation in his voice. If it's a conjuration-type ability, maybe he's planning to turn those dispersed nun energies into weapons to attack Kakuzu. Itachi shook his head at the suggestion. I don't think that's it. Just as Naruto and Itachi were discussing what Shisui was really trying to achieve, Shisui himself finally came to a halt. With a blazing roar, he unleashed a grand fireball jutsu, forcing back the black threads that had tried to ensnare him. I should have everything ready by now, he said, while his mangekyo spun ceaselessly in his pupils. Is that all you know how to do? Run and hide? Kakuzu scoffed in disdain. Looks like the Uchiha clan has really fallen since Madara died. But just as the words left his mouth, a pillar of molten lava suddenly erupted beneath Kakuzu's feet, engulfing him entirely. Damn it, Kakuzu cursed, darting out of the magma pillar in a burst of fury. Black threads covering his body were now singed in many places, charred by the heat. Though Kakuzu looked disheveled, he hadn't suffered any serious injuries. Seeing this, Shisui shook his head. Looks like my will still isn't strong enough. With those words, his eyes flashed once more, and just like before, another magma pillar burst from the ground. This time, however, it erupted beneath the masked creature's feet. Kakuzu hastily maneuvered the masked beast out of danger, his expression darkening as he stared intently at Shisui. What kind of technique is this? The jutsu Shisui now wielded had already surpassed Kakuzu's understanding. Logically speaking, if someone were really caught in that pillar of lava, they ought to have been incinerated on the spot. Maybe not even ashes would remain. Yet all Kakuzu felt was an intense heat, the kind you'd get hit by with an ordinary fire-style jutsu. In other words, the menace of this jutsu didn't match its flashy appearance at all. While the lava pillars bursting from the earth weren't overwhelmingly strong, they were enough to make Kakuzu more cautious. After all, an attack with absolutely no warning like this was a serious headache. In the shinobi world, jutsu without hand seals had always been a thorny problem. Why did they call the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the fastest man alive? It all came down to flying Raijin and Rasengan, two techniques executed without a single hand sign or warning. Despite his wariness, Kakuzu wasn't about to back down. The masked creatures continued their barrage of jutsu at Shursui, who in turn slipped back into his evasive rhythm, sending waves of his chakra outward in every direction. After a deft series of dodges, Shursui reached into his pouch and drew 4 kunai. Without hesitation, he hurled them straight at Kakuzu. Kakuzu responded with a cold, dismissive sneer beneath his mask. To someone like him, mere kunai and shuriken were hardly worth a second thought. With a casual swing of his arm, he knocked all 4 kunai effortlessly aside. At that exact moment, Shursui's Mangekyo Sharingan spun once more. Instantly, the kunai Kakuzu had knocked away transformed into 4 ink-black crows, circling ominously in the air. Kakuzu was visibly surprised at the sight. How can this be? Kunai turning into crows? Can kunai perform transformation techniques now? While Kakuzu was still reeling from shock, the 4 crows shot toward him like arrows loose from a bowstring. 2 of the crows targeted Kakuzu's head, while the other 2 aimed for his chest. Each crow was zeroing in on a vital spot on the body. Kakuzu ignored the crows charging at his head, but he couldn't afford to dismiss the pair lunging for his chest. With a sweeping motion of both arms, Kakuzu batted those 2 crows away. The crows aiming for his head, on the other hand, punched 2 holes through his skull. Yet in an instant, threads of black crept out from the wounds, weaving themselves together, closing the gaps. Witnessing everything unfold, Shursui's eyes sparkled with sudden insight. So it seems his weak spot isn't his head, but his heart, he murmured, his Sharingan spinning once more. Suddenly, several chains burst from the ground at Kakuzu's feet, binding his arms and legs fast. Damn it, this again? Kakuzu growled, straining with full force. He snapped the chains as though they were brittle twigs. Irritation gnawed at Kakuzu. These ambushes came out of nowhere, impossible to guard against. Just like the magma before, the shackles were all flash and little substance. They looked sturdy, but in truth, were pitifully fragile. But it was at the very moment Kakuzu broke free that the 2 crows he'd swatted aside earlier shot out from his blind spot. Before he could react, they pierced right through his heart. As Kakuzu felt his heart rupture, a huge surge of chakra instantly drained from his body. Naruto, who had been watching the fight intently, instantly understood what had happened from Shursui's earlier moves. Shursui really is a genius. I never would have guessed you could use materialization like that, he commented in admiration. Itachi, standing by his side, gave a quiet laugh. He truly is. In truth, throughout the battle, all Shursui had used was Jinjutsu. The reason his illusions were able to inflict real harm was thanks to his ability to materialize them into reality. The magma column and the chains from earlier, those 2 were born of Jinjutsu, conjured into existence by Shursui's materialization technique. The only reason their power was limited was that Shursui's nun training was not yet complete, his aura still too weak. The crows, however, were different. Their real power lay in the fact that, at their core, they were still 4 kunai. Shursui simply used Jinjutsu to make them look like crows. The kunai's lethality was undiminished, while the added speed and unpredictable movement of crows only increased their deadly force. Naruto knew well. Being struck through the heart wasn't enough to kill Kakuzu. Because he has 5 hearts, to kill him, all 5 must be destroyed. As for why such crucial information wasn't shared with Shursui, it's simple. Naruto doesn't want Kakuzu to end up dead at Shursui's hands. Naruto is certain that if Shursui knew Kakuzu's secret and his weakness, there's no doubt he'd be able to take him down. Let's not forget, Shursui hasn't even unleashed his Susanoo yet. The true strength of Kakuzu lies in his experience, his Kaga-level chakra, and his near-indestructible body. In terms of raw power, he can't compare to Shursui as he is now. So why not just finish off Kakuzu, that tireless workhorse of the Akatsuki? It's precisely because he's such a model worker. If he can be Akatsuki's tireless workhorse, why can't he serve as ours in the Scarlet Organization? In a few years, when the Scarlet Organization is strong, and for the sake of the people, there's bound to be another round of campaigns against the landlords. Naruto knows that if he puts a penny-pinching man like Kakuzu in charge, everything will be handled flawlessly. A century later, clutching his chest, looking near spent, Kakuzu glared hard at Shursui. Dude, what exactly is that power? Seeing Kakuzu already defeated, Shursui couldn't help but fall into the old shinobi habit, explaining his abilities to a conquered foe. It's just Jinjutsu. Only, I make illusions into reality. At these words, Kakuzu's jade-green eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected that such an unimaginable power could exist in this world. If illusions could become real, wouldn't that mean you could obtain anything you desired, simply by imagining it? Then he recalled the power of that pillar of molten fire and the strength of those chains. Kakuzu realized this ability probably wasn't as limitless as it first seemed, or perhaps this young Uchiha hadn't fully mastered it yet. Still, even without reaching its full potential, this ability was endlessly tempting. What if he used Jinjutsu to picture himself surrounded by a mountain of money? Would it really come true? At that very moment, the thought of switching sides flashed through Kakuzu's mind. Sure, Kakuzu had been working hard and earning money for Akatsuki day after day, but in the end, most of it ended up in Conan's accounts, since she managed the organization's funds. No, this wouldn't work. Pain's true depths are unfathomable. If I quit Akatsuki outright, I might really get myself killed. But maybe I could walk both paths, stay on Akatsuki's roster while also earning some extra income over here. No, that's not right. If Pain found out, he'd definitely make me hand over every Ryo to Conan again. In that moment, Kakuzu found himself stuck in utter frustration. Shursui, of course, had no idea that, within his own inner world, Kakuzu was embroiled in a fierce internal struggle. But he had already sensed something was off about Kakuzu. After all, if one's heart had been pierced and they were on the brink of death, by all rights Kakuzu should have been finished long ago. Yet, judging by the wealth of emotions flickering across Kakuzu's face and the shifting of his pupils, it was clear that death hadn't claimed him yet. Could it be that the heart isn't his true weakness? While Shursui puzzled over this, Kakuzu finally got to his feet. Without hesitation, he retracted the water element mask beast back into his body. With his heart restored, Kakuzu could move freely once more. But, instead of continuing the fight, escape became his only agenda. After all, if Shursui had been able to destroy one of his hearts, he clearly had means to destroy a second. Before Shursui could unravel all his secrets, a swift retreat was the wisest course. As for whether to hedge his bets or withdraw from Akatsuki altogether, those thoughts could wait until after his escape. Water style, water curtain wall. A surge of water erupted from Kakuzu's mouth, blotting out Shursui's view entirely. Shursui saw through the ploy. Kakuzu was clearly trying to make a break for it. Without hesitation, he unleashed Susanoo, cleaving the watery barrier in a single, resounding stroke. Once the curtain parted, he saw that the other three masked beasts had also returned to Kakuzu's body. Kakuzu himself was already sinking steadily into the earth, clearly planning to escape with an earth-style jutsu. Naturally, Shursui had no intention of letting this scoundrel flee so easily. With a flash, he hurled his spiraling longsword like a spinning javelin. A thunderous explosion echoed out as the sword smashed into the ground, carving a large crater into the earth. The attack had power in spades, yet Kakuzu still managed to escape. Seeing this, Shursui released his Susanoo with a touch of resignation. Sigh, he got away after all. At that moment, Naruto and Itachi walked over. Itachi clapped Shursui on the shoulder with a smile. Let him run. I doubt he'll dare show his face here again. What really surprised me is how far you've developed your own abilities. Itachi's words made Shursui rub the back of his head sheepishly. It was just a stroke of luck, honestly. I believe, Itachi, that you'll develop abilities even more impressive than mine someday. And besides, during that battle, I noticed something curious. Even though my core ability is conjuration, it seems I can access some manipulation techniques as well. As he finished speaking, Shursui turned to Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto nodded in agreement. That's right. Even though you've each awakened a single type of ability, it doesn't mean you can't utilize techniques from other categories. When you use abilities from other categories, you can only utilize about 40 to 80% of their potential. Of course, when you're developing your own abilities, you can keep other categories in mind, but at the start, I don't recommend it. In the beginning, it's best to focus on refining your pure, natural category. In fact, the reason Naruto said this isn't without basis. In the original Hunter x Hunter, when Kurapika faced off against Hisoka, he split his talents between conjuration and manipulation to create a clone, instead of dedicating himself fully to enhancing his natural category. That misstep led to Hisoka defeating him, and looking down on him for it. After listening to Naruto's explanation, both Itachi and Shursui nodded in understanding. It was at this moment that Shursui, sounding worried, spoke up. Itachi, do you think now that we've driven Kakuzu back, he'll return with other members of the Akatsuki to take revenge? If they were only after us, that'd be fine. What I'm afraid of is the ordinary villagers and children here at our base getting caught in the crossfire. Itachi frowned, sharing Shursui's concern, because such a scenario was entirely possible. Moreover, he'd done some digging about the Akatsuki, but the results weren't encouraging. All he'd managed to learn was that among them were individuals known to the Hidden Rain village as the God and the Angel. Kakuzu himself is on par with Kuga-level shinobi, so anyone ranked above him, such as the so-called God and Angel, would likely be just as strong, if not stronger. Naruto, seeing the worry on their faces, waved it off. There's no need to worry. I've pretty much gathered all the key intel on the Akatsuki. In a moment, I'll brief you both on their main members. As for whether they'll be looking to cause trouble for us, I really don't think so. Naruto had good reason for his confidence. Currently, the Akatsuki are still lying low. If they learned there was even one, let alone two, Kuga-level opponents here, Nagato's personality makes it unlikely he'd come looking for trouble. Especially not for something as trivial as avenging one of his underlings. Nagato has only two main goals at this stage. First, gathering intelligence on all 9-tailed beasts, and second, acquiring money. Once he's gotten the information he needs about the tailed beasts, that's when he'll make his move, but until then, he'll avoid stirring up unnecessary trouble if he can help it. Itachi didn't immediately agree to Naruto's assessment. Instead, he decided to wait until Naruto had shared all the intel about the Akatsuki before making up his mind. From the details on an organization's upper ranks, he could deduce much about their ways of doing things. Itachi trusted Naruto, but not blindly. He had his own views to consider as well. Their base was newly established, still in its fragile development phase. Right now, the most important thing was summed up in a single word: stability. Unlike Itachi, Shursui didn't overthink things. Since Naruto said there was no problem, he let it go and relaxed. Shursui had come to trust Naruto deeply. He truly believed that under Naruto's guidance, the red ideals would spread throughout the ninja world, and when that day came, true peace would finally reign. Naruto sent the latest intelligence on the Akatsuki straight from his phone to Itachi's computer, and naturally, that included information on people who hadn't joined Akatsuki yet. Apart from Itachi, it wasn't really possible for anyone here to join Akatsuki now anyway. The moment Naruto finished transmitting the files, Shursui approached, looking a bit embarrassed. Well, Naruto, do you think I could try one more time? Hearing that Shursui wanted to give the test another shot, Naruto couldn't help but study him for a moment. Maybe it was all those studies in communist theory. Shursui did seem a lot sharper than before. Still, Naruto couldn't help but doubt whether he'd managed to pass the anti-fraud exam. An exam, huh? Naruto mused aloud for a second, then smoothly shifted the topic. Oh, by the way, Shursui, do you have 5,000 Ryo on you? Shursui looked puzzled. 5,000 Ryo? Let me check. He dug through his pockets and quickly fished out more than 10,000 Ryo. Well, would you look at that? You're pretty well off. Why don't you give all that to me? I'll get you a nice present. Naruto grinned as he spoke. Huh? You're giving me a gift. Handing over the money, Shursui only realized a beat later. If Naruto was giving him a gift, why did he need his money? Off to the side, Itachi had just finished reviewing the Akatsuki files. He simply slapped his forehead as he witnessed the exchange. Shursui still looked a bit confused, but he didn't complain. As far as he was concerned, giving up the cash for a present sounded like a fair deal. So, Naruto, what exactly is this gift? Naruto pocketed the money and smiled broadly. I've already given it to you. Shursui, what? Huh, wait, how come I didn't get it? You did. I just bought you a valuable lesson. Shursui. Itachi. Meanwhile, several dozen miles from the red base, Kakuzu clawed his way out of the ground, his entire body battered and torn. Damn it, still a step too late. A gaping hole marred his chest. Of the 5 hearts he once possessed, only 2 remained. Shursui's final attack hadn't missed its mark, but at least Kakuzu had survived. Losing 2 hearts was bad, but it wasn't fatal. Those Uchiha are always such a pain. Muttering under his breath, Kakuzu began methodically stitching his wounds together with thread. After tending to his wounds, Kakuzu left the area, intending to find a few new hearts to replenish his own. After all, with only 2 lives left, it was far too precarious a situation, and the key to Kakuzu's longevity had always been stability. He had made up his mind. Once he'd finished replacing his hearts, he would contact Pain immediately and report everything that had happened with Shursui. Of course, he didn't do this in hopes of having his boss intervene for revenge. His real intention was to draw Pain's attention to Uchiha Shursui. If Shursui could somehow be recruited into Akatsuki, that would be even better, and then Kakuzu wouldn't have to keep debating whether he should jump ship. After all, Shursui's illusionary money-making skills were simply too impressive to ignore. Asterisk. Meanwhile, let's return to Naruto's side. At this moment, Naruto had already made his way home. Once inside, the very first thing he did was lift the black cloth covering the cloning machine. Now, within the machine, a young man had taken shape. The youth looked exactly like Minato Namikaze, only 3 or 4 years younger than Minato had been before he died. Technically, he could already be revived right now, but Minato would look just a bit too young, which Naruto thought wasn't ideal, so he decided to wait a few more days. In about a week, I should be able to bring Dad back to life. Probably best to give Orochimaru a heads up in advance. Speaking as he went, Naruto returned to his room and put on his virtual headset. Originally, Orochimaru had left him a white snake for communication, but that meant heading out to the nearby forest. Granted, with Orochimaru's orders in play, anytime Naruto entered the forest, the white snake would show itself and find him on its own. Still, as convenient as that might have been, it couldn't compare to the speed and ease of contacting each other in the virtual world. Over the past few days, whenever Naruto had a bit of free time, he would dive into the virtual game world. He knew that Orochimaru had built a guild there, called the Immortality Guild. Whether as his personal ID or as the guild's name, Orochimaru used the word immortality. That alone spoke volumes about how deep his obsession with everlasting life truly ran. After logging into the game, Naruto quickly found the Immortality Guild at the junction between the Magic region and the Ninja region. It had to be said, Orochimaru's grasp of new phenomena was far beyond that of others. He'd chosen an excellent spot to establish the guild. It wasn't situated in the very heart of the Ninja region, so they wouldn't be embroiled in any turf wars with other guilds. What mattered most was that, thanks to its position near the Magic District, its resources weren't much less than those available at the center. While everyone else was fighting tooth and nail over the core of the Ninja region, Orochimaru had already set his sights much further ahead. He not only had his own guild members choose this place as their starting point, but he also directed his subordinates to select the other 3 areas as their respawn points. With this arrangement, the guild could expand in all directions and continue to flourish. Asterisk. Today, Orochimaru was testing his newly acquired Sharingan, a power he had just learned using his skill points. Although he hadn't yet been subdued by a single glance from Itachi, his obsession with researching Kekkei Genkai remained undiminished. The Sharingan, naturally, was one of his favorite subjects of study. Ever since he reached level 20 and had enough skill points, he immediately chose to learn the Sharingan for himself. It seems that the triple Tomo isn't the end of the line, but if I want to evolve it even further, I don't have enough skill points left. Orochimaru remarked quietly to his own reflection as he admired the triple Tomo in his eyes. Then, a voice broke the calm. Hey Orochimaru, why aren't you in the core area vying for power with the 3rd Hokage and the others? What brings you to such a peaceful spot? Hearing the noise behind him, Orochimaru immediately turned around. He found Naruto standing there, wearing a bright, mischievous grin. So it's you, Naruto. What brings you here today? Orochimaru responded, sidestepping the earlier question and asking his own instead. Oh, I'm here because it's almost time. In 7 days, I need you to come to my place and help unseal my father's soul. Naruto's words trailed off into a moment of silence between them. Orochimaru fell quiet, mostly because his new vessel for reincarnation wasn't ready yet. After breaking the Reaper Death Seal, he would need to reincarnate immediately. Never mind a new vessel. For now, even his technique wasn't in perfect shape. Truthfully, Orochimaru's plan was to level up quickly in the virtual world, perfect his reincarnation technique there, and only attempt it in the real world once he'd mastered it. But to his surprise, Naruto came looking for him before he'd made much progress at all. Is it really that urgent? Orochimaru asked with a frown. Naruto nodded earnestly, though a little puzzled. Yeah, is there some kind of problem? Orochimaru saw no need to hide things from Naruto, so he explained that his body wasn't ready and that his reincarnation jutsu might still be flawed. Once he understood Orochimaru's predicament, Naruto didn't press him. After all, Orochimaru's pursuit was immortality. Asking him to risk his own life to help Naruto's father was just impossible. So Naruto had no choice but to start brainstorming. I think I can help you sort out your body, Naruto said as he stroked his chin thoughtfully and gave Orochimaru a mischievous look. You don't mind some changes to your own body, do you? Orochimaru shook his head and replied, nothing major, besides lacking a Kekkei Genkai, and of course, this body gradually aging. Naruto, are you serious? Those are the 2 biggest problems there are. Naruto could only complain silently to himself. Meanwhile, in the virtual world, inside the Guild of Immortality, Naruto turned to Orochimaru and asked, Orochimaru-senpai, do you know what cloning is? Cloning? Hearing this unfamiliar term, Orochimaru looked genuinely puzzled. Seeing his confusion, Naruto realized that Orochimaru hadn't yet grasped the core technology behind cloning. It wasn't that he lacked the key technology exactly. It was more that Orochimaru himself didn't realize his own methods were essentially forms of cloning. Take, for example, the time he helped Danzo acquire a Hashirama arm. This was made by cloning cells from Hashirama. In fact, Madara Uchiha had also mastered techniques like these. But all of these were based on using Hashirama cells, or to put it more broadly, white zetsus. to clone a perfectly identical human being using the cells of an ordinary person. This was a technique Orochimaru hadn't acquired yet. Cloning means I use your technology to create another you. Then, instead of using the Curseal rebirth, you could transfer your consciousness into this clone body. That way, there shouldn't be any risk of bodily rejection. Naruto's explanation sent Orochimaru into deep thought. The steps for Orochimaru's body-switching technique were simple. Find a host, bite them with the cursed snake mark, and then perform the transfer. Of these, the most critical step was the sealing mark itself, a necessary measure to prevent rejection. But if he were to transfer his soul into a body clone from his own cells, the mark wouldn't even be necessary. Having figured this out, Orochimaru wiped his face with his tongue, his expression suddenly lighting up with excitement as he asked, "In that case, would it be possible to add a Kekii, Genkai, to the clone body?" Amazing. That's why you're known as the ninja world's top scientist. Yes, it absolutely is possible to add a bloodline limit, Naruto replied enthusiastically. At the prospect of implanting a Kekii Genkai, Orochimaru grew even more eager. But when he heard what Naruto said next, he fell silent again. Don't get too excited just yet. We've only just entered this partnership, and let's be honest. Orochimaru, you're still a very dangerous man, Naruto cautioned. His meaning was clear. I have the technology, but that doesn't mean I'll hand it over to you so easily. In the end, Orochimaru could only spread his hands in mock surrender. Looks like we'll need to keep working together if you and the fourth Hokage are ever going to truly trust me. Naruto nodded. Exactly. So, Orochimaru, let's make sure there's never a time when negotiations break down between us. But of course, now that the question of my body is solved, what about the issue with my soul transfer technique? To be honest, I was planning to experiment with all this in that amazing virtual world, Naruto began. But as you know, apart from leveling up, you can only get skill points from wild bosses or ancient ruins bosses. When he finished speaking, Orochimaru looked directly at Naruto. Since the virtual world was created by Naruto, Orochimaru was certain that this problem was one Naruto could definitely solve. Don't worry, I'll give you some skill points. As he spoke, Naruto waved his right hand, and the administrator's interface appeared. He then directly altered Orochimaru's stats. All set. That should be enough, right? Orochimaru, hearing this, glanced at his own stats panel and found his skill points had soared to 9,999. 99.99 was the maximum limit for skill points. That works. I'll try the living corpse reincarnation technique as soon as I can. With those words, Orochimaru wasted no time. He immediately picked a subordinate and began the living corpse reincarnation experiment. He followed his usual routine. First, he used his skill points to learn the cursed seal. Although the cursed seal was a product of research, in the virtual world, it could be manifested as ninjutsu with no trouble at all. Naruto, seeing this, watched with keen interest from the side. Clearly, he wasn't planning to leave so soon. Orochimaru brought over the two potential vessels he'd had his eye on. One was a woman clad in a kimono, and the other was young Kimimaro. All right, Shaoling, Kimimaro. Next I'll be choosing one of you as my vessel. Of course, since we're in a virtual world, this is just an experiment. Now, which of you wants to experience this? Hearing Orochimaru's words, both Shaoling and Kimimaro stepped forward at the same time. I'm willing. Naruto, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but think to himself, Orochimaru really deserves his reputation as the top MLM salesman of the shinobi world. His brainwashing skills are definitely a match for the third Hokages. Naruto knew Kimimaro, but that Shaoling girl, if he wasn't mistaken, she must have been Orochimaru's very first vessel in the original storyline. He hadn't expected this girl to volunteer so eagerly. Meanwhile, Shaoling and Kimimaro began to bicker. Kimimaro, ladies first. No. Kimimaro, I'll treat you to a good meal. No. Kimimaro. Before Shaoling could persuade him any further, Kimimaro cut her off with a single sentence. My body can't take it. I'd never be able to be Lord Orochimaru's vessel anyway. So let me have this trial, Shaoling. Sigh. All right then. Accepting Kimimaro's words, Shaoling finally gave up. Once the two had decided, Orochimaru immediately extended his neck and gave Kimimaro a proper serpent's kiss. But this time, what he gave Kimimaro wasn't the curse mark of Earth, but the same heaven curse mark he'd given Sasuke. Having been newly configured by Orochimaru, this heaven curse mark was completely free of any side effects. After a round of snake-like kisses, Kimimaro felt nothing at all, except perhaps a touch of embarrassment as his face turned red. Maybe it was shyness. All right, Shaoling, help me pry Kimimaro's mouth open. Hold him still so he can't move. Hearing this, Shaoling immediately followed the instructions, and Kimimaro, for his part, did his best to cooperate, opening his mouth as wide as possible. Once everything was ready, Orochimaru began the living corpse reincarnation technique, tearing free from his old body as his core essence dove straight into Kimimara's open mouth. Almost at once, Kimimaro started convulsing wildly on the ground. It wasn't long before his expression transformed, his features morphing into those of Orochimaru. Kimimaro, the player, was then declared dead. But before long, he logged back into the game, this time with his level reduced by 1. Naruto approached Orochimaru, who had just completed the body transfer, and asked, "How do you feel?" Orochimaru smiled slyly. "I'm fine. It went perfectly." No sooner had he spoken than his expression sharpened. "Let's talk later. I got something to handle on the outside." With that, Orochimaru instantly logged off, not bothering to say anything else. Seeing this, Naruto had no choice but to log off as well. On the other side, inside a base in the land of rice fields, Orochimaru removed his virtual helmet, then glanced thoughtfully at a ring emitting subtle psychic waves. "Looks like something is happening on Akatsuki's end," he mused silently. Somewhere deep within a shadowy cave, a massive stone statue dominated the space, and on its outstretched fingers stood several colored, spectral illusions. These figures were the full roster of Akatsuki's official members. They were Pain, Konan, Zetsu, Kakazu, Orochimaru, and Sasori. A low, chilling laugh escaped Orochimaru. I wonder what business our leader has with us today." Before Pain could respond, Sasori interrupted impatiently. "Orochimaru, where have you been?" Hearing Sasori's voice, Orochimaru paused in surprise, because at this moment, Sasori's voice was unmistakably female. "Heh, Sasori, have you finally discovered your true self?" Sasori replied with a snort. "Humph, I'm simply field testing my new abilities." He wasn't lying. Sasori was, in fact, testing the capabilities of his 3 bodies, following the manuals for his trio of mechanical constructs. Though 2 of the bodies were female, he had to admit, they were surprisingly effective. After some time studying them, Sasori discovered that each body offered unique advantages. First, the original Sasori, almost identical to his erstwhile self in life, mastering puppet techniques with seamless precision. Next, the mature woman Sasori, capable of shape-shifting and wielding an array of heavy, ranged firepower. Through experimentation, Sasori found that this version outperformed all his previous puppets in long-range assault by a notable margin. Lastly, the young girl Sasori, tailored for close-quarters combat. Propulsion thrusters were mounted all over the little lowly scorpion's body, and each one was controlled purely by thought. With these boosters, her abilities in close-quarters combat, whether it was attack power or dodging, were dramatically enhanced. After studying these 3 bodies, Scorpion realized that, as a ninja, he had eliminated all his weaknesses. Range combat, close combat, puppet army tactics, all covered. As for turning into a girl, Scorpion couldn't care less anymore. He didn't even really count as human anymore. So what was the difference if he became female? Scorpion's situation was something Orochimaru didn't pursue with further questioning. He understood. Scorpion and he were alike. Their paths might differ, but for the sake of their goals, there was nothing they wouldn't cast aside. "All right, let's get down to business." Pain's voice was clear and direct. "The reason I've gathered you here today is because Kakuzu has found a promising candidate. He hopes we can recruit him into our organization." With that, Pain glanced at Kakuzu, signaling him to step forward and elaborate. Kakuzu didn't waste any time. "I'm talking about someone from the Uchiha clan of Konoha. His name is Uchiha Shursui." As he spoke, Kakuzu shot a look at Orochimaru, who hailed from Konoha himself. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback. Hey, so it's Shursui, is it? Truly, he is a promising seedling. I haven't had much personal contact with Uchiha Shursui, Orochimaru mused, but convincing someone like him to betray Konoha seems nearly impossible. At most, I'd suspect Konoha is planting one of their own spies in our organization. Pain turned to Kakuzu, curious to see how he'd respond to Orochimaru's skepticism. Kakuzu had already broached the subject with Pain beforehand, sharing his thoughts about Uchiha Shursui. Pain knew very well the weight that the Uchiha name carried. Truth be told, he also doubted that an elite of Konoha would be likely to join the Akatsuki. At that moment, Kakuzu spoke again. Orochimaru, do you really think someone loyal to Konoha would establish his own shinobi village beyond its borders? Kakuzu paid no mind to the so-called base Shursui had mentioned. He still thought that what Shursui and Itachi had created was just another shinobi village. A ninja village with fewer ninjas, perhaps, but a village all the same. Orochimaru couldn't help but furrow his brow. In truth, he hadn't been entirely forthcoming earlier. He didn't just know of Uchiha Shursui, he knew him very well. Every prodigy to arise in Konoha, every shinobi with promise, Orochimaru tracked and kept a close watch on. Uchiha Shursui was certainly among that number. Orochimaru knew Shursui had been indoctrinated by the third Hokage, believing wholeheartedly in the so-called will of fire. For someone like that, establishing a village outside of Konoha would be utterly out of the question. Founding a village beyond Konoha's borders would constitute complete betrayal, a fundamental violation of the will of fire. What is the will of fire? It is the so-called will of fire upheld by the Konoha leadership, a conviction that compels the shinobi to burn themselves out for the sake of further cementing the status and power of those at the top. This, in essence, is the true will of fire. Orochimaru saw through it all with uncanny clarity, which was why he held nothing but contempt for the now decaying Konoha. However, thinking of that Uchiha prodigy, Shursui, betraying Konoha, Orochimaru couldn't help but entertain some new, subtle schemes of his own. After listening to Kakuzu's account, the others present also came to believe that Shursui Uchiha had, indeed, betrayed Konoha. In fact, even if he hadn't turned his back on Konoha, simply divulging to the village elders that Shursui had secretly established his own village outside would have been enough. Konoha's upper echelons would have no choice but to treat him as a rogue ninja. After all, if every talented ninja started founding their own villages and forming shinobi factions, such tendencies must be nipped in the bud. And it wasn't just Konoha. Every other hidden village felt the same way. Very well. In that case, Kakuzu, next time take Orochimaru and Sasori with you and check things out. Do your best to bring him into our fold. And Zetsu, try to gather any intelligence you can on Uchiha Shursui. See if Konoha has officially labeled him a rogue ninja yet. With these words, Pain made his decision. Kakuzu, upon hearing this, was visibly excited. What was the real reason Kakuzu so energetically pushed Akatsuki to recruit Shursui? Of course, it all came down to money, the power to turn illusion into reality. How could he resist such temptation? Understood, Zetsu's voice rang out. As the chief of intelligence for Akatsuki, seeking information was simply part of his calling. I'm on it. I'll head out now and find Kakuzu's whereabouts, Sasori replied crisply, accepting the mission at once. Orochimaru, though, did not immediately agree. I still have some matters to take care of. Give me a few days if you don't mind. Orochimaru, you know me. I never wait for anyone, Sasori replied coldly. Orochimaru let out a low, almost taunting laugh. Hehehe, since you've even changed your gender, perhaps a change in temperament is also in order. Are you looking to die, Orochimaru? Before the argument could escalate, Kakuzu cut in. Then let's wait a few days for Orochimaru. I'm still searching for a new heart myself. There's no rush. He simply couldn't let the squabbling continue. For if Orochimaru refused to go, things could get tricky. After all, Kakuzu knew better than most the extent of Shursui's power. If it was just him and Sasori facing that monster, if he was honest, it felt far from safe. Then, 7 days from now, we meet in a land of rain. With that, Orochimaru gave his word. Then his presence faded from their midst. He intended to finish his transaction with Naruto as quickly as possible, then set out in search of Shursui. If possible, he was determined to seize such a rare genius for himself. Naruto's home. Naruto had just finished his meal when he noticed a white snake tapping its head against the window. Seeing this, Naruto immediately understood. It must be a delivery from Orochimaru. He opened the window, and the little white snake slithered in. Once it reached Naruto, it spat out a scroll from its mouth and, in a swirl of white smoke, vanished without a trace. Naruto casually grabbed a tissue, wiped the saliva off the scroll, and only then unsealed it. With a soft puff of smoke, a test tube appeared, settling onto the scroll. Naruto knew at once. These were Orochimaru's own body cells. Now that he had received the cells, Naruto thought about calling Grey Wolf back to help. But remembering that Grey Wolf still had work to finish, Naruto decided to give him a call first. Oh, you want to clone an Orochimaru? Sure, that's doable. The work here is pretty simple. I've got plenty of robots ready. More than enough. With those words, Grey Wolf promptly used his teleporter and reappeared at Naruto's place. He picked up Orochimaru's cells and began cloning them in another machine. Grey Wolf, do you think you can speed up the growth of this Orochimaru clone a little? Orochimaru wants it finished within 7 days. Seems like he's got another mission lined up. Hearing this, Grey Wolf nodded and replied, I can install a time acceleration device on the cloning machine. But if I do that, I won't be able to incorporate any other cells, which means no Kekkei Genkai abilities. If they wanted to add any Kekkei Genkai, it would require gene optimization, modification, and fusion, a process no time accelerator could shortcut. No problem. Just make him the way he used to be. With that settled, Grey Wolf picked up his hammer and assembled a bio-time accelerator. Meanwhile, Naruto entered his sealed space to discuss with his father the plans following his resurrection. Once Minato is revived, of course he'll head straight to the Hokage office and have the third declare the return of the fourth Hokage, Kushina declared, rising from her seat at the conference table. Naruto agreed. What Kushina said made perfect sense. Mom's right. I think it's best for the whole world to know that the fourth Hokage has returned. But Zifa and Minato both held a different view. Having been high-ranking leaders themselves, they saw things from a broader perspective. Minato was the first to speak. We can't be hasty with this. Even though the third Hokage promised he'd help me reclaim all the authority in the village. But in reality, without taking a firm stand, power isn't so easily restored. The Konoha Council of Elders has held their positions of power for far too long, and the clans standing behind them have only grown stronger thanks to the influence they wield. Even if the third Hokage himself were to step in, those elders would never willingly loosen their grip on authority. If we press them too hard, it's entirely possible they'd take their case directly to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. As Minato finished speaking, Zephyr continued the conversation. Power is one thing, but don't forget the will of the people. If those elders at the top of Konoha were to go public, and the elders of the Leaf Village have ruled from their lofty position for far too long, the clans that stand behind them have also grown stronger thanks to the power those elders wield. Even if the third Hokage himself were to speak up, they would never loosen their grip on authority. If you press them too hard, these Konoha elders might even go straight to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. As Minato finished speaking, Zephyr picked up the thread. Power is one thing, but don't forget about the will of the people. Suppose those high-ranking elders spread word throughout the village that Minato is actually an imposter, that the real Minato died during the Ninetales rampage. If you've watched Naruto, you should understand just how powerful public opinion can be. Slandering Minato, the hero of Konoha, using rumors and propaganda is absolutely within their means. So we can't do this, and we can't do that. In that case, why don't we just get rid of those Konoha elders directly? Kushina slammed the table, her voice sharp with anger. If Kushina were still alive, she would have taken matters in her own hands long ago and dealt with those stubborn old men at the top. Seeing Kushina so furious, Minato gave her a gentle smile, trying to calm her down. Kushina, take it easy, deep breaths. Zephyr added, yes, if Minato is going to resume his role as Hokage, those elders would certainly meet their end. However, their deaths cannot be by assassination. It's far better if they die in an accident. Why is that? This time, it was Naruto who asked the question. I think what Zephyr means to say is that among the Konoha leadership, there's some who are backed by the daimyo of the Land of Fire himself. If I return to take up the mantle of the fourth Hokage, and the elders all wind up dead at the same time, it's likely that the daimyo would be reluctant to appoint me as the new Hokage. Hearing his father explain all this, Naruto suddenly felt overwhelmed. These intricate political schemes were such a headache. Just then, Kurapika, who had been silent all this time, raised his hand. I might have an idea. At his words, everyone turned to look at him. What idea? Minato asked, curiosity in his voice. If you want Minato to return to Konoha, eliminate the elders, and avoid arousing the daimyo's suspicion. Then all you need is to orchestrate another Ninetales rampage. The suggestion stunned everyone present. Even Kurama, who usually took no interest in these affairs, turned his attention to the meeting table. Another Ninetales attack? That's actually a clever idea. Hearing Kurapika's plan, Minato immediately understood how he could both settle the elders and make his own dramatic return. Wait. Where are we supposed to get the Ninetales? Naruto asked, sounding puzzled. Well, from you and Kurama, of course. You simply go all-out Ninetales mode, and then attack Konoha directly. Minato grinned as he explained. Hey, Dad, are you really still that little ray of sunshine who always leads the way? Is that really something you, the fourth Hokage, should be saying? Dad, your heroic image is falling apart. Naruto couldn't help but grumble madly inside. Meanwhile, Kurama's face actually lit up with excitement. Destroying the hidden Leaf Village was something right up his alley. Back then, when Obito released his seal, he had used the Sharingan to force Kurama to rampage through the village. But that kind of destruction, carried out while being controlled by the Sharingan, brought no satisfaction at all. The moment he broke free, he'd been whisked away by Minato Namikaze. Now, at the mere thought of wreaking havoc again, Kurama glanced at Minato with a look that said, Are you kidding me? Seeing this, Minato simply smiled and reassured him. Relax. The village is all yours to tear apart. As for the people, I'll use my new power to keep them safe elsewhere. Naruto couldn't help but respond. All right, Dad. Turns out you really are that little ray of sunshine after all. I never doubted you. After that, everyone present began to discuss the finer details of the upcoming second Ninetales incident. When it really came down to it, the whole event was going to be an epic father and son performance from Minato and Naruto. Well then, leave the script and direction of the second Ninetales incident to me, Kushina announced with bright enthusiasm. No way. Minato shot down the idea without hesitation. It wasn't just Minato. Everyone else chimed in with objections too. Aside from her questionable directing skills, just thinking about Kushina's clumsy lines made everyone feel secondhand embarrassment. Naruto couldn't even guarantee he'd keep a straight face delivering any of her dialogue. Kushina, I think it's best if Naruto and I improvise our scenes this time. Seeing that Kushina still looked a bit reluctant, Naruto's eyes sparkled as he grinned. Mom, maybe you should focus on writing the script for the big reveal between Little Tuan Tuan and the Monkey King. Who knows? Maybe this time, while I'm wrecking the village, Danzo and the third Hokage have an epic farewell at the edge of life and death. You're great at that kind of drama. Hearing her son's suggestion, Kushina's eyes suddenly brightened. That's right. This new scene could follow the Ninetales incident. One of Little Tuan Tuan or the Monkey King is left dying, just as they finally recognize each other. At the moment of their tragic parting, a heavenly elixir falls from above. If they take it, they can be saved, but the side effect is they turn into a woman. With that, Kushina drifted off, no longer distracted by the second Ninetales incident. Instead, she became completely absorbed in scripting the fateful meeting and final decision for Little Tuan Tuan and the Monkey King. Meanwhile, in another place, Grey Wolf at last completed work on the biological time accelerator. He attached the accelerator to the cloning machine. Inside the cloning chamber, the embryo of the Orochimaru clone began to grow slowly. Satisfied by this sight, Grey Wolf nodded approvingly and then covered the cloning machine with a black cloth. But Grey Wolf failed to notice a small screw on the biological time accelerator that hadn't been tightened. 7 days later, as promised, Orochimaru arrived at Naruto's house. Hee, Naruto, I trust everything on your end is ready. Of course. I always get things done. Relax, will you? As he spoke, Naruto swept away the black cloths covering the two cloning chambers. When Orochimaru laid eyes on the figure of Minato Namikaze inside one of the machines, his face was filled with astonishment. Although he had mentally prepared for this. After all, Naruto had already told him about the cloning project. It was something else entirely to see the finished result. This is truly remarkable technology. With that, Orochimaru turned to look at the other cloning chamber. As soon as he saw the person inside, his eyelid twitched. Noticing Orochimaru's strange expression, Naruto followed his gaze to the other machine. When Naruto saw who was inside, he froze as well. Because the clone of Orochimaru inside the chamber looked far too young, only about 11 or 12 years old. What happened here? Naruto stared, completely bewildered, at the youthful face of the Orochimaru clone. Without hesitation, Naruto summoned Grey Wolf with a shadow clone. Grey Wolf, I think your invention may have had a little accident. Grey Wolf, too, now saw the adolescent version of Orochimaru within the cloning chamber. My invention shouldn't have any problems. As he spoke, Grey Wolf removed the biological time accelerator attached to the cloning machine. Once he had it in hand, the issue became plain. They were missing a tiny screw during installation, so the accelerator's casing had come loose, and it had stopped working. Orochimaru, who had remained silent, watched Naruto interact with his own clone, and thought to himself, looks like the intel was spot on. Naruto's split personality really is no joke. Did Minato never try to help him with this? While Orochimaru was still pondering possible cures for dissociative identity disorder, Naruto shuffled over, looking sheepish. Orochimaru, as you can see, there's been a little mishap with your clone. Before Naruto could finish, Orochimaru raised a hand, cutting him off. It's fine. An 11 or 12-year-old body. I can work with that. But there's one condition. My clone needs to retain chakra at my current Kage level. Is that possible? Upon hearing this, Naruto turned to look at Grey Wolf. Grey Wolf nodded and said, no problem. Don't just say 10 years old. Even if it were just a year or two, this body would still have Kage-level chakra reserves. Grey Wolf's words brought a strange smile to Orochimaru's lips. In that case, next time, I'd like to custom order a 6-year-old body. Watching that sly smile on Orochimaru's face, Naruto couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Hey, Orochimaru, you're not planning to take advantage of a child's form to sneak into the women's bathhouse, are you? Wait. Being 6 wouldn't work well for that. Maybe you should go with a 3-year-old? Orochimaru, do you think I'm an idiot, Jiraiya? Orochimaru complained, sounding rather disgruntled. Now that Orochimaru had agreed that the 10-year-old body would do, there was nothing left to stand in the way of Minato Namake's resurrection ritual. Naruto and Grey Wolf carefully lifted the Minato clone and the Orochimaru clone out of the cloning chamber. Though they were clones, thanks to Grey Wolf's handiwork, these two bodies were completely devoid of consciousness, no more than living husks. Orochimaru had no interest in his own new vessel just yet. His gaze locked onto Minato Namake's body. Sensing the surge of chakra and the flow of life energy within Minato's form, he licked his lips in anticipation and asked excitedly, Naruto, did you infuse Minato's body with first Hokage's would-release cells? Naruto nodded, replying, that's right. Getting confirmation from Naruto, Orochimaru stepped forward and began to run his hands over Minato's body, deeply intrigued. A flawless research specimen. No irregularities at all. Remarkable. Orochimaru's mind flashed to the arm he had made for Danzo, a rare success in fusing with Hashirama cells. But that arm had turned ghastly pale, with even a human face appearing upon it. Haunting and grotesque. But Minato's clone. His skin tone was perfectly normal, and no eerie faces had formed from the fusion. Evidently, Hashirama cells and Minato's own had achieved perfect harmony. Naruto watched Orochimaru examining Minato as if he were admiring a beautiful woman. With a shudder, he slapped Orochimaru's hand away. Hey, my dad already has a wife, you know. At that, Orochimaru offered an apologetic smile. Sorry, I got a little carried away. Naruto, what would it take for you to make me a body like this? He asked, unable to hide his longing as he gazed at Minato's form. In truth, he'd even entertained the thought of seizing Minato's body for himself, but reason told him he mustn't act rashly. After all, what truly mattered wasn't just this perfect vessel forged by fusing Hashirama's cells, but rather, this revolutionary technique itself. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Naruto paused for a moment before speaking. At the very least, let me have enough trust in you first. That's not necessary at all. Just then, Grey Wolf interjected. If he really wants one, I can make him a body like this. Worst case, I'll just tweak the genes a little during the fusion process. Naruto, Orochimaru. Hey, Grey Wolf, things like this, can't you keep them to yourself? Why blurt it out right in front of everyone? How awkward. Orochimaru was a bit speechless as well. If he truly earned Naruto's trust, would he actually take the body, or tear it down? Grey Wolf simply shrugged at Naruto's awkward comment. You humans really are a handful. Orochimaru mused to himself. Is that so? We humans. It seems Naruto still has a bit of bestial nature inside him. Alright, we'll talk about the body later. First, let's focus on bringing my dad back. As he spoke, Naruto handed the mask of the death god to Orochimaru. Orochimaru wasted no time. He put on the mask straight away and began weaving the hand signs to undo the Reaper Death Seal. Release, Reaper Death Seal. As soon as the hand signs were complete, the shadowy figure of the death god appeared behind Orochimaru. Without hesitation, Orochimaru drew the knife he'd prepared in advance and sliced straight across his abdomen. At the very same moment, the death god mimicked his actions, drawing a short blade and slashing open its own stomach. As the death god cut open its belly, a wisp of soul slipped free from within and hovered in the air for a brief moment before shooting into the body of the clone Minato. Inside the sealed space, watching everything unfold, Minato embraced Kushina warmly. Kushina, don't worry. I promise I'll bring you back soon, too. I believe in you. After saying his goodbyes to Kushina, Minato released his own shadow clone. Meanwhile, a streak of light shot out from inside the clone's stomach and, just like before, merged into the body of the clone Minato. Naruto! Quick, open up the mouth of my clone. Right then, Orochimaru's voice, sounding slightly weak, called out. Naruto immediately pried open the mouth of Orochimaru's clone. Seeing this, Orochimaru wasted no time and performed the living corpse reincarnation to swap bodies. Having switched bodies, Orochimaru quickly picked himself up from the ground and began to examine his new form. He soon realized that aside from being noticeably smaller and more petite, this new body was almost identical to the previous one. Thanks to its younger age, the cells inside were more vibrant and lively. Orochimaru couldn't help but feel that with this kind of clone body, he might no longer have to change hosts every few years. To be precise, this body is his own, so there's no risk of any rejection whatsoever. The only regret, perhaps, is that he hadn't given himself a few bloodline limits along the way. While Orochimaru was busy inspecting his new body, Minato Namake's opened his eyes as well. With the clone in the ceiling space dispelled, Minato's main body instantly regained all its memories. As Minato sorted through the memories swirling in his mind, Naruto grinned, reached out his hand, and said, "Dad, congratulations on coming back to life." Seeing this, Minato took Naruto's hand and pulled himself up from the ground, saying gratefully, "Thank you, Naruto." After thanking his son, he looked over at Orochimaru, who was about to seal Minato's old body into a scroll. "And Lord Orochimaru, I owe you my thanks as well." Orochimaru gave a laugh, his voice clear and childlike. "It was just a trade. No need for thanks." Naruto looked at the 10-year-old Orochimaru and was itching to consult the vast community of internet users. A female Orochimaru is nicknamed Annie Snake, and a male is Uncle Snake. So, what would you call Orochimaru as a little kid? Snake Brat, maybe? Having secured a new body and helped revive Minato, Orochimaru was ready to leave. After all, he had 2 colleagues still waiting for him elsewhere. But just as he was about to go, Minato called out to stop him. "Orochimaru-senpai, Konoha is about to undergo a major reform. Would you be interested in coming back as an elder?" Orochimaru simply laughed, his tone light and amused. "Minato, do you really not know why I left Konoha in the first place?" "Human experimentation," Minato replied, unruffled. Orochimaru was taken aback by Minato's calm response. In Orochimaru's mind, Minato, who'd studied under Jiraiya, should have detested any mention of human experimentation. Yet he saw nothing of that self-righteous disgust in Minato's eyes. That's right. In Orochimaru's view, all those who lectured him endlessly, who tied human experimentation to morality and preached about it, were just self-righteous windbags who never took the time to truly seek the truth, just quick to judge, with little real understanding. But in Minato's gaze, he found no such judgment. And in fact, it was true. During his time in the ceiling space, Minato had used the network to learn a great deal. Human development and progress have always relied on visionaries like Orochimaru, which is exactly why he hoped to have Orochimaru stay. Orochimaru gazed at Minato deeply, then smiled. "Very well. Let me see what kind of reforms you bring to Konoha." With that, Orochimaru turned and left. Minato made no attempt to stop him. "Dad, what's the plan now?" As they spoke, Naruto handed Minato Namikaze a set of clothes he had prepared in advance. Taking the clothes, Minato began putting them on as he said, "I'll take some time to get used to this new body first. Once I'm fully accustomed, we'll put our plan into action." Naruto nodded at his words, then led Minato using the teleporter to the Red Stronghold. After all, testing a new body wasn't something they could do openly in Konoha. With a freshly changed body, Minato would have a hard time controlling his strength. Inside the Red Stronghold, Itachi Uchiha and Shursui Uchiha gazed at Minato with expressions of awe and disbelief. "Are you really the 4th Hokage?" Shursui asked, his voice trembling with excitement. Minato smiled and nodded, "Yes." "Shursui, Itachi, you two have done exceptionally well. I truly believe you can bring a red piece to the world of shinobi. And if you run into any trouble in the future, just come to me directly. Before long, I'll be returning to take up the role of Hokage once more." Upon hearing that the 4th Hokage would resume his position, both Itachi and Shursui were overjoyed. What worried them the most these days? It was the fear that Konoha's higher-ups would discover the 2 of them had established this base. If the village elders found out, they would surely brand them as rogue shinobi. And at that point, even the Uchiha name would do little to protect them. But if Minato Namikaze regained the mantle of Hokage, things would be entirely different. As the saying goes, when you've got someone in high places, things get easier. In the training field of the Red Stronghold, Minato worked at moving his body, careful not to throw punches or kicks recklessly. With the addition of Hashirama's cells, every strike of Minato's now packed immense power. Worried about damaging anything, he focused purely on training his control. "Naruto, I think my control is coming along nicely by now," he called out, throwing a series of punches right in front of him. In the past, such movements would whip up fierce gusts, winds that could easily flatten a wooden house. Now, there was only the sharp whistle of air as his fist moved. Naruto checked his phone for the time. Barely more than an hour had passed since his dad got his new body. He couldn't help but admire Minato's battle instincts. Still, just to be sure, he decided to run a proper test. Naruto summoned the 5-finger flower guardian with a thought. "Dad, try hitting it once, just enough to test your strength control." "All right," Minato answered, launching a casual punch at the summoned creature. The hit landed squarely, sending the 5-finger flower guardian stumbling back over 10 meters, but causing it no real damage. Seeing this, Naruto nodded to himself in silent approval. This time, the enhancer-type aura Minato injected into the 5-fingered flower was minimal, which meant its own strength wasn't very high. The fact that Minato Namikaze didn't crush it with a single punch showed that he could now truly control the strength of his own body. Basic power control is no problem now. Next up, a test of abilities. As he spoke, Naruto pulled out a dozen or so trident kunai from his dimensional backpack. These were none other than Minato Namikaze's signature weapons, each one engraved with the words, Blade of Shinobi Love. Naruto had these forged by Grey Wolf long ago, in preparation for Minato's resurrection, so he could hand them over in person. Minato accepted the kunai, his eyes softening in nostalgia as he looked at the words Blade of Shinobi Love carved on their hilts. Well then, let's try out the flying Raijin first. With that, Minato gripped 8 kunai between his fingers and launched them toward a nearby grove. The kunai whistled through the air, embedding themselves in the trees with remarkable speed. Upon witnessing this, Shirsue's face lit up in excitement. This is Lord Fourth's legendary technique, the flying Raijin. I can't believe I get to see it with my own eyes. Standing next to him, Itachi furrowed his brow, clearly puzzled why the resurrected 4th Hokage might struggle to control his own body. How could he not even handle the most basic level of strength? He was burning with curiosity, but felt it was inappropriate to ask just yet. Elsewhere, the kunai thudded into several trees ahead. In the blink of an eye, Minato's form vanished, then instantly reappeared beside another tree, where one of the kunai was firmly lodged. After reacquainting himself with the rhythm of the flying Raijin, Minato's teleportation speed accelerated. In the span of an eye blink, he had reclaimed all 8 kunai once more, each resting easily in his grasp. Yes, the flying Raijin still feels pretty natural to use. Nodding in satisfaction, Minato stretched out a hand, and instantly a swirling blue Rasengan blossomed in his palm. Only, the size of this Rasengan was excessively large. Truth be told, Minato had intended to form an ordinary Rasengan, but what erupted was a giant Rasengan instead. It wasn't that Minato's chakra control had diminished. Rather, the sheer volume of chakra coursing through him had ballooned far beyond what it used to be. If his chakra had been a 5-card quantity before, now it was closer to 500. 1 card is equivalent to Kakashi's full reserve of chakra. When forming a Rasengan, Minato used to draw on about 1% of his chakra, as was his habit. But the difference between 1% of 5 cards and 1% of 500 cards was immense. So, just like that, his Rasengan became a giant Rasengan. However, this really wasn't much of a problem. Minato simply needed to redistribute his chakra based on his current reserves, and everything would be fine. After a quick calculation on how to allocate his chakra, Minato tried again. This time, when he formed the Rasengan, the technique came out just as it should. Seeing that Minato had finished testing his 2 signature jutsu, Naruto could barely contain his excitement. Dad, try out the wood style. And Naruto's words, Itachi and Shirsue both froze in surprise. Huh? The 4th Hokage can actually use the 1st Hokage's wood style. The two of them turned to look at Minato in unison. Minato scratched his head a bit sheepishly. Actually, I don't know how you use wood style at all. Naruto was momentarily speechless. Minato had gained the body for wood style, but couldn't actually use the jutsu. What a letdown. Huh? Dad, you mean you can't just clap your hands together and make anything appear the way the legends say? Minato shook his head. No, I can't do that. Without knowing how the chakra is supposed to flow or the sequence of hand seals, there's no way I could pull that off. In reality, the pattern of how chakra flows and the sequence of hand seals are almost the same thing. The reason ninja need to perform hand seals to use ninjutsu is that each completed seal directs chakra along a specific path through their bodies. As everyone knows, the human body is crisscrossed with countless chakra pathways, and chakra is constantly flowing through them. Performing hand seals is like sending a signal to the chakra in those pathways, telling it exactly where and how to move. As for the 1st Hokage's legendary ability, to create anything just by wishing for it without using hand seals, that was possible only because he had complete mastery over the flow of chakra throughout his body. Now, Minato could, in fact, control his inner chakra pathways perfectly, and for the techniques he already knew, he too could perform them with a mere clap of his hands and a focused thought. But when it came to its style, he really didn't have a clue how to use it. Sigh, looks like I'll have to get the scroll of seals from the 3rd Hokage if I want to learn this. Minato said helplessly. If what style's out, then let's try something else. What about Sharingan? Can you use it? Naruto asked. All right, let me give it a try. As he spoke, Minato channeled chakra into his eyes. Immediately, his pupils shifted from their original clear blue. They turned into the 3-tomo Sharingan. Shirsue and Itachi were shocked once again. They'd lost count of how many times they'd been surprised today. Itachi, those are definitely 3 Tomo Sharingan, aren't they? Yeah. Itachi nodded, his curiosity about Minato growing even deeper. As the two spoke, Minato's pupils began to change again. The 3 Tomo spun rapidly, twisting and reforming until they blossomed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Shursui. On Naruto's side, he fixed his gaze intently on Minato Namake's eyes. Minato's Mangekyo Sharingan was quite different from Shursui's or the others. His Mangekyo took the shape of a Mobius strip, the sign of infinity, that sideways figure 8. Right now, Naruto was eagerly waiting, hoping to see if his own father could awaken the Rinnegan on his own. But reality proved otherwise. He'd been overthinking it. The conditions required to awaken the Rinnegan were just too stringent. To begin with, Indra and Azura's chakra wasn't easy to come by. More accurately, there was no way to extract that chakra from Naruto or Sasuke themselves. Still, from Naruto's perspective, he believed that awakening the Rinnegan for himself shouldn't be a problem. After all, Madara Uchiha had managed to awaken the Rinnegan by using Hashirama. Naruto stared intently into Minato Namake's eyes. Minato's Mangekyo Sharingan was noticeably different from Shursui's and Itachi's Mangekyo. Its design resembled a Mobius strip, the sideways figure 8. At this moment, Naruto was filled with anticipation, hoping his father might awaken the Rinnegan on his own. But reality soon proved him wrong. The conditions required for awakening the Rinnegan were simply too strict. Obtaining the chakra of Indra and Azura alone was already no easy feat. To be accurate, one could not extract that chakra from Naruto or Sasuke's bodies. Yet, in Naruto's view, there shouldn't be any issue for him to awaken the Rinnegan himself. After all, Madara Uchiha had used Hashirama's cells to awaken the Rinnegan. If that's the case, Naruto could just take Sasuke's eyes, the reincarnation of Indra, and implant them into himself. He estimated that would let him awaken the Rinnegan too. Alternatively, he could clone Sasuke and infuse the clone with his own cells. That way, maybe the eyes of the clone Sasuke would also awaken the Rinnegan. Both the Sharingan and the Rinnegan were, in essence, modular, just plug and play, so Naruto felt there was no need for him to test it on himself. Using a clone would suffice. If Dad can't awaken the Rinnegan on his own, then it looks like it's up to me. I need to speed up my progress toward awakening the Rinnegan. Minato Namake's, having unlocked the Mangekyo, couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. After all, the moment he awakened the Rinnegan, he'd be able to revive his wife, Kushina. Only then would their family truly be reunited. While Naruto was racking his brain for ways to unlock the Rinnegan, Minato was still wondering how to evolve his own eyes to that stage. At the thought of evolution, Minato's gaze suddenly brightened. Naruto, do you think maybe I'm missing a step between here and awakening the Rinnegan? The evolution of the Sharingan goes 3 Tomo, Mangekyo, Eternal Mangekyo, and finally the Rinnegan. Naruto paused at this, taken aback for a moment. That's another avenue worth investigating. As for how to help Minato awaken the Eternal Mangekyo, it wasn't actually all that difficult. He could simply leave that part to Grey Wolf. Dad, let's talk about the Rinnegan after all this is settled. Right now, what kind of abilities does your Mangekyo have? Naruto asked, his curiosity piqued. Both Shursui Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha glanced over at Minato as well. They, too, were extremely curious. How could a non-Uchiha possibly awaken the Sharingan? Minato's Sharingan was clearly not transplanted, since he could activate and deactivate it at will. More importantly, he had even awakened the Mangekyo. Hearing Naruto's question, Minato smiled softly and replied, "These two abilities, to be honest, suit me very well. My left eye, I call it reverse vision, and my right eye is reverse time. Dad, you can stop explaining, just show us directly." At Naruto's words, Minato Namake's nodded, and in the next instant, the Mangekyo in his left eye began to spin. As Naruto, Shursui, and Itachi gazed into that Mangekyo, they suddenly sensed a profound shift in their surroundings. To be precise, everything was turned upside down. At that moment, Minato stepped over to Naruto's left side and reached out to pat him on the shoulder. Naruto didn't resist, of course, but when he felt a weight land on his shoulder, he was genuinely startled. Although it appeared that Minato had patted his left shoulder, the sensation was unmistakably on his right. That's the power of reverse vision. Whenever I activate it, and you look into my eyes, your senses go haywire. All that you see is flipped inside out. Up becomes down, left swaps with right, front and back switch places. Even the spot where you feel pain gets reversed. What a formidable Jinjutsu! Itachi Uchiha remarked in awe. Shursui nodded in agreement. If you fall for it, you'll be in real trouble. Naruto, however, seemed a little exasperated. He couldn't help but want to complain about his dad's Mangekyo. Isn't this just like Shinji Hirako's Shurikai from Bleach's Visor Core? But, admittedly, this power was overwhelmingly strong. With a simple release, Minato undid the effects of reverse vision, and then began to reveal his right eye's ability, reverse time. This one was much simpler and far easier to grasp, the power to rewind time. Naturally, Minato proceeded to demonstrate. He first formed a Rasengan, then charged at a massive tree and slammed the Rasengan right into it. In an instant, the tree was blasted to pieces. After reducing the tree to rubble, Minato triggered his right Mangekyo. His body became a stream of golden light, returning to his previous location, Rasengan still glowing in his hand, as if nothing had happened. This rewind affected only Minato himself, allowing him to restore any energy or injuries spent along the way. That ability is just as incredible, Shursui Uchiha said, filled with envy. For once, Shursui was genuinely envious. Not because his own Kotoeme Tsukumi wasn't strong, but because it lacked style. Minato caught Shursui's admiration and chuckled. Shursui, do you have any explosive tags on you? Startled, Shursui nodded, fumbling out an explosive tag and carefully handing it over to Minato. Taking the tag, Minato dashed at lightning speed to another intact tree, slapping the tag onto its trunk. Then, activating reverse time in his right eye once more, he instantly returned to his original place. At the same time, the explosive tag he'd set off detonated, blowing the not-so-thick tree clean in half. This is the full extent of my time reversal ability. It allows me to restore my own state, but previous attacks, as well as any blades I've thrown, won't be restored along with me. After hearing Minato Namikaze's explanation, Itachi was already picturing what it would be like when Minato joined the battle. Endless slaughter, then a reversal of time, instantly restoring himself to perfect condition. Meanwhile, every single enemy would be left dead. Minato already possessed the kind of strength that struck terror into all four of the great ninja villages. Now, with the addition of reversal and reversal sight, he'd undoubtedly become every enemy's worst nightmare. Still, Itachi knew that a power this broken must come with limitations. Naturally, he had no intention of asking. Questions like that were a huge taboo. Itachi might not ask, but that didn't mean Minato intended to hide anything. Minato actually trusted Shursui and Itachi, these two kids. My time reversal ability may be strong, but I can only turn back 3 seconds. And, within a span of 10 minutes, I can only use it 3 times. That's the biggest limitation. Come on, Dad. You call that a limitation? You got the flying Raijin. You could just teleport away in the middle of a fight, wait for your cooldown to finish, then jump back in and keep going. As he spoke, Naruto couldn't help but grin. Actually, what I'm more curious about right now is what type of nun you'll end up with. Naruto knew that, back in the Seal space, Minato had awakened enhancer traits while learning Nun, a rare spatial variant at that. He just didn't know if Minato, now revived, still retained that same type. Minato hadn't struggled much when awakening his Nin ability. Seeing Naruto use Hatsu to stimulate his own life energy, Minato did the same. Surges of life energy began to pour from within him. In less than 3 minutes, Minato fully controlled the overflowing vitality inside him and succeeded in using Ten, enveloping his body in that energy. So fast. There's a reason he's called the fastest man in the ninja world. Itachi and Shursui both exclaimed in admiration as they watched. Compared to them, Minato's speed truly was in a league of its own. It wasn't just that Minato had greater talent. It was that, back in the Seal space, he'd already awakened his Nun once on his own. The second awakening was simply a matter of recapturing that feeling. A breeze to accomplish. Naruto handed Minato a glass of water and placed a leaf on top. All right, Dad, let's see. Are you still a specialist or not? Naruto looked on with anticipation. All right, Minato nodded, then began to test his Nun nature using the water divination method. Just as he placed his hands, swirling with aura, on either side of the cup, the water inside began vanishing before his very eyes, receding at a visibly swift pace. When the water had vanished completely, even the jade-green leaf inside was gone, as if it had never existed at all. As I thought, it's just like when I awakened it inside the sealed space. Seeing this scene, Minato Namikaze spoke with delight. Minato truly was pleased. After all, back in the sealed space, he'd only just started to understand his newfound abilities, and if they had turned out to be different in reality, his painstaking efforts there would have been for naught. By the way, Dad, have you developed your own ability yet? Naruto asked curiously. Minato let out a warm chuckle. Of course I have. Give me a couple of days, and I'll show you. His meaning was clear. he had no intention of showing off his abilities just yet. Since his father didn't want to demonstrate immediately, Naruto didn't press the issue. In that case, why don't we set up a few practice matches? It'll help you get used to your body faster. Naruto suggested, glancing over at Shursui and Itachi. The two perked up at once, visibly excited. We would be honored to spar with Lord Fourth. Seeing their eagerness, Minato offered no objection. Naruto was right. If he wanted to quickly get accustomed to his new body, there was no better way than battle. All right then, come at me, both of you. With those words, Minato gripped his flying thunder god kunai, readying himself for the fight. Meanwhile, in the land of rain, at a temporary base of the Akatsuki organization, Kakuzu and Sasori were awaiting someone. The person who had yet to arrive, Orochimaru. That blasted Orochimaru, making us wait this long. Sasori complained, his tone full of irritation. He was currently inhabiting the form of his lowly puppet, hands on hips, and grumbling about Orochimaru in a way that was equal parts adorable and exasperated. Ahem, Sasori, can't you go back to your usual form? You know, sitting inside your Hiriko shell. Kakuzu admitted, seeing this version of Sasori made him genuinely uncomfortable. Truth be told, Kakuzu had been thrown off ever since he'd first seen Sasori's current appearance. After all, up until now, Sasori had always appeared to the members of Akatsuki as the intimidating Hiriko puppet. But today, after Kakuzu arrived for their rendezvous, Sasori had emerged from Hiriko, revealing his puppet body in the shape of a little girl. Hearing Kakuzu's complaint, Sasori glanced at him and replied, I'm just adjusting to the functions of my new puppet body, that's all. To prove he wasn't really a little girl, Sasori even brought out his original human puppet body and continued, This is my true form. Kakuzu. What could Kakuzu say to that? He had no choice but to respond with silent resignation. At that very moment, a young, innocent voice rang out from beyond the temporary base. Sorry, I'm late. Hearing this voice, both Sasori and Kakuzu looked outside in unison, only to see a cheerful boy of about 10 years old beaming in their direction. You're Orochimaru? Kakuzu asked in disbelief. That's right. Orochimaru nodded with a smile. Once Orochimaru admitted his identity, Kakuzu was left speechless. If it weren't for the signature Akatsuki cloak, black with red clouds, he really wouldn't have recognized him. Ignoring Kakuzu, Orochimaru turned toward his old partner, Sasori. Well, Sasori, you really have transformed, haven't you? Sasori, unfazed by Orochimaru's teasing, shot back with a sardonic tone. Orochimaru, my little brother, it seems you've finally gone off the deep end too. Hey, we're two of a kind. Watching this tiny girl and cheerful boy locked in a spirited exchange, Kakuzu felt utterly exasperated. Damn it. Am I really supposed to bring this little girl and this little boy to invite Uchiha Shursui to join the Akatsuki? Never mind what Shursui might think. Just for myself, the embarrassment is unbearable. Any sense of dignity had been shattered to pieces. Unaware of what Kakuzu was thinking, Sasori and Orochimaru continued their war of words. Eventually, Sasori grew bored of the banter, switched bodies, sealed the little girl's puppet form into a scroll, and returned to his original appearance. Hey, Orochimaru, let's see you try changing bodies now, if you dare. Orochimaru. All right, enough. At that moment, Kakuzu's voice cut through their bickering. Now that everyone's here, let's get moving. At these words, Orochimaru nodded, and Sasori, letting go of the quarrel, switched back to the little girl's body. Sasori truly wanted to master all three of his bodies as quickly as possible. Each one was powerful, but each also demanded adaptation. And so, the three of them set out together, heading toward the red base. Meanwhile, on the open ground of the red base, Itachi and Shursui stood panting for breath, still facing the ever-smiling Minato Namikaze. There's no doubt about it. Lord Fourth is incredibly powerful. Though exhausted, Shursui's eyes and expression shone with excitement. After all, his opponent was none other than his idol, the fourth Hokage. Their previous battle had been, in essence, a demonstration of Minato Namikaze's overwhelming strength. Itachi had yet to fully unlock the potential of his nin abilities. Though Shursui's own nun was somewhat developed, he still lacked enough aura. His attacks simply weren't potent enough. So, the two of them could only rely on classic shinobi tactics as they fought Minato Namikaze. However, the illusionary techniques that Itachi excelled at and the body flicker jutsu that Shursui had mastered were utterly useless before Minato Namikaze. When faced with Jinjutsu, even the Mangekyo Sharingan was of little use against Minato. And as for the body flicker, could it ever be faster than the flying Thunder God technique? This was still only because Minato hadn't even resorted to using the Mangekyo's ocular powers. Had he done so, the defeat of those two would have been even swifter. Itachi, let's give it everything we've got. Susanoo one last stand. As Shursui spoke, his mangekyo began to spin, and a towering green skeletal frame materialized around him. Bones became sinews, taking the shape of a colossal warrior, and soon, even the spiral blade, his iconic weapon, appeared in its hand. Seeing this, Itachi realized that there was no other way. They could only count on Susanoo and push their limits. He, too, unleashed his own Crimson Susanoo, the 8-span mirror and the Tatsuka blade forming in its hands, ready for battle. In that case, let me show you a technique I just devised. Minato was no stranger to Susanoo. He knew that ordinary attacks would never breach such an ultimate defense. If only he had mastered with style, it would be a simple matter, a direct clash of earth-shaking power. But for now, he intended to unveil this brand-new technique that had just struck him. In truth, the move itself had taken Minato only a few minutes to create. The name for it, though, he had pondered over it for more than 10. That's right, for the entire duration of his fight with Shursui and Itachi, Minato had been thinking up a new jutsu name as he battled, fully absorbed in multitasking. Now, facing the two towering Susanoo forms, Minato's left mangekyo began to swirl. At the same time, Shursui and Itachi felt the world turn upside down. They knew Minato was activating his left eye's reverse vision ability. Yet neither of them showed any panic. The reason was simple. They had the utmost faith in Susanoo's impenetrable defense. And, fully aware of how insufferable Minato's left eye power could be, they had already braced themselves, preparing their minds for what was to come. Having invoked the reverse vision with his left eye, Minato began to focus chakra into his right hand, forming an enormous Rasengan. Meanwhile, the mangekyo in his right eye started spinning as well, primed to unleash its power at any moment. Itachi, Shursui, let me show you a technique that can break through any shield you can conjure. Infinite Flash Spiral Catastrophe, first form. Upon hearing the name, Naruto nearly burst out laughing. Dad, have you been watching too many viral meme videos? Why would you even call it catastrophe? Still, witnessing what happened next, Naruto had to admit, his father really couldn't have chosen a more fitting name. Catastrophe was exactly what it felt like. With Rasengan blazing in his hand, Minato drove the swirling sphere towards Shursui Susanoo, pressing down with unstoppable force. Shursui felt the tremors coursing through Susanoo and instantly swung his spiral sword in the opposite direction of Minato Namikaze's attack. But as the sword swung down, it meant nothing but empty air. Shursui realized at once that he had been deceived. Namikaze had only just disabled his reverse sight ability in a split second, making this time the true Minato that he saw with his eyes. Even so, by the time Shursui tried to turn and force Minato back, it was too late. Minato's first giant Rasengan came crashing down, instantly splitting Shursui's Susanoo apart. Immediately afterward, Minato triggered reverse sight in his right eye, taking himself back to half a second earlier. Half a second before, Minato was still raising his giant Rasengan. And then, the second giant Rasengan slammed into Susanoo. After the second blow, reverse sight was triggered again, this time sending him back a full second into the past. Then came the third giant Rasengan. With 3 consecutive blasts, Shursui's Susanoo was shattered before he even had a chance to use his ocular jutsu to repair it. Not far away, watching intently, Naruto saw Minato perform an almost inhuman flurry of blinks, and in a breath, Shursui's formidable Susanoo was pounded to pieces by Minato in monstrous fashion. I was hoping to see Hokage knife versus Susanoo, you know. Guess Dad's Hokage technique still isn't quite up to par. Naruto muttered in his heart, half amused, half exasperated. When Susanoo crumbled, Shursui knew his time in the bout had come to an end. After all, Minato still had one more chance to rewind time. If he used it, Shursui would have no choice but to take a giant Rasengan head-on. With Shursui out, only Itachi and Minato remained on the field. Seeing this, Itachi realized he had no option but to lay everything on the line. Minato smiled and said, Susanoo, is it? This is my first time trying out. How about we go head-to-head? As soon as he finished, Minato summoned his own Susanoo. Like Itachi's, Minato's Susanoo entered its third form, though his glowed gold and wielded a pair of short halberds. The design of the halberds resembled oversized versions of his signature flying Thunder God Kunai. With a resounding crash, the halberd clashed against Itachi's Tatsuka blade. But perhaps because of the difference in weapon quality, Minato found himself at a disadvantage this time. Itachi seized the momentum and pressed the attack, his Tatsuka blade hacking incessantly, while his other hand wielded the Yata mirror for defense. Despite being on the back foot, Minato showed no hint of panic. The truth was, defeating Itachi wouldn't be difficult for Minato, but victory wasn't his goal in this fight. He was here to get used to his own body. Minato Namikaze was planning to test out a new technique he had just thought of, but he needed to wait until Reverse Time's cooldown was finished before he could use it. After defending for a good while, the cooldown for Reverse Time was finally over. Sensing he could once again activate the Mangekyo in his right eye, Minato immediately dismissed his Susanoo. Then, in an instant, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave his original position. Having distanced himself from Itachi, Minato hurled the Flying Thunder God Kunai into mid-air, vanished from sight, and reappeared high above the ground. As he started falling, he formed a series of hand seals, a sequence very familiar to Naruto. It was the multi-shadow clone technique. In an instant, 10 identical versions of Minato appeared around him, and in unison, they unleashed immense, giant Raisengans. Nearly 10 giant Raisengans hammered down upon Itachi's Susanoo all at once. In response, Itachi fought back with the Totsuka blade, or defended himself with the Yata mirror. Even so, several of Minato's clone Raisengans managed to land direct hits on the Susanoo. With Shursue's recent defeat fresh in his mind, Itachi was determined not to let his Susanoo be shattered. He drew out all his aura, focusing it into his eyes, and relentlessly unleashed ocular power to keep his Susanoo intact. Minato saw through Itachi's intent, but didn't seem bothered at all. His right Mangekyo spun again, and the clones that had been dispersed by Itachi or had successfully struck Susanoo began to vanish, only to reappear, unharmed, in midair. And so, the bombardment resumed. Whoa, Dad, that technique is totally cheating. Naruto couldn't help but exclaim. Beside him, Shursui swallowed hard. Reverse Time really was ridiculously overpowered. Minato was already a formidable attacker, but with 3 uses of Reverse Time, it was as if he could quadruple his strength. In the end, under Minato's relentless assault, Itachi's Susanoo finally gave out. When the technique faded, blood even streamed from Itachi's eyes. His internal aura had been stretched far too thin, and it was catching up with him now. With a swift movement, Minato appeared next to the staggering Itachi and caught him before he could fall. Looking at the ever-smiling Minato, who seemed as though he hadn't even been in a fight, Itachi could only let out a helpless smile. Lord Fourth, you really are that strong. Heh, you're still young. Minato chuckled lightly. At Minato's words, Itachi just smiled, a trace of resignation in his expression. Deep down, he couldn't believe that even if he was the same age as the 4th Hokage, he could ever defeat him. Just then, Naruto ran over, took in the battle-torn field with wide eyes, and turned to ask Minato, Dad, does that last technique have a name? Minato scratched his head and replied, a name? Let's call it Infinite Flash Time. Super Radiant Dance of Howl, second form. Naruto. Itachi. Shursui. Just as Naruto had expected, his father's way with names hadn't changed. They were still flamboyant and ridiculously long. Next, Shursui called over a few construction robots and had them restore the devastated ground to its original state. Only after taking care of everything did he return to the office. Inside the office, although Itachi had overtaxed his visual prowess, the presence of Nun energy meant his recovery was only a matter of time. At that moment, Itachi was visibly weak, but he still voiced the question that had been weighing on his mind. Lord Fourth, what happened to your eyes? Minato Namikaze had anticipated that Itachi or Shursui would ask about this, and he had no intention of hiding the truth. The reality is just as you know. After sealing the 9 tails, I died. Then, Minato went on to recount that, after his death, he had appeared in the sealing space inside Naruto. Later, with Naruto's cloning technology, he was revived, incorporating both Uchiha and Senju cells. Of course, Minato did not go into every last detail, safeguarding the secrets of the sealing space, as well as those of Grey Wolf, Kurapi, Zephyr, and Pikachu. If Naruto had known his father's intentions, he probably would have said, there's no need to be so secretive anymore. If you keep this up, I'm bound to keep getting mistaken for a lunatic by those two. After Minato finished explaining, both Itachi and Shursui were stunned once more. But then, remembering Naruto's clone called Grey Wolf, they felt that perhaps nothing was too odd any longer. After all, who'd ever seen someone feed a pile of sand into a machine and have it spit out pure steel? Or who'd seen someone build a fully functional construction robot with nothing more than a hammer and some banging around? In short, to them, Naruto truly was the Red Pioneer, an incredible force to be reckoned with. Itachi and Shursui were convinced that under Naruto's leadership, the Red Revolution could absolutely upend the entire ninja world. Just as the group sat chatting in the office, discussing plans for the revolution, a hurried knocking sounded at the door. Shursui opened the door to find Doggy standing outside. Doggy, what's the matter? Ah, teacher Shursui. That ninja from last time is here again. The moment he heard that, the first person Shursui thought of was Kaku, who had escaped from him before. Kakuzu? He actually dared to come back. As he spoke, Shursui turned to the others behind him. Lord Fourth, Naruto, Itachi, rest up. I'll take care of this. With that, Shursui headed out alone for the base entrance. Naruto shrugged and said, let's go check it out too. The reason Naruto wanted to check things out was because he was afraid Shursui might just kill Kakuzu outright. Kakuzu, after all, was Naruto's hand-picked candidate for chief financial officer. There's no way he could let him die so easily. Minato Namikaze and Itachi both nodded when they heard this and followed after him. At the entrance to the red base, Kakuzu, Sasori, and Orochimaru stood there, gazing into the depths of the base. From where they stood, the newly constructed brick houses within the base were already in plain view. Orochimaru took in the scene and smiled. So this is the village Shursui built? Not bad at all. Sasori, however, looked unimpressed. He curled his lip. Let's hurry up and grab this Shursui kid and be done with it. I have art projects of my own waiting back home. Despite having received 3 new bodies from Grey Wolf, Sasori's passion for creating puppets clearly hadn't faded. Kakuzu, hearing Sasori's words, responded in a stern tone. Sasori, don't underestimate Uchiha Shursui. He's incredibly strong. No sooner had Kakuzu spoken than Shursui's figure appeared before the 3 of them. Kakuzu, I let you get away last time, and you have the nerve to come back? As he spoke, Shursui glanced at Sasori and Orochimaru. HM, what's this? You brought along a little girl and a little boy. Don't tell me you've moved on from bounty hunting to child trafficking. Sasori, Orochimaru, Kakuzu. Shursui's words left the 3 of them speechless. Just then, Naruto and his team arrived on the scene. When Naruto saw Sasori and Orochimaru standing next to Kakuzu, he blinked in surprise. Dang, Kakuzu actually brought 2 allies with him to stir up trouble? Sasori and Orochimaru, in turn, were equally stunned to see Naruto. Wait, what's Naruto doing here? Orochimaru's gaze lingered not only on Naruto, but also on Minato Namikaze. Is this what Minato meant by bringing about a revolution, building a new village outside the Hidden Leaf? When Kakuzu and Sasori realized Minato was here, both felt a chill run down their spines. There was only one reason. Minato's reputation was absolutely legendary throughout the shinobi world. If both the first Hokage and the 4th Hokage showed up at one of the other great villages, who do you think would inspire more dread? The answer was obvious, the 4th Hokage. Hashirama might have been stronger, but his legend belonged to the older generation. Among today's shinobi, the one who provoked the most fear was Minato Namikaze. He was called the Yellow Flash, the fastest man in the shinobi world, a reputation earned not by boasts, but through overwhelming force on the battlefield. There was even an unwritten rule, accepted by the other villages. If you ran into Minato, you could abandon your mission, no punishment given. Hey, Kakuzu, Orochimaru, isn't that the 4th Hokage? Sasori whispered nervously. Kakuzu cleared his throat. Yeah, I think you might be right. Orochimaru, on his side, remained silent, still pondering why Minato Namikaze and Naruto would appear here. By all reasonable expectations, as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto shouldn't even be able to leave the village. But soon, realization dawned on him. Naruto must have used the same method he himself once employed to leave Konoha. Shursui, Itachi, Minato, and Naruto all turned their attention to Kakuzu. Inside, Kakuzu was feeling utterly flustered, but the presence of Orochimaru and Sasori at his side brought him some measure of calm. He coughed, then spoke up. Ahem. Uchiha Shursui, I'm not here to make trouble. I come as a representative of the Akatsuki, sincerely inviting you to join us. Shursui was momentarily taken aback. Join you? What nonsense are you spouting? Seeing that Shursui rejected him without so much as a heartbeat of hesitation, Kakuzu fell silent for 3 seconds, then nodded. Very well, sorry for the disturbance. With that, he turned around and started to leave. Not surprisingly, Sasori and Orochimaru both wordlessly followed after him. Shursui, however, found himself rather baffled by the sudden turn of events. But of course, Shursui couldn't possibly let Kakuzu walk away that easily. Having fallen for too many tricks in the past, he'd learned to be cautious. If things are out of order, there must be trouble. Kakuzu didn't come charging in only to say, join Akatsuki with us, and leave. Things couldn't possibly be that simple. Kakuzu mused quietly. Well, my plan was that if you said no, I'd have my companions help me beat you until you agreed, But who could have guessed you'd have the fourth Hokage standing behind you? Determined not to let such a suspicious character escape, Sure made his move, aiming directly for Kakuzu and disregarding the young girl and boy at his sides. Sensing the sharp killing intent from behind, Kakuzu reacted instantly. He whipped around and unleashed his Earth Grudge Fear technique, switching into combat mode. Seeing this, both Sasori and Orochimaru could only resign themselves to joining the fray, shifting into battle-ready stances, prepared to intervene at any moment. At that instant, the fight between Sure and Kakuzu erupted. Unlike before, Sure adopted a much more aggressive approach now, flickering in and out via the body flicker technique, his intent clear, to finish Kakuzu off as quickly as possible. Naruto quickly caught on to Sure plan and shouted, "Sure, Kakuzu has 5 hearts. Destroy all 5, and he's done for." Emboldened by this, Sure increased the ferocity of his attacks, while Kakuzu found himself scrambling just to keep up, inwardly growing more and more anxious. "Oh, right? It's enough to blow up 4 of his hearts. Don't kill him, though. We've got use for him," Naruto added. "Kakuzu. Sure, Kakuzu was seething, but what could he do? He was really struggling against Sure, especially now that Sure knew his weakness. "Hey, Sasori, Orochimaru, aren't you going to help me?" With no better option left, Kakuzu could only call out for aid from Sasori and Orochimaru. The two of them saw this and realized they had no choice but to step in. But just then, 2 golden figures appeared in front of them, blocking their path. It was none other than Minato Namikaze and his son, Naruto Uzumaki. Minato, knowing that Sasori was on their side, held back in the fight. He relied mostly on his taijutsu, sparring with Sasori without using his full strength. Sasori, for his part, handled Minato's attacks with ease. It was the perfect opportunity for him to get a feel for this new, petite body. Meanwhile, Orochimaru and Naruto's match quickly escalated into a bonus round. For Orochimaru, Naruto was far more valuable than what Akatsuki had to offer at the moment. If Akatsuki ever turned against Naruto, Orochimaru wouldn't hesitate to switch sides. After all, what Naruto was offering was just too enticing. Just being presented with a body capable of fusing Kekkei Genkai was already something Orochimaru couldn't possibly refuse. The current state of battle bordered on bizarre. Sasori, Minato, Naruto, and Orochimaru were all holding back, barely committing to the fight. The only real combatants were Kakuzu and Sure, and even then, it was Kakuzu who was getting thrashed. In just a short span of time, 2 of Kakuzu's hearts had already been destroyed. Everyone else was just putting on a show, while only Kakuzu was taking a real beating. By the end of it, all 4 of Kakuzu's hearts had been completely destroyed by Sure. This time, Sure had no intention of testing out his nin abilities. He was fighting in earnest. While attacking Kakuzu with his body flicker and various jutsu, he simultaneously unleashed his nun. As the battle wore on, it became a one-sided affair, with Kakuzu taking blow after blow, the reason being simple. Sure had released enough nun to finally use materialized Jinjutsu. "I'm done fighting no more. I've only got 1 heart left. I surrender." In the end, Kakuzu chose self-preservation. There's an old saying, the older you get, the more you value your life. Kakuzu was the absolute embodiment of a seasoned, cunning survivor. Just moments ago, he'd overheard Naruto saying they'd spare 1 of his hearts. So, when Sure destroyed the 4th, Kakuzu surrendered without hesitation. Honestly, even if Kakuzu hadn't surrendered, Sure had no intention of continuing the fight any longer. As for the other 2 battles, when those involved saw the fight here end, they promptly stopped as well. The 4 of them came to a halt, not a crease in their clothes, revealing just how intense the battle truly was. Minato approached Kakuzu and, using the Uzumaki clan sealing technique, sealed off Kakuzu's chakra. While at it, he sealed Orochimaru as well. As for Sasori, with his mechanical body, he only needed to put on an act of being sealed. He was one of them. After all, the 3 defeated foes, now unable to put up any resistance, were led to the hideout. Naruto asked Sure and the others to keep an eye on Orochimaru and Sasori, while he took on the task of interrogating Kakuzu alone. And why interrogate Kakuzu? Of course, it was to persuade him to switch sides. After all, Kakuzu was just the kind of talent who could get great things done. Look at him, each day, tirelessly chasing after those bounties worth millions, moving from place to place, always on edge. If he were to get a chance to earn billions with such little effort, he would surely be even more driven. With that thought, Naruto led him into an empty room. "If you want something from me, just say it," Kakuzu said as soon as they stepped inside. Naruto chuckled. "Ha, I just see your talent, and I want to do business together with you. It's about making money. You wouldn't say no to that, would you?" Upon hearing this, Kakuzu's eyes lit up. Money? How much are we talking? Truth be told, Kakuzu's first thought was to have Shui use his abilities to create money. For example, counterfeit currency from a land of lightning could be used to buy supplies there, and those supplies could then be transported and sold in the land of fire or elsewhere. This way, fake lightning country bills would be turned into genuine fire country cash. Of course, Naruto had absolutely no idea what Kakuzu was imagining. If he did, he'd scoff for sure. If Kakuzu truly had that kind of skill, the economies of all 5 great nations would have fallen into chaos by now. Inside the room, Kakuzu stared intently at Naruto, eager to find out just what sort of grand money-making scheme he had in mind. Kakuzu was extremely sensitive when it came to money. So long as it wasn't a matter of risking his own life, making money was always of utmost importance. Naruto, on the other hand, began to lay out his grand business plan. Kakuzu, all you've ever scraped together is pocket change, really. If you work with me, I guarantee you'll earn true wealth. You could sleep on mountains of cash, counting bills until your hands go numb. But Naruto's extravagant promises left Kakuzu unmoved. After all, he was a centenarian. He'd seen it all before. When he realized that empty talk wouldn't sway Kakuzu, Naruto brought out something tangible: the virtual reality helmet. He explained to Kakuzu how it worked, and even took him for a spin in the virtual world. After wandering around in that other reality, Kakuzu's face was filled with astonishment. When did something this miraculous appear in the shinobi world? He asked in disbelief. Naruto smiled. The helmet hasn't been on the market for long. Right now, you can only buy it in the land of fire. It's perfectly normal that you've never seen it. So, Naruto continued, what do you think? Imagine selling this helmet all across the ninja world. Before Naruto could even finish, Kakuzu cut in, how much for one of these helmets? And what's the cost to make it? Naruto nodded approvingly. Kakuzu's questions showed some shrewd business acumen. 500,000 per set. As for the cost, less than 100,000. When he heard the profit margin, Kakuzu was left utterly astonished once more. In truth, Naruto hadn't been entirely honest. If you were to tell Kakuzu that, in fact, the cost was practically nothing, Kakuzu would probably be even more shocked. This deal, I can help you with it. But it's just a partnership, nothing more. Just the voice of the virtual helmet alone isn't enough to make me betray that man. The man Kakuzu was referring to was, of course, Pain. Kakuzu had witnessed Pain's strength firsthand, and it was precisely because of that he was willing to work for the Akatsuki. Even if all the money he earned ended up in the hands of some spendthrift woman, Kakuzu had never once complained. Now, of course, that's not all there is to it. I've got even bigger plans in mind. Plans that could put the entire economic lifeblood of every nation in the ninja world in our hands. Naruto's words made Kakuzu swallow hard. It sounded like Naruto was spinning fantasies. Yet, seeing Naruto's confident expression, it didn't seem like mere boasting. Once the virtual helmets are sold all over the world, then we'll start selling all manner of virtual goods. You've seen it yourself. Even though there aren't that many people in the virtual world yet, the various guilds are already fiercely competing. And what if we add people from the other 4 great nations? Or throw in folks from even more of the minor countries? Kakuzu frowned and said, that could spark a full-blown war right in the virtual world. Exactly. The competition will be even more intense. And that's where our real money-making opportunity lies. At that point, I'll introduce a pay-to-win system. Spend money to get stronger. If you don't pay, you might as well forget about playing. That will become the guiding principle of our game. Before Kakuzu could question further, Naruto pressed on, painting his grand vision. Once we've raked in enough cash from the virtual world, then we can start buying up land in the real world. At this, Kakuzu finally interrupted. Now hold on. Every nation values land greatly. Why would they ever sell it to outsiders? Naruto gestured for Kakuzu to be quiet. We're not going after valuable land or farmland. What we want is the deserts of the land of wind, the rocky wastelands between the lands of earth and lightning, and the offshore waters of the land of water. Upon hearing what kind of land Naruto wanted to buy, Kakuzu was even more puzzled. To the 4 great nations, that was all worthless wasteland. Buying it would be pointless. But Kakuzu knew Naruto would surely explain further. So this time, he held his questions. To those nations, these areas mean nothing. Selling them won't cause them any pain at all. But I can squeeze the greatest possible value from these places. We can build sand factories in the desert, factories that can make glass and all sorts of building materials. In the desert, sand is an endless resource. The Gobi Desert in the land of Earth can actually be used for farming. Although water is scarce, we can absolutely excavate and build irrigation systems. Or simply have water-style ninja come periodically to irrigate the land. As for why the people of the land of Earth themselves don't engage in irrigation or the construction of hydraulic facilities, the reason is quite simple. Owing to geographical factors, you almost never see water-style ninja in the land of Earth, and besides, the land of Earth doesn't have the know-how to build such infrastructure. That's why the Gobi has always remained a barren wilderness. Having finished speaking about the land of Earth, Naruto moved on to the land of lightning. We can totally start mining operations in the Rocky Mountain regions of the land of lightning. But with the desert in the way, even if the land of lightning refuses to sell us land, it doesn't matter. And lastly, there's the ocean around the land of water. Not only is it rich in seafood, but there are also solid mineral resources, coal, iron, gold, silver, and more lying under the waves. The reason the land of water never digs these up is simply because their technical expertise isn't sufficient. Naruto's grand blueprint was almost unimaginable. Kakuzu was left utterly dumbfounded. But even that was just the beginning. What Naruto said next truly commanded Kakuzu's admiration. Naturally, did you think I would pay for all that land with actual money? Of course not. I'm using promissory notes. I'll issue promissory notes of various denominations and hand them over to the 4 great nations. After enough time passes, as long as I don't go bankrupt myself, those promissory notes will become the currency for trade among these countries. And once those notes really turn into currency, before Naruto could finish his sentence, Kakuzu cut him off, exclaiming, "Then we'll gain the wealth of the entire shinobi world." Kakuzu was truly stunned by the sheer extravagance and ingenuity of Naruto's schemes. Even if there were parts he didn't fully understand, he couldn't help feeling deeply impressed. At this moment, Kakuzu was like an old man freshly lured into a pyramid scheme, and Naruto had taken on the role of the ultimate salesman, charming him with visions of impossible riches. There's no mistake, Naruto himself felt his ideas weren't entirely realistic, aside from selling virtual helmets worldwide. But as the saying goes, dreams are things you have to chase. And in Naruto's eyes, Kakuzu was precisely someone brimming with ambition. So, Naruto handed over all the grain, flour, and diesel to Kakuzu, entrusting him to turn these of the future plans into reality. It was really no different than how he'd nudged Shursui and Itachi down a revolutionary path. He was just guiding Kakuzu onto the road of economic reform. Seeing Kakuzu's expression at that moment, Naruto knew. He was truly tempted. Inside the room, after listening to Naruto's whole financial plan, Kakuzu stayed silent for a long time. He wasn't just turning over the possibility of Naruto's words in his mind. He was also thinking, what would happen to him if it all failed? Whether it was possible or not for the time being, it didn't matter. After all, his heart had already been moved. If we fail, the most likely outcome is to become the sworn enemy of the 4 great nations. If I end up as the enemy of those 4 nations, who would be able to protect me then? At this thought, Kakuzu glanced furtively at Naruto, who was picking his nose right in front of him. Counting on this kid seems a little shaky. But I have to admit the kid is smart. Even if every bit of his plan falls through, just making the virtual helmets alone, he'll still come out ahead. No matter how he looked at it, Kakuzu felt like Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, was the only one who could keep him safe. With everything finally clear in his mind, Kakuzu fixed Naruto with a serious look and declared, "Naruto, I have to say, your plan really impressed me. So I've decided to join you." Hearing Kakuzu say this, Naruto grinned, flicked away a bit of mucus from his finger, and reached out, ready to shake hand with Kakuzu. "Hold on, I haven't told you my conditions yet." The moment Naruto stretched out his hand, Kakuzu blurted out his objection. What conditions?" Naruto asked, curiosity piqued. "I won't be leaving Akatsuki. You understand, don't you? If your plan fails partway, I could end up pissing off the 4 great nations, and when that happens, I'll need someone to protect my life. And my chosen backup is the Akatsuki." Naruto was tempted to say that relying on Nagato, the king of Eiji, was nowhere near as good as relying on his dad. His dad was absolutely no weaker than Nagato, if not outright stronger. Sure, his dad's name had water in it, and Nagato's had long, but when it came to fighting, Minato Namikaze's was never wishy-washy. But thinking it over, Naruto felt that getting Kakuzu to work for him in exchange for just that one condition was actually a pretty good deal. Plus, Akatsuki hadn't even started hunting the tailed beasts yet. They were still just making money and gathering intel. So letting Kakuzu stay in Akatsuki wasn't really a problem. "Deal. I accept your condition. Here's to a great partnership." With that, Naruto reached out again. Kakuzu saw this and firmly shook Naruto's hand. And just like that, the 3rd member of the Akatsuki came under his sway. Now, Naruto was pondering if he should try to win over Nagato, Konan, Deidara, Haiden, and Kisame as well. Someday, if he really had to square off with Obito ahead of schedule, he could just snap his fingers and watch the whole Akatsuki switch sides. Just thinking about it made his heart beat a little quicker. Of course, for now, it was only a thought. Naruto realized that his power to talk people around still wasn't enough to change the mind of someone as deep into adolescent angst as Nagato. It did make him reflect, though, was being able to win over Kakazu, Itachi, Sasori, Orochimaru, and Shursui all thanks to that infamous persuasive talk of his. It wasn't impossible. Naruto himself could hardly believe the nonsense he'd just spouted to Kakuzu, and yet Kakuzu had actually bought it. There was a good chance that this would become Kakuzu's lifelong goal now, especially since, well, the ultimate aim was to control all the wealth in the shinobi world. Next, Naruto handed Kakuzu a rocket launcher for satellite deployment, along with a virtual reality helmet and a cell phone. Kakuzu's very first mission was to launch satellites all over the shinobi world. This was the crucial first step in building a virtual network. With Kakuzu's situation sorted, Naruto decided it was time to take him to meet Itachi, Shursui, and his own father. After all, a spoken agreement alone wasn't enough, and a few suggestions planted with 3 rounds of Mangekyo illusions seemed absolutely necessary. Just as Naruto and Kakuzu arrived at the door of the office, they heard a heated argument from inside. "Hey, Orochimaru, play the pairing." That was the voice of Little Scorpion. "TCH, why should I listen to you? I'm playing 3-on-1. Came Orochimaru's boyish tone. "TCH, fine. Ignore my advice and see yourself lose." Scorpion snapped, clearly annoyed. A sly laugh came. "Well then, I'm taking charge of 3-on-1 from here." "No way, no way. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 sequence. No way." Hearing this exchange, Kakuzu looked utterly perplexed. Naruto, on the other hand, immediately figured it out. These guys were actually playing doujinshi. Pushing open the door, he saw exactly what he expected. Minato Namikaze, Orochimaru, and Shursui were each holding a set of cards, right in the middle of an intense round of doujinshi. Scorpion stood behind Orochimaru, feverishly offering instructions. Itachi, meanwhile, sat quietly at the side, watching the game unfold. Kakuzu was speechless to see Scorpion and Orochimaru, these 2 prisoners, making themselves completely at home, playing cards with their supposed enemies. "Naruto, have you finished up on your end?" Minato smiled and called out. "Yeah, more or less. By the way, Dad, are you the one who taught them doujinshi?" As he spoke, Naruto eyed the cards in their hands. The cards were all thin pieces of wood, fragile-looking, so everyone was holding them with great care. Judging by this shoddy construction, Minato must have hand-carved the cards in a pinch. "That's right. No harm entertaining ourselves while we've got time," Minato replied with a nod. Orochimaru, meanwhile, let out his trademark, sinister chuckle. If Tsunade found out about this new way to gamble, she'd absolutely love it. "Minato, if you know any other gambling games, tell me. Next time my research funding runs dry, I'll pitch these ideas to Tsunade. It'd be a gold mine." Minato, Naruto, Orochimaru, you really are one of a kind. After a few laughs, everyone's gaze turned to Kakuzu, who looked straight back at Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, I didn't expect you to be in league with them." Kakuzu wasn't a fool. Just from hearing the way Orochimaru spoke with Minato Namikaze and Naruto, he could tell this guy was clearly one of them from the very beginning. Orochimaru, hearing this, just shrugged his shoulders and said nothing. "Heh, Kakuzu, you're overthinking it." At that moment, Naruto spoke up. Kakuzu, upon hearing Naruto's words, thought for a moment that he might have misunderstood Orochimaru after all. But what Naruto said next nearly made Kakuzu cough up blood in frustration. "It's not just Orochimaru. Even Sasori is on our side." Kakuzu stared. He looked over at Sasori, and when he saw Sasori nod, Kakuzu suddenly felt that maybe sticking around in the Akatsuki wasn't worth it after all. Right now, Akatsuki only had Pain, Konan, Sasori, Orochimaru, Kakuzu, and Zetsu left. If Orochimaru, Sasori, and Kakuzu all quit, what would the Akatsuki have left? Just a lonely man, a solitary woman, and a strange, nameless aloe plant? Of course, this was just a passing thought. After all, Pain was still, in Kakuzu's mind, the firmest pillar of support. He had no intention of quitting just yet. Naturally, he also didn't plan to spill the beans about Orochimaru and Sasori. Up to now, Kakuzu still had no clue what the Akatsuki's true goal actually was. So, better to keep things simple and not go looking for extra trouble.